I was originally the only senior brother in the sect who had the hope of breaking through the secular world and becoming a saint, but my roots were shattered. And I was imprisoned in the confession cliff to wipe the stone tablets. Just when everyone thought I would soon die on the confession cliff, I met the old man guarding the stone tablets on the confession cliff. He told me that the confession cliff was actually the most mysterious place in the feather transformation sect, because every one of the million stone tablets in the confession cliff depicted the lifelong mastery of the predecessors. After hearing this, I couldn't help but feel a glimmer of hope in my heart, but at that moment, the old man guarding the stone tablets warned me not to focus on looking at these stone tablets. Understanding the mastery of the stone tablets requires great insight. If you fail to comprehend, your spirituality will be sucked away, and you will become a walking corpse. After listening, I always feel like these stone tablets have come to life. Soon, someone led me to a bamboo house with 2 rooms. Rest well, I will go clean the stone tablets. After I pass away, this will be your job, he said before disappearing. I couldn't rest, as just a day ago I was the proud senior brother of the sect, entrusted with guarding the Demon Gate's Heavenly Empress. Little did I know that the Heavenly Empress would plant feelings in me, allowing her to escape the magic array, resulting in my punishment and the destruction of my perfect spiritual roots. I started walking around the bamboo house and suddenly came across a special stone tablet. It was completely different from the others, with no words but a rushing river as if breaking out of the broken stone. Unknowingly, I became deeply immersed in it. At that moment, the river turned into a sword aura, descending from the sky and reflecting in my eyes. I screamed in fear, taking a while to regain my composure. I felt a slight change in my sea of consciousness. As the mystery of the river turning into a sword aura emerged in the stone sea, I realized the great river sword chi, and I was overjoyed. Does this mean I can cultivate again? Thinking of this, I was excited and immediately started to meditate cross-legged, trying to operate the great river sword chi. But the next moment, I heard the sound of my bones breaking inside my body, which made me sweat in pain. It seems that even if I have realized the great river sword chi, I cannot cultivate. My heart couldn't help but sink continuously. But then I thought, since I won't lose my spirituality and can comprehend the secrets of the stone steel, I must be able to find a secret method to repair my bones among the millions of stone steels. Thinking of this, my mood immediately improved. The next morning, I got up early, and the old man guarding the steel handed me a lotus leaf containing the morning dew imbued with spiritual power, which would help with my injuries. After thanking him, I drank it all in one gulp and felt much better in my disabled body. Then the old man led me into the steel forest and taught me how to remove the dust from the stone steels. For now, it was enough to focus on the outer perimeter. The older the steel inside, the more likely it had mutated and would attract you to look at it, devouring all your spirituality. I nodded and took note, but in my heart, I thought that since I had already achieved full enlightenment, these stone steels probably couldn't absorb my spirituality. In the morning, I followed the old man's way of handling things, and in the afternoon, I started to act alone. But in just that short afternoon, I comprehended 3 ultimate skills, all of which were sword techniques that were currently ineffective for me. 3 months passed quickly, and on this day in the main hall of the Feather Transformation Gate, the head teacher looked at the rolling sea of clouds with his hands behind his back. How is Li Qingshan performing after entering the reflection cliff? Reporting to the head teacher, Li Qingshan has been wiping the stone steels and enjoying flowers and tea every day after entering the reflection cliff. At this time, an old man behind the head teacher replied. And the head teacher, after listening, was slightly surprised. From the lofty senior brother and the prince of the Great Yan Dynasty, he had fallen so low? The law enforcement elder nodded and then suggested, why don't I go and probe to see what he really wants to do? No need. With his cultivation and roots destroyed, he can't change his own fate no matter what he does. It's just a pity that Wu Xiaobai decades ago and Li Qingshan decades later were both geniuses who had the potential to break free from the shackles of the saints, but they both failed because of love. The head teacher waved his hand, sighed, and the law enforcement elder, after listening, was moved, thinking of Wu Xiaobai, who was also a peerless genius of our Feather Transformation Gate, who insisted on falling in love with a demoness, fighting against the entire orthodox sects with just himself and a sword, but ultimately fell into the hands of the Heavenly Tao sect. In order not to burden our Feather Transformation Gate, he voluntarily sealed himself in the stone steel. Yes, although Qingshan has not grown to that extent, under the pressure from the Tian Dao sect, I must punish him. Both generations of geniuses ended up at the Seagull Cliff, which pains the sect leader. On the other hand, as I cleaned the steel forest day after day, when I returned to the bamboo house, I found that the life force of the old man guarding the cup was extremely weak. I decided not to go to the steel forest and instead spent his final moments with him. At that moment, the old man guarding the steel opened his eyes and said, I have already chosen my burial site. After I die, Please bury me there, young friend. With that, the old man guarding the steel trembled as he walked out of the bamboo house. Qingshan followed behind and tried to speak several times, but was silent. A long time ago, a female disciple who made a mistake came up from this Sea-Do cliff. She was falsely accused of colluding with the Devil sect for defeating a genius from the Heavenly Tao sect, and with several parties applying pressure, she had no choice but to choose to seal herself in the stone monument. The old man guarding the monument said in a weak voice. He walked out of the bamboo hut, past the small bridge, past the willows, and up to a stone monument. Qingshan had never seen this stone tablet before. This is the monument guarded by the old man who guards the monument. Carved on top of this stone tablet is a delicate flower. That female disciple loves poetry and hates loneliness, so I took the initiative to apply to come here, planted a garden full of flowers for her, created small bridges and rivers, and accompanied her for decades, just hoping that she would no longer be lonely. The old man guarding the monument reached out and touched the stone, trembling. When he was young, he met this female disciple and was amazed for the rest of his life, and chose to come to the thoughtful cliff by himself to guard the other side. Does she know? Qingshan asked curiously. I just know. The old man guarding the monument's breath gradually weakened as he leaned against the monument and weakly pointed to the edge of this monument, saying, bury me here. Good. Qingshan nodded in agreement. The old man guarding the monument wore a small smile as his breath disappeared. Qingshan was in a melancholy mood and looked at the well-protected stone tablet. The flowers seemed to be swaying. A few drops of dew slipped off the petals. The flowers seemed to be crying. She knew all along. Qingshan murmured, staring at the flowers on the stone monument, watching and immersing himself. In his eyes, he saw the return of spring, the revival of everything, and the blooming of 100 flowers. You watch carefully, inspire full enlightenment, and realize the method of longevity. Suddenly a line appeared in front of Qingshan's eyes. He had a jolt of inner ecstasy. Eternal life method. This is the lost secret method of the feathered sect. This female disciple actually knows it. His former body was a great disciple of the feathered sect. Qingshan naturally knew the great name of the everlasting life method. He didn't expect that the old man guarding the monument had brought him such a surprise when he was dying. The everlasting life method is a method that can reshape the roots and bones. Chapter 4, Roots and Bones Like Forests. Chapter 4, Roots and Bones Like Forests. Chapter 4, Roots and Bones Like Forests. The full version of the longevity method was lost as early as 3,000 years ago. 3,000 years ago there was a catastrophe. In that catastrophe, the feathered sect suffered heavy damage. The sect master and elders died out, and even the eternal life method was lost. Now what the feathered sect had preserved were only remnants, so much so that the feathered sect had repeatedly declined, and was deadlocked by the Heaven's Path sect among the righteous sects. That was why Qingshan was so surprised that the woman who had been guarded by the old man monument keeper for her entire life had originally possessed the longevity law. Unfortunately, there was no one to answer for him now. Although he had comprehended the everlasting life method, Qingshan did not rush to cultivate. He first collected the remains of the old man who guarded the monument and then buried them. With the woman's tablet as a monument, the two are considered together. After Qingshan was done with all this, he bowed to the two men and expressed his gratitude. In the future, no one will come to disturb you, Qingshan said softly. After paying homage to the old man who guarded the monument, Qingshan returned to the bamboo house, sat cross-legged, and began practicing the eternal life method. The longevity method is not about repairing the roots and bones, but transforming the roots and bones. Even the worst person has a chance to become a genius, and if they are a genius, they will go to the next level. This is the root of the feathered sect's suppression of the world 3,000 years ago, Qingshan muttered. Now, the longevity method became his life-saving elixir. Qingshan meditated and practiced, looking internally at his roots and bones, and realized that his roots and bones were broken to pieces, like a whole tree that has been cut into thousands of pieces and turned into scrap wood. This was the first time Qingshan had seriously looked at his own root bones. Unbearable. How should this root bone be transformed? Qingshan was a bit worried that the eternal life method had nowhere to start. But fortunately, after he ran the eternal life method, there was no pain in his body. Instead, it produced warmth and moisture that surged into the root bones that had shattered into countless pieces of scrap. Qingshan then watched closely. The warm breath wrapped around his shattered root bones, slowly penetrating, causing the root bones, which were already completely dead, to produce a little bit of vitality. Every piece of root bone after breaking was born with life. Wait! Qingshan suddenly had a flash of light in his mind. These root bones are born alive, so can I. Then, treat them as seeds, plant them, grow them slowly, and grow a dense forest? This forest, it's all about my roots. Someone else's root bone is just a big tree. Even if it grows well, it can't fight against a majestic forest of mine. I will have 10,000 hectares of forest and be invincible in the world. Qingshan was stunned by his own thoughts, but the more I think about it, the more excited I get, because with the help of the everlasting life method, it's very possible to accomplish. Qingshan thought so and did so. Manipulating the everlasting life method, he separated the broken root bones, each of which he used as a seed, wrapping it in the everlasting life method, revitalizing it, and planting it. In this way, he fertilizes every day and just needs to wait for the right time. When these roots and bones take root and sprout, he will have 10,000 hectares of forest. By then, his talent would be unmatched throughout the ages. The only downside to this method is that it takes time and patience. But does Qingshan lack time? Facing the wall at the thoughtful cliff, unable to get out, the last thing he needed was time. And with this million-tablet forest in place, I will have 1,000,000 feats, comprehending feats, and also accelerating the speed of root bone birth. By the time a dozen or so feats are hanging from each tree, all of which have reached a full level, won't I be a god on earth? Qingshan muttered, his face growing joyful. He had found the most suitable path for him. When he said he would do it, Qingshan was not in a hurry to practice any skills. On the Yuhua Cliff, he could not show his skills even if he had them. So this night, he first built up his foundation. With each of the root bones placed in place, Qingshan waited for them to take root and sprout, using his physical body as the heaven and earth, and the longevity law as the soil, to thrive and grow. That night, Qingshan frantically operated the everlasting life method to replenish his roots. And at dawn, he went to collect the petal dew and drank it all in one go. He then began to go and rub the steel, comprehending it carefully, learning a little more, and when the time came for the roots and bones to take root and sprout, all these feats would be nutrients that would allow them to grow up quickly. You watch carefully to inspire full enlightenment and realize the fiery blade technique. You watch carefully, inspire full enlightenment, and realize the giant wave triple sword. You watch carefully to inspire full enlightenment and realize the ghostly stance. On this day, Qingshan seriously comprehended the 3 secret methods and returned with a full load. At night, he earnestly practiced the everlasting life method, cultivating the roots and bones within him. Such a day, simple and calm, no one to disturb. Qingshan does not feel lonely, but rather happy to do so. As he comprehended more techniques, his eyes opened up quite a bit, and although he still had no cultivation, his understanding of cultivation was already considered to be that of a generation of masters. The days go by calmly, scrubbing the monument daily, taking care of the 100 flowers, fishing and drinking tea at leisure. The old man who guarded the monument departed, leaving behind a number of books. He viewed 100 books, nourished righteousness, and watched the clouds roll by. Isn't that better than hooking up and fighting in the outside world? Time passed and another 3 months passed, with Qingshan making the mistake of letting the devil sex heavenly princess go. Half a year had passed. Half a year's time was enough for the people of the feathered sect to forget about him, the eldest senior brother. Now no one has mentioned him. Even the feathered sect master, who was previously optimistic about Qingshan, did not think that he could rise again. Leaving a life behind, guarding the Yuhua Cliff, and living in peace, has been considered the best ending. But the world didn't know that Qingshan was undergoing a metamorphosis. 3 months down the line, the root bones in his body, nourished daily by the longevity law, had begun to take root and grow new shoots, using the original broken root bones as their roots. It's tiny and fragile, but it's already the first step to a 10,000 hectare forest. 3 months down the line, Qingshan finally waited for the root bones to grow out, and he was able to start practicing. Sea of flowers, bridges and bamboo houses. Qingshan was dressed in a linen suit, washed white, and wore it without looking sloppy. His skin was whiter and whiter because of the nourishment of the everlasting life method, and his black hair was like a waterfall, bundled behind him. After 3 months of being nourished by the everlasting life method, all the roots and bones have taken root and sprouted, and although they are very weak, they can already be cultivated. Qingshan was overwhelmed with emotion when he thought of this. 6 months. It took a full half a year before he broke his shackles and was able to cultivate. Qingshan waited for this day for a long time. Today he didn't even go to wipe the monument forest. Instead, he burned incense and bathed, organized his mood, and when everything was calm, he prepared to practice. Now that the root bones had sprouted, although they hadn't grown into a big tree, it was still no problem to fulfill the cultivation. The first gungfu that Qingshan practiced was the first gungfu that he had comprehended. Great River Sword Qi. Great River Sword Qi. Qingshan had already comprehended all of it, so now he practiced it with ease, using the everlasting life method to induce the spiritual qi of the heavens and earth, then instilling it into the body, then operating the Great River Sword Qi. At that moment, Qingshan felt a radiant sword qi clanging within his body. In his ears, there was the rumbling sound of a great river rushing by. His realm was rapidly rising. Root bones are like forests, and when you cultivate, you are just fast. Other people are root bone. Absorption speed for 1. Qingshan is 10,000 hectares of forest. The absorption speed is like a Tao Tai, sweeping the 8 sides, not a bit left. The first step in cultivation, the body refining realm. Qingshan had achieved the great perfection of body refining in just one morning. Chapter 5, The 5 Ghosts. Chapter 5, The 5 Ghosts. Chapter 5, The 5 Ghosts. In one morning, accomplishing body refining consummation, Qingshan stood up with a long body, his eyes gleaming with great surprise. The predecessor was a recognized genius of the feathered sect, but he also used a month to refine his body realm, while I only used a morning. Roots and bones like a forest, too powerful, Qingshan said excitedly, and I'm still just sprouting and popping up. It can only support the body refining realm. When these root bones continue to grow, my realm can be raised again. Qingshan looked at the root bones in his body like a mountain forest and said in surprise, his realm advancement did not depend on bitter cultivation, but rather on this root bone that was as massive as a mountain forest. When the root bones grew fast, his realm would improve fast. Cultivation realms begin with body refining. Innate, patriarch, fish leap, other side, venerable, great venerable, and saint. The predecessor was a royal son of the Great Yan Dynasty, a great disciple of the feathered sect, with outstanding natural talent, achieving the peak of the fish leap at the age of 18, and was reputed to be able to break through the great barrier of the human world and become a contemporary saint. Qingshan pondered silently. In this world, since a great war 3,000 years ago, so far, saints do not come out. Some people say that great battle made the great way of the saints hidden from the world. That's why many top experts, stuck in the great exalted realm, were unable to break free for their entire lives, and could only live through 3,000 years of age and fall in disgrace. This was also the reason why all the major sects, whether it was the righteous path or the devil's sect, or the demon race, were looking for geniuses who could break the shackles of the human world and break through the saints' barrier. Qingshan was a genius cultivated by the feathered sect in this generation, but unfortunately, the predecessor made a mistake. This is a world where the wind of cultivation is prevalent, where earthly dynasties, top clans, holy places that have been passed down for thousands of years, Taoist sects, Buddhist sects, demonic sects, overseas forces, barbarians in the northern part of the sea bay, as well as demonic races and foreign races, all work together to build a world of light and weirdness. The outside world is treacherous. It's not as bad as this Sivan cliff. Qingshan was very satisfied as he looked at the thoughtful cliff that was like a paradise. In the eyes of others, this place is like a purgatory that can drive people crazy, but in Qingshan's eyes, this was the best place in the world to cultivate. With the ability to cultivate, Qingshan's days became more comfortable. Next, he read books and practiced the eternal life method daily to nourish his roots and bones. At the same time, he learned all the techniques that he had comprehended in the past half a year, one by one. Even if he couldn't break through to the innate realm because of his primordial roots, these techniques could enhance himself and lay a firm foundation. The process, Yeehaw. His whole being is off the charts and he is a gentleman. On this day, he woke up early to clean the monument. Over the past 6 months, the stone tablets around the bamboo house, he had wiped clean, and now he was gradually going deeper. He saw the image of the specter inscribed on a stone tablet today. Within the feathered sect, how could there be this stone monument that is like a devil's path? Qingshan felt strange as he watched it carefully. Halftime. You watch carefully and inspire full level of enlightenment to comprehend the 5 Ghosts Sokoban technique. Qingshan's eyes blinked. The 5 Ghosts solicitation technique. It sounded brutal. Instead of continuing to rub the stone tablet, he returned to the bamboo house and began practicing the 5 Ghosts solicitation technique. The 5 Ghosts solicitation technique was very good to cultivate. Qingshan in his body, using his true chi paired with yin chi, condensed 5 clusters of underworld bane, and then carefully sculpted them, gradually molding them into shape. It wasn't until late at night, with the moon high in the sky, that the 5 clusters of underworld chi exploded with a boom. The 5 Ghosts sorcery technique was successful. The 5 ghosts then appeared in front of Qingshan, tall, red-faced and fanged, ferocious, eager to kill when they were born, to be in the midst of the bloodshed and to elevate themselves. They could hide in Qingshan's shadow or in the darkness, and even if they were several levels above them, they would not be easy to detect. Their current strength had already surpassed the body refining realm and reached the innate level, and it can continue to improve. The 5 ghosts were ferocious and aggressive, but facing Qingshan, they were very respectful. They were waiting for Qingshan's first command. They crave to kill. They wish to kill. They're supposed to be in the blood and rain, raising their strength. Under their anticipation, Qingshan thought seriously and gave his first order. Clean up the area around the bamboo house. Clean up the flower garden. And there are quite a few dead branches and rotting leaves in the small bridge. Go and sweep them all up. Qingshan said so. The ferocious 5 ghosts went down on the spot, looking at Qingshan, full of confusion. They are born to kill. They are war machines. They are supposed to cloak their masters and cut down their enemies. You're making us clean? Master, did you say it wrong? Or did we hear it wrong? The 5 ghosts that had only been born had nowhere to utilize their strength. This neighborhood hasn't been cleaned for a while. It's all dusty. It's just as well that you guys are here. From now on, every few days, clean it, Qingshan said with a smile on his face. The 5 ghosts looked at Qingshan with stifled anger. A huge figure that was close to 3 meters was aggrieved like a child at the moment. But Qingshan is the master. His word is supreme and cannot be refuted. The 5 ghosts had to collect their baneful aura, then picked up brooms, rags, and barrels and began to clean around the bamboo house. Holding back, Qingshan looked at them and smiled gently, saying, I'm now facing the cliff and no one is taking me seriously. Where is the enemy that needs your help? That's the good thing about being a little transparent. No one takes you seriously, so naturally they won't come after you. In the night, the 5 ghosts cleaned rustily, huge in size, holding those pocket brooms and clumsily cleaning up. Qingshan, on the other hand, quietly practiced the everlasting life method. He practiced the everlasting life method to nourish his roots and bones, allowing them to grow faster. And at a certain point, he would be able to break through to the innate realm. This night, the true chi from the everlasting life method cultivation was sprinkled on the root bones like forests, making them grow a little bit more. Qingshan felt that he was only one step away from the innate realm. This step away was very simple for Qingshan, and he was in no hurry. After having the 5 ghosts, Qingshan left all the hygiene to them. Even cooking, Qingshan tried to let the 5 ghosts do it, and if they didn't cook well, then they would practice more. The 5 ghosts soliciting life, which was supposed to make the enemy scared, had now become Qingshan's full-time babysitter. As for Qingshan himself, his daily routine was to wipe down the steel forest, dive into the everlasting life method, and cultivate various techniques on the side to improve himself. After 3 days of this, one night, Qingshan's root bone grew 3 centimeters taller. He logically broke through the innate realm in his sleep, and it soared all the way up to the innate great circle level. When he broke through in his dream, Qingshan didn't even know about it, and it was only when he woke up early the next morning that he was surprised to realize that he had broken through. However, Qingshan wasn't agitated. It was only a matter of time before he broke through to the innate. As usual, he was still living a quiet life. Chapter 6 Xiaojiao. Chapter 6 Xiaojiao. Chapter 6 Xiaojiao. That morning, Qingshan woke up from his cultivation, looked at the brand new courtyard, and complimented the 5 ghosts. Well done. 5 tall, menacing Rakshasa-like evil spirits accepted the compliment with a twitch at the corners of their mouths. They were originally the ferocious 5 ghosts soliciting life, but now they had become Qingshan's hygienic housekeepers. It's not a professional thing at all, but Qingshan didn't care about those. Now that he was not required to do hygiene, then there was more time. Opening his eyes, he was going to wipe the tablet. With the bamboo house as the center, it spread outwards, gradually entering the depths of the Sivan cliff. The stone monument is getting bigger and bigger. Qingshan learned that the bigger the stone monument was, the stronger the person trapped in it was. The stronger the strength, the more powerful the feats left behind, the more powerful they would be. However, Qingshan didn't venture deeper into the thoughtful cliff to find those stone monuments that were comparable to boulder mountains, not to mention how much enlightenment was needed for those stone tablets. Let's say Qingshan was only at the innate cultivation level now. Even if he got the saint's secret method, wouldn't it be the same to cultivate it? He can't utilize his full power. It would be better to go deeper step by step, little by little, and one day, the stone monuments here would be fully understood by Qingshan. Walking through the forest of monuments, Qingshan suddenly found a stone monument that had a similarity to the underworld Morimori that he saw yesterday. This stone tablet was also carved with the spectral forest. The difference was that in the spectral forest, there were also 5 huge shadows that appeared and disappeared. Qingshan looked curiously as he felt puzzled. The forest of steels that is out of the range of the bamboo house appears to be 1,000 times more strange. The 5 ghost sorcery technique is definitely a devil's way technique, and this stone stela looks like a devil's way technique as well. But despite his doubts, Qingshan still chose to comprehend. In his heart, there was no such thing as good or evil. If he can improve his strength, he will learn. Watching this stone tablet carefully, Qingshan was so engrossed in it that he could not help himself. A day passes quickly. You watch carefully, inspire full enlightenment, and comprehend the 5 emperors' great devil's avatar. In Li Qingshan's mind, there was an additional powerful technique. 5 emperors' great demon avatar. This is a divine ability, Li Qingshan said in surprise. Avatars could only be controlled by great exalted and above the sage realm. Li Qingshan didn't expect that he would comprehend it now. Although he couldn't cultivate it, he was still very happy. The 5 emperors are the Green Emperor, the Red Emperor, the White Emperor, the Black Emperor, and the Yellow Emperor. The 5 emperors' divine power represented the 5 supreme existences that had once existed, based on the feats they had extended. Naturally, it's powerful. Li Qingshan was only at the innate realm now, and was simply unable to cultivate such a mysterious technique. But then his thoughts turned. I can't cultivate it, but I can combine the 5 emperors' great demon avatar and the 5 ghosts' solicitation technique. I gave the 5 emperors' great devil avatar to the 5 ghosts to cultivate and enhance their potential so that they have unlimited possibilities. It's an idea that's worth a try. Li Qingshan got excited, and he felt that he could give it a try. What kind of terrifying existence would be born from the combination of the 5 ghosts' life-stopping technique and the 5 emperors' great devil avatar? Li Qingshan was quite eager to see it. The night was already dark. Li Qingshan no longer stayed, returned to the bamboo house, summoned the 5 ghosts, looked at the 5 ferocious and aggressive Rakshasa. Li Qingshan reached out and waved his hand. Boom! 5 swift energies rushed into their minds as Li Qingshan said in a deep voice. This is the 5 emperors' great devil avatar. Choose one of them to cultivate and enhance yourselves and see what kind of metamorphosis will occur. The 5 ghosts immediately began to choose. Li Qingshan waved his hand and told them to leave and go cultivate themselves. He, on the other hand, silently practiced the everlasting life method to nourish his roots and bones. Because Li Qingshan had given the 5 emperors and great devil avatar to the 5 ghosts, they really began to study it seriously, and after cleaning every day, they hid away and delved into it with peace of mind. Seeing them like this, Li Qingshan didn't bother and quietly went about his day. On the cliffs of thoughts, peaceful days, day after day, Li Qingshan's roots and bones were also growing slowly. In this way, another month passed. On this day, the Sivan Cliff, which had been unattended, suddenly came to be visited. Li Qingshan immediately sensed it, and he frowned, saying, Isn't this thoughtful cliff not allowing others to come in? Could it be that another person has violated the rules of the gate and committed an unforgivable sin? Li Qingshan got up and walked over to take a look. Instead, he saw a wonderful young girl, with a long white dress and a pretty face, who saw him with a complicated expression, and after a long hesitation, cried out, Are you a brother? Li Qingshan blinked. Memories began to tumble. In the predecessor's long-ago memory, a little girl chased after his buttocks, shouting toothily, Brother, brother, wait for me, right now. This shout made Li Qingshan recall. There was a biological sister before her, the 9th princess of the Great Yan Dynasty. Li Qingshan was in a daze, but 9th princess was in tears and came over to hug Li Qingshan directly. Brother, you have suffered. 9th princess lay on Li Qingshan's chest and choked. Li Qingshan felt his chest wet with tears, and a warmth was born as he looked at the young girl's sad and joyful expression. Warmth from the blood. You weren't in the Great Yan Dynasty. How did you come to the feathered sect? Li Qingshan gently patted Princess Nine's shoulder and asked. The news of my brother's fall spread all over the Great Yan Dynasty. The dynasty and the countryside were outraged. They all said that my brother was bewitched by a demoness. I didn't believe it, and when it coincided with the feathered sect's recruitment of disciples, I participated and succeeded in entering the feathered sect. 9 Princess seriously said. Then I requested Master to come and see my brother for a while, and Master agreed so I could come here. Princess 9 said. Who is your master? Li Qingshan asked curiously. Feathered sect master. Princess 9 replied. Then it seems that your talent is very good to be accepted as a disciple by the sect leader, so you have to cultivate hard in the future. Li Qingshan smiled. Brother, I will definitely work hard to cultivate and break the shackles of the human world at an early date, so that the sect leader will let brother out. Princess Nine's bright little face lifted up as she firmly said. Li Qingshan just smiled at the words. Breaking the shackles of the human world. Is it not so easy? You can become a disciple of the sect leader. No one should be able to bully you. Brother is doing well here. You can rest assured. Li Qingshan said gently. Brother, I came here this time just to see you. Master's side is in a hurry. I have to go over there first. I'll come back when it's behind me. As long as I cultivate hard and beg Master, I should be able to see brother every once in a while. Princess 9 said happily. Well, go back and cultivate well. Everything is fine with me. Li Qingshan nodded and watched Xiaojiu leave. Bye brother. Xiaojiu waved his palms and turned around to leave, stepping on the iron cable and flying to the opposite bank. On the opposite bank, there was an immortal old man, silently watching all this. Feathered sect leader. He looked at Li Qingshan with deep eyes, very surprised that after half a year had passed, Li Qingshan had gotten better and better. It's a pity. If my feathered sect could have resisted the pressure and not wasted his root bones. The feathered sect master sighed inwardly. Chapter 7, The Monk from the Pangaea. Chapter 7, The Monk from the Pangaea. Chapter 7, The Monk from the Pangaea. Xiaojiu came to the feathered sect. Li Qingshan was not expecting it, and hearing that she was worshipping the feathered sect because she was worried about herself and wanted to save herself, Li Qingshan's heart was warm. Seeing Xiaojiu leave, Li Qingshan continued to return to his own little bridge and waterhouse to improve himself at ease. Xiaojiu worshipped the feathered sect master, and he was still relatively relieved. At least it's better than what he's getting. Since the feathered sect master had taken Little Nine in, even if Little Nine's talent was not outstanding, for the sake of the Great Yan Dynasty, he would treat Little Nine well. So after Li Qingshan returned, he continued to methodically improve himself, running the everlasting life method to nourish the roots and bones that were like a mountain forest, allowing them to thrive. On the other hand, the 5 ghosts who had obtained the 5 Emperor Great Demon Avatar were also quietly undergoing a metamorphosis. They originally only knew how to kill, without much self-awareness, and were born as a killing machine. But now, they have learned to think and cultivate, and every day, after cleaning, they just sit aside in silence, like a sculpture, and delve into the 5 Emperors and Great Devil Avatar. Together with Li Qingshan, they progressed by leaps and bounds. Time was long, the white clouds were pale, and another 3 months had passed. Li Qingshan had been comprehending a few stone tablets daily for the past 3 months, followed by serious cultivation to let his roots and bones grow. The roots and bones have grown a little faster in the last 3 months. He broke through the sovereign realm on a rainy night, lying still and listening to the rain. The water is in the right place. After all, that was as rooted as a mountain forest. An absorbing aura was simply robbing everything in 100 miles. It was also fortunate that Li Qingshan was the only one left in the Sivan Cliff at this moment. The sovereign realm will give birth to a sovereign domain, the size of which depends on the strength of one's own strength. My clan master's domain, which encompasses the whole of the thoughtful cliff and has a tendency to spread, is my bottom line. Li Qingshan dared to say that he, himself, was invincible in the sovereign realm. On this day, Li Qingshan was fishing and silently pondering. With a fresh breeze and a slight sunshine, the lake shimmered and the fish swam happily in it. Li Qingshan was full of martial arts, simply beyond words. Close to a year down, he had comprehended countless feats. These feats he had carefully studied, hanging on to different roots and bones, that like a forest of roots and bones, has not yet hung full. Li Qingshan is not in a hurry, at the moment of time leisurely, and break through the realm of the patriarch. His life expectancy will also increase to 300 years. No one could have imagined that the Sivan Cliff, which was difficult to survive in their eyes, would become a blessed place for Li Qingshan. Just as Li Qingshan was fishing, his expression moved, his patriarchal domain spread out, and he had already sensed that someone had arrived at the Sizewell Cliff. Cow! She was bouncing and happy to be here again after 3 months. Brother! Xiaojiu's crisp tinkling voice came first before the person arrived. Li Qingshan wore a smile on his face, not caring about the hooked fish, and waved his hand. I'm here. Xiaojiu is wearing a red dress. The little girl is 5 years younger than Li Qingshan, and is now only 13 years old, innocent and lively. Brother, I miss you so much. Xiaojiu flew over, hugged Li Qingshan's back, pressed against Li Qingshan's neck, and complained with a smile. The little girl had a milky scent. Li Qingshan let her hold her and asked gently, how has your cultivation been during this period of time? He was worried that Xiaojiu, who had always been taken care of by the royal family without fail, would not be able to adapt to the life of the feathered sect. I'm fine. Master is also very good to me. It's just that I'm very strict in my cultivation, saying that I'm a few years behind other disciples in my cultivation, and need to hurry up, or else I would have been able to come see my brother a long time ago. Xiaojiu pouted, dissatisfied. Cultivate as well as you can. Brother is right here and won't run away. Li Qingshan smiled as he squeezed Xiaojiu's soft little hand. I've already agreed with my master that as long as I break through the sovereign realm within half a year, I can come and see my brother. So this time when I go back, I'll continue to work hard, Xiaojiu said firmly. Li Qingshan raised his eyebrows. Xiaojiu had only entered the feathered sect for 3 months, and if she broke through to Zhongshu in the next 6 months, then she was equal to breaking through from contacting cultivation all the way to Zhongshu in 1 year. Talent is scary. However, Li Qingshan didn't pursue anything. Xiaojiu had a good talent. He was happy for her, and now that it was hard to meet, Li Qingshan didn't want to give Xiaojiu any more pressure. Has anything interesting happened in feathered sect recently? Li Qingshan asked easily, bringing a bench and letting Xiaojiu sit down. Xiaojiu sat down, lying on Li Qingshan's lap, comfortably closed his eyes and muttered, "I've been practicing all day long. Where would I know anything interesting? It's just that the feathered sect has had monks from the western region of Funpon come to collect scriptures in the past 2 days, and the sect master received them, and that's why I was released to come and see my brother today." The monks of the western fans. Qingshan helped Xiaojiu to tie the braid, and his mind wondered what the relationship between the monks of the western fans and the feathered sect was. Who knows? Those monks looked out of place, each with aggressive eyes, completely different from the Middle Kingdom monks. I ignored them and ran to see my brother. Xiaojiu didn't care and said, "You girl." Qingshan nudged Xiaojiu's brow and smiled dotingly, chatting with her about something else. Xiaojiu externally looks like a high-flying fairy, cool as a fairy, and her stunning beauty puts a lot of pressure on people. But beside Qingshan, she turned into a bird of paradise, chattering, talking non-stop, a tell years of longing. Qingshan remembered back then, when the predecessor left the Great Yan Dynasty, she was only a few years old and cried her eyes out. Ever since he was a child, Jiu had relied on him, especially after his mother's death, and they were the two closest people in the world. Xiaojiu, brother here has a secret method, you cultivate it yourself. Don't say it out otherwise brother will be punished. Qingshan whispered in Xiaojiu's ear. Okay, Xiaojiu immediately agreed, and she didn't ask what secret method it was, unconditionally trusting her brother. Qingshan immediately passed the everlasting life method to her, which was the secret method of the feathered sect, capable of improving the cultivator's root bones. Even if Xiaojiu couldn't do what Qingshan did with his roots and bones like a forest, he could still raise his roots and bones by several notches, less thorns on the path of cultivation. By the time Xiaojiu had thoroughly learned the everlasting life method, it was already evening, and she looked at the sky, reluctant to part with it. Brother, I'll come see you next time. I'll see you off. Qingshan got up, and together with Xiaojiu, walked to the iron rope at the edge of the Sea-Do cliff. Seeing Xiaojiu leave, Qingshan carried his hands behind his back and prepared to go back. Suddenly, his patriarchal realm spread out and sensed that someone had infiltrated the thoughtful cliff. This person completely ignored Qingshan and dived into the thoughtful cliff, and just went deeper into it and started looking for something. Qingshan frowned as he concealed his breath and hid amongst the dark shadows to take a closer look. A monk from a foreign country? Qingshan realized that this person was wearing monk's clothes, and hair was growing out of his head, but it was very short and the roots stood up, as hard as a steel mane. This is clearly the look of a Fanish monk. But what are the Fanang monks doing here at the thoughtful cliff? Qingshan raised his eyebrows. He felt that he had discovered a big secret. Chapter 8, Cleaning Up. Chapter 8, Cleaning Up. Chapter 8, Cleaning Up. This is a tantric monk. Qingshan's memory had information about this type of monk. They were born in the Western countries, where there were many countries and clans fighting in chaos, so the monks were born with a hostile spirit, different from the monks of the Central Plains. The Buddhist scriptures talk about angry Vajra, and they are, at the drop of a hat, killing people for you. Qingshan secretly observed that this was a monk of the Zhongshe realm. His strength already had the peak of the Zhongshe, opening the Zhongshe domain to the maximum, a full 1,000 meters away, monitoring the surrounding. Qingshan stepped on his realm, and he couldn't even discover it from a distance of 100 meters, which was an excessive realm gap. Although they were both grandmasters, there was a gap in the grandmaster realm. This monk looked at the monumental forest in front of him. His face was delighted, and he muttered, Amitabha Buddha. I didn't expect it to be so easy to enter the feathered sect's thoughtful cliff. 3,000 years ago, the great sage of the Buddhist sect of the western regions rebelled in the Central Plains, defeating countless great sects of the righteous path, and in a moment of rampage, traveled thousands of miles to provoke the feathered sect. But at that time, the feathered sect was the number one of the righteous path, and their strength was so thick that with just a single sword, the sect master overpowered the Buddhist great sage and imprisoned him in a stone monument and threw him in the Sea-Do cliff. Then the Great War broke out. The entire cultivation world was in chaos, and the matter of the great sage of the Buddhist sect was gradually forgotten. But who knows? That great Buddhist saint was imprisoned in the stone monument and took away the most important Buddhist scriptures in the western region, the Three Worlds Sutra. Without the third Buddha Sutra, the tantric sect in the western region has been sinking for a long time. And this time, following my master and the others to visit the feathered sect, I'll take advantage of the night and make sure to find that stone tablet and comprehend the third Buddha Sutra. It is incumbent upon us to recast the glory of the tantric sect. The monk was happy. He didn't expect to come to the thoughtful cliff so easily. This shows that the people of the feathered sect also do not know the Sutra of the Three Worlds. He searched earnestly for the Sutra of the third Buddha in the forest of monuments as vast as the sea. Qingshan watched from behind as this monk quickly searched for the stone monument and kept going deeper and deeper. He didn't bother the other man. The third sutra? Is this a tantric supreme technique? Looking at how nervous the monk is, it should be a strong technique. Qingshan didn't bother this monk and let the monk find out for himself. This search took most of the night. The monks were diligent, persevering, and kept searching. Of course, as time went on, the anger at not being able to find him began to rise, only to be pushed down as hard as it could be. He was in a hurry, and if it came to daylight and he was discovered, he would be dead. Sneaking into the Sivan Cliff and being discovered by the feathered sect was bound to be a thunderbolt. Fortunately, in the latter part of the night, he didn't know how far he had penetrated into the monument forest, and he finally saw the stone monument with the 3 statues of Buddha carved on it. This is the Tantric Supreme Law, the Sutra of the 3 Worlds. Ah, to be here, abandoned and unattended. It's a waste. The monk trembled with excitement, happy to the point of explosion, and trembled. As long as I comprehend the Sutra of the 3 Worlds, I will be the contemporary Buddha, and then it will be just a matter of time before I can unify the western regions, recast the glory of the Tantric sect, and lead a large army in a counterattack against the Central Plains. Those who look down on me, those high and mighty Chinese, I will use their flesh and blood to forge my fame. The monk reached out and kept touching the stone tablet of the 3rd sutra, full of excitement and longing for the future. Qingshan listened in the back and frowned. Ahem, he coughed. Who? The monk was startled and immediately turned around, coloring in shock and anger. Monument Keeper, Qingshan said calmly, stepping out into the moonlight. The one who guards the monument. Are you the previous great disciple of the feathered sect? The royal son of the Great Yan Dynasty who had his cultivation and root bones abolished? The monk recognized Qingshan. A heart was put into his stomach. He laughed and looked at Qingshan with extreme disdain. It's me. Qingshan nodded. Since you found me, then I'm sorry. I'm going to cut off your head. This matter can't be known to others. If you want to blame me, I'll blame you for meddling in my business. The monk stared at Qingshan sinisterly. Even if you cut off my head, you won't be able to take away the 3 Buddhist scriptures. Qingshan did not get angry. Instead he smiled. What did you say? The monk's eyes widened and he shouted angrily. The 3 Buddhist scriptures are engraved on the stone tablet, but can you comprehend them? Qingshan smiled disdainfully. The old man guarding the tablet had said that comprehending the techniques on the stone tablet would suck away the spirituality, or enlightenment. The more powerful the technique, the more spirituality it absorbed. Since the 3rd sutra is so important, how much spirituality needs to be absorbed? This monk definitely did not have a full level of enlightenment. So Qingshan asserted that he could not comprehend the 3 Worlds Sutra. I can't comprehend? You yourselves are letting the 3 Worlds Buddhist scriptures here and storming the heavens. And you're still saying that I can't comprehend it? The monk did not believe Qingshan's words at all and sneered. You can try. Qingshan raised his hand and said. The monk stared at Qingshan and then at the stone tablet, his heart suspicious. I'm an invalid anyway. What are you afraid of? Give it a try. Qingshan faintly smiled and said. The monk looked towards the stone tablet, comprehending it carefully. He believed he could comprehend it, but reality smacked it in the face. He was seriously comprehending and gradually getting better, but suddenly felt a pain in his brain. Something was sucked away and drawn out as if he had been sucked away, and he screamed miserably, covered his brain, and hastily backed away. Qingshan watched clearly from the sidelines. This is enlightenment, also called spirituality being absorbed by the Srimad Bhagavatam. This monk's speed of cultivation in the future will be drastically reduced. Of course, he's going to have it later. This can't be possible. This stone monument actually sucks in spirituality? The monk couldn't believe it and looked on in shock and anger. I said you can't comprehend it, Qingshan said from the side. I'll kill you. The monk was furious. He vented all of his anger onto Qingshan. Taking a step out, his 5 fingers formed a grip, and raging true chi sprayed out. Tantric heart-destroying claws. The monk's brain hurt. He didn't want to listen to Qingshan. He only wanted to kill and vent his anger and pain. The extremely angry monk didn't notice that Qingshan, who was smiling just a moment ago, had an indifferent face at the moment, looking at him as if he was looking at a dead person. He didn't do it himself. In his shadow, 5 ghosts sprang out violently, with huge bodies of 2 or 3 meters and hideous faces, like Rakshasa demanding their lives. Boom! The 5 ghosts had been cleaning since they were molded by Qingshan. They were eager to kill, and now that they could get what they wanted, they naturally had all their strength. Moreover, the 5 ghosts that had absorbed the 5 emperors' great devil avatar each had a patriarchal level of strength. The 5 Rakshasas rushed out in unison, and with a loud boom, they tore the monk from the tantric sect to pieces in a matter of moments. No resistance at all. Blood, broken flesh spilled all over the place. Qingshan walked over, shook his head in disgust, looked at the 5 ghosts, frowned, and said, "Those of you who have killed are responsible for cleaning up this place so that no one can find out." The The 5 ghosts were dumbfounded. If I had said I would clean it, they wouldn't have gotten it all over the place. They looked at Li Qingshan pleadingly. Li Qingshan ignored it and went directly to the stone tablet of the 3 worlds Buddhist scriptures and comprehended it seriously. Chapter 9, Xiaojiu's Talent. Chapter 9, Xiaojiu's Talent. Chapter 9, Xiaojiu's Talent. Li Qingshan was curious to know just how powerful the Tantric Supreme Law of the 3 Worlds Sutra was. Why is it called the Sutra of the 3 Worlds? This monumental forest is like a sea. And it really isn't all the disciples of the feathered sect who made mistakes. A million steel forests. If all of them are disciples of the feathered sect, how many geniuses would the feathered sect have to lose? The 5 ghosts solicitation technique I comprehended before. The 5 emperors' great devil avatar are not feats of the feathered sect. Therefore, the enemies that the feathered sect used to put to death, the demons, and even the monks of the western regions, would also be sealed with stone monuments and placed in the Sivan cliff. That's what brought us to this night. When the monks from the Pangaea came over to look for the Sutra of the Third Buddha, only at this moment did Li Qingshan figure out why the gongfu that he had comprehended before was so evil and did not look like a righteous gongfu. The real reason, as it turns out. But no matter whether it's the righteous path or the devil's sect or the Buddhist sect, I can cultivate the sea to contain all the rivers and have the capacity to cultivate the strengths of 100 schools of thought, fusing my own body and casting my invincible dharma. Li Qingshan didn't mind at all. After practicing the devil's sect technique, he was now going to comprehend the 3 worlds Buddhist scriptures, reaching out and caressing the monolith. It was a few meters in size and had 3 Buddhas carved on it, facing in 3 directions, representing different directions. Li Qingshan watched attentively, ignoring the rest, immersed in it, unable to extricate himself. The night passed quickly. The first rays of sunlight in the morning sprinkled down, and a line of words appeared in front of Li Qingshan's eyes. You watch carefully, inspire full enlightenment, and realize the Sutra of the 3 worlds. Li Qingshan opened his eyes. His eyes were shocked. After comprehending the 3 worlds Buddhist scripture, he realized how powerful and terrifying this technique was. The 3 worlds Buddhist scripture was not an ordinary gongfu, nor was it some divine ability. It was a gongfu that told of the Buddhist way. So no matter what realm one is in, as long as one participates in enlightenment, one can cultivate the 3 sutras, which contain the past, present, and future. So the 3 sutras are separated into the past Maitreya Sutra, the present Rudra Sutra, and the future Lifeless Sutra. This is the supreme law in Buddhism. Successful cultivation will involve the Yi-Tao that the world wants to pursue. Li Qingshan didn't rush to cultivate. He got up and returned to the bamboo house, burned incense and bathed to calm his agitation before he began to meditate and cultivate the 3 Worlds Sutra, Li Qingshan's official practice. As time passed, behind him, 3 shadows slowly emerged, which gradually solidified and finally became the 3 Buddhas. The Buddha coalesced successfully, accompanied by Sanskrit chants that sounded like they were coming from distant antiquity, and as if they were coming from the ancient future. The 3 sutras are supposed to be one and the same, and these 3 Buddhas represent the past, present, and future. They coalesced out and represented Li Qingshan's gradual improvement. There was no one to disturb him anyway, so he practiced silently, day and night, to take control of this supreme Buddhist law. In this way, another month passed. This month no one came to disturb the death of that foreign monk. No one thought that it was Li Qingshan who did it, and the 5 ghosts cleaned up cleanly, could not find the slightest evidence, suspecting who would not suspect Li Qingshan. A month later, Li Qingshan came out of the gate. His cultivation was still at the peak of Zhongshu, but his temperament, completely different, compared to a month ago. The current Li Qingshan could slap the then-self to death with a single slap. If it wasn't for the fact that root bone growth requires tremendous energy and is slow, I would have broken through the Zhongshu and entered the Fish Leap realm by now. Li Qingshan was not in a hurry. The Zhongshu realm to Fish Leap required comprehending the Great Tao. It was not something that could be forcibly raised just by bitter cultivation, or by relying on the root bones. In his predecessor's memories, Li Qingshan had seen the process of breaking through the Fish Leap realm, so he's in no hurry, quietly biding his time. This time when he was out of the gate, Li Qingshan walked along the bamboo house and started to wander around. After a month of seclusion, his body needed to move around. Li Qingshan became in a good mood as he watched the flowers bloom, the dragonflies, the koi carp swimming, the lake rippling, and the brocade mountains and rivers. The sun, moon, mountains and rivers are beautiful, so why get entangled over flies and dogs? Li Qingshan comprehended some truths in the mountains and rivers. His mind became mellow. It's like a rock with sharp corners at all 4 corners placed under a waterfall and washed away. It builds up over time. The stone will become rounded, smoothing out the edges. Li Qingshan also smoothed out his edges. He cleared away his cluttered thoughts and made himself clear and transparent, dustless, one inside and out. To be a human being, we should be clean and clean. The mind is too complicated. It is no different from practicing. Feathered Sect. Sect Leader Hall. The Feathered Sect master looked at the young girl in front of him with surprise and asked in astonishment. It's only been a month, and you've broken through to the patriarchal realm? Xiaojio's snow-white neck raised, gently nodding her head. She was also surprised. She had thought that breaking through the sovereign realm would take at least half a year. But who would have thought that it would work in a month? This speed was not only her own, but even the Feathered Sect master, who had personally summoned Xiaojio to come and check it out. The result of the inspection, naturally, was that there was no difference. Xiaojio had broken through to the sovereign. You are only 13 years old. Your cultivation is only 1 year full, and you broke through the sect master realm. The Feathered Sect master was pleasantly surprised, and would not have believed it at all if he had not seen it with his own eyes. The Feathered Sect has met another genius here? I've checked your root bone. It's not that terrible. How come the cultivation speed now is so fast? The sect leader asked curiously. At least Xiaojio's roots were not as stunning as Qingshan's at first. Xiaojio knew in her heart that this should be the effect of the secret method given to her by her brother. She had practiced that secret method for a month, and it had actually changed her roots and bones, raising them by at least a notch, which allowed her to break through to the sovereign realm. But this was not something she would say. Her brother said to keep it a secret, and her brother would be punished if she said anything. Xiaojio doesn't want her brother to be punished. I don't know. I just silently cultivate. I'm not sure about the rest, Xiaojio replied, feigning confusion. It doesn't matter if you don't know. You cultivate well. I'll ask them to bring up the resources the sect gives you to the top level. From today onwards, the sect will cultivate you with all its might. Do you have anything you want for yourself? The sect master smiled and asked. Sect master, now that I've broken through the sect master, I can go see my brother, right? Little Nine asked crisply. She wanted nothing more than to visit her brother often. The Feathered Sect master nodded his head at his words. Of course you can. From now on, once a month you can visit your brother and bring some books over to him. It's rather lonely on the Thoughtful Cliff. For the other disciples, the Seizo Cliffs are generally not allowed to go in. But for geniuses like Xiaojio, the Sido Cliff can be entered and exited at will. Thank you, master. Xiaojio nodded happily, then immediately went to get ready. She was going to meet her brother. The sect master watched Xiaojio leave and sighed with emotion. This is God's way of revitalizing my feathered sect. When Qingshan was abolished, her younger sister showed strong talent and immediately took over. Are all the people of Great Yan's royal family so highly talented? Thank you all. Chapter 10 Great River Sword Chi. Chapter 10 Great River Sword Chi. Chapter 10 Great River Sword Chi. You watch carefully, inspire full enlightenment, and realize the art of body mending. Qingshan closed his eyes and slowly practiced, only to realize that the body mending technique was different from other techniques. This was a technique that could repair injuries right away, and when condensed to its peak, injuries sustained would be mended within a breath, providing a constant stream of battle power. Having comprehended this early in the morning, Qingshan was satisfied. Looking at the floor full of tablets, Qingshan did not continue to wipe and comprehend. He was now satisfied with comprehending one technique a day, and used the rest of his time for enlightenment and cultivation. This way you don't gain so much that you don't have time to practice. Just like today, after comprehending the body mending technique, he returned to the bamboo house. Among the flowers, brewed a pot of tea, and watched the mist swoon and the clouds roll in and out, enjoying himself. After practicing the three worlds Buddhist scriptures, my strength has come to the peak of the sovereign, just one step away from breaking through the fish leap realm. But this step requires an epiphany, like a hibernation after the rain that breaks the cold of winter and welcomes the breath of spring. It's not something that can be achieved through hard work. I'm slowly ascending. Qingshan sipped his tea while pondering. Accumulation. This thing, he was increasing every moment. The roots and bones that were like mountains and forests were growing all the time. So Qingshan did not lack this. To break through the fish leap realm, what he lacked was an opportunity. Over here, while Qingshan was pondering, he suddenly moved his expression, and the patriarchal domain sensed that someone had come to the Sitao Cliff. At a closer look, it was little Nine who Qingshan cared about. Brother, brother. Xiaojio came running happily. Why are you here? Qingshan asked curiously. It's only been a month. Brother, I've already broken through the sovereign realm, so I can visit you every month in the future. Xiaojio said with a joyful smile, her stunningly beautiful face filled with happiness. Breaking through the zone master so quickly? Qingshan immediately observed Xiaojio's cultivation, and it had really broken through the zone master. Both had zone master domains, although the range was a bit small. It's all thanks to brother's secret method. Xiaojio leaned on Qingshan's ear and whispered, It dawned on Qingshan that it was the effect of the everlasting life method that had improved Xiaozhou's root bones, allowing her to cultivate at a rate of 1,000 miles a day. Sit down and drink tea, Qingshan said with a smile, making tea from the boiled water and serving a cup to Xiaozhou. Xiaozhou looked around. Birds and flowers, small bridges and flowing water, pleasant scenery. Surprised, this is the first time I've noticed the environment where my brother lives. It's really hermit-like. Qingshan picked up his teacup and sipped the tea for a bit, saying, no matter where you are, you have to be calm and relaxed. It can't get any worse already anyway, but it's so clean here. It's going to be a pain in the ass to clean, right? Xiaozhou asked. It's not troublesome, it's easy to clean, Qingshan said seriously. A word from him about cleaning and the 5 ghosts got busy. He didn't bother at all. Brother, from now on you won't be lonely. Master has promised me that from now on I can come to see brother once a month. This time I have brought you a change of clothes, and I have also brought a lot of books to relieve brother's boredom. Xiaozhou took out many books from a storage bag. Various and varied. These can be all I went to the book depository to bring. They are all hand-copied books, so brother can collect them and have nothing to read to pass the boring time, Xiaozhou said while taking the books out. Qingshan helped her a little. This time Xiaozhou brought hundreds of books. Is afraid of Qingshan lonely and boring? Xiaozhou is also painstaking. Putting all the books in place, Xiaozhou picked up the teacup and drank it all in one go, quite bashful, and then looked at Qingshan, who was sitting on a chair, happily at ease, and said, with the way brother looks right now, no one can guess without saying that you're a wrongdoer who's been imprisoned here. Qingshan raised an eyebrow. Although he was imprisoned in the Thoughtfulness Cliff, he was living a very prosperous life. Brother, go change the clothes I brought. The clothes you're wearing are all washed and white. They don't match my brother's temperament. Xiaozhou picked up several sets of clothes and stuffed them into Qingshan's arms. Qingshan smiled bitterly and shook his head. Unable to argue with her, he got up and went to the bamboo house to change his clothes. Xiaozhou, on the other hand, sat on a chair and stretched out. The breeze gently and softly brushed his face. Xiaozhou comfortably propped his head with his hand inside. This place is indeed very good. If brother can cultivate again, then everything will be perfect. Xiaozhou longed. In her eyes, her brother was the ultimate genius, and it would really be a waste of talent if her brother didn't cultivate. But even though brother can't cultivate, as long as my cultivation improves and I become important in the feathered sect, no one will dare to make things difficult for brother. Xiaozhou cheered herself up. For the sake of her brother, she had to work hard on her cultivation as well. At this moment, Qingshan changed into a white shirt and walked out. His black hair was tied behind him. His skin was fair. His eyes were divine and glowing. He was really a gentleman like jade. Brother is still like an immortal, Xiaozhou complimented in surprise. Alright, you can't be a horse's ass. Just drink tea. Qingshan waved his hand. I'm not kissing ass. It's true that I can't let my brother wear those washed out clothes again. Every time I come in the future, I'll bring new clothes. Please believe in my vision. My brother will definitely look good in them. Xiaozhou patted his chest and guaranteed. Qingshan looked at Xiaozhou favorably. This was the daily conversation between them. Not much nutrition, but it was the most comfortable. Xiaozhou came. Qingshan was very happy. Accompanied her to play on the Qingshan cliff for a long time. Before Qingshan saw Xiaozhou leave, Xiaozhou left, and Qingshan returned to being alone. He took the books 9 had brought and flipped through them. Qingshan saw a biography of a cultivator's life, written by one of the elders of the feathered sect in great detail. Qingshan saw in detail that this was an expert with a sword. His life was but a few short decades, but he battled the heavens and the earth. He fought with the demon sect, fought with the demon race, and fought with the barbarians in the northern part of the sea bay, killing them all. He is a disciple of the feathered sect. He was also the genius of Qingshan's previous generation who was praised for being able to survey the great passes of the human world. But in the end, he was voluntarily imprisoned on the cliffs of Qingshan to finish his life. Qingshan saw that in the book. It was recorded that this feathered sect genius was moved to marry the demon girl, and offended the number 1 gate of the righteous path, the heavenly Tao sect. The heavenly Tao sect hunted him for 3 years, but he stirred up trouble and lost his reputation. And if it wasn't for the fact that the heavenly Tao sect put pressure on the feathered sect in the end, I'm afraid that this swordsman would still be alive. This man who wrote the book is overflowing with words of pity in the text. In the end, after beheading dozens of elders of the heavenly Tao sect, this person chose to be sealed in the stone monument by himself and entered the thoughtful cliff. It's a pity that, again, he was forced by the heavenly Tao sect, sealed himself, suffered in the stone monument, and eventually died. Qingshan sighed. Flipping to the end, he wanted to see who this person was. It was only at the end page of this book that Qingshan saw this person's name. He froze slightly. 2 lines were written on the end page of the book. Wu Xiaobai, Great River Sword Qi. Li Qingshan slowly twisted his head and looked at the stone monument closest to the bamboo house. The first technique he comprehended was also the Great River Sword Qi. Karma. Wonderful. Chapter 11, Sword Qi 90. 000 leagues. Chapter 11, Sword Qi 90. 000 leagues. Chapter 11, Sword Qi 90. 000 leagues. Wu Xiaobai, the feathered sect's eldest senior brother 40 years ago, a supreme genius. When he entered the sect, he was invincible all the way through, breaking a series of records and becoming a great exalt in just 30 years. Fish leaping over the sea, flowers blooming on the other side of the shore, and above the honored one is the great honored one. The meaning of this phrase was to represent the 4 major realms behind the sovereign realm. The fish leap, the other side, the venerable one, the great venerable one. Cultivating to the great exalted realm meant that one could peek into the Tao of the saints that had disappeared. Wu Xiaobai became a great Zun at the age of 30, then traveled the world for 10 years to become the peak of great Zun, but he also fell in love with a woman of the demon race. He was a great exalt, and if he wanted to receive the demon race women into the feathered sect to survive, naturally no one would dare to say anything. But while the feathered sect didn't say anything, the heavenly Tao sect had something to say. As the number 1 sect of the righteous path for 3,000 years, the heavenly Tao sect had always hung on to upholding the righteous path, uniting a number of sects to form the Righteous Path Alliance, of which it was the ally, and going around suppressing forces that didn't deal with them. Wu Xiaobai's rise, too fast, too strong, all the way, invincible, without a single defeat. The heavenly Tao sect naturally worried that he would break the worldly threshold and achieve the saint realm, so marrying a demon woman. This excuse came just in time. The heavenly Tao sect combined with other big sects, and on the day of the marriage, declared that Wu Xiaobai had violated the taboo between good and evil, and a dozen or so Grey Fathers stepped in and suppressed the Feihua sect, so that the Feihua sect chose to protect itself. Wu Xiaobai's wife could only be taken away by the Tian Dao sect. Then it was Wu Xiaobai who went on a killing spree, obsessed into madness, chopping off more than a dozen great honors, hitting the heavenly Tao sect and shaking it, and some old antiquities stepped in, uniting more than a dozen great sects to destroy Wu Xiaobai, along with the feathered sect. The final result is that the feathered sect united with several sects. Reasoning, open position, coupled with Wu Xiaobai see the situation, know that he will certainly die, so voluntary sealed in the stone monument. A generation of geniuses from the feathered sect fell. The heavenly Tao sect had blocked this news in order to keep the news of a dozen or so great exalted dying in their sect from spreading, so the general public really didn't know that such a thing had happened 40 years ago. For example, the previous Li Qingshan, who had been practicing hard, didn't know about this. I didn't know that until I read the book now. This heavenly Tao sect, what a stir! The predecessor was deprived of his cultivation and root bones. They also gave great pressure. Otherwise the feathered sect would have definitely been able to preserve the predecessor. Li Qingshan frowned. He remembered very clearly. At that time, after he destroyed that big formation and let the devil sect's heavenly concubine go, the other several big sects immediately turned on him, saying that they would execute Li Qingshan and punish him severely. It was also the feathered sect that protected Li Qingshan, so that he was not executed on the spot. But the enormous pressure behind him also left the feathered sect with no choice but to waste the root bones and cultivation of his predecessor. The heavenly Tao sect would not allow the feathered sect to produce another Wu Xiaobai. 40 years ago, Wu Xiaobai went on a killing spree, killing so much that the heavenly Tao sect hadn't been able to replenish the dozen or so great exalted for 40 years. They definitely didn't want to see another Li Qingshan rise. Li Qingshan finished reading this book, and he didn't know what to say in his heart. Wu Xiaobai and his demon wife have done nothing wrong, they just want to be together quietly, and that's being stopped. Now one person is dead and one is imprisoned in the heavenly Tao sect's demon refining tower. Perhaps they were born with the original sin that the world bestowed upon them. Li Qingshan picked up the jug of wine that Xiaojiu had brought, then walked over to that stone tablet, with the simple and plain stone monument. No one could have imagined what amazing things the person sealed inside had done. Elder, the late generation is also counting on your great river sword Qi, so I will now toast you. Li Qingshan raised his cup and tilted it to spill it. This was truly Li Qingshan's predecessor. 40 years ago, the feathered sect cultivated Wu Xiaobai. 40 years later, the feathered sect cultivated Li Qingshan. But not only were the two men similarly talented, they also ended up similarly. Wu Xiaobai, because of the demon woman, sealed in the stone monument, eerily fell away from the world. Li Qingshan, because of the devil's sect heavenly princess, had his root bones wasted and was facing the wall at the Sivan cliff. It had to be said that the feathered sect was unlucky. Two geniuses in a row, just like that, were wasted. After Li Qingshan finished his toast and worship, he wanted to leave. Just suddenly, a line appeared before his eyes. You have worshipped with your heart and inspired some image fragments from the past. Do you watch? Li Qingshan frowned. This was the first time he had seen this. Watch. Li Qingshan immediately chose. He wanted to see what he could see. Boom! Suddenly, in front of Li Qingshan's eyes, a large number of sweeping images appeared, walking around, very quickly, and finally settled on a youth. Youth face, sword, eyebrow and starry eyes, wearing groom's clothing, big red color is very festive. He was leading a young girl, who was beautiful, looking at the youth fondly and tenderly, and who had a pair of ears that were different from the norm, and could be seen to be fox ears. Wu Xiaobai and the demon woman, they're going to be married, but all around, in the sky and on the ground, there are enemies in pursuit. Wu Xiaobai, since ancient times, good and evil are not two sides of the same coin. Humans and demons are not fruitful in the first place. As a disciple of the feathered sect, you even got married to a demoness. Knowing that you have made a mistake is unforgivable. Demoness, you have plagued the earth. Why don't you go inside that demon refining tower and repent deeply? Wu Xiaobai, you can't get married today. A loud chorus of rebuke. Righteousness. Wu Xiaobai raised his head, felt the sunlight piercing his eyes. These people stood on the steps called the right way, pointing at him crazily. Wu Xiaobai was a bit annoyed. He suddenly drew his sword and chopped out with a sword. And with a boom, the water of the great river came from the sky, and the sword chi surged and rumbled, smashing down and blocking these people. Ma'am, no matter who it is today, it won't be able to stop us from paying our respects. Wu Xiaobai smiled faintly and looked at his wife tenderly. Under the roar of the great exalted one, under the complicated gaze of the feathered sex experts, and under the indifferent expression of the heavenly Tao sex sect master, Wu Xiaobai and his wife, married. The scene came to an abrupt halt. Li Qingshan was stunned. The terrifying aura of the dozen were so great reverence, as well as the determined expressions of Wu Xiaobai and his wife, all silenced Li Qingshan. Wow! Suddenly it started to rain heavily. Li Qingshan looked at the stone tablet engraved with the great river sword chi. This stone tablet is different. Li Qingshan was stunned. His Yuanshin was very powerful now, so he could naturally see it. This stone tablet, as if it had life. The great river sword chi carved on the stone tablet was rumbling and rushing. The sword chi was like rain, and it attracted the heavenly phenomenon. At this moment, clattering, what was a clear sky was now raining. This great river sword chi is alive. Li Qingshan was surprised. He was just skeptical a moment ago, but now, he knew that it wasn't an illusion. It really was alive. Right in the stone monument, the great river sword chi rushed, and then surprisingly, the raging and surging great river sword chi boomed, causing rain in the sky. Wow! Each drop of rain, as if it were the appearance of a sword, dripped down and splattered all around. Rain slides over the flowers. Rain slides across the bamboo bridge. Raindrops in the dirt. The rain hit Li Qingshan's body. Gradually, Li Qingshan felt that the great river sword chi in his body was foolishly moving. Li Qingshan was looking at the great river sword chi on the stone monument, but he heard a boom. Behind him, a powerful sword chi slashed around him, splitting and flying countless rainwater. This stern sword chi echoed the great river sword chi within Li Qingshan's body. Subsequently, Li Qingshan saw with his own eyes that this sword chi slowly changed and coalesced into a shadow. It was a young man, around 30, with a sword and starry eyes, just standing in the rain, radiating, letting the rain pass through him and fall to the ground. Wow! The rain continued to fall heavily. Li Qingshan looked at him, and he was also looking at Li Qingshan. Wu Xiaobai, how could Li Qingshan not recognize the groomer from earlier? I didn't expect that you would have learned my great river sword chi. Wu Xiaobai looked at Li Qingshan with delight. Coincidence of chance, Li Qingshan said. Good thing. I didn't expect that at the last moment in the human world, the great river sword chi was still passed down. It also fulfills a wish of mine. Wu Xiaobai nodded his head and said, Senior didn't die? Li Qingshan asked suspiciously. It died long ago. Only back then, in a life and death situation, I penetrated a trace of the way of the saints, leaving behind a wisp of an unwilling soul with a final stubbornness, preserving it in the stone monument until today. Wu Xiaobai explained. Do you want to see the true power of the great river sword chi? Wu Xiaobai asked in a seductive tone. What do you want to do? Li Qingshan asked with a dry voice. Borrow your body and chop out a sword towards the biggest power in this world. Wu Xiaobai tilted his head, his eyes bright, like a bright light shining in the dark night. Just one sword? Li Qingshan looked at Wu Xiaobai doubtfully. Yes, just one sword. Only this sword. The sword chi is 90,000 miles long. Thank you. Chapter 12, Saints set foot on earth. Chapter 12, Saints set foot on earth. Chapter 12, Saints set foot on earth. As the rain poured down, The teenager walked out of the monumental forest and came to the edge of the thoughtful cliff. In front of me was a sea of clouds, dark clouds rolling in as if large waves were stacked on top of each other. The Heavenly Tao sect is 90,000 miles away from the feathered sect, so this sword that Wu Xiaobai was going to cut out was also 90,000 miles long. Standing by the sea of clouds, two figures, one virtual and one real. Qingshan asked in the rain, "Have you really penetrated the way of the sage? If I had been given another 10 years, I would have brought saints to earth." Wu Xiaobai regretted. "Are you trying to overthrow the Heavenly Tao sect?" Qingshan asked. "I am trying to get my wife out. She was implicated by me and was suppressed in the demon refining tower for 40 years. This sword is to split the demon refining tower." Wu Xiaobai said, "I don't have a sword." Qingshan told the truth. He was unarmed. Between heaven and earth, flowers, plants and trees, they can all be swords. Don't stick to forms, close your eyes, Wu Xiaobai said to Qingshan. Qingshan immediately closed his eyes. Boom! In the next second, an additional consciousness emerged from his body, manipulating his Great River Sword Qi. Watch how powerful the real Great River Sword Qi really is. As if it was a voice spanning 1,000 years, it rang in Qingshan's ears. Subsequently, Qingshan's body was not under his control, and the sword Qi in his body was like a great river running, surging out, and above the sea of clouds, it coalesced into a great river. The great river was vast and every drop of it was sword energy. Qingshan was like an onlooker, his spiritual sense detached from his body. Draw your sword and raise your eyebrows. In the next second, the vast and powerful Great River Sword Qi, rushing and raging, attracted the attention of thousands of people on this one rainy night. A ferocious sword Qi swept through 90,000 miles. Countless experts were startled and looked up to the sky, their hearts shaken. The first ones to sense it were the experts of the feathered sect, who raised their heads and looked at the great river of sword Qi that cut through the sky, each with a surprised face. The feathered sect's current headmaster raised his head, facing the rain, his expression shocked, and murmured, "This is senior brother Xiaobai's sword Qi." 40 years ago, he was the second disciple of the feathered sect, a follower behind Wu Xiaobai. He was very familiar with the Great River Sword Qi and recognized at first glance that it was Wu Xiaobai's Great River Sword Qi. Is senior brother Xiaobai still alive? The feathered sect's current sectmaster was so excited that he immediately wanted to go to the Citao Cliff and take a look at Wu Xiaobai's stone monument. But behind him, an old man appeared, with crane hair, looking up at the distant Great River Sword Qi, and sadly said, "Don't bother Xiaobai. This is his last strike, and from now on, there will be no more Wu Xiaobai in the world." The feathered sect's current sectmaster twisted his head and respectfully shouted, "Master." The crane-haired old man was the previous generation of the feathered sect's headmaster, and the master of Wu Xiaobai and the feathered sect's current generation of headmasters. "We both seem to have done wrong. I didn't protect Xiaobai. You didn't protect Qingshan. Two generations of supreme geniuses, under the pressure of the Heavenly Tao sect, were destroyed by us," the crane-haired old man said mournfully. The feathered sect's current sectmaster tilted his head, looking at the sword Qi that had stunned the world, and fell deeply silent. This sword, unparalleled in the world, carried Wu Xiaobai's extremely brilliant strike, paired with the Great River Sword Qi, turning it into a raging onslaught, spanning 90,000 miles. On this one night, it caused countless experts to jump out and look on in shock. It was as if a river of stars hung upside down and smashed down, making people feel fearful. Wherever the Great River Sword Qi passed through, one dark cloud after another was blown away, and even the pouring rain was scared to a halt as if it had stopped. At this moment, there were experts at the peak of great exaltation who were tearful and excited at the sight of this scene. Saints, descend upon this world. They were so excited and long-winded that they could hardly hold themselves. From this sword, they saw the cultivation realm after the great exalted. 3,000 years, there have been no saints on earth for 3 whole millennia. Those great honored ones who stood at the peak of the earth were also bitter people. The road ahead was cut off. They couldn't see any hope at all. They could only wait for death in silence. At this moment, from this sword, they saw a saint descending. How could they not be excited? It was only one blow, but for them, the road ahead was no longer hopeless. At least, they saw a glimmer of hope. At this moment, I don't know how many peak great exalted experts were chasing after this sword Qi. They wanted to see what this sword Qi wanted to do. Chasing after 90,000 miles, they saw the mountain gate of the Heavenly Tao sect, the strongest clan power on earth. This sword Qi, it's coming towards the Heavenly Tao sect? Did the Heavenly Tao sect offend someone? The Heavenly Tao sect, can it withstand this strike that contains a saint? The great exalted quickly exchanged words and watched silently, no one wanting to intervene. Inside the Heavenly Tao sect, there were already 100 peaks of great exaltedness waiting in tight formation, each of them poised to intercept this sword chi. However, the great river sword chi spanned 90,000 miles and had reached its peak in terms of aura, as if it had diffused an infinite starry sky. This sword was like a starry river dropping down. The sound of the great river, deafening and boundless. The heavenly Tao sect's great Zun experts were instantly dispersed, each one greatly shaken, witnessing the great river sword chi, cleaving at the very core of the heavenly Tao sect, the demon refining tower. No! The heavenly Tao sect's current patriarch shouted in shock and anger. This demon refining pagoda had suppressed quite a few demons and humans that did not deal with the heavenly Tao sect. Once released, the heavenly Tao sect was in big trouble. However, in the next second, the sword slashed at the demon refining tower. The demon refining tower was inflicted with many ceiling formations, all of which collapsed at this moment, and the great river of sword chi poured down, rolling and flaming, invincible on earth. Click! A heavenly voice that resounded through the universe was heard by all those who were paying attention. The demon refining tower split in half, then the wind swept in and the heavy rain fell again. This time, however, the heavy rain and gale force winds blew down to earth the countless people who had once been suppressed by the heavenly Tao sect. They followed the great river sword chi and quickly escaped. When the people of the heavenly Tao sect saw this scene, their eyes widened in anger and they were mad with heartfelt hatred. Great river sword chi, Wu Xiaobai. The roar of the heavenly Tao sect's current sect master resounded through the surroundings, and now everyone recognized that this sword chi was the great river sword chi of the feathered sect's supreme genius, Wu Xiaobai. 40 years ago, the feathered gate, the cliff of thought. After Qingshan cut out this sword, his consciousness returned to his body and remanipulated it. Looking at the shocking images in front of him, Qingshan softly cried out, "Seniors! Seniors! Seniors!" There was no response, and Qingshan lost his eyes. The supreme genius of the feathered sect, along with this sword, after shining to his heart's content, disappeared into the world in this rain, in this wind. Only Qingshan was left, silently recalling the state Wu Xiaobai was in when he chopped out that sword just now. "It seems like I can break through the fish leap," Qingshan muttered. He was sure that when the experience of the night was digested, he can then break through. Chapter 13, A Fish Leaps Over the Sea. Chapter 13, A Fish Leaps Over the Sea. Chapter 13, A Fish Leaps Over the Sea. This 90,000 mile long sword chi stunned the world. Beneath the blackness, countless people looked up and saw the most amazing scene of their lives. Wow! Heavy rain covered the world after this sword. The rain seemed to wash everything away, and the rumble of thunder weakened the rest of the night sounds. The world seemed so peaceful, but underneath the calm, there are undercurrents. However, these did not have the slightest relationship with Qingshan. He was in a low mood after Wu Xiaobai completely disappeared. He returned to the bamboo house, washed and changed his clothes, and then held a cup of hot tea, gently sipping it. He was reminiscing, not the flavor of the tea, but the flavor of the great river sword chi. Although Qingshan had comprehended the great river sword chi, but having comprehended it did not mean that he could reach perfection. He still needed to practice hard. He had never thought that the great river sword chi was so powerful. For him, this night opened up a new world. Previously, Qingshan had never thought that a great exalted master would be that powerful, and he had never seen a great exalted master strike, not to mention the sage realm above the great exalted realm. This is still just comprehending a strand of the way of the sage. How powerful would it be if it was a complete sage? Qingshan muttered. He held his teacup in both hands, his eyes firm. He wanted to make an early breakthrough to see that sage realm. After tonight, the world will be bustling. The heavenly Tao sect has suffered such a big loss. With their domineering character, they will definitely not stop. They will make a scene, and the feathered sect will be implicated as well. But the heavenly Tao sect is also having a hard time. The demon refining tower was broken. The demons inside, the enemies of the heavenly Tao sect have all run out. Even if the heavenly Tao sect wants to deal with the feathered sect, there is no way to do so, at least until this matter can't be sorted out. The feathered sect is still safe. If the feathered sect is safe, I'm safe. The flies and dogs of the outside world are none of my business. I just need to be a hermit in the bustling cultivation world. Qingshan put down his teacup and closed his eyes, absorbing the boiling aura of heaven and earth and entering his body to nourish his roots and bones and enhance his strength. His roots and bones had grown up enough to break through the fish leap realm. However, Qingshan did not break through immediately. He lacked an opportunity. Simply put, he lacked the realization of cultivation, the enlightenment of the great Tao. However, this deficiency, Wu Xiaobai had already helped Qingshan to make up for it, and he only needed to comprehend the remnants of Wu Xiaobai's sword to make a breakthrough. Therefore, Qingshan was constantly comprehending. The next day, the outside world was indeed very lively. and there was an endless stream of talk, surprise, and speculation from the world. Great River Sword Chi, Wu Xiaobai, Tian Dao Sect, Yuhua Sect. These are constantly brought up by people in the cultivation world. The world also knew that it was the genius of the feathered sect from 40 years ago, who had left behind a trace of his soul to comprehend the way of the saints, who had chopped out this sword towards the Heavenly Dao Sect. The Heavenly Dao Sect's demon refining pagoda broke open, and the demons that escaped, the supreme geniuses, also brought shocks to this unsettled world. It could be said that the cultivation world was in chaos. Even within the feathered sect, there was constant bickering and heated discussions over this, fearing that the Heavenly Dao Sect's army would press in. There was also a proposal to make amends and apologize to the Heavenly Dao Sect, or even give Wu Xiaobai's stone tablet to the Heavenly Dao Sect in exchange for its understanding. This proposal was also supported by some elders. However, he was sternly reprimanded down by the feathered sect's current headmaster. But inside the feathered gate, the two voices split badly. This was also the headache of the feathered sect's current sect master. He also wanted to resist the Heavenly Dao Sect's pressure, but the feathered sect was not of one mind right now. He had a headache. The outside world was noisy, and various rumors were abuzz, as Wu Xiaobai's sword last night had cut through the cultivation world's long-standing tranquility. It was a moment of clamor, but Qingshan was unaffected. He woke up in the morning from his cultivation and had already pressed last night's incident into his heart as if nothing had happened, and went to wipe the stone monument as usual. Today, Qingshan rubbed the stone tablet with a lion on it. He thought it was a demonic monolith, but when he seriously comprehended it, it was very different. You watch carefully, inspire full enlightenment, and comprehend the fearless lion seal. Qingshan blinked his eyes and was a bit phased. This was not a demon clan's technique, but a Buddhist technique. In Buddhism, the lion is the mount of many bodhisattvas and the protector of Buddhism, the most rigid and ferocious, with the title of fearlessness. That's why the fearless lion seal is also a strong attack technique of the Buddhist sect. Qingshan now comprehended it, but he could be comfortable with it. After all, he had practiced the three worlds Buddhist scriptures. Using the three world sutra to catalyze the fearless lion seal was even more powerful. At the moment of casting the spell, it transforms into a ferocious lion that instantly tears through the enemy. Qingshan immediately returned to the bamboo house, wanting to cultivate properly. However, on the way back, Qingshan saw a flower in front of that stone tablet of Wu Xiaobai. Is someone coming? Qingshan quickly collected his aura. Outsiders couldn't see his cultivation realm. This was the concealment method he had comprehended from the stone tablet. As long as he didn't perform it, and other people didn't come to check it in person, just by looking at the outside, they couldn't tell that he had cultivated. However, Qingshan looked left and right and did not find anyone else. Perhaps, just here to deliver a flower, Qingshan muttered. Returning to the bamboo house, Qingshan began practicing the fearless lion seal, making this his own technique. When Qingshan finished practicing the fearless lion seal, the time had already come to night. A day passes like this. Qingshan has accumulated to a boiling point at this moment. Roots and bones grow, aura is abundant, and the Tao is natural. He could break through the fish leap realm. After absorbing the remnants after Wu Xiaobai's sword last night, Qingshan had completed the accumulation of everything, but he wasn't in a hurry. Instead, he got up and bathed, lighting incense until the whole thing burned out, and his whole being settled down and subdued. Only then, in the bamboo house, he closed his eyes and meditated. He uses this set of rules for readers. Before doing anything big, you need to meditate, bathe, burn incense, and do a series of preparations to settle yourself down. Readers read to strengthen their spirit, to strengthen their mind, and to get a meritocracy. Qingshan practiced cultivation, but also to strengthen himself, expand his horizons, and go to that peak to have a look. When the last of the smoldering incense burned out and the dust fell, Qingshan sat in meditation. His head was empty, there was nothing, yet it seemed like there was everything. From the beginning of his practice, the stars in the sky twinkled and spilled endless long rays of light that penetrated the windows and fell on him. Starlight entered his brain. Qingshan felt his whole body was cool, bathed in the clear light of the moon, and the pores of his whole body were frantically absorbing aura. Behind Qingshan, 3 golden Buddhas emerged, sitting in the void, surrounded by the sun, moon and stars, mysterious and incomparable. The 3 golden Buddhas closed their eyes slightly and knelt down to make seals. Their demeanor was peaceful, not as solemn as other temples. The 3 worlds Buddhist scripture could be said to be the most mysterious and powerful of all the techniques that Qingshan had comprehended. Using the 3 worlds Buddhist scriptures as the base for all feats, Qingshan was very relieved. At this moment, Qingshan's breakthrough had plundered the aura of the thoughtful cliff. In the distance, that sea of clouds, white clouds rolled over, providing aura. Li Qingshan's spirit was empty. He wanted to break through from the Zhongshu realm to the fish leap realm. This breakthrough, it's water under the bridge. It's like someone fishing and the fish takes the hook and just picks it up. As for those waiting moments ahead, it's all about accumulation. And when there's enough accumulation, the fish come naturally. Right now, Li Qingshan was fishing. He had accumulated enough, waved his fishing rod and violently lifted it. Boom boom boom. Seashell cliff around the isolated sea of clouds, surging and boiling. Li Qingshan huge spiritual energy, fishing up a fish. Fish leap realm. Logical. Li Qingshan opened his eyes. The world was completely different. He could see the Tao hidden behind the aura, as if a small fish had seen the ocean. Fish leap over the sea at this point. Ask for a little recommendation. Collection. The author is very hard in writing. Now everything is naked, without any recommended resources. The data is dismal, so you need a little support. All hands on deck. Thank you. Chapter 14, 40 Years of Pregnancy. Chapter 14, 40 Years of Pregnancy. Chapter 14, 40 Years of Pregnancy. Successfully breaking through the fish leap realm was not too much of a surprise for Li Qingshan. It's like eating and drinking with ease. This night, all the aura of the Siwu cliff was swept away by him. Fortunately, there was no one else on the Siwu cliff. Li Qingshan could do whatever he wanted. After breaking through the fish leap realm, Li Qingshan's life was the same as usual. Eating and drinking, rubbing the monument to cultivate, drinking tea and enjoying flowers, and quietly watching the clouds roll in and out. All the strife in the outside world had nothing to do with Li Qingshan. In this way, a month passed quickly. This month Li Qingshan had been stabilizing his cultivation and nourishing his roots and bones. His cultivation automatically broke through as his roots and bones grew, reaching the peak of fish leap. Roots and bones like a forest are this horrible. During this month's time, the thoughtful cliff was calm, but Li Qingshan estimated that the outside world was not calm. With Wu Xiaobai slashing out a saintly strike and shocking the world, all of this had changed. Even after a month has passed, the outside world continues to debate the matter. The Heavenly Tao sect wouldn't let go of the Feathered sect either. But according to Li Qingshan's feelings, the Feathered sect was still smooth internally, which meant that the Heavenly Tao sect wasn't putting their main focus on the Feathered sect right now. Of course, all of this was Li Qingshan's speculation. Soon, though, his little informant arrived. Xiaojiu came over cheerfully, counting the days when he had the chance to visit his brother once a month. Early this morning, she bid farewell to her master and came quickly. Brother, haven't you seen me for a month? Do you miss me? Xiaojiu asked as soon as she came up and hugged Li Qingshan's arm in a pampered manner. Did you bring me wine? Li Qingshan asked. I asked you if you wanted me, and all you know to do is ask me if I brought any wine. Xiaojiu pouted and said in dissatisfaction. When I brought wine, I missed you. When I didn't bring wine, I didn't miss you much. Li Qingshan laughed and pinched Xiaojiu's nose. This girl with her cultivation breaking through the sect master. Fully developed, looking like a big girl. The height was even taller, 1.7 meters or so, all the way up to Li Qingshan's chest. Also more beautiful, beautiful as heaven. In the future do not know how many teenagers heart white moonlight. Oops, I brought wine. Xiaojiu broke away from Li Qingshan's hand in a petulant manner, rubbed her nose in dissatisfaction, then took her storage bag and carried out several jars of fine wine. Last time, Li Qingshan said that everything is good in the Siwu cliff, but there is no wine, and the days are dull. So that Xiaojiu will come next time and bring a few jars of wine. What her brother said, Xiaojiu kept in her heart, and she set out several jars of fine wine as if showing off. These can be master's treasures. I secretly took them out, Xiaojiu whispered. Li Qingshan raised an eyebrow and picked up a few jars of fine wine, similarly whispering, alright then, I'll secretly hide it. Only our siblings know about this matter. Xiaojiu giggled, watching her brother carefully hide the fine wine. Brother, next time I'll steal some over to you. I remember Master said that the fine wine from Master Gong's place is the best in the world. Xiaojiu blinked and said. Li Qingshan remembered that her senior grandfather, who was the previous sect headmaster of the Feathered sect, after passing on the throne to the current sect headmaster, he had hidden behind the scenes and didn't show up much. If this is caught, you will be beaten. Li Qingshan scared her. Xiaojiu raised her snow-white neck and proudly said, I am now the treasurer of the Feathered sect. Master has already decided to set me as the eldest sister among the new generation of disciples, giving me top-level treatment and letting me cultivate properly. So how could I possibly hit me? Xiaojiu simply do not believe in Li Qingshan's words. Besides, this wine she took away. Do not believe that the master does not know, only to turn a blind eye, as if they did not see it. After fighting with her brother, the two siblings sat together, looking at the 100 flowers in the yard, looking at the bamboo forest outside the 100 flowers. The mood of emptying, very soothing. Brother, it's still good that you're here. Xiaojiu leaned on Li Qingshan's shoulder, admiring the beautiful scenery and murmured. Li Qingshan's broad shoulders stood upright and asked, "Are you tired?" "I'm okay. With the secret method given by my brother, my root bones have changed drastically. Cultivation is very easy for me now, so I just cultivate every day, and it's a simple life. But the feathered sect is having a hard time right now." Cao sighed. "What's wrong?" Li Qingshan asked with a raised eyebrow. "The first big sect of the righteous path, the Heavenly Tao sect, united a dozen big sects, together sanctioned our feathered sect, put an end to a lot of unfolding activities, the medicinal herbs we need, the equipment. They also launched a blockade, every aspect of the pressure. It's simply bad," Xiaojiu indignantly said. Li Qingshan thought to himself that this was indeed the case. He knew that with the vindictive acting style of the Heavenly Tao sect, how could they not retaliate after being caused such a big trouble by Wu Xiaobai, a disciple of the feathered sect? I had thought that the Heavenly Tao sect would be so burned out from the demons and enemies fleeing from the demon refining tower that they wouldn't have the energy to deal with the feathered sect. Now it seemed that Li Qingshan had still underestimated them. The Heavenly Tao sect does not do anything, but even pulls gangs, isolates the Feihua sect, and blocks the Feihua sect, which, although there is nothing substantial action, makes the Feihua sect feel doubly uncomfortable, and all kinds of resources are lacking in pounds, and the heart is diaphragmatic, as if it had eaten a dead rat. Nine felt that way. "Brother, do you know Wu Xiaobai?" Xiaojiu asked. "I know," Li Qingshan nodded. "Not only do you know, you've met. You're sort of a friend. Then you must know. Wu Xiaobai's wife is a woman of the demon race and was suppressed by the Heavenly Tao sect in the demon refining tower. Just a month ago, Wu Xiaobai resurrected from the dead and cut out the sage's sword, splitting the demon refining tower to save his wife, and also completely offended the Heavenly Tao sect." Xiaojiu was like a larking bird, whispering in Li Qingshan's ear. Li Qingshan looked at her in surprise and asked, "How do you know so well? Wu Xiaobai saved his wife." This matter Li Qingshan sure did not say to anyone. How come it's all over the place? This was investigated by the Heavenly Tao sect themselves. They were sure that Wu Xiaobai was dead, but a sword chi that was left behind had been storing up and accumulating strength until now, just to save his pregnant wife. Xiaojiu said, "Wait, did you say that Wu Xiaobai's wife is pregnant?" Li Qingshan suddenly interrupted Xiaojiu. "Yeah, it's also recognized by the Heavenly Tao sect, and they're now looking for Wu Xiaobai's wife all over the world to catch her for revenge." Xiaojiu added, "The sword was chopped out by Wu Xiaobai, and now that the Heavenly Tao sect can't find Wu Xiaobai, they're wreaking havoc on their wives and children?" Li Qingshan frowned. "You were the ones who broke up the couple in the first place, causing one to die and the other to get pregnant and be suppressed. 40 years have passed, people chopped through the demon refining tower to save their own wives, and you still want them all over the world. How is the behavior of the Heavenly Tao sect even more devilish than the devil's way? However, Wu Xiaobai's wife has been in the demon refining tower for so long, pregnant for 40 years, and hasn't given birth to a child?" Li Qingshan suddenly thought, it's been 40 years since they were separated. This child hasn't been born yet? One more chapter to go. Asking for all kinds of support. Chapter 15, The Fox Demon Gives Birth. Chapter 15, The Fox Demon Gives Birth. Chapter 15, The Fox Demon Gives Birth. Xiaojiu shook his head. Then who knows? Anyway, the Heavenly Tao sect said that the demon woman is still pregnant. Her strength has been sharply reduced, and the child in her arms is a combination of human and demon. A monstrous fetus, which will surely cause a great disaster after birth. So those who believe in the Heavenly Tao sect are shouting to kill and fight. Xiaojiu sighed. A woman, even if she was a demon, was pathetic. 40 years of not seeing the light of day is not something anyone can take on. Li Qingshan also sighed. Perhaps the topic was too heavy. Xiaojiu and Li Qingshan did not have any interest in chatting. Sitting together, Xiaojiu lay on Li Qingshan's lap and even fell asleep. Not practicing, but sleeping soundly. Li Qingshan reached out to straighten up his scattered sideburns and placed a tranquilizing spell on Xiaojiu before carrying her to the wooden house, placing her on the bed, and covering her with the quilt. Although Xiaojiu doesn't say it, but she must have practiced hard during the weekdays and didn't dare to slack off. I'm afraid that she hasn't slept naturally like this for a while. Li Qingshan looked at her tenderly. Without interrupting, he picked up the fine wine brought by Xiaojiu on the side and poured himself a drink. Time passes. Soon to the night, Xiaojiu woke up, the first time shocked, but saw Li Qingshan strolling in the moonlight, immediately at ease, comfortable stretching. Brother, I'm going back. Xiaojiu got up and came out and said, I'll give you a ride. Li Qingshan said. Xiaojiu did not refuse, and holding hands with Li Qingshan, they walked under the moonlight, crossed the small bridge, stepped over the stream, and came to the edge of the Sea-Do cliff. See you next month. Xiaojiu waved with Li Qingshan with a big smile. Li Qingshan carried his hands behind his back, gently nodded, and said, "See you next month." Xiao Jiao flew away. She had long since stopped worrying now that she saw Li Qingshan unharmed. Li Qingshan watched Xiao Jiao's back disappear completely and looked at the moon. He realized that tonight's moon was very bright and shone the thinking cliff very clearly. Li Qingshan had nothing to do with idleness anyway, so he turned around and walked back to the bamboo house. But as he walked, he suddenly heard the suppressed sound of a woman wailing in agony. It's a miserable sound, as if a cat is scratching your heart. Li Qingshan frowned and slowly approached. Then he saw a scene of amazement. Not far from the bamboo house, there was a woman lying on the ground, sweating profusely, screaming miserably, and on her lower body, there was blood oozing out. She's in labor. What's more crucial is that behind this woman, there are 3 foxtails. The spawn has used up all her strength. The tails can't be covered up anymore, dancing in the air, and the demonic aura fills the air. Wu Xiaobai's wife. Li Qingshan immediately guessed the identity of this woman. It was also at this time that the fox demon woman let out a scream, very sharp, and then a wild cry was heard, croaking. Li Qingshan stopped in his tracks with a strange expression. Only in the daytime did he talk to Xiao Jiao about this matter, and in the evening Wu Xiaobai's wife came to the Xizhong cliff to give birth to her son. Karma, I must say, is wonderful. Li Qingshan stopped his footsteps, did not approach, is not want to bother. The woman gave birth to a child. This is a mess. And then see him, alarmed by the slightest. That can be really sorry, Wu Xiaobai. But Li Qingshan did not want to go over. The fox demon who gave birth to a child. After simply cleaning up, the weak voice came. Little brother, could you come over here for a moment? Li Qingshan hesitated for a moment, but still walked over. The fox demon has now leaned against Wu Xiaobai's stone monument, her face white, her green clothes dusty, but on her side, there is a snow-white little fox wrapped up, quietly sleeping. On you, I sensed Xiaobai's aura. You've seen him, right? The fox demon woman looked at Li Qingshan with tearful eyes. It dawned on Li Qingshan in his heart. No wonder he was called over. That last sword, it possessed me and chopped out. Li Qingshan said truthfully. Xiaobai, still left before me. The fox demon woman shed tears. Pear blossoms and rain. Very sad. Li Qingshan was silent. After a long time, Li Qingshan asked softly. This is the feathered sex Do cliff. How did you get in? Feathered sex defense can be slack enough compared to 40 years ago. I easily slipped in. The fox demon woman wiped away her tears and smiled weakly. Even though her face was pale, her beautiful face could be seen, and it was no wonder that Wu Xiaobai's heroes could not survive the beauty. However, Li Qingshan only glanced at it before looking at the snow-white little fox. Is this the descendant of the Xiaobai seniors? Li Qingshan asked hesitantly. After being suppressed into the demon refining tower, I immediately noticed that I was pregnant. But in the demon refining tower, there is a daily punishment of whipping the soul. I can't give birth to her. She will die as soon as she is born. So I used all the energy of the great exalted realm to delay her molding until today. 40 years of time, she devoured most of my cultivation, and couldn't hold on any longer. If it wasn't for Xiao by chopping out that sword, I'm afraid that when this girl was born, she would have died in the demon refining tower. The fox demon woman's pupils collapsed a little. She suddenly reached out and tried her best to grab Li Qingshan's pants leg. I languished in the demon refining tower for 40 years. If it wasn't for the sake of my daughter, I would have gone with Xiaobai long ago. After I escaped, I came here non-stop. I want to give birth to Xiaobai's daughter in front of his monument, but I don't have time to grow up with her anymore. I beg you, raise her. She's Xiaobai's daughter, even though she's a fox now. That's because she's been absorbing my energy for the past 40 years. She'll metamorphosize when she's an adult. I've exhausted everything. I just hope you bury me with Xiaobai. I'm going to be with him. He's been dragged down by me and ended up like this. I'm sorry for him. The fox demon woman was in tears, begging Li Qingshan. Li Qingshan nodded and picked up the little fox, saying with a heavy heart, I will raise this little fox to grow up. Thank you. The fox demon woman's breath was fading rapidly as a piece of her mind was cleared. At the last moment, she reached out to caress Wu Xiaobai's stone monument, with a sweet smile on her face, and murmured, in the future, no one will ever come to disturb us again, and I will always be with you. The fox demon woman's cultivation at the level of Great Exalted One was consumed at this moment, and she leaned against Wu Xiaobai's stone monument, closing her eyes as her breath dissipated. Li Qingshan hugged the little fox. Inner shock. This has to be how great perseverance. After enduring 40 years of torture in the alchemy demon tower, and then after a month of rushing, came to the feathered sect. It is to be in front of Wu Xiaobai's monument, gave birth to a daughter. Is this love? Li Qingshan muttered. He looked towards the joint tomb of the old man guarding the monument and the female disciple not far away, and was inwardly shocked as he looked at Wu Xiaobai and the fox demon woman. an old man who guards the monument, willingly came to the cliff for a glimpse of his youth. A fox demon woman, in order to continue offspring for her husband, exhausted her great exalted realm cultivation and suffered for 40 years. And finally, after giving birth to her daughter, she left her body. Qingshan didn't know what to say. He could only silently bury the fox demon woman, using Wu Xiaobai's stone monument as the tombstone, and the two of them were buried together. Then, he carried the little fox and returned to the bamboo house. Ask for recommendations. Favorites. Chapter 16, The Vigilant Little Fox. Chapter 16, The Vigilant Little Fox. Chapter 16, The Vigilant Little Fox. Qingshan carried the little fox back to the wooden house and wrapped it in a towel. Looking at the little fox shivering, Qingshan inputted his true qi to ease her cold. When Qingshan input his true qi into it, he realized that inside the little fox's body, there was a huge stream of true qi that wrapped around her dantian. That's why she hasn't been born in 40 years, I guess. Until this true essence is absorbed and finished, she will always be in fox form. Poor little girl. Qingshan touched the little fox heartily. The body was snow white, without a trace of impurity, pure as the first snow, because it had just been born and had not yet opened its eyes. Under Qingshan's gaze, the little fox's eyelids trembled and seemed to be about to open. Qingshan watched with a smile on his face. The first person the little fox saw was not his father and mother, but him. As expected, the little fox opened his eyes. It saw Qingshan. Its pupils swiftly changed from pure at the beginning to panic. Its body exploded. Its body arched up, and with a sharp cry, it directly fled out of Qingshan's bamboo house. Qingshan's face changed as he performed his stance and quickly followed him out. The little fox escaped from the bamboo house, followed the smell, and came to the monument of his parents, barking in a small voice, sounding like a doll crying, very sad, in scratching the stone monument with his paws. It smelled the depths of memory on the tablet. It knows its mother has moved away from it. It was different from other newborn demon clans. The little fox was spiritually intelligent and agile at birth. It's terrified of humans. Qingshan saw this, and he stopped far away and watched silently. The little fox screamed miserably a few times, and without waking up his sleeping parents, he could only run towards the outside of the thinking cliff. Qingshan immediately followed. The little fox ran, and came to the edge of the cliff of the thought, and there were cliffs on all sides, and the white clouds were floating, and the broken geese were in the west wind. With the chains of the Sivan cliff closed, it is an isolated island, with no external road, unless one flies over it. But the little fox was just born and could not yet fly, and stood at the edge of the Sivan cliff, shivering. Qingshan watched from a distance of several hundred meters, his expression thoughtful. When the little fox saw Qingshan approaching, it became milky and fierce, looking at Qingshan angrily. Squeak, squeak, squeak. It barked hard to express its anger. This little fox has been in its mother's stomach for 40 years, although it was not born. I'm afraid that it has been conscious for a long time and has been in the demon refining tower. Seeing its mother being punished, it is naturally afraid and hateful of humans. Qingshan analyzed it from its behavior. He backed away slowly. Only then did the little fox put away its expression of milky ferocity, and stood alone, pitiful, and helpless at the edge of the thoughtful cliff. Qingshan had been looking after it with his sovereign domain to make sure it was alright before he took a step back, until finally, Qingshan retreated to the cabin. It was only then that the little fox felt a little safer, coming from the edge of the cliff of thought to the monument of his parents, curling up into a ball and shivering. I don't know if I'm hungry or freezing. Qingshan reckons it's both. He thought for a moment, and left the cabin to collect the 100-flower dew. That thing was a treasure. This 100 flowers in the thinking cliff so rich in spiritual chi place to grow out, except the essence of the sun and moon baptism. Drops of dew, naturally also contains spiritual chi. 100 flowers dew, put outside, is also a cultivation of a big help. Seeing Qingshan go out of the wooden house, the little fox fled at the speed of light and hid far away, then secretly observed. Weak and pathetic. Qingshan ignored it. The current little fox was like a scared bird. It couldn't afford to be scared at all. Qingshan collected the 100 flowers dew, then took out the blanket and quilt, and came to the grave of Wu Xiaobei couple. Your daughter is very wary of humans. Let her stay here for now. Qingshan sighed. Looking at the little fox that had pulled away another few hundred meters, he shook his head helplessly, putting down the blanket and quilt, and the 100-flower dew. Qingshan returned to the cabin. He closed his eyes and practiced, no longer caring about the little fox or looking at it. Qingshan believed that the little fox was now hungry and cold, and would definitely eat after making sure there was no danger. Instead of watching and increasing the little fox's sense of crisis, he would rather cultivate properly. As expected, the little fox made sure that Qingshan was in the bamboo house and came back cautiously. At first it was not going to use the blanket and quilt, nor was it going to drink the 100 flowers dew. But in the end, the hungry one couldn't resist the aroma of the 100 flower dew and licked a mouthful of it, then squinted its eyes in relief. It was just too good to drink. Drinking the 100 flower dew, the little fox didn't forget to monitor the bamboo house to make sure Qingshan didn't come out. Finally, the little fox finished drinking the 100 flowers dew. During this period Qingshan didn't come out. It a heart only put down. Confused, it hid in the blankets and quilts, curled up in a ball, quietly fell asleep. Inside the house, Qingshan was quietly practicing and raising his realm. Outside the house, the baby foxes are newborn and need more sleep to grow slowly. It was a hurried day that went by. Qingshan practiced for one night. The little fox sleeps peacefully through the night. Both sides are comfortable. Early the next morning, Qingshan stopped practicing and pushed open the bamboo house. The little fox was immediately awakened and transformed into a white lightning bolt, quickly disappearing. Qingshan didn't care and went to collect the 100 flowers dew on his own, then called out to the 5 ghosts to create a small cabin on the little fox's side so that it could be protected from the wind and rain. The 5 ghosts moved quickly and handily built the cabin, a suitable place for the little fox to live without much effort. When Qingshan got the 100 flowers dew ready, the wooden house was ready. He rearranged the blankets and quilts, then put down the 100 flowers dew, and went to the far side to rub the steel forest and comprehend the gong method. The 5 ghosts sanitized the rest of the place and become still, quietly comprehending the 5 emperors' great devil avatar. The little fox then slowly approached, also step by step, very small courage, really sure that there is no danger. Qingshan also disappeared, only then close to the wooden house, sniffing the 100 flowers dew, only a little happier. Gollum. The little fox was hungry too, and finished the 100 flower dew, and saw the cabin, and whirled from side to side. He did not fit in, and tried to pull out the blankets and quilts, but he had very little strength, and in the end did not succeed, and hung his head down and paralyzed himself in the cabin. A short while later, soft snoring sounded. The little fox fell asleep from exhaustion. After Qingshan came back from comprehending the stone monument, he collected his breath and did not make a sound, did not disturb the little fox's beautiful dream, entered the bamboo house and also started practicing. Right now, I can only change it subconsciously. The encounter in the demon refining tower made the little fox not trust me at all. I need to slowly gain its trust. Qingshan murmured in his heart. It's a permanent thing. He had enough time, too, to get this done. In this way, Qingshan returned to the bamboo house to cultivate, and the little fox slept in the wooden house, without disturbing or interfering with each other. Chapter 17, Blossoms on the Other Side of the Sky. Chapter 17, Blossoms on the Other Side of the Sky. Chapter 17, Blossoms on the Other Side of the Sky. For 30 days in a row, the little fox was still wary, not improving at all due to Qingshan's efforts. Every morning when Qingshan woke up, it hid far away, its eyes vigilantly staring at Qingshan without relaxing. Only when Qingshan placed the 100 flower dew, and some other food items, in front of that little wooden house of his, and then moved away from it, did the little fox come back to eat. Qingshan had also tried to get closer to it, but he didn't know if it was because the demon refining tower had done too much damage to the little fox, or for some other reason. The little fox just didn't want to touch him, so Qingshan also gave up. Now this is fine, at least the little fox has something to eat, something to live in. The wind doesn't blow, the rain doesn't shower, grow up at ease. Qingshan can also afford to be less white senior couple. After figuring out this matter, Qingshan did not dwell on when he would be able to gain the favor of the little fox and put his heart into cultivation. After another month, his cultivation kept growing daily, and he had long since reached the peak of Fish Leap, on the verge of a breakthrough. The Fish Leap realm is a realm where cultivators cross the hierarchy from mortal to comprehend the world's great Tao. It's like a carp jumping over the dragon door and accomplishing something extraordinary. After the Fish Leap realm comes the Other Side realm, comprehending the great Tao. The fish leaps the Dragon Gate and reaches the other shore before one can transcend mortals. Only when you break through to the other side can you be called a real person. The most central aspect of a clan was the number of pilgrim realists, with the top masters being about the same. There are more real people on the other side of the world, and that follow-up potential is only great. Why is the feathered sect no match for the heavenly Tao sect? It was because neither the top masters nor the real people of the other side of the world could compare. Other sects used the pilgrimage realm as their core experts, but the heavenly Tao sect was different. They used the realm one realm behind the pilgrimage realm, the great exalted realm, as their core. That was why in the era when saints were not present, the heavenly Tao sect was able to overwhelm a host of other sects and became the veritable number one gate. Qingshan's cultivation, Qingshan's accumulation, had long reached the edge of being able to break through. The gong methods that he comprehended daily became more and more powerful. so now Qingshan was preparing for a breakthrough. On this day, the sky of the feathered sect resounded with thunder. Rumble! The sound of thunder was unceasing, and the lightning was terrifying as it raced through the clouds in the air. It was as if a god was raging and roaring at the world. The sound of thunder echoed between heaven and earth. Tick, tick, tick. Some rain fell and landed on the eaves with a crisp sound. The rain hits the eaves and knocks down a floor of the past. Qingshan, dressed in white, stood under the eaves of the house, looking at the dark clouds rolling over the sky and admiring the fresh rain on the empty mountains. A few drops of rain, as if pulling open the eyelids of the heavens, and the next moment, with a crash, a torrential downpour, with lightning and thunder, it washes over the world. Qingshan raised his head and looked at the almost very short time, under the eaves of the house, in the corridor, on the small bridge, all covered with rainwater, along with the rain falling and the gusty wind sweeping through. Qingshan worriedly looked towards the stone monument of the Shaobai seniors there. The little fox was in its cabin, wrapped in a blanket, looking out at the world and at Qingshan. A month later the little fox had grown quite a bit, still wary in her eyes, but not as wincing as she had been at first sight. The little fox also understood that Qingshan wouldn't hurt himself, but he had a cautious character and hated humans, so he didn't want to get close to them. Qingshan was sure that the little fox was fine and was relieved. With such heavy rain, I won't go out to wipe the monument forest. I've come to sit quietly and listen to the rain and drink tea to cultivate my feelings. Qingshan had a feeling. It is a pleasant thing to sit peacefully and drink hot tea in the pouring rain. He thought of doing it, and immediately prepared the tea set, boiling water, and the tea leaves planted by the feathered sect itself. Qingshan moved skillfully and made tea in a flowing stream. In this moment, he didn't want to cultivate, didn't want to make a breakthrough, he just wanted to quietly drink tea, listen to the rain, and watch the rain. Outside, the lightning flashes and the storm rages. Under the bamboo house, Qingshan sat quietly listening to the rain and drinking tea. Picking up a cup of tea, Qingshan took a light sip and only felt relieved. He was taking in the world in this rainstorm. Rumble! Thunder roared, but Qingshan watched, but gradually became mesmerized. It was a moment as if the world had been silenced. Inside his body, his true chi stirred and his energy boiled, but on his face, he was calm. Unconsciously, Qingshan practiced on his own without any conscious effort. He reached out his hand and spread it out flat after looking at it intently. Snap! The rain ran down the eaves and hit his palm, splattering into flowers, breaking into a million petals and smashing into the ground. A splash that bursts out. The splash was extremely brief, and an unusual person wouldn't even notice it, because immediately afterward, countless splashes of water slammed down. If there's only one drop, it makes the one just now seem particularly intentional. But there are countless drops of water falling so that the average person cannot see the mystery. Qingshan looked and felt something in his heart and said, "This rain, born in the sky, falls on the ground, and in the middle is life. This short moment is a lifetime of rain." At this moment, Qingshan blessed his heart. What had been troubling him? How to comprehend and break through the realm of the other shore? At this moment, there was an answer. A crack appeared at the threshold of his Pishang realm. Click! The threshold that had been troubling him was broken because of a rain shower. But Qingshan didn't rush to make a breakthrough. He looked towards the flower garden in the distance. All the flowers are fading. The flowers have been in bloom for some time, and it will soon be winter. And these flowers are gradually fading, leaving only a few winter bloomers to come to life. Heavy rains fell and washed away the last bit of stubbornness from the hundreds of flowers that would not bloom on the flower beds until the coming year. Qingshan withdrew his palm, and in his palm, there was a streak of water. Qingshan suddenly got up. He had a sense in the underworld. He enlightened the water. This water will be able to wake up the 100 flowers. In the distance, when the little fox saw Qingshan get up, his expression, which was so lazy that he was about to doze off, condensed and looked nervously. His first thought was to escape. But, it's pouring outside. Run out and it gets dirty. Foxy hates being dirty and she is a clean girl. So it stared at Qingshan closely. Once Qingshan made a move to get close to it, even if it hated being dirty, it had to escape. Humans are abominable, and it doesn't want to be touched. Luckily, Qingshan didn't come over. He walked out from the bamboo house and walked in the rain. The heavy rain fell. Every drop avoided him and fell around him, splashing a splash. Qingshan drove to the flower garden. He dripped the rainwater from his palm on a flower that had already lost its leaves. The flowers miraculously bloomed again, just for a moment, revitalized and delicate. As Qingshan looked on, a sentence came to mind. Flowers bloom on the other side of the sky. The life of rain and the life of flowers were the thresholds that supported Qingshan to break through the realm of the other side. As Qingshan continued to comprehend and cultivate, His breakthrough only required an opportunity. The opportunity now comes. Boom! In Qingshan's body, the huge amount of energy that had been accumulated for several months instantly transformed into a huge wave that broke through the other side of the shackles and made a direct breakthrough. Qingshan's realm, from the peak of Fish Leap, entered the realm of the other side. Boom boom boom. Behind him, the three Buddha silhouettes emerged, emanating the aura of the past, present, and future under the pouring rain. And a whole garden of flowers has come to life in this moment. Qingshan smoothly completed the metamorphosis from the Fish Leap to the pilgrimage realm. Fish leap over the sea at this time. Flowers bloom on the other side of the sky. This garden is full of flowers and colors, all congratulating Qingshan. Ask for some recommendations. Favorites. Really need them, thanks. Chapter 18, Digging a Grave. Chapter 18, Digging a Grave. Chapter 18, Digging a Grave. Successfully breaking through the pilgrimage realm, Qingshan looked at the garden full of flowers and was in a good mood. He returned to the bamboo house, under the roof, and continued to make tea, sip it, and enjoy the wind and rain. Yeehaw! When my predecessor's cultivation wasn't wasted, he was only at the peak of the Fish Leap, and now I've already surpassed it. In a little over a year, the root bones are still growing like a forest. Next I'm going to scrub the steel forest properly, comprehend more powerful techniques, and enrich myself, striving to make every root bone full of fruits. Qingshan sipped his tea while thinking, what should he do on the next path? The root bones were like a forest, striving for all of them to grow into heavenly trees, and then taking each of the heavenly trees, and hanging them full of feats. If this continued, Qingshan guaranteed that he could surpass all the masters. All this, do not rely on fighting for other people's things, do not rely on fighting and killing. In a small think about the cliff, Qingshan has big ambitions. Let's set a small goal first, to peek into the realm of saints. Qingshan took a sip of tea and cozily watched the crashing rain. The little fox that was separated by distance had been staring at Qingshan. It watched Qingshan walk out of the wooden house. It watched Qingshan comprehend the great Tao. It watched Qingshan break through to the other side. It also watched 100 flowers in delicate bloom. The young fox's outlook on life is shocked. This man, who was sort of a neighbor to it, was so powerful? Enlightenment in the rain caused 100 flowers to bloom. Stepping on the other side of the shore, and those three terrifying shadows behind them felt even more terrifying than the punishments in the demon refining tower. The little fox was even more scared. It was still raining heavily, or else it wanted to run away, hide, and never see Qingshan again. Qingshan was speechless when he saw the shivering little fox. This little guy was quite pitiful. 40 years of life in the demon refining tower had brought it an indelible shadow. Now at birth, with both parents dead and alone, and with a clueless spirit in the womb, the wariness and distrust of humans was deeply ingrained. Qingshan was not seeking to gain its favor now. He only hoped that under his eyes, the little fox could grow up peacefully and become an adult, so that he himself could afford the Xiaobai couple. A man and a fox. In this reign, with different minds, it should have remained quiet, but Qingshan suddenly sensed something and frowned gently. Someone has come to the thoughtful cliff. Qingshan's patriarchal domain detected it. It should now be called the other side of the field. As his cultivation broke through and improved, the sovereign domain expanded along with it and became even more stealthy and undetectable. Even people of the same level had not discovered Qingshan's domain. Thoughtful cliffs. On the edge, in the pouring rain, two men approached cautiously. This feathered sect's defense is also too lax, far less than a tenth of my heavenly Tao sect. No wonder it has been declining more and more over the years. A disdainful and contemptuous voice rang out. The person who spoke was a middle-aged man, eagle-eyed and always staring around. Following him was a middle-aged man with a big belly, balding, Mediterranean haircut, and a few famous hairs in the center. Senior brother Zhou is right. My feathered sect's defense is slack, this person said. He was an elder of the feathered sect, the Paisher realm, and now he had actually colluded with the people of the heavenly Tao sect to come to the thoughtful cliff together, and he called the other party senior brother. This heavenly Tao sect senior brother Zhou smiled with satisfaction as he said, there is no future in the feathered sect. You brought me in this time. As long as I take away Wu Xiaobai's stone tablet, your merit will be enough to enter the heavenly Tao sect, and when the time comes, it will definitely be better than being in a poor sect like the feathered sect. I also need to be mentioned by senior brother Zhou. I will definitely try to find Wu Xiaobai's stone tablet. His stone tablet is very easy to find, the obese hairless middle-aged man said excitedly. Brother Zhou looked at the endless forest of monuments in front of him and coldly grunted. The humiliation that Wu Xiaobai has brought to my heavenly Tao sect this time is simply 10,000 debts that can't atone for his sins. It's just that right now my heavenly Tao sect's energies are all focused on dealing with the demon pagoda's subsequent problems, and they don't have the energy to deal with the feathered harmony sect, And that's why I'm sneaking in here to look for the stone monuments of Wu Xiaobai, digging up the grave and digging up the tomb, and even if I die, I will take it back to the Heavenly Tao sect to condemn the crime. Wu Xiaobai was still my eldest senior brother before, only that he was too ungrateful and clashed with the Heavenly Tao sect again and again. Please ask senior brother Zhou to come with me. I know that not far away from entering the thoughtful cliff is Wu Xiaobai's stone monument, the obese hairless middle-aged man respectfully said. Lead the way. This time, if you can take away Wu Xiaobai's stone tablet without alerting others, you'll be credited with the first merit. I'll report to the sect and give you the status of a disciple of the Heavenly Tao sect, so that you can leave this impoverished and backward place. The Feathered Harmony sect. Senior brother Zhou smiled coldly, his words extremely disdainful of the feathered sect. The obese hairless middle-aged man was so excited that he worked even harder, bringing the Heavenly Tao sect's senior brother Zhou to look for Wu Xiaobai's stone tablet. Qingshan was under the eaves of the house, holding a cup of hot tea, his eyelids drooping. A cold aura flashed inside. It's the Tendo sect again. People's couples are already dead, and the Heavenly Tao sect still won't let them go, and now they're even coming to dig up their graves. It's really bossy. When you hurt others, you are complacent. When you are hurt yourself, you are vindictive. And the dead go to confession. It's simply overbearing. Qingshan had thought that he had cultivated himself on weekdays and had been calm enough that ordinary things could not shake his heart at all. But at this moment, he had overheard the other party, and his anger literally rose out of nowhere. It's too much of a bully. Breaking up other people's couples, suppressing other people's wives for 40 years, and giving violent shocks to unborn babies are things that the Heavenly Tao sect doesn't even mention. The Heavenly Tao sect was full of thoughts that their demon refining tower had been impacted. So they wanted to take revenge. Even if the enemy is dead, then the grave must be dug up to warn the world. What's even more outrageous is that the rebels within the feathered sect are willing to be traitors to the Heavenly Tao sect, opening up the passageway and letting others waltz in. With such an elder, how could the feathered sect not be weakened? Groveling and hating to lie on the ground and bark twice. Damn it! Qingshan was cold inside. He looked down from the bottom of his heart on people who led wolves into the house. As an elder of the feathered sect, enjoying countless resources, he turned out to be a person with a rebel bone in the back of his head. You guys sneak into the CO cliff. Then don't blame me for being impolite. Qingshan's eyes were slightly cold as he drank his tea in one go and shouted in a low voice. 5 ghosts. You've been suppressing it all these days, right? Now you can make your move. Qingshan coldly said. Boom. Around the courtyard, the 5 Rakshasa stone statues moved, transforming into phantoms in an instant and heading straight for the enemy. The 5 ghost sorcery technique, which was originally a very powerful technique. After the birth of the 5 ghosts, they practiced the 5 emperors' great devil avatar, which was even more advanced. At this moment, the 5 ghosts were in the same realm of the Pishang realm as Qingshan. The 5 ghosts were out to kill 2 pilgrimage experts with ease. As for Qingshan, he was still sipping his tea and watching the rain, not putting these 2 people of the pilgrimage realm in his eyes. They were not qualified to let Qingshan make a move. Not worthy. Chapter 19, Wu Xiaobai is still alive? Chapter 19, Wu Xiaobai is still alive? Chapter 19, Wu Xiaobai is still alive? Under the rainy night, the 5 ghosts were so excited to receive Qingshan's permission that they disappeared into the monument forest in a matter of moments. The 5 ghosts naturally loved to kill, and were originally the ultimate killing technique of the Devil's Way, created to be killing machines. They know no fatigue, they know no pain, they just know to kill, and death in battle is their final destination. This technique had once shown for a while as well, and was honored as a great killing method of the Devil's Way. To this day, the experts of the Devil's Way continue to search, trying to find this technique and then overpower the righteous way. However, when this gongfu reached Qingshan, it became a farming and leisure genre. The 5 evil spirits became Qingshan's housekeeper, sweeping, cooking, watering flowers, keeping fish. With his own reclusive character, Qingshan changed the nature of all the 5 demons. Later on, Qingshan also gave the 5 ghosts the ability to practice the 5 emperors' great devil avatar so that they could think for themselves and evolve. The 5 ghosts were changed by Qingshan and ran wildly towards an unknown road, but the killing character in their bones remains the same, just hidden. Now that Qingshan gave the order that they were allowed to kill, the 5 ghosts transformed into ghosts and traveled through the monument forest, silently approaching the 2 Zhou brothers. Qingshan held a cup of tea, admiring the rain and observing the wind. Suddenly, his eyelids dropped and he whispered. Instantaneous seconds. In the midst of his senses, the 5 ghosts instantly secured the 2 pilgrim masters who had slipped in. Heavy rain washed over heaven and earth, dark clouds covered the sky, and the monumental forest appeared dim. The feathered sect's elders walked ahead, constantly observing and searching for Wu Xiaobai's stone tablet. Senior brother Zhou of the Heavenly Tao sect followed behind, looking around with very surprised eyes. Your feathered sect is also truly honored by your ancestors. This monument forest has suppressed an unknown number of enemies. And of course, there are quite a few of your feathered sect's own disciples. Senior brother Zhou said, the glory of the ancestors is thick, and now it's fallen. Holding on to the old system, and remembering the past, the historical baggage is too heavy. Saying all day long that the history has never been broken is just some empty words. It's not as good as the Heavenly Tao sect, which has risen up since a few thousand years ago, and is suppressing the world now. This is the most advanced system, the feathered sect elder said from the bottom of his heart. He just didn't like the feathered sect. Even if he had grown up using the resources of the feathered sect, he still didn't like it. In his eyes, the feathered sect was like a pale old man, chattering on and on. Where is it as good as the Heavenly Tao sect? Hearing this, senior brother Zhou arrogantly nodded his head and said, that's only right. The Heavenly Tao sect represents the future. The feathered sect represents the past. It's clear who will be chosen. Brush. A dark shadow flashed from the distance. Wait, did you just see that? Senior brother Zhou's face changed as he stared tightly around and asked seriously. The feathered sect elder raised his head suspiciously and asked, see what? A black shadow. Senior brother Zhou said coldly, I didn't see it. The feathered sect elder shook his head. Don't worry. No one even comes to this thoughtful cliff on weekdays. There's only a wasted genius guarding the place. Where is there any black shadow? Are you looking at it wrong? Brush, brush, brush. As soon as the words fell to the ground, several black shadows quickly pounced out, startling the feathered sect elder and senior brother Zhou, who immediately struck out. Boom boom boom. Senior Zhou executed the Heavenly Tao sect's attack, the 9 laws of the Heavenly Tao, transforming into a round shield that resisted in front of him, and then he looked up and just happened to see the Rakshasa's general face, reflected on the round shield. Devil Tao Rakshasa, or 5. This is the 5 Ghosts Solicitation Technique. Senior brother Zhou immediately recalled a book of information on the Devil Tao that he had once seen, in which the 5 Ghosts Rakshasa technique was recorded. Not much difference from the 5 ghosts in front of us. This thoughtful Cliff. There is actually someone who knows the 5 Ghosts Solicitation Technique? In the next second, in senior brother Zhou's mind, this question came to mind. In the next second, with a click, the round shield was shattered by Rakshasa's slap, and in an instant, the slap landed on senior brother Zhou's face. Boo! His head exploded and split apart, and he fell on the spot. On the other side, the feathered sect elders were no better. A Rakshasa ran from the shadows, like an assassin, and a claw quickly penetrated his back, crushing the heart. Instant seconds. The 2 pilgrim realms were defenseless in front of the 5 ghost Rakshasa. Qingshan sensed this, took a sip of tea, and said, those who kill yourself, clean up after yourself and don't leave the slightest trace of blood. In the monumental forest, 2 gruesome corpses fell to the ground. 5 giants that were about 3 meters tall looked on, staring at each other, and cleaning, looking at the blood splattered on the stone monuments around them, the brain matter, and the red-stained ground. There were 3 Rakshasas who immediately took a step back. The meaning is clear. They didn't put up a fight. You 2 killed the man, and it's your turn to clean up. The 2 remaining Rakshasa who had struck out opened their mouths, eager to say something, but the 3 Rakshasa didn't listen to the explanation, and quickly returned to the vicinity of the bamboo house, continuing to be a statue, and participating in the 5 Emperors' great devil avatar. In the monumental forest, the Rakshasa who struck out, could only hold back and clean up. Remember, the next time you strike, be clean, don't get it all over the place, it's sloppy. Qingshan shook his head and lectured them. 5 ghosts took that to heart. On the opposite bank of the Sihuan cliff, on a huge rock, stood an old man in green. He frowned as he looked at the opposite side of the Sihuan cliff and said in a low voice, senior brother Zhou has been in there for so long, why hasn't he come out yet? Has he encountered something? He was also from the Heavenly Tao sect and had received orders with his own senior brother to come and take away Wu Xiaobai's stone tablet. Senior brother went in with the inner elder of the feathered sect, and he himself let the wind out here to remind them. It was thought to be a quick thing, but a long time had passed and his senior brother and the feathered sect elder were still nowhere to be seen. The old man was worried and finally decided to go in and take a look. With the point of his toes, his body was as light as a swallow, and he flew up, flying towards the thoughtful cliff. The old man was the pinnacle of the pilgrimage realm, and he was the one who had formulated this operation. Just take away Wu Xiaobai's stone tablet and don't start a conflict with the feathered sect. When the sect had freed up its hands, it would come back to deal with the feathered sect and give it a deep lesson. Or even, the overthrow of the feathered sect. The old man's eyes flashed with a cold aura. Anyone who offended the people or forces of the Heavenly Tao sect would have to pay a huge price. Qingshan, who was enjoying the rain, frowned again. Killed 2 and here comes another one? Why is it never ending? Is the cliff of thought for you to come and go as you please? Li Qingshan's face was cold. He was really annoyed. The Tian Dao sect's vindictive character. He had seen it all. This old man was at the peak of the pilgrimage and was also going to rush in. Li Qingshan looked at the cup and half a tea, end up thrown towards the air. Boom! In an instant, this half tea transformed into a raging and surging sword chi, wrapping up the rain between heaven and earth and flying towards the distance. The aura is unmatched. Between heaven and earth, a sword condensed by countless rainwater, accompanied by thunder, rumbled and chopped. The old man of the heavenly Dao sect, who was just about to set foot on the thoughtfulness cliff, suddenly felt a huge crisis coming and looked up. The rain in the sky rolled a sword chi and rumbled down. This is Great River Sword Chi. The old man panicked. What did he see? Great River Sword Chi. Is Wu Shaobai still alive? The old man didn't even have time to think about it as this sword chi poured down. Rumble. The sword chi penetrated through the body and took away everything. The great river of sword chi that Li Qingshan threw out vaporized this person instantly. Chapter 20 The Female Disciple Who Doesn't Remember. Chapter 20 The Female Disciple Who Doesn't Remember. Chapter 20 The Female Disciple Who Doesn't Remember. With Li Qingshan's strength now, in the same realm, he was equal to invincibility. Just like this old man of the heavenly Dao sect, the peak of the pilgrimage. But without even seeing Li Qingshan's face, he was vaporized by the great river sword chi that descended from the sky. As Li Qingshan practiced the everlasting life method, he used his broken root bones as seeds and planted them. He then gradually broke away from the ranks of cultivators in the eyes of commoners. The current Li Qingshan, who was at the beginning of the Pishi realm, could easily kill an ordinary cultivator at the peak of the Pishi, and this was the gap. That's not even counting the realm of the other shore, where there are 9 seas to cross. Li Qingshan was just on the first big sea, but he was a cultivator who could raise huge waves and beat the 9 seas. This is the root and bone of the forest to bring him the bottom. Vaporizing the old man of the heavenly Dao sect was not on Li Qingshan's mind. The reason he did so was that he didn't want people to come and disturb his quiet cultivation. But this feathered sect's defense, it's really lax. As if it's 100 holes in a broken net, anyone can come in. Li Qingshan sighed, feeling a headache for the feathered sect. This would really give Li Qingshan a headache if people were to sneak into the thoughtful cliff on a regular basis. Let's hope that the feathered sect can improve. This rain will wash away all traces of it, and with the loss of an elder of the pilgrimage realm, the feathered sect should be on guard as well. Li Qingshan muttered, looking at the rain gurgling outside the eaves. He closed his eyes and began to absorb the aura from the rain. The rain cleanses the world. It also brought up aura like a tidal wave. The aura of the old world sank into the ground, and a heavy rain brought brand new vitality, moisturizing the earth and also nourishing Li Qingshan. It was as if he were in an infinite sea, swimming quietly and freely to the end of the sea, the world on the other side. Time seemed to stand still. Li Qingshan was quietly practicing. The little fox curled up in a ball, with only a pair of clear eyes staring at Li Qingshan. The rain continued to fall, washing the blood away from the monumental forest, and no one knew that 3 people had just died here. It rained all day yesterday and today you can smell the grass. Today is the 1-month deadline. Jiao was supposed to come. Li Qingshan was also waiting for her. Every month, she would come and bring Li Qingshan some living resources, as well as a variety of books, so that Li Qingshan could kill his boredom. However, she didn't come today, and when Li Qingshan came back from wiping the tablet and comprehending the new gong method, he didn't see Xiao Jiao either. Strange, she is the most active every time. Why didn't she come today? Li Qingshan frowned. A trace of worry arose in his heart. Something's not going to happen to Zhao, is it? In the next instant, a man came to the Sivan cliff. Li Qingshan sensed it, but when he used his domain to take a look, it wasn't Xiao Jiao, but another woman. This woman Li Qingshan didn't recognize, just felt a little familiar, but couldn't think of who it was. In the original body's memory, unimportant people, Li Qingshan chose to forget. He thought about it and stayed where he was, not going out, because he could see that the woman was coming towards him, and she was wearing the feathered sect disciple costume. Thinking of the cliff, the female disciple walked, looking at the huge stone monument, endless. Her feelings are lonely, depressing. No wonder those seniors who were punished in the past for coming to the thoughtful cliff died of depression. This really isn't a place for people to stay. It's a pity that Li Qingshan, who should have been an astonishingly talented and admired being, is stupid in the head and self-absorbed. This time the youngest senior sister asked me to come and deliver something. I didn't want to come, but I also wanted to see what the person I once admired has fallen into. This female disciple was one of Li Qingshan's senior sisters, who used to admire Li Qingshan and express herself openly and secretly, though the predecessor had not given any response. So much so that now, She was a bit mentally twisted and wanted to go in front of Qingshan, even wanting to say, "Thank you for not seeing me in the first place." Before, there was a huge gap between them. One was a genius that everyone had high hopes for, and the other was a female disciple with empty looks and ordinary qualifications. Female disciples are naturally inferior. Now there was also a huge gap between them. One was an invalid who had his cultivation and root bones wasted, and the other was a beautiful and promising disciple of the feathered sect. The female disciple wanted to see Qingshan's shocked, regretful expression. Walking inside along the Siwu cliff, the female disciple was in a high state of mind. She felt that the current Qingshan, who should be a scruffy man, should have been suffocated for more than a year in this Liao no one Siwu cliff. She should have been suffocated crazy. Seeing her, surely she will regret that she was not cherished in the first place. However, as they gradually went deeper and deeper, the female disciple looked at the paradise of birds and flowers, small bridges and water, and was so surprised that she could not speak. And when she saw that young man standing in front of the 100 flowers, a white dress, face like white jade, temperament transcendent, like an exiled immortal person, Qingshan dangled on the spot. He is still the same stunning genius? He hasn't fallen from grace. The female disciple's memories tumbled, remembering the first time she saw Qingshan, plump like jade, a humble gentleman. The current Qingshan, his temperament is even better than before, and a year of thinking about the cliff did not torture him crazy. So what if the bountiful god is like jade? In the end, it's just an invalid. The female disciple clenched her silver teeth and inwardly cheered herself up before walking over. Senior brother Qingshan, long time no see. The female disciple guffawed, revealing her sweetest side as she greeted. She then wanted to show her best side to Qingshan. Which one are you? But who knows? Qingshan asked in disbelief. The female disciple blushed. She had always remembered Qingshan, had always been cynical about Qingshan, and had always complained about Qingshan, all of which had become a heart problem. But in Qingshan's case, have you forgotten who you are? The female disciple's entire body was bad. I am senior sister Yunqing. The female disciple bit her lip and said, thinking Cliff is not allowed to come in. How did you get in? Qingshan asked calmly. He had no impression of this Yunqing senior sister. The female disciple took a deep breath, having a deep sense of frustration, a breath held in her heart, with nowhere to vent it, so she could only say sullenly, it's senior sister Jior who asked me to come and bring you some books to pass the time. Is Xiao Jiao alright? Qingshan asked with concern. The female disciple shook her head and said, senior sister Jior is in seclusion, preparing to break through the sect master and enter the fish leap, so she won't be able to come for the next 2 months, and asked me to come and let you know. Many thanks. Where are the books? Qingshan was relieved this time, revealing a smile and nodding his head in thanks. The female disciple had to take out the books in her storage bag and hand them to Qingshan. The Sea Do Cliff is a forbidden place, so I won't keep you much longer. Thank you for making this trip. Take your time, Qingshan said politely, picked up these books, turned around and entered the bamboo house. None of the possible processes that the female disciple had thought about before she arrived had happened. Not only is Qingshan not crazy, but he is even better. This made her scratch her heart with 100 claws. Very difficult. Looking at Qingshan's back, she could only comfort herself in her heart. He's getting better and better now, but he's just a waste that can't cultivate. The gap between him and me is like mud. There's no need to be generally concerned with him. The female disciple turned to leave. It was only her clenched fists that showed the inner unrest. She still hadn't found her confidence in front of Qingshan. Chapter 21, Flesh as a Ship. Chapter 21, Flesh as a Ship. Chapter 21, Flesh as a Ship. The female disciples who had once admired him, Qingshan did not remember at all. After receiving what the other party had brought, Qingshan returned to the bamboo house and put down the books. For Xiaojiao to break through the sovereign realm and enter the other side, according to her cultivation progress, and then according to the extent of her roots, it will take at least 2 months. Slower 3 to 5 months, and she won't be able to come during this time, but it's good. Her cultivation has increased a little. She can also protect herself. I don't have to worry about it. This next period of time, I continue to live quietly. He was thinking about 9. The female disciple who had delivered the books had been completely forgotten. Qingshan examined these books and found that Xiaojiao was really attentive. Fearing that he would be lonely, all types were brought some to pass the time for him. Qingshan picked up the knowledge about cultivation. When the original body's cultivation was not wasted, it was only at the fish leap realm, not reaching the other side of the shore, and little was known about the subsequent cultivation information. Now that Qingshan was all the way to the pilgrimage realm, his original body's cultivation knowledge could no longer keep up. Qingshan needed to add more knowledge about cultivation. As he understood, the other side of the realm was crossing the ocean. 9 seas, crossing them one by one, in order to enter the next realm. But how you cross is a personal choice. Everyone crossed the sea in much the same way. Qingshan carefully flipped through the book and found that it recorded two mainstream approaches. The first, in the case of a large clan, provides a ship that carries the clan's pilgrim cultivators across together, during which the winds and waves are the ship to fend off for you. What is needed for this approach is a clan with a certain amount of strength, in the midst of cultivation, in the great sea of the other side, to construct a ship and maintain it regularly and protect it. This was also a necessity for top clans. Only by opening up the wheelbarrow could they escort their disciples when they broke through to the pilgrimage realm and cultivate more pilgrimage experts for the clan. But the cultivators who broke through this way were ordinary, hadn't been through much, and were well protected by the ship. The second way is to cross the sea in a personal flatboat. This is the way of the personal calendar. One man in one boat, traveling through the great sea of suffering on the other side. Eventually, by his own efforts, he came to the end of the other side and glimpsed his holiness. Few people choose to do this. The risk factor is too great, and it's a long time thing. After all, one person and one boat. Where is it comparable to a ship traveling on the sea? This was also the reason why casual cultivators could not compare to disciples of large sects. After reading the book, Qingshan fell into deep thought. They say there are boats that cross the other side, but I don't have one. That's how he was, swimming naked in the great sea on the other side. What sect, ship? What one person and one ship? In Qingshan's case, none of them. Maybe it was when I broke through. I didn't know the contents yet, and I was naked and directly soaked in the sea on the other side. Qingshan guessed. The original body was only in the fish leap realm. Where did he know all this? Qingshan knew even less. That's what created this situation. Qingshan thought seriously for a moment and said, if the world is one big sea of suffering, arriving at the other shore is the only way to jump out of the sea of suffering. The world uses ships and boats as tools. Why can't I use my physical body? Other people didn't choose to cross the other side of the sea in a physical body because there was a time when manpower was exhausted, and in case they were exhausted on the sea, they would be swallowed up. So even having a small boat allows you to rest and relieve stress and fatigue. Crossing over in the flesh is something that no absolute, super, worldly, super, fierce, stupid, person, son, can do. But Qingshan favored it. Having done all this, Qingshan had no regrets. The world is a great sea of suffering, and man is in the sea, the flesh is the ship, and the soul is the man in the ship. The ship carries people, traveling all the way to the other shore, where they can cultivate their physical bodies and strengthen the ship until they reach the other side of the sea of bitterness. It is also possible to cultivate the soul so that those in the boat become familiar with the water and grow together on all sides. By reaching the other side in this way, I will surpass others who have crossed the other side of the realm. Qingshan's inner firmness was not shaken, and he still chose to swim in the sea, naked, toward the end of the other shore. With his goal firmly in place, Qingshan continued his cultivation and rubbed the inscription. Every day he woke up early to polish the tablet, then came back to practice, and in the evening, read a book and enjoyed the view. So much for a good day. Of course, this was interspersed with feeding the baby foxes. However, the little fox continued to ignore Qingshan and ran far away every time, not allowing Qingshan to threaten it. Months down the line, the little fox is not pulling any distance at all. However, its stay now was short. Qingshan would put down the food delicacies and leave, and the little fox would come over. Like before, it would need to wait for half a day to make sure there was no danger before it would slowly and carefully come over. That's an improvement. Every time Qingshan thought of this, he shook his head with a burst of bitter laughter. So the days passed quietly for 3 months. In these 3 months, except for 2 occasions when others sent things to him, Xiaojiu did not come once. Qingshan didn't care. As long as Xiaojiu was fine, he was relieved. No one's bothering him. He can't wait. 3 months down the line, his physical body was the boat, and his soul navigated the boat across 3 seas on the other side. This made Qingshan's strength more and more terrifying. But he doesn't feel that way. Instead, he now spends a little more time in the monument every day. As his strength increased, he continued to go deeper in the steel forest and saw a different heaven and earth. On this day, Qingshan got up early in the morning, and after a simple wash, headed to the monument forest. In this year or so, with the bamboo house as the center, Qingshan had comprehended all the stone tablets in a 10-mile radius. Next, he's going to go deeper. This was also the first time that Qingshan broke through the 10-mile boundary and looked towards the deeper monument forest. The Sejinji Cliff, which is known as the forest of millions of monuments, is incredibly large in scope, and there is only Qingshan alone, and he is not in a hurry, so he takes it one step at a time. After comprehending all the stone tablets in the periphery, Qingshan only advanced a little bit. Wanting to be fast is not good enough. he still understands this truth. Walking out 10 miles, Qingshan saw even more massive stone monuments, inserted into the depths of the land. Some of them were full of moss, vines, and suffered from the wind and rain. And what's more, the words on the stone monuments had already been peeled off, so it could be imagined how far back in time it was. The stone monuments 10 miles away are all at least 2,000 years old to have such a dilapidated look, Qingshan muttered as he looked at these stone monument molds. A stone monument close to Qingshan was tens of meters high, but the edges and corners were broken and falling off, and the rest of it was entangled with vines. Qingshan saw this and made a move, slicing through the vines, and then cleaned up this stone monument, and only then did he see the pattern on this stone monument clearly. For elephants, sacred beasts. Chapter 22, Let me teach you to cultivate. Chapter 22, Let me teach you to cultivate. Chapter 22, Let me teach you to cultivate. A stone tablet from 2,000 years ago with the 4 sacred beasts engraved on it. Xian Wu, Shu Bird, White Tiger, Green Dragon. Qingshan felt that this was a very powerful technique, and he wanted to learn it properly. So he sat down in front of this monolith and watched it carefully, immersed in it. Letting time pass, Qingshan was completely immersed in it, looking at the lines of the 4 holy beasts, looking at the Tao rhythms emanating from the 4 holy beasts. Qingshan's spirituality was absorbed into it. He didn't care at all. He doesn't mind absorbing as much as he can with his spirituality, aka gnosis, at full level. If this were any other person, and their spirituality was sucked out, they would immediately be muddled, like the Walking Dead. But in Qingshan's case, such worries were not there. His eyes were fixed on the 4 holy beasts, mesmerized. Roar! It was not known how long had passed, but in Qingshan's ears, a fierce beast roared. He fixed his eyes on it. It was a huge Xuanwu, standing in the northwestern land of the Great Zephyr, its limbs propped up, its body like a huge mountain range, incomparably huge. Only then did Qingshan see that he had entered the illusion created by the 4 holy beasts' stone tablet. He saw the eastern green dragon, hovering in the air, its greenwood breath stirring around it, alive and well. He saw the southern vermilion bird, haunted by phoenix flames, its shrill cry resounding through the heavens and earth. He saw the white tiger in the west, with its sharp gung-ho breath, erupting from its fur, rigid and fierce. The 4 sacred beasts, representing wood, water, fire and gold. They stood in the 4 directions of heaven and earth, staring intently at Qingshan in the center. They were going to devour Qingshan's spirituality and turn Qingshan into an intellectually disabled person. The 4 holy beasts all pounced up in an instant, frantically tearing into Qingshan's spirituality. Qingshan let them devour his spirituality, full of enlightenment. He was not afraid at all. Instead, he took this opportunity to feel out the 4 holy beasts little by little. In this way, the 4 holy beasts devoured Qingshan's spirituality, and Qingshan figured out their gong methods. Finally, the 4 sacred beasts ate their fill and looked at Qingshan with fear in their eyes. This person was like a bottomless abyss. The spirituality was unknown and completely devoured. In the illusion, Qingshan was calm and collected, looking at them with a faint smile. You guys are full, right? The 4 holy beasts looked at each other. You guys are full, then you can go out with me. Heavens will 4 elements decree. Qingshan shouted. His hands paddled, and a huge suction force sucked the 4 holy beasts to his heels, then into Qingshan's spirituality. Click. Illusions that don't break down. Outside, Qingshan opened his eyes and let out a long breath as a line appeared in front of him. You rub it carefully to inspire full enlightenment and comprehend the 4 elements of heaven's will. A full level of enlightenment. Letting the 4 holy beasts absorb it and letting them suck it up before comprehending it. A quick look at the time and it's early morning again. Qingshan grew up, shook off the dust on his body, and said in surprise, how many days have passed since my enlightenment this time? He turned to go back, stepping on the snow, 10 miles of territory in a flash. Arriving at the bamboo house, Qingshan saw the little fox picking at his door, obviously already hungry. When Qingshan approached, the little fox immediately stepped back and looked at Qingshan with indignant eyes. This time it didn't immediately flee, but instead wrote a few words on the ground with its claws. Where have you been? I'm hungry. Qingshan smiled faintly, squatted down, picked up a dead branch and followed the little fox's example, writing down a few words. How many days have passed since I went to practice? The little fox huffed and puffed as it looked at Qingshan. It wouldn't want to say a word to Qingshan if it wasn't for the fact that it couldn't get food for itself right now. But it couldn't be helped. Who let this Sea-Do cliff have no other intelligent species other than it and Qingshan? On the contrary, there were fish in the lake, but the little fox was only just born, had no cultivation at all, and didn't know how to use water, so he couldn't catch any fish. It's been 3 days and I'm hungry. The little fox wrote a line in indignation. Li Qingshan smiled apologetically and said gently, "I'm sorry." At the same time, he wrote, "I'm sorry," on the ground. This is his ill-considered, originally thought in before the same. The big deal is half a day. Not just comprehend it. Who knew that comprehending for 3 days was a bit too long? And the little fox was only born. So it's normal to be angry when you can't get food. But this also allowed Li Qingshan to see the cute side of the little fox. It loathed humans. But without realizing it, it also knew in its heart that Li Qingshan would not harm it. In its hunger rush, it couldn't care less about loathing humans and came over to pry Li Qingshan's door. Now it was even more willing to communicate with Li Qingshan. Although he was complaining about Li Qingshan was happy. The little fox looked at Li Qingshan's sincere apology on his lips and wrote under his hand, and froze slightly. This human, behaving in a way that made her comfortable. The little fox originally wanted to accuse Li Qingshan for a few sentences and immediately run away. But these 2 apologies made her not feel too good about leaving. He prepared things for himself to eat without complaint. Only this time something delayed him and he got mad at him. It's a little more irrational. Although disgusted with humans, the little fox was very reasonable. Li Qingshan apologized twice, giving it a whole lot of embarrassment. Li Qingshan looked at the tangled little fox, smiled gently and wrote a line on the ground. "You wait here for a moment. I'll go prepare something delicious." When the little fox saw the delicious food, its stomach growled and looked at Li Qingshan's departing back, wanting very much to leave and not come into too much contact with humans. But it was so hungry, it doesn't want to go. "Just wait for this one, and pull away as soon as you're full," the little fox told himself in his mind. Then it stayed in front of the few lines written by Li Qingshan, looking at the strokes of the words and comparing it to its own crooked, as if it was a ghost drawing. The little fox blushed. It will have words that are inherited from its mother, and as it gradually grows older, these inheritances will awaken a little. Li Qingshan decisively went to the lake and grabbed up a few fish, then built a fire on the spot, took out the salt and started to roast the fish in front of the little fox. The little fox watched Li Qingshan grill the fish, its pure and lovely eyes blinking. It was afraid of the firelight, just like it detested humans. But today, it didn't run away. It didn't hide. It stayed with Li Qingshan, for the first time, in such close proximity. Perhaps it was because of Li Qingshan's 2 apologies? Neither did the little fox. Li Qingshan baked fishcraft is actually not that good, but cannot help the little fox hungry for 3 days. And it's the first time he's ever eaten fish, so it wolfed it down. A few fish were his, and the little fox ate them with his white fur turning dirty. It caught on behind it and started to slow down and eat little by little. Li Qingshan gently looked at this little guy. Suddenly remembering something, he picked up a tree branch and wrote on the ground, "I'll teach you to cultivate." The little fox's action of eating the fish stopped abruptly. Raising its head, its bright eyes looked at Li Qingshan. There was no more hatred, loathing, only confusion in its eyes. It wants to follow Li Qingshan and learn cultivation? Chapter 23, One Man, One Fox. Chapter 23, One Man, One Fox. Chapter 23, One Man, One Fox. The little fox ultimately did not agree to Li Qingshan. It finished eating the fish, then looked deeply at Li Qingshan and quickly ran back to its cabin and hid. Li Qingshan looked at the little fox's departing back, and shook his head as he looked at the line he had written. Impulsive. It was only then that Li Qingshan remembered that the little fox was naturally averse to humans and was timid by nature, and was able to communicate with him and eat the fish he had baked, also because it was really hungry. But it doesn't mean it will consistently listen to Li Qingshan. It seems like it will take a while to get closer. Li Qingshan was not discouraged, put out the fire, entered the bamboo house, lay down on a chair, and closed his eyes to recuperate. His aura cleansed around him, spreading all around, agitating the aura, like a lake, making waves. Heavens will 4 elements decree. This was a very powerful technique. Li Qingshan felt that it was definitely not a technique at the level of Zunshi and Great Zunshi. Then, it can only be a sage or above's technique. Since that person practiced the 4 elements of heavenly will decree, did he break through to the saint realm? Li Qingshan guessed. That stone tablet words were great, and the 4 elements of heavenly will determination was also very powerful. With the double stacking, would it be possible to break through to sainthood? Li Qingshan pondered as he practiced. Eventually, he came to a conclusion. No, for since that great war 3,000 years ago, there has been no saint on earth. Even if he was as stunning as Wu Xiaobai, he had comprehended a trace of the great terror between life and death. How many experts, how many amazing geniuses, cultivated to the peak of great exaltation, pursued hard, tried every method, and were unable to break through. In the end, their great end came and they fell unwillingly. It's pretty much a no-brainer. No matter how much the great exalted one could renew his life, he would not be able to go beyond 3,000 years. This is the law of the ages. The average great exalt's lifespan was only about 2,000 years, and he used all sorts of life-renewing things to extend his life. But the limit of the soul of a great honored one is 3,000 years, and when the time comes, it will decline, and there will be the 5 failures of the heavenly beings, and all kinds of diseases will come. Therefore, Qingshan concluded that this senior who had practiced the 4 elements of heaven's will decree had not broken the human world barrier. The great pass of the human world. Ah, is it really hard? Qingshan muttered. Why did the great passage of the human world appear? As I read various ancient records, 3,000 years ago, it was a time of flourishing cultivation, and saints were not the end of cultivation at all. But in today's day, a great exalted is already the limit. What's going on here? What else happened in that great battle? Qingshan pondered. This question he was thinking about. In fact, many people had pursued it before, but they all came up empty-handed. During this one day, Qingshan had been practicing, and the 4 elements of heavenly will decree was initiated by him. At night, Qingshan was in front of the bamboo house, under the starlight, slowly punching. It was as if he was playing Tai Chi. His movements were slow, but they were strong, like he was practicing boxing with a huge mountain on his back. The starlight fell on him like a haze cloak. Qingshan is pushing the starlight. Under the moonlight, the aura danced and surrounded Qingshan. Where 100 flowers bloom, the scent of flowers wafts through the air, and a teenager practices boxing. Not far from the teenager, the small, white fox watched with unblinking eyes. Cultivation. This was the first time Qingshan practiced in front of it, without hiding it. The little fox eyed it. It also wants to practice, but it's only just been born, and the inherited memories haven't gotten that far yet. So the little fox doesn't know how to practice. When Qingshan asked it during the day today, it actually kind of wanted to say yes, but it was so disgusted with humans that it ended up running away in a tangled mess. Now looking at the teenager bathing in starlight and practicing boxing surrounded by aura, the little fox was envious. It watched and learned Qingshan's posture, little by little, and Qingshan played slowly anyway. Just like that, a teenager and a fox, separated by a distance, punching one after the other. Qingshan had actually sensed that the little fox was learning from himself. He smiled faintly and did not move as he replaced the 4 elements of heavenly will decree with the most basic everlasting life method. Qingshan struck the everlasting life method and absorbed all the 4 directions of aura, but he didn't absorb much. Instead, he slowly pushed and converged all the aura around the little fox. The little fox sparingly followed Qingshan and learned the everlasting life method, absorbing the auras with incomparable ease as they had all surrounded it. The little fox knew that this was Qingshan's handiwork. It unconsciously rejoiced within itself. As much as it loathed humans, as much as it was a bit more introverted, it was still a child, a newborn baby girl, being cared for and treated gently. The little fox was naturally touched. Its view of Qingshan changed. This man isn't like the other bad guys. He's good, the little fox muttered in his mind. Just like that, the little fox also began its own cultivation path. Every morning, Qingshan would lead the little fox, practicing boxing in various places and absorbing spiritual chi. It was said that Qingshan was leading the way, but from start to finish, Qingshan hadn't said a word to the little fox. He didn't want to rush it. He then practiced his fists in a conspicuous place, playing the everlasting life method to gather all the auras together. The little fox had followed suit, plus Qingshan had given it all the aura to gather around it, and it had already stepped into the path of cultivation. During this period, Qingshan took the little fox and practiced boxing in the flower garden, in the monument forest, in the bamboo forest, and in the dense forest. The distance between the little fox and Qingshan was getting closer and closer. These were all things that it took the initiative to draw closer. Qingshan did nothing but treat it gently, looking at the little fox that took the initiative to pull in the distance every time. Qingshan was inwardly snickering. He also found out that the little fox was a very cute girl, clearly wanting to get close to Qingshan, but each time, she only drew a little bit closer. Also not wanting to reveal her heart, the little fox was cautious. But her small actions in the eyes of Qingshan is so cute, and do not tear him down, every day to bring it to practice boxing. In this way, a month later, the little fox and Qingshan really stood together and practiced boxing, closing the distance. The little fox had taken a full month, and now it could openly stand by Qingshan's side and follow him in his cultivation. Of course, at night, it will go back to its cabin to rest. After practicing boxing today, Qingshan and the little fox walked back together. The little fox's body was small. Qingshan took one step. It had to take several steps. Seeing it like this, Qingshan simply picked it up and placed it on his shoulder. The little fox was startled and immediately tried to struggle. But Qingshan said, "Here, this will be your seat from now on." Only then did the little fox stop struggling. Looking left and right, its tail slowly and gently wrapped around Li Qingshan's neck. A smile hung at the corner of Li Qingshan's mouth. Without realizing it, the relationship between the little fox and Li Qingshan had pulled in so much. Chapter 24, a single chapter on life and death. Chapter 24, a single chapter on life and death. Chapter 24, a single chapter about life and death. I don't like posting single chapters, but this book is currently going through its first trial run, competing with a dozen other books. The pressure is immense. I never thought this business would be so voluminous. I clicked on the recommended list and looked at a dozen books, and I swiped through them multiple times, but they didn't come up with my book. This nifty, because the trials have to be killed from these books, at least the top 3, to have a chance of advancing to the next round. Otherwise, GG, at least survive a couple rounds right. A million thanks. I'll try to get to the code. Chapter 25, Trouble in the Feathered Sect. Chapter 25, Trouble in the Feathered Sect. Chapter 25, Trouble in the Feathered Sect. As Li Qingshan and the little fox got on good terms, wherever Li Qingshan went next, the little fox had to follow along. Li Qingshan practiced boxing and it followed. Li Qingshan went to wipe the stone tablet, and it followed along. When Li Qingshan was fishing by the lake, it dropped stones and disturbed Li Qingshan. The little fox's usual repressed nature showed itself. It's really just a little girl, a sweet girl. It's just that those 40 years in the demon refining tower made it see too many scary things, so it's introverted and doesn't like humans. Li Qingshan soothed its suffering with gentleness, and the little fox gradually opened up and its original character unfolded. Li Qingshan, who was originally alone, was surrounded by a little fox who laughed a lot. He himself was infected with a smile from time to time. The days passed quickly, and every day was just practicing boxing, cultivating, polishing the stone tablets, and comprehending the gong methods. As this cycle repeated, Li Qingshan's cultivation level was directly raised to the 8th ocean of the Pishang realm. He used his physical body as a boat and his soul to steer the boat, crossing the other side of the sea, cutting through the thorns and killing his way to the 8th sea. It's just an ocean away from the end of the other side. Li Qingshan was not in a hurry. This piece of sea, sooner or later, staying at the thoughtful cliff is a comfortable life. The little fox felt the same way, and with Li Qingshan, it gradually opened up and was not as gloomy as before. So every day the little fox would jump onto Li Qingshan's body and heckle and fight. The anger and indifference of the beginning was completely gone. Li Qingshan was also happy to gain a little child. On this day, Li Qingshan and little fox cultivated, wiped down the steel forest, and returned to the bamboo house after comprehending the gong method. You've been practicing with me for this period of time. Your cultivation has improved very quickly. Li Qingshan looked at the little fox whose figure was flying fast and was surprised. After not paying attention to the little fox for a while, she had unexpectedly broken through the body refining realm and entered the innate. Although it was not as fast as Li Qingshan's speed, it was still very fast. And it continues to gain speed. I'm a genius. The little fox was writing on the ground with its paw, looking at Li Qingshan with a haughty expression. Li Qingshan guffawed and said, "It's okay, we'll wait for you to break the human world barrier in the future." The little fox looked at Li Qingshan suspiciously, wanting to ask what the great passage of the human world was. However, Li Qingshan turned his gaze towards the entrance of the thoughtful cliff. Over there, a long-lost maiden came. Cow. After a few months, she was finally here. Li Qingshan looked at the aura on her body. She had already broken through the zongsher and entered the fish leap realm. This speed was similar to what Li Qingshan had calculated. Little fox, my sister is here. Will you see her or not? Li Qingshan didn't go to greet Xiaojiu first, but asked the little fox for her opinion. The little fox was so averse to humans. Li Qingshan had to respect its opinion first and couldn't just bring little nine. The little fox froze, then quickly backed away, waving his hand at Li Qingshan to meet him on his own. It doesn't want to see anyone else. It's hiding in the cabin. Li Qingshan smiled helplessly. Don't look at the little fox who was cheerful in front of him and often laughed out loud, but that was only to him. To other strangers, the little fox becomes the same as before. Thinking Cliff, Li Qingshan met Xiaojiu who he hadn't seen for months. With a smile on his face, his hands behind his back and his slender figure, he stood on the small bridge in front of the bamboo house, waiting for Xiaojiu. Brother! Xiaojiu ran over, so excited that she hugged Li Qingshan's arm at once, sweetly shouting, "Congratulations! You've broken through the sovereign realm and entered the fish leap realm." Li Qingshan stroked her head and said gently, "This is also thanks to brother's mysterious gong method. I baptized my root bones thoroughly, and I broke through the zongsher and entered the fish leap." Little Nine was bouncing happily. The new genius disciple who was high and cold in the eyes of outsiders was sweet and adorable in front of Li Qingshan. The longevity method can always be practiced to improve your fundamentals. Don't give up, Li Qingshan said. I know. I've always practiced. Xiaojio nodded. I haven't come to see brother during this period of time. Is everything alright with brother? Xiaojio looked around and asked curiously. As long as you don't bother me, I'm all good. Qingshan raised his eyebrows and brought Xiaojio to sit down in front of the bamboo house. Which is not true. Thanks to the fact that I even stole Master Gong's wine and brought it to you to drink. And you're talking about me like this. Xiaojio grunted in dissatisfaction. Really stole it? Qingshan looked at Xiaojio in surprise. I didn't expect Xiaojio to remember the words of the joke last time and really bring them this time. Xiaojio proudly took out a dozen or so jars of fine wine and said, "Look, these are all fine wines over 100 years old. All kinds of heavenly materials and earthly treasures brewed. Absolute treasures. This time if not for the fact that I have broken through the fish leap, where would Master Gong be willing to allow me to steal them?" Qingshan lost his smile. That's a good point. You need someone else to give it up to steal it. But it was also clear from here that the feathered sect held Xiaojio in high regard, and was cultivating her with all their might. Qingshan put away the dozen or so jars of fine wine and looked at Xiaojio's happy appearance and asked, "Has anything happened to the feathered sect recently?" Right now, Qingshan's only source of external intelligence was Xiaojio. Xiaojio didn't come for a few months, and Qingshan didn't know anything about the outside world. Now that Xiaojio was here, Qingshan of course had to ask. It's not good. The Heavenly Dao sect has united with other sects. The sanctions against us are too severe. All sorts of ways to blockade us. Right now within the feathered sect, there is a shortage of resources. The people's grievances are all over the place, and the people's hearts are unstable. Xiaojio sighed and shook his head. Qingshan frowned and asked, "The blockade of the Heavenly Dao sect, so powerful?" "That's for sure. The Heavenly Dao sect is the #1 sect. When he gives an order, those small sects, or sects that look up to him, will act like thugs and surround the feathered sect, and all sorts of resources will not be allowed to enter the feathered sect's boundaries. Even our senior brothers and sisters who have been practicing outside have suffered quite a bit of damage. All the major sects are targeting us. Master has already done his best to control the situation, but lately I feel that it's a bit out of control. Within the feathered sect, there are elders who want to impeach him, saying that he's too forceful and has attracted sanctions from the Heavenly Dao sect. This group of are all soft bones. They surrendered as soon as others sanctioned them." Xiaojio cursed angrily. Qingshan pondered and shook his head. It's not that they surrendered as soon as others sanctioned them. They surrendered because their own interests were damaged. They put their own interests above the feathered sect. The feathered sect is damaged. They don't say anything. Once they themselves are damaged, that jumps faster than anyone else. And when they really fight, they will be the first to open the mountain gate wide to welcome the people from the Heavenly Dao sect to come in and change their ways. Qingshan said, "Brother, what should be done then?" Master Palmist is feeling very tired and incapable of coping with the feeling right now. Xiaojio asked worriedly. Chapter 26, The Palmist's Excitement. Chapter 26, The Palmist's Excitement. Chapter 26, The Palmist's Excitement. Xiaojio's question made Qingshan ponder. He didn't want anything to go wrong with the feathered sect, because there was no egg under the nest. And if something happened to the feathered sect and there was turmoil, then his peaceful life would also be affected. Not to mention Kao. With the talent she was displaying now, she would surely be targeted by many people. And when the feathered sect was intact, the sect master could protect her. But when the feathered sect leader was struggling to protect himself, where would he find the energy to protect Xiaojio? It's a disaster. So a stable feathered sect was the most suitable for Qingshan. Your palmist master is at the end of his rope? Qingshan asked with a frown. It's almost time. Anyway, during this period of time, the elder core kept pushing the palace and some hidden elders came out. If not for the fact that there are some people who still support Master, he would have been impeached and stepped down by now, Xiaojio said bitterly. Qingshan looked at Xiaojio and mused. Since this is the case, then go and give the eternal life method to your master. With this, you should be able to save the day and change the situation. Xiaojio was confused. What is the method of longevity? It's the mysterious gong method I passed on to you. Qingshan smiled. Didn't brother say he couldn't tell anyone? Xiaojio hesitated. She naturally wished to help her master, but she didn't want her brother to be implicated either. As long as you don't say that I taught you the eternal life method, and bite the bullet and say that it was your own chance to get the eternal life method, no one will suspect me, Qingshan calmly said. After deciding to hand over the everlasting life method, he had thought a lot about the ending. As long as Xiaojio didn't say anything, no one would suspect him, because a young man who had his cultivation ruined, his roots ruined, and who couldn't go out of the thoughtful cliff for life was not worthy of everyone's suspicion. Brother, a single longevity law can reverse the situation? Xiaojio asked uncertainly. No problem. The everlasting life method is at the root of the feathered sect. The decline once started from the loss of the everlasting life method, and was suppressed by the heavenly Tao sect until now. So retrieving the everlasting life method is the most important thing for the successive generations of the feathered sect, Li Qingshan said. And if you hand over the eternal life method, in the future, your position in the feathered sect will be absolutely supreme, and everyone will spoil you. Li Qingshan looked at Xiaojiu with a smile. Since the longevity law is so powerful and precious, why doesn't brother cultivate it? Xiaojiu asked in disbelief. The outside world is hooking up with each other. Where is the quietness and peace that comes from the Seo Cliff? Go out a bunch of worries. I am here in style and at ease. To cultivate or not to cultivate the longevity method, it does not matter. Li Qingshan did not answer positively. You go to your sect master now and give him the eternal life method, and come back to see me when this storm in the feathered sect has passed. Li Qingshan waved his hand, letting Xiaojiu leave. Okay, then I'll leave first, and I'll come back to see my brother when it's over. Xiaojiu nodded her head. Since her brother said so, then she would go and give it a try. Can the longevity method save the current feathered sect? Xiaojiu didn't have a clue in his heart, but she trusted her brother. Li Qingshan watched Xiaojiu leave and stood in place, his eyes bright and dark, pondering something. The little fox jumped to Li Qingshan's shoulder and scratched with its claws on Li Qingshan's shoulder. Why did you pass on the law of eternal life? Li Qingshan looked at the little fox, smiled faintly and said, it's supposed to be someone else's thing, so it's good to pass it on. The little fox cocked its head, not understanding why, but Li Qingshan had passed it out, so it wouldn't say anything. The storm in the outside world, it has nothing to do with us. Go, I'll take you to go fishing, Li Qingshan said to the little fox with a smile. The little fox's large tail happily wrapped around Li Qingshan's neck again, like a snow-white scarf. Feathered Sect, Sect Leader Hall. This period of time stormy weather had caused the Feathered Sect master's hair to turn white in a hurry. He tried his best to control the situation, but the pressure from the Heavenly Tao sect was too much. The Heavenly Tao sect's energy is too great. By not doing anything but sanctioning us, it's causing us to be in a great deal of internal turmoil. If it continues like this, I'm afraid that it won't be long until we're torn apart. The Feathered Sect master sighed. Feng Baiyu, you are the sect leader now. You can't be indecisive anymore. You have to pull yourself together. The previous sect leader frowned and sighed inwardly as he looked at his disciple's disheveled appearance. The original sect master was not him, but Wu Xiaobai. That was a tough character who was in charge of the Feathered Sect and would definitely bring it to the next level. But something happened to Wu Xiaobai, so he could only pick one from the others, and Feng Baiyu was chosen. He had a steady character and sought stability in his work. Not a pioneering patriarch, but just a man who kept to himself. Without the sanction of the Heavenly Tao sect, the Feathered Sect would still be maintaining the status quo now. But on the contrary, Wu Xiaobai's sword had caused the Heavenly Tao sect to angrily sanction and blockade the Feathered Sect on all fronts, all of a sudden forcing Feng Baiyu into an awkward situation. The blockade had been going on for more than half a year, and the Feathered Sect was in bad shape, with many things missing, and the disciples who had traveled outside were forced to come back. If this continues, I'm afraid that a large portion of the dozens of elders will impeach me. Feng Baiyu looked at his master with a face full of frustration. The old sect master's face was unsightly as he cursed hatefully. A bunch of sons of Es. The Feathered Sect poured in all their resources to cultivate them, and now they've all fallen to the Heavenly Tao sect. The two generations of patriarchs before and after had found it tricky. It was really that there were too few countermeasures they could take out. Just then, Xiaojiu's sinister figure walked in, making a crisp sound. Master Gong, I have a technique I want to hand over to you, Xiaojiu said with a clear voice. Feng Baiyu and the previous generation's patriarch looked at Xiaojiu. Xiaojiu, the feats and whatnot, you give them to the scripture cabinet. They will be collected over there. Feng Baiyu said softly, I can't give it to them. This Gong method of mine is called the Eternal Life Method. Xiaojiu shook her head and said crisply, Eternal Life Method, as if they had heard something unbelievable. Feng Baiyu and the previous generation of sect masters stared at Xiaojiu with wide eyes all of a sudden, eyes that blazed like the blazing sun. Did you just say the method of immortality? Xiaojiu, you're not bull ****** ting, right? Master's heart can't take it, Feng Baiyu asked excitedly. The previous generation's patriarch was also looking at Xiaojiu with bated breath. Master, I'll rehearse it once to show you. The Eternal Life Method can enhance one's roots and create more potential. I broke through so quickly because of the Eternal Life Method. Xiaojiu was full of confidence, and immediately rehearsed the Everlasting Life Method in the Great Hall of the Sect Master, with a lithe posture. Feng Baiyu and his master didn't blink, watching Xiaojiu start, watching Xiaojiu's moves, watching Xiaojiu's way of absorbing aura. Feng Baiyu and the previous generation of sect masters were so excited that they couldn't help themselves. Although the Feathered Sect didn't have the complete longevity law, They did have the remnants. Yes, 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 this is it. This is the longevity method we've been searching for 3,000 years. Feng Baiyu was so excited that he shed tears. The heavens have blessed my feathered sect. At this time of crisis, the eternal life method has returned. My feathered sect will definitely be able to pull through. The previous generation sect master was also in tears as he looked at Xiaojiu like a baby. Thank you to the pro who rewarded me. A million thanks. 3 more today. Chapter 27, The Elder of Transmission. Chapter 27, The Elder of Transmission. Chapter 27, The Elder of Transmission. Xiaojiu looked at the excited appearance of Feng Baiyu and Master Gong before he realized how important the longevity law was to the Feihua sect. To them, Xiaojiu, where did you learn this technique from? Feng Baiyu immediately asked after he was excited. The previous generation's patriarch was also looking at Xiaojiu with bated breath. A Taoist taught me when I was young, and I've been practicing to improve my roots, Xiaojiu said without changing his face. Where is that Taoist? The previous generation's patriarch panicked and asked after him. I don't know where it went. After all these years, I haven't seen it once. Xiaojiu shook his head. It's a pity, but it doesn't matter. The longevity method is complete as long as it's complete. Xiaojiu, you're now the most important person in the feathered sect. I'm going to take you to see the Elder of Transmission. Feng Baiyu clapped his hands and said excitedly. What's the point of meeting the Elder of Transmission? Xiaojiu asked suspiciously. Within the feathered sect, the only ones who truly have real power are those few elders. The Elder of Transmission, the Elder of Law Enforcement, the Council of Elders, the Sect Master, and me, the previous Sect Master explained. A Council of Elders is a group of elders who get together and raise their hands to represent a party. The Elder of Transmission, the Elder of Law Enforcement, the Sect Leader, and I, each represent one side. Regarding the sect's major decision, it requires 5 parties to vote, and it is usually stabilized when 3 parties are fought for. Feng Baiyu narrated. Xiaojiu nodded his head as he listened. So that's how it is. She had been initiated for a short period of time after all, and had brought it all to cultivation, so she didn't know much about it. Within the Council of Elders, most of the elders are still pro-Tian Dao sect and have become our opposites. The Law Enforcement Elder and the Transmission Elder are wavering and have no clear stance. So right now, we have to meet the Transmission Elder and convince him, and then the Law Enforcement Elder, and then we will definitely be able to overwhelm the Council of Elders and shut them up. Feng Baiyu explained in detail. Xiaojiu understood this time. Then will the Elder Transmitter agree? It will definitely be, as long as he sees the Eternal Life Method. 100%, Feng Baiyu firmly said. The previous patriarch said, the Elder Transmitter needs the longevity method. He's already 2,000 years old, and after spending so much time at the peak of the Great Exaltation, he doesn't have much longevity left. He needs the longevity method to renew his life, and to take a peek at the Sage's Great Passage. Xiaojiu understood. So it was like this. She followed her master and grandmaster, and together they went to see the Elder of Transmission. During this time, master and grandmaster protected her, and now Xiaojiu was an absolute treasure, and there was no one more important than her in the entire feathered sect. Thinking Cliff, Qingshan was fishing, but more of his mind was still elsewhere. Now that Xiaojiu should have told the Eternal Life Law, the feathered sect will definitely reshuffle its cards internally because of the Eternal Life Law. Xiaojiu's position is solid, and now the storm is expected to dissipate with the appearance of the Eternal Life Law. Qingshan speculated. But the threat of the Heavenly Dao sect is always still there. The Heavenly Dao sect will surely find out about the Eternal Life Method, and that will be the test after that. Can the feathered sect withstand it? My strength is still too weak. Only the 8th slice of the sea on the other side. If at this moment I am the peak of the Great Exalted, then the threat of the feathered sect would not be a threat anymore. Qingshan murmured in his heart. If he was strong enough and confident enough to face everything, he would be able to solve it. And when the Heavenly Dao sect exerted pressure, he followed Wu Xiaobai's example and chopped over with a sword, and all problems were solved. Looking at the sparkling lake, Qingshan's body suddenly vibrated with breath, energy tumbling, forcing a breakthrough. He flipped his rod and a fish jumped out of the water with a splash. Fish leap over the sea at this time. Flowers bloom on the other side of the sky. Qingshan's accumulated massive strength forcibly broke through the last barrier of the peerless realm, the 9th sea. Qingshan used his physical body as a boat, and his soul steered the boat all the way across the 9 seas of the peerless realm, and at this moment, it had already reached its peak. The next step was to break through to the other side and enter the ranks of the honored ones. Qingshan smoothly put away the fish, carried the fishing rod, and walked to the bamboo house. Do you want to eat this fish grilled or boiled? Qingshan asked the little fox. As for that momentary breakthrough just now, it was just a matter of striving to break the shackles. Qingshan did not put it in his mind. Baked, the little fox wrote decisively. Qingshan was in the courtyard, picked up a few pieces of wood, lit a bonfire, and together with the little fox, roasted fish to eat. Taking advantage of the star-filled sky, Qingshan tore off the fish meat with his hands and thought about it while eating. The realm of the exalted. Why exactly? Zun has the meaning of honor and nobility. In folklore, when the Son of Heaven on earth is honored, Xuanzi Zhengluan, the Son of Heaven is the highest in art. In the cultivation world, heaven is honored. Each Xiangyi Shang, heaven is superior to earth, and Shenkuan is fixed. So His Holiness, a milestone. In the realm of cultivation, when your cultivation surpasses the Zongshi, the fish leap, the Pi Shang, and reaches the Zunshi, it means that you have a certain status, a certain strength, and a certain sense of heaven and earth. If Qingshan wanted to break through to Zunshi, he still needed to work on his great Tao comprehension. The heavens will four elements decree that I comprehended before is something that I can put in a little more effort to comprehend more. Qingshan muttered, looking up at the starry sky. The stars are shining brightly tonight, incomparably dazzling. The little fox and Qingshan stood together, blowing the evening breeze and enjoying the beautiful scenery. The feathered sect. The elder of transmission was so excited to see Xiao Jiao perform the eternal life method that he'd burst into tears. I finally see a little ray of hope. The elder of transmission choked as he said. He was approaching the end of his great life, and the eternal life law was hope. Old senior, you are the true backbone of the feathered sect, the pinnacle within the pinnacle of the great exalted. It is only when you are around that the feathered sect can always exist, and it is only natural that this everlasting life law has to be the first thing to be told to you. Feng Baiyu said with the posture of a junior. If you seek back the eternal life method, then the others will pose no threat to you. The feathered sect will still be held by you, and that group of small elders won't be able to turn a big wave. The transmission elders said in a vicissitude tone. Senior, this heavenly Tao sect is applying pressure everywhere. We have to think of a way. We can't just sit around and wait for death. The previous generation's palmist said. The heavenly Tao sect has always acted unscrupulously. You need to join forces and liaise with other sects that don't get along with the heavenly Tao sect to fight back together. Don't limit yourselves to an inherent mindset. Elder transmission instructed if he had a point. Feng Baiyu and the previous generation's patriarch froze as they carefully recalled. Which sects of the righteous path dared to go against the heavenly Tao sect? On the contrary, it was Little Nine, who thought of it at once, and said, the Devil's Path sect, but the Heaven's Path sect has always been at odds with the Heaven's Path sect. Feng Baiyu frowned. Elder, are you asking us to cooperate with the people of the Devil's Path? Tao or not, devil or not, depends on your heart. The heavenly Tao sect is the #1 gate in the legitimate world, but they do things that are more vicious than even the Devil's sect. Can you say that he is a Devil's sect? Don't be bound by formalism. Liberate your mind. Step out of the battle between the righteous and the demonic paths. Look at the world, and you'll realize that there are many ways. Elder transmission was worthy of having lived for 2,000 years, with an active mind and open-mindedness, and after saying this, he drove Feng Baiyu's teacher and disciple away, leaving Xiao Jiao behind. Then he sought to learn from Xiao Jiao with the attitude of a disciple, and followed him earnestly, learning the method of longevity. For the first time, Jiao was someone's teacher and was teaching seriously. Chapter 28 Breakthrough in Fist Practice in the Snow. Chapter 28 Breakthrough in Fist Practice in the Snow. Chapter 28 Breakthrough in Fist Practice in the Snow. The elder of transmission followed Xiao Jiao with a disciple's salute to learn the eternal life method. This startled Xiao Jiao and he hastily backed away, shaking his head, not daring to be so reckless. The transmission elder smiled kindly and said, the one who achieves is the first. You will grow the eternal life method, and if you teach me the eternal life method, then you are my teacher, and if I follow behind you, I will naturally understand the etiquette. Jiao was a little embarrassed. This is only known to us, so there is no need to be embarrassed. Elder transmission smiled. Xiao Jiao then relaxed and said, then you won't have to do this after I teach you. The elder of transmission nodded his head. Only then did Xiao Jiao begin to teach the eternal life method. One move at a time. The transmission elder followed Xiao Jiao, like an apprentice, practicing one move at a time. On a mountain peak, the young girl and the old man practiced boxing. Thinking Cliff, Qingshan was also practicing boxing with the little fox. He had already reached the peak of the pilgrimage, and the next step was to break through the pilgrimage and enter the exalted. His Holiness needed to comprehend more of the Tao of the world. Qingshan was like a childish boy, emptying all distractions, taking the little fox with him, wiping the inscriptions, and rehearsing his punches. He doesn't care about anything outside. He knew that the feathered sect would be stabilized when they obtained the longevity law, and he wouldn't have to worry about anything else. Qingshan just concentrated on practicing boxing. He practiced 1,000,000 punches in 100 days. The young man was practicing his kung fu seriously under the clear wind and moon. the young man was under a clear sky, practicing hard and unceasing enlightenment. More than 3 months later, Qingshan closed his hand and looked up at the distant sky dome, his eyes gazing into the distance. He could see the people of the secular cities in the extreme distance. In these 3 months, Qingshan's entire being had entered a realm of emptiness. His eyes were only practicing boxing. All things in heaven and earth are his teachers. Eating, drinking tea and sleeping are all a practice. 3 months down the line, Qingshan felt that he was not very far away from the Zunsha realm. This night, Qingshan came to the edge of the thoughtfulness cliff. Looking into the distance, he could see the city, the people in the city, the mortals, running for their lives, enjoying themselves in the midst of their misery. Tick, tick, tick. Suddenly, there were drops of rainwater that splashed down at Qingshan's feet, exploding into a splash and making a crisp sound. Subsequently, the torrential rain pounded and washed the earth, wetting Qingshan's vision in a short time. At this moment, the sky seems to be penetrated, and the water of the heavenly river pours down to the earth. In the city in Qingshan's gaze, people were in a hurry, packing up their things and looking for a place to hide from the rain. Qingshan saw that someone was packing in a panic. Someone was hurrying to get out of the rain. There are scribes who protect books with their bodies. There were mothers rushing home with their children escorted. The world is not like that. Qingshan only felt that something loosened in his heart. He withdrew his gaze and immediately returned to the bamboo house and began to break through. He's feeling it. In the bamboo house, Qingshan sat cross-legged in meditation. His mind was ethereal. Nothing was there, but it seemed like everything was there. The moon fell into the black river, and the star-filled sky saw the scene. While Qingshan was cultivating, the energy of the stars in the sky, shimmering and shining on him, converged at the center of the spiritual platform and drilled in inch by inch. Starlight into the brain. Qingshan felt the whole body comfortable, cool, bathed in the moonlight clear sunshine, the pores of the whole body to absorb the clear air, the whole person floating, incomparable comfort. Behind him, 3 golden Buddhas appeared, sitting in the void, left leg stacked on top of the right, eyes slightly closed. The stars of the circumference of the sky were all around in the surroundings. The 3 great Buddhas emanate the past that originated 1,000 lifetimes ago, the present that is entangled in cause and effect, and the ethereal future. Past Maitreya Sutra, present Rudra Sutra, future Unborn Sutra. With the 3 Buddhas in attendance, Qingshan could rest assured of his breakthrough. This night, the rain gradually stopped, and Qingshan's spiritual sense, mixed with the wet heaven and earth, spread out. Qingshan saw the situation outside the feathered sect. There are old people who are sick with 100 diseases and whisper and wail at night. There are scholars who hang from beams and prick their thighs to learn the art of selling to emperors and kings. There are couples who love each other so much that they are upside down at night. There are villains counting on others, with sinister and cunning faces. All of this was instantly insight by Qingshan. His soul power, which far exceeded that of ordinary Zunis and even great Zuns, was no match for Qingshan in terms of spiritual awareness. At night, Qingshan slowly practiced and realized the Tao, but he realized that it was snowing. From rain to snow in one short night. Qingshan then remembered that the time had already reached winter. He had been enlightened quite a bit this night, but his breakthroughs always felt a little bit short. Early in the morning, Qingshan got up, washed up and pushed open the door to see that it was white outside. It's snowing heavily, Qingshan lamented. Overnight, while people weren't looking, heaven and earth changed their skin. Qingshan made tea for himself, and carrying a cup of hot tea, he came to the edge of the Sijong cliff and gazed into the distance. God's soul carries the gaze and sees far, far, far away. Qingshan saw in a trance the imperial capital of the Great Yan Dynasty in his memory. Inside the imperial capital city, under the eaves of every house that a long slip, thick as a child's arm, crystal clear, as sharp as a sword like ice prongs declared last night's cold. Under the pagoda in the imperial capital, there were several mages with brooms who were sweeping the snow on the ground. In the courtyard of the bookish family, the newlywed wife has just finished combing her makeup and throwing snowballs towards her husband. Under the snow-covered green mountains, cultivators watched the snow, drew their swords and danced, and stepped into the next realm in the snow-covered mountains. There was a snowflake covering the royal glazed tiles, and that earthly tall vermilion door seemed 3 times shorter. The wind couldn't sort out the messy footprints on the street, much less identify which ones were 800 miles away. The early passers-by never cared whether the snowflakes were drifted from the palace or squeezed off that dead branch and leaf. They are in the snow, rushing their way through life. All of this was reflected one by one in Qingshan's eyes. He watched. He realized. The breakthrough that was just one step short of last night was now smoothly crossed over. Everything he saw in his eyes, all kinds of things in the mortal world. In Qingshan's case, it was called all kinds of things on earth. Not far away, The little fox looked at Li Qingshan's back, not daring to approach. At this moment, Li Qingshan, enlightened and one with heaven and earth, blended into heaven and earth. In the eyes of the little fox, it was like an exiled immortal descending, a young man in white, enlightened in the snow, stepping into the realm of the venerable. It was not in vain that he practiced those million punches, nor was it in vain that the teenager cleared his mind. Living in seclusion at the thoughtful cliff for nearly 2 years, Li Qingshan had gone from having nothing to stepping into the Zunshe realm. This is something that absolutely no one will believe when they say it. There is also only one little fox in the world that is a witness. But at this moment, it was ignorant, only knowing that Li Qingshan was very strong. But exactly how strong? The little fox did not have a concept yet. After a long time, Li Qingshan opened his eyes, exhaled a breath, looked at the tea in the cup that had already cooled, and drank it in one gulp. Breakthrough, Li Qingshan muttered. His cultivation level had successfully broken through because he had comprehended the 100 states of the earth. But it was only a generalized concept that Li Qingshan needed to continue to deepen. But now, he turned around, looked at the little fox, and with a slight smile, like a clear wind and moon, like an orchid branch, he said, "I'll take you to practice boxing in the snow." The little fox nodded joyfully. The data is up slowly today, so I'm asking for support. Chapter 29, Assassin in the Night. Chapter 29, Assassin in the Night. Chapter 29, Assassin in the Night. Successfully breaking through to Zunshe, Li Qingshan saw a different world. Spiritual qi surged into his body like a tide, and while practicing boxing with the little fox, Li Qingshan's roots and bones were like bamboo shoots after the rain, growing crazily, and already had the appearance of a sapling. The beginnings of a forest are on display. After his breakthrough, Li Qingshan rehearsed all the techniques he had comprehended, thoroughly integrating them. He then briefly washed himself and went to wipe down the steel forest and continued to comprehend the gongfu. Now that my roots have grown, I need more feats to hang on to as fruit. As long as I hang around some more, it will be easy for that Zuni to break through to Great Zun. Li Qingshan muttered as he found his way to break through the Great Exaltation realm. Roots and bones grow, blossom and burst into new life. With Li Qingshan's breakthrough, Xiao Jiao on the other side also ended his days as a teacher. Over the past 3 months, Xiao Jiao had been instructing the Elder Transmission Elder in the cultivation of the Eternal Life method. The Elder of Transmission was very powerful, the pinnacle of great exaltedness, and if it wasn't for the shackles of heaven and earth, he would have definitely stepped into the realm of saints. But it was such a powerful man who practiced the Eternal Life law, stumbling like a child. Elder Transmission once again said to Xiao Jiao with a bitter smile, "My roots and bones have long been set. Practicing the everlasting life method is equivalent to remodeling from the ground up. It must be incomparably difficult, but it's a matter of necessity. It's delaying your time. How about this? You teach me the everlasting life method, and I'll instruct you on the cultivation. How about we make progress together?" Xiao Jiao looked at the Elder of Transmission in surprise. This was the pillar of the feathered sect, even willing to instruct her. This surprise came too suddenly. Xiao Jiao was surprised. Really? Of course, let's progress together. The Transmission Elder laughed. Xiao Jiao's little head kept nodding. How could she not be willing? In this way, Elder Transmissionist and Little Nine instructed each other, and in the past 3 months, both of them had made great progress. The Elder of Transmission learned the method of longevity and transformed his roots and bones. Xiao Jiao came directly to the peak of the fish leap, just short of enlightenment. He could break through the fish leap and enter the realm of the other shore. On this day, an old man and a young man reluctantly parted. 3 months had passed. The Elder of Transmission had learned the Eternal Life method and was going to start his seclusion. And Xiao Jiao missed his brother. Xiao Jiao, in the feathered sect, you have to be careful. I've recently sensed the heavenly Dao sect's experts spying in the shadows. They've been thieving all along. You're now the treasure of the feathered sect. You can't afford to have anything happen to you. Elder Transmission admonished. I'll be careful and stay at the feathered sect. I won't go out. Xiao Jiao nodded. Pay attention to safety. I'm going to be in seclusion for a while and won't be able to protect you at all times. The Transmission Elder said uneasily. Master and Grand Master will protect me, Xiao Jiao said with a smile. These two wastrels are just as mediocre in character, and their brains don't work. The Transmission Elder disdained them, not looking at them at all. Xiao Jiao smiled awkwardly. It was not easy for her to take this. Go on, go see your brother. I've been chanting about it for the past 3 months. My ears are getting calloused. The Transmission Elder waved his hand in disgust. Xiao Jiao smiled shyly and lightly, waving her hand, happily leaving, bouncing around, a ponytail swaying along with it, and one could see that the young girl was in a good mood. This girl is the hope of my feathered sect. This retreat, even if I can't break through the human world barrier, I will still solve the problem of my lifespan, Elder Transmission firmly said. Thinking Cliff. Xiaojiu came out from the Elder of Transmission and came straight here. She hadn't seen her brother in 3 months and she missed him too much. He flew directly over the iron rope and came to the thoughtful Cliff, and couldn't wait to meet Qingshan. Qingshan was comprehending the gongfu on the stone tablet, when he suddenly sensed Xiaojiu coming. His body moved and returned to the bamboo house, waiting for Xiaojiu to come. The snowy cliffs of Siban stepped into the cold of winter. Xiaojiu stepped through the snow and arrived in front of the bamboo house. She saw Qingshan in the bamboo house, wrapped in cotton clothes, building a ball of fire, roasting over there. Brother, Xiaojiu happily shouted. After not seeing her for a few months, she really missed her brother. Qingshan opened the door, welcomed her in amidst the wind and snow, and asked, "You haven't been here in the past few months. What have you been doing?" Xiaojiu sat in front of the fire pot, her hands roasting the fire. Her small face flushed as she said, "I'm going to teach the feathered sex transmission elder the eternal life method." Elder of transmission? Is that the top pillar of the feathered sect? The peak of a 2,000-year-old great exalt? Qingshan recalled his original body's memories and said, the original body had also never seen, but had heard of, the most powerful expert of the feathered sect. Yes, I taught him the eternal life method and he taught me to cultivate. 3 months down the line, I've already arrived at the peak of fish leap. Xiaojiu nodded his head. Very impressive. Not bad, not bad. Qingshan applauded. Unfortunately, I don't know what the reason is. I'm very slow to enlightenment. Otherwise I would have already broken through to the pilgrimage realm, Xiaojiu said in a depressed manner. Qingshan's face was odd. This breakthrough speed of Xiaojiu was already very fast. Does she want to go any faster? The matter of enlightenment can't be rushed. You can be enlightened if you have the heart of a naked child. Qingshan comforted. I know. I'm not in a hurry. Take your time. Xiaojiu nodded her head. She also knew that she was breaking through very quickly. Brother, I won't leave today. I've been practicing cultivation for the past 3 months and I'm too tired. I'll rest here at your place for the night. Xiaojiu looked at the white snow outside and suddenly didn't want to leave. Okay, I'll prepare dinner for you. Qingshan agreed in a single breath and got up to go out, get some vegetables, a few fish, and make a little home-cooked meal. The two siblings ate happily, and at night Qingshan arranged for Xiaojiu to rest in another house. At this moment, on the opposite bank of the Sihue cliff, a silhouette dived in, and on a tree, silently waited. The figure was a man, hanging upside down from a large tree, a pair of wings wrapped around his body behind him, his eyes glowing green as he stared at what was going on in the thoughtful cliff. The 9th princess of the Great Yan Dynasty entered that bamboo house and hasn't come out until now. Is she not going to come out tonight? This bat-like man frowned. He was the Bat King, one of the demon assassins bred by the Heaven's Path sect. He was ordered to kill the 9th princess of the Great Tang. I thought that by forcing the feathered sect to scrap Qingshan, they would have lost their supreme genius, but I didn't expect that in a short period of time. Qingshan's younger sister would rise and become the new hope of the feathered sect, a fish leap realm at the beginning of her teenage years. It's too terrifying. It must be destroyed. The Bat King looked on with icy eyes. No one had taken Xiaojiu seriously before because she was too young, but who would have thought that ever since she worshipped the feathered sect, she took off all the way, and in just over a year's time, she directly cultivated to the fish leap realm. The heavenly Dao sect received intelligence from the inner circle and was shocked. This Xiaojiu felt more terrifying than even Qingshan. If left unchecked, it will be another Wu Xiaobai. The heavenly Dao sect absolutely would not allow another Wu Xiaobai to appear in the feathered sect, so they sent the Bat King they had bred to the feathered sect to assassinate Xiaojiu and cut out this hidden danger. After the Bat King enters the feathered gate, he sees Xiaojiu enter the Sitao cliff. What he wanted was to hide all his breath, just like a wood, wait until the dark night and then make his move, and then go far away after killing the people, unbeknownst to the gods. Wait, Jiu won't come out. The Bat King waited until now, when the weather was cold and the snow was still falling, and he was already covered with snow and became a snowman. The Bat King was angry and hateful. He was at the 8th Heavenly Hall of Honored Ones, and he wasn't far from being a great honored one. I can't believe I've been hanging here all day. Damn it, I won't wait. I will rush in and kill Xiaojiu, and immediately disappear far away. Who can find me? Bat King was furious. This weather was too cold. He stopped hiding his breath and came down from the tree. He's going to kill someone. Immediately after the killing, he was far away. Little Nine of the fish leap realm couldn't resist him at all. But, before, hiding all his breath and being a log, Qingshan hadn't noticed. He wouldn't scan a tree outside of the thoughtful cliffs for no reason. However, now that the Bat King had leaked his breath and entered the thoughtful cliff, Qingshan was the first to notice it. He raised an eyebrow and said, Entering the thoughtful cliff at this time of the day, or at the exalted realm, it's impossible to be rushing at me, so it can only be rushing at Xiaojiu. When Qingshan thought like this, his eyelids dropped and killing intent flowed out inside. He got up and pushed the door open. In the gooseflesh snow, squeak squeak squeak, stepping on the heavy snow, Qingshan looked up at the moon and recalled the process of his cultivation. The 4 elements of heavenly will decree. In the next second, he pressed down with a single palm. In silence, the 4 elephant sacred beasts emerged around Qingshan. The green dragon hovers, the white tiger roars noiselessly, the vermilion bird spreads its wings, and the Xuanwu coils the earth. Qingshan reached out and waved his hand, and the 4 elephants' energy directly rushed out, crossing over the small bridge in water, crossing over the monumental forest like a sea, and crossing over the goosefeather snow. It was all quiet. In the next instant, with a thud, the 4 elephants suppressed down and smashed into the Bat King's body, directly exploding. In an instant, the Bat King's heart shattered on the spot. He's a little confused. He felt his heart go a little cold. He felt that his heart shouldn't be cold. He wanted to reach out and touch it, but he didn't touch anything. The Bat King slowly lowered his head, and only then did he see that a large hole had exploded at his heart, and everything inside had instantly vaporized. What kind of terrifying attack is this? This thoughtful cliff. There are only 2 people. Xiaojiu doesn't have such a strong strength. That can only be a wasted genius. Qingshan, the Bat King directly fell to the ground, his consciousness collapsing before his blood spilled. In the white earth, blood seeped out, staining the surrounding snow. At this moment, he was like a fading rose, bright red and delicate. He guessed, his pupils taking on an unbelievable color. That talented young man who was pressured by their heavenly Tao sect, had his cultivation wasted and his roots and bones broken, had actually been reborn in nirvana? In front of the bamboo house, Qingshan lowered his brows and lowered his eyes as he faintly commanded, 5 ghosts, go clean up. As for the Bat King, Qingshan didn't put it on his mind at all. The 5 ghosts could only go and clean up the blood, and as they looked at the Bat King that had become a corpse, they grinned, regretting that they hadn't noticed it first, or else the man would have been their toy, instead of having to be a cleaner. As it is now, the 5 ghosts quickly cleaned it all up, and the black night white snow continued to fall, covering everything here, and no one knew that the demon assassin that the Heaven's Path sect had bred, died at the Sivan Cliff. It's on peak right now, so top my stats and let me advance to the next round. Chapter 38-Year-Old Y. Chapter 38-Year-Old Y. Chapter 38-Year-Old Y. A snowfall last night covered the blood. When Xiaojiu woke up and looked at the snow-covered mountains, he was soothed. Last night without any pressure, she slept until dawn. Xiaojiu is now relaxed in spirit, and after simply freshening up, her face is veiled and she looks at Qingshan and smiles happily. Qingshan stood under the eaves of the house, looking at the entire heaven and earth covered in snow, and said to Xiaojiu, when are you leaving? Xiaojiu leaned over the railing and stretched out his hand to pick up Bai Shui, saying, we'll leave later. Next the Feathered Sect is going to receive some of the group of disciples from the Long Hate Demon Sect, and Master told me to show up before. The Feathered Sect receives disciples from the Long Hate Demon Sect? Qingshan was very curious. This is a rare thing. Feihua Sect is the top of the Orthodox Sect, although not as good as the Heavenly Tao Sect, but it is also considered to be the strength of the thick. The Long Hate Demon Sect was also renowned in the Devil's Way, with an unbroken legacy that had lasted for 10,000 years. In today's world, the 2 major forces of the Righteous Tao and the Devil's Sect had begun to make contact, which would surely surprise many people when it was spread out. For example, Qingshan, Xiaojiu said in a low voice, the Heavenly Tao Sect has suppressed us at every turn, forcing the Feathered Sect to be very uncomfortable, and there is constant internal strife. 3 months ago, the Elder of Transmission got the Everlasting Life method, and pointed out to the Master, saying that we have to step out of the righteousness and devilishness debate that's been going on since the beginning of time, and then look at the world, and we'll find a point to break the situation. The Heavenly Tao Sect acts more devilish than the Devil Sect, so Master made up his mind and has been communicating with the Long Hate Devil Sect for the past 3 months, wanting to form a mutual guardianship, and this time the Long Hate Devil Sect sent their disciples over to promote this matter. So Master took it seriously and asked me to attend. Xiaojiu explained. Qingshan was surprised. This elder transmitter is rather long-sighted and able to see through the essence of the problem? Awesome. The argument between the Righteous Tao and the Devil Sect was essentially a fight about the greater good, about interests, and about turf. The right way must be good? The Devil's Gate must be bad? Only extreme diodes would define a powerful clan in terms of good and bad. Brother, I'm leaving first. I'll come back to see you when I'm free. Xiaojiu waved goodbye. Qingshan watched Xiaojiu leave, In his heart he couldn't help but applaud this operation of the feathered sect. The heavenly Tao sect exerted pressure. Since you won't let me live, then I'll hook up with the devil's sect. You're now burnt out because of the demon refining pagoda. You're still able to come and stop me? This hand was something that could ease the pressure on the feathered sect right now. Of course, it would also usher in an even greater suppression from the heavenly Tao sect, but for the feathered sect, having done it, there were no regrets. Just as Qingshan was contemplating, the little fox ran over and climbed along Qingshan's legs, all the way up to his shoulders, before reaching out and pointing to the monumental forest in the distance. The little fox was asking Qingshan to wipe the steel. Qingshan stroked it and brought it along, going to the monument forest. Regardless of what happened to the feathered sect, as long as it could persist and not disturb Qingshan's quiet cultivation, that was good. This vast and boundless monument forest was where Qingshan should go. Feathered sect. Today Feng Baiyu was dressed in a grand manner, and behind him was Xiaojiu, who was beautifully dressed and had a cool demeanor. In the eyes of outsiders, Xiaojiu was a high and cold genius girl who didn't walk on mortal soil and didn't have too much contact with other people. The other elders stood behind Feng Baiyu, including the law enforcement elders who had renewed their support for Feng Baiyu. The problem with the Elder Council had been suppressed by Feng Baiyu. The law enforcement elder and the elder of transmission together supported Feng Baiyu, and the others could not make a big wave. Sect leader, do you really want to cooperate with the devil sect? After today, the reputation of the feathered sect will quickly fall. The Tendo sect will also apply more pressure. The law enforcement elder whispered. Feng Baiyu's gaze was firm, his expression unchanged. His lips moved as he said, right now, the pressure from the heavenly Tao sect has almost crushed us to death. Is elder law enforcement trying to get us all to kneel down to the heavenly Tao sect, wagging our tails and begging for mercy in exchange for a ray of hope? The law enforcement elder shook his head. I just want to tell the sect leader that there is no turning back after this step. This step must be taken. Feng Baiyu firmly said, as long as the longevity law is around, the feathered sect will definitely rise again. Feng Baiyu's voice was squeezed out from between his teeth, and only the law enforcement elder and Xiaojiu heard it. Seeing this, the law enforcement elder no longer said anything. This method was indeed the best option at this stage, sacrificing reputation for the survival of the feathered sect. The feathered sect, on the other hand, only needed to hold back and utilize the eternal life method to return to the top. Now that the feathered sect knew that the eternal life method had returned, there were only a handful of people who really didn't dare to spread the word. Alright, the long-hate demon sect's people are coming. Feng Baiyu suddenly saw ahead. There were dark clouds rolling in, a dozen huge horses, pulling a chariot, which was followed by a large group of people. This is the large force of the long-hate demon sect. At the head of the group was the eldest son of the long-hate demon sect master, Duke Wolf Smoke. The junior has met the sect master of the feathered sect. After the Wolf Smoke Duke approached, he dismounted from the chariot and paid his respects to Feng Baiyu with full etiquette. Feng Baiyu revealed a smile and personally stepped down, shaking the palm of Duke Wolf Smoke. I have long heard of the great name of your nephew's genius, and today, when I see it, it really is true to its name. And at such a young age, he has a fish leap cultivation. Everyone, please come in. My feathered sect has long set up a banquet to entertain you all, so let's eat and chat. Feng Baiyu greeted with a big smile. Xiaojiu stood in the distance, looking on with a cold expression. Her gaze did not fall on the Wolf Smoke Duke, but on a short and fat kid on the side. This short and fat kid was not very old and had a childish look, but his clothes were bright and shiny, and he did not look like a servant when he stood behind the Wolf Smoke Duke. Xiaojiu looked curiously for a few moments, but he didn't expect this person to sense it and raised his head to look at Xiaojiu. What a sensitive spiritual sense. My cultivation level is the peak of fish leap. In the middle of the crowd, with such a few glances, he immediately discovered it. Xiaojiu muttered inwardly. The ensuing banquet was filled with laughter, and the attitude of both sides was clear, cooperation. Naturally, without pricks. Just after 3 rounds of wine, Duke Wolf Smoke suddenly said, Uncle Feng Baiyu sure, there is one thing that the late generation has to trouble Uncle sure. Xian nephew may as well speak up if he has something to say. Sect leader Feng Baiyu smiled. This is my younger brother. He hasn't had a good brain since he was a child, and with the pressure of competition in the long-hate demon sect, he isn't having a good time, so I hope that Uncle Shi will agree to accept my younger brother as a disciple and keep him in the feathered sect. Duke Wolf Smoke pleaded. Feng Baiyu's eyes rolled. Could this be the sincerity of cooperation? He agreed decisively. What is your nephew saying? I will personally accept your brother as my disciple now. Duke Wolf Smoke was overjoyed and shouted, Ah way, why don't you pay your respects to the master? The short, naive boy stepped out, knelt down and kowtowed, shouting, Greetings, master. Good. This is your senior sister. Feng Baiyu pointed at Xiaojiu. "Greetings, senior sister." The naive boy greeted him. Xiao Jiao immediately returned the salute and said, "Senior brother need not be courteous. Alright, to celebrate me gaining a disciple, everyone fill this cup." Feng Baiyu raised his cup and shouted. The atmosphere in the arena was, for a while, joyous. After 3 rounds of drinking, everyone left the table one after another, and only the main people began to discuss the cooperation between the Feathered Sect and the Long-Hate Demon Sect. Xiao Jiao was instructed by Feng Baiyu to take her senior brother for a stroll through the Feathered Sect. In the snowy sky, Xiao Jiao and Bean Senior walked. "What's your name?" Jiao asked. "Why?" Shifu replied. "Full name, not a nickname," Xiao Jiao said helplessly. "I don't remember." Wei shook his head. "Seriously?" Jiao was dumbfounded. What kind of person is so big that they can't remember their full name? "So how old are you?" Jiao took a deep breath and continued to ask. 8 years old. Wei thought for a moment and answered seriously. Xiao Jiao looked odd, looking way up and down, eager to ask a question. "That's 8 years old? Are you lying to me?" Ko couldn't help but ask. "Elder sister, my brain can't remember much. I can't think of anything if you ask so quickly." Wei shook his head. He looked a little impatient. "Senior sister, I want to go there." Suddenly, Wei reached out and said seriously. Xiao Jiao twisted his head to see that it was the Saizo Cliff. "What are you doing over there? It's not for the general public to enter." Xiao Jiao immediately tried to refuse. Bringing someone with a bad brain to her brother. She wouldn't do that. "There's something there that attracts me." Wei dropped a sentence, and suddenly bent his legs and bounced, with a loud bang, right across the Sivan Cliff. It was separated by a long distance. Kao blinked. Is this something that an 8-year-old, with a bad brain, could do? Not good. "Brother," Xiao Jiao exclaimed and immediately rushed over. Thinking Cliff. Qingshan comprehended a stone tablet today, and was in the midst of fine-tuning it, when he suddenly felt something rushing into Thinking Cliff, heading straight for him. The speed was fast, and the aura spread, vast and majestic, just like a spreading stance. "Honored one?" Qingshan raised an eyebrow as he directly raised his hand, then with a thud, he slapped it down. Knock! Behind him, 3 Buddha statues presented themselves, vast and immense, blocking the man's charge. This person was directly suppressed by Qingshan in the snow. In great pain. "Why did you barge into the thoughtful Cliff?" Qingshan asked with a frown. "Because of you," Wei said with difficulty as he was subdued and in pain. "Because of me?" Qingshan was startled, thinking that he had been exposed. "I sensed the spirituality emanating from you and I came to you. I was in pain and wanted to ask for help." "How on earth did you control the massive spirituality?" Wei said excitedly. "Spirituality?" Qingshan frowned, then realized that the spirituality on this person was very dense, hundreds of times normal, and escaping. It was very dazzling, like the sun in the dark night. "You can't control your spirituality?" Qingshan asked. "Yes, as soon as I was born, I was able to absorb the spiritual chi of the heavens and earth, and in less than half a year old, I would automatically cultivate myself, breaking through the body, refining at the age of 2, innate at the age of 3, Zonsher at the age of 4, fish leaping at the age of 5, the other side of the world at the age of 6, and Zuensher at the age of 7. And with that, my body grew and grew into what it is now. But my intelligence, my realm, it's obvious that I can't manage such a powerful cultivation. I'm anxious. I realized that the rate of development of my intellect clearly could not keep up with the growth rate of my cultivation. That is to say, the cultivation level rises too quickly. At less than 8 years old, I was at the Zuensher realm, but all of my mental energy was used to control my cultivation, so much so, that I didn't have the energy, at all, to remember anything else. That is to say, this cultivation is a hot potato to me. My intellect simply cannot harness my cultivation. If virtue is not in the right place, there will be disaster. Cultivation doesn't match the position. Just the same, for the past year, I closed myself off and didn't dare to absorb any aura for fear that I would accidentally break through the great exalted realm. I'm afraid of being propped up. That's why I wanted to find one that was born with as much spirituality as I was, and then kept it under control. I want to learn from him how to control this overflow of spirituality. This man, that's you. Ah Wei quickly uttered these words, his eyes blazing at Qingshan. Chapter 31, 3 years. Chapter 31, 3 years. Chapter 31, 3 years. Just as Qingshan was about to continue questioning Wei, the domain spread and sensed Xiao Jiao's arrival. He immediately let go of Wei. Brother, this person didn't scare you, right? Xiao Jiao came over and asked with concern. No, this person is not from the feathered sect, right? Qingshan asked. He's not. He's the youngest son of the Long-Hate Demon Sect master, Xiao Jiao whispered in Qingshan's ear. He's a bit of a brainiac. Stupid. Li Qingshan blinked and looked at Wei. This was not stupid. If he was stupid, there would be no geniuses in the world. He didn't scare me. Take him back, Li Qingshan said gently. Wei was anxious and didn't want to go back. Go back first. Wait until no one is around. Then you can come over and we'll talk. Li Qingshan didn't move and transmitted his voice into his ears to pacify Wei. Wei was quiet, excitement in his eyes, then obediently followed Xiaojiu. Peace returned to the thoughtful Cliffs. Interesting, there are such people in this world? Li Qingshan murmured. Honestly, he was very interested in Wei. Wei obediently followed Xiaojiu away, and on the way Xiaojiu sternly admonished Wei. The Thoughts Cliff is where the feathered sect punishes its disciples. What you saw just now was my brother. He has no hands and no cultivation. He's just a mortal. You're not allowed to bother him anymore. Wei blinked, a hint of surprise appearing on his naive face. Did that man, just now, have no hands? And who slapped him down in the snow, unable to move? And who saw through his own spiritual overflow at a glance? Wei opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but had nothing to say. He just obliged good-naturedly. Then Xiaojiu let the other disciples arrange for Wei to stay and went to cultivate by himself. The night was deep, and Wei got up in the latter part of the night and flew to the Seacone Cliff. Under the moonlight, Li Qingshan was waiting for him. Hello sir, Wei saluted nicely. Are you the son of the long-hate demon sect master? Li Qingshan asked. Yes, Wei thought for a moment, making sure he was, before nodding. Spirituality overflows, and he seems a little slow to take in all the information from the outside world in order to control it. So much so that for 8 years, he only remembered that his name was Wei, and he couldn't even remember his first name. This situation of yours, the people in the long-hate demon sect, didn't they realize it? Li Qingshan asked with a raised eyebrow. My father realized something was wrong with me when I was 3 years old, and he's been trying to figure it out for the past few years, but nothing has come of it. Wei lost it. Then why did you come to the feathered sect? Li Qingshan asked. It was someone who said that within the feathered sect, there are remnants of the eternal life method, and that the complete eternal life method can change a person's roots and bones, and that the remnants of the eternal life method might be able to cure me as well. So my brother brought me here, so that I can worship the master and learn properly over here. Wei said as such. I see. Li Qingshan understood that there was this layer of meaning for the long-hate demon sect and the feathered sect to cooperate. Everlasting law is not good for you, Li Qingshan said truthfully. The method of longevity is only for the roots and bones, not for the spirituality. He had practiced the complete everlasting life method, so naturally he was clear about it. What about me? Wei looked at Li Qingshan worriedly. In this case, every 3 days in the future, you secretly come here, and I will help you solve the problem of this spiritual overflow. Li Qingshan thought about it and said, Why is a good subject for experimentation? On this Sitao cliff, with its millions of monuments, Li Qingshan wanted to see if Wei could comprehend. Thank you sir. Thank you sir. Wei excitedly knelt down and kowtowed to Li Qingshan. Li Qingshan accepted this salute and walked a little way forward, pointing to a stone monument, saying, There is a stone monument here. Look at it carefully and see if you can comprehend what is inside. Wei watched attentively. He wasn't suppressing his spirituality, letting the tablet absorb it. Boom! All over Wei's body, the spirituality that escaped from him was incomparably huge, turning him all into a glittering Hanyu. This stone tablet was absorbing frantically, and Wei was also comprehending it seriously. But nothing else happened. Wei's spirituality was absorbed quite a bit. If he were an ordinary person, he would have died several times already. But he was fine, not damaged at all. Of course, the feats in the stone tablet were not comprehended by Wei. Sir, I seem to have seen a touch of sword chi. It's blurry and I can't comprehend it. Wei said with a bitter face. The feats in here are too long ago, separated by too much time, and have long since collapsed into obscurity. Li Qingshan had a bottom in his heart. He looked at the stone tablet carefully, and his enlightenment was powerful again. But Wei was different from himself. He couldn't comprehend it. Because of the age of the stone monument, even if Wei had superb spirituality, it would not help. Only he, himself, could ignore the traces of age and comprehend the feats on the stone tablet. Your spirituality was consumed quite a bit tonight. Go back and rest. Come back in 3 days, Li Qingshan said. It's fine. This consumed spirituality. I'll make up for it after a nap. Then see you in 3 days. Sir, Wei smiled nervously, then left. Li Qingshan put his hands behind his back and looked at the Million Monument Forest. I was wondering before, even if an unusual cultivator has a weak spirituality and doesn't dare to come and comprehend, but the average top genius, with a huge spirituality, is able to come and give it a try. Now it seems that even if these people have spirituality, They may not necessarily be able to comprehend the gong methods in the stone tablet. Ages go by and everything dissipates. That's my advantage. I can ignore the traces of age and comprehend techniques from 1,000 years ago, 10,000 years ago. Qingshan pondered inwardly for a while, stepped back to the bamboo house and continued his cultivation. With the promise Qingshan made to Wei, he really did sneak in at night every 3 days. Qingshan also began to help Wei solve the problem of spiritual overflow. His solution was to take the spirituality overflowing from Wei and absorb it into his own body, then turn it into nourishment to nourish the roots and bones like a forest. Wei's spirituality was so incredibly huge that he couldn't control it, and he would surely explode. Now that it was absorbed by Qingshan, Wei was relieved and the pressure on his body weakened, gradually turning from a short, fat boy into an 11-year-old sized, normal child. The process, which took 3 years. In these 3 years, the cooperation between the Feathered Sect and the Everlasting Hate Demon Sect went very smoothly, relieving the Feathered Sect of tremendous pressure, and because the Everlasting Law reappeared, the Feathered Sect's senior management was united as one, and they were really able to withstand the pressure of the Heaven's Path Sect. The Feathered Sect was instead thriving because of the Longevity Law. The only drawback was that the Feathered Sect had been publicized by the Heavenly Tao Sect as having become traitors who had defected to the Devil's Sect, betrayed the righteous path, and were punishable by everyone. Bad reputation. Of course, this didn't have much to do with Qingshan. He was at the Thoughtful Cliffs and had an easy time of it. In the past 3 years, the one who has come to the Sijao Cliff the most is Wei, who comes once every 3 days, and the problems in his body have been completely solved by Qingshan. The 11-year-old Wei, being at the peak of Zunshi, the spirituality that escaped from his body was not as terrifying as it was before. He could control a large portion of it himself, and the extra, he gave it to Qingshan to absorb. Qingshan hadn't made any breakthroughs in his cultivation in these 3 years, which was the result of him trying his best to suppress it, because he took all the aura and used it to cultivate his roots. This includes the spirituality absorbed from Wei, all used to nourish the roots and bones that are like mountains and forests. 3 years down the line, Qingshan's roots and bones, thriving, every one of them is a small tree now. Together, they are as rooted as the mountains and the sea. Underneath this bone, an endless amount of energy was pent up. One day 3 years later, Qingshan opened his eyes, exhaled a mouthful of turbid air, and said softly, "It's time to break through to great exaltation. Everyone vote vote vote, the child is very poor, just want a PK promotion 3 shifts today, begging for votes." Chapter 32, The Grand Duke. Chapter 32, The Grand Duke. Chapter 32, The Grand Duke. For 3 years, Qingshan had not deliberately sought a breakthrough, because to him, breaking through was a simple matter. What he needed was to cultivate all his roots and bones. This makes the road ahead a lot smoother. So for 3 years, he had been suppressing his cultivation and cultivating his roots and bones, and it was only when the roots and bones surpassed the realm that Qingshan had to break through. Now, it's the roots that transcend cultivation. Not a single root bone, but an emerald green forest, incomparably huge, all of which were Qingshan's root bones. One day 3 years later, Qingshan stood under the eaves of the bamboo house, flanked by the little fox with crystal clear, snow white and clean fur. It was also 4 years old, and its cultivation was not bad. It was already at the peak of the pilgrimage. Of course, this was not its own merit. A large part of it was its mother, who had injected all her cultivation into the body of the little fox, so that the little fox could slowly absorb it. For the past 3 years, the little fox was working hard to absorb it, and after only 4 years of being born, it was already at the peak of the pilgrimage, and it was even more intimidating than Wei. But lately, the speed of its cultivation enhancement has slowly dropped. The energy from its mother, it absorbed almost as much as it could, and that's why it's dropping slowly. Later on, its cultivation speed would slowly decrease until it was reduced to a normal level. "What are you looking at?" the little fox asked curiously. 3 years later, it could also speak, refining its crossbones and sounding delicate. Qingshan held his teacup, gently rubbed it with his hand, looked up at the sky, and said, "Looking at this sky, there is rain tonight." The little fox is lying on the railing. It is clueless and cannot understand the sky, but Qingshan said that there is rain, so it will wait with it. Night has fallen, and tonight the stars are bright. The moon is tantalizing, and the sky is full of stars. The moon is bright and round as the 15th moon. The little fox looked at Qingshan suspiciously. "It's such a beautiful night. Is it going to rain?" Qingshan took a deep breath and closed his eyes, conditioning his body and adjusting his state to the peak. He could sense the aura in heaven and earth, boiling up. This rain is really not far off. When it rains, he can break through. Time passes by. The moon, like an alabaster disc, tumbled over the river of stars to the early hours of the morning. Boom, boom, boom. This side of the heavens and earth, at this moment, resounded with terrifying thunder, followed by a succession of thunder, as if a god was angry and roaring the world. The sound of thunder echoed between heaven and earth. Tick, tick, tick. There was rain dripping down and landing on the eaves. The little fox watched in amazement as it really did rain. A gust of wind brought with it a massive aura. The little fox couldn't resist sticking his head out to have a look. Wow! The next moment, the rainstorm lashed and slapped. The blow caught it off guard, and it hastily pulled its head back, shaking its head to shake off the rain. Its fur wet. Qingshan, dressed in white, looked at the wolfish appearance and favored a smile. He held a cup of tea and admired the rain. The face was as calm as ever. But within, the energy within Qingshan's body was like a calm sea, which rose up in a storm and rolled up 10,000 hectares of huge waves, lapping down to destroy everything. The energy that has been building up for 3 years goes berserk because of a rain. Qingshan closed his eyes. Behind him, 3 Buddha shadows emerged, and with a thud, in 4 directions, the 4 elephant sacred beasts appeared, soundlessly roaring. Heaven and earth shook violently. Qingshan saw the World Avenue in the brand new world. He didn't just see the World Avenue. He saw the World Avenue, shackled and surging with difficulty. What is this? Qingshan opened his eyes, puzzled. Just now, he had broken through to great exaltation, and his soul was instantly strengthened, peering into the essence of the World Avenue. However, in the midst of this essence, that coarse World Avenue was not swimming, but was locked up, and ordinary people could not comprehend it at all. This made Qingshan very surprised. The locked-up World Avenue. Could this be the reason why in today's world, no one can break through to the Saint Realm? Qingshan speculated. Qingshan raised his hand and snapped his fingers, and with a boom, a drop of rainwater erupted, breaking through the rain curtain and displaying a picture of the earth. In this scroll, all things on earth are floating. This was the Tao that Qingshan had previously comprehended, and now that he had entered the great exalted realm, he could easily execute it. But that's all there is to it. Any more than that, he couldn't comprehend, because at this point, he tried to comprehend the World Avenue, but found that the avenue was locked up. Something must have happened in it. Qingshan muttered, his gaze ghostly. He must investigate clearly. When Qingshan broke through the great exalted and opened his eyes, he found the little fox staring at him without blinking. What's wrong with you? Qingshan asked with a faint smile, stroking the little fox. Did you break through just now? The little fox reached out and scratched Qingshan. Yeah, Qingshan nodded. Then wouldn't you be in the great exalted realm? The little fox was surprised. I guess so. It's also impossible for me to break through to the Saint Realm. Qingshan thought about it and replied seriously. What rank are you in the great exalted realm? The little fox couldn't wait to ask. It had inherited memories and knew that the great exalted realm was divided into 9 heavens, and Qingshan had made this breakthrough, so it couldn't have directly dried up to the 9th heaven, right? Qingshan shook his head. I've disappointed you. I'm not at the peak of great exaltation. I'm only a great exaltation first sky. It's fine. You still have room for improvement. The little fox comforted Qingshan. But in all seriousness, it seems that a great exalted 9 heavens can't defeat me either. Qingshan answered this question seriously. During these 3 years, he wiped the tablet. He comprehended the gongfu. He cultivated the root bones like a forest, and he hung the gongfu on the root bones like fruits. Qingshan's power had truly reached a terrifying level. However, he returned his long sword to its sheath and collected his sharpness, so much so that no one knew of Qingshan's terror. If you're so powerful, why don't you go out and fight for supremacy? The little fox asked curiously. Brawling for supremacy. Such a boring thing. Are you enjoying it? Qingshan asked rhetorically. Don't you men all like to fight for a lot of things? The little fox climbed to Qingshan's shoulder. His big tail wrapped around Qingshan's neck and said, more than fighting for supremacy, I prefer to break the barrier of the human world, to see the scenery above the mountain peaks, and pursue a share of longevity. That's what I want. Qingshan replied. You're not like normal people. The little fox muttered. Qingshan smiled and reached out to touch the little fox's tail. Soft and smooth. Very comfortable. Jiao is here. Suddenly, Qingshan sensed Xiaojiao from across the thought cliff. During these 3 years, Xiaojiao spent the rest of the time cultivating once a month. Especially after the cooperation between the Feathered Sect and the Long-Hate Demon Sect, the resources were restored and Xiaojiao worked even harder. Counting the time, Xiaojiao came last month. Exactly 1 month. But 9 never comes over late at night. As soon as the little fox heard that Xiaojiao was coming, his mouth turned away and he quickly ran away and disappeared. It still doesn't see anyone but Qingshan. 1 more chapter to go. Yards away. Let's all be more supportive. Chapter 33, The Fall of the Elder Transmitter. Chapter 33, The Fall of the Elder Transmitter. Chapter 33, The Fall of the Elder Transmitter. Jiho never comes late at night. She had come to the feathered sect for 4 years, and had already grown from the little girl she was at the beginning, into a pavilion, truly like a fairy descending into the mortal world, floating like a fairy. Jiho had arrived at the thoughtfulness cliff. Her cultivation came to the peak of the pilgrimage, just one step away from breaking through to the venerable realm. Jiho is only 16. She has a great future ahead of her. Right now, who in the entire feathered sect didn't know Jiho's reputation as a genius? The level of importance that sect leader Feng Baiyu placed on Little Nine was also unprecedented. After the last Bat King's assassination, the Heaven's Path sect followed up by sending a few more assassins, but without exception, they were all blocked by the feathered sect's experts. Jiho didn't go out either, so he stayed inside the feathered sect, concentrating on cultivation. When Jiho appeared in front of Qingshan curiously asked, "It's the middle of the night and you're in such a hurry to come. What's the matter?" Jiho took a deep breath, looked at Qingshan, and said, "Brother, the elder transmitter has fallen." Qingshan's expression was stunned and he was inwardly shocked. This was the top pillar of the feathered sect, the pinnacle of the great Zune. How could he have fallen? But looking at Jiho like this, it doesn't look like a fake. The elder of transmission lived for 2,000 years. His cultivation was at the peak. Although he reached the end of his days, he learned the eternal life method. How could he fall? Qingshan asked with a frown. Elder Transmitter has been in seclusion for the past few years, comprehending the law of eternal life, wanting to successfully break through the great passage of the human world and become a saint. But 3 years down the line, he exhausted his heart and soul. Several attempts, all ended in failure. And the last time, he even burned himself trying to succeed. Unfortunately, he still came up short, and in the place of the retreat, he feathered himself, and directly disintegrated his soldiers, his corpse and bones. Jiho said sadly, "For the sake of a breakthrough, willingly burning yourself." Qingshan sniffed and remained speechless for a long time. This is too much of a fight. The Elder of Transmission would not have fallen so early. This news, who all knows about it? Qingshan immediately asked. He thought a lot. The Elder of Transmission was the pillar of the feathered sect. If the news of his fall spread, then the feathered sect would definitely be shaken by the storm. The news has been known by the Heavenly Tao sect. There will be a huge change next. I've come to let brother know. Jiho took a deep breath and said, the one who was happiest about the fall of the Elder of Transmission was the Heavenly Tao sect. Brother, the Heavenly Tao sect will definitely seize this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to attack the feathered sect. The feathered sect that has lost the Elder of Transmission will not necessarily be able to hold on to it. If it comes to that time, I will have someone protect my brother to leave and return to the Great Yan Dynasty. To be an ordinary prince. To live an ordinary life? This world of cultivation is not something that our siblings can play around with. Jiho spat out her heart. She could feel the next storm now. Her heart was very heavy. She purposely came to see Qingshan overnight to tell her brother about her arrangement. When the state of affairs is truly irreversible, then one can only defend oneself. It hasn't happened yet. Don't be so pessimistic. The feathered sect still has a bottom line. Qingshan was silent for a moment and comforted Jiho. Jiho shook her head. She knew more about the situation within the feathered sect than Qingshan. All that made her so pessimistic. Brother, I'll leave first. Just stay at the CO cliff and wait for my news. I'll protect my brother's safety even if I fight to the death. Jiho said seriously, turned around and left, not giving Qingshan a chance to speak. Qingshan looked at Jiho's back and frowned. The chain reaction brought about by the unexpected fall of the Transmission Elder was absolutely enormous. Apart from the Transmission Elder of the feathered sect, the other two most powerful ones are only at the 9th heaven of great exaltation. One is Shoujo's senior grandfather, and the other is the law enforcement elder. The key, these two, can't hold back the Tendo sect. Qingshan shook his head, helpless. After thinking about it, he used his fingertips to gather his true chi and draw a bird in the air. The bird came to life, flapping its wings in a very spiritual way. Go get Wei, Qingshan said. The bird immediately flew over to Wei. Void creation. This was a technique that Qingshan had comprehended in the past 3 years, and it served a great purpose. That's how you communicate with Wei, on a regular basis. Apart from Jiho, Wei was also Qingshan's external intelligence officer. Jiho is in charge of the feathered sects and Wei is in charge of outside information. Not long after the bird flew out, a teenager followed the darkness of the night and dived into the Sivan cliffs. Sir, Wei stood behind Qingshan respectfully, clasping his fists respectfully. 3 years later, Wei has faded the troubles of aura leakage. No longer short and fat figure, grow quite tall, face rigid, hard lines, Do things thunder and lightning? These 3 years he was in the feathered sect, has been very low-key. In addition to come to Qingshan here, the other time is a person cultivation. The entire feathered sect's only friend is the senior sister Xiao Jiu. The feathered sect's transmission elder has fallen. Did you know that? Qingshan asked. Just found out the news. Wei nodded, a hint of surprise on his face as well. If you know about it, then that means that everyone outside knows about it. Qingshan smiled bitterly. The feathered sect is like a big leak. Don't try to block any news. Even that group of elders, there are people who are selling the news and making profits. Any news that they can keep for a day is considered very good. Ah Wei shook his head. Then do you know how the elder transmitter died? Qingshan continued to ask. It was because he wanted to break through the great barrier of the human world that he fell. And at the time of his fall, there was a vision in the sky. And just a few hundred miles away on a mountain peak, there was the unwilling roar of the elder of the transmission. Ah Wei said. The roar of discontent. You hear? What was the shout? Qingshan asked curiously. Wei blushed oddly and said. He shouted, God, proposed ancestors. Qingshan frowned. An old man who had lived for 2,000 years should have long since not been easily angered. Something must have happened to make the elder of transmission restrain himself. Sir, if you want to know the specifics, you should go to the scene. The elder transmissionist ended up dying, but the spiritual imprint hasn't dissipated yet. With Sir's strength, go and sense it. There will be a gain. After all, the elder transmissionist was trying to break through the sage realm. Ah Wei reminded Qingshan. In the entire feathered sect, he was the only one who knew that Qingshan was unfathomable. 3 years had passed and he was able to control his cultivation and had reached the peak of Zunshur, but he couldn't even catch a single move against Qingshan. That's why Wei suggested it. Qingshan silently nodded his head and memorized it in his heart. Now that the transmission elder has fallen, the heavenly Tao sect will be smiling. The next thing to come will definitely be windy and treacherous. Qingshan sighed. Ah Wei stood to the side and said, the people from the heavenly Tao sect should be discussing how to deal with the feathered sect right now. Qingshan waved his hand and said, you go back. Ah Wei immediately left, obeying Qingshan's words. Qingshan turned his gaze to the mountain peak of the elder transmissionist a few hundred miles away. I've been in this world for almost 5 years, and I haven't gone out of the thought cliff yet. It's time to go out and take a look at this feathered sect. Qingshan took one step across the mountains and rivers, heading to Elder Transmission's peak. He's going to check it out. Third shift. All kinds of requests. Everyone. Yard work until 1 a.m. Chapter 34, The Shackles of the Tao. Chapter 34, The Shackles of the Tao. Chapter 34, The Shackles of the Tao. Tendo Sect. The Great Hall of Deliberation. Dozens of top elders, their faces cold, discussed something. Gentlemen, we have just received news that the feathered sect's elder of transmission has sailed away to the west. What are your thoughts? The heavenly Tao sect sectmaster asked with a cold smile as he held the secret letter he received. That goes without saying? Directly hit the door and overthrow the feathered sect. A quick-tempered elder slapped the table and said excitedly. That's a good point. As the only pillar of the feathered sect falls, we no longer have to worry about injuring ourselves. That's naturally a great time to overthrow the feathered sect. Some elders agreed. The feathered sect's transmission elder is the only expert that makes us fear him going crazy and dragging us to our deaths when the time comes. The other feathered sect exists. It's not worth mentioning. And now that the transmission elder has accidentally fallen, it's simply a gift from God to my Heaven's Path sect to deal with the feathered sect. It's a must. Ever since we sanctioned the feathered sect, he has fallen to the side of the devil sect. During these 3 years the feathered sect has been eye to eye with the devil sect, provoking my heavenly Tao sect at every turn. He must be given a profound lesson. The fall of the elder transmission elder is the last straw to overwhelm the feathered sect. The feathered sect has always been pretentious, claiming that their legacy has never been severed, and have always wanted to return to the top and overpower my heavenly Tao sect. This time we'll let the feathered sect's legacy be severed. Sect leader, please give the order. The feathered sect that has lost the elder transmission elder is like a large ship that has lost its helmsman and is lost in the sea. It's completely worthless. The elders of the heavenly Tao sect were all cold, and their unanimous opinion was to seize the opportunity to overthrow the feathered sect. When the heavenly Tao sect master saw the scene, the corners of his mouth curled up as he said, you all say you want to overthrow the feathered sect, so who's going to take the lead? Sect leader. Recently my heavenly Tao sect's newly risen genius is less than 100 years old and has already stepped into the peak of great exaltation. He is enough to overthrow the feathered sect. An elder suggested. Sect leader. Elder Tiancheng Zi can indeed. Elder Tiancheng Zi has always been cultivating hard in the heavenly Tao sect. He is not well known with the outside world. He has been indifferent to fame and fortune over the years. Now it is time for him to contribute to the sect. With him leading the team and gathering 20 great Zune masters, it will be more than enough to overthrow the Feathered Harmony sect. Elder Tiancheng is indeed the most suitable candidate. Let him go and overthrow the Feathered sect, make a name for himself in one battle, and raise the prestige of my Heavenly Tao sect. Once again, the crowd of elders nodded their heads, believing that the leader of the overthrow of the Feathered sect was Elder Tiancheng, the most popular elder of the Heavenly Tao sect in the past 100 years. The Heaven's Path sect master pondered the proposal seriously. In his heart of hearts he also agrees more. Since all of you have recommended Elder Tiancheng, then this time, he will lead the team and gather 20 great exalted masters to go together to overthrow the Feathered sect, proclaiming the strength of my Heavenly Tao sect, upholding the dignity of the righteousness of the path, and any sects colluding with the Devil's sect will be doomed to all destruction. The Heavenly Tao sect master said righteously. The other elders nodded in unison. In their minds the Feathered sect, which had lost the transmission elder, was completely no match for Elder Tiancheng and the other 20 great Zune level experts. The Feathered sect with its continuous legacy will also eventually be destroyed in the hands of my Heavenly Tao sect. The Heavenly Tao sect master's gaze was clear and cold as he looked into the distance, inwardly complacent. Feathered Gate, the peak of the Elder of Transmission. Just like Qingshan's thoughtful cliff, Elder Transmitter's peak was also a cool and unoccupied place. Of course, the thoughtful cliff is where others don't want to go, and the Elder Transmitter's peak is where he won't let anyone else in. The person who has been spending the most time on this peak lately is 9. Xiaojiu taught the Eternal Life method to the Elder of Transmission during those months. Then the Elder of Transmission broke through the saintly mark several times in the course of 3 years, wanting to break the shackles of the human world, but sadly all were unsuccessful. Now the fall of the Transmission Elder had left the Feathered sect in a state of panic. That is, the top echelons of the Feathered sect were united and solidly together because of the Eternal Life Law and did not fall apart. Otherwise, the current Feathered sect, without the Heavenly Tao sect hitting the door, would first be in a mess on its own. Collecting the body of the Elder Transmitter, this mountain peak was quiet again, with no one here. Qingshan had come here from the Thoughtfulness Cliff, and no one had noticed. He stepped calmly, his eyes looking at everything about this peak, closing his eyes to feel it. This place is indeed different from other places. Everywhere highlights the ferocity and difficulty of the Elder Transmitter's breakthrough. Qingshan said silently. In his senses, this one mountain peak was filled with traces of the great Tao bursting forth. Although with a physical mortal body, looking at this mountain peak without any traces, it was as if the Elder Transmitter had gone to sleep and never woke up again. However, when Qingshan closed his eyes and looked at this mountain peak with the penetration of his great Zune-level soul, he could clearly see that there were traumas everywhere on the peak. This trauma was a mark left by the bursting forth of the great Tao. It is when the Elder of Transmission breaks through the great passage of the human world. He uses the great Tao he has comprehended to cut through the shackles of the Sage Passage. But it's a shame that the Elder of Transmission failed. The shackles of the human world are not that good to break. The reason why the Sage's Avenue is different from 3,000 years ago is because of the shackles. So who put the shackles on? Qingshan frowned and thought. He walked to the place where the Elder of Transmission had made his breakthrough. Here, Qingshan sat cross-legged. He merged his state of mind with that of the Transmission Elder when he made his breakthrough and slowly comprehended it. It was only then that the Transmission Elder fell, and all traces of his breakthrough had not dissipated. Qingshan sensed some of the feelings he felt during his breakthrough here, and with a boom, the description of the surging sensation surged into his soul, like a dam releasing a flood, a torrent of water, unstoppable. Qingshan felt what the Elder of Transmission felt at that time. It's like a grass breaking out of the earth, breathing fresh air, seeing a new world, possessing an exuberant vitality, growing with all its might, squeezing through the soil boulders, and in the process of unfolding itself. This is what it feels like to break through the human world barrier. But didn't wait for Qingshan to be happy. What ensues is a steep fall from grace after spending the prime of life, and the grass quickly withers and returns to the soil. In a short moment, life, death and reincarnation, amazingly changed on this green grass. Originally, I went from death to life and saw hope, but in a flash, I went from life to death and everything withered. Qingshan frowned at all that he felt, and could fully appreciate the despair of the Elder Transmitter at that time. He had already crossed the human world mark and saw the dawn of the Saint Realm. And before he could be happy, this dawn was extinguished, and no wonder he cursed God. Qingshan clearly sensed that the Elder Transmitter had used his own great Tao to cleave the shackles of the human world, and although he had achieved a certain effect, in the end, he had not been able to cleave these shackles open. Why on earth is the Sage Realm shackled? Qingshan opened his eyes, unwilling to get up for a long time, deeply pondering. It's relevant to him as well, because he broke through to the great exalted realm. Although it was only one heaven, But with Li Qingshan's cultivation speed, the great exalted nine heavens was only a matter of time for him. And ultimately, he had to face the great passage of the human world. More than 40 years ago, how did Senior Wu Xiaobai comprehend a hint of the sage realm between life and death? Li Xiaobai recalled the last time he saw Wu Xiaobai a few years ago, and fell deeply into deep contemplation. Today, the county found a case, immediately organized to line up to do nucleic acid, causing panic. Code time also get late, please forgive me, for shifts tomorrow to make up for it. Chapter 35 1 Leaf, 1 Sword. Chapter 35 1 Leaf, 1 Sword. Chapter 35 1 Leaf, 1 Sword. At the peak of elder transmission, Li Qingshan sat there with countless question marks in his mind. These question marks are all about the so-called great passage of the human world, the realm of the saints. If you want to break through these problems, you have to go after what really happened 3,000 years ago. Li Qingshan pondered for a long time, and finally pointed the question to the root cause. That battle 3,000 years ago. Ever since that battle, the saint realm had been shackled. So to completely understand why, one had to understand that battle. Regarding the war 3,000 years ago, there should be some records in the Feathered Sect's hidden scripture pavilion. I'm going to take a look. Li Qingshan got up and prepared to head to the hidden scriptures pavilion. But in the next second, he looked up at the distance, and at the Feathered Sect's mountain gate, a large group of strong energies came surging in. The transmission elder has only fallen for a day and the heavenly Tao sect is coming to make trouble? Li Qingshan frowned slightly and stopped his pace to the scripture pavilion. He was going to wait and see. Inside the Feathered Gate, Feng Baiyu, who was dealing with the funeral matters of the elder transmissionist, suddenly sensed the energy surging at the mountain gate of the Feathered Sect. His face changed as he gritted his teeth and said, "The Heaven's Path sect is truly a pack of hyenas, immediately tearing at our door when they see us weak." The law enforcement elder and the previous generation's sect leader exchanged glances and quickly made their way to the mountain gate. They met a group of several dozen people. At the head of the group was a middle-aged man dressed in black with a cold face and a slender figure. The momentum is overwhelming. Behind him there were about 10 in the Great Exalted Realm, and the rest were all in the Exalted Realm. Who is this person? The previous generation of the Feathered Sect's patriarch asked with a frown as he sensed a terrifying energy in this person. The most outstanding disciple of the Heavenly Tao sect in the last 100 years, Tian Changzi. Back in those years, Xiaobai amazed the cultivation world, and all the major sects were praising Xiaobai's talent. So this person's reputation is not obvious, but he is the genius that the Heavenly Tao sect has launched to try to break the great passage of the human world, the law enforcement elder said bitterly. I don't know what all of you colleagues have come to the Feathered Sect from a long distance for. What is the reason for this? At this moment, Feng Baiyu arrived and asked in his capacity as the head teacher of the Feathered Sect. The black-robed Tian Chengzi, with his hands behind his back and an indifferent expression, said, "The Feathered Sect has colluded with the Devil Sect, betrayed the righteous path, and degraded itself, wanting to endanger the earth. I, the Heavenly Tao Sect, will act on behalf of the heavens today." That's a big statement. The Feathered Sect has never colluded with the Devil Sect, and the righteous path in the world is not up to you, the Heavenly Tao Sect. So don't stand on the moral high ground and point fingers at us. Feng Baiyu's face turned green and his tone was icy cold. Tian Changzi ignored Feng Baiyu, not placing him in his eyes at all as his gaze was fixed on the only two powerhouses of the Feathered Sect right now. Law enforcement elders and the previous generation of patriarchs. The Feathered Sect's only reliance has fallen. It's not too late for you to tie your hands, change your ways, and rejoin the embrace of the righteous path, Tian Changzi said. Looking at the situation at hand, the law enforcement elder held his tongue and said, I, the Feathered Sect, have never deviated from the righteous path, and my relationship with the Long-Hate Demon Sect is only one of cooperation. So if we dissolve our cooperation with the Long-Hate Demon Sect today, I wonder if you'll leave it at this point. How can you make us believe it when you pay lip service to the dissolution of cooperation? Want us to leave? Agree to a few conditions. First, the Heavenly Tao Sect will supervise the Feathered Sect, and within 30 years, everything in the Feathered Sect will be open to the Heavenly Tao Sect, with no privacy. Secondly, the Feathered Sect's current sect master Feng Baiyu colluded with the Devil Sect. His crime is unforgivable and he must die for his crime, and his disciples are also accomplices, so they must be cut out. Thirdly, every Paisha realm that comes out of the Feathered Sect in the future must live under the supervision of the Heavenly Tao Sect. Tian Chengzi made this series of demands with a condescending demeanor. The law enforcement elder listened without uttering a word, his face grim and his fists clenched. This doesn't give the Feathered Sect any life at all. This was to break the spine of the Feathered Sect and put a rope on it, so that in the future, the Heavenly Tao Sect would lead the Feathered Sect like a dog. What if we don't agree? The law enforcement elder squeezed out a few words through clenched teeth. The indignation in his heart was beyond words. It wasn't just him, The elders within the feathered sect who had blood in their veins were outraged when they heard this speech. If we don't agree, I, the Heavenly Tao sect, will represent the righteous path today and destroy the feathered sect, returning a peaceful cultivation world to the people of the world. Tianqingzi said with righteousness, you, Heavenly Tao sect, want to destroy my feathered sect, with just this many people. It's not enough. The previous generation's patriarch, who had been silently observing, stepped forward and said in a deeply chilling tone, the only two pillars of the feathered sect right now are you two. I think that's enough. Tianqingzi said disdainfully, although you have brought about 10 or so great exalted with you, you are the only one who is truly at the peak of his game, and you, alone, still want to deal with the two of us? The law enforcement elder said coldly, although he was now very old. At one time, he had been a genius. You're old. This world is ultimately a world of young people, and in the current feathered sect, the only one who can hold her own is this little girl, but it's a pity that she's about to fall without growing up. Tianqingzi didn't even put the law enforcement elder and the previous generation's patriarch in his eyes. The only person in the entire feathered sect that he could see eye to eye with was Xiaojiu. The Heavenly Tao sect had assassinated Xiaojiu several times and knew her information clearly, knowing that she was a true genius. Tianqingzi couldn't look at aged old men, but favored geniuses with unlimited prospects. At this moment he looked towards Xiaojiu, his gaze filled with regret. How good would it be if you worshipped in my Heavenly Tao sect? Tianqingzi said regretfully, before anyone else could react. In the next second, he directly drew his sword. After saying so much, Tianqingzi was already impatient. Madaka, the white sun was in the sky, and when a flash of sword shadow appeared, an extremely terrifying aura bombarded down as if it were a waterfall, and with a bang, everything in the sky trembled. The sunlight was like China, blazing light, connecting into a pike to slice down, in which Tianqingzi drew his sword and raised his eyebrows, a touch of sword qi, and sped through. The one who was chopped by this unexpected strike was Xiaojiu. The feathered sect's law enforcement elders and the previous generation's sect master immediately reacted, striking out one after another in an attempt to fend off the sword qi. They wanted to save Xiaojiu. However, Tianqingzi charged straight up at this moment, dragging the two of them down with one person. First I killed the most talented person of your feathered sect, and now it's you. Tianqingzi had absolute confidence that he was going to fight one against two. In this instant, the law enforcement elder and the previous generation's patriarch were held back, and the others looked at the sword qi and could do nothing about it. Knowing that the sword qi's aura alone pressed down on the others, that raging and surging sword qi converged on the daylight and rushed directly onto Xiaojiu. Xiaojiu was locked in this moment, unable to exert all his strength. Of course, even if it was cast, it couldn't be resisted. The feathered sect master, Feng Baiyu, blocked in front of Xiaojiu at this moment. His cultivation level was far inferior to his own master's, having only just entered the great exaltation realm, so he couldn't resist in the face of this sword, but he had to save Jiu. At this moment, everyone stared at this sword qi. At this moment, the mountain peak where the transmission elder was located, Li Qingshan frowned. Dare to kill my sister? Li Qingshan reached out, pinched a leaf that was blown down by the wind, and then flexed his fingers. Boom! Chapter 36, Wu Xiaobai is still alive? Chapter 36, Wu Xiaobai is still alive? Chapter 36, Wu Xiaobai is still alive? Boom! In this instant heaven and earth changed color. It was clear, sunny and warm with white clouds. Suddenly, a brilliant light was lit up, accompanied by sword qi, and a fierce wind that rolled up countless wolves and smoke. Rumble! There was the sound of a river rushing and roaring, the vision of the Milky Way hanging down, and a falling leaf, with a raging and surging momentum, like a heavenly punishment, directly spanning from the elder transmission elder's peak to the feathered sect's mountain gate, suppressing it. This sword fell with an extremely bright light and surging aura that shone through everyone. In their eyes, it was as if they saw this sword falling, a piece of heaven and earth falling. When Tianqingzi saw this scene, he looked horrified and roared incredulously, Great River Sword Qi! This sword was unfamiliar to other people, but the Heavenly Tao sect was definitely familiar with it. A few years ago, there was such a sword qi that crossed 90,000 miles and chopped at the Heavenly Tao sect's demon refining pagoda in front of the world's cultivators. That sword directly destroyed the demon refining tower that the Heavenly Tao sect had built for 1,000 years. The name of that sword was called Great River Sword Qi from Heaven. The owner of that sword was Wu Xiaobai, the supreme genius who had shaken the heavens with his fame more than 40 years ago. So the Heavenly Tao sect was definitely no stranger to the Great River Sword Qi. The people from the feathered sect also saw this rushing great river of sword qi, and the first thought that came to their minds was, Wu Xiaobai is still alive. That thought was also in Tenzing's mind. But without waiting for him to think carefully, this great river smashed the sliver of sword qi that had attacked Xiaojiu in a devastating manner. Then he came straight to Tianqingzi. Tianqingzi could only receive this move, abandoning the enforcement elder and the previous generation of the sect leader, and facing the Great River Sword Chi head-on straight. More than 40 years ago you were an absolute genius, shining in that era. The world was praising you, but I'm not convinced. The thing I regret most in my life is not defeating you at that time. And now I have just the right opportunity. Tianqingzi's eyes blazed as he was ambitious and his battle intent was high. He was going to go out and meet the only opponent in his heart, Wu Xiaobai. However, this rushing and raging Great River Sword Chi didn't wait for him to make a move, but it directly bombarded him with a swift speed, dryly piercing through his brow. That piece of fallen leaf, with an extremely magnificent gesture, passed through Tianqingzi's brow, splashing down a few drops of blood, then rushed straight into the middle of the Heavenly Tao sect disciples behind him, and with a bang, the leaf exploded. As beautiful and splendid as the scattering of cherry blossoms, each shattered leaf took away the life of a disciple of the Heavenly Tao sect. One leaf fell, and the entire Tendo sect was wiped out. Tianqingzi, who regarded Wu Xiaobai as his opponent, didn't even have a chance to make a move, because he was not facing Wu Xiaobai, but Li Qingshan, possessing roots and bones like a forest. Li Qingshan, who possessed a full level of enlightenment. Tianqingzi, who was at the peak of the great exaltation, could only fall in disgrace. This scene looked silly to all the people of the feathered sect. Everyone was frozen in disbelief. Xiaojiu had just placed himself in a dangerous situation and had thought that he would inevitably die. But who would have thought that in the blink of an eye, all of the people from the Heavenly Tao sect would be dead? Jiu felt like a hallucination. She reached up and pinched her cheek, slightly harder, feeling the pain, which convinced her that what she was seeing was real. This is incredible. Xiaojiu swallowed a mouthful of water and whispered. The other disciples of the feathered sect, the elders, and the sect master were all like this. They think it's a hallucination. Someone blinked hard. Some people even slap each other in the mouth. They become skeptical, because the scene was too shocking. Then they believed, and subsequently, boiled over. Is this the power of the Great River Sword Chi? This is the power of the Great River Sword Chi. So Senior Wu Xiaobai didn't die? Senior Wu Xiaobai is still in my feathered sect? That sword just now was chopped out by Senior Wu Xiaobai? Heaven won't kill my feathered sect. The Heavenly Tao sect has bullied people too much, and now that their entire army is destroyed, it's a great pleasure to be blamed. The feathered sect. At this moment everyone was boiling, talking and discussing with excitement. Others looked left and right, trying to find traces of Wu Xiaobai. They all believed that Wu Xiaobai was still alive and was in the feathered gate. The law enforcement elder and the previous generation's patriarch stood together, looking at the reveling crowd as they glanced at each other. Is Xiaobai really still alive? The law enforcement elder asked. He wasn't sure anymore. After all, this sword really and truly cut out, and it also wiped out the entire Tendo sect, relieving the feathered sect of their difficulties. Doubts also arose in the heart of the previous patriarch, but he still gently shook his head, and after thinking seriously, he said, it's impossible for Xiaobai to still be alive. Back then, you and I saw him sealing himself in the stone monument with our own eyes. More than 40 years have passed, and after the last remnant of Xiaobai's soul chopped out the sword a few years ago, there's no trace of him in the world, which you are aware of. Then how do you explain this sword chi? The law enforcement elder asked. The Great River Sword Chi is Wu Xiaobai's unique skill. In the entire feathered sect only he has cultivated the Great River Sword Chi to its essence. Other disciples, even if they cultivate it again, they can't sense the true Great River Sword Chi coming from the sky. And that sword directly secured a disciple of the Heaven's Path sect. You and I definitely can't do that. The previous generation of Pal mistresses didn't speak, because he can't explain the situation. Could it be that Xiaobai really isn't dead yet? A deep suspicion also arose in the heart of the previous generation's patriarch. Investigate the feathered sect thoroughly. Make sure to find out the person who chopped out this sword chi. Whether it's Xiaobai or not, he is the hope of my feathered sect, the law enforcement elder said in a low voice. That's right, the previous patriarch nodded. The mountain peak of the elder of transmission. After Li Qingshan chopped out a great river sword chi, he did not pay too much attention to the situation at the mountain gate of the feathered sect. He had absolute confidence that this sword chop would take care of all the trouble. This was also the first time for Xiao Jiu that he had gone all out in full force in full view of everyone. Li Qingshan was satisfied with the power. Roots and bones like forests play a huge role. After this sword cut out, he didn't linger any longer, but headed straight to the feathered sect's scripture pavilion. Now all the people of the feathered sect were gathered at the mountain gate, all discussing that sword just now. There's no one in the hideout. Li Qingshan came here and looked at the empty Tibetan scripture cabinet and began to search for information related to that battle 3,000 years ago. Because the feathered sect's legacy had never been broken, there were still some written records about that battle back then. some clans have long forgotten. Qingshan found hundreds of books about that battle back then in the hidden scripture cabinet. These books are in the corner and have been buried deep. No one pays attention to something that happened 3,000 years ago, so Qingshan organized them and brought them back together to the thoughtful Cliff. For the next while, he's going to read through the books and find some hints of what happened back then, epidemic control and safety for all, and then, asking for all kinds of support. 4 shifts today and 2 more to go. Chapter 37, The Sword God of the Old Calendar Millennium. Chapter 37, The Sword God of the Old Calendar Millennium. Chapter 37, The Sword God of the Old Calendar Millennium. The entire feathered sect was discussing whether or not Wu Shaobai was still alive. Is it still at the feathered gate? Was the sword that cut through heaven and earth actually made by Wu Shaobai? Everyone's talking about it. Everyone's heart is pounding. The disciples of the Heaven's Path sect returned in defeat and were all wiped out. Tian Qingzi, who had been pinned with high hopes by the Heavenly Dao sect, was also killed on the spot by this sword. The Heavenly Dao sect scouts hidden within the feathered sect. The news was delivered at the first opportunity. The outside world was in turmoil because of this sword from the feathered sect, but the originator, Qingshan, is leisurely with dozens of books back to the Qingshan cliff. No matter how much one guesses, they can't guess on him. Even if someone doubted that he could still cultivate, they would never have imagined that Qingshan would reach such a point in just a few years. Before his cultivation was abolished, Qingshan was only at the fish leap realm, so no one suspects him. He could continue to quietly dive into his training at the Qingshan cliff. Let the outside world wind and clouds rise. He has been standing tall. As long as the feathered sect didn't have any problems, then there wouldn't be any problems with the Qingshan cliff. When Qingshan returned to the thought cliff, the little fox immediately came up and asked, "Where did you go?" The little fox was a bit angry that Qingshan went out without it. Went to find these books and came back. Do you want to take a look? Qingshan handed the dozens of books he was carrying to the little fox and asked if it wanted to read them. The little fox immediately turned his head away with a grimace. She has inherited memories. She doesn't want to read a book. Qingshan smiled faintly. After spending these few years with the little fox, he had long since figured out the other party's temperament. Returning to the bamboo house, Qingshan made a pot of tea and lit a smoky incense to relax himself. He then reclined in his rocking chair, picked up a book, and turned it over in silence. The entire hidden scripture pavilion has millions of books, astronomy and geography, cultivation techniques, historical figures, and wild biographies are countless, but there are very few records of that war 3,000 years ago. Qingshan had rummaged through the hidden scriptures and only found these dozens of books about that one war. The book he was currently flipping through was written by an elder of the feathered sect 3,000 years ago. This elder was also one of the survivors of the feathered sect back then, but sadly, the survivor has gone insane. That's why the book's release was scoffed at by many. How can you believe what a crazy elder says? Qingshan studied it carefully, his brow furrowed slightly. The contents of this book are verbally inverted, layered, and more often than not seem to be talking to themselves about irrelevant things. If he did not want to explore the truth of that year, Qingshan would not have continued reading after flipping through the first page, but now he forced himself to finish the book. The first reaction was, the people at the beginning were right. The elders who wrote this book have really gone crazy. The speech is confusing and illogical, quickly going off on a tangent about one thing and then another, rambling on, and then surprisingly ending up going back to that one war. The most memorable part of the entire book for Qingshan was the last few sentences. Someone has opened up a plan to conceal the truth for the sake of a selfish move, setting off a vast war that has rippled through the cultivation world. People like that should be hacked to death. He has victimized the practitioners going forward. He has victimized this generation too. Qingshan believes that the whole book is confusing in logic and unclear in words. That is irrelevant. As long as there are these last few words in, he sees hope. Putting down this book, Qingshan picked up another. It is written about the restarting of the world landscape after the war. After reading it carefully, Qingshan had a clear understanding of the situation at that time. Back then, the feathered sect, which was the number one in the righteous path, had suffered heavy losses. Completely incapable of holding up this title of number one, it sealed itself off for 80 years, not engaging too much with the outside world, and worked hard to cultivate the geniuses of its own sect. It was during these 80 years that the Heaven's Path sect had risen rapidly, surpassing all other sects, directly declaring by force and seizing the reputation of being the number one sect in the righteous path. As for the feathered sect, with the tragic deaths of the sect master as well as countless elders, their strength had plummeted, and they were unable to compete with the Heavenly Dao sect in the chase for the title, so they chose to hibernate. But then the Heavenly Dao sect became more and more powerful, and their words became more and more important. The feathered gate was never again countered over. It is recorded in this book that even 3,000 years ago the Heavenly Tao sect was only a small sect that had just been established, and was completely worthless. In those years, the feathered sect was rich in strength and was the leader of the righteous path. In that war the feathered sect was the first to fight and had to defend the reputation of being the first of the righteous path. The sect master, the elders, and the outstanding disciples poured out their lives, and ultimately suffered great losses in this war. The disciples were killed one by one and even the original of the law of everlasting life was torn apart, leaving behind only remnants of the text. Qingshan muttered. He held the book in one hand and a teacup in the other, taking a sip of tea and contemplating its contents. There is very little to research within each book and most of it is nonsense. Qingshan flipped through dozens of other books. He was getting more and more information. That war 3,000 years ago came as a surprise, and the feathered sect, as the leader of the righteous path, with all eyes on it, went all out. That war ended tragically. It's not just the righteous path. The major sects suffered heavy losses, and the devil sect also had some of their top experts involved in the middle of the war and ended up falling. During that war 3,000 years ago, countless geniuses also rose to prominence, the most notable of which was the person known as the sword god of the old calendar millennium. After reading dozens of books, Qingshan only harvested this information. His brow furrowed slightly. Why do I have the feeling that someone is deliberately erasing the effects of that war? Qingshan was puzzled, because even if it's not good enough, other clans will still have records about that part of history that war. However, Qingshan had searched all over the feathered sect and only found these dozens of books. Most of it is still irrelevant, with only one or two sentences that are worth repeating. Qingshan couldn't help but suspect that after that battle back then, someone was silently erasing the various books that had been recorded, the information slowly. Otherwise, according to the claim that the feathered sect's inheritance had never been broken, there should be a very detailed record about a war 3,000 years ago. Instead of now, only words have to be searched out from different books. Went through all these books and only got one clear name. The sword god of the old calendar millennium. Qingshan wanted to find out who this person was and what this person had done. Unfortunately, nothing. After going through books for so long, it's time to go out and relax. Qingshan raised his head to look at the outside world. The moon was already high in the sky. He felt tired after reading books for a whole day. He put down his books, walked out of the bamboo house, and walked into the monument forest. He was going to rub the stone tablet and comprehend the technique. This was Qingshan's method of relaxation. It's another way to lift yourself up and clear your mind of all the clutter. Walking inside along the monument forest, it took a long way before Qingshan saw the fresh stone monument. He chooses a stone tablet and sits down in front of it and uses his hands to wipe the piece clean. Qingshan saw a silhouette on it, with an uninhibited style and outstanding figure, carrying his hands on his back and looking up at the blue sky. Of course, after several days and nights of wind and rain, some of the lines were already blurred, but it was vaguely visible what a magnificent figure was carved on top of this stone monument back then. What does this stone tablet record? Qingshan immediately sat down on his knees and carefully comprehended it. You rub it carefully to stimulate full enlightenment and comprehend the old calendar millennium sword god's Zantian sword drawing technique. Qingshan opened his eyes filled with surprise. I just looked through the books and realized the name sword god of the old calendar millennium. In the blink of an eye, he came across his monument inside the monument forest. Karma. Wonderful. There's one more chapter to go, so keep coding and asking for support. Chapter 38, Zhuangzhou Dreams of a Butterfly. Chapter 38, Zhuangzhou Dreams of a Butterfly. Chapter 38, Zhuangzhou Dreams of a Butterfly. Qingshan looked at the stone tablet in front of him. His heart was full of doubts. I just saw the name Old Calendar Millennium Sword God in a book, and I didn't expect him to be in this sea-like monument forest. Qingshan stared intently. There's only one sentence in the book about the Old Calendar Millennium Sword God. What was his life like? Is he from the feathered sect? Qingshan's mind was filled with doubts. The words floating in front of his eyes slowly dispersed, and an additional sword technique appeared in his mind. Chopping heavenly sword drawing technique. This sword technique was extraordinary in its subtleties. Qingshan pushed down his doubts and comprehended this technique wholeheartedly. His body's true chi boiled and slowly condensed a small sword in accordance with the operation of the Jintian sword drawing technique. The sword embryo of the Jintian sword drawing technique. Right in front of this stone monument, Qingshan sat cross-legged, using his finger as a sword, slowly gesturing. At the fingertips there were wisps of sword chi erupting like swimming dragons, turning as the sword fingers wandered. The Jintian sword drawing technique. Qingshan was gradually getting started. The more he cultivated, the more he felt that this sword technique was unfathomable. The power of the Jintian sword drawing technique surpasses the Great River Sword Chi. Qingshan made a comparison in his heart and determined that Wu Xiaobai's Great River Sword Chi was not as profound as the sky-splitting sword drawing technique. Of course it's also the times. Wu Xiaobai was a person from more than 40 years ago, while the sword god of the old calendar millennium was an expert from 3,000 years ago. In that era saints could break through, not the shackles of the human world. So it made sense that the Jintian sword drawing technique would be powerful. As he gradually practiced and delved deeper into the inner core of the Jintian sword drawing technique, all the true qi in Li Qingshan's body surged into the sword embryo of the Jintian sword drawing technique. The sword embryo was trembling slightly. Boom! The sword embryo in Li Qingshan's body had a subtle chemical reaction with the stone tablet in front of him, and the world in front of him suddenly changed. As if in a dream, he saw the world of 3,000 years ago. This is the world in the tablet, Li Qingshan said in surprise. Just as before, he comprehended the stone tablet of Wu Xiaobai and saw traces of Wu Xiaobai back then. Now he saw a picture of the life of the sword god of the old calendar millennium. 3,000 years ago. 3,000 years ago. The world was night. The starlight was like a radiance that poured down on the earth, and the flowers on the hills swayed in the evening breeze, cloaked in starlight, and beautiful to behold. Under the moonlight, Li Qingshan saw a middle-aged man with a sword hanging from his waist, wearing a green robe, with a lazy and unrestrained temperament. He took one sip after another from his flask. Behind him, there were a dozen corpses, all killed in a single blow. Even in death, Li Qingshan could sense the heavy aura emanating from these corpses, far beyond the great exalted realm. They were all experts who had broken the human world mark after 3,000 years and broken through to the saint realm. But it was under the sword god of the old calendar millennium, and it killed him with a single blow. In order to prevent others from surpassing you, you told a big lie, swindled the world, killed countless experts, and used their lives, cultivation, and blood to cast a great formation to imprison the world avenue, cutting off the path of cultivation in the human world. You're truly terrifying. The old calendar millennium sword god looked up at the starry sky and said coldly. He was empty in front of him, or rather he was talking to heaven. Boom! The calm, cloudless night sky was suddenly swarming with dark clouds and howling winds that coalesced into a large face. I've imprisoned the world's great Tao, using ancient formations paired with the righteous and devilish paths, and the blood cultivation of countless experts. This world's great Tao will gradually become obscure, and it will no longer be so easy for those who come after them to cultivate. And it may be that in the end, they won't even be able to break through the saint barrier. Without the immensely powerful men who can step through mountains and rivers without moving, and carry mountains to catch the moon, there will be many, many fewer fights on this earth, and I am doing a good deed, so why are you so hostile to me? The voice of this great face rumbled, like thunder, and told of its behavior. Li Qingshan's eyes widened as he watched the conversation between the sword god of the old calendar millennium and the mysterious man in front of him. Realizing why the great Tao of the earth would be so obscure after 3,000 years, gradually turning the realm of the saints into the great passage of the world of man. It turned out that someone had blocked the world avenue with an ancient formation, plus the lives and blood of countless experts. You sealed the great Tao because you were afraid that someone would surpass you, resulting in the earth in the future. There would be no one who would threaten you, and that was your main purpose. The old calendar millennium sword god frowned and said coldly, you should be thankful that I am willing to descend down and have a good word with you. It is already a fact that the world avenue has been sealed. You can't change it, the mysterious person said in an indifferent tone. Can't change? I don't understand. The corner of the old calendar millennium sword god's mouth curled up, seemingly smiling. He looked at the mysterious man. I think it can change, the old calendar millennium sword god said seriously, his hand resting on the long sword at his waist, poised to strike. What do you want? The mystic's huge face, which was coalesced by clouds, was tinged with shocked anger. It's time to eat. It's time to wash the dishes. It's time to do what needs to be done, God forbid. It is a sadness that you have buried the future of this world for your own selfishness, and that those who come after you will no longer be able to reach a level like ours. I'll chop your sword today. The old calendar millennium sword god drew his long sword. The longsword's breath was slightly chilly with a morose coldness, and its body was like a gentleman's, not stained with rust, and it was held in his hand. Boom! In the next second, the old calendar millennium sword god made his sword. This sword was unparalleled in the world, carrying the old calendar's 1,000-year-old sword god, an extremely brilliant strike that transformed into a ferocious impact. High in the sky, the face of that dark cloud condensation was instantly blasted apart, and this sword directly chopped into the depths of the heavenly dome, like a river of stars dropping down in a vast expanse. At this moment Li Qingshan watched as a click came from high above the sky. In the next second, the sword chopped on the ancient great formation laid down by that earthly powerhouse. The great formation shook, even moving this side of the heaven and earth to shake. Crazy, you're a complete lunatic. From the depths of the firmament came an angry shout. You burned out everything you had, put your soul into it, forcibly raised your realm, and chopped out this sword, so what? You only chopped off half of my Yuanshan, and you didn't break this great formation. You don't have a chance. When the old calendar Millennium Sword God heard this, he laughed. I put my best foot forward and chopped off half of your Yuanshan, striking the great formation and causing it to tremble and crack. In the next time, you will inevitably fall into a deep sleep, and I believe that in the time to come, a person will appear to break this ancient formation, welcoming the great Tao back to the earth once again, and letting the aura pave over the world. Impossible. No one can get out of the saint realm in the world to come, even if I fall asleep for thousands of years. No one can break this ancient formation. High in the sky, the mysterious supreme powers roared. I believe someone can. The old calendar Millennium Sword God no longer argued with him, but turned around, his eyes looking in the direction where Qingshan was, nodding slightly. His body then transformed into stars that blew in the wind. Everything of the old calendar Millennium Sword God burned in that sword just now, and after chopping it out, he would fall, but he doesn't regret it. Qingshan's illusions collapsed before his eyes and he returned to the real world. He was still meditating in front of the stone monument at the Qingshan cliff, a short period of time that seemed like a lifetime ago. Chuangzhou Dreaming Butterfly. Thank you. Chapter 39, Under the Moonlight, a young man practicing boxing. Chapter 39, Under the Moonlight, a young man practicing boxing. Chapter 39, Under the Moonlight, a young man practicing boxing. Under the starry sky, the moon condensed and spread on the earth, and the distant mountains looked like they were covered with a veil. Qingshan slowly stood up. His expression carried a hint of shock as he looked at the stone monument in front of him, which depicted that windswept and unruly figure, the sword god of the old calendar millennium. Combining the books he had read during the day and the Zhuangzhou dream butterfly-like experience he had just had, Qingshan could come to a conclusion. 3,000 years ago, during the heyday of cultivation, there were as many masters as there were clouds. The great way of the world was revealed, and there was no end to the realm of cultivation. Some people think it's good. Some people think it's bad. After an earthly powerhouse reached his peak realm, he was afraid that someone would surpass him, so he sealed the great Tao and sealed the aura, resulting in the fact that on earth now, the peak is the great exalted. Who is this person? Qingshan frowned, anger surfacing in his eyes. He's already a great exalted one. His front path was blocked by this strong man. The old calendar Millennium Sword God talked to the other side without mentioning names. However, Qingshan knew that back then, this person had lied and deceived the entire cultivation world, allowing countless righteous demonic sects to unite and ultimately die and become the energy for him to activate the ancient array. What on earth is it that can make the righteous and devilish paths unite together and no one has noticed yet? Qingshan was puzzled. Now that I think about it, the sword god of the old calendar millennium chose right. With the great Tao sealed and the aura declining, even if the old calendar millennium sword god is still alive, his cultivation will degrade to the great exalted realm in the days to come. The entire world is maintained at its peak only by that powerful man. If the sword god of the old calendar millennium had not cut that sword, he would be the only king of this world. Qingshan had developed admiration for the old calendar millennium sword god in his heart. Burning everything he had, he chopped out that splendid sword. It chopped off half of that powerhouse's Yuanshan and also split an opening in that ancient formation, a silver lining for future generations. It was only at this moment that Qingshan realized why Wu Xiaobai could comprehend the way of the saints, though there was only one strand, though it was only that glorious a sword. But he was the first in 3,000 years to comprehend the one gaping hole that the sword god had cut through in the old calendar millennium. If Wu Xiaobai didn't fall, then he was the one that the old calendar millennium sword god expected. But unfortunately, Wu Xiaobai was eventually forced to die by the heavenly Dao sect. Now Qingshan had inherited Wu Xiaobai's great river sword qi, and the old calendar 1,000 years sword god's Jintian sword drawing technique, and his cultivation had also reached great exaltation. I should be the one to cut this sword, Qingshan said silently in his heart. This was not only for the sake of the numerous cultivators in the world, but also for his own sake. The sword god of the old calendar millennium sacrificed himself to beat that powerhouse into a deep sleep, splitting the ancient formation open. Qingshan needs to continue to sedate himself. Although he had the idea of cutting out that sword, the current him did not have that strength. I will continue to enlighten myself and continue to cultivate to improve myself. Qingshan turned around and returned to the bamboo house, beginning his silent cultivation. He was only a great exalted one, and there was still a considerable distance from the peak 9 heavens, not to mention chopping out that sword. The distance was so far that Qingshan needed to take one step at a time until there was no way out, and he drew his sword and raised his eyebrows. Qingshan continued to live a secluded life, practicing boxing, sword training, drinking tea and fishing, until David came to the door. Sir, was that sword in front of the feathered gate chopped out by you? David's face was red with excitement as he looked at Qingshan. Although he was inquiring, he was already quite certain in his mind. It's Li Qingshan. David became a normal person after controlling his spirituality, and with a lot of things reacquainted. He knew that apart from a transmission elder within the feathered sect, the others couldn't hold back the attack of the heavenly Dao sect, except for Li Qingshan. Of course, in the past 3 years, only David had seen Li Qingshan's powerful and terrifying, and during the day, what happened in front of the gate of Feathered Mountain, David saw clearly. His one thought at the time was that Mr. Strike. David held back his excitement and waited until the evening, when the new moon was high in the sky, before sneaking over to the thinking cliff. Li Qingshan looked at David calmly and said, "The heavenly Dao sect is a bit overbearing. Strike out to teach them a lesson. How is the wind blowing in the outside world now?" In front of David, Li Qingshan had no need to hide. "Sir, the discussion in the outside world about the sword in front of the Feathered Mountain Gate today is very intense," Dewey immediately replied. Although he was a disciple of the Feathered sect, he was different from the others. He was the son of the sect master of the Long-Hate Demon sect. He had his own intelligence system, so he knew a lot of things about the outside world, and everything Li Qingshan had heard about the outside world in the past few years, he had gotten from David here. "What's the reaction of the heavenly Dao sect?" Li Qingshan asked as he walked in front of the small bridge with his hands behind his back. Behind him, Dewey followed step by step and said, "There is no news for the time being. There should be heated discussions within the heavenly Dao sect, and now the outside world is unanimously discussing whether or not Wu Xiaobai is still alive and hiding in the feathered sect. Is it because of the sword of the Great River?" Li Qingshan asked with a smile. "Yes, the entire cultivation world knows that the Great River Sword Chi is Wu Xiaobai's best skill, and a few years ago, Wu Xiaobai used the Great River Sword Chi to split the heavenly Dao sect's demon refining pagoda, and at that time, everyone rumored that Wu Xiaobai was already dead, but when Mr. chopped out that sword, everyone was in disbelief." Ah Wei followed with a smile. "Let them suspect. As long as they don't suspect me, then I can still quietly cultivate and improve myself," Li Qingshan said indifferently. At that time when he chopped out the Great River Sword Chi coming from the sky, he also considered this aspect. "Right. You helped me to investigate someone." Li Qingshan suddenly remembered something and said to David. "What man?" David asked seriously. This was a task that he had to fulfill as explained by the gentleman. "Old calendar 1,000 years sword god. He is a character from 3,000 years ago. All news about him, as long as you can find it, gather it for me," Li Qingshan said with a calm face. "Old calendar millennium sword god," Wei repeated, thinking back carefully, the person simply not being there in his mind. "Okay, I'll have my people go all out to investigate, and as soon as I have news, I'll immediately come and report back to you, sir," Dewey immediately said. "Well, go ahead. The spirituality in you will be completely stabilized after a few more years of absorption, and your own Yuan Shen power can be controlled, so you won't have to worry about it anymore in the future." Li Qingshan patted Dewey's shoulder and said gently, "Thanks to the presence of Mr. Otherwise, I would have exploded and died long ago." David looked at Li Qingshan gratefully. "Meeting is destiny. You cultivate well. In case you can go and break through the great passage of the human world, you can also go and see what it's like to be at the top of a cultivation mountain," Li Qingshan said meaningfully. What else did David want to inquire about? Li Qingshan, however, waved his hand. He directly asked him to investigate the matter of the old calendar millennium sword god. David just had to leave. Li Qingshan slowly practiced under the moonlight after David left. Moonlit night, starlight, teenagers, practicing boxing. Hundreds of month-old authors beg for some data support. Kissing sound, slang. Chapter 40, Succession to the Sect. Chapter 40, Succession to the Sect. Chapter 40, Succession to the Sect. The outside world is in a flurry of activity, but the cliff is as quiet as ever. Li Qingshan punched and practiced his sword, wiped the stone monument, and fished alone in the cold river. The days are full and calm. He had originally envisioned that the heavenly Dao sect would become furious after learning that all of their disciples had been wiped out, threatening the feathered sect to use their full power, in which case he might have to make another move. But the reaction of the heavenly Dao sect was unexpected. There were no outbursts, no hysteria, no anger sanctions. A few days down the line the feathered sect didn't know what was going on internally, but externally it was very calm. It was so calm that it was as if the group of people who died in front of the feathered mountain gate were not their disciples. This is something that eludes a lot of people. The overbearing Heaven's Path sect of the past, why did they wimp out now? There was also a lot of talk within the feathered sect. Originally, they all thought that they would face a tough blow from the heavenly Dao sect next, and that the feathered sect would have a very difficult time, but now it seems like nothing happened. Feathered Sect Master Teacher Hall. Feng Baiyu looked at the calm heaven and earth and sighed quietly. The wind and rain want to come to the mountain. I always feel that this is the tranquility before the storm. Behind him, the previous generation's patriarch and law enforcement elders stood. In the past few days, I have carefully scouted all the personnel of the feathered sect from top to bottom, inside and out, and I have found no suspicious characters, nor any trace of Wu Xiaobai, the law enforcement elder said in a deep voice. An expert who can cut out a sword like that, if he really doesn't want to be discovered by you, it's impossible to be discovered, the previous patriarch said. Right now the outside world is talking about whether senior brother Wu Xiaobai is dead or not, and many people are asking me for specific news, Feng Baiyu said. After thinking about it, I still think it can't be Xiaobai, the previous patriarch said. It doesn't matter if it's Wu Xiaobai or not. What's important is that we need a Wu Xiaobai right now. We need an existence that can counterbalance the top powerhouses of the Heavenly Dao sect, so externally we can be ambiguous, neither denying it nor admitting it, so that the Heavenly Dao sect won't dare to come to commit a crime easily as they can't feel the bottom of it. Feng Baiyu said. That's a good point. No matter if Wu Xiaobai is dead or alive, right now in the feathered sect, he must be alive. The law enforcement elder nodded his head, agreeing with Feng Baiyu's statement. The previous generation of Pal mistresses was silent. Sect leader. The Heavenly Dao sect is holding back. This is very abnormal. One must always be on guard against their counterattack. The Heavenly Dao sect is vindictive, very sinister and capable of using any tactic. My feathered sect is now completely on the opposite side of the fence from him. One must be very vigilant, the law enforcement elder said to Feng Baiyu. Well, I know. Next I will do my best to cultivate Xiaojiu, and incidentally monitor the movements of the Heavenly Dao sect. Feng Baiyu nodded his head heavily. Although he had exterminated the Heavenly Dao sect's incoming criminals, the Heavenly Dao sect was still like a huge mountain that pressed down on him. Internally, we still have to continue to search for that expert. Whether it's Wu Xiaobai or not, we have to find it. Feng Baiyu clenched his fists and said with a loud voice. The law enforcement elders and the previous generation of patriarchs all nodded their heads in agreement with this statement. They were going to dig up the ground, even if they had to turn the feathered sect upside down, to find that expert. A few days passed. Qingshan practiced diligently and unceasingly, and mastered the Jintian sword drawing technique. His cultivation level was thus raised to the second sky of the Great Exaltation realm. Qingshan still wiped the stone monument every day, comprehended the gongfu, came back and continued to cultivate, and hung the comprehended gongfu on the root bone that had long since taken root and grown into a heavenly tree. His strength is growing every day. His forest-like roots and bones were growing all the time. In the mundane it is said that even drinking water makes you fat. In Qingshan's case, even walking would increase his strength. On this day, after Qingshan finished practicing his sword, he washed up, boiled a pot of tea, lit a pot of incense, and just watched the flowers blooming in the flower garden under the spring atmosphere. In a happy mood, the little fox also held a cup of tea and sipped it silently. After following Qingshan for a long time, the little fox hated tea from the beginning to now enjoying it, all because of Qingshan's subtle influence. In some ways, it is becoming more and more like Qingshan, drinking tea and admiring the spring's hundreds of flowers. Qingshan's expression moved and looked at the little fox. My sister is here. Do you want to meet her? The little fox immediately tried to sneak away. It still doesn't want to see humans. Qingshan calmly asked, am I the only one you'll see in this lifetime? The little fox hesitated. People have good and bad points. Demons also have good and bad points. All need to rely on yourself to distinguish, see more and naturally understand. I know you are afraid of life, but you can't run away forever. Qingshan admonished the little fox. The little fox listened, retracted his foot that wanted to run away, and continued to sit and wait in silence. Not long after, Xiaojiu's figure appeared ahead, between the small bridge and the water. Brother! Xiaojiu waved her hands happily. Qingshan had a smile on his face, gently looking at Xiaojiu as he slowly walked in. Why are you so happy? Qingshan asked. Because the trouble that was weighing on my heart has been solved. So happy ah, Xiaojiu said smilingly, not at all as high and cold as she was in front of outsiders. Yeah, is such a cute little fox raised by you, brother? Xiaojiu only then noticed the snow-white and clean little fox on the side, comparable to a fox beauty, and approached in surprise. It's my friend, you can call him Little Fox, with a somewhat fearful and high-cooled personality. Qingshan introduced with a smile on his face. Xiaojiu approached and wanted to reach out to touch the little fox, but the little fox nimbly dodged out of the way, then jumped on Qingshan's shoulder, his big tail surrounding Qingshan's neck, a pair of big watery eyes staring at Xiaojiu without uttering a word. His resistance was very obvious, but it's good that it didn't get away. Alright, first contact, don't think you can touch it. Qingshan rejected Xiaojiu for the little fox. It was already considered a very big improvement to let the little fox see outsiders, force it to run away. and I don't know when the next time will be. Xiaojiu could only sit down and not bother the little fox. Brother, do you know about the recent incident where a large group of experts from the Heavenly Dao sect fell in front of the Feathered Mountain Gate? Little Nine asked. Li Qingshan's face was odd as he shook his head slightly. Xiaojiu thought that Li Qingshan didn't know, and immediately told what happened at that time in a colorful manner. Speaking of the time when she was about to be struck down by Tianqing Zi, and of the time when that great river of qi came down from the sky to save her, that look carried absolute adoration. Li Qingshan picked up his teacup and looked at it, trying his best to suppress the corners of his mouth that wanted to curl up, nodding his head silently. All in all, the Heavenly Dao sect wanted to make my feathered sect completely disintegrate, but was blocked by that sword until now, and didn't even dare to let out a fart. The biggest crisis of the feathered sect is considered to be over, and I don't have to specially go to look for someone to send my brother back to the earthly dynasty. Xiaojiu spread his hands and said comfortably. Li Qingshan nodded along. Indeed, after he chopped out that sword, the security of the feathered sect was raised a few notches. Brother, I'm going to go cultivate properly next. Master said for me to break through the venerable realm and enter the great venerable realm as soon as possible, and then pass on the position of sect leader to me, with him assisting me behind the scenes. Xiaojiu whispered to Li Qingshan. Li Qingshan raised an eyebrow. Feng Baiyu was trying to choose a successor, so that Xiaojiu could become the headmaster of the feathered sect. That fast? Chapter 41, The Conspiracy of the Heavenly Dao Sect. Chapter 41, The Conspiracy of the Heavenly Dao Sect. Chapter 41, The Conspiracy of the Heavenly Dao Sect. Feng Baiyu is at his peak, and it's only 30 years since he inherited the position of the sect leader. Why did he pass it on to you so quickly? Li Qingshan asked in disbelief. Xiaojiu shook his head. I don't know. Yesterday Master told me that I have been internally designated as the next generation of the Feathered Sect Master, and that in the next few years, Master as well as Master Gong will do their best to cultivate me. Then do you want to be the sect leader? Li Qingshan asked softly. The power of the Feathered Sect Master was quite great, but likewise the responsibility was also great, and also have to face the Heavenly Dao sect to exert pressure everywhere. Can Xiaojiu withstand it? Brother, I want to be the sect leader. Little Nine firmly nodded her little head. As long as I become the sect leader, I will be able to pardon my brother, and I will be able to use the huge resources of the feathered sect to allow my brother to set foot on the path of cultivation again, so that 100 years from now, I will still have my brother. Xiaojiu said what was in his heart. The biggest thing that being a feathered sect master meant to her was rescuing her brother. Li Qingshan was moved to touch Xiaojiu's hair and said gently, Silly girl, brother is having a very happy life here and doesn't need you to come to his rescue. Xiaojiu just smiled sweetly. Li Qingshan and Xiaojiu walked between the small bridges and rivers, admiring the blossoming flowers, watching the fish chasing and swimming, and talking about trivial and boring topics between brother and sister. Time passes very slowly. By the time Xiaojiu left at night, Li Qingshan sent her to the fringe of the thoughtful cliff. Seeing Xiaojiu leave, Li Qingshan stood in place and pondered. Unsurprisingly, Xiaojiu would become the sect master of the feathered sect in a few years. At that time, even if she didn't want to, she would be involved in the strife of the cultivation world, because she was no longer an independent individual, but represented the feathered sect, a sect whose legacy had never been broken. Since little girl wants to be this sect leader, being a brother will definitely support you. Anyway, there's still a few years left. At this point I should have finished climbing the 9 heavens of great exaltation. In this cultivation world where the great Tao is sealed and the aura is sealed, I should be very strong. Li Qingshan said with a raised eyebrow. He then returned to the bamboo house and continued to dive into his cultivation, daily practicing boxing, rubbing the tablet and comprehending. The days are very fulfilling. Tendo sect. The barometric pressure in the Tendo sect had been low for the past few days. There was none of the old laughter in crowds. All the disciples were cultivating in silence, exchanging low voices and speculating on how the sect elders would retaliate against the feathered sect. The Tian Dao sect's vindictive character was known to everyone in the cultivation world, but this one was unexpected. With the loss of a genius as well as dozens of top experts, the Heaven's Path sect was silent, which was very abnormal. So abnormal that even the Heaven's Path sect's own disciples felt that the timing was off. In fact, the internal hierarchy of the Heaven's Path sect had already been bickering for a long time. The last few days have been a succession of meetings. A large half of the elders slammed the table at the meeting and roared angrily to give the feathered sect a wipeout. They have said that they want to destroy the feathered sect. However, all of these voices were stopped by the current generation of the Heavenly Dao sect's patriarch. The current ruler of the Heavenly Dao sect was called Blackwater Sky, a middle-aged man with dark skin, a hooked nose, deep-set eye sockets, and a wolf-like gaze. Everyone, please be less calm. The feathered sect is not enough to fear. What's really scary now is that it's all rumored that Wu Xiaobai is still alive. That sword directly killed Tian Kingzi, along with the other disciples. I'm afraid that this person's strength has already touched the level of the great pass of the human world, and that he's enough to support a sect all on his own. It's already pointless to send the rest of the venerable masters forward. If we want to exterminate the feathered sect, we have to kill this person, and to kill him, none of us are qualified. We have to take action from the old ancestor. Blackwater Sky said in a low voice. Why didn't those elders make a move? An elder asked in confusion. Several old ancestors have already begun their death seals, trying to break through the great passage of the human world, and they are unable to make a move. Blackwater Sky said in a ghostly tone. So not being able to deal with the hidden experts in the feathered sect won't destroy the feathered sect? An elder said indignantly. The feathered sect is naturally extinguished, provoking the dignity in my heavenly Tao several times. What is enough to deter the world without killing him? It doesn't matter that a few old ancestors are unable to come out. I've already contacted the Northwest Gun King and he'll step in to kill the hidden experts in the feathered sect. Blackwater Sky explained slowly and methodically. Northwest Gun King, this is a fierce man. If he strikes, then the hidden experts in the feathered sect definitely won't be able to resist. An elder exclaimed in shock. That's right, the strength of the Northwest Gun King, all of you have seen it 40 years ago. Back then, Wu Xiaobai killed dozens of my heavenly Dao Sect's experts in a row, and his temper was in full bloom. At that time, a few old ancestors were ready to go out and join hands to suppress Wu Xiaobai, but in the end, it was the 100 Flowers old ancestor who stepped in to convince the Northwest Gun King, and he came out to fight with Wu Xiaobai, and fought to a standstill, and in the end, Wu Xiaobai could only be pressured, and he could only encapsulate himself in the stone monument. Some elders laughed out loud, hearing that the Northwest Gun King had stepped in. Their hearts were instantly relaxed. Sect leader, when will that Northwest Gun King strike? An elder asked. Sect master, I remember very clearly. The Northwest Gun King said that he would no longer interfere in our sect's affairs. The corner of Blackwater Sky's mouth curled up. The so-called non-interference is just that the benefits aren't big enough yet. And when the benefits are big enough, all the words that have been said can be bull asterisk 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 dot. Just within 3 months, the Northwest Gun King will be heading to the feathered sect. So all of you should be less restrained. They are the grasshoppers in the autumn. They won't be able to bounce around for long. Blackwater Sky reached down and pressed his hand down, soothing the elder's impulses and anger. Since the sect master has made all the arrangements, we'll just wait a little longer. Around but 3 months, the feathered sect will come crashing down. Yes, with the loss of their hidden experts, the feathered sect is vulnerable and unbeatable. Let's see him raise a tall building. Let's see him feast his guests. Let's see his building collapse. And all of you wait quietly for 3 months. Blackwater Sky smiled coldly. The other elders also stopped making a fuss. Surprising everyone in the outside world, the Heaven's Path sect continued to choose not to say a word. The Heavenly Dao sect's lack of words made it difficult for the feathered sect. Feng Baiyu walked back and forth in the feathered sect master hall, his hands behind his back, his face anxious. On the side were the law enforcement elders, the previous generation's patriarch, and Xiao Jiu. What kind of plotting and scheming are you guys saying that the Heavenly Dao sect is brewing? Feng Baiyu asked in disbelief. Having fought with the Heavenly Dao sect for 30 years, Feng Baiyu knew what kind of character the Heavenly Dao sect had. To eat such a big loss and still be able to keep quiet, it could only mean that the Heavenly Dao sect was brewing an even bigger retaliation. Sect leader, since there's no way to know what the Heavenly Dao sect is brewing, we can only do well for ourselves and strive to improve. The law enforcement elder sighed. Still haven't found that senior you first met? Feng Baiyu asked. The law enforcement elder shook his head. I've gone through the feathered sect. Every disciple has been carefully ranked. Even Qingshan on the CO cliff. I've gone to investigate and determined that he has no problems. The law enforcement elder said helplessly. Xiao Jiu glanced at the law enforcement elder. Feng Baiyu sighed and said, we must find this senior. I always feel that there is a sword hanging over the feathered sect's head, and the slightest mishap will leave us in pieces. The law enforcement elder could only nod his head, and he was helpless in his heart. Vote for one author to gain a pound. Chapter 42, Northwest Gun King. Chapter 42, Northwest Gun King. Chapter 42, Northwest King of Guns. The wind and rain of the outside world can't rain down on the thoughtful Cliff. Qingshan lived a fulfilling life every day, polishing the stone tablets and comprehending the gong methods. You rubbed it carefully and inspired a full level of enlightenment, comprehending the 5 elements formation. Early in the morning of another day, Qingshan spent a few hours comprehending the new technique, 5 elements formation. This is similar to my 5 ghosts life locking technique, and the 5 emperors great demon avatar, both of which are 5 elements. Qingshan thought carefully. This gongfu was not of much use to him. The 5 elements formation itself did not have a particularly powerful attack. It was a formation. I wonder, If I give it to the 5 ghosts to cultivate, can it become something new? Qingshan's mind radiated with whimsical thoughts. Anyway, at the Sivan Cliff, the 5 ghosts had nothing to do except cleaning and cooking on weekdays, and then they could practice on their own. 3 years had passed, and the 5 ghosts had completed their metamorphosis. From the 5 gloomy, chaotic, killing ghosts that had coalesced under a single gong method, to the current messengers that walked the earth on behalf of hell. Their strength had also entered the great exalted level, and the cultivation of the 5 emperors' great demon divine power became more and more profound. Now with the addition of a 5-element formation, I'm sure there will be marvelous changes. With this thought, Qingshan returned to the bamboo house and summoned the 5 ghosts. 3 years down the line, they along with Qingshan secluded in the thoughtfulness cliff. No competition with the world. The 5 ghosts of all the strength simply cannot play out. Their daily routine is to clean, raise chickens and ducks, and serve the 100 flowers. Occasionally, Qingshan cooks a meal after his appetite kicks in. The 5 ghosts were actually quite suffocating. They had completed the leap of life and had become experts at the level of great exalted. They should have become killers in the shadows, demons on earth, and nightmares for countless enemies, but now they had become Qingshan's babysitters. After learning the 5 emperors' great demon avatar, he had not used it once in 3 years. Now Qingshan was teaching them the 5 elements formation, further empowering them. Unfortunately, they still only repeat a simple and peaceful life. This is the 5 elements battle formation. You 5 ponder over it carefully and cultivate it, Qingshan said as he punched the gongfu into the minds of the 5 ghosts. The 5 elements battle formation was something that needed to be coordinated, and Qingshan, alone, would definitely not be able to practice this technique to the extreme. Ho ho ho! The 5 ghosts let out low roars, their bodies strong and their auras terrifying, eager to fight, eager for blood, eager to exert great strength. They're trying to get out of the thinking cliffs. Qingshan waved his hand and said, "Go and delve into the 5 elements battle formation properly. You guys haven't cleaned up during this period of time. Dust has already fallen all over the place. Clean up around here first. 5 ghosts, go on. Your current strength isn't the peak of the earth, and I don't have any enemies." Qingshan ignored their claims, turned around and went to cultivate. All 5 ghosts could do was pick up a broom and hold back the cleanup. They then cultivated the 5 elements battle formation. The 5 ghosts that were born because of the 5 ghosts solicitation technique practiced the 5 emperors' great devil avatar later on, completing the leap of life and becoming a special kind of life form. No longer a mass of ghosts, a mass of shadows. Their strength grew more and more terrifying. They had been very successful in drilling the 5 emperors' great demon avatar, and their strength had skyrocketed after entering the great exaltation, but they can still only sweep the floor. Now that Qingshan had handed over the 5 elements battle formation to their 5 ghosts to practice, they only needed a little bit of comprehension to be able to integrate it. The 5 elements battle formation was the technique that suited the 5 ghosts. After cleaning up the sanitation, the 5 ghosts couldn't wait to get to their practice. On the thoughtful cliff, the little fox was practicing, Qingshan was practicing, and the 5 ghosts were also training. No one was lazy. Where the world doesn't know, they work hard to sweat and live up to every inch of their time, quietly getting stronger. Giving the 5 elements battle formation to the 5 ghosts was just a wave in Qingshan's peaceful life. Qingshan transformed the 5 ghosts, mainly because he was curious about what exactly the 5 ghosts would become after the transformation was completed. This was one of the interesting things he had found in the simple and uneventful life of the thoughtful cliff. Qingshan's side was practicing, when suddenly a guest came up from the thoughtful cliff. "Why?" Qingshan stopped his cultivation, raised his eyebrows, and muttered inwardly, "Could it be that Wei has found out about the old calendar Millennium Sword God? Qingshan is waiting for Wei to come over." Wei soon came over, and upon seeing Qingshan, he was respectful and greeted him as a disciple. "Coming to see me so quickly, did you find some information about the old calendar Millennium Sword God?" Qingshan asked calmly. Wei nodded his head and said with a hint of happiness, "The task given to me by Sir, I am naturally very attentive to it. After going back, I will be able to mobilize all the forces have been mobilized. Full force search for the old calendar Millennium Sword God of all the information, whether it is the Devil's Way, or the Orthodox religion, or today's world's #1 Tian Dao sect. There are my long-hate demon sect's shadow. They help me to search for all the information about the old calendar Millennium Sword God of all the information I sorted out. And then I come to the report to the gentleman." Wei said, "Tough job. You checked the information in such a short period of time. You're very good." Qingshan complimented. "Tell me, where exactly is the old calendar Millennium Sword God? Where did it come from? What kind of things has it done?" Qingshan looked at Wei with curiosity. "There is not much information collected. Only know that the old calendar Millennium Sword God came out from the Northwest Earth. All strength reached its peak 3,000 years ago, and in the end the war was won. He was also still alive. But unfortunately, the books recorded that he fell in the first hour after the war ended, Wei said. Li Qingshan's face remained unchanged, nodding stoically as he silently pondered. The final battle ended, and the old calendar Millennium Sword God must still be alive, or he wouldn't have cut out that sword. The old calendar Millennium Sword God came out from the Northwest Earth? Li Qingshan asked in surprise. Look at the old calendar Millennium Sword God, wind literate, like the Jiangnan town of the world's suns, flowing and uninhibited, completely unlike in the Northwest land that rough terrain grew up in the child. The old calendar Millennium Sword God was indeed born in the Northwest Earth, and survived in the Northwest Earth during his infancy, and at that time, he had already shown extraordinary. Just like the current ruler of the Northwest Earth, the Northwest Gun King, both of them have something in common. They started to move east after they unified the northwestern lands, Wei said regretfully. Li Qingshan's gaze was haunted as he reached out and tapped on the table, making the sound of horses' hooves galloping. Who is the Northwest Gun King you mentioned? Li Qingshan asked. He was properly chatting about the old calendar Millennium Sword God, and now suddenly a Northwest Gun King ran out. The Northwest Gun King is this century's sudden rise of the Geisher genius, martial arts supreme, unified the Northwest land. In 40 years ago, Senior Xiaobai offended the Heavenly Dao sect. The Heavenly Dao sect sent out countless experts, but was killed by Senior Xiaobai one by one, making people chilled to the bone. In the end, the Heavenly Dao sect begged to the Northwest Gun King, and after paying many treasures and promises, they fought with Elder Xiaobai and eventually won by half a move. Wei elaborated. He was unfamiliar with the old calendar Millennium Sword God, but he was incomparably familiar with the Northwest Gun King. After all, one was a character from 3,000 years ago, and the other was an expert of this era. After that battle, the Northwest Gun King's reputation was renowned in the cultivation world, and Senior Xiaobai lost half a move due to his anger and lost his temper, so he had to regretfully seal himself amongst the stone monuments without bringing any trouble to the feathered sect. Wei said, passionate about learning, Li begs for votes, support, and packages. Chapter 43, I am good at killing people in my dreams. Chapter 43, I am good at killing people in my dreams. Chapter 43, I am good at killing people in my dreams. Wu Xiaobai wasn't defeated by the Heavenly Dao sect? Li Qingshan asked in disbelief. No, Wei shook his head and said, there are so many old ancestors of the Heavenly Dao sect, but they seldom make a move. The Northwest Gun King rose to prominence 30 years earlier. Wu Xiaobai, an illustrious top expert of the last generation, and at that time the cultivation world was abuzz with rumors about the love/hate relationship between him and the Heavenly Dao sect 100 Flowers old ancestor. Li Qingshan came to be interested. A person alone for a long time, liked to listen to gossip, said, tell me about it. Wei nodded his head and said in detail, old ancestor 100 Flowers is the most recent top expert of the Heavenly Dao sect who has been ranked among the Saints Pass. Her age is not more than 300 years old, and she has spread her fame in the world for her beauty. When the Northwest Gun King was just starting out, he went through a life and death situation, and happened to meet the passing 100 Flowers old ancestor and saved her. And ever since then the Northwest Gun King fell in love with the 100 Flowers old ancestor at first sight, and pursued her frantically, regardless of the disparity between the two sides in terms of age, status, and cultivation level. Li Qingshan listened calmly. He, a single dog, couldn't comment on such feelings. The 100 Flowers ancestor had no feelings for the Northwest Gun King at first, but gradually, the Northwest Gun King's unfailing love and care, as well as his rapidly advancing cultivation, moved the 100 Flowers ancestor. Wei said. So, this pair of men and women who were 300 years apart ended up together? Li Qingshan guessed. Wei shook his head, looking a bit strange, and said, old ancestor 100 Flowers was moved, but it wasn't male love. She was moved purely because Northwest Gun King grew up. The strength is strong, coupled with a deep love for old man 100 Flowers, willing to do anything for her. So old man 100 Flowers, in the name of love, allowed the Northwest Gun King to solve the threat of dozens of top geniuses for the Heavenly Dao sect. Li Qingshan frowned and said, the 100 Blossoms old ancestor utilizes the Northwest Gun King to kill geniuses of the major sects that have potential, or have already blossomed? This behavior is underhanded. Wei nodded his head and said, because of this, the Northwest Gun King in just less than 10 years, everyone shouted at him, the righteous path and the devil's path all regarded him as a thorn in the side, a thorn in the flesh, that is, he was strong and broke through to the realm of the Sage Pass, so that he wasn't killed, but in the end, he was still forced to choose to live in seclusion. At this point, the story of the Northwest Gun King and Old Man 100 Flowers is considered to be over, and everyone in the cultivation world believes that the Northwest Gun King has seen that Old Man 100 Flowers is using him after this time. Wei said, The corner of Qingshan's mouth curled up in disdain. But 40 years ago, the Heavenly Tao sect encountered another genius, and the Northwest Gun King still stepped in. Yes, that time it was also rumored to be the Northwest Gun King that Old Man 100 Flowers went to look for. And after decades of seclusion, he finally appeared in front of the feathered mountain gate, and started that earth-shattering battle with Elder Xiaobai. Ah Wei nodded his head. This Northwest Gun King's cultivation is so strong. Why is his brain a bit bad? Can't he see that Old Man 100 Flowers is using him? Qingshan frowned. The Northwest Gun King once said something to the point. Wei added. What quote? Qingshan looked at Wei. Wei coughed and cleared his throat, then said fondly. So many geniuses she doesn't take advantage of. Why does she take advantage of me? Not because she likes me? Qingshan was extremely speechless after hearing this. Lickspittle shall not die. Half the time, he held his tongue. Wei nodded approvingly. The conversation then died down. Wei still hadn't gathered much information about the story of the old calendar Millennium Sword God. Or maybe his story didn't survive back then. Calmness returned to the Sivan Cliff. Qingshan was busy practicing his fists, wiping the tablets, and comprehending his gong methods every day. His cultivation was also in the midst of a steady rise. Time goes by like a white horse. 3 months have passed. In these 3 months, Qingshan hadn't seen Xiaojiu or Wei. Xiaojiu was too busy to find time to come over because he had to cultivate and inherit the position of sect leader. Wei had already left the feathered sect by this time, saying outwardly that he was going out for a trip, but in reality, he was going to go and inquire about the news of the old calendar thousand-year sword god on behalf of Qingshan. The news he brought last time was so meager that Wei himself wasn't satisfied. This time he personally went back to the long-hate demon sect and searched for Qingshan on a wide scale for news of the old calendar millennium sword god. Qingshan himself was at the thoughtfulness cliff, bringing the little fox with him, and improving himself step by step every day. 3 months down the line, he had jumped from the 2 heavens of the Great Exalted Realm directly to the 9 heavens of the Great Exalted Realm. Yes, Qingshan had crossed the 9th heaven of the Great Exalted Realm in just 3 months, the accumulation of the past 3 years, roots and bones like a dense forest, plus a full level of enlightenment. Extra diligence is not embellished, made this one miracle. Now, Qingshan stood in front of the Sage Pass, poking around seriously. As far as he was concerned, the human world pass was not difficult to break through. The biggest problem was how to survey this pass, entering the realm of saints. That night, the sky was full of stars and the white moon was extremely beautiful. Qingshan sat cross-legged and lit a smoldering incense in front of him, causing the room to be filled with fragrance. Inside his body, a large area of dense forest-like roots and bones were absorbing a huge amount of aura that was unimaginable to normal people every moment. Qingshan's realm cultivation was also growing, and quantitative changes caused qualitative changes. Tonight, his soul throbs. With a loud boom, the 3 Buddha silhouettes manifested behind them, chanting sutras. The Yuanshan inside Qingshan's body gently jumped, his left foot hitched to his right foot, just like ascending a heavenly ladder, directly leaping out of the mud pill palace. Boom! The 3 Buddhas occupied 3 sides, and Qingshan's Yuanshan went out of his body and directly occupied one side. Discussions with the Buddha. This Tao is everything in the world. Reason, humanity, food, clothing, housing, transportation, birth, old age, sickness and death. The 3 Buddhas recounted 3 magnificent, lifelong expositions of scriptures from the past, present, and future. Qingshan, on the other hand, narrated his own comprehension of the human world and the smoke and fire of all families. It is said to be a narration, but it is actually comparing one's own path with the 3 suttas, and then correcting, revising, and refining it. This process benefited Qingshan greatly. His roots are getting better and better. That barrier between the 9th heaven of great exaltation and the saint realm became more and more transparent. The Buddha's voice sang, accompanied by the falling of golden lotuses, and the past, present, and future kept changing. Because of his full level of enlightenment, Qingshan comprehended it very easily. His Yuanshan perception power expanded. It crossed the Sivan cliffs, went over the feathered gate, and rapidly expanded outward. No one noticed during this period, until the expansion of 3,000 miles was discovered by a man in a carriage. This carriage was unmanned, ticking along under the moonlight in the direction of the feather gate, and on the carriage sat a middle-aged man, holding a lance in his hand and gently polishing it. How dare you! Suddenly, the middle-aged man bellowed, discovering the traces of Qingshan's Yuanshan spreading out, shaking his lance and bursting out a flash of cold light to break the Yuanshan that was spying on him. Feathered gate, thoughtful cliff, bamboo house. Qingshan was studying and comprehending with the 3 worlds Buddhist scriptures, making great progress and becoming engrossed in them. A sudden angry cry caused him to frown, and his Yuanshan immediately looked into the distance. 3,000 miles away. A carriage. A middle-aged man polishing his gun. Peak de Zun cultivation? No. He has already broken through the 9 heavens of great exaltation and stepped into the pass of the human world, holding a long spear in his hand with an unrivaled aura. He is the Northwest Gun King. Qingshan analyzed the identity of the other party in an instant. What is the Northwest Gun King doing at Feathered Sect? It can't be that you've been fooled by the 100-flower ancestor to kill me again, right? There was no enmity in the past, no grudges in the recent past. The Feathered Sect is 80,000 miles away from the Northwest, and you're here to kill me because of a woman? At this moment, Qingshan's mind was active and directly analyzed the reason why the Northwest Gun King had come over. For this he had to exclaim, "What a good dog!" In the next second, Qingshan's Yuanshan power followed the starlight and smashed in front of the Northwest Gun King like a great river. Vast, rushing and raging, the Northwest Gun King straightened his body, his long spear in hand, and struck violently, directly transforming into a pale dragon. Roar! The dragon roared and opened its bloody mouth to devour Qingshan's Yuanshan. Unfortunately, Qingshan's Yuanshan carried the power of the 3 worlds Buddhist scriptures across 3,000 miles and directly shattered this pale dragon with unrivaled strength. Subsequently, extremely terrifying energies were all poured into the body of the Northwest Gun King under the light of the new moon. Boom boom boom. The Northwest Gun King's face changed drastically. Gripping his spear with force, his face grimaced and roared. All the energy in his body poured out before he was able to withstand Qingshan's Yuanshan power. But the carriage under his feet, as well as the earth within a 10-mile radius, collapsed tens of meters with a loud bang. How is this possible? The Northwest Gun King murmured with a dull expression when he saw this scene. He was a powerhouse beyond the 9th heaven of great exaltation. He was a strong man who had stepped into the pass of the human world. He's been running the world for centuries. He suppressed the northwestern lands with his own power. But now he was so close to failing to withstand a blow of Yuanshan power from an unfamiliar powerhouse. Although he had held up against the pouring of Qingshan's Yuanshan's power, the 10-mile radius was already a mess. The Northwest Gun King looked ahead in shock. Stars and dots of Yuanshan power slowly converged to form a silhouette that hovered in midair, like a god descending into the world. Look at the nerdy Northwest Gun King. To think that someone could condense their Yuanshan power to this extent at the Great Exaltation realm? The Northwest Gun King felt like he was dreaming. If he wasn't sore all over, he would have wanted to slap himself. Who are you? Northwest Gun King asked with difficulty. Someone from the Feathered Sect, the same one you tried to kill. Qingshan said calmly. The Northwest Gun King's eyes widened in disbelief. You've already cracked the human world barrier? If he hadn't been able to break through the passes of the human world, the Northwest Gun King would never have imagined that there would be someone as terrifying as this. In the future I will be able to break through the passes of the human world. Of course you won't be able to see it. Qingshan Yuanshan gazed at the Northwest Gun King and suddenly pointed a finger. There are no fancy moves, no splendid feats. All there was the realization that Qingshan had just used his own Tao to discuss the Tao with the 3 Buddhist scriptures. It all poured out in this finger. Boom! The Northwest Gun King was defenseless and was directly melted by Qingshan's Tao, along with the 10-mile square boundary. With a boom, it sank another 100 meters. Smoke fades. The Northwest Gun King's physical body and carriage ceased to exist, and the only thing that remained was the lance, broken in half and covered with pits, which was stuck in the center of the earth. Seeing this scene, Qingshan already had an understanding of his own strength, and there was no joy or sorrow. Once again, his Yuanshan power flowed like a river back into the Sido cliff and into his physical body. Knock! Yuanshan returned to his position. Qingshan opened his eyes, yawned, looked into the distance and said, I'm so good at killing people in my dreams. PKs are back this week, so please show some support. 3,000 more words in the evening. Chapter 44, The Nine-Tailed Demon Fox. Chapter 44, The Nine-Tailed Demon Fox. Chapter 44, The Nine-Tailed Demon Fox. Once the Yuanshan came out of his shell, deepened his comprehension of the Tao, and incidentally killed the Northwest Gun King, Qingshan stood up and stretched. He didn't give a damn about the death of the Northwest Gun King. Ever since he broke through the great exalted 9 heavens, Qingshan clearly knew his strength. And in today's world, saints were already invincible without a saint. The out-of-body Yuanshan that had just crossed 3,000 miles and killed the Northwest Gun King was the best proof of this. The current earth is like a small pond. To dominate inside the pond is completely meaningless. To turn the pond into a lake, and then turn the lake into the sea, which is endless, and then to dominate the whole sea, might have a little sense of accomplishment. Qingshan looked at the smoldering incense that had already burned out and said calmly, At night, the thoughtful cliff looks a bit cold and quiet. Qingshan wanted to continue his cultivation, but suddenly a painful wail entered his ears, causing him to frown and immediately lock onto the small wooden house opposite the bamboo house. Little fox, Li Qingshan's face changed. His body changed shape like a shadow and instantly arrived in front of the cabin. Boom! The cabin exploded. The snow-white little fox was lying on the ground. Its energy had gone out of control. It was wailing in pain, and there was a hazy shimmering light lingering around it, like a bright white jade disc. Li Qingshan just wanted to get closer, but was rebounded back by the energy from the little fox. He could certainly get close again and dispel the energy, but it would hurt the little fox. Li Qingshan did not approach hastily, but carefully observed the little fox. This is the beginning of the bloodline awakening after absorbing its mother's energy. After careful observation, Li Qingshan realized that the little fox's painful wail was not because the cultivation had gone awry, but its originally suppressed talent was now revealed. The baby foxes had gone through 40 years from the time they were conceived to the time they were born. It was all spent in the demon pagoda. The demon refining tower was vicious and cruel, and it was the most painful memory for the little fox. In order to protect the little fox, the mother input all of her cultivation into its body, which protected the little fox well, but also suppressed its original talent. With the birth of the little fox, it had been 4 years now, and after absorbing the energy instilled by his mother, the little fox's original talent could no longer be suppressed. On this one night, it began its metamorphosis. The hooded shimmering light continued to expand, illuminating the surroundings. In the shimmering light, Li Qingshan saw the fox's tail. 1, 2, 3. With every wail of pain from the little fox, a tail appeared in the midst of the hooded shimmering light. The fox's tail was very large, emitting a bright light, and instead of the usual smell of the demon race, it was permeated with the aroma of 100 flowers. How many tails will the little fox be? Li Qingshan guarded the little fox and silently guessed. The little fox's metamorphosis was far from over. Its voice was already hoarse, and every tail that manifested was a huge loss for it. Ah! Finally the little fox screamed miserably and fainted. In the midst of that misty shimmering light, the 9 fox tails swayed, setting off the little fox's skinny body as incomparably large. 9 tails? Surprisingly 9 tails, Li Qingshan said in surprise, looking at the little fox, completely not expecting it. Li Qingshan had read the books. The 9-tailed demon fox was the most powerful of the fox clan, comparable to the innate divine beasts, but historically scarce in number. The little fox's mother was also just a 3-tailed demon fox. Surprisingly, he gave birth to a 9-tailed demon fox. Unbelievable. However, Li Qingshan was only surprised for a moment before he quickly covered up the powerful demonic power that erupted when the little fox manifested its 9 tails, then picked up the little fox and tried to return to the bamboo house. After Li Qingshan picked up the little fox, the meng shimmering light slowly faded, and the 9 tails disappeared into the body of the little fox. Li Qingshan took the unconscious little fox back to the bamboo house, warmed his body with real qi, and lit the smoky incense so that he could have a good night's sleep. Meanwhile, in a huge green mountain, countless foxes were startled. The ancestor row of the fox demon clan shines again after 1,000 years. The entire fox clan, both big and small demons, ran to the ancestral tablet. They then witnessed a shocking scene. The ancestral platoon, with a violent tremor, projected a screen of light, among which could be seen the image of the little fox awakening the 9 tails ability. Beneath the shattered cabin, the young fox's young body trembled and let out screams, each one giving birth to a massive tail behind it. 9 screams were followed by 9 shaded tails wagging. The little fox fell into a coma. The scene then came to a screeching halt. But this bit of footage was already enough, and the entire fox demon clan was completely abuzz. From the elders at the peak of great exaltation, down to the newly born, slightly more understanding little foxes, they were all excited. After how many years, my fox clan has finally produced another 9-tailed. Ha 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 ha. The fox demon clan elder laughed excitedly. Heaven blesses the demon clan. Heaven blesses it is my fox clan. Immediately search for the whereabouts of the 9 tails, find it at any cost, and welcome it back to the clan to become the holy maiden and lead our fox demon clan to the top. The clan leader of the fox demon clan loudly announced. The rest of the clan acted with excitement. The news about the birth of a 9-tailed in the fox demon clan then spread rapidly. Both the human and demon races had gotten the news. A storm also arose in the cultivation world as people actively discussed the power and terrifying nature of the 9-tailed demon fox. There are also people who worry that the 9 tails being born in the demon race will make the demon race overwhelm the human race. In short, the little fox's unconscious awakening of her talent caused the cultivation world to shake. All this it does not know. It was still asleep in Li Qingshan's bed, very comfortable. The little fox, who had used up all of her physical strength as well as her cultivation because of the awakening, didn't feel a trace of fatigue, because in the last night, Li Qingshan had used his own true qi to soothe the fatigue on the little fox, and after a night of hard work, the little fox had recovered as before. In the morning the little fox opened his eyes and looked at the strange room suspiciously. Isn't it at the cabin? Did he seem to be in a lot of pain last night? What the hell happened? It was only after the little fox had gotten over its confusion that it looked around. This was Qingshan's bamboo house. At this time, Qingshan pushed the door in, holding the 100-flower dew that he had just collected. Drink this when you wake up. Qingshan handed the 100-flower dew to the little fox. The little fox cupped his hands together and asked dully, "What happened last night? Don't you remember?" Qingshan asked. "Headache. It hurts when I think about it. So I don't want to," the little fox replied bluntly. "Last night, you awakened your talent, nine-tailed demon fox." "It's okay," Qingshan said lightly. There was absolutely no manifestation of surprise that people from the outside world were so surprised to hear about the nine-tailed demon fox. "Oh, but awakening hurts so much. The nine-tailed demon fox just has a few more tails. Not much use," Xiaojiu also said lightly, completely unconcerned about the nine-tailed demon fox, thinking more about last night's pain. "Stay with me for 2 nights first. I'll give you a good conditioning," Qingshan said. The little fox didn't refuse and drank the 100-flower dew obediently. Just like that, the 9 tails, who had shocked the Fox Demon clan, was dispatched by Qingshan and the little fox in a few words. After drinking the 100-flower dew, Qingshan continued to cultivate and realize the Tao, and the little fox burrowed into Qingshan's embrace, closing her eyes to feel her talent and inheritance. Having been saved by Qingshan last night, the little fox was now becoming more and more dependent on him, completely lacking the hostility and hatred she had felt at the beginning. Qingshan smiled gently, reached out and stroked the little fox's fur, allowing it to sleep soundly in his arms. He continued to practice. When the sun rose, Qingshan stopped his cultivation and his eyes looked towards the entrance of the Sea-Do Cliff. 9. Who hasn't been here for 3 months, is here, carrying a few jugs of wine. Her body posture is graceful. Her face is gorgeous. 3 months have not seen. Her breath is calm and steady. Vaguely there is a breakthrough in the realm of the other side of the world, entering the ranks of the honored one. With Qingshan's vision, Xiaojiu's breakthrough was just around the corner. At that time, she would be the youngest venerable master of the feathered sect. This mainly depended on Xiaojiu's talent, coupled with the longevity method, plus the result of the feathered sect's full cultivation. "Brother, haven't seen you for 3 months. Did you miss me?" Xiaojiu carried the wine and came to the front of the bamboo house, shouting in a mischievous and cute manner, "Push the door and come in." Qingshan lay on the rocking chair without moving, the little fox in his arms already sleeping peacefully. Xiaojiu came in and put the wine he brought aside, then looked at Qingshan. In looking at the sleeping little fox, unconsciously lowered his voice and said in surprise, "Brother, this little fox is too beautiful. A glance can tell the essential difference with other foxes. How is it that you are willing to stay in the Siyuan cliff and follow your brother?" Jiu was very confused. Though the cliff is good and free from the world, it is very lonely after staying for a long time. Could it be that this snow-white little fox was of the same character as his brother, and belonged to that kind of seclusion? "It's because of the little fox. I won't feel lonely even if you don't come for 3 months, Qingshan said smilingly. Xiaojiu skimmed his lips and sat down before saying, "Brother, recently a big event happened in front of the Feathered Mountain Gate. Do you know about it?" Qingshan was lying in his rocking chair and instantly understood what the big deal Xiaojiu was talking about. He's the Northwest King of Guns. By daylight someone must have found the scene where the battle had been fought. The scene was too menacing. Qingshan had directly turned a 10-mile radius into a large canyon. The Northwest Gun King fell silently, and if his lance hadn't been discovered, everyone would still be confused right now. But although he knew, Qingshan was confused when he was trying to understand and asked Xiaojiu, "What's the big deal?" "The Northwest Gun King died in my feathered sect sphere of influence. He should have come here yesterday, and now the outside world is spreading the rumor that it was my feathered sect's hidden expert who took out the Northwest Gun King," Xiaojiu said. Li nodded slightly, but didn't comment on the matter. After all, he knew all about the death of the Northwest Gun King. Xiaojiu was like a lark, chirping and telling Qingshan all the information that the feathered sect controlled. Qingshan wore a smile on his face and made a pot of tea for Xiaojiu, then sunbathed over there, listening to Xiaojiu blabbering about some things, giving his own opinions from time to time. In the end, Xiaojiu said as she was saying goodbye, "Brother, I've recently felt like breaking through the exalted realm. The next time I see you again, I'll definitely be an exalted." Qingshan smiled and waved his hand, saying, "Good luck with your breakthrough." The little fox woke up from Qingshan's arms at this time, poked out his head and also waved his hand like him, milky voice shouting, "Bye." Chapter 45, The Book of the Great Tao. Chapter 45, The Book of the Great Tao. Chapter 45, The Book of the Great Tao. Xiaojiu brought some news and left after talking with Qingshan for half a day. On the thoughtful cliff, only Qingshan and the little fox were left again. Their days tend to be quiet. The little fox was in Qingshan's arms for 3 days in a row, refusing to come out because of the awakening of the 9 tails and the exhaustion of its mental and physical strength. Qingshan channeled true qi to it every day, warming the meridians and conditioning the body, calming down the 9 tails' violent energy. The little fox only felt that Qingshan's embrace was warmer than any place in the world. It's like that warmth you felt when you were in your mother's womb. It couldn't leave. So even if it was healed next and adapted to the 9 tails ability, it still nestled in Qingshan's arms whenever it had time. Seeing that the little fox was so dependent on him, Qingshan was happy in his heart, thinking that a few years ago, whenever the little fox saw him, it would quickly move away and be very wary. Contrast that with now, when the little fox would latch onto him and refuse to get off at the first opportunity. In just a few short years, Qingshan had earned the little fox's dependence through his performance. In this way, Qingshan took the little fox with him when he practiced, took the little fox with him when he realized the way, and also with the little fox when he enjoyed the 100 flowers. All is quiet on the Sivan cliff, but the outside world is in turmoil. After 3 months of silence, the Heaven's Path sect was waiting for a message. They were waiting for that top expert of the Northwest Earth to step forward. They were waiting for news of the fall of that mysterious expert from the Feathered Sect. They've been waiting, but in the end, what he waited for was the news of the fall of that top expert of the Northwest Earth. When this news reached the Heaven's Path sect, all of the higher-ups were incredulous and looked on in silence. Heavenly Tao Sect. Sect Leader Hall. Elders whose cultivation level was above the 5th heaven of great exaltation had all come and filled up around a rectangular round table. And every elder's face didn't look too good. They looked towards the Heavenly Tao Sect master who was presiding over this meeting. The silence. No one spoke. Everyone is still in shock. It was a long time before an elder spoke. Has this news been determined to be true or false? Although the rumors were spreading in the outside world, there were quite a few experts who investigated on the ground and determined that the lance in the aftermath of that battle was the Northwest Gun King's personal weapon. The weapon had been damaged and broken on the spot. The Northwest Gun King's whereabouts were unknown. Everyone looked at the traces in a 10-mile radius, and their hearts already had an answer. However, when the news reached within the Heaven's Path sect, people were still not quite willing to believe it. The Northwest Gun King's reputation was born in the midst of working with the Heavenly Tao sect over and over again. And no one knew the strength of the Northwest Gun King better than the Heavenly Tao sect. It's a real genius. Even such an overbearing sect as the Heavenly Tao sect still maintained respect for the Northwest Gun King. How did it fall? I have just asked old ancestor 100 Flowers, and she told me with certainty that the Northwest Gun King has already fallen. The Heavenly Tao sect master's face was as gloomy as water, and his voice was hoarse as he said. This statement filled the room with silence. The flicker of luck in everyone's heart was doused. That mysterious expert hidden in the Feathered Sect is so terrifying? An elder said with disbelief. Rumor has it that the expert lurking in the Feathered Sect is Wu Xiaobai. Have our spies in the Feathered Sect poked around yet? An elder inquired. No, the Feathered Sect itself can't figure out where the mysterious powerhouse is hiding. How would our scouts know? The Heavenly Tao sect master, Blackwater Sky, coldly said. Things have come to this point. It's useless to say more. The Northwest Gun King has fallen. Our attitude towards the Feathered Sect has to be changed. As long as that mysterious strong man doesn't die, the Feathered Sect won't be able to move for a day. One person suppresses a sect. In the moment the old ancestor doesn't come out. What other ways do we have to deal with the Feathered Sect? The Heavenly Tao Sect law enforcement elder said coldly. What exactly are the old ancestors doing? That mysterious powerhouse from the Feathered Sect is already a threat that must be cut out. An elder asked Blackwater Sky. He Shuatian took a deep breath and said. The old ancestors have already captured a hint of the Saint Realm and are attempting to break through. We can't disturb them. Even if that mysterious powerhouse from the Feathered Sect is powerful, he is still just a single person. And if he can't break through the pass of the human world, he's not worth mentioning. Let him bounce around for a few days first. That mysterious powerhouse will only be able to stabilize the Feathered Sect. And when the old ancestors succeed in their breakthroughs and can break through the passes of the human world, the extermination of the Feathered Sect will only be a snap of the fingers. Blackwater Sky said coldly. Just let the Feathered Sect remain arrogant? An elder was not satisfied. It had always been only the Heavenly Tao Sect that bullied others. When could others bully the Heavenly Tao Sect? The arrogant and accustomed elders couldn't swallow this breath in their hearts. Seeing this scene, Blackwater Sky was quite helpless. The Heavenly Tao Sect's battle records were too brilliant and too invincible in the past when they suppressed the world, causing many people's mentality to change, thinking that it should always be like this. In order to calm the anger of these indignant elders, Blackwater Sky calmly said, although it's impossible to target that mysterious expert in the Feathered Sect, it's still possible to carry out the decapitation plan. Recently, the Feathered Sect and the Everlasting Demon Sect are going to exchange resources once again. Feng Baiyu will step in and let the first assassin go, giving the feathered sect a profound lesson. Other matters will be discussed after the old ancestors make their breakthroughs. After Blackwater Sky finished speaking, he directly got up and left the sect leader hall. Those righteous indignation elders were satisfied at the moment. Being able to behead the feathered sect's current sect head was a way to get out a mouthful of bad anger. One by one, these people left the great hall of the sect leader. In the evening, before the night broke, a dark shadow stepped out from the heavenly Tao sect and silently disappeared into the darkness of the night. The feathered gate, the cliff of thought. You rub it carefully to inspire a full level of enlightenment and comprehend the 10 giant kills. In front of a stone monument, Qingshan stopped and stood, and a line of words appeared in front of him. 10 giant kills. This was a very terrifying attack type technique. A saint's technique that increased one's entire strength tenfold in an instant, exploding to kill the enemy. The side effects are also significant in that they can damage the root bones after use and require 1 to 3 days of recuperation. Qingshan blinked and said, unusual cultivators will damage their root bones when they perform this technique, and that's because they only have one root bone. But I have a dense forest with countless sky-high trees growing in it, all of which are my root bones, so this side effect is minimal for me. This was the benefit of the time when Qingshan had used the everlasting life method to plant his own roots and bones and grow into roots and bones like a forest. After rubbing the stone tablet today and comprehending this technique, Qingshan did not have the heart to rub another technique. Before returning to the bamboo house, Qingshan kept rehearsing this technique, using it as his killing move. After finishing his cultivation, Qingshan bathed, washed away the sweat on his body, and sat on a chair under the evening sunlight, hugging the little fox and thinking silently. I'm already at the 9th heaven of great exaltation, and I'm not far from the pass of the human world, only one step away. This step was nothing to Qingshan. Qingshan's current goal was not the human world pass at all. Rather, it is the realm of the saints behind the passes of the human world. For 3,000 years, there had not been a saint born on earth, and all the practitioners thought that it was a function of heaven and earth, a function of the repeated tides of aura, and they could not imagine that it was a man-made thing. Perhaps it had something to do with imagination. The cultivators of today's world, the strongest of which had only entered the pass of the human world, could not imagine in their minds that someone would be able to imprison the world's great Tao with an ancient formation. Such an unimaginable thing. But Qingshan knew. He also knew that if he wanted to break through to the saint realm, he would have to cut that sword himself. That was why during these days, he had to set aside a certain amount of time every day to practice the sky-splitting sword drawing technique. Like the old calendar millennium sword god back then, he chopped out a sword towards this human world. Just this sword. So far, Qingshan had no confidence. He needs to keep building up, keep practicing the sword. Enlightenment, comprehension, and improving myself. I still have a lot of time. Qingshan relieved himself. There's no rush. I'm not surprised by the favor or the disgrace. And I watch the flowers blossom and fall in front of the court. I have no intention of staying or going, but to follow the clouds in the sky. Qingshan leads a full and simple life. He focused his attention on the millions of monuments. If I can make continuous progress, it must be because of this million-tablet forest. Qingshan knew in his heart that his biggest advantage right now was full enlightenment, and the one that best matches the full level of enlightenment is the million-tablet forest in front of you. So Qingshan gradually went deeper. He took the little fox with him through the monumental forest. Some of the monoliths are hundreds of years old, some are thousands of years old, and some are 10,000 years old. As he gradually went deeper and deeper, past the bamboo house that was the pre-existing area, the further back he went, the more profound and massive the stone monument Qingshan saw. On this day, Qingshan wiped a stone tablet that had been left unattended for years. The monolith was at least a few thousand years old, weathered by the wind and rain, and it was pitted and corroded in the corner areas. Qingshan saw a book on it. Unlike the other steels, this is the first time a book has been carved. It caught Qingshan's attention. What does a book represent? Li was so curious that he took the little fox with him, and together, the two of them, cleaned up the monolith. Rip off the vines, wipe away the dust and fix the broken parts of the monolith. Soon the monolith became decent. The book inscribed on it also became lifelike with distinct lines. Only then did Qingshan stand in front of the stone monument and tilted his head up in order to see the book on the monument. Watched him entranced. Boom! In front of Qingshan's eyes, the visions iterated, and it was as if he had arrived in a world that was thousands of years old. A peerless figure with an overwhelming style and a peerless aura held a book that levitated up and continuously bombarded the enemy. Countless avenues pop up in this book. The images in front of Qingshan's eyes changed rapidly, as if he was walking on a horse, constantly switching, with all kinds of images of masters exchanging blows. It was overwhelming. In the end, Qingshan only remembered that every time he fought with the enemy, this book would be there. Click. Eventually the picture collapsed Qingshan. His consciousness returned to the body, and the illusion in front of him disappeared. Only the stone monument that he wiped clean. You rub it carefully to inspire full enlightenment and comprehend the Book of the Way. There's also this quote. Chapter 46 Death of Fengbayu. Chapter 46 Death of Fengbayu. Chapter 46 Death of Fengbayu. The Book of the Way? Qingshan looked at the stone tablet with surprise. During his years at the Thoughtful Cliffs, he wiped down at least a few thousand stone tablets. These stone tablets had provided him with thousands of feats, but very few of them allowed him to enter the illusionary realm. Qingshan had slowly gained experience and knew that a stone tablet that could allow him to enter the illusionary realm contained a gong method that was definitely strong. So this time, he was very much looking forward to this Book of the Great Tao. Closing his eyes, Qingshan slowly understood this Book of the Great Tao. This is actually a book that can record a comprehended Tao, and then help analyze this Tao, so that I can comprehend it with more ease. Qingshan looked at the stone tablet in front of him in surprise. Who was the original owner of this monument? How could there be such a terrifying technique? Recording the Great Tao and analyzing the Great Tao. This is what the Book of the Great Tao is for. Although the Great Tao that Qingshan had comprehended was more than enough for a realm of the same level, it was far from enough for the Saint realm. Now with the Book of the Great Tao, it was like a tiger with wings. What did you see? The little fox on the side asked curiously. Qingshan happily looked at the little fox and said, I see happy things. The little fox was dissatisfied and pouted. Qingshan obviously didn't want to tell it. Come on, let's go back. Qingshan picked up the little fox and returned to the bamboo house along the way. He would have to study the Book of the Way. In front of the bamboo house, Qingshan seriously practiced, sitting on his knees, internally nourishing his divine spirit, and enhancing the strength of his physical body. His soul, however, was scrutinizing the Book of the Great Tao. The enormous knowledge brought by the Book of the Great Tao was enough for Qingshan to scrutinize and open his eyes. It turns out that the world's great roads are also divided into 3, 6, 9 classes. The Tao on earth is well comprehended. Whether it is earth, wind, water, fire, rain, thunder, lightning, yin and yang, life and death. The Tao that is comprehended on earth is known as the Tao on earth. Compared to the vastness of the world of cultivation, the Tao on earth is the foundation, the skin. Only by breaking through the human world barrier and arriving at the saintly realm can we see what the Tao behind us is called. The Tao I comprehended is just some fur, far from being understood in depth. Now that I have the Book of the Great Tao, I will inscribe my own Tao on it, and the Book of the Great Tao will help me analyze it, and together with me I will deduce the Tao that I have comprehended to its peak. In Qingshan's mind, his thoughts were chaotic, and different ideas came and went. In the sea of soul consciousness, a black book emerged, glowing with golden edges, slowly turning over, empty inside. Qingshan had written down what he had comprehended on earth on the first page of the Book of the Great Tao. The human condition is a vivid picture when written down. The people of the earth, from all walks of life, from emperors to beggars, are clearly revealed inside the first page of the Book of the Way. The Book of the Great Tao records not cold words, but the clear Tao. Qingshan engraved all the states of the earth, and for the first time, the Book of the Great Tao had words, patterns, and pictures. In the next second, Qingshan felt that he was inextricably linked to the Book of the Great Tao. The Book of the Great Way was helping him analyze the human condition. Qingshan had a feeling of enlightenment. As the Book of the Great Tao analyzed, some corners that he hadn't paid attention to in the past, or corners that he had forgotten about, surfaced clearly. 100 lives, eating the same rice, drinking the same water, breathing the same air under the same blue sky, but 100 kinds of people were born. Qingshan's earthly state is all-encompassing and very complex. If he were to comprehend it on his own, even with root bone ruin in support, it would still take a long time. Luckily, he now had the Book of the Way, which was helping him analyze it. Qingshan himself was also comprehending and corroborating with the Book of Great Tao to come up with a more perfect Tao. Time passes slowly. Qingshan was mesmerized. A young man with a clear wind and a bright moon. The Great Tao was like a mellow wine. Qingshan comprehended it as if he was drunk and danced casually in front of the bamboo house. He listened to the sound of the wind and threw a punch that came with the whistling of the wind. He listened to the pulse of the earth, and when he stepped out, the earth's veins shook. He sensed the nourishment of water and merged his fingers into a sword, chopping towards mid-air, and clattering rainwater sprinkled down. In the rain, in the wind, Qingshan practiced boxing with his feet on the ground. Unconsciously, he wrote down wind, earth, water, and the 3 earthly paths on the second page of the Book of the Great Tao. It was also on this night that Qingshan's cultivation naturally crossed the great exalted 9 heavens and entered the human world pass. The world today, as it is currently known and attainable, is the last realm. The next step is sainthood. But in the past 3,000 years, no saint has ever been born on earth. People can only reverie. The more the past 1,000 years, the saints waved whip, but now only the remains of the article. What a glorious time it was. But nowadays, the great geniuses only use a few decades. Was stuck in the human world pass. The next 2,000 years, 3,000 years are not allowed to inch forward. Can only be depressed old death. How sad. In the latter half of the night, Qingshan had no sleep, holding a teacup under the eaves of the house, admiring the rain that he had struck down with a heavy heart. The road ahead is broken. If he didn't cut out that sword, then he would be just like his past predecessors, waiting for death alone. 3,000 years ahead of time. A few decades of rapid progress. It ends abruptly at the back. Great time would have to be wasted, which was torture for geniuses who aspired to climb to the pinnacle of cultivation. Qingshan is now facing this problem. At his age, he can't sleep. He was thinking hard. Finally he came to a conclusion. I need to comprehend more Tao, sense more Dharma, enrich myself, and cut out that sword in the near future. Qingshan's gaze was firm as he looked at the dark cloud-shrouded sky and he saw the moon, just as Qingshan was silently enjoying the rain. In the gate of Feathered Mountain, the sound of a bell was heard. When? It rang 7 times in a row. Qingshan frowned. Knocking 7 times represents the fall of the Feathered Sect's sect master. Previously, when he was still a genius of the Feathered Sect, the original owner had this knowledge in his memory. How did Xiaojiu's master, the headmaster of the Feathered Sect, the great exalted realm's Fengbayu, fall? Qingshan muttered. He held his teacup. Curious, but the Feathered sect master didn't socialize with him much. Therefore, Qingshan just spread his Yuanshan power, wanting to take a look at what was really happening inside the Feathered Sect. At this moment, the Feathered sect master hall, a dozen or so elders all rushed over, looking at Fengbayu, who was lying on the ground, his face pale and covered in blood. Everyone's faces were filled with anger. Who did this? Who injured the sect leader like this? Did you catch the killer? Hurry up and save the palmist. The situation is chaotic and noisy with your words and my words. All be quiet. Suddenly, the law enforcement elder let out a furious shout, his face icy cold as he looked around, his ferocious eyes shutting up all the elders who were talking. The previous generation of sect masters constantly used their true chi to input into Fengbayu's body, trying to maintain his life. Unfortunately, to no avail. Fengbayu's heart had already been dug out, and his entire body was barely hanging on to his breath by merely relying on his strength at the level of a great exalted. He shook his head at his master and cried out weakly, "Master, don't bother." The previous generation's patriarch was in tears as he cried, "Who did this, and struck so hard? Tell me, and spell out this old life. I will avenge you." Although he had always looked down on Fengbayu's cultivation talent and felt that he was no match for his wonderful and stunning disciple, Wu Xiaobai, but decades down the line, Fengbayu worked diligently, piloting the huge ship of the Feathered Sect, struggling to move forward in the storm. He proved that he did not live up to his master's choice back then. "Master, my disciple is unfilial. I encountered outlaws on the way. Now I don't have much time. Since all the elders are here, the next sect head of my Feathered Sect will be succeeded by Xiaojiu." The pain that Fengbayu had been enduring by hanging on to his breath with his cultivation was to announce this matter. Xiaojiu looked at Fengbayu with tearful eyes from the side and cried out sadly for master. She didn't expect her master's last words before he died to be a public announcement of her succession to the sect leader position. "I object." Without waiting for Xiaojiu to take a stand, an elder immediately jumped out to object. "I'm also against it. How can a yellow-haired girl become my Feathered sect master?" Strongly opposed. "There is no way we are going to listen to such a yellow girl." Several more elders came forward to express their dissatisfaction at once. The remaining elders also looked at each other in disbelief, completely not expecting Fengbayu to designate his own disciple to take over the throne on his deathbed. They felt bad in their hearts, thinking that Xiaojiu was inexperienced and didn't have the strength to lead the Feathered Sect. However, they didn't jump out to oppose it at the first opportunity, but instead looked at the two most important people of the Feathered Sect, law enforcement elders and the previous generation of patriarchs. Both of them were at the 9th heavenly realm of great exaltation, and their opinions were very important. The law enforcement elder didn't say a word under the gaze of the crowd, but instead walked up to Xiaojiu, bowed slightly, and said, "The law enforcement elder pays his respects to the sect leader." The room was filled with clamor at these words. Those few elders who led the opposition were even more pale and looked at the law enforcement elder absurdly. "I can't believe he agreed." The previous sect leader similarly walked up to Xiaojiu and bowed slightly. "Greetings to the new sect leader." This time, the two strongest elders of the Feathered Sect on the surface recognized Xiaojiu's identity. The other watching elders also extinguished the thoughts in their hearts and saluted Xiaojiu, shouting, Greetings to the new sect leader. Xiao Jiao looked at his master. Feng Baiyu used his last ounce of strength and gently nodded. Xiao Jiao's face sank as he said, "There is no need to be polite. All the elders, the priority now is to strictly guard the feathered sect while preparing the funeral for master." Right after Xiao Jiao agreed, Feng Baiyu wore a smile on his face and passed away. He was seriously injured. His heart was removed by someone else, and he had been hanging on with his true qi, just to see Xiao Jiao succeed the feathered sect leader position with his own eyes. Now that he had seen it, he had no regrets, and as soon as his true qi was released, he immediately scattered his hands. In Feng Baiyu's heart, Xiao Jiao, who possessed the longevity law and had an unlimited future, was the future of the Feihua sect, and no one else would do. This was not just his idea, but also the idea shared by the law enforcement elders and the previous generation's patriarch. As early as a few months ago, the three of them had discussed the need to raise Little Nine step by step to inherit the position of sect leader. I just didn't realize that it was so far ahead of schedule. On the thoughtful Cliff, Li Qingshan's Yuanshan saw everything that had just happened. He rubbed his teacup and said, "Xiao Jiao has still become the feathered sect master. So is she going to let me out next?" Li Qingshan suddenly thought of this problem. "Well, a little serious. Please support me in my promotion. It's much needed." Chapter 47 Excited Little Nine. Chapter 47 Excited Little Nine. Chapter 47 Excited Little Nine. On a rainy night, Xiao Jiao became the headmaster of the feathered sect. Though there are those who are not convinced, they can't make a big wave. With the support of the elders of law enforcement and the previous generation of patriarchs, Xiao Jiao smoothly took over. What followed was a low-key handling of Feng Baiyu's funeral. The feathered sect wanted to minimize the impact of the assassination of the sect master. After all, the head of a door, on behalf of the face of the feathered sect, was actually assassinated and fell. It is really unspeakable. There was also the point that low-profile treatment would allow Feng Baiyu to be free from more disturbances. However, the news that the feathered sect master had been assassinated had still spread. Just like what David had said earlier, it would be a miracle if a secret could be kept for more than a day within the feathered sect. The feathered gate is like a sieve, leaking all over the place, so after only half a day, the news of what happened within the feathered sect spread. While the outside world was abuzz, the inside of the feathered sect appeared to be somewhat unperturbed. After Xiao Jiao finished dealing with Feng Baiyu's aftermath, he earnestly fulfilled his responsibility as the feathered sect master. With the support of the law enforcement elders and Master Gong, Xiao Jiao held half of the elders within the feathered sect in his hands in one fell swoop. Although the age is very young, but since childhood is in the royal family grew up, hooking, intrigue and assassination, imperial means, these small nine are skilled. Although the top battle power of the earthly dynasty was no match for the cultivation world. However, when it came to the speculation of the human heart and the desire for power, the earthly imperial dynasty was still far superior to the great sects of the cultivation world. Xiao Jiao was gifted and intelligent. In the past she was just unwilling to think and learn. Now that she was sitting in the position of the sect leader, her mindset had begun to change. "Master, I will definitely avenge you, and I will govern the feathered sect well." Xiao Jiao swore in front of his own master's grave. Stabilizing the internal proceeded with reforms, cutting down on the elders who occupied a large amount of resources and began to allocate them to disciples with potential. Jiao took office with 3 fires burning. She was busy every day, so busy that she couldn't even come to see Li Qingshan. Li Qingshan was on the Xiao cliff, and occasionally used his Yuan Shen to visit Xiao Jiao, and found that she had really devoted herself to the position of sect leader of the feathered sect, and was working hard to make the feathered sect move forward in a good direction. The little girl has grown up. Li Qingshan sighed with emotion. However, Xiao Jiao's reforms had offended the interests of quite a few elders, who wanted to join hands to counteract Xiao Jiao, trying to force him to step back and maintain his original policy. Ka was adamant that he would not change and pushed the new policy forcefully. For a time, dark currents surged within the feathered sect. These are the things Li Qingshan saw on the Cliff of Thought. He would observe Xiao Jiao and observe the feathered sect for a while after his daily cultivation. So these undercurrents were clear to Li Qingshan with his God's perspective. Now I understand why the feathered sect has been continuously suppressed by the heavenly Tao sect all these years. Under God's perspective, Li Qingshan shook his head straight as he watched. In the final analysis, it was still the feathered sect's top warriors who had soft ears and didn't have the vigor to reform. Jiao took office bringing a new ethos and forcing reforms. The law enforcement elders who originally supported her were initially satisfied with the effects of the reforms. But after Xiao Jiao moved the resources of the elders, the law enforcement elders weren't very happy about it. Unlike Xiao Jiao's senior Gong, the elder of law enforcement supported Xiao Jiao, and that was without hurting his own fundamentals. The law enforcement elder also wished for the feathered sect to be good, but the prerequisite for this good was that his own interests were not damaged. If once his own interests are touched, then he will seem hesitant. Then under the 3 words of persuasion from the other elders, they also became dissatisfied with Xiaojiu. This was the fundamental reason why these elders dared to rebel against Xiaojiu. With the support of one of the top battle forces of the feathered sect, Xiaojiu, a yellow-haired girl, would sooner or later compromise in their eyes. The feathered sect's decline is all of its own doing. Li Qingshan, who had seen it all, said breathlessly, another morning. The warm sunshine sprinkled across thousands of hills and valleys, dispersing the morning fog and brightening the new day. On the Xijiao cliff, the forest of 1,000,000 monuments looks glittering in the sunlight. Li Qingshan was just about to go and wipe the stone monument, when he suddenly stopped and looked outside of the thinking cliff. Jiu is here. Li Qingshan's Yuanshan saw Xiaojiu, full of sorrow, his thin shoulders bearing the rise and fall of a clan. Moreover, the attitude of the law enforcement elders, who had been supporting her recently, had become ambiguous. She's under a lot of pressure. The reform policy couldn't be pushed through. The elders blocked it at every turn, and although it wasn't out in the open, privately the feathered sect had split into 2 parts. Jiu was distracted, so she came to see her brother and relax. Li Qingshan gave up the idea of going to wipe the stone tablet, turned around and went into the house, took out the tea set and made the tea first, waiting for Xiaojiu. Having to drink tea so early in the morning, brother is so elegant. Xiaojiu enters the thoughtful cliff and sees that his brother is leisurely drinking tea, so he feels that the pressure on his body suddenly disappears, and the whole person becomes relaxed, forgetting about the flies and dogs outside. The new headmaster of the feathered sect, would you be willing to show your face and come over for a cup of tea? Li Qingshan said with a smile. Xiaojiu gave Li Qingshan a blank look and came directly over to sit for a bit, saying in a bad mood, I'm dying of boredom, and brother is still making fun of me. What's bothering you? Li Qingshan asked as he looked at Xiaojiu. After inheriting the position of sect master, I realized that the feathered sect is very divided internally. 10% of the resources, 80% into the pockets of the great elders. The remaining 2% is only needed for the disciples to cultivate. In that case, how can we cultivate outstanding geniuses? Xiaojiu drained the tea in his cup in one gulp and said indignantly, so you want to reform? Li Qingshan poured her another cup. Yes, the feathered sect needs to be reformed from top to bottom, or else it's not far from death. Xiaojiu nodded appraisingly. 1,000-year-old big clan. It's hard to want to try to change it with one's own strength. Li Qingshan said honestly. I'll do it even if it's hard. I promised master that I would make the feathered sect better. Xiaojiu didn't think about giving up in the slightest. Then what are the difficulties you are encountering now? Li Qingshan sipped his tea and looked at Xiaojiu, calmly asking. I moved the distribution of resources among the elders. The law enforcement elder who supported me before is now on the opposite side. He has gathered a group of elders around him to fight against me and Master Gong. The feathered sect is split. Xiaojiu said bitterly. Can you be more gentle? Li Qingshan asked Xiaojiu. No matter how gentle, the resources allocated by the elders are unreasonable, and as long as I move this aspect, flipping out is the inevitable result. Xiaojiu said truthfully. Unless she abandons that aspect of reform. But if we give up this aspect, is the reform still a reform? Then what are you going to do? Li Qingshan asked. I don't know. It gives me a headache just thinking about it. So I came to find brother to complain. Xiaojiu shook her head. If we can find that mysterious powerhouse in the feathered sect, with his support, the reforms should go very smoothly, Xiaojiu said longingly. But in an instant she hung her head. It's a pity that senior is hiding from everyone. And after months of searching I still haven't found him. Li Qingshan's hand, which was pouring the tea, shook slightly. He really didn't hide. It was purely the stupidity of the people of the feathered sect who refused to believe that Li Qingshan, who had his cultivation abolished and was facing the wall of the cliff, was that mysterious strong man? Looking at Xiaojiu's troubled appearance, Li Qingshan thought for a moment and said, actually, I know where that mysterious strong man is. Xiaojiu looked at Li Qingshan in surprise and hurriedly asked, where is it? Brother, hurry up and tell me. I'll go and ask him to come out. Far away, but close at hand, Li Qingshan said as he leisurely sipped his tea. Far away from the sky, but close at hand. Xiaojiu chewed on these words, then looked at Li Qingshan. A green dress, excellent style, face like a jade crown, extraordinary temperament. Xiaojiu swallowed a mouthful of water and suddenly approached Li Qingshan, asking in a low voice, brother, don't joke with me. Li Qingshan said with a gentle smile, I'm not joking with you. Xiaojiu's heart was in turmoil as he looked at Li Qingshan and stammered, aren't your cultivation ruined? And your root bones have also been shattered. How can you possibly cultivate again? Li Qingshan asked, do you still remember who taught you the eternal life method? It's brother. Xiaojiu's eyes changed as he looked at Li Qingshan. Fiery. It's like seeing a rare treasure. the love it or leave it kind. Ah! Xiaojiu suddenly screamed and directly jumped onto Li Qingshan's body, hugging him. That mysterious strong man is actually my brother. It's too much of a surprise. The expert that the feathered sect has been searching for so long is actually right in front of my eyes. Xiaojiu shouted excitedly, hugging Li Qingshan and shaking him left and right. He was dead happy. Li Qingshan said with a doting smile on his face, "Alright, stop shaking. The tea is spilling." Xiaojiu took a while to wind down. Her little face flushed red as she sat across from Li Qingshan and asked excitedly, "What is all this about? How did brother get so strong?" Li Qingshan held his teacup and didn't know how to explain. He thought for a moment and said, "I have stepped on the top of the mountain and fallen to the bottom of the valley, and both have benefited me greatly." Jiu blinked. To put it bluntly, simply put, I'm a genius. Genius is destined to be extraordinary. The cultivation was abolished. The root bone was abolished, but accidentally got the longevity law. Re-stepped on the road of cultivation. In this CO cliff, no one disturbed. Concentrated on diving cultivation, and there is now the strength. The reason why you can't find the mysterious strongman is because no one believes that I can fall to the bottom and climb up again. Now, do you understand? Li Qingshan calmly looked at Xiaojiu. Jiu took a deep breath, still feeling incredulous. I didn't expect that the mysterious powerhouse of the feathered sect who shocked the world was actually my brother. To this day I feel like I'm dreaming. Brother, then just how strong are you? Xiaojiu asked the doubt in his heart. Li Qingshan didn't know how to reply as he reached out and pointed at a 10,000 meter peak 1,000 miles away. This peak thrusts into the cloud tops and is very majestic, with thin air and snow-capped peaks above. Looking at the weather again, it was sunny and clear with white clouds. It's a good day, Li Qingshan said to Xiaojiu. Watch this. Xiaojiu was unsure, but still stared wide-eyed for fear of missing something. Li Qingshan merged his fingers into a sword and directly pointed in the air. Boom! The top of the 10,000 meter peak mountain exploded with a full-blown boom. Snow splattered, rocks pierced through the clouds, and thousands of miles away, Li Qingshan's hand pointed and chopped off a mountain. Xiaojiu reached out and covered her mouth, looking at Li Qingshan with disbelief. Then she went crazy, hugging Li Qingshan and shaking left and right and screaming. Li Qingshan smiled helplessly. Had he known not to make such a big commotion? Chapter 48, Comprehending the Indestructible Golden Body. Chapter 48, Comprehending the Indestructible Golden Body. Chapter 48, Comprehending the Indestructible Golden Body. After knowing Li Qingshan's strength, Xiaojiu was as joyful as a butterfly inside a flower room as if she had been pumped with chicken blood, chattering endlessly around Li Qingshan. The pressure, the irritation that he had been under for a while, disappeared without a trace with Li Qingshan's strike. Her brother was the mysterious strong man. Then there would no longer be any obstacles to her reforming the feathered sect. It took a while for Jiu to regain his composure, drinking several mouthfuls of tea in a row, suppressing the joyful excitement in her heart. Xiaojiu asked, "Brother, why didn't you say it earlier?" Li Qingshan asked rhetorically, "What's in it for me to say it earlier?" Jiu blinked, speechless. "If I don't say anything, no one will bother me at the thoughtfulness cliff, and I can continue to live in seclusion here and improve myself. Why not?" Li Qingshan said lightly. "If you don't say it, brother, then I won't say it either, so that no one will come to bother you on the seashore cliff," Xiaojiu said. Li Qingshan nodded his head in satisfaction. Telling Xiaojiu was partly to put her mind at ease, and partly to hope that Xiaojiu wouldn't come and break the current rhythm of his life. Xiaojiu had previously had it in his heart to come and pardon Li Qingshan after he became the sect leader. This disrupted Li Qingshan's plans. The mysterious strong man of the feathered sect is my brother. This time I'm reforming the feathered sect. If the law enforcement elder dares to oppose, brother, you'll give him a sword, Xiaojiu said with a smile. Li Qingshan nodded his head and said, "You can show down with those elders and say that you have the support of the mysterious powerhouse." Xiaojiu just wanted to nod, but suddenly thought of something and asked, "Brother, you don't want to kill them, do you?" Xiaojiu just wanted them to support the reform. He didn't want to kill these elders. After all, these were the feathered sect's high-end combatants, and once they were lost, the feathered sect would weaken quite a bit. "You can't come to trouble your brother with everything, can you?" Li Qingshan smiled faintly and said, "I have a sense of propriety in what I do, so you go and show down with them." Xiaojiu was then relieved and went to the law enforcement elders to show their hand with joy. The reform of the feathered gate will be unstoppable. At this moment Xiaojiu didn't have any more worries. She came directly to the law enforcement elders' mountain peak. Law enforcement elders' mountain peak. It is the second highest mountain peak of the feathered sect after the sect master's hall, with year-round snow on top of the mountain, and dense trees halfway up the mountainside. The disciples of the law enforcement elder's lineage are all on this one peak. Xiaojiu's arrival made the law enforcement elder quite surprised. And even though it was a bit of a mess right now, The law enforcement elder respectfully invited Xiaojiu in. What is the reason for sect leader to come here? The law enforcement elder asked. Law enforcement elder, regarding the feathered sect's reform, how have you considered it? Xiaojiu asked. She didn't come right up with a showdown. The law enforcement elder took a deep breath and said, I support the feathered sect's reforms, but everything has to be taken one step at a time. As soon as the sect leader came, he made drastic reforms, directly at us elders, and wanted to cut down on the resources. This is something that I can't agree with. The law enforcement elders also know the inside story. The feathered sect's 10% of the resources every year. 80% of them have to be taken away by the elders. Is this like that? Xiaojiu said with a cold face. The enforcement elder's face was undying as he said, the top combatants of the feathered sect are these elders. So what's wrong with them taking 80% of the resources? It's always been like this. The sect leader wants to change the ancestral rules as soon as he takes office. Can he ever think that it's his own problem? The top battle power can take 80% of the resources? Xiaojiu gasped and laughed. Of course, without us elders, the feathered sect would have long ceased to exist. The law enforcement elders nodded their heads. According to the law enforcement elder, the stronger the strength the more resources they take. Shouldn't that mysterious strong man in the feathered sect take the resources of the 10th floor? Xiaojiu said coldly, changing from the soft and weak, pampered and cute appearance at Qingshan. This moment's Xiaojiu was valiant. Who knows where the mysterious powerhouse of the feathered sect is? Sect leader doesn't need to hold him up. The law enforcement elder said impatiently. What if I tell you that I've found that mysterious powerhouse? Xiaojiu's words were like a thunderbolt descending into the world, instantly awakening the law enforcement elder. The law enforcement elder looked at Xiaojiu with wide eyes and shook his head. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Over the past few months, I've turned the feathered sect inside and out 3 times, and I haven't found a single trace. So don't talk nonsense here. Sect leader. The law enforcement elder glared at Xiaojiu. You don't believe it, do you? Xiaojiu sneered. Then drank. Then I'll let the mysterious powerhouse chop you now. Boom. When Xiaojiu's words landed, Qingshan, who was drinking tea at the thoughtfulness cliff, threw the tea up to the sky and then flexed his fingers. A drop of water flew out, transformed into a long sword, and traveled directly in the feathered sect. The sword chi was so vast that it startled countless disciples, and all of them watched in amazement as this drop of tea drove a great river of sword chi. The great river sword chi spun around in the feathered sect for a week and directly blasted at the law enforcement elder's mountain peak. Boom! A mountain peak was then chopped off. It rumbled and smashed down under the shocked gazes of the law enforcement elders. Surprisingly true. The law enforcement elder said in shock. His body went limp and fell to the ground, looking at Xiaojiu and feeling deeply powerless. You've won. From this moment on, no one in the feathered sect will oppose the reforms anymore, the law enforcement elder said in a disheveled manner. Xiaojiu raised her head, her snow-white neck like a proud swan, and didn't look at the law enforcement elder, but looked at the decapitated mountain peak with a hint of a smile. Incomparably proud. It's good to have a brother. With Qingshan's strike, the reform entanglements within the feathered sect came to an end. It ended with a comprehensive win for Junior 9. The subsequent sensational reform of the feathered sect was kicked off. Redistribute the allocation of resources. Clean up the phenomenon of good and bad disciples within the feathered sect. Censor the elders, and punish them severely if they are bad, as well as open up the hidden scripture pavilion for disciples to browse and cultivate. In just half a month, Xiaojiu made a series of plans. The feathered sect is methodical in its execution. With the law enforcement elders softening, the other elders could not raise a storm even if they were dissatisfied. There were a few elders who lived in the past, leaning on their elders and looking down on Xiaojiu's reforms who resolutely disobeyed. Xiaojiu directly asked the law enforcement elder to step in and abolish their cultivation and root bones, then imprisoned them in their original rooms, and the feathered sect pensioned them off. He was supposed to be sent to the thoughtfulness cliff and live a life isolated from the outside world like Qingshan, without any news. But Xiaojiu didn't want anyone to disturb her brother's purification, and simply let them spend the rest of their lives in the original courtyard. After applying the thunderbolt, the other disgruntled elders did not dare to move. The feathered sect as a whole swept away its decline and became thriving. During this period of time, Qingshan, who had been silently observing from the thoughtfulness cliff, saw the scene and nodded with satisfaction. Xiaojiu was worthy of being from inside the royal family. Her means of doing things were thunderous, and she was worlds apart from her pampered nature. In her hands, the feathered sect would definitely get better and better. If the feathered sect gets better, I won't be disturbed, and by staying at the thoughtful cliff, I can continue to rub the stone monument with peace of mind, comprehend the techniques, and accumulate the great Tao sense, then wait for the right time to cut out that sword. Satisfied, Qingshan headed to the Million Monument Forest and continued to polish the stone monuments. You rub it carefully to inspire full enlightenment and comprehend the indestructible golden body. Chapter 49, There Are Immortals on Earth? Chapter 49, There Are Immortals on Earth? Chapter 49, There Are Immortals on Earth? Once again, he comprehended the Buddhist technique, the indestructible golden body. Qingshan closed his eyes and silently checked the cultivation method of the indestructible golden body. Therefore, the old legend, the Buddha in the enlightenment of Buddhism, cultivate their own body, the degree of red dust suffering, in the suffering to sharpen the golden body, so that after the fall, the physical body does not perish. The Buddhists later created the undying golden body, a technique based on the status quo, and it has been used up to the present day. Qingshan looked at the stone tablet in front of him with some doubts in his heart. He didn't cultivate the undying golden body in the first place. The millions of tablets on the Sitao Cliff are rarely born within 3,000 years. Like the ones I'm comprehending now, all of them are from 3,000 years ago. Just how many enemies did the feathered sect suppress at that time? Or punished how many people within the sect? Qingshan had always had such doubts in his heart. He had comprehended the devil sect's techniques, the Buddhist sect's techniques, and the Taoist sect's techniques at the Sitao Cliff. Each technique represented a wonderful and stunning genius at one time, but their ultimate home is the Feathered Gate Sitao Cliff. Couldn't help but make Qingshan doubtful. Even if the feathered sect was the number one in the righteous path 3,000 years ago, how did he come to own these millions of monuments? There are very few books about 3,000 years ago within the feathered sect, and I don't know if it's that mysterious powerhouse that erased the evidence in passing when he destroyed it. Although the feathered sect has always said that their inheritance has never been broken, the records about 3,000 years ago are really few and far between. The feathered sect itself can't even explain within itself where the millions of monuments came from. Qingshan thought silently. As he continued to comprehend, the stronger the Gong method became, the more strange he felt. The feathered sect's million-tablet forest was definitely not simple. At least it wasn't all enemies or disciples of the feathered sect, like the feathered sect itself kept saying. But Qingshan had no evidence to test it. He could only cultivate the undying golden body first. Standing in front of this stone tablet, Qingshan wanted to turn around and leave, returning to the bamboo house. But in the next second, the monolith shook slightly. Qingshan immediately looked over. In front of his eyes, visions superimposed themselves, and Zhuangzhou dreamed of a butterfly, seeing another world, the world in the tablet. Qingshan was inwardly surprised, not realizing that this stone tablet of the indestructible golden body also had a world within the tablet. He concentrated, watching silently, refusing to miss a single image. In the world in the steel, a huge Buddha hall temple with hundreds of Buddha statues, lifelike, emanated Buddhist light. Boom! A huge golden swastika emerged from the ground, and Qingshan accidentally stepped on the center of the swastika. At that moment, all the statues of Buddha glared angrily, and the entire temple glowed brightly, illuminated by the light emanating from the swastika. Click, 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 click. At the same time, a powerful sense of binding came. Qingshan looked down. A Sanskrit chain climbed out from the void, entangling Qingshan's body, making him unable to move. Qingshan was trapped in place. This made Qingshan very puzzled. He had entered the world in the steel before, but nothing like this had ever happened. Qingshan didn't panic. Although he was bound by the Sanskrit chains and couldn't move, he could feel that the Buddha statues around him that were glaring angrily at him and the Sanskrit chains that bound him weren't targeting him, but rather the indestructible golden body that he had comprehended. That is, this monolith owner, the owner of the indestructible golden body. Everything I am experiencing now is what the master of the indestructible golden body had originally encountered, only replicated in me in this world in the steel. Qingshan's heart was clear. I don't know how many years ago, but in the world of this monument, the images were truly restored. Indestructible Holy Buddha, why are you unwilling to go to the dimensional battlefield? A monstrous shout, deafening, resounded through this temple. Qingshan's body couldn't move. He looked around and didn't speak. But, in the void, someone was talking. Do you have to pass the dimensional battlefield to become immortal? This voice asked softly, with a hint of doubt, as the various Buddhas looked on. The path to immortality is broken. Only the dimensional battlefield can set foot in the immortal realm. You are the rising star of the Buddha sect. You should go to the dimensional battlefield in place of the Buddha sect. Buddha's roar was still rumbling. All the Buddha statues around once again changed their faces and surrounded Qingshan like they were alive. Raging bull. Qingshan calmly watched this. He sort of understood that this group of monks were forcing the owner of the indestructible golden body to go to a place called the dimensional battlefield and enter the immortal realm. In this world, there are even immortals. Qingshan's vision was instantly opened. All along the path of cultivation, he had heard the most about saints, but what realm was after saints? No one knew. The knowledge of the people about this aspect of the world has been wiped clean, and after 3,000 years, there is no one left to pursue what is really behind it? All people think about breaking through the human world barrier and entering the realm of saints. Qingshan had thought the same thing before. It was only this accidental coincidence of entering the world in the steel and replicating everything that the owner of the undying golden body had once experienced that he realized that in this world, there were originally immortals. Moreover, the path to immortality was cut off. So if you wanted to enter the immortal realm, you had to go to a place called the dimensional battlefield. It was just that Qingshan was rather puzzled as to why the owner of the indestructible golden body didn't go. How does it look to enter a dimensional battlefield, slay the 4 directions, fight in blood, and blog a path to immortality among millions of people? How is it not cost effective? Why can't I become immortal on Earth? A voice with suspicion rang out from the void. Bold! The Buddhas were enraged, and their voices were as angry as a bell. If you don't go to the dimensional battlefield to compete for the rewards bestowed by the immortals, my great thunder sound temple, won't I be left behind everywhere? Since ancient times, many bodhisattvas and Buddhas, with great perseverance and wisdom, ascended to the immortal realm. I wish to follow the example of the sages. Why are you all so shocked? In the void, this voice remained light-hearted. As you know is that since the ancient times, after the path of immortality was severed, the earth declined rapidly. Fortunately, with the existence of the dimensional battlefield, the various sects maintained their peaks, and as a disciple of the Great Thundering Sound Temple, you have the obligation and responsibility to contribute to the continuation of the Great Thundering Sound Temple. At this moment all the Buddha statues opened their mouths in unison and rumbled. But I've already touched the threshold of immortality. There's no need to go to that dimensional battlefield. In the void, the owner of the undying golden body said softly. These words were incomparably calm, but when they landed, like the Lohan hitting the bell inside that hall of clouds, they exploded with a thud within this temple. All of the Buddha statues revealed shocked faces and took 2 steps back in unison. Then look at Qingshan, or the master of the indestructible golden body, the indestructible holy Buddha, thousands of years ago, only to see that at Qingshan's feet, a 12-pin lotus flower appeared, slightly blooming, vast and boundless, like a great river and sea drowning all the surrounding bodhisattvas and Buddhas. As I heard, at this moment, behind Qingshan's back, the voice of the indestructible holy Buddha no longer landed gently, but instead sounded like thunder. Within the temple, directly shattering the Sanskrit chains, Qingshan got free and immediately looked back after landing, only to see the temple within the temple. The wind is furious. 12 lotus and the gently rotating lotus above. There is a golden Buddha silhouette, thumb and forefinger twisted and fastened. Body such as the green mountain does not move. Surrounded by the Buddha rhyme permeation, the Buddha sits in meditation with the insteps of his feet resting on top of his 2 strands, with the center of his feet facing the sky. The Sanskrit chains that crumbled a moment ago wrapped around the Buddha silhouette in unison at this moment. All the Buddha statues around them. Great shock surfaced on their faces and great fear arose in their hearts. As they looked at this Buddha in the temple, they no longer felt that it was an imaginary shadow, but a real Buddha descending into the world. The indestructible holy Buddha, enlightened on earth. He is Ka, and Ka is him. Qingshan also looked on in shock. What kind of terrifying realm was this? Suddenly in the middle of the temple, the huge golden body of Rudra stretched out his hand and picked it in the air. A golden flower emerged, and the Buddha revealed a smile, flickering and smiling. Boom! The next instant the entire temple, all the Buddha statues all exploded. The huge energy impact of Qingshan's body shook. The imperishable holy Buddha's Rulai Dharma body was as constant as a mountain in this onslaught, and said to Qingshan, to become immortal on earth. Dang! Without waiting for Qingshan to reply, the world in the steel suddenly collapsed. All the illusions disappeared like a mirror, and Qingshan's consciousness returned to his body. The moonlight is still the same. The monolith is still the same. The teenager is still the same teenager. The indestructible holy Buddha, the statue of Buddha, and the golden body of Rudra, all disappeared into thin air, as if it were a dream. Qingshan, who was inwardly shocked, slowly sat down. This time when he entered the world in the steel, what he saw was even more shocking than the time he saw the old calendar millennium sword god before. In the end, the indestructible holy Buddha spoke to me through the Rudra golden body about becoming immortal on earth. Qingshan smiled bitterly. He didn't even have the certainty of breaking through the saint realm right now. Stuck in front of the human world pass, how could he talk about the immortal realm? Not to mention, how many more hurdles did one have to cross to get from the saint realm to the immortal realm? But this experience of the world in the steel has also allowed me to see the once infinite potential of this world. Qingshan's eyes brightened as he looked at the stone tablet of the indestructible holy Buddha. At this moment he knew very clearly, The stone tablet of the indestructible Holy Buddha was definitely not suppressed by the feathered sect people at this place. How could this earthly enlightened, immortal, indestructible Holy Buddha, whom even the monks of the Great Thunder Sound Temple were unable to suppress, be defeated by the people of the feathered sect and subdued on the thoughtfulness cliff? Think about it. Even if the feathered sect was number one in the world at that time, these stone tablets, they come from different origins, and the feathered sect itself suppresses very few of them. Qingshan came to a conclusion. He took a deep breath and slowly stood up. Under the moonlight, the teenager reached out and caressed the stone tablet of the indestructible Holy Buddha. Senior, if I have the opportunity, I will definitely become immortal on earth. Qingshan sort of responded to the expectations that Rulai Golden Body had for him in the world and the tablet. Then, with mixed emotions, he stepped into the moonlight and returned to the bamboo house. In front of the bamboo house, the little fox watched Qingshan's mind in turmoil and his breath fluctuating, thought about it and didn't go up to disturb. Qingshan returned to the house and lit the incense, spread out the paper on the table, then took a deep breath and wrote down the word Jing with his pen. He has to be quiet. Today it was Qingshan who was a little bit shocked, and he wrote 9 quiet words with his pen to calm down his jumping heart. Don't think about the immortal realm. The priority is still to break through the human world barrier and enter the saint level, Qingshan admonished himself. In the latter half of the night, Qingshan sat cross-legged and silently practiced the indestructible golden body. Whether it's the 3 worlds Buddhist scriptures, the everlasting life method, the Jintian sword drawing technique, the 4 elements of heavenly will, the indestructible golden body, all of these feats, Qingshan had to keep practicing, while cultivating the indestructible golden body. Qingshan gradually discovered that the 3 worlds Buddhist scriptures could mobilize the operation of the indestructible golden body. The speed of cultivation in this way is several times that of a normal day. Qingshan slowly improved himself, practicing all night until dawn. The next day, Qingshan went out of the bamboo house and was walking in the forest when the little fox ran over and asked, "What happened to you last night?" "There's nothing, it's just a cluttered mind. It'll be fine after a rest." Qingshan stroked the little fox and said, "I thought something had happened to you." The little fox said worriedly, "There's nothing going on. I'm secluded here at the Seo Cliff. There are no enemies. Where is there anything going on?" Qingshan shook his head. "Then let's start cultivating." The little fox pulled Qingshan along. The little fox that Qingshan brought with him, above the mountain tops, between the sea of clouds, cultivated and practiced boxing to improve himself. At night, the little fox wanted to lie down in Qingshan's arms to continue practicing. But Wei, who had disappeared for a long time, came with new news. Qingshan had to leave the little fox behind, and inside the pavilion, he made a pot of tea and chatted with Wei. "Sir, I didn't expect that during the time I disappeared, the feathered sect had undergone such a great change." Wei lamented. That nominal his master Feng Baiyu was assassinated. His good senior sister had leapt to become the headmaster of the feathered sect and was making drastic reforms within the sect. When Wei first heard the news, he thought the prank was a mistake, but it took a closer investigation to realize that it was true. He immediately packed his things and rushed back overnight. "Have you gone to pay homage to Feng Baiyu this time you came back?" Qingshan asked. Wei nodded his head and said, "The first time I came back I went to pay my respects to him. After all, he is my master. And although he had ulterior motives for accepting me into the feathered sect in the first place, he has also been quite good to me over the years." Qingshan nodded and poured a cup of tea and handed it to Wei. "A man's death is like the extinction of a lamp. And I didn't expect the Heavenly Tao sect to be so decisive, directly striking out to assassinate him." Qingshan said with a sigh. Anyone who was an individual would know that Feng Baiyu's death had nothing to do with the Heavenly Tao sect. It was only now that the feathered sect was undergoing reforms internally, and Xiaojiu couldn't spare any effort to avenge Feng Baiyu, that this matter had been suppressed and hadn't erupted. Wei took the tea and took a sip and said, "Sir, the Heavenly Tao sect has actually always kept a group of assassins. These assassins come from various ethnic groups. Some are human and some are demonic. As far as I have gotten the information, the person who made the move to assassinate the master this time is the #1 assassin of the Heavenly Tao sect, the Crow." "Crow, is it very powerful?" Qingshan asked. "Great exalted 9 heavens. Wei said solemnly. "Are you sure you can kill him?" Qingshan sipped a mouthful of tea and said lightly. To this day, the great exalted 9 heavens were not worth mentioning in his place. Wei was a genius, and only appeared a little demented when his aura leaked out before and he couldn't control it. Now that Qingshan had cured his aura leakage, Wei's strength had been improving. At this moment, Wei had already stepped into the great exalted realm. "Sir, give me 3 more years and I will behead him," Wei said solemnly. Although he had already stepped into the great exaltation realm, he couldn't deal with an expert of the 9th sky of great divisions. Just now I wrote 9 quiet characters. When you leave, take them with you. Go kill this assassin called Crow. Take his head. Go to your master's grave to pay homage, to console his spirit in heaven. Qingshan said. Those 9 words of silence were written when his mind was cluttered after viewing the world and the monument of the indestructible sacred Buddha. 9 words were more than enough to decapitate a great exalted 9 heavens. Ah Wei looked at Qingshan with wide eyes. Mister is actually so powerful? Have you found out about the old calendar Millennium Sword God? Qingshan didn't answer and changed the topic. No, about the battle 3,000 years ago and all sorts of related things. It seems as if they have all been deliberately erased. There is no such news within the long-hate demon sect. If you want to know the truth, you will have to go to all the major sects that have been inherited for thousands of years, and rummage through the boxes to find it. Ah Wei shook his head and said with regret. If you don't have it, forget it, the moon is getting late. You leave the feathered sect to find that assassin called Crow. Qingshan got up and entered the bamboo house, took out the 9 quiet characters he had just written down and handed them to Wei. Wei took a look, and then he was shocked inwardly, as if he had been sucked into the paper, in which he saw a great Rudraksh golden body. Wake up! Qingshan shouted coldly and helped Wei break out of the illusion. These 9 quiet words, which contained only 1% of the illusion that Qingshan had seen, sucked Wei in. Sir, with these 9 words, I will bring back the crow's head, Wei said in a loud voice. Qingshan nodded. I believe you, but it's better to fold the paper first and not open it again. Wei folded up the paper and put it on his body, then left the Sivan cliff. He's gone to find Crow, the Tendo sect's #1 assassin. Qingshan continued to meditate and cultivate after he had left, attending to his meditation and enlightenment, not putting what had just happened to him into perspective. He was sure Wei would return with Raven's head. This was also considered some contribution he had made to the feathered sect, relieving Feng Baiyu's spirit in heaven. Although it was said that Feng Baiyu had wasted his root bones and his cultivation, but that was with the major sects pushing each other, and the original owner did make a mistake. Afterwards, he did his best to take care of Xiaojiu, and just by looking at this, Qingshan had to avenge him as well. Now his disciple Wei took the words written by Qingshan and went to execute Crow and bring back his head, which was also considered to be the end of the matter. Chapter 50 10 years. Chapter 50 10 years. Chapter 50 10 years. The Heavenly Tao Sect's mountain gate was sited in the very center of the continent, where the population was the largest, the spiritual chi was thick, and the dragon veins ran through the area, and it had been one of the several regions with the best geographical location in the cultivation world since ancient times, and because it was the very center of the entire continent, the Heaven's Path sect set up their sect here. The Heavenly Tao sect governed 2 major imperial dynasties, with a vast area and a large population under its banner. In every way, it was the #1 sect in the world today. There were 99 huge peaks within the Heavenly Tao sect, with 50,000 disciples, and it was famous all over the world. But few people knew that beyond the 99 peaks of the Heavenly Tao sect, there was also a short mountain range. This mountain range lurked beyond the Heavenly Tao sect's mountain gate. Inside resided several hundred assassins bred by the Heaven's Path sect, the lowest being at the Zunshur realm and coming from different tribal groups. Some of them submitted to the Heavenly Tao sect, some were pinched by the Heavenly Tao sect, and some just cooperated with the Heavenly Tao sect. Managing this group of killers is the man named Raven. He's the #1 killer. Raven seldom made a move. In the eyes of outsiders, he was just an administrator, issuing missions, communicating with the Heavenly Tao sect, and rewarding his minions. In fact, over the years Raven has been laying lower and lower because there are no suitable targets for his assassinations. The general tasks were left to the people under him, and the Raven silently dived into cultivation, climbing all the way up to the 9th heaven of great exaltation. Looking at the entire Heavenly Tao sect, other than those old ancestors who were closed to the world and stepped into the passes of the human world, he was the top group, but the crows never integrated into the Tendo sect. He clearly knew that he was just a knife sharpened by the Heavenly Tao sect, the knife hidden in the sheath, not revealing itself. Once it's sheathed, it's bound to see blood. Just like a month ago when he made a move to assassinate the sect headmaster of the feathered sect, Crow's stealthy kung fu was very good. He used his strength of the 9th heaven of the Great Zune to assassinate Feng Baiyu. Feng Baiyu could not avoid it at all, and his heart was removed by Crow and sent to the Heavenly Tao sect to complete the errand. The Crow then returned to this unknown mountain range and silently dived into cultivation. Crow appearance looks like a refined scholar. A black dress, pupils are a little deep. Every day is to read books, raise birds, serve some flowers and plants he planted. An idyllic life. If he didn't say to the public that he was the #1 assassin raised by the Heaven's Path sect, absolutely no one would think of it. On this day, after watering the flowers he had raised, the Crow was suddenly upset. Between the tides of his heart, He sensed a hint of danger in the underworld. When one's cultivation reached the ninth heaven of great exaltation and sensed the root of the Tao, it was possible to give birth to some prophetic senses. Unless the difference in realms between the two is too great. Someone is coming to kill me. Raven's eyes glazed over, his suppressed killer nature bursting forth, washing away the scribe's aura from him. No matter how much he cultivated his body and mind, no matter how idle he was, he could not hide the aura of his half-life of killing. Raven looked out into the yard. A teenager came slowly. Entering the great exalted realm at a young age is truly a genius. But who gave you the guts to dare to come before me? Crow said as he coldly gazed at the teenager in front of him. The visitor was none other than Y. Coming out of the feathered sect, he hoofed it to the heavenly Tao sect. The world didn't know where the crows were. There was no way Wei wouldn't know. With the bottom line given by Qingshan, he directly barged up this nameless mountain range. You're Raven? Wei asked in surprise as he looked at Raven. Yes. Whose offspring are you? Come over to seek revenge on me? Crow asked directly. He walked between the darkness all his life. He didn't know how many people he had killed in the shadows. Someone came to him. It must be for revenge. Because crows don't have friends. I'm a disciple of the feathered sect master Feng Baiyu. You killed my master. I've come here to borrow one thing from you. Ah, Wei said. Ha, you're still the first person to ask me to borrow something. You don't want to borrow my neck, do you? Crow smiled disdainfully. Wei, however, nodded seriously and said, congratulations, you guessed correctly. As far as you have just entered the realm of great exalted, you are a genius outside, but in front of me, I have 9 ways to get you killed. Do you believe me? Crow's tone was chilling, his face was icy cold, and his eyes stared at Wei with killing intent. Wei said, of course I believe it, but today you are up against it. As he spoke, Wei took out a piece of paper from his arms. He opened it slowly. Boom! A golden Buddha was revealed from the paper, with the backs of the Buddha's feet placed on top of the 2 stalks, the hearts of the feet facing the sky, sitting in meditation, with his hands forming dharma seals and his eyes closed. Huge golden swastikas manifested everywhere on its body, and the sound of chanting came from heaven and earth, the sound of Brahman entering the ears, deafening. The crow's face filled with killing intent surfaced in shock, looking at the golden body of the Buddha that came out of the paper in front of him, permeated with disbelief. What is this? Raven shouted angrily. Something that can kill you. Wei replied. Qingshan had written down 9 words of silence, and had also written a wisp of the spirit of the indestructible holy Buddha into the paper, which now burst out and subdued the crows of the great exalted 9 heavens. Buddha flicked a flower and smiled powerfully. The vastness of the spirit scattered in all directions, transforming into a cage and directly suppressing down. Crow desperately tried to struggle to escape, but the power of the indestructible holy Buddha was not something he could resist. The Buddha palmed the cage and trapped the raven in it. The swastika that wrapped around the Buddha's body entered the crow's body, and in a split second, the essence was suddenly incinerated, forcing the crows to defuse the road. A few breaths later, Crow, his eyebrows were white, his skin was withered and pale, and his pupils showed horror. He felt that all the energy in his body was flowing away. Even the assassination avenue he had comprehended, the law of shadows, burned out of thin air. From the beginning to the end, Wei didn't make a move. He licked his lips and looked at the raven that had been transformed into a path in the middle of the Buddha's golden body's palm. His heart filled with admiration for Qingshan. 9 words of silence directly forced a great exalted 9 heavens to transform the Tao, and the other party did not have the power to resist at all. Just how powerful is Mr. Wei murmured in shock. He put away the paper, and the dying crow, without any resistance, was taken away by Wei. It was near the gates of the Tendo Gate that their first assassin was taken by Wei in a faded and silent manner. Feathered Gate. When Wei returns, he carries the raven to meet Xiaojiu, and when Xiaojiu sees the pale, unforgiving raven, he is surprised and asks about the ins and outs. Wei answered truthfully, then said, Senior sister, the crows have already given their heads. Killing this person in front of the master's monument would be a relief for the master's soul in heaven. After Xiaojiu heard that it was his own brother who had made the move, he was relieved to go with Wei to pay homage to Feng Baiyu. In front of Feng Baiyu's monument, Xiaojiu watched Wei end the crow's life. Actually, the murderer behind this matter is the Heavenly Tao sect. The crow is just a knife. The Heavenly Tao sect is this murderer, Xiaojiu said with a clear and cold face. Ah Wei nodded his head and said, Senior sister, if we want to truly avenge our master's death, we have to cultivate hard, just like the crows. If we let the 2 of us take revenge now, we can't even beat him with our hands. We can't let Mr. make a move every time. Xiaojiu nodded. That's right, you have to rely on yourself in everything. You can't go bothering your brother. He has his own things to do. By the way, from when did you know that brother was powerful? Xiaojiu asked curiously. I sensed it the first night I entered the feathered sect, Wei answered truthfully. It turns out that time you rushed into the thought cliff was sensing brother's strength. Xiaojiu recalled the past and said with emotion. Yes, it was also Mr. who cured me in the back. Senior sister. Although we can't compare to Mr. who is so demonic. We have to cultivate hard and strive to reach the great exalted 9 heavens, the realm of the human world's past that we broke through as soon as possible. Ah Wei said with a smile. Xiaojiu nodded her head, her gaze looking in the direction of the Sivan cliff. She couldn't afford to lag behind her brother too much. Thinking through the cliffs. It was another sunny day. Qingshan carefully wiped the stone monument, patching up some of the places that were really too old and had broken edges and corners. Like a monument keeper, he gave the owners of these monuments their last decent. Always comprehending your techniques and sensing what you have left behind. You can't give back nothing. Wiping your stone monument clean and repairing it completely is considered a small thing that I can do at the moment, Qingshan said softly. The millions of monuments in the Sivan cliffs were enough for him to understand for a long time. And he wasn't interested in anything from the outside world at the moment. What feathered sect? What Tian Dao sect? What Buddhist sect? Taoist sect? Devil sect? Or maybe it's the battle of earthly dynasties, the battle of cultivators' skills, the battle of top beauties. For these Qingshan was not interested at all. As long as he didn't disturb his current peaceful life, he could remain secluded in the Seo cliff, sensing the great Tao, exploring the secrets, and upgrading himself, being a pedantic old geek. Living an uneventful and affluent life. This cultivation is not about fighting and killing. It's about it's about the attitude of life. As the saying goes, if the mountain doesn't come to me, I will come to it. One's life is so short, and right now one hasn't even broken through to the saint realm, let alone the immortal realm in the mouth of the indestructible sacred Buddha. How do I have time to go out and fight? It would be better to comprehend a few more techniques with that effort. Qingshan carefully wiped and repaired the stone tablet in front of him. Then he seriously comprehended it. You rub it carefully to inspire full enlightenment and comprehend the Kuanpeng treasure art. Qingshan immediately inquired what kind of gongfu this Kuanpeng treasure art was. A memory appeared in his mind. It turns out that this Kuanpeng treasure art is evolved based on the form of an ancient demonic beast, and after successful cultivation, one can transform into a Kuanpeng and roam the 9 heavens with extraordinary speed. Qingshan muttered. He had a surprise on his face. This Kuanpeng treasure art was not mortal at first glance. After practicing it, he could even transform into a Kuanpeng. Although it was fake and still human in nature, he could catch the moon in the 9 heavens and catch turtles in the 5 oceans by virtue of the Kuanpeng's body. This should be the method of the demon race, later turned into a treasure art that can also be practiced by the human race. It can't be missed. I've gone through so many books in the Feathered Sect's book pavilion, but there isn't a single similar record about the Kuanpeng treasure art. So it shows how big the gap between today's world and a few thousand years ago really is. Qingshan was very pleasantly surprised. He immediately returned to the bamboo house and began practicing this Kuanpeng treasure art. Once he really succeeded in transforming into a Kuanpeng, how comfortable would he be to travel freely between the clouds and the sea? Although now Qingshan could also fly, even for a long time in the air. However, the human's physical flight was not a minute and a half worse than the gestures of the Kuanpeng, these ancient divine beasts that roamed the 9 heavens. However, when it came to practicing, Qingshan was in trouble. Cultivating the Kuanpeng method requires improving the meridians and root bones of the body to switch at will. I have countless meridians and root bones all over my body. How much time will it take to change this? Qingshan agonized. But it's fine. I have plenty of time. Slowly change it on this Seo cliff. And one day I will be able to travel to the 9 heavens. Qingshan then figured it out. It's not like he's in a hurry. Just change it slowly. Anyway, now that the Feathered Sect and the Heavenly Dao Sect can't fight, Xiaojiu is in the Feathered Sect, and his safety is still guaranteed. He then stayed at ease in the Seo cliff, rubbing the stone monument every day, comprehending the gongfa, drinking tea and enjoying flowers, fishing for fish in his spare time, watching the sky clouds scatter and gathering, and enjoying himself. So time passed day by day. The outside world is in the dark. On the cliffs of thought, everything is as it was before. However, even if the Heavenly Dao Sect found out that the bread first killer had gone missing, they only suspected the Feathered Sect and were afraid of the mysterious powerhouses within the Feathered Sect, so they could only use some sanctioning tactics. The Heavenly Dao Sect was waiting for their batch of ancestors to break through, so the cultivation world went back to the way it was before, with the Heavenly Dao Sect uniting with the other sects of the righteous path, suppressing the Feathered Sect at every turn, blackening the Feathered Sect in reputation, and categorizing the Feathered Sect into the ranks of the Devil Sect. Fortunately, Xiaojiu had carried out an in-depth reform of the Feathered Sect, adjusted the distribution of resources, and worked hard to cultivate the new generation of disciples. while deepening the cooperation with the long-hate demon sect. Since the Heavenly Tao sect had joined forces with other righteous sects to hold public opinion and restrict resources, Xiaojiu didn't try to find a way in this regard. Instead, she deepened her close cooperation with the demon sect, while at the same time cooperating with the barbarians, the sects on the grasslands outside of the seaside, the demon race, etc. In exchange for a variety of resources to maintain the feathered sect's operations, Xiaojiu also worked hard to recruit new generations of disciples. Other regions were blocked by the Heavenly Tao sect, so she uncovered talented children from within the Great Yan Imperial Dynasty and recruited them into the feathered sect, cultivating them with care. The Great Yan Dynasty is also the Li families anyway. Xiaojiu became the sect master of the feathered sect, and the Great Yan Dynasty naturally tied itself to the chariot of the feathered sect. So time passes by like a white horse without a trace. Looking back again, I realize that 10 years have gone by in a flash. So much has happened in this decade. Xiaojiu had turned from the tender girl who had been standing in a pavilion into a party hegemon, a sect head, and her cultivation had stepped into the ninth heaven of the Great Exalted and had managed to enter the realm of the human world pass. In the entire feathered sect, Xiaojiu is the strongest. 10 years down the line, her hold on the feathered sect was very strong, and she was almost monolithic in every aspect. The law enforcement elder and her master grandfather had retired, no longer managing anything in the feathered sect and concentrating on cultivation. In 10 years, the feathered sect had expanded from a few thousand disciples to more than 15,000, a truly top-tier great sect. The feathered sect, which was sanctioned and choked at every turn, instead re-emerged at the hands of Xiaojiu. The price was that the reputation of the righteous path was gone, and in places other than the feathered sect's sphere of influence, rumors of the feathered sect being in cahoots with the devil sect were rampant. Of course Jiu didn't take this to heart. During these 10 years, there were occasionally some hot-blooded geniuses who were snubbed by the Heavenly Tao sect and the feathered sect to cut down the demons. Unfortunately, after encountering Xiaojiu, they defeated each other with one move, then hung up, stripped naked, whipped, exposed to the sun for 3 days, and finally made them write a confession of wrongdoing before being allowed to go back. That's how Jiu got a reputation as a witch as well. However, all the disciples within the feathered sect worshipped their sect leader, resisting the Heavenly Tao sect with their own strength, beautiful and highly cultivated, simply like a fairy in the sky. I don't know how many male disciples adored them, but unfortunately none dared to get close to them. 10 years later, the Saizo cliffs are still the same as ever. The bamboo house is still the same bamboo house. The bridge is still trickling. Flowers are still in full bloom. Just a small piece of bamboo forest has now spread to a sea of bamboo. Whenever Xiaojiu was upset, she would come here to talk to her brother and spill her guts to ease her mood. She's here again today. Brother, the feathered sect's demoness in the eyes of outsiders, the beautiful sect leader in the eyes of her disciples, and the absolute genius in the eyes of the Heavenly Tao sect. At this moment, her voice was delicate and naive as she cried out. 10 years down the line, Qingshan was still the same as he was originally. The only thing that has changed may be the bland temperament of the body, more and more transcendent, secluded in this place, as if it is going to ascend at any time. How many more people have been hung up recently? Qingshan said with a smile as he looked at Xiaojiu. I don't know what unique fetish Xiaojiu has. She doesn't kill people who come to the feathered sect to look for trouble, and after defeating them, she strips them naked and hangs them up. Qingshan had seen it once before with his divine sense and retracted it on the spot, feeling spicy. After that, he rarely used his divine sense to scan the feathered sect. Instead, it was more like traveling towards the North Sea in twilight in Kangwu, sensing the various avenues between heaven and earth. Xiaojiu's face reddened, sat in front of Qingshan and said in a non-compliant manner, how often do I hang people up? They are all fools who don't know what's good for them. Not killing them has been very good. Suddenly I realized that my little nine has really grown up. Qingshan looked at little nine who was standing in a pavilion and no longer had a sense of youthfulness, and said with emotion, back when he was sent to the Siwu Cliff, Xiaojiu was only 10 years old when he first came here, and now 14 or 5 years have passed, and Xiaojiu is almost 30 years old. Growing up is still a brother's sister. You still don't recognize me? Xiaojiu said with a smile. Definitely recognize you. Just think that you are not as cute as when you were a child. How did you grow to be disabled as you grew? Qingshan said jokingly. Xiaojiu's face darkened, looking at Qingshan with an unkind expression. Your sister looks so heavenly, and still belongs to the long disabled? Qingshan laughed out loud. This is the first time I've seen someone boast about their heavenly looks. Xiaojiu proudly said, looking pretty is such confidence. By the way brother, have you recently felt the heaven and earth aura that seems to be a bit different? Xiaojiu quickly changed the topic, afraid that Qingshan would say something else to hit her. Qingshan looked as usual, looking up at the sky, clear sky, white clouds, The wind blew wrapped in aura sprinkled to the earth. Isn't there more heaven and earth aura? Qingshan said quietly. Yeah. I just feel like there's a lot more than before. Xiao Jiao quickly nodded her head. Don't make a fuss. There will be more auras in the future. Qingshan said gently. Chapter 51, A Change of World. Chapter 51, A Change of World. Chapter 51, A Change of World. During these 10 years, not only did Xiao Jiao feel the aura of the heaven and earth produce changes, as long as cultivators above the ninth heaven of great exaltation could feel it. Today after 10 years than 10 years ago, the aura of the heaven and earth had at least tripled. Countless cultivators went wild. They were cheering and rejoicing, thinking that this heaven and earth had liberalized the threshold regarding the saint realm. Someone even put it out. According to this rate of increase in aura, in 20 years, saints will surely descend into the human world. But what they didn't know was that what they thought was heaven and earth letting go of their restrictions was actually Qingshan slashing out sword after sword. In these 10 years, he had wiped the stone tablet daily, comprehended the Gongfu, and participated in Zen meditation. The magnitude of Qingshan's enhancement far exceeded the world's imagination. It was also that this world restricted saints from breaking through, otherwise he would have stepped through long ago. Qingshan, who had combined the techniques of the Taoist, Buddhist, and Devil sect, was unfathomably deep in the sea. He sharpened his sword with all his heart 3 years ago. Then every month, a sword is cut out towards the depths of heaven and earth. 12 swords a year. 3 years down the line, that ancient formation that imprisoned the great Tao of heaven and earth and the aura of the earth was touched by Qingshan. The gap that the old calendar millennium sword god drew his sword and cut out back then was also touched by Qingshan. So now the earth's aura has at least tripled compared to 10 years ago. That's because Qingshan has continued to apply pressure on the ancient formations. To this day, Qingshan's heart already had some certainty, but he needed to wait a little longer. After chatting with Xiao Jiao for a while, she left the Sea-Do cliff due to her busy schedule. On the thoughtful cliff, Qingshan was the only one left sipping his tea silently. 36 swords in 3 years. The momentum of each sword is far superior to the previous one. It's like a big wave stacking up. This momentum accumulated after 36 times is already at its peak. The next sword should be able to welcome the saint back to the earth as long as it finds the gap in the ancient formation. Qingshan silently pondered. The reason why he had chopped out 36 swords in 3 years was also to test whether or not the mysterious powerhouse had awakened in that ancient formation. Back then, he was the old calendar millennium sword god. Chopped off half of the spirit, fell into a deep sleep. 3,000 years passed. Qingshan does not know whether he awakened. In case the other party awoke, it would not be good news for Qingshan. It was good that the sword that the old calendar millennium sword god had chopped back then had left the other party still in the middle of a deep sleep. Therefore, Qingshan didn't have the slightest concern and kept building up his qi. Now, everything is in place but an opportunity. While Qingshan was pondering, the little fox came from the distance. 10 years down the line, the little fox has grown up. The fur was snow white, the roots were crystal clear, the body was soft and slender, and a big tail was gently swaying behind it. Very soft. In the past 10 years, she had followed Qingshan daily to practice boxing and enlightenment, and her cultivation had come to the human world pass. When did you cut out that sword? The little fox burrowed into Qingshan's arms and asked curiously. Qingshan raised his head to look at the sky. In the midst of those 10,000 miles of high sky, the human aura went berserk. The little fox couldn't see it at all. She knew that Qingshan had been chopping swords non-stop for the past few years, so she was especially curious as to when exactly that last sword would be chopped out. Qingshan looked and felt something in his heart and asked. It should be the full moon in a few days. The little fox looked at Qingshan and asked curiously. You've been living in seclusion at the thoughtful cliff for years. What does the full moon have to do with you? When the moon is full, the aura boils. It's one of the few good times of the year. Qingshan said. So you're going to cut that sword on the night of the full moon? The little fox asked excitedly. Qingshan didn't reply. He just got up and put away all the tea sets before walking into the middle of the million-tablet forest. For 10 years, he rubbed a stone monument in the monument forest every day, and there were more than 3,000 of them by careful count. That is, more than 3,000 feats. Qingshan learned one by one and comprehended thousands of things, and he was familiar with all kinds of Tao laws, and the Tao between heaven and earth was at his fingertips. In 10 years, Qingshan went deep into the monument forest, but rarely found the world in the monument. Out of the more than 3,000 stone monuments, there were only 3 stone monuments that possessed a world within a monument. The feats provided by those 3 stone tablets were the Demon Summoning Scripture, Sword 22, Demon God 9 Chopping, a Demon Tao Technique, a Demon Race Technique, and a Sword Tao Technique. Qingshan earnestly practiced and worked hard to improve himself, practicing diligently every day and never slacking off. At the CO cliff, He also had no other things to be distracted by. The storms and rains of the outside world were but passing clouds to him. Even the fight between the Fei Hua sect and the Heavenly Dao sect was just a child's playground in Qingshan's eyes. As long as he broke the human world barrier to enter the Saint Realm, if the Heavenly Dao sect really angered Xiaojiu, Qingshan could erase it with a flip of his palm. Instead of fighting it out now, it would be better to improve yourself. That time will be a descending blow. 3 days in a row, Qingshan practiced boxing, enlightenment, and sword practice every day without saying a word. The little fox knew that Qingshan was accumulating qi, so it just watched from afar every day and didn't come to disturb Qingshan. 3 nights later, the moon is full and high. Qingshan, dressed in white, stood in front of the bamboo house and looked at the moon in the sky. On the night of the full moon, the aura tides fluctuate. It's a good opportunity, but looking at this sky, there seems to be a rain tonight. A full moon is supposed to fill the sky with stars and illuminate the earth, but now the dark clouds covered. Even the light of the moon was half obscured, and above that 10,000 miles of altitude, the tides of aura were churning, and if it wasn't at a realm like Qingshan's, he couldn't sense it at all. It seems to be the word that follows the law. Boom! The sky of the feathered sect resounded with thunder at this moment. Succession followed. Boom boom boom. The sound of thunder was unceasing, as if a god was angry and roaring the world. Warning Qingshan. There were lightning bolts weaving between the dark clouds, each one like a silver serpent, reverberating between heaven and earth. The dark clouds that had rolled in, eventually dropped rain. Tick, tick, tick. The rain dripped on the eaves of the bamboo house with a crisp sound. Qingshan raised his eyebrows. It was really raining. These few drops of rain seemed to kick off a prologue. Wow! In the next instant, the rainstorm pounded down, washing over heaven and earth, over the eaves and down the corridors. In the distance the rain beat down and fish scrambled up in the lakes. The sky and the earth were raging and the winds were swirling. For a very brief time, the heavens and earth were covered with rain and racked by howling winds. Qingshan stood in the corridor, his brows slightly furrowed. He noticed something very strange. In this rain, in these winds, there was a thick aura mixed in. This aura was so huge that Qingshan couldn't believe it. It's a tidal surge of aura from heaven and earth, and it coincided with the rain falling at the time of the full moon. So the gap in that ancient formation was facing the earth, and the rain and wind carried the aura from the gap and sprinkled it to the earth. Qingshan murmured softly. His eyes were bright and amazing. He found an opportunity. This opportunity was also something he had been chopping out constantly. 1 sword per month. For 3 years. Only with accumulation of time can quantitative change lead to qualitative change. Inside Qingshan's body, his true qi was automatically running. His energy was boiling, and within his dantian, the sword qi that had been accumulated for 3 years was fighting to break free and show its glory. However, Qingshan's surface was calm as he silently admired in this rainstorm. Boom boom boom. Outside, the lightning flashed and the storm raged. In the corridor, Qingshan stood silently with his hands behind his back. That howling wind, swirling with rain, blew what was once an aura to earth. The world is being nourished. But, not nearly enough. Qingshan gradually became mesmerized as he watched the rain. He stretched out his hand and spread it out flat. The rain fell on his palm, splattered into flowers, and then flowed out along the grain, hitting the ground. Snap! A splash that bursts out. It was also at this instant that the sword qi that had been stored up for 3 years within Qingshan's body directly rushed out. This huge energy instantly turned into a huge wave, and rushed down Qingshan's dantian, directly into the sky. Clang! It was also at this moment that Qingshan chopped out his first Jintian sword drawing technique in 10 years. Then, under the watchful eye of the little fox, and the shocked gaze of the 5 ghosts, this ferocious sword qi swept 90,000 miles into the sky. This sword is unrivaled in the world. With the extremely brilliant strike of the sword god of the old calendar millennium, 3,000 years later and 3,000 years ago, this moment is just like the other moment. The exact same Jintian sword drawing technique rushed up into the sky. In that 90,000 mile high sky, this sword was like a piece of the Milky Way dropping down, deafening and boundless. Void after void, dark clouds exploded, and it was as if the downpour that had washed the world had been scared to a halt. At this moment, high above the sky, the dense dark clouds transformed into a brilliant firework. In the next second, the sword directly slashed at the gap in that ancient formation. Click! The big formation broke. A heavenly voice resounded throughout the world, and the entire world heard it. Then the wind swept in and the rain fell again. This time, however, the heavy rain and gusty winds blew the aura and the great Tao from 3,000 years ago, down to earth. This night, in the divine land, countless cultivators were surprised to find out. The aura in this heaven and earth was doubling along with the rain and gusty winds. There were cultivators stuck in the Zongsha realm who took a sharp breath and their realm broke through with it. There are dying old men who have ambitions, but their bodies are failing them and they can only wait for death glumly. But this rain, this wind brought aura that nourished their parched bodies, like a long drought, directly revitalizing them. Those masters who had lived for hundreds or thousands of years cried old tears. There was a great exalted nine heavens expert who, upon seeing this doubled increase in aura, excitedly shouted, "Give me time, and I will surpass the saints." There were also youngsters who had just practiced and absorbed a mouthful of aura, bracing themselves and yelling in surprise. The old ancestors of all the major clans, all the major hermit families, climbed out from inside their coffins and looked at the new world after the rain, each of them trembling with excitement. A rain that changes the earth. 3,000 years, 3,000 years, and the world is finally back to normal. The old stories say that the world saints of 3,000 years ago were actually just the starting point, and I didn't think that I would be able to see them in my lifetime. Finally, I don't have to wait for death anymore. This world, for the next 3,000 years, I'll be the one who will be honored. There were roars of rage from the ambitious, looking at the newborn world with excitement. There are Xiaohua old beauty, in the rain after the nourishment, renewed youth. It was a night when the whole earth was abuzz. In front of the bamboo house, Qingshan withdrew his palm. That one splash on the ground opened up an opportunity. He looked up at the sky. Dark clouds swept across the sky and there was lightning rushing. It's still raining. The aura is still increasing. Qingshan revealed a smile, finally breaking the human world barrier. Looking at this world after the rain, Qingshan muttered, "The sluggish autumn wind has changed the world again today." Chapter 52, The Infinite Realm. Chapter 52, The Infinite Realm. Chapter 52, The Infinite Realm. A rain for a change. All the cultivators on the entire earth could sense that the world of 3,000 years ago had returned. The ancestors of the great clans, cultivators from thousands of years ago, and geniuses at the end of their lives breathed in the aura of the new world to their heart's content and uplifted themselves. In the Heavenly Tao sect, in the forbidden land of the old ancestors, where all the old ancestors of the Heavenly Tao sect who had been trapped in the passes of the human world for 3,000 years, delayed in breaking through, and died of depression, were buried, genius grave by grave. The old ancestors of the Heavenly Tao sect whose lives had reached the stage of great limitations would come to this place, choose a grave for themselves, and then try to make one last effort to try to break through the passages of the human world, unsuccessfully buried in situ. There were also old group leaders of the Heavenly Tao sect who buried themselves in graves at the end of their lives. Inside the dark and narrow coffin, there was the old ancestor of the Heavenly Tao sect maintaining his last breath, quietly waiting for death. To them, this earth is very unfair. Those who were able to enter this mausoleum were all geniuses in their lifetime, and at less than 100 years old, they had already broken through the ninth heaven of great exaltation and ascended to the pinnacle of the human world. But in the years to come, they were faced with a broken path ahead of them. Go forward and die. Not to move forward and live for 1,000 years. How sad is that? Even today, when a dozen or so of the Taoist sect's ancestors were doing their best to make a breakthrough, many of them still didn't have confidence. But it's just a matter of doing your best. But that rain last night, that wind blew, and the world's avenues of 3,000 years ago were spread over the earth at once. The old ancestors of the Heavenly Tao sect who were in the process of making a breakthrough were trembling with excitement, feeling the spiritual qi in the sky and the earth that was thick to the extreme, breathing heavily, their true qi running wildly, and they saw that the broken cultivation path was actually being mended by someone. Those old ancestors who were lying in their coffins quietly waiting for death were also surprised and opened their eyes, climbed out trembling, cheered in the rain, danced in the wind, and were as excited as children. This wind, this rain, brought them no less than a new life. The realm of saints is within reach. There were old men whose faces were filled with tears, wanting to reach out and caress the great Tao of heaven and earth, the earthly great Tao that they had previously loved and hated, and which was incomparably obscure, was at this moment like a long-beloved goddess, unveiled and lying down, at their disposal. That sage realm that was far away in the sky was suddenly in front of them all of a sudden, and with a little effort they could cross in. No one thought much about anything else at this moment. Everyone was working hard to break through to the saint realm. The entire cultivation world became peaceful because of Qingshan's sword, and any strife, any war, stopped on this day, until, that is, someone actually breaks through to the saint realm. Feathered Gate thoughtful Cliff. After chopping out one last night, Qingshan went to bed. Early in the morning, the purple chi in the sky of the feathered sect drifted to 3,000 miles, and countless people cheered and shouted for the wisdom of the sect leader. Qingshan got up from the bed and fixed his eyes on it. It turned out to be Xiaojiu who had broken through to the saint realm during that rain last night. Saints descended to the world. There were visions in the sky, and the purple gas swept over 3,000 000 Li. This moment was known to everyone in the cultivation world. Why didn't I have it when I broke through? Qingshan, who saw the scene, fell into self-doubt. When the aura of heaven and earth descended after that sword chopped out last night, he had already successfully broken through to the Saint Realm. But he didn't have the heaven and earth visions. He didn't have the purple chi that swept over 3000 Li. Simply washing up. Qingshan came to the edge of the Siwu cliff. Looking ahead, countless mountains and rivers, white clouds rolling over, clouds vaporizing. His mind moved. He took a direct step and fell straight down from the edge of the cliff, down into the depths of that sea of clouds. In the next second, a huge Kunpeng spread its wings and emerged above the clouds. This is the Kunpeng treasure art. Qingshan had spent 10 years to finally improve the meridians and root bones of his entire body, so he could transform into a Kunpeng and roam the 9 heavens. Kunpeng has the world's extreme speed. Now Qingshan can travel a few hundred miles range in a minute. A day down. 3 mountains and 5 mountains. Towards the North Sea and Twilight Kangwu. Easy. Soaring freely in the clouds, Qingshan's divine mind expanded the heaven and earth. He also discovered several others, aged around 2,000 years old, who also broke through to the Saint Realm along with Xiaojiu after him. They likewise did not have the purple chi that swept over 3000 miles. Seeing this scene, Qingshan's heart was clear. Last night he chopped through that ancient array and broke through with it, not being sensed by heaven and earth at all. Today Xiaojiu was the first saint to break through right after Qingshan. Heaven and earth sensed it, and only then did it burst out with a vision. Further down the line, when someone breaks through to the Saint Realm, there won't be this purple chi that swept over 3000 miles. Qingshan transformed into a Kunpeng and soared freely between heaven and earth for a period of time before returning back to the thoughtful cliff. He went on with his day. The storms of the outside world are not his concern. Qingshan first went to the Feathered Sex book depository and brought over some books on what came after the Sage Realm. Studying them carefully, what exactly was behind the Saint Realm? Qingshan knew nothing. With some books about the introduction of the Saint Realm, Qingshan returned to the Seo Cliff, and instead of wiping the stone monument today, he carefully studied it. The entire perimeter of the bamboo house was cleaned very clean, spotless, between the small bridge and the water. Zen, that the water in the river is also very clean and clear. The fish swim in it recklessly. The flowers in the flower garden not far away are also blooming, fragrant, colorful and beautiful. A sea of bamboo next door, hunting in the breeze, was lush and green. Qingshan, together with white clothes, sword eyebrows and starry eyes, handsome young man like a clear wind and bright moon, general temperament, calm and calm sitting on the chair. The aura is very full. Qingshan, who was already in the realm of saints, stood at the highest point of this world, but he was not proud. Going down the road is not known how difficult, so he has been holding a humble mind, serious study. In the small courtyard in front of the bamboo house, Qingshan took out the tea set, boiled the tea and washed it in an organized manner. He made a cup of tea before flipping open a book. The book contained some knowledge about what was inside the realm of saints. This type of book has not been flipped through for years, and it is dusty in the bookstore. Qingshan opened it and watched it silently. It took him a few books in a row to gain a slight understanding of the Saint Realm. The Sage Realm is a realm that distinguishes the gap between cultivators and ordinary mortals. Before sages, cultivators can only roam the earth. After sages, cultivators are expected to peek into the traces of immortals. Qingshan closed the book and muttered. He gazed off into the distance. His mind was calm and silent. Within the realm of the saints, there are several levels: the infinite, the supreme, and the silent. Limitless means limitless Yuan Shun, limitless true Qi, and limitless Tao. It is only after reaching the limitless realm that one reaches the Supreme Person. And in the Supreme Person realm, the practitioner will sense the heaven and earth's visions, integrate them into his or her own body, and enter the final realm, silence. The silence realm represents the peak battle power of the human world, and above the silence, it should be the peeping immortals. Qingshan's eyes were deep, silently thinking. Then his face turned odd. According to the introduction of this book, Yuan Shen infinite, true Qi infinite, and Tao infinite, it seems that I have already reached it. Up to 10 years of accumulation, as well as the talent of having roots and bones like a forest, plus a full level of enlightenment. Qingshan, after last night's breakthrough, regarding the 3 requirements in the limitless realm he had already met. It's equivalent to saying that last night, I broke through the Saint Realm and directly crossed into the limitless level. Only at this moment did Qingshan figure out his battle power. So I will continue to cultivate silently and painstakingly to reach the silent realm at an early date to see if I can glimpse the immortal level. This is the first shift. Chapter 53 Boiling Water Prison. Chapter 53 Boiling Water Prison. Chapter 53 Boiling Water Prison. With Qingshan chopping out that sword, All the cultivators on Earth were trying to improve themselves, and with Xiaozhou's 3,000 miles of purple qi, it was announced that saints had descended to Earth, and after this, many people broke through to sainthood one after another. In just a month's time, the saints on Earth were everywhere. In 3,000 years, how many geniuses have been born in this world? These geniuses had arrived at the human world pass realm in just 100 years, and in the days to come, they wouldn't be able to advance an inch further, but they were still alive. Now with Qingshan's sword breaking the Great Formation, the former geniuses, one by one, stepped into the realm of saints, extending their lives and returning to the peak. That's why saints are everywhere. In this, the Heavenly Tao sect, the #1 sect in the world, benefited greatly. Those forced breakthroughs, those old ancestors lying in coffins waiting to die, one by one, cultivated frantically, crossing the human world barrier and entering the saint realm. The depths of the Heavenly Tao sect's #1 sect, which had been accumulated for 3,000 years, now erupted all at once. The Heavenly Tao sect, with its 99 peaks, stood on the great land of the central state. In the old ancestors' forbidden land, genius graves upon genius graves, those who were once waiting to die, were now breaking through and climbing out of their coffins. The Heavenly Tao sect master, Blackwater Sky, was waiting right here, unable to suppress the joy on his face as he watched each and every one of the old ancestors that only existed in the records stand up from their graves. Knock! Another old ancestor broke through, his aura tumbling, lifting the grave and stepping out of it with a somewhat sluggish expression. 40th old ancestor, Blackwater Sky counted excitedly. Within this month, the Heavenly Tao sect had 40 saints who had climbed out of the old ancestors' forbidden land alone. This wasn't even counting the several old ancestors of the Heavenly Tao sect's current generation. It was no wonder that the Heavenly Tao sect acted in such a domineering manner. They had the backbone to be domineering. The 40th old ancestor crawled out of the grave, his thought patterns a bit stiff, and his expression slowly recovered as he looked around. He looked at Blackwater Sky and realized that Blackwater Sky was wearing the Heavenly Tao sect master's costume and asked, "How many generations of sect masters are you?" "Elder ancestor, I am the 27th generation sect leader." He Shui Tian immediately replied with a respectful attitude. He was only at the 9th heavenly realm of great exaltation. He had yet to set foot in the pass of the human world, and in the present time when aura was like a tidal wave, there was still a long way to go before he could break through to sainthood. 27 generations. I didn't realize that so much time had passed. The 40th revived old ancestor muttered. "Old ancestor, which era are you from?" Blackwater Sky asked carefully. "I am from the Magnolia era," this old ancestor replied. Blackwater Sky was surprised. "The second generation of the Heavenly Tao sect master is called by Yulan. You are actually from that era. That's at least 2,900 years ago. Senior, what is your name?" Blackwater Sky asked excitedly. The more ancient the person, the deeper the accumulation. Once he broke the human world barrier, he would soar behind him. "White Yulan." The 40th revived ancestor looked at Blackwater Sky with a playful expression. Blackwater Sky's expression stagnated as he sucked in a mouthful of cold air before quickly kneeling down and shouting, "Greetings, old ancestor. I'm a descendant of your lineage." "Ah." Bai Yulan waved his hand, letting Blackwater Sky stand up and move his rusty limbs, looking at the blue sky and white clouds, and asked, "The situation outside now, how is it?" "Don't worry, old ancestor. Right now there is no family in this world that is our rival, and the Heavenly Tao sect is the deserved #1. Blackwater Sky said proudly. Bai Yulan shook her head. "That's not what I'm asking. The gap in the boiling water prison is blocked, right?" Blackwater Sky's expression was dumbfounded as he asked in confusion. "What is boiling water prison?" Bai Yulan frowned. "How is it that people nowadays don't even know about boiling water prison anymore?" Blackwater Sky smiled awkwardly and said, "Old ancestor, I am also considered well-read. I have read at least 5,000 books from the collection within the Heavenly Tao sect, but boiling water prison, this is the first time I have heard of it." Bai Yulan was surprised. It seems that someone erased this past. "Old ancestor, what is this boiling water prison?" Blackwater Sky asked curiously. "You'll find out later. Arrange a secluded room for me. Being sealed in a coffin for over 2,000 years, it's time to reacquaint myself with the world," Bai Yulan commanded. Blackwater Sky immediately arranged for it to go down. Thinking Cliff. Qingshan continues to wipe the stone monument today. This piece of stone monument was very worn out, with vines climbing and twisting on it. If it wasn't for the exposed corner, Qingshan wouldn't have been able to discover it. Cleaning off the vines, in slowly repairing the damage, cleaning the moss, dust, and stains on it, Qingshan's expression was meticulous. Only after clearing all of this did Qingshan stand up and look at the line that appeared in front of him. "You rub it carefully to inspire full enlightenment and comprehend the shadow escape technique." Li Qingshan immediately viewed this shadow escape method. How powerful is it? The shadow escape method requires comprehending the shadow avenue, walking in the dark shadows, where others can't detect the slightest breath, and practicing to the peak. One is the Lord of Shadows, controlling the power of shadows and devouring enemies. Li Qingshan this view, immediately looked surprised. This gongfu, not simple awe, in the shadow of the shadow. Even those who were one great realm higher than Li Qingshan could not detect it, as long as he did not reveal his footsteps. That's a very suitable gong method for the 5 ghosts. They were originally of a killing nature, and they had evolved in the body of a ghost, belonging to a special life form, and in practicing this technique, it was like a tiger with wings. Li Qingshan was looking at the stone tablet, which was inscribed with images he had never seen before. A prison. Li Qingshan has been wiping the stone tablet for 15 years. In the past 15 years, he had seen countless stone monuments, swords, guns, swords and halberds, axes, hooks and forks, everything, but he had never seen a prison carved on a stone monument. This prison and the shadow escape technique, is it related? Li Qingshan muttered. Is it possible that it's the shadow escape technique that was practiced in the prison? Li Qingshan shook his head in amusement, unable to figure it out. But in the next second, he saw a stone monument on the side, the same vines entwined, the same moss covered. Li Qingshan hesitated for a moment, reached out and wiped these things clean, and to his surprise, he saw another prison. It's the same as the monolith just now. You rub it carefully to inspire a full level of enlightenment and comprehend the boiling water prison opening method. In front of Li Qingshan's eyes, such a line appeared. Boiling water prison. What is this place? Li Qingshan looked serious. He had never heard of it before. This boiling water prison opening law is not offensive in any way. It only targets this boiling water prison. Li Qingshan drilled the boiling water prison opening law a little more carefully. Then the stone monuments around here. Are they all the same and related to the boiling water prison? Li Qingshan inwardly guessed and had doubts. Doubt it. Then do it. Li Qingshan was decisive and cleared out hundreds of stone monuments all around this area. This time he didn't comprehend it, cleaned it carefully, and then glanced at it. As expected, on top of each monolith, a prison was carved. Boiling water prison. Li Qingshan chewed the name in his mouth with a serious expression. Chapter 54, The Truth Comes Out. Chapter 54, The Truth Comes Out. Chapter 54, The Truth Comes Out. Hundreds of stone monuments in front of them, all depicting the same prison. Boiling water prison. What kind of place is it? Li Qingshan mused. I wonder if the Feathered Sect has any records on this? Li Qingshan looked towards the Feathered Sect's book collection. In the next instant, he arrived at the book depository, and his divine sense spread out, instantly transforming into 100,000 Li Qingshan, traveling through the book depository, flipping through the books, looking for information about the boiling water prison. This was a divine thought technique that he had studied for about 10 years. One mind for all. Due to the limitlessness of his divine thoughts, he expanded to 100,000 uses in one mind. 100,000 Li Qingshan, after rummaging through the book collection for an hour, found nothing. Li Qingshan had no choice but to withdraw his divine thoughts and once again return to the Seo Cliff, in front of the monumental forest. After rummaging through the Feathered Sect's book depository, there's not a single record about the boiling water prison. Could it be that it's been erased? Li Qingshan became skeptical. But why was the boiling water prison erased? In this world, other than that black hand behind the scenes that erased something 3,000 years ago, other people, they definitely don't have that ability. So the boiling water prison is related to that mastermind behind the old calendar Millennium Sword God who chopped off half of his genjutsu, and that's why he made a move to erase it. The Feathered Sect was at least the #1 clan in the 3rd millennium. Even if it pulls across now, there will still be only a few words about it. But not here. I'll just have to find out from these tablets. Li Qingshan looked thoughtful, his thoughts logically colliding to find some clues. These hundreds of stone tablets. I'm going to comprehend them all and see if there's any useful information inside. Li Qingshan began to comprehend in earnest. Day and night. Just in this monumental forest. Earnestly comprehending. You rub it carefully to inspire full level of enlightenment and comprehend the mythical hand. You rubbed it carefully to inspire full enlightenment and comprehend the 3,000 running thunder. You seriously comprehend, inspire full enlightenment, and comprehend Deshang washing. One door technique was carefully comprehended by Li Qingshan, and then hung on the root bone Rulin. All the techniques that had been comprehended in the past 10 years or so were like fruits that hung on Li Qingshan's root bones. By now, on every root bone, fruit hung. This was also a reflection of Li Qingshan's strength. Despite comprehending so much, Li Qingshan didn't see the boiling water prison's information from this. He wasn't discouraged and continued to comprehend. Hundreds of stone tablets. He still didn't believe it. There wasn't a single feat about boiling water prison? You rub it carefully to inspire a full level of enlightenment and comprehend moral purgatory. 3 days later, a line appeared before Li Qingshan's eyes. His spirit was shaken, not because of this technique, but because he saw that within this stone tablet, there was a world within a tablet. Li Qingshan did not immediately comprehend the world in this stele, but first studied up the Sanluo Purgatory. This Sanluo Purgatory is a criminal law from the boiling water prison, which was later penetrated and became its own technique, passed down. This gong method can imprison and torture people, a terrible double blow to both the physical body and the spirit. This is still just one of the criminal laws in the boiling water prison. How terrifying is the complete boiling water prison? Li Qingshan guessed. He looked at the stone monument in front of him with a serious expression, and with a boom, he entered the world within the monument. The world spun around. One world after another surfaced, but square inches, the size of a meson, and finally settled on a chaotic misty area. The huge black walls penetrated the solemnity, so that people did not dare to enter. On that city wall, there are a few big words written. Boiling water prison. Li Qingshan shocked. Outside the world, in the chaos, boiling water prison situated, like a chaotic beast. This is far beyond his imagination. In the next second, the boiling water prison was hidden. The world tumbled again. The picture changed too fast. Li Qingshan was a bit unable to keep up, but in the end, it stopped at a battlefield. The sun was setting and the remnants of the sun were like blood. The dim light cast down, interspersed with a shocking splash of scarlet, like the red blood flowing from the bones of tens of thousands of people on the battlefield. Bleak, sultry, the mountains are filled with corpses of humans, demonic beasts and foreigners. Li Qingshan looked around and was inwardly shocked. In the distance, the corpses and bones stacked up a small mountain. A man was covered in blood. His long hair dyed red and fluttering in the wind. He looked into the distance and said softly, "The earth, it's finally clear." Li Qingshan looked at him. This person's back was turned to him. His aura was heavy, like a mountain. Using the fugitives of the boiling water prison, forcing the earthly experts to unite together, fighting them, both sides losing miserably, with heavy deaths and injuries, and then using the Great Formation to suppress the earthly Tao. This earth, and there will be no more cultivators who can open mountains with a single sword, and break the sea with a single sword. The next thing to do is just to block the breach in the boiling water prison with 99 great formations, and arrange for a clan to guard it all the time. And this world, from now on, will be honored by me, and I can assimilate the world avenue without worrying about it, and become the lord of this side of the world. The man looked at the remnants of the sun and muttered. When Li Qingshan heard this, he was inwardly shocked. The man in front of me is the one who was behind that war 3,000 years ago. In the next instant, the person turned around and his bloodstained face was reflected in Li Qingshan's eyes. Li Qingshan only saw a smile hanging at the corner of his mouth. Very pleased with himself. His plan, in its entirety, worked. Click. In this world in the steel, the picture came to an abrupt end and the layers shattered, forcing Li Qingshan's consciousness out and back to his body. What I saw just now was that great battle of 3,000 years. That person, that's the black hand behind the scenes, and the strong person who beheaded half of the Yuan Shen by the old calendar millennium sword god. Everything is clear. He used the breach in the boiling water prison to release 10 vicious and murderous men, which caused the earthly masters to unite. All the places that Li Qingshan had found confusing in the past were now solved. Why are the masters of the earth united? The righteous way and the devil way, the demon race and the human race, the central plains and the Seychelles, the land and the sea. These forces have been in conflict since ancient times, but united against an enemy 3,000 years ago? Before, Li Qingshan couldn't figure it out. Everything makes sense now. The boiling water prison, which is outside this world, in the midst of chaos, is very large, and it is surely filled with vicious outlaws. The man behind the curtain stumbled upon a gaping hole in the world of boiling water prison by chance, and then carefully organized the setup to pit everyone against each other, taking advantage of the heavy deaths and injuries on both sides. He used an ancient formation to suppress the great Tao and imprison the aura, causing the situation for the next 3,000 years. That's really good tactics. Luckily, there was the old calendar millennium sword god, who survived, found out about all this, burned himself, and gave a sword to the mastermind behind the scenes, buying a ray of hope for the world. As for the breach in the boiling water prison, it's among those 99 great formations. Li Qingshan's eyes were sharp as he looked outside of the thinking cliff, seeing all the way to 90,000 miles away. Tendo sect. Their 99 peaks were 99 great formations. Third shift. Explaining things clearly. I've seen people commenting that they've written out all the later tropized storylines and thought I'd write that way too, but I'm partial to writing that way. Also, I'm an indie author, not some studio writer. Everyone support aha. Chapter 55, Making Up One's Mind. Chapter 55, Making Up One's Mind. Chapter 55, Making Up One's Mind. It was after that battle that the Heavenly Tao sect began to rise, so fast and unstoppable that the world thought they had seized a vacuum, but no one knew that behind them, there was still a black hand behind the scenes in support. Otherwise, with the configuration of the Heavenly Tao sect at that time, even if there was a vacuum in the various great sects, they would not have risen so easily. The 99 peaks are the 99 great formations that suppress the gaps in the boiling water prison, and the Heavenly Tao sect actually guards these 99 peaks. A ring of tightly knit, this man behind the scenes, hiding from the world and planning well. It can be said to be calculated, but unfortunately, an old calendar millennium sword god has appeared. Qingshan withdrew his gaze and looked at the hundreds of stone tablets in front of him, not continuing to comprehend. The owners of these hundreds of stone tablets are definitely the prisoners who escaped from boiling water prison back then to reveal the same images on the tablets. Perhaps it can be guessed that the owner of these stone monuments is the one who was killed by the experts of the feathered sect back then, suppressed, and then transformed into a stone monument, which was later picked up by the feathered sect's people, and suppressed at this place until now. Qingshan immediately guessed the origin of these stone tablets. Don't look at the fact that the feathered sect is very trashy now, letting go of the great Daoan aura. The feathered sect only has 3 saints in the realm, but 3,000 years ago, that was also a ruthless man who took a watermelon knife and killed from the south heavenly gate to the west road of Panglai. Knowing the secret of 3,000 years ago, Qingshan's thoughts were a bit cluttered, and he turned around and returned to the bamboo house, wanting to be alone and think about it. What should he do next? But to my surprise, when I returned to the bamboo house, I saw Xiao Jiao and the little fox playing and fighting together. 10 years down the line, the little fox had become familiar with the frequent visitors, Xiao Jiao and Wei, and was willing to let go of her mind and play with them. It had 2 more friends besides Qingshan. Brother, you're back. Xiao Jiao saw Qingshan and greeted happily. The little fox also looked at Qingshan happily, and when Qingshan sat down, he curled up in his arms. The feathered sect is busy with its affairs. Why are you free to come to my place? Qingshan suppressed the annoyance in his heart and asked calmly. Xiao Jiao sighed. To say that it's busy, that's really all the time. This world now is completely different from the world a month ago, but even if it's busy, I still have to find time to meet my brother. Qingshan looked at Xiao Jiao with a hint of sadness between her brows and asked, have you been under a lot of pressure lately? Brother, our feathered sect is now full of only 4 saints, while the Heavenly Tao sect, as revealed now, has at least 40 saints, Xiao Jiao said with a bitter smile. This 4 saints of the feathered sect still counted Wei in, but technically, Wei is from the long-hate demon sect. The Heavenly Tao sect has increased pressure on you? Qingshan raised an eyebrow. It was the Heavenly Tao sect again. It's true that it's increased the pressure a bit. It's still acceptable for now, but those 40 saints, looking at them is frightening. Xiao Jiao was under a lot of pressure. She practiced the method of longevity, fighting 1 against 2, 1 against 3, and 1 against 10, but she can't fight 20, 40 by herself. The only card the feathered sect has now is her. Qingshan looked at Xiao Jiao and suddenly asked, do you want to destroy the Heavenly Tao sect? Xiao Jiao froze and looked at Qingshan, blinking her eyes. She did not expect her brother to be so fierce. This was something she did not even dare to think about. Jiao fell into a stupor. Tendo sect. 99 great formations. In the center, a valley, birdsong and flowers, a good place for seclusion. Magnolia has been recuperating here since her recovery. After a period of time, he had finally recovered his peak, and his entire body returned to its youthful state. Congratulations, old ancestor, for returning to the top and leading my Heavenly Tao sect in the future. He Shui Tian shouted loudly outside the door. Bai Yulan opened the door and looked at the courtyard and pavilions in the valley. The corridors were carved with dragons and phoenixes, and the small lake in the distance, sparkling with light. The scenery was picturesque. Blackwater Sky stood in front of the door with a respectful attitude. He had come every day during this time to give old ancestor a word about the situation outside. Bai Yulan stepped out and said, the head of the Heavenly Tao sect will still be you in the future. It is you who will lead. Blackwater Sky said, old ancestor, my cultivation hasn't set foot on a saint yet, so it's hard for me to take on a big job. I want to step down, cultivate properly, and make a breakthrough soon. Blackwater Sky said sincerely, wait another 10 years, you choose a successor, and retire. Bai Yulan said, old ancestor, that boiling water prison, where exactly does it go? Blackwater Sky asked. The boiling water prison. It's right underneath your feet, right in the middle of these 99 peaks, Bai Yulan said in a deep voice. Old ancestor, are you saying that underneath our Heavenly Tao sect, There is another prison? He Shui Tian was startled, but he had never heard of it before. There is no need to worry. There have long been supreme experts who have set up a great formation to suppress that boiling water prison. As long as my heavenly Tao sect doesn't fall, the boiling water prison won't appear, Bai Yulan calmly said. That's good. Since that's the case, I'll go and exterminate that feathered sect so that they keep provoking us. Blackwater Sky gritted his teeth. The feathered sect only has those 2 or 3 kittens, so why make a big deal out of it to exterminate it? Bai Yulan shook her head. What does the old ancestor mean? Not destroying the feathered sect? He Shui Tian looked at Bai Yulan in surprise. During this period of time, he had told his old ancestor about the feud between the feathered sect and the heavenly Tao sect. The feathered sect is a very good whetstone. It's easy to exterminate it, but it won't be too easy to find such a good whetstone again. Also, don't move to destroy others, causing the disciples in the sect to be proud and arrogant. This is the way to take death. Keeping the feathered sect, as a warning bell, knocking on it from time to time, is much more useful than killing them, Bai Yulan said indifferently. Good idea. Destroying the feathered sect like this is indeed cheap. Using them as a millstone, torturing them repeatedly, making them suffer and see a glimmer of hope, in order to avenge the breath of that year. Blackwater Sky looked at Bai Yulan with admiration. Sure enough, ginger is still spicy. The feathered sect of 3,000 years ago was amazingly talented, but the feathered sect of 3,000 years later is trash. Not worth mentioning, Bai Yulan said disdainfully, not putting the feathered sect in her eyes at all. And Xiao Jiao, the feathered sect master who wasn't in their sights, was torn. Brother, I know you're very powerful, but within the heavenly Tao sect, there are at least 40 saints and countless other experts. It's definitely not something to be messed with, let alone exterminating them. Xiao Jiao reminded Li Qingshan. Li Qingshan said lightly, dirt chickens and dogs, just a matter of turning over the palm of one's hand to be destroyed. Xiao Jiao swallowed his saliva and looked at Li Qingshan. His eyes were glowing. She had never seen Li Qingshan talk big before. If my brother says it's okay, then it's okay. Brother, do you really want to destroy the heavenly Tao sect? Little Nine asked excitedly. You go and send a letter to the heavenly Tao sect and tell them to give up their sect territory and retreat with all their members within 3 days, or else after 3 days, the heavenly Tao sect will cease to exist. Li Qingshan thought about it and still decided that he would exterminate the heavenly Tao sect. That gaping hole in the boiling water prison must be in his control for him to feel at ease. Chapter 56, The Sword After More Than 10 Years. Chapter 56, The Sword After More Than 10 Years. Chapter 56, The Sword After More Than 10 Years. Li Qingshan decided to overthrow the heavenly Tao sect, and Xiao Jiao immediately followed his instructions. First, he wrote a letter and passed it on to the world, stating outright that the heavenly Tao sect should evacuate within 3 days and give up the sect's address, or else there would be consequences. When this news came out, it immediately spread throughout the land of God. Everyone laughed and laughed after hearing this news, mocking the feathered sect's beautiful sect master for being brain-dead. If you dare to say such a brainless thing and spread it all over the world, you will bring shame on yourself. What kind of clan is the feathered sect? What kind of sect is the heavenly Tao sect? It's just a firefly compared to the moon. In just half a day's time, the news spread throughout the world, and the heavenly Tao sect received it as well. Blackwater Heaven was all furious and laughed when he found out. I didn't go to exterminate you, wanting to keep you guys as a whetstone, but you guys are looking for your own deaths? When Bai Yulan found out, she frowned. Is this generation of the feathered sect master so brainless? A woman with long hair and short knowledge, even with a saintly cultivation. She's just a yellow-haired girl who hasn't seen much of the world. How would she know about the terrifying nature of my heavenly Tao sect? Blackwater Heaven was disdainful. I wanted to keep it as a whetstone, but they don't cherish it themselves, so let's exterminate it. My heavenly Tao sect is not to be humiliated, Bai Yulan said indifferently. He Shui Tian laughed coldly. I'll wait for 3 days to see how he, Fei Hua sect, will exterminate my heavenly Tao sect, and when they can't exterminate us, that's what they'll end up doing when they're overthrown themselves. 3 short days. In the vast divine state, rumors were constantly circulating, and countless forces or sectaires, sons of lineage families, and outstanding loose cultivators converged near the heavenly Tao sect. They wondered what kind of backbone the feathered sect had to declare the world and ask the heavenly Tao sect to move out on its own. The current remarks were saying that the feathered sect master had lost his mind. A woman who spoke nonsense and didn't know what to do. Jiao made a big name for herself and everyone knew about her. 3 days later, the area around those 99 peaks of the heavenly Tao sect was bustling with people. Everyone is looking forward to whether the feathered sect, who put down their grandiose words, will come today or not. 3 days have now passed and the Tendo has not moved. Is it still possible to fulfill the promise of overriding them if they don't move out? The heavenly Tao sect didn't make a move these 3 days either. They also wanted to see on what basis the feathered sect dared to say these big words. The feathered gate, the cliff of thought. Li Qingshan's decision to overthrow the heavenly Tao sect was not a hot-headed one, but he had his own thinking. It was after much deliberation that he felt the need to overthrow the heavenly Tao sect. The heavenly Tao sect was, without any surprise, the sect supported by the mastermind behind the scenes, guarding those 99 great formations for the mastermind behind the scenes. The 99 great formations concerned the gap in the boiling water prison, which was Li Qingshan's greatest concern. Boiling water prisons can't be broken open anymore. When the time came for another poor and vicious prisoner to enter the earth, Li Qingshan felt certain that he would not be able to defeat them. There's no one on earth right now who can beat that, either. Therefore, he had to take charge of the boiling water prison gap himself before he could dive in with confidence. Because of this clause, the heavenly Tao sect must concede those 99 peaks. Secondly, the heavenly Tao sect was supported by the black hand behind the scenes, and once the black hand behind the scenes awoke and knew that the great formation he had set up had been broken, and that the great Tao of the earth and the spiritual Qi had returned, he would definitely be very angry. Between him and Li Qingshan, there was only death and survival. There was no second choice. So overthrowing the heavenly Tao sect was also a way to weaken the black hand behind the scenes. Also, it is to prevent in the future the man behind the curtain from opening the boiling water prison once again. Thirdly, it's that the Heaven's Path sect is too overbearing. Various reasons created the need for Li Qingshan to overthrow the heavenly Tao sect. Brother, 3 days have passed. Xiaojiao stood behind Li Qingshan and said softly. She trusted her brother completely, but she was also curious as to how exactly her brother would go about overthrowing the heavenly Tao sect. 3 days have passed. What was the reaction of the heavenly Tao sect? Li Qingshan asked. The heavenly Tao sect is unmoved. Instead, they've opened the mountain gate wide today, putting out words that they want us to go over, Xiaojiao said. Li Qingshan raised his eyebrows. Don't blame me for not giving it a chance. Brother, the heavenly Tao sect is now in the spotlight of the world, and with all the sage experts within the sect, it can't be easy to deal with, Xiaojiao worriedly said. Are all the saintly experts there? Li Qingshan mused. Yes, all of them seem to be looking at us funny. Jiao nodded. It's good that they're all there, saving me the trouble of looking for them one by one. Li Qingshan smiled faintly, wise and very calm. Little Nine asked curiously, Brother, the heavenly Tao sect is 90,000 miles away from us, and all the experts in the sect are there. How are we going to deal with them? It was important to know that right now Li Qingshan was still at the Xiao Cliff and hadn't stepped out of the feathered sect. Li Qingshan looked at Xiaojiao and asked, Do you know how Senior Wu Xiaobai's sword beheaded the heavenly Tao sect more than 10 years ago? Of course Jiao knew that, though she had only been initiated at that time and was very young. She had seen that night. Senior Wu Xiaobai chopped out a sword that was 90,000 miles long and shattered the heavenly Tao sect's demon locking tower. Xiaojiao immediately replied. After she finished speaking, she looked at Li Qingshan dumbfounded, covering her mouth in surprise, her beautiful eyes wide open. Li Qingshan reached out and touched her hair, saying, That night, Elder Xiaobai was borrowing my body to cut out that sword. The might of that sword, to this day, is still in my heart and has not been erased. I regard Elder Xiaobai as a mentor and friend, and his great river sword Qi has provided me with a great foundation. It's time to settle the revenge of Mr. and Mrs. Xiaobai. Li Qingshan stood up and walked towards the edge of the Siwai cliff, one step at a time, calm and firm. With every step that fell, the grandeur of his aura doubled, spreading all around, making Xiaojiao feel that it was hard to breathe. She was in the saint realm, but under her brother's aura, she was vulnerable like a little girl. The little fox in the wooden house ran out and looked at Li Qingshan's back, his eyes glowing brightly with teardrops. It heard that Li Qingshan wanted to avenge its parents. That blood feud had been an unspeakable pain in the little fox's heart until now, especially its mother. 40 years of torturous career in the demon refining tower exhausted her heart and soul to give birth to the little fox. The little fox has always wanted revenge, but it couldn't do it. Now, Li Qingshan avenged it. At the edge of the Sitao cliff, Li Qingshan stood where he once was. On that night more than 10 years ago, Wu Xiaobai asked him here if he wanted to see the power of the great river sword Qi. Li Qingshan had seen the splendor of the great river sword Qi that night. Senior, you haven't seen the great river sword Qi after the Saint Realm, have you? Li Qingshan closed his eyes. The corner of his mouth curled up and said softly, He's talking to the Wu Xiaobai of a decade ago. That night, Wu Xiaobai taught Li Qingshan the terrifying nature of the great river sword Qi. Now, Li Qingshan returned the power of his great river sword Qi after the Saint Realm. Destroying the heavenly Tao sect is simple. It only takes one sword. Only this sword. The sword Qi is 90,000 miles long. Li Qingshan raised his hand, his eyes shining brightly as the energy of the infinite realm poured out. He drew his sword and raised his eyebrows, chopping out the sword as he did on that night more than 10 years ago. Boom! Chapter 57, White Boy Wu Xiaobai. Chapter 57, White Boy Wu Xiaobai. Chapter 57, White Boy Wu Xiaobai. Near the Heavenly Tao sect, there was a sea of people, all anticipating the arrival of the feathered sect. There are still a lot of people who are looking at what's going on, but as time passed and the sun was shining, still no one from the feathered sect was seen coming, and more people were talking about it. Is this feathered sect afraid? Putting out the word to the world that he would overthrow the Heavenly Tao sect, and now he himself doesn't dare to show up. Isn't he not slapping his own face? If the feathered sect is absent today, it will truly become a joke to the world. The feathered sect wouldn't be so dim, would they? That's hard to say. After all, the feathered sect is now led by a woman. Various murmurs abounded, and as everyone waited and waited, they grew more and more impatient. They felt that the feathered sect really wouldn't come. Within the Heaven's Path sect, most people felt the same way. More than 50 saints were within the Heavenly Tao sect, and everyone was waiting, but the feathered sect never showed up. A sage said disdainfully, "It is simply absurd for you all to believe the absurd words of a woman and ask us all to gather. The feathered sect really is a generation that is inferior to the next. If you ask me, let's take advantage of this opportunity to subvert the feathered sect and no one will say anything," a fierce man proposed. "I think it's fine. This time it's the feathered sect themselves who caused the trouble, provoking us for no reason. Exterminate them. Who in this world would dare to say a word?" Radical saints are proposing, indignant and dissatisfied. When sect leader Blackwater Sky heard this, he couldn't help but look at his oldest ancestor, Bai Yulan. Bai Yulan lowered her brows and lowered her eyes as she calmly said, "Then go and exterminate the feathered sect." Blackwater Sky's spirit was shaken and he immediately stood up and said in a loud voice, "Then let's go and overthrow the feathered sect." As soon as the words landed, a sage elder instantly flew out and shouted, "I'll take the lead." This sage elder couldn't wait and transformed into a divine rainbow, leaping high into the sky. Pust. However, in the next second, above the dome of the sky, it seemed as if an opening had been broken open, and a heavenly river poured down, directly pouring over him. No, the person only let out a miserable scream and instantly melted and was vaporized cleanly. Inside the Heavenly Tao sect, Bai Yulan, with lowered eyebrows and drooping eyes, instantly opened her eyes, looked at the water of the heavenly river pouring down in shock, and lost her voice. "This is the infinite realm." Boom, boom, boom. As the words landed, above the sky dome, and with it, endless great rivers of water poured directly into the Heavenly Tao sect in a terrifying manner. Bang, bang, bang. This great river of water, in every drop, there was a flash of sword shadow, and when it smashed down, it was a completely unstoppable force that directly pressed everyone to their knees. Outside the Heavenly Tao sect, the people who had been talking about it just a moment ago were now staring in disbelief. Is this the sky breaking? What kind of terrifying energy is this? I think I saw it. The sky broke through an opening and the water from the heavenly river smashed down. Could this be the bottom card of the feathered sect? It's not that the feathered sect didn't come. It's that they didn't need to come to take care of the Heavenly Tao sect. Unbelievable. So unbelievable. You guys, look. The people from the Heavenly Tao sect are being pressed down to their knees. Outside the Heavenly Tao sect, the onlookers roared in excitement. The whining, disdain, and contempt from just now, all left behind. At this moment, they watched with dry mouths. There were also some Saint Realm elders who saw the scene and muttered, "Why do I feel that this attack is very familiar? I feel the same way. You guys shrink this sword chi countless times. Is it the same as that sword chi back then?" Someone shockingly reminded. This scene made many people recall that night more than 10 years ago. Inside the Heavenly Tao sect, the great river sword chi filled every corner, and the ordinary disciples were crushed to the ground on the spot, unable to move. As for those Saint Realm elders, each one of them clenched their teeth, their pride and arrogance preventing them from kneeling down. But the great river sword chi does not joke with them and presses down to treat them equally. Knock, knock, knock. One by one, the saints were crushed to their knees, horrified inwardly, looking around but not even knowing where their enemies were. What the hell is going on here? Bai Yulan was also pressed to her knees, no longer calm and collected, shocked and appalled, her voice trembling as she roared. Blackwater Heaven's cultivation did not reach Saint. Under the impact of the great river sword chi, it felt like he was carrying a green sky on his back. It was difficult to resist. He was pressed down to his knees. His hands propped up his body, raised his head in death. His eyes widened angrily. The veins on his neck rose. His face reddened, and he shouted, "It's the great river sword chi." How could he forget? That year, he had just taken over as the head teacher and met the fledgling Wu Xiaobai. That was the first time he came into contact with the great river sword chi. At Wu Xiaobai's wedding, the Heavenly Tao sect exerted pressure, forcing Wu Xiaobai to do his best to utilize the Great River Sword Qi and decapitate a dozen or so Heavenly Tao sect's great Zun elders. And after 40 years, that one night, a sword that shocked the world, Blackwater Sky witnessed with his own eyes. The Heavenly Tao sect's demon refining tower was broken open by a sword, and countless suppressed enemies escaped. Now, even though this Great River Sword Qi had turned into immeasurable realm energy and poured down, and others didn't recognize it at a glance, the Blackwater Sky still noticed it at first. He looked at the saints who were all kneeling down. His eyes were wide with rage and his heart was incomparably remorseful. Wu Xiaobai, Wu Xiaobai, Wu Xiaobai. This name, all these years, was like a nightmare, haunting him and the Heavenly Tao sect. The Great River Sword Qi, along with Wu Xiaobai, had become a lingering shadow for him and the Heavenly Tao sect. Isn't Wu Xiaobai dead? A sage elder roared angrily. He Shui Tian's spirit collapsed, and in a trance, he saw a white-clothed young man in the sky full of sword qi, walking towards them, carrying a long sword in his hand, with a handsome brow and a clear wind and bright moon-like young man. Wu Xiaobai. Blackwater Sky was horrified. He's back. He always is. He's come to get revenge on us. Blackwater Sky was in this moment, incomparably regretting that he shouldn't have messed with Wu Xiaobai that year. Under the sky full of sword qi, a white-clothed young man did walk out. He was Wu Xiaobai who had taught Li Qingshan the Great River Sword Qi. This Great River Sword Qi, even though Li Qingshan had practiced it to the limitless realm, was still imprinted with traces of Wu Xiaobai. Wu Xiaobai swung his sword. The Great River Sword Qi clang resounded through this side of the heavens and earth. Countless people looked on in horror. Like Blackwater Sky, they saw that overwhelming genius from a few decades ago, now reappearing. A sword chopped out. All of the Heavenly Tao sect Saint Realm were dead. The only person left in the top echelons of the Heavenly Tao sect was Blackwater Sky, who saw the scene and went completely insane and mad. And that white-clothed boy, Wu Xiaobai, along with the sky full of sword qi, feathered together. In the eyes of the world, this sword was what Wu Xiaobai had chopped out. The feathered sect, Wu Xiaobai, came to overthrow the Heavenly Tao sect. On the thoughtful cliff, Li Qingshan sighed softly as he overthrew the Heavenly Tao sect as Wu Xiaobai. The feud between Mr. and Mrs. Xiaobai has come to an end at this moment. Li Qingshan turned around, looked at Xiao Jiao, and said, "You can go take over the Heavenly Tao sect." Jiao blinked. "So fast? Thank you all." Chapter 58 The Complete Book of Formations. Chapter 58 The Complete Book of Formations. Chapter 58 The Complete Book of Formations. In an instant, the Heavenly Tao sect suffered an extinction. All of the saint realms were killed, and sect leader Blackwater Sky went crazy. That saint's body, it's over there. Saints who had previously stood at the top of today's cultivation world were no different from ordinary people after death. When the Great River Sword Qi and Wu Xiaobai feathered together, the stars scattered in the air and disappeared without a trace. It was only when the remaining people alive in the Heavenly Tao sect dared to stand up, looking at the miserable appearance around them, looking at the corpses of the old ancestors. All of them were scared, with horrified faces, unable to believe it. The number one clan in the world, leader of the righteous among men, the absolute strength to sanction whoever he wanted to sanction had unexpectedly become lost under this sword qi. The disciples who survived trembled and looked at each other, looking at the huge Heavenly Tao sect. Their hearts chilled, cold sweat broke out on their backs, and they did not dare to linger any longer. Who knows if any sword energy will fall again in the next second. However, they wouldn't go empty-handed before leaving. Within the Heavenly Tao sect, there were still quite a few treasures. The saint died at noon, and in the afternoon, the disciples within the gate began to grab all sorts of treasures, scattering in all directions, not daring to stay any longer. In the morning, the Heavenly Tao sect, which was still intimidating and ferocious, fell apart in an instant. The entire cultivation world gathered around to watch this tragicomedy. Watch him rise high, eyes on his feast guests, watching his building collapse. Someone shook his head. The Heavenly Tao sect is used to being arrogant and domineering, and has always sanctioned the feathered sect. This time they've kicked the iron plate. That white-clothed boy in the middle of the Great River Sword Qi is Wu Xiaobai, right? It's him. Decades have passed and he's still the same teenage boy he was back then. So, Wu Xiaobai is still alive and the feathered sect's bottom card is him? I don't know. But now the number one sect in the world has become the feathered sect. The Heavenly Tao sect fell because of a limitless realm expert. And within the feathered sect, there is a limitless realm hidden, only coming back from the world 3,000 years ago. Everyone has the same starting point. Breaking through the saints is already a very fast speed. How did this person break through the limitless realm? The starting point is the same, but the people are different. You're a genius, but there are people who are more genius than you. No, I have to go back to my seclusion and cultivate hard. Everyone else has broken through the limitless realm and I'm still hanging around outside. I have to work hard. I need to get back to practicing too. I can't sleep at this age. I can't be too far behind the others. When Xiaojiu brought the feathered sex people to receive the heavenly Dao sect's ruins, he found that the place was already in shambles, and many of the things inside had been rolled away by the heavenly Dao sect's disciples. The hearts of the heavenly Dao sect also dispersed under the great river Sword Qi, and no one mentioned the word revenge at all. The process of the feathered sect receiving the heavenly Dao sect went very smoothly, without any obstruction at all. Standing on the highest peak of the heavenly Dao sect, looking at the 99 peaks surrounding him, Xiaojiu was unsettled inside. 3,000 years ago, the feathered sect was the #1 sect, but unfortunately it fell behind, and after 3,000 years, the feathered sect has returned to #1 once again, but it's all because of my brother. Brother is just the best. Xiaojiu had a small smile on the corner of her mouth. With Li Qingshan around, she was very relieved, but if we move the feathered sect here in the future, we'll be a long way from brother. Xiaojiu was a bit distressed. Geographically, the ruins of the Tendo sect are undoubtedly the best. Located in the center of the continent, with rich spiritual energy and dragon veins, it is a blessed place for cultivation. By setting up a clan here, the disciples' cultivation speed is, naturally, increased. Moreover, since ancient times, the center of the divine great land had been the place where the cultivation world must fight, and the quality of geniuses born here far exceeded that of other regions. If the feathered sect wants to grow and expand, they must relocate here. The original mountain gate, too, could exist, but the main things would be relocated this way. But it's fine. When everything stabilizes, I'll visit my brother often. It's only 90,000 miles. Xiaojiu consoled herself. The feathered gate, the cliff of thought. Li Qingshan stood in front of a wiped clean stone tablet and concentrated. After a while, a line appeared before his eyes. You rub it carefully to inspire full enlightenment and comprehend the complete list of formations. Li Qingshan revealed a smile. Sure enough, just by looking at the patterns engraved on this stone tablet, I can guess that it is related to formations. After more than 10 years, he also figured out some patterns. What pattern was engraved on the stone tablet? The probability of that comprehended technique was related. When he saw the formation pattern on the stone tablet in the morning, he moved his mind and came over to comprehend it, expecting formation-related feats to appear. Fruity. Li Qingshan closed his eyes and checked the complete book of formations. This is a record of the world's mainstream formations. A very thick book, recorded thousands of formations, and about the layout of the formation, the principles of the formation, the structure of the formation. It is an encyclopedia of formations. Formations, from introductory to mastery. Li Qingshan opened his eyes and lamented. In this million-tablet forest, it's not just Gongfa either. There are some other very interesting things. He returned to the front of the bamboo house with the book of formations. The snow-white little fox immediately burrowed into Li Qingshan's arms. It was becoming more and more dependent on Li Qingshan, especially after Li Qingshan chopped out that sword yesterday and avenged its parents. Li Qingshan was untouchable in its heart. Now whenever there was an opportunity, the little fox would lie in Li Qingshan's arms, warm and cozy. It's like being in your mother's womb back then. Li Qingshan tenderly stroked the little fox and looked at the 5 ghosts who were trying to cultivate in the distance, revealing a smile. The breeze is quiet, the bamboo forest is shivering, and the fallen leaves float down and fall into the lake, causing ripples. In flower gardens, there are flowers in bloom and flowers withered. The seasons are different and each has its own time of beauty. Li Qingshan liked the quiet environment. The outside world is unpredictable, and he just wants to quietly improve himself. Right now, there should be a mess within the Heavenly Dao sect. When Xiaojiu tidies up the Heavenly Dao sect ruins, then the feathered sect will move away. Then this huge mountain gate will become my sphere, and the little fox can run around and have some fun. Li Qingshan pondered silently. In the ruins of the Heavenly Dao sect, there are gaps in the boiling water prison, suppressed with a large formation, and if I go to see it now, I guess it's just for show. When I have fully comprehended the complete book of formations, and have achieved something in the line of formations, then I will go over there to see if the 99 great formations, after 3,000 years have passed, have broken or something like that. If there's a break, I've got to fix it, and I can't let the inmates in Boiling Waters prison get out. In the future, the Yuhua Cliff, the new mountain gate of the feathered sect, I have to run back and forth. This is a big deal, not to be sloppy. Li Qingshan closed his eyes and lay down in the rocking chair with the little fox in his arms, his mind constantly thinking. By the time he comprehended the complete book of formations, Xiaojiu should have cleaned up the ruins of the Heavenly Dao sect and moved the feathered sect over. So he is not in a hurry now. Let the outside world white clouds and dogs. He is in the thought of the cliff peacefully in the spring and autumn. Study in silence. Formations, from introductory to mastery. Second shift. Have some votes to make my numbers look good. Chapter 59, The Discovery of Full Gnosis. Chapter 59, The Discovery of Full Gnosis. Chapter 59, The Discovery of Full Gnosis. A month has passed. The outside world changed. The pattern of the cultivation world reversed, and the feathered sect replaced the heavenly Tao sect as the number one sect, occupying the best mountain gate. But on the cliffs of thought, everything is as it was. Qingshan kept on comprehending the complete book of formations and was seriously studying, learning all the knowledge of the basic formations. It could be said that he had quickly become a formation expert in a short period of time from a formation novice. Master could not be said to be a master, but a formation expert. Qingshan could still accept it. This month, Xiaojiu also relocated the feathered sect to the heavenly Tao sect's mountain gate and vigorously developed over there. Without the restrictions of the heavenly Tao sect, the feathered sect needs a constant flow of resources. No longer need to live in straitjacket. Xiaojiu quickly began to expand, recruiting disciples, recruiting casual cultivators to enter the feathered sect as an elder, expanding the strength of the feathered sect by 10 times or so, when it is up to the first big sect's grandeur. With all these things, the busy Xiaojiu didn't have time to come and see Qingshan. On this day, after Qingshan simply washed up, he was ready to leave the Sivan cliff and go to the new mountain gate of the feathered sect to take a look. It had been more than 10 years, and it was the first time he had ever left the thoughtful cliff. I'll go with you. The snow-white little fox followed Qingshan, not willing to leave. Qingshan picked it up and didn't reject it, directly casting the Kuan Pang treasure technique and spanning 90,000 miles in a very short period of time. On the way, Qingshan curiously asked the little fox, "You are now only one step away from the sage realm. Crossing over is only a month or two, far beyond your mother's realm back then. Why haven't you transformed?" This question had always puzzled Qingshan. More than 10 years ago, the mother of the little fox told Qingshan that although it was a child born from the union of a human and a demon, it was still in a predominantly human body and was just surrounded by her energy and incarnated as a little fox. As soon as the energy was absorbed, the little fox would be able to take form. But until now, the little fox had finished absorbing the energy and surpassed its mother, but it still hadn't taken shape. The little fox was in Qingshan's arms and muttered, "The aura of the demon race in my body overpowers the bloodline of the human race. So even after absorbing the energy left behind by my mother, I can't take shape." The little fox was also troubled, and it actually quite wanted to take shape. It wanted to learn from Xiaojiu and pamper itself around Qingshan, hugging Qingshan's arm and strolling around, instead of being a little pet all the time. "I should look pretty good after I take shape," the little fox thought expectantly. It's been trying for a few years now, but without exception, they all failed. It came down to the fact that the energy of the 9 tails was too powerful. The young fox's mother thought her child was a normal 2-tailed, 3-tailed level. In that case, after absorbing the energy she left behind, it would indeed be possible to transform. But who knew that the little fox was so competitive, awakening the ancient bloodline and becoming a 9-tailed demon fox? This time the human bloodline was crushed to death, with no possibility of turning over. As for when it would take shape, the little fox herself didn't even know. It's agonizing. When Qingshan heard the little fox's words, it dawned on him that this was the case. The energy of the 9 demon foxes was, indeed, powerful, and it was bad at transforming into a form. It's fine. The power of the 9 tails. Many people can't even beg for it. And it's fine if you can't transform for a while. Qingshan comforted the little fox and then descended on the new mountain gate of the feathered sect. In the center of the vast divine state, towering giant mountains, as far as the eye can see, from high above, 99 great mountains, staggered in accordance with the arrangement of the heavenly stems and earthly branches, with the heavens and the earth as the formation map, and the dragon veins as the texture, suppressing the gap in the boiling water prison. The array formation attainments of that person behind the scenes is at the level of a master. Qingshan agreed with the sentence. The other party was definitely a genius for being able to open the gap in the boiling water prison and personally set up a formation to suppress it. Unfortunately, the heart is a bit small and has no tolerance for others. Having reached the top himself, he is not willing to let others come to that position as well. Go and take a look at this grand formation. Is it broken or anything? Qingshan landed down. His formation attainments were not that high. He couldn't set up such a huge formation, but it was still no problem to repair it. The new mountain gate of the feathered sect was busy and thriving, with construction going on everywhere, while the newly initiated disciples were practicing hard. Qingshan took the little fox with him and walked within the feathered sect, and wherever he passed, no one noticed. Rubbing shoulders with an elder, the other party did not notice Qingshan at all. Walking past the doorman's guard, the other man didn't look the least bit shaken. It was as if there was a world between Qingshan and them. It does, in fact, span a dimension. Qingshan didn't want to be discovered by them, and these people definitely couldn't discover it. After strolling around the new mountain gate of the feathered sect, Qingshan quickly found the entrance to the 99 great formations. He avoided everyone and went straight down. The 99 peaks were just a cover. In the center area of these 99 peaks, there was a formation space underneath, and that was the core. Qingshan entered the core of this formation and only felt a blackness in front of his eyes, and after a short period of blindness, he saw the space of the formation that was like flaming lava. The formation space was large, but most of it was full of entwined formation textures, intertwined and emitting flames, some of which were like lava, trapping the very core area. There was a 100-meter-sized black hole, permeated with an incomparably terrifying and heavy aura. Around the black hole, countless small formations were carved, forming a barrier that blocked the opposite side. This is the gap in the boiling water prison. It's really scary, Qingshan said with a serious face. The little fox didn't say a word and curled up in Qingshan's arms so that she could feel safe. The formations here are a huge system of formations. Under the framework of one system, there are at least tens of thousands of formations extended, and combined, they are the huge formations that can suppress the boiling water prison. Qingshan carefully observed these formations, marveling at the black hand behind the scenes, a very scary one. His array strength was at the level of a solid master. 3,000 years had passed, and these formations had only weakened a little, but had not crumbled. It was no wonder that he had that confidence to trap the heaven and earth avenue and the earthly aura. This extremely complicated set of formations is a good opportunity to learn. I'll study it carefully here, learn the art of formations with the black hand behind the scenes, and then fix up some of the weakened areas. Qingshan made up his mind to stay here for some more time. There's no rush to get back to the cliffs of thought. After all, there's a gaping hole in the boiling water prison at stake, and there's no room for sloppiness. Qingshan held the mentality of learning and watched carefully. Some places could be understood at a glance, but there were also places where he frowned and pondered, occasionally coming to a sudden realization, occasionally shaking his head with a bitter smile. Learning, Qingshan was mesmerized. Regarding the comprehension of the formation method, Qingshan became more and more intense and profound, until at one point, a line appeared before his eyes. You watch carefully, inspire full enlightenment, and comprehend the White Dragon King's knowledge of formations. Qingshan was stunned and blinked innocently. Turns out, it wasn't just rubbing the tablet that allowed him to comprehend things. Got pulled into a nucleic acid last night and spent 2 or 3 hours back and forth before I got back. This chapter is to make up for yesterday. There's more today. I'll code. Chapter 60 Righteous White Dragon King. Chapter 60 Righteous White Dragon King. Chapter 60 Righteous White Dragon King. Because he had never left the thoughtfulness cliff, Qingshan had fallen into the misconception of thinking that he could only comprehend the million stone tablets with his full level of enlightenment. He had worried for a while about what he would do when the million stone tablets were comprehended. Now, he didn't have that worry. The White Dragon King's knowledge of formations? This huge set of combined formations was set up by the black hand behind the scenes, and I comprehended it here, inspiring full enlightenment and realizing the White Dragon King's knowledge of formations. So the man behind the curtain is called the White Dragon King. Qingshan revealed a smile. Only at this moment did he realize the name of the person behind the scenes. Once you know the name, you can continue to check the relevant information. I just don't believe it. You can erase the information of the old calendar Millennium Sword God. You can erase the information of the great battle 3,000 years ago. Will you erase your own information? Qingshan's mouth curled up. Once he dealt with the formation problem here, he would go back to find Ao Wei and help him investigate the information about the White Dragon King from 3,000 years ago. It's bound to make a difference. Know yourself and know your enemy before you can fight 100 battles. I'll learn your formation knowledge first. Qingshan began to utilize the White Dragon King's formation knowledge in his mind and combined it with the massive formation system in front of him, learning against it and making rapid progress. It could be said that the White Dragon King had temporarily become Qingshan's master. Time passed day by day. Qingshan stayed in the formation space, not going anywhere, seriously studying, comprehending, and improving himself. The little fox did not make any noise. As long as she accompanied Qingshan, she was very content. While Qingshan was comprehending the knowledge of formations, it was practicing hard on the side, trying to break through to the Saint Realm. With the massive energy given to her by the Nine Tails, she had no difficulty at all in breaking through to the Saint Realm. Another month passed slowly. Qingshan had comprehended all of the White Dragon King's formation knowledge in this month, and incidentally, he had also repaired the weakened parts of this set of formations to ensure that he could suppress the gap in the boiling water prison. It was only after this that Qingshan relaxed. This month has been busy and fulfilling. Qingshan lamented a sentence. His knowledge of formations was elevated another notch into the ranks of masters. It's all because the White Dragon King taught me well. Little fox, we should go, Qingshan shouted. Are you all busy? The little fox asked curiously. Busy? I've reinforced quite a few of the formations here. As long as someone doesn't intentionally destroy them, there's no problem, Qingshan said. Congratulations, you've broken through to the Saint Realm. Qingshan smiled. The little fox smiled cheekily, not saying anything, just happy. Let's go. I've been away from the thoughtful Cliff for such a long time, and I'm quite homesick, Qingshan said. The little fox nodded its head decisively. It was just like Qingshan. It regarded the thoughtful Cliff as its home. It was the first time that the little fox had left the thinking Cliff since it was born, and it was also very homesick. Qingshan immediately took the little fox and executed the Koanpeng treasure technique, returning to the Sijong Cliff. A month out, and all is as it was at the Sivan Cliff. There were 5 ghosts in the house and they cleaned it every day for 10 years or so and it had become muscle memory. The 5 ghosts that were originally born from killing were hardened by Qingshan's killing intent, changed their character, and adapted to this feeling of seclusion and silently improving themselves. The 5 ghosts, who now practiced the 5 emperors' great devil avatar, had also all stepped into the realm of saints, and their strength had increased dramatically as they became new lifeforms. Hell on Earth Walks. This was the name Qingshan had given them, and the 5 ghosts were very happy with it. It's better to go home. The little fox happily wandered around in the thoughtful Cliff, greeting and teasing the 5 ghosts, then looking at the flowers, picking one and placing it in Qingshan's room, returning to its familiar surroundings. It was very lively. Qingshan sat down, looked at the lively little fox and smiled gently. Then using a secret method, he notified Wei to come over. Wei has kept a low profile for the past 10 years, perhaps because of his admiration for Qingshan. Wei learns everything from Qingshan. He does not like to be famous and quietly improves himself. 10 years down the line, he entered the Saint Realm and, in the Saint Realm, traveled far enough to see the threshold of infinity. But to cross over, you need to build up and settle down. Wei soon came over. He had been diving within the old mountain gate of the feathered sect and hadn't gone to the new one. Sir, Wei shouted respectfully. You've been progressing fast lately. You're already trying to break through the limitless realm? Qingshan looked at Wei and asked. Yes, try it. Can't break through. Not enough accumulation. Wei nodded. It's quite good. Try a few more times and you'll succeed in time. Qingshan said. What do you want from me? Sir? Wei asked curiously. Help me to find someone called White Dragon King. I want all information about him. Qingshan said. He comes from 3,000 years ago. He should be somewhat famous. When you find him, bring him to me. Wei took it to heart and nodded. Okay, I'll go investigate. Qingshan watched Wei leave and got up to go to the middle of the Million Monument Forest. After a month of not going to polish the steel forest and comprehend the Gongfu, Qingshan still missed it very much. A few days passed and Wei came back. The night is high. The silver glow sprinkled on the ridge of the mountains and rivers, as if it is a silver veil for this group of mountains and valleys. Beautiful. In front of the bamboo house, the lights are bright. The starlight is swaying, elongating the silhouettes. Qingshan cooks tea, facing the evening breeze, looking at Wei in front of him. Sir, I found information about this person, the White Dragon King. Wei took a large pile of books out of his storage bag. Hard work. Are these all? Qingshan made a cup of tea and handed it to him. Looking at the piles of books, he asked curiously. As expected, the White Dragon King erased the information of the old calendar Millennium Sword God, erasing the information of that battle, but not his own, because he was confident that after that battle, it was impossible for the newborn on Earth to know his name. Unfortunately, he had met Qingshan, a deviant. Sir, the White Dragon King's information is easy to find. I wandered around the new mountain gates of the Long-Hate Demon sect and the Feathered sect, as well as a few other sects, and gathered this. Wei said. Good. Have a cup of tea and take a break. Qingshan said with a smile on his face. Wei drank a cup of tea and got up to leave. I'll leave you sir alone. I'll go back first. Good. If there are any problems in cultivation that you can't solve and can't figure out on your own, come over and I'll guide you. Qingshan nodded. Okay. Good night sir. Wei left joyfully. Qingshan picked up the books and watched them carefully. The life of the White Dragon King was displayed in front of Qingshan. He was highly cultivated and the things he did in his life were recorded by many people. The book says that he was eager and warm, and he was all heart and soul to his friends, so he had friends all over the 4 seas. The Jianghu people call him the White Dragon King of Righteousness. He says things and people want to believe them. Qingshan looked at it and came to a realization. Turns out the reputation is so good that he'll say he told a big lie that wouldn't be believable to the average person. Qingshan gradually immersed himself in it. He saw a piece of the past that recorded that the White Dragon King had executed one of his own master skills, the undying berserker thunder. It was recorded in the book that when the indestructible berserk thunder struck, heaven and earth changed color, and the sky erupted into a kingdom of thunder, of which the White Dragon King was the king. The records were so detailed that clear images emerged in Qingshan's mind. 10,000 thunderbolts landed, and the White Dragon King levitated in the air, holding the thunderbolts and punishing his enemies. Gradually, a line appeared before Qingshan's eyes. You watch carefully, inspire full enlightenment, and comprehend the White Dragon King's indestructible wild thunder. Qingshan couldn't help but smack his lips. I'm the White Dragon King? Thanks to the folks who gave me a reward. 4 more today. Here's the second shift. 2 more chapters. Chapter 61 Learning from Big Brother. Practicing Big Brother, and killing Big Brother afterward. Chapter 61 Learning from Big Brother. Practicing Big Brother, and killing Big Brother afterward. Chapter 61 Learning from Big Brother. Practicing Big Brother, and killing Big Brother afterward. The line in front of him made Qingshan fall into deep thought. During this period of time, it seemed like he had gotten into a fight with the White Dragon King and had been comprehending his things, from formation knowledge to indestructible mad thunder. But my full gnosis seems to be increasing as my cultivation progresses? Qingshan muttered. He started out with a full level of enlightenment and still needed to have a physical object before he could comprehend it. However, during this time, he comprehended the White Dragon King's knowledge of formations when he saw the formations he had set up. Now just by seeing the White Dragon King's detailed introduction and having the picture in his mind, he comprehended the undying berserker thunder. It seems that this full level of enlightenment is not set in stone. But this is good. How can there be anything set in stone in a person's life? As time goes by, a full level of enlightenment might still have surprises waiting for me. Qingshan accepted the change. With a calm mind and no rush, you will accept all changes. This indestructible berserker thunder looks like it's not simple. I can cultivate it. This later on if the White Dragon King awakens and finds me, will he be surprised at what he can do? I can do as well. Qingshan couldn't help but smile at the thought of that image. He was reading about the White Dragon King's life while running the undying berserker thunder's true chi trajectory in his body. The White Dragon King is recorded in every book as a good man, a righteous big brother, and a righteous man. For example, Qingshan saw a travelogue which recorded an incident of the White Dragon King. It says that one day, the White Dragon King and a group of travelers were out trekking when they came across a group of robbers who were robbing a group of mortals. Seeing this, the White Dragon King called out to them to come and rob themselves and spare the mortals. Friends were shocked. What kind of operation is this? The White Dragon King laughed without saying a word and was robbed of the silver on his body by the robbers. Later, a friend asked the White Dragon King, that group of robbers could all be destroyed with a snap of your fingers, so why didn't you do anything? The White Dragon King replied, why should they strike? They are forced by life to fall into the grass and rob for a living. That group of people who were robbed were poor and destitute with no possessions. I let the robbers rob me. The mortals are saved without losing a bit of their belongings. The robbers make a profit and can live on. I lose a bit of yellow and white goods without hurting a bit. Everyone is happy. Why not? After hearing this, the friend seemed to have opened up a new world, and then threw himself on his face, falling for the benevolence of the White Dragon King. The friends then took this matter and publicized it so much that the White Dragon King's reputation was taken to the next level. After Qingshan read it, he touched his arm and goosebumps fell all over the place. This White Dragon King can really pretend, wearing a mask of hypocrisy, living all the time and fooling everyone. But the books record that the last White Dragon King died in that catastrophe 3,000 years ago, and still, he gave up his life and sacrificed himself to save hundreds of thousands of people, and was erected a shrine and enshrined in a place in the northwestern land, where the people, all of them, have the White Dragon King as their faith totem. Qingshan finished reading and shook his head. The identity of the White Dragon King has been flawless all his life, and the end, so well scripted. Now it seems that the White Dragon King's sacrifice of himself to save hundreds of thousands of people back then was definitely premeditated. That is, he wanted to get rid of his identity as the White Dragon King, and completely turn into the mastermind behind the scenes, manipulating the world. The world knows that the White Dragon King is dead, and that his life of righteousness and impeccability was truly as honorable as a saint's. What a tactic! A man who has lived 2 very different lives. When I have time, I can go and see. Where is the White Dragon King's shrine? Qingshan suddenly wondered. The idea came out and lingered. He immediately informed Wei and asked him to determine where the White Dragon King's shrine was. Qingshan himself continued to cultivate the undying berserk thunder to improve himself. This period of time has been related to the White Dragon King. There must be some connection in the underworld. Although the White Dragon King and I have never met, we are already enemies in life and death. Qingshan's face was composed in thought. He had to seize the time and improve his strength. Behind the realm of the saints, There are the infinite, the supreme being, and the silence. Qingshan was now at the limitless level, and there was still a little distance from the supreme person, supreme man, a realm above the saints, the supremacy of heaven and earth, the supremacy of Confucianism, the supremacy of humanism. In the realm of the supreme being, between the palms of one's hands, what bursts forth is the Tao of this world. Qingshan had always endeavored to cultivate the worldly way, but he also knew that the Tao comprehended in the sage realm, the Tao comprehended in the limitless realm, was still inferior in front of the supreme being. The Tao of the realm of the supreme being is the Tao of the earth. It means that the Tao that is comprehended on earth is the complete Tao, unusual Tao. That is just rubbing the edge. When comprehending a complete earthly Tao, one can break through to the realm of the supreme person. After the earthly path is that mysterious and unpredictable divine path. It was also what the indestructible holy Buddha had told Qingshan at the time, to become immortal on earth, the way of the ordinary, the way of the earth, the way of the gods. These are the three levels of the Dharma. Qingshan had comprehended unusual Tao, and quite a few of them were recorded in his book of Great Tao, but of the earthly paths, he hadn't comprehended a single one. Next he needed to comprehend the earthly Tao before he could break through to the supreme human realm. Indestructible mad thunder is the earthly path of thunder. The Zantian sword drawing technique is the earthly path of the way of the sword. The Three-World Sutra is the unfathomable earthly path that encompasses time, space, Buddhism, and more. Qingshan began his silent cultivation. After a few more days, he cultivated undying berserker lightning to the point of initiation, and between his palms, there were lightning bolts bursting out, lingering at his fingertips, very docile. Why is here? Sir, the White Dragon King shrine you asked to find has been found, Ah Wei said. Qingshan stood up and said, then go take a look and see what this White Dragon King shrine has become after 3,000 years. Wei immediately led the way. Qingshan suspected that his speed was too slow, reached out and lifted his hand, and then the Koan Pang treasure art was performed, transforming into a Koan Pang, traveling through the 9 heavens, and in an instant, he arrived at the northwestern land. In a corner of the northwest land, there is a village that is poor, but beautiful. Under the setting sun, cooking smoke rises only a few. The grass grows and warblers fly, children laughing and playing, adults busy in the farmland carrying a hoback, called out to their respective pups, walked home in 2s and 3s, ate the mothers cooking. Ordinary, heartwarming images. Not far from this village, there is a shrine that was originally very large, but after 3,000 years of vicissitudes, the shrine has shrunk to just a small temple. This village is all called Baijia village. Everyone's surname is Bai, and this is the White Dragon King they worship, Ah Wei said. Qingshan walked to this ancestral temple and saw the incense ash falling all over the place, and there were also tributes placed, although it was not any exquisite food, but 3,000 years down the line, the incense fire continued to flow. It was also very impressive. Looking at the statue again, it was a middle-aged man, majestic and atmospheric. This statue was the one that was erected in the beginning, only that after so many years, it was covered with cracks and was repaired in various ways. It's like a white cloth mended with pieces of many other colors into 100 colors. Sir, I'll wait outside the door. Wei decisively exited. Qingshan looked at the White Dragon King statue and fell into deep thought. The world doesn't know that the biggest person behind the scenes in the human world is this person. To this day, he enjoys the incense. First time I see you, White Dragon King. I am your unseen life and death enemy. The corner of Qingshan's mouth curled up as he softly introduced himself. No one responded. Qingshan didn't mind either. As he looked at the statue of the White Dragon King, a thought came to him. Is it possible for me to inspire a full level of enlightenment here? Do it if you want to. Qingshan immediately looked carefully at the statue of the White Dragon King. Gradually, he became entranced. You watch carefully, inspire full enlightenment, and comprehend the White Dragon King's shocking strike. Qingshan wasn't surprised. It was indeed another White Dragon King's technique. He muttered, am I learning from Big Brother? Practicing Big Brother, and killing Big Brother when I'm done? One more chapter to go. I'm begging for vote support. Chapter 62, Strange Noises. Chapter 62, Strange Noises. Chapter 62, Strange Noises. Qingshan thought for a moment that this could perhaps be said to be a way of learning from the barbarians to control the barbarians. Learn your kung fu and come and beat you then. Thinking in this way, Qingshan picked up the earthen incense placed on the side, lit one and inserted it in the incense burner. This incense is made by the people of Baijia village themselves, and it is very different from the incense on the market. The only thing that is the same is that it can be burned, and the ash will fall down to provide that weak incense for this White Dragon King, who has been forgotten by the world. Qingshan just lit the incense, watched the incense burn out, turned around and left without lingering. The shadows of the old cows and children returning from their twilight walk along the country lanes, illuminated by the evening sun, grow longer and longer. Qingshan took way and returned to the old mountain gate of the feathered sect. The once lively mountain gate had become quiet, and some old men had been left behind to watch over the territory of the once feathered sect. Sir, from now on, I'll be over here with you, Ah Wei said seriously. If you need anything, just talk to me. I'll step in for Mr. Qingshan was silent for a moment and asked, the great world is out there. Why don't you go and see it? Follow sir to see the most beautiful sights in the world. Wei said firmly. You're not going back to inherit the long-hate demon sect? Qingshan asked. The long-hate demon sect has my brother and the others. They don't need me. Besides, I don't like managing a sect. I want to follow behind sir and learn more. Ah Wei said. Good. Follow me from now on. These gong methods, you learn them first. Qingshan reached out with a finger, pointing at the center of Wei's eyebrow, and imparted a dozen or so gong methods to him. Among them were the everlasting life method, the great river sword chi, the Jintian sword drawing technique, and the 3 Buddhist scriptures, among others. Qingshan did not hide anything. As far as he was concerned, he instead hoped that Wei would spread these feats. How unfortunate it is for the gong methods created by previous generations of masters to disappear into the long river of history. More people will learn so that what was created with blood and guts back then will shine. In the future, Qingshan would definitely create his own gongfu as well, and definitely wanted his own gongfu that would not be lost. Thank you, sir, Wei exclaimed. Work hard. Qingshan encouraged a sentence, and returned to the thoughtful Cliff. He will cultivate the indestructible wild thunder, cultivate the shocking strike, cultivate the 3 Buddhist scriptures, cultivate the heaven-zapping sword drawing technique, cultivate the indestructible golden body, and cultivate the Kuanping treasure art. The great Tao was endless, and Qingshan did not stop. After he had comprehended the unusual Tao, he began to comprehend it towards the earthly Tao. On the Co cliff, Qingshan spread out the Tao he had comprehended in the past in front of himself and carefully scrutinized it. He had a deep sense of realization. The realm continued to rise as he practiced and thought. At the Co cliff, he didn't ask about the world and concentrated on enlightenment, and any gongfu, in his hands, could evolve into the beginnings of the earthly way, the human path, the sign of the realm of the most human. Qingshan followed the example of the sages and saints, diving into enlightenment, absorbing the aura from 3,000 years ago, and progressing tremendously. He integrated the unusual paths of his past, as well as the techniques he had practiced. It's like a big tree with lots of branches. The only way to keep growing is to prune it. Remove the extra branches, keep the main trunk, draw nutrients and keep growing. Now Qingshan is doing something like this. He also practiced other feats, just not as core feats. The main thing was to cultivate the 3 worlds Buddhist scripture, the amazing strike, the heaven-slashing sword drawing technique, the undying golden body, the Kuanping treasure technique, and the undying berserk thunder, which were all top-notch techniques. Qingshan also gradually comprehended the earthly Tao in terms of time, space, sword Tao, Buddhism, speed, and thunder. On the cliff of thought, 1,000 days in the outside world are as if one day has passed here, because there is not much concept of time, doing the same thing every day, rather like a day in the cave, 1,000 years in the world. Qingshan was caught up in enlightenment and could not help himself. It was not like there was any trouble in the outside world. Everything was fine with the feathered sect and Little Nine. Qingshan did not need to worry at all. Time is so white and wobbly. Another 5 years have passed. In the past 5 years, Qingshan had been seriously enlightening himself, and had not left the thoughtful cliff much, except for once a year, to see if the formation that suppresses the boiling water prison is still stable. The rest of the time, he was seriously comprehending the earthly Tao. 5 years down the line, he had comprehended the 6 earthly paths of time, space, sword Tao, Buddhism, speed, and thunder. These 6 earthly paths are recorded in the Book of the Great Tao. Qingshan's strength was easily crossed in an early morning when the sun was rising. Everything was growing, and the yin and yang were intertwined. The first supreme being in 3,000 years. On this day, Qingshan took the little fox and walked within the feathered sect. 5 years down the line, the little fox had directly entered the immeasurable realm by virtue of Nine Tails' terrifying talent. This is where it can take control of the gift itself. No longer does the gift take control of it. I feel that as my cultivation rises and after controlling my talent, my control over my bloodline is getting better and better. Perhaps it won't be many years before I can take shape, the little fox said in Qingshan's arms. It desperately wanted to take shape. Now like this. It's quite cute. Qingshan stroked it and said with a smile. The little fox skimmed its mouth, not wanting to retort. It didn't like the way it was now. It wanted to become the same as Qingshan. Walking inside the feathered sect, Qingshan saw many places where weeds grew because no one lived there. And the old people who once stayed behind were old enough to guard a mountain peak and live quietly. In these 5 years, Qingshan often came out for a walk, drinking tea among the mountains, enlightening the Tao under the waterfalls, sensing the nature of heaven and earth. A heart rounded. Not far away was Wei's residence. He was in a mountainous area with clear water, living in a hut, comprehending the gongfu that Qingshan had imparted to him, and from time to time asking Qingshan for advice, making rapid progress, breaking through the limitless realm, just like the little fox. In the old mountain gate of the feathered sect, there were 3 immeasurables living there. If this were to be spread out, it would surely amaze the world. Even if the top geniuses had worked hard to cultivate in the past 5 years, there were only a few limitless realms on Earth right now, each of them being strong in their own right. And now the feathered sect has 3 of them. The Qingshan among them was no longer in the limitless realm, but in the realm of the Supreme Person. After wandering around for a while, suddenly his divine thoughts moved and Qingshan sensed that Xiaojiu had come. Xiaojiu was troubled right now. Her cultivation level was at the peak of saint and she had not entered the limitless realm. With all the trivialities, she couldn't break through the infinite even if she had the longevity method. Brother, that formation under the feathered sect's mountain gate, there are strange sounds coming from it. Little Nine flew in hurriedly and said, the matter under the new mountain gate of the feathered sect. Qingshan had long ago told Xiaojiu to keep an eye on it at all times, so that it wouldn't be sabotaged. Report to him as soon as you notice anything unusual, or risk extinction. That's why Xiaojiu rushed here. Qingshan frowned at his words and said, is it a loosening of the formation? That was the last image he wanted to see. Xiaojiu shook her head and said, I don't know. I only heard a strange noise and I immediately came to find brother. Go take a look. Qingshan didn't dare to be sloppy and immediately moved. 4th shift. Trying to code until 1 a.m. Asking for votes. Everyone's support is important to me. Chapter 63, Imperial Voice. Chapter 63, Imperial Voice. Chapter 63, Imperial Voice. The new mountain gate of the feathered sect was thriving. In these 5 years down the line, the feathered sect had grown rapidly, with disciples expanding to more than 50,000, and 99 mountain peaks inhabited by cultivators. But the most central area is the solitary home of Kowloon. In the center of the 99 peaks, the piece of Lake Island, beautiful and colorful. Let people linger. Underneath the island in the center of the lake was the formation space. That's why Xiaojiu gave a death order for this place. The disciples and elders of the feathered sect are not allowed to come in, and if there is anything, they will report directly. Qingshan came here and went straight into the formation space. The space of the formation, which was like flaming magma, looked little changed. As soon as he entered, a wave of heat hit him, and then there was the interweaving of formation textures, exactly the same as when he had examined it before. Qingshan did not move and continued to look, moving inward in the space of the formation. The texture, intertwined and entwined, trapped the gaping hole in the boiling water prison. The gaping hole in the boiling water prison was still like a black hole, so deep that it seemed to have the ability to devour the world. If it wasn't for the suppression of the formation, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Qingshan walked to the black hole of the boiling water prison and carefully examined where exactly the strange noise came from. This can't be sloppy. If you make a mistake, it's really going to kill people. But after a careful inspection, Qingshan still did not find out the problem with the grocery array. This formation was strengthened and reinforced once a year by him, and now it had returned to the strength it had during the period when it was just set up 3,000 years ago. It doesn't make sense that something should go wrong. Qingshan stood in front of the black hole and pondered. Young man, do you want to become immortal? Right at this moment, a royal voice came out of the black hole abruptly, carrying the power of compulsion, and exploded in front of Qingshan's eyes with a loud bang. He saw an image of himself becoming immortal. He saw the world congratulating him. He saw a corner of the legendary immortal court. Mirage, dreamy corner, immortal fame. In a short moment, Qingshan saw so much that he couldn't help but ask, how do I become immortal? Inside the black hole, the imperial voice continued, break your own shackles and witness the fruits of the Tao today. How do I break the shackles? Qingshan asked after him. Break the shackles of external objects. The imperial sister's voice lingered in Qingshan's ears, refreshing his heart. Very sweet. Qingshan slowly raised his hand. Yes, fight towards the surrounding shackles. Break the shackles. Achieve immortality. Then you can see me. The imperial sister's voice was gentle, as if she was lying on Qingshan's ear, murmuring in a low voice, disturbing one's heart. But Qingshan's hand was still only raised, not dropped. Why don't you fall? Makoto asked with doubt in her voice. Falling, I'll fall for it. Qingshan raised his head. his eyes clear, and said, "You didn't fall for my charm?" The imperial voice was surprised. "Hit and miss," Qingshan said. "What do you mean?" Mikoto asked, puzzled. "I was hit by your charm, but your pie painting tactics are too childish, and I, who have suffered from the temptation of various pie painting techniques, am impervious to all poisons, so it's the same as not being hit." Qingshan answered truthfully. In his previous life, that society, the pie painting masters do not know how many pie painting sets are endless. Qingshan has long been adapted. Now the other party's means of painting the cake is really simple and rough. He is only in the realm of the most human. He began to look forward to the immortal, but also to break the shackles and witness the fruit of the Tao. The means is too low. It is difficult for him to enter the scene. The imperial voice in the black hole fell silent. Although he didn't know what a pie was, Qingshan was now awake, and the best time had been missed. Qingshan looked at the black hole and couldn't see anything at all. He wasn't in a hurry and wasn't flustered. He suddenly said, "You're an inmate of boiling water prison, right?" The black hole remained silent. "Are you a man or a woman?" Qingshan continued to ask. "It's not supposed to be a guy." "Then I should feel sick now. Why don't you say something? You still have a nice voice. What was your offense that landed you in boiling water prison?" Qingshan asked one after another. The black hole remained silent. "You want to come out, right?" Qingshan asked softly as the corner of his mouth curled up. "Let me out and I'll help you become immortal." The imperial sister's voice rang out once again. Qingshan smiled happily. "I'm relieved to hear you say that," Qingshan said easily. "What are you relieved about?" Mikoto asked suspiciously. "It means that this set of great formations is still useful. I don't have to go through all the trouble of setting up the next great formation," Qingshan said happily. "You don't want to become immortal?" The imperial voice said in surprise. "I want to, but I don't need your help. I can become an immortal on my own," Qingshan said with great confidence. "Let me out and I'll share an immortal weapon with you," the imperial voice said. "Can't use it," Qingshan simply rebuffed it. The black hole was silent again. Qingshan's lack of oil and salt made it very difficult for her. "It seems like I should reinforce this formation and rearrange it once again to make sure nothing goes wrong," Qingshan muttered to himself. "You can let me out and I'll fulfill all your conditions." The imperial sister's voice was no longer charming, and carried a hint of helplessness. "I don't even know who you are," Qingshan said. "My name is Flower Rhyme." The imperial sister said, "I'm a poor person. Someone else wanted to dominate my body. I resisted to death, so he threw me to the boiling water prison to force me to submit. I've been imprisoned for hundreds of years. It's very painful. You only need to let me out. I can instruct you to become an immortal. I can teach you immortal techniques. I can give you my own immortal weapon. My sister is true to her word. I promise not to lie to you. My sister is very honest." After listening, Qingshan smacked his lips and said, "There are quite a few flaws in your words. The others want to take over your body and leave you in boiling water prison. But as far as I know, boiling water prison is for poor and vicious prisoners. Just now you said you resisted death and were chaste. But you said earlier that you could fulfill all my conditions, and having all but imprisoned you, you'll definitely confiscate your immortal weapons, which means that you don't have any immortal weapons on you." My sister said she wouldn't lie to me, but my sister lied to me every word. "Sister, are you okay?" Qingshan asked calmly with an unshaken heart. The black hole fell into dead silence. After a while, there came a roar. "I'm so your mom." The hysterical voice was visible that the opposite side was infuriated by Qingshan. "Sister is an immortal, earthly boy. Do you think this broken formation can block me? It's just a waste of a little time. When I break this formation, I'll be the first one to drag you to bed to serve you, and if I don't drain you dry, I'll call you daddy. When I was running the world, your ancestors' 18 generations were still just a tadpole. Hurry up and untie the formation. I can forget about it and still teach you the immortal laws. Don't be insensitive." The imperial voice was still the same imperial voice. Just what she said was a bit pugnacious. Qingshan took a step back, a little afraid that he would be drained. Chapter 64, Reinforced Formation. Chapter 64, Reinforced Formation. Chapter 64, Reinforced Formation. This woman called Flower Rhyme let out an exasperated roar, clearly infuriated by Qingshan. Qingshan, who was oil and salt, didn't give her a chance at all. Letting him vent his emotions, Qingshan did not approach, but looked at the surrounding formations, thinking seriously about where he could reinforce them. He had studied the complete book of formations, and later on, he had studied all of the White Dragon King's knowledge of formations, and was already a master of formations. That is, he could set up a great formation made up of these 99 great mountains by spending some time. Of course, a lot of materials are needed, but the feathered sect was now number one on Earth, and Qingshan had no shortage of materials. Looking at it, Qingshan really did find something that could be modified. He immediately informed Xiaojiu to get some materials over. He wanted to reinforce this grand formation. Xiaojiu quickly transported the materials in, but Qingshan didn't let her in. The one in the black hole, flower rhyme, could confuse people with her words, and Qingshan was very experienced before he didn't fall for it. But Xiaojiu couldn't. Without experiencing the social beatings, it's easy to be mesmerized by flower rhyme's unpretentious pie-painting tactics. Taking a large pile of materials and re-entering the formation space, Qingshan, like a hard-working farmer, began to tinker with what he considered to be fragile places, filling them in. "What are you doing?" Huayan asked in panic after her anger. Seeing that Qingshan didn't say anything and instead started to reinforce the formation, Qingshan glanced at the black hole, didn't reply, and continued working. "This big formation is already huge enough, and you're still reinforcing it? Are you human?" Huayan spat out a mouthful of old blood. If boiling water prison hadn't suppressed her cultivation, where would she be so angry? Qingshan turned a deaf ear and continued to reinforce. Flower Yun's words turned, daintily said, "Little brother, let's chat. I don't want you to let me out either. I've been living alone for hundreds of years. It's very lonely. Let's chat about something exciting." Qingshan stopped the work in his hand. His expression was a bit different, and said, "Talk about something exciting?" "Yes, little brother. How exciting can it be?" Huayan was delighted in her heart and her voice was sweet. Qingshan thought seriously and said, "Then let's talk about something positive in this category. Flower rhyme? Looks like you don't know. Forget it, the gap between our thoughts is too big to chat. I'll continue reinforcing." Qingshan sighed regretfully and continued to busy himself. Flower rhyme was furious. A mouthful of silver teeth were clenched, making a cackling sound. "You're tricking me," Flower rhyme droned. Qingshan innocently said, "You can't chat yourself. Say something I can understand." Flower rhyme's voice said helplessly. She couldn't do anything with Qingshan right now. She even doubted that Qingshan was a normal person. When Qingshan saw this, the corner of his mouth curled up and said, "You're lonely, aren't you? I'm so angry with you, and you're still looking for me to talk to me, which means you're really lonely in prison." Flower rhyme was silent. It was a while before she said, "When you've been locked up for hundreds of years, in the dark, with no one to talk to, and you have to grope around alone in the darkness, it's good enough that you won't go crazy. What is your origin?" Qingshan asked as he clasped his hands on his chest, having grasped Huayan's character. "I'm a loser from the dimensional battlefield," Flower rhyme said with a sigh. Qingshan's expression moved. This was the second time he had heard about the dimensional battlefield. The first time was in front of the monument of the indestructible Holy Buddha. Entering the world within the monument and glimpsing a corner of the time that was a dimensional battlefield? "What is that place?" Qingshan asked calmly, without any hesitation. He didn't want Huayun to know that he was eager to know this information. Otherwise it's not good to hold the flower rhyme and set more words. "You don't know about the dimensional battlefield?" Flower rhyme was surprised. "Should I know?" Qingshan asked rhetorically. "Every cultivator of the earthly world who wants to enter the immortal realm must go through the dimensional battlefield and start a fight. And the one with a high points ranking can enter the immortal realm." Flower rhyme said oddly. "You are at the supreme human realm, but you still don't know about the dimensional battlefield. That means that something is wrong with your world," Flower rhyme affirmed. "That's right. This world of ours, something did go wrong, but it's fine. With me as a doctor, I will cure this world." Qingshan said truthfully. "Sister, I was the first genius of our world back then. I entered the dimensional battlefield to kill and gained a high number of points, but unfortunately, at the last moment, I failed, and was also imprisoned in the boiling water prison because I violated the rules of the dimensional battlefield. Sister's life is bitter," Flower rhyme's voice lamented. Qingshan listened, then continued to reinforce the formation. "I have already told you where I came from. I have no intention of wreaking havoc on you or your world. I just want to leave boiling water prison. If you let my sister go, my sister can work as an ox for you. My sister swears." Huayan saw Qingshan started to reinforce again. Her voice trembled and pleaded with a sobbing voice. Qingshan remained motionless, and after reinforcing a formation texture, he earnestly said, "No matter what you say, I won't let you out. Right now our world is extremely fragile. No mistake can be made. You don't want to come out. Maybe when I break through the immortal realm later, I can ensure the safety of this world. You might have a chance to come out. As for now, stay on in the boiling water prison. It's been centuries anyway." "Not that long," Qingshan said while reinforcing, with a resolute attitude, not the least bit moved. Flower rhyme didn't say anything. Qingshan's words made it clear that she felt desperate and did not do anything useless. It took 3 days in a row for Qingshan to reinforce the places where this massive formation had shortcomings. Looking at the strength of the formation even more than in the past, Qingshan took a long sigh of relief, this time at ease. I will come once a month in the future to see if the formation has loosened up. If you want to talk to me then, my brother is willing to accompany my sister, Qingshan said gently, then turned around and left the formation space. Flower Rhyme didn't say a word. She was also powerless when she encountered Qingshan's oil and salt, and his solid Taoist heart. Feathered Gate, Center Lake. Xiaojiu was waiting. Qingshan came out and met Xiaojiu. Brother, has the problem here been solved? Xiaojiu asked with concern. It's solved for now, but don't let anyone get close. Not even you, because once something happens, it's really dangerous, Qingshan said seriously. Jiu nodded gravely as well. I will come once a month from now on. You don't have to worry. There should be no strange sounds next, Qingshan said. Okay, I'll keep an eye on the place. Xiaojiu nodded. Qingshan nodded his head in satisfaction. Then his body instantly vaporized and disappeared in place. He's gone back to the Cliffs of Thought. Ask for data to support this. Chapter 65 Immortal Dao Golden Ranking. Chapter 65 Immortal Dao Golden Ranking. Chapter 65 Immortal Dao Golden Ranking. Returning to the thoughtful Cliff, Qingshan did not rush to comprehend what was on the stone tablet, but calmed down and thought carefully. Flower Rhyme said that every cultivator of the earthly world who wants to enter the immortal realm must go through the dimensional battlefield, start a fight, and the one with a high points ranking will be able to enter the immortal realm. Then it can be concluded that while the immortal world is high above the earth, there are many on earth. Flower Rhyme isn't from this world. She's from another world, and if she wants to enter the immortal realm, she enters the dimensional battlefield and starts a fight. You can get points for killing in the dimensional battlefield, and those with more points can enter the immortal realm. Isn't this just composting? Qingshan's face was serious. The immortal world was not as wonderful as the legends. The process of entering the immortal realm was so bloody, so one could imagine that the immortal realm was not a good place to hang out. Also, there's a set of rules in the dimensional battlefield. Breaking them will result in imprisonment in the boiling water prison. And Flower Rhyme broke the rules and has been imprisoned for hundreds of years. No wonder the undying divine Buddha refused to enter the dimensional battlefield in the first place. The holy Buddha once told me to become immortal on earth. I didn't understand before, but now, it's all clear. Qingshan's eyes were haunted and his brows were locked. This vast world of cultivation was just a starting point. There were countless worlds such as this. Then, the White Dragon King who was once behind the scenes, does he know about these things? Qingshan suddenly thought of this person again. The White Dragon King should know about the dimensional battlefield. So what exactly does he think? Qingshan guessed. No one is going to block off the world's avenues and auras for no reason. The White Dragon King must have his purpose for doing this. It was just that the current Qingshan couldn't figure it out. Forget it, don't think about it, anything, there will be an answer. It's just a matter of time. Even the dimensional battlefield, which I didn't understand at all before, is now aware of some information. Even if the world doesn't know who's behind it, now I know. So, cultivate hard and improve yourself. And when your cultivation is strong enough, all these questions will be answered. Qingshan stopped guessing and guessing, and there was not a correct answer. He walked to the forest of millions of tablets and rubbed them carefully. He wanted to comprehend more feats and take in the strengths of 100 schools of thought to fuse his own Tao. In his life, he had traveled 1,000,000 miles and practiced 1,000,000 sets of fists just to see what the peak of cultivation looked like. You rub it carefully to stimulate full enlightenment and comprehend the great hand seal of the 7 emotions. You comprehend carefully, stimulate full enlightenment, and comprehend the lifeless white bone sword technique. You comprehend carefully, stimulate full enlightenment, and comprehend the great compassion divine power. A month passed. Qingshan was working hard every day to comprehend various feats, trying to discover some of the worlds in the steel. There were quite a few feats to comprehend, and none of the worlds in the steel were found. Qingshan wasn't discouraged and practiced all these gungfu seriously, hanging on to his roots and bones, and then worked hard on enlightenment. After the realm of the saints, there is no limit, the Supreme Being, and silence. He had already entered the realm of the Supreme Being and naturally wanted to enter the level of silence. So he's like a black hole, coming to terms with anything that enhances him. With a full level of enlightenment in, Qingshan comprehended it very smoothly. A month later, Qingshan once again came to the new mountain gate of the feathered sect and entered the formation space. The fiery red array texture that flowed like lava was not broken by Flower Rhyme. Qingshan could be sure that she had been infuriated before and lied to him by saying big words. Imprisoned in a boiling water prison. She couldn't break the formation. Or she can't, in a short time, break it. This short period of time, Qingshan estimated that it should be at least 100 years. so this time he came for something else. Sister, I haven't seen you in January. How have you been? Qingshan asked with a smile. From the black hole came a faint voice, if you don't let me out, good or bad, there's no point. Sister, today I'll accompany you to chat and relieve your loneliness, Qingshan said gently. Flower Rhyme didn't refuse. Did sister break through the immortal realm in the dimensional battlefield before? Qingshan asked. No, I was in the human immortal realm back then, Flower Rhyme replied. What realm is a human world immortal? Qingshan asked curiously. What? You don't even know this? Hua Yun laughed. It was laughing at Qingshan's ignorance. Qingshan was not annoyed and said blandly, I can tell my sister the secrets of this world if she can solve the puzzle for me. Flower Rhyme came to be interested. Her voice wasn't as seductive as it was yesterday, but it was still an imperial voice with a hint of cheerfulness. After cultivating to the silent realm, it's time to think about going into the dimensional battlegrounds and working hard to earn points. Qingshan listened silently. In the dimensional battlefield, there are two realms, the human immortal and the feathered immortal. Although they are both at the immortal realm, there is still a huge gap between them and a true immortal. So in the end, you still have to enter the immortal realm and become a true immortal. Flower Rhyme pontificated. When Qingshan heard this, he suddenly realized that this was the case. Does it have to be in the dimensional battlefield to become a human immortal? A feathered immortal? Qingshan asked the key. Flower Rhyme let out a light laugh. By the looks of you, you want to become immortal on Earth? Qingshan smiled calmly. It's possible. It's just that the difficulty far exceeds that of the dimensional battlefield. In the dimensional battlefield, there's immortal chi from the immortal realm that falls down, and it's easier to break through by absorbing the immortal chi. On Earth, if you want to break through to the human world immortal, that requires you to have great perseverance, great wisdom, and great enlightenment to have a chance. Let 1 in 10,000 become immortal on Earth. It's too hard to become an immortal on Earth. Flower Rhyme sighed. Qingshan savored it. Great perseverance, great wisdom, great enlightenment. These three things, he has all of them. Qingshan always remembered the words of the indestructible Holy Buddha to become immortal on Earth. Okay, tell me, your world, what has changed? Flower Rhyme asked curiously. Qingshan collected the emanating thoughts and, originally, told what the White Dragon King had done in the 3rd millennium. I don't even know why he did it now? Qingshan shook his head. After hearing this, Flower Rhyme said in an odd tone, he is trying to close off this world so that the dimensional battlefield will not be able to come back to enlist the experts of this world, and he is no threat when he is the lord of his own world. Qingshan asked, is this also okay? Of course you can. It's been tried before. When there are no more saints or above in your world for a long period of time, the dimensional battlefield will automatically abandon this world. In that case, the killings in the dimensional battlefield will have nothing to do with this world, and the immortal world's attention will become less and less until, finally, it is completely abandoned. The fact that in these 3,000 years, your world has not once descended on the immortal Tao Golden ranking is the best proof of this. This world has been forgotten by the dimensional battlefield, and now that you've broken the formation, the World Avenue and Aura return, and earthly cultivators break through at a rapid pace, in which case the dimensional battlefield will soon be able to take notice of your world. Next time, when the dimensional battlefield opens, the immortal Tao Golden list should descend. Brother, you're going to the dimensional battlefield. Flower Rhyme giggled. Chapter 66 Sisters Shock. Chapter 66 Sisters Shock. Chapter 66 Sisters Shock. Hua Yun's laughter caused Qingshan to raise an eyebrow as he asked in a deep voice, what is the immortal Tao Golden ranking? As for entering the dimensional battlefield and fighting, Qingshan was a bit displeased in his heart. He was secluded in the mountains and forests, enlightened and cultivated, and his rate of improvement was not much faster than fighting and killing. Flower Rhyme said, the immortal Tao Golden ranking is a roster of dimensional battlefields, forged by immortal realm experts, which can probe the potential of experts in a world and filter them. Qingshan continued to ask, just now, Sister said that the dimensional battlefield would open next time. Isn't it always open? No, the dimensional battlefield were open all the time. Every 10 years, the dimensional battlefield opens, Flower Rhyme replied. So that's how it is. Qingshan understood. Sister, I want to ask you for something. Qingshan pondered for a while and suddenly said, what is it? Flower Rhyme asked. Instruct me in enlightenment, cultivation, and breakthrough. Qingshan pleaded. You don't let me out. And you want me to guide you to enlightenment? Hua Yun as if she heard a joke. Although an Qingshan's sister brother so called, but this is just a lonely chat. Hua Yun can still hold a grudge against Qingshan for not letting her out. As I said before, I can let my sister out, but I need to wait until I'm strong enough again. If I let myself cultivate, I can also reach the peak of the earth, but it will take a long time, and my sister still needs to wait. So by instructing me in my enlightenment and cultivation, my sister is also helping herself to fulfill others. Sister, as long as I realize the way, I can let you out. You also want to see this beautiful world, right? The corner of Qingshan's mouth curled up, not slowing down, stating the benefits. Flower Rhyme was silent. Qingshan stood calmly, not daring to worry in the slightest. Compared to Flower Rhyme's unpretentious pie drawing skills, the pie drawn by the knowledgeable Qingshan still smelled good. He draws a pie, and Flower Rhyme's heart flutters. Only after a while did Flower Rhyme say, I can instruct you, but I don't know if you can comprehend it? There's no need to worry. Sister, just point and leave the rest to me. The corner of Qingshan's mouth curled up, revealing a happy smile. He now had the million stone monuments of the Sishui Cliff to provide him with gong methods, and he also had the guidance of Hua Yun, a human world immortal. The realm of silence is just around the corner. As for becoming immortal on earth, Qingshan would not give up. At that time, whether it was the White Dragon King awakening or the immortal Dao Golden ranking coming down, Qingshan would be able to face it with ease. Good. When I was in the supreme human realm, I comprehended 5 earthly paths and broke through to silence. How many have you comprehended now? Hua Yun asked. Qingshan's face was odd. Flower Rhyme had broken through after comprehending only 5 earthly paths? Then why can't he break through? Qingshan now comprehended the 6 earthly paths of time, space, sword Dao, Buddhism, speed, and thunder. But it's a long way from a breakthrough. It's not possible that none of them have been comprehended, right? Flower Rhyme scoffed. Qingshan let out a light laugh and said, I comprehended one. That's not bad. Is it the basic earthly path, or the mysterious earthly path? Flower Rhyme asked. What is the foundation and what is the mystery? Qingshan humbly asked for guidance. You've come to the right place for guidance from Flower Rhyme. Now in this world, Qingshan was the strongest, but he was completely unaware of the cultivation path behind him, and the White Dragon King had come down hard on him at first, destroying these. He had been walking down the path with full enlightenment and roots like a forest. Now that I have Flower Rhyme to point me in the right direction, I'm like a fish out of water, like a tiger with wings. The basic earthly path refers to the category of the 5 elemental paths of gold, wood, water, fire and earth, which are the basic building blocks of this world. The mysterious earthly paths are the great paths that are invisible and inaudible to ordinary people, such as time, space, death, yin and yang, and fate of this kind. If you can comprehend the mysterious earthly way, then your future is limitless. But trying to comprehend the mysterious earthly Tao on earth is basically impossible, Hua Yun said, not looking favorably on Qingshan at all. Qingshan blinked innocently, wanting to say, actually, it's not that hard. Qingshan did some serious math. Time and space are 2 surely mysterious earthly paths. The 4, sword Tao, Buddhism, speed, and thunder, should be ordinary earthly paths. What kind of earthly Tao did you comprehend? Flower Rhyme asked. The way of the sword, Qingshan replied, hiding the other earthly paths. Sword Tao is also not bad. You can comprehend it more. Sword Tao is a big classification. There are many small classifications within it. You comprehend it more. For example, the fastness of sword Tao, the slowness of sword Tao, the swiftness of sword Tao, the vibration of sword Tao. These are all part of sword Tao. If you comprehend them and can still fuse them together, then it won't be a problem for you to break through the silent realm, and you can even try to become an immortal on earth. Flower Rhyme carefully taught Qingshan in order to get out of the trap early. Qingshan listened attentively, as if he had opened the door to a new world. Previously, he had comprehended the sword Tao as a whole big concept, but he had no idea that within the sword Tao, there were so many subdivisions, and that between the different, they could actually be fused. It was too much fun for Qingshan. He was so intoxicated that he couldn't help himself, and he joined his fingers as a sword, slowly gesticulating as the sword path swirled. Seeing that Qingshan was enlightened, Hua Yun shut up and didn't disturb, silently watching. Qingshan was fast at one time, slow at another, sharp at one time, and immobile at another, and the sword path was right at his fingertips, blossoming into different colors. Seeing this scene, Flower Rhyme secretly nodded. Not bad, considered a genius. According to his speed, breaking through silence within 30 years should not be a problem, but Qingshan didn't think so. After he indulged in it, the full level of enlightenment triggered and a line appeared in front of him. You listened carefully and inspired a full level of enlightenment to comprehend the way of the quick sword. You listened carefully and inspired a full level of enlightenment to comprehend the way of the slow sword. Fast and slow, at Qingshan's fingertips, bloomed with light. Qingshan's mind moved, and in the next second, at his fingertips, fast and slow, unexpectedly combined. The avenue of fast swords and the avenue of slowness within the sword Tao slowly merged. This time, it was equal to comprehending three earthly paths: the way of the fast sword, the way of the slow sword, the way of the fast slow fusion sword. It just blends more slowly. You are seriously enlightened and inspire a full level of enlightenment to comprehend the fast and slow fusion sword Tao. In front of Qingshan's eyes, this line appeared again, and the originally slow fast slow fusion was unexpectedly accelerated at this moment. Hannah Rhyme, who witnessed everything, as if she had seen a ghost, came straight out of the black hole. Asterisk 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 asterisk. She had witnessed Qingshan's slow progress as he unfolded his comprehension under the broad framework of the sword Tao, but with a blink of her eye, Qingshan comprehended the sword Tao of quickness. She couldn't believe it and rubbed her eyes as Qingshan comprehended the sword Tao of slowness again. The flower rhymer was dumbfounded and snapped, slapping herself as she thought she was seeing visions. But after the fight, she saw Qingshan performing the fast and slow sword Tao fusion. Hua Yun touched her pretty face, very aggrieved. Why should she slap herself because of someone else? It hurts. At this moment Hua Yun, she couldn't wait to pry open Qingshan's brain to see what was inside. I'm in the middle of the list, so I'm begging you to kiss me. Chapter 67 My name is White Dragon King. Chapter 67 My name is White Dragon King. Chapter 67 My name is White Dragon King. When Qingshan ended his cultivation and opened his eyes, he heard Hua Yun incredulously say, You comprehended three earthly paths in this? Qingshan felt the three extra great Tao in his body and calmly nodded. Yes. How did you comprehend this? Hua Yun was shocked. Didn't you watch the whole thing just now? Qingshan said. That was an illusion just now, wasn't it? How can anyone have an epiphany of three earthly paths? Flower Rhyme still found it hard to believe. Maybe, is there a possibility that I am a genius? Qingshan asked. Flower Rhyme didn't say anything. Isn't she a genius? However, facing Qingshan, Hua Yun really didn't deserve to say that she was a genius. Comprehending the fast and slow sword Tao and fusing them together. I have gained a lot this time. I need to go back and settle down. I'll come back next month to ask my sister for advice. Qingshan had gained a lot this time and turned to leave. Hua Yun looked at Qingshan's distant back and muttered. I was wrong. According to the speed of your cultivation and comprehension, it won't be long before I can go out, successfully comprehending the three earthly paths within the sword path. Qingshan was very satisfied. The fast sword Tao and the slow sword Tao were both very powerful kinds, and the fused fast and slow sword Tao, that was even more terrifying. In the future, when Qingshan made a sword strike, the enemy would not be able to touch the edge at all. Thought it was slow, it was actually fast. Thinking it's fast, it drags you into slow sword territory in the next breath. Ghostly, Qingshan returned to the thoughtful cliff and looked at the vast world, with mountains and ravines in the distance and white clouds. He was as if he was in a different world. The conversation with Flower Rhyme during this period of time allowed Qingshan to understand the nature of the world, and it also let him know that he was still very weak right now. Even if he was now the #1 expert in this world, it was because the earth had been deserted for 3,000 years. Cultivate hard. No matter who comes first, the immortal Tao golden ranking or the black hand behind the curtain, I will have the strength to deal with it. That's the most important thing. Qingshan admonished himself, then sank his heart and continued to wipe the stone tablet and comprehend the Gong methods. He was also trying to comprehend other earthly paths, especially the three worlds Buddhist scripture. Qingshan practiced even harder. This Gongfu was not simple. It even helped him comprehend the mysterious earthly path, or time and space. Just as Qingshan was returning to the thoughtful cliff to quietly cultivate, subtle changes were also occurring on Earth. The northwestern land is full of wolves. There is a 1,000-year-old sect in the northwest lands called the corpse-catching sect. Their sect liked to dig up the corpses of those dead supreme experts and refine them into corpse soldiers for them to drive. For this reason they dug up graves everywhere, and the bodies of the ancestors of all the major sects were dug up by them. As a result, the corpse-catching sect has been hunted down by both the righteous and the devil, forcing them to act like street rats. During this time, the corpse-catching sect has been digging deeper in the 800-mile Qin River. They had investigated, and underneath the Qin River, there must be the tomb of a supreme master hidden. Catching corpses sent out the elite, day and night. Finally is under the Qin River, found an underground mausoleum. This underground mausoleum is very huge, as if it's like those imperial palaces of the court, and it's still so well hidden. It's really exciting, an elder of the corpse-catching sect said excitedly. Indeed, the owner of this underground mausoleum must have been a supreme expert or even a human world immortal in his lifetime. If this were to refine his corpse into a corpse king, then would our corpse-catching sect still need to be afraid of those righteous devil sects? The other elder hemmed and hawed, excited. take it easy for now. Dig out the corpse before we talk. The sect leader of the corpse-catching sect calmly said, commanding the others and starting to dig. In the 800-mile Qin River, which is off the beaten track, the corpse-catching sect worked day and night, taking 10 days and 10 nights, avoiding countless organs and destroying formations to get through the huge underground mausoleum. When the group of people from the corpse-catching sect went down the passageway and went deeper into the underground mausoleum, and saw the countless treasures along the way, they were all excited. It's a fortune. It's a fortune. The medicinal herbs in here, as well as all kinds of techniques, and divine weapons, are all fine products. This mausoleum looks at the time, at least a few thousand years. White clouds, divine weapons have long been eroded by time, broken at the slightest touch, not worth mentioning. Here, except for medicinal herbs, gong fu, some ores are good, the rest is no different from scrap metal. The sect leader of the corpse-catching sect calmly said, Sect leader, this huge underground mausoleum, other than these in front of us, the rest are all empty. By the looks of it, the owner of the mausoleum, who doesn't like luxury and doesn't want anyone to disturb him after his death, he doesn't even have anyone in the graveyard where he was martyred. The corpse-catching sect master analyzed. Sect leader, I found a coffin that is placed in the very center. Suddenly, a disciple shouted out. The senior members of the corpse-catching sect were inwardly delighted and quickly rushed over. They came to a hall where they saw a huge 8 trigrams being carved on the ground, and the stone coffin was placed in the center area of the trigrams. Check to see if there is any danger. Then open the coffin to see the color of the corpse. The corpse-catching sect master quickly commanded. Some elders tried several times to find out the formation mechanism, but realized that they had made a fool of themselves, and that there was no formation mechanism here at all. Open the coffin, the corpse-catching sect master said decisively, taking matters into his own hands and prying open the coffin with force along with several elders. Then they saw a lifelike corpse. This mausoleum is less than a few thousand years old, and this body hasn't decayed at all. An elder looked on in fascination. This person must have been a human world immortal in his lifetime. Maybe he'll be even more powerful, an elder said excitedly. Even the headmaster of the corpse-catching sect was rubbing his hands together in excitement. For those of them, seeing a corpse that was so perfectly preserved was even more exciting than seeing a stunning beauty stripped naked. This corpse can be refined into a corpse king or even a corpse immortal, the corpse-catching sect master said excitedly. Yes? Just as they were excited, a cold voice rang out, causing everyone in the corpse-catching sect to break out in a sweat. Their faces changing wildly as they looked at the corpse in the coffin in horror. Only the corpse opened its eyes, its brown pupils flickering with a cold aura. In this instant, the people of the corpse-catching sect knew that they were in big trouble. This body, come to life. His spiritual energy revived, and in the next second it spread out, as if a big wave was lapping down, and the cold aura in his eyes was like sword chi, shooting out. Boom! In a matter of moments, all the people of the corpse-catching sect were chopped clean. The catching corpse sect master covered his neck, stared wide-eyed, and asked in horror, Who are you? You? This body walked out of the coffin. Slender, cold face, between the eyebrows there is a depressed gas. Apparently he got up not very well. When walking past the catching corpse sect's headmaster, he glanced at him, and because he hadn't spoken for so long, his vocal cords rubbed together, as if the sound of razor blades rubbing together came out. My name is White Dragon King. I'm begging for your votes, please. Chapter 68 White Dragon King's Discovery. Chapter 68 White Dragon King's Discovery. Chapter 68 White Dragon King's Discovery. 800 miles of Qin River stretch across the land, and 3,000 miles of plains are as far as the eye can see, overlooking the vast land, the flowers and trees, so familiar and so strange. The White Dragon King's face was complicated as he touched his head, and there was still a hint of pain. You shouldn't have dug me out. The White Dragon King looked at the mausoleum with large pits everywhere behind him, and the anger in his eyes was hard to extinguish. He buried himself so deeply, set up formations, and kept sleeping, just to repair his divine soul injury. But I didn't expect it to be dug up at the last minute. It's only 10 years short. Wait for another 10 years and I'll be able to come out perfectly. You guys, you really deserve to die by 1,000 cuts. The White Dragon King gritted his teeth. His anger was about to overflow. His face was icy cold, and his eyes were on fire. But the people of the corpse-catching sect were all dead, and he had nowhere to vent his anger. Standing in 800 miles Qingshan, suddenly the White Dragon King's face changed. Surprised, today's world, the aura should not be so rich. In the next second, his face instantly changed and he looked at the sky dome ironically. My ancient formation, it's been broken open. The White Dragon King's gaze seemed to want to devour people at this moment, and the veins on his head were bulging. His efforts of 3 000 years ago were wiped out. Who the hell is it? According to my calculations, no one in this world should be able to break through that ancient formation. The White Dragon King's eyes were fierce as he took steps to walk, slowly at first, but slowly, in large strides, and finally leapt up, directly into the air, flying through the air. Although extremely angry, he was calm and went to investigate first. The White Dragon King came to a nearby city, took it by the hand, got a set of current clothing and currency, and then confused a practitioner. In today's world, who is the number one clan? The White Dragon King asked. The bewildered cultivator said, "It's the Feathered Sect." The White Dragon King frowned and asked, "What about the Heavenly Tao Sect?" Back then, he had the name White bestowed upon his entourage, set up the array, founded the Heavenly Tao Sect, and watched over the gaping hole in the boiling water prison. The Heavenly Tao Sect was destroyed by the Feathered Sect several years ago. Before it was the Heavenly Tao Sect that was number one. Now it's the Feathered Sect that is number one. The confused cultivator said, "Aren't all the experts of the Feathered Sect dead?" The White Dragon King was confused. Then who is the number one expert in the world today? The White Dragon King asked in a deep voice. The number one expert is a mysterious powerhouse within the Feathered Sect. Some say it's Wu Xiaobai, others say it's not, but everyone agrees that he's number one. The bewildered cultivator replied. How powerful is he? The White Dragon King asked. I don't know, but everyone says that he destroyed the Heavenly Tao Sect with one sword. The White Dragon King's pupils shrank. Destroying the Heavenly Tao Sect with a single sword was terrifying. He was extremely angry at the moment, but his character of always planning before deciding didn't let him immediately rush into the Feathered Sect. The Mountain Gate of the Feathered Sect. Where is it? The White Dragon King took a deep breath and asked. Right in the center of the Divine State. What was once the Mountain Gate of the Heavenly Tao Sect is now the Mountain Gate of the Feathered Sect. The bewildered cultivator replied. The White Dragon King pondered for a moment and directly pointed a finger at the answering cultivator's brow, annihilating the other party's soul and getting up to leave directly. The tens of thousands of miles from the northwestern lands, to the current Mountain Gate of the Feathered Sect, was less than a moment for the White Dragon King, and he arrived. 99 huge peaks stood in the center of the Divine State. Looking at the formation that was still set up by himself 3,000 years ago, the White Dragon King inwardly moved. I wonder if the gap in the boiling water prison is still good. Without alerting anyone, he entered the Feathered Sect. Although he hadn't recovered his peak yet, the current White Dragon King had silent strength. Among his senses, within the Feathered Sect, the most powerful one was only at the Limitless Realm. There's still only one. It seems like that top Feathered Sect expert isn't here. The White Dragon King pondered. He didn't intend to alarm anyone and first entered the formation space to check out the gap in the boiling water prison. At the center of the 99 peaks, a huge blue lake, viewed from high above. Like a tear. Underneath this lake was the formation space. The White Dragon King easily found the entrance and followed the memorized maneuver, only to be blocked. The formation is different. The White Dragon King's eyes stared, instantly knowing that his formation had been modified. The White Dragon King didn't rush to break the formation. He didn't want to scare the snakes, although in his senses, this Feathered Sect didn't have any power that could stop him. But that top expert who could destroy the Heavenly Tao Sect with a single sword was nowhere to be seen. The caution in the White Dragon King's character keeps him very low-key. He chose to hide in the Feathered Sect and carefully access the information. Slowly, he gained a hint of familiarity with this world 3,000 years later. In the past few days, the White Dragon King had eavesdropped on all of Xiaozhou's conversations. From these conversations, he heard quite a bit of key information. The old Mountain Gate of the Feathered Gate. Thinking through the cliffs. Brother! This information allowed the White Dragon King to surmise that the current sect master of the Feathered Sect had another brother, on the thoughtful cliff at the old Mountain Gate of the Feathered Sect. The Cliff of Thought. I remember that's where the Feathered Sect placed those who died in the dimensional battlefield before. The Feathered Sect will erect stone monuments for them, so that they will have a place to return to after death. This brother of the current ruler, who should have a very high status, but is secluded in the Sivan Cliff, has a secret. The White Dragon King was smart enough to guess it at once. He was, after all, the one who had counted all the cultivators in the world 3,000 years ago. We have to go look at that person, find out that top expert of the Feathered Sect, see the other party's cultivation, and then settle the score. The White Dragon King silently left the Feathered Sect and went to the old Mountain Gate. The old Feathered Mountain Sect. Not many disciples left. Some old age elders. Disciples stayed here to take care of the once Mountain Gate. When the White Dragon King arrived at this place, he immediately sensed the two immeasurable realms. In the old Mountain Gate that has become a retirement area, there are actually two immeasurable experts hidden in it. More than even the new Mountain Gate of the Feathered Sect. It's really not simple, the White Dragon King calmly observed. Without exposing himself, he stepped into the feathered sect and headed straight to the Sitao Cliff. On the Thoughtfulness Cliff, there is a limitless realm demon clan, a faint demonic aura. It's a fox. The White Dragon King instantly understood with his silent realm senses alone. No, on the Thoughtful Cliff, there are still 5 terrifying evil creatures that have approached the limitless realm. The White Dragon King was surprised as he sensed the 5 demons. How can an old mountain gate of the feathered sect hide so many powerful people? The White Dragon King frowned as he walked within the feathered sect, close to the Thoughtful Cliff, his divine soul snooping and cautious. On the Seo Cliff, Qingshan was originally comprehending the Great Tao and comprehending the way of the earth, when he suddenly opened his eyes and coldly said, "What kind of curmudgeon dares to spy on me?" Qingshan detected the traces of the other party, and immediately, his divine soul was like a sword, bursting out and directly chopping out. Clang! This sword was exactly what Qingshan had just realized, the fast and slow fusion sword Tao. In the eyes of the White Dragon King, this sword was very slow. He let out a cold laugh. What power could such a sword have? However, without waiting for him to strike, the sword directly chopped at his shoulder, slicing off half of the White Dragon King's arm, causing him to back away in shock, not daring to believe it. This sword, it actually contains 3 great Tao. The White Dragon King was surprised. Having broken half of his arm, he could repair it and be reborn in flesh and blood, but being cautious by nature, he didn't dare to continue exploring and quickly retreated. The strong man on the Seo Cliff is the one who destroyed my formation. The White Dragon King was very certain, his eyes icy cold as he looked at his broken arm. In the next second, the White Dragon King directly retreated, not giving Qingshan the slightest chance. He hadn't recovered from his peak yet and didn't want to go head-to-head with Qingshan. Chapter 69, New Programs. Chapter 69, New Programs. Chapter 69, New Programs. On the Thoughtful Cliff, Qingshan frowned, his divine soul sweeping across the feathered mountain gate, trying to find that person. Someone was spying on him just now, and if he hadn't had a strong enough divine soul, he wouldn't have been able to discover it at all. But unfortunately, a sword went down and the other person disappeared. Qingshan can feel that the other party is also very strong, at least the peak of the Supreme Human, and even beyond the Supreme Human. Qingshan, who couldn't find the other person, continued his seclusion at the Seo Cliff, continued to comprehend the Gongfu, and continued to improve himself. As long as he was strong enough, then all demons and monsters would not be enough. Thousands of miles away from the feathered mountain gate, the White Dragon King's face was as gloomy as water, holding the severed arm in his hand and docking it towards his wound. The fusion of flesh bud to flesh bud was so rapid that in less than 10 minutes an arm was attached with only a faint scar to the White Dragon King. With his realm, as long as the severed limb was still there, then the rebirth of blood and flesh would be simple. The entire time the White Dragon King's face was unchanged, as if the severed limb was not his own. Careless, that sword is too weird. The speed changes. It's simply inscrutable. And it's also a fusion sword path, which makes it tricky. The White Dragon King sat on a rock overlooking the distant mountains, his mind floating. Although he was in the silent realm, he had broken an arm, and when he fought that mysterious powerhouse on the Sivan Cliff, even if he won, it would be a disastrous victory. Moreover, he was extremely afraid of the other party's sword Tao, which was unpredictable and difficult to resist, and if he missed, the consequences would be unimaginable. The White Dragon King had always planned and decided, and would not do something so risky. It's understandable that someone who can comprehend that kind of bizarre sword Tao would break through my ancient formation. The layout of 3,000 years ago was a lost cause. I am now alone. It is no longer my time. The White Dragon King's face was thick with depression. He was resentful in his heart. He thought he had won, but who knew that everything had changed once he woke up? But it's all been like this, so let the water be a little more muddy. This world, it needs more changes. The White Dragon King suddenly let out a cold laugh as he looked towards the feathered mountain sect with a playful smile. The number one on earth in today's world. I wonder if I can win against the remnants of the old world from 3,000 years ago? The White Dragon King muttered. He's going to do something big. Welcome home the losers of the once-dimensional battlefield. 3,000 years ago, the dimensional battlefield was still open normally, and every once in a while, some people entered it in an attempt to become immortal, fighting in the dimensional battlefield. Some people earned enough points to enter the immortal realm, while others failed one after another, survived and finally had to return to the earth in disgrace. But 3,000 years ago, the White Dragon King sneaked around and shut down the teleportation array that brought the dimensional battlefield back to Earth. Then he planned that war. Those who entered the dimensional battlefield, those who didn't die in battle and didn't become immortals, couldn't return and could only suffer. The White Dragon King is going to pick them up now and sit behind the curtain and watch the show. The remnants of the old era 3,000 years ago, versus the number one expert on Earth 3,000 years later. It must be wonderful. The White Dragon King revealed a mysterious smile. If I could stir up the storm 3,000 years ago and count the masters of that time to death, I can pull the storm again in this era. The White Dragon King got up and left with great strides. He was going to the ice plains. In the depths of the ice field, there is a world-class teleportation array, covered in the middle of the snow, where people are rare, birds don't cross the border, and when a great exalted realm goes in, it can freeze into an ice stick, so much so that no one has discovered it in 3,000 years. Compared to fighting and winning, the White Dragon King still preferred to hide behind the curtain and calculate others, which gave him a greater sense of accomplishment. Thinking of the cliff, Qingshan had been using his divine soul to observe the surroundings of the feathered mountain gate, but found nothing. It so happened that Xiaojiu came. Qingshan stopped and received Xiaojiu. "Brother, how have you been lately?" Xiaojiu said happily. Qingshan calmly and gently said, "Everything is fine. How have you been?" "Everything is fine for me too. Everything is thriving within the feathered sect now, and I don't have to be so busy, so I can come here more often in the future." "Brother," Xiaojiu sat beside Qingshan, smiling lightly. "Recently, feathered sect, nothing strange has happened, right?" Qingshan asked. This was because that mysterious person had just spied on him, and Qingshan had asked. "No, everything is fine within the feathered sect, and everything is fine in the formation space that brother instructed to pay attention to." Xiaojiu shook her head. "Array space I know is fine." Qingshan had arranged an interference formation at the entrance of the formation space. If someone touched it, he would sense it at the first time. "Brother, what realm are you in now? Why do I feel that you are becoming more and more immortal? Your temperament is even more ethereal, like the spiritual mist between the mountains, ethereal and shocking. It's not penetrable at all anymore." Xiaojiu asked curiously. "Me, preparing to break through the silent realm," Qingshan said truthfully. As he comprehended the fast and slow sword Dao infused it, he sensed a breakthrough opportunity. "Brother, then wouldn't you be breaking through to the human world immortal behind you?" Xiaojiu said in surprise. Qingshan looked at Xiaojiu and said, "You still know about the human world immortal? With many people breaking through to sainthood, they are digging up information from thousands of years ago, and many of them even dug up their ancestral graves to find subsequent cultivation realms from within, and the realm of the human world immortal has been circulated," Xiaojiu explained. Qingshan blinked and said, "What a good offspring. The old ancestors' graves have been raked to find out about this. When the White Dragon King destroyed these in the first place, he would never have thought of picking someone's ancestral grave." "Brother, I seem to have also heard that there is a place called Dimensional Battlefield. Is that true?" Little Nine asked. "It's true," Qingshan nodded and said, "but it has nothing to do with you. Everything has, brother." Xiaojiu smiled happily as she picked up the little fox next to her and rubbed it happily. The little fox resisted, breaking away from her and escaping into Qingshan's arms, glaring at Xiaojiu with an unkind expression. Xiaojiu laughed out loud and Qingshan smiled gently. Ice fields. The wind and snow cover the mountains with extremely thick ice. The cold wind is like a knife, scraping people's skin. It's off the beaten path. Birds don't come to. It's windy all year round, and the temperature is absolutely freezing all year round. I'm afraid the White Dragon King is the first person to patronize this place in 3,000 years. He came to a majestic, huge mountain and stopped, his face red and his haze foggy. Damn, it's so cold. The White Dragon King cursed as the true chi in his body burned, providing heat in order to withstand the cold. The teleportation array is covered in ice and snow, transforming into this huge mountain. I'll clear it first and then come back to ignite the teleportation array, the White Dragon King said. Suddenly, he twisted his head to look, and his gaze seemed to look at the end of the world, and saw Qingshan in the feathered mountain gate, on the thoughtful cliff, the #1 expert on Earth. This is a great gift. Can you accept it? I'm asking for ticket support as I try to update. Chapter 70, The Remnants of the Party of 3,000 Years Ago. Chapter 70, The Remnants of the Party of 3,000 Years Ago. Chapter 70, The Remnants of the Party of 3,000 Years Ago. After Co. Cliff, Xiaojiu left, Qingshan continued to enlighten himself. He was not far from the silent realm. After the silence, there is the human immortal. Flower Rhyme said that a human immortal has to enter the dimensional battlefield, and it's hard to achieve a human immortal on Earth. But Qingshan didn't believe it. There was no other way. The words of the indestructible Holy Buddha were still echoing in his ears. Back then, the indestructible sacred Buddha was the one who became immortal on Earth, and he did not know where he went afterward. Qingshan had once asked Wei to investigate the news of the indestructible sacred Buddha, but unfortunately, the Great Thunder Sound Temple was far away in the western desert, not communicating with the central plains, and there was no specific news over there, so Wei didn't investigate anything. Li Qingshan planned to wait until he entered the Silent Realm before going to the Western Desert and exploring the Great Thunder Sound Temple. For the Great Thunder Sound Temple, Li Qingshan did not know much, or rather the cultivators in the Central Plains did not know much. They were secluded in the Western Desert, developed alone, and did not participate in the Central Plains fight, so they were gradually forgotten by the world. Li Qingshan's daily life is very regular, wiping the stone tablet, enlightening the Tao, practicing boxing, divinely melting heaven and earth, making friends with the sun and the moon, talking with the clear wind and white clouds, and sensing more local heaven and earth avenues. Gradually, the feeling of his breakthrough came, reviewing his own body and knocking at his own heart. Li Qingshan's realm of the most human had been perfected, and the next step was to break through the silence. Silence, like the phoenix nirvana, on the path of cultivation, walking with difficulty, washing away one's past, and coming out with a new self in the midst of storms and sufferings. It's a tough realm to be in. Many practitioners can't get out of the storm and suffering, and finally the whole lot of them a big fire that burns everything. Li Qingshan had been adjusting himself, and when the sun and moon were just right, he burned incense and bathed, washing the dirt from his flesh, and came to the flower garden, sitting down in the bushes of 100 flowers. The flower garden is filled with beautiful flowers and the scent of flowers lingers. In the sky, the moon was high in the sky, and the moonlight condensed and spilled down, making it like a mysterious haze coat. Inside Li Qingshan's body, energy boiled, converging and colliding in the Dantian, as if a new world had opened up. There will be a new Li Qingshan in that new world, inheriting the past and opening up the future. Li Qingshan is metamorphosing. The moonlight was draped over his body, and in the next second it turned into a boundless fire, burning Li Qingshan's flesh from the inside out. It started out as a small fire, burning through his body. Then came the fire, which instantly surrounded the whole body, and finally the torch, lighting all the flowers. Flowers and people, burning and dying together. In the fire, Li Qingshan suffered countless tortures. Fire burns the flesh and suffering torments the soul. In this suffering he saw a scene of human tragedy. He has witnessed the bloodshed. He has witnessed the easy child. He has witnessed the displacement, the shattering of mountains and rivers, and the storm. The countless images finally converged into a terrifying nightmare that tormented Li Qingshan's soul. The things he cared about, the people he loved had all suffered, and Li Qingshan could do nothing about it. All the things he didn't want to happen were playing out before his eyes. So real, so terrifying, that Li Qingshan's flesh trembled, his soul shook, and tears of blood fell. Finally, the fire burned Li Qingshan's body. In the end, suffering consumed Li Qingshan's soul. In that blazing flame, Li Qingshan's body disappeared, leaving only a sharp sword chi. The sword quenched and made a buzzing sound. In the distance, the little fox's eyes were red and worried, looking on, very scared and not daring to come and disturb. The 5 ghosts stood in 5 different directions, waiting for each other. In that flame, suddenly came a voice. Along the way, I have long since learned that the path of cultivation does not begin with flowers and applause. The truth is there's never been one thing that's just flowers and applause. All I can do is warm myself in the cold night and blossom in the midst of suffering. When the storm came, I had thought the world was going to fall, and in the mist of the sky, felt that I had fallen off a cliff. But when the lightning breaks through the long sky and the thunder resounds in all directions, lift up your head and open your eyes and you will be amazed to see that the black clouds are dispersing. A soft voice echoed, words like gold in the flames. Boom! At this moment, behind Li Qingshan's back, 3 golden bodies of Buddha emerged, radiant and dazzling, 10 feet in size, peering at Li Qingshan from the past, present, and future. The 3 sutras forged the soul of Li Qingshan. A person slowly walked out of the flower garden that was burned by the flames with only a sword aura left. The figure was very virtual at first, as he stepped through the ashes of 100 flowers. With his steps, the ashes of the 100 flowers were surprisingly reborn, one by one, returning to their previous appearance with Li Qingshan's steps. Back in time, Li Qingshan went from the past to the present, as he reached out and held the sword chi. The sword chi was like flowing water, entering the body, and the 3 great Buddhas did the same, merging into Li Qingshan's body. Knock! The figure absorbed all the flames and stood in the flower garden, fluttering, a light breeze, a bright moon, the scent of flowers, and a handsome young man. Lights flickered in the flower garden, lengthening his shadow and reflecting his newborn body. The realm of silence, still comprehending this silent realm of time regression. In the next second, the little fox transformed into a white light and directly rushed to Li Qingshan's body, hugging Li Qingshan to death, shedding tears, happy and crying. Scared me to death. The little fox sobbed and looked at Li Qingshan. Pearly, it's fine. Everything is fine. Li Qingshan tenderly stroked the little fox. However, in the next second, Qingshan looked solemnly at the place where the sky met the earth. In a very distant land. On earth, a strong man has descended. Ice fields. The White Dragon King, who had cleared the entire mountain, looked on excitedly and muttered, "Muddy the water so that you can fish in muddy waters." The entire mountain was a huge teleportation array, and the White Dragon King stood at the eye of the array, raised his hand, and dropped a palm. Boom! Pouring out all his strength, he struck the eye of the formation, and the formation that he had once set up with his own hands, clicked and cracked directly. In the next second, before the teleportation array was activated, the White Dragon King turned into a stream of light and disappeared without a trace. Knock knock! An entire large mountain carved into a teleportation array lit up the sky above the snowy region. Countless excited voices came. Earthly, it's earthly breath. 3,000 years. I, Huhan-san, am back again. Earth, your emperor has returned. The dimensional battlefield is too dangerous. Or the earth is good. In the future on the earth, set up a vast clan, claiming to be an ancestor. Wouldn't it be beautiful? An excited voice echoed over the snowy region. Boom boom boom. In the next second, the teleportation array activated and hundreds of terrifying auras rushed back to earth. Among these people, both old and young, some were in tears of excitement, some roared with excitement, some laughed out loud, while others quickly left to find their native land, followed by the return of others in the teleportation array. Their return brought a huge ripple to this peaceful world. Ask for tickets. Chapter 71, Marrying You as Your Wife. Chapter 71, Marrying You as Your Wife. Chapter 71, Marrying You as Your Wife. On the thoughtful cliff, Qingshan felt this terrifying energy fluctuation and said, "It seems that all of them have returned from the dimensional battlefield. This earth, it's not peaceful anymore." Qingshan could think in the next second what kind of impact these former experts would bring to this earth when they returned. "I hope it won't affect Xiaojiu's feathered sect," Qingshan muttered. In fact, on this day, numerous experts returned from the dimensional battlefield, kicking off the chaos. There were strong people returning, full of wounds, physically and mentally exhausted, just wanting to go back to the mountain village of their childhood, spend their days in peace, and dissolve the 3,000 years of being on tenterhooks. This category of strong people, with a peaceful mind, are just very tired, so they come back to rest. But after all, they are in the minority. Most of the experts were in the dimensional battlefield, fearful and scared, careful to save a life. And when they returned to the earth, they thought of never going to the dimensional battlefield again, and spending the rest of their lives here in peace. They knew that they didn't have that life to become immortals, and the killing in the dimensional battlefield scared them, so they retreated to the second best, returning to the earth, claiming to be an ancestor, and spending their days in style. Wouldn't it be beautiful? On this day, a strong man returned to his former clan and saw broken walls, and after a little inquiry, he found that it had been destroyed long ago. This strong man was immediately enraged and directly rushed into that clan, killing and venting his anger, then occupying the mountain gate by force and restoring the once existing clan. On this day, the killings were endless. One clan was destroyed, and one former clan was restored, bringing the earthly cultivators a great impact. For a while, people were on edge. So did the Feathered Gate. Bad news came pouring in from all directions. Some clans they were familiar with changed their faces. Some clans they were familiar with disappeared completely. The pattern of the cultivation world was completely reshuffled. It was a good thing that the mountain gate of the feathered sect belonged to the Heavenly Tao sect, a sect that had been established only 3,000 years ago, and no one had come back to restore it. But that didn't mean that there weren't people eyeing the new mountain gate of the feathered sect. The new mountain gate has a huge geographical advantage. When counting the best few mountain gates in this world, some experts who don't have a sect inheritance and want to claim the throne as an ancestor naturally set their eyes on the feathered sect. Still not alone in setting his sights on the feathered gate. Therefore, they held each other back, but they did not rush into the feathered sect at the first opportunity and forcefully occupy it. This feathered sect hasn't gone extinct after 3,000 years. It's also a long enough life, a lean old man said. It's a pity that it's no longer as strong as it used to be, an expressionless middle-aged man said. 3,000 years ago, the feathered sect was the #1 sect, and there were quite a few human world immortals within the sect, and 3,000 years later, there's only one immeasurable realm. That's too bad, isn't it? A monk said, but even in the poor, they still occupy the best mountain gate. These 99 great formations, pulling 99 dragon veins, arching over the feathered sect. Excellent mountain gate location, a Taoist priest said. What? Several of you want this feathered mountain sect? The lean old man frowned. Naturally, it's just right for Lao Dao, my sect, to be established here, the Taoist priest said without hesitation. The monk also wants to mold the Bodhisattva's golden body here. The monk followed close behind. I want to turn this place into my mansion and establish my family here to carry on the legacy for 10,000 generations. So I'll ask the three of you to change places. The expressionless middle-aged man said. That won't do. My old man also wants to be here. To open up a clan that belongs to me, to be a party elder. The lean old man immediately shook his head. All four of them were fighting inside, staring at the feathered mountain gate, and none of them refused to let go. Only just got back. Let's get to know the world after these 3,000 years first. In case others look at this feathered sect as well, the Taoist priest said. The other three people's faces stared. This was a good point. The feathered mountain sect was in a favorable location. If they could have a look, others could naturally have a look. Three of you. How about we make a pact to join hands and make the others give up their fight for this place, and we'll split the winners and losers within ourselves? The lean old man immediately said. Yes. The expressionless middle-aged man nodded decisively. Monk agrees. The monk nodded. The poor Taoist agrees. The Taoist priest agreed. 4 people, because of the interests, join forces to blockade the feathered mountain gate. 1 person on one side, in order to understand the earth after 3,000 years at the same time, but also to warn others. This feathered mountain gate. They look at it. The White Dragon King, who had been silently observing, nodded in satisfaction. For powerhouses touching the human world immortal realm are going to snatch away the feathered mountain gate. What will you do? The White Dragon King looked in the direction where Qingshan was and let out a cold smile. He wasn't worried in the slightest that Qingshan wouldn't make a move, because the headmaster of the feathered sect is his sister. Once it's out, he can pick up the slack. The White Dragon King likes to do things like this, sniping and fishing. Inside the feathered sect, Xiaojiao also detected these returning powerhouses. It wasn't how powerful her divine soul senses were, but these 4 were strutting around, unabashedly, pointing at the feathered mountain gate, and even the monks and Taoist priests came in to take a stroll around, very satisfied. Inside the feathered sect, the disciples were on edge, and everyone was worried that the feathered sect would be like other sects, changing course and changing sex. Xiaojiao has been struggling for the past few days to find her brother. These are all experts who came back from the dimensional battlefield, not human world immortals, not even close. Or 4, can brother beat them? Xiaojiao thought bitterly. Xiaojiao was worried about this. After all, the other party was an expert who had fought in the dimensional battlefield for 3,000 years. Xiaojiao was afraid that Qingshan was not an opponent, so he didn't dare to tell Qingshan what was going on here. But early that morning, Xiaojiao woke up and met a middle-aged man with a paralyzed face on the center island. Who are you? Jiao asked nervously. Situ Jin, are you the sect master of the feathered sect? The face-palmed middle-aged man sized up Xiaojiao with an admiring gaze. What are you doing here in my feathered sect? Xiaojiao asked nervously. Your talent is good. At a young age, you have reached the limitless realm. You are also the sect master of the feathered sect. Your appearance is stunningly beautiful. You are an excellent virtuous wife and mother, Situ Jin said, sizing up Xiaojiao, his eyes blazing with great satisfaction. Xiaojiao's face turned blue and her silver teeth clenched darkly. This is the feathered sect. We don't welcome you. In the future, there is no more feathered sect. Get ready. 7 days later, I'll marry you. This feathered mountain sect. From now on, it's my Situ family range. You're the main mother of my Situ family. Give me a dozen or so children. Pass on our good genes, and open up a new branch for my Situ family. Situ Jin said. Xiaojiao was furious and said indignantly, did I agree? That's wishful thinking on your part. Your opinion doesn't matter. I'm stronger than you. That's enough. Remember, 7 days later, I'll come to marry you, Situ Jin said domineeringly, then turned around and left, disappearing like a ghost. Xiaojiao's face was very ugly. This was too infuriating. If you want to marry me, ask my brother first. Xiaojiao made up her mind this time and left the feathered sect to find Qingshan. Alas, there's an epidemic in Wuhu, being divided into neighborhoods and having to wait in line for nucleic acid. I can't grab groceries without someone else. For crying out loud, everyone vote and support the author. Chapter 72 Downward Spirit Long Sword. Chapter 72 Downward Spirit Long Sword. Chapter 72 Downward Spirit Long Sword. Xiaojiao came from the new mountain gate of the feathered sect to the thoughtful cliff, all the way unimpeded, although Situ Jin knew that she had left, but was confident and did not think that a woman of the limitless realm could escape from his grasp. The infinite realm and the silent realm are one supreme human realm apart. The monk asked, aren't you afraid to go and bring help? Situ Jin said with an expressionless face, in these few days, we have all understood the current earth, but before that, there was not a single saint for 3,000 years. No matter who she moves, it won't help. So let her die completely, or feel at ease to give me children and start a family. Situ Jin's face was injured in the dimensional battlefield to the point of facial paralysis. And no matter how intense the emotions were, it was always an expression. The monk sniffed, unable to retort. In reality they just didn't put earthly cultivators in their eyes. After seeing those perverts from the dimensional battlefield, it's only after returning to Earth that I feel how cute these weak cultivators are. The Taoist interjected from the sidelines, sighing with emotion. On the Siwu cliff, Xiaojiu saw Li Qingshan and immediately jumped into his arms, sobbing in aggravation. Li Qingshan frowned, pulling Xiaojiu to sit down, his eyes like electricity, gazing at her, gently asking, "What happened? Tell brother." Xiaojiu went pear-shaped, truly frightened by Situ Jin's expressionless appearance and disgusting words. "Brother is here. Everything is with me." Li Qingshan hugged Xiaojiu, gently stroking Xiaojiu's spine, soothing her. His face was icy cold, like an unmelting 10,000-year-old ice, cold and piercing to the bone. But these Xiaojiu didn't see. Xiaojiu sobbed for a while and said in an aggravated manner, "Just now, an expert who came back from the dimensional battlefield barged into the feathered gate and blocked me, saying that he wanted to marry me in 7 days and asked me to give birth to a whole bunch of children for him." The anger in Li Qingshan's heart spewed out directly. He had a rare outburst of anger and drank. Good guts. His ancestors can't afford to suffer any from you. Is he not dead? In this world, besides pursuing the peak of cultivation, Li Qingshan cared most about this sister. Back then, after he had his cultivation abolished and was sent to the Thought Cliff, within a few days the young little nine came to the feathered sect without a second thought, giving up a comfortable life in the royal family. All these years down the line, Li Qingshan and her were dependent on each other. And now that he saw Xiaojiu being aggrieved like this, Li Qingshan's heart was also blaming himself. If I had known that those experts returning from the dimensional battlefield would have their eyes on Xiaojiu, I should have kept an eye on the feathered sect at all times. This was Li Qingshan's mistake. He had been living in seclusion and didn't know much about the outside world. He didn't know which people would target Xiaojiu, but looking at Xiaojiu's fairy-like beauty, it seemed like it was only natural for someone to set their eyes on her. "Xiaojiu, wait for brother for a minute. Brother is going to kill someone." Li Qingshan crouched down and revealed a smile. But the words he uttered were chilling. "Brother, he came back from the dimensional battlefield." Xiaojiu was worried. Regardless of all this, if he has any thoughts about Xiaojiu, then he deserves to die. Li Qingshan smiled confidently. "Brother, he's not alone. There are 3 others who have their eyes on the feathered sect, a total of 4 experts, all of whom have returned from the dimensional battlefield." Xiaojiu wiped away her tears and said seriously, "4. Li Qingshan pondered for a moment, thinking seriously before replying to Xiaojiu, saying, "Just dirt and dogs." Xiaojiu blinked her eyes, looking at her domineering brother. Infinite hope was born in her heart. She had a blind trust in her brother. "As long as my brother says turd, it's turd. Let's go. Let's go to the feathered sect together." Li Qingshan held Xiaojiu's hand and crossed the sea of clouds, performing the Kuan-Peng treasure art, reaching the extreme speed of the world, and crossing over to the feathered Harmony Mountain Gate in almost an instant. Li Qingshan didn't hide his aura this time, descending down and directly opening his aura in full, instantly spotting the 4 Taoist monks and then suppressing them. Boom! The 4 people, the Taoist priest, the monk, the face paralyzed, and the old man, changed their faces greatly and looked at Li Qingshan, who was falling from the sky in surprise, and they all made their moves to resist Li Qingshan's aura. With a brush of his duster, the Taoist priest braced himself for protection, his aura enveloping himself against Li Qingshan. The monk proclaimed a Buddha's name, and a statue of Buddha was propped up, with countless swastikas floating around. A true chi shield formed around the dry and thin old man, and purple-black true chi surged out. Only Situ Jin. He saw Li Qingshan holding Xiaojiu. His eyes flashed with coldness. Xiaojiu is the daughter-in-law of the Situ family that he set. Being held by a stranger, can he tolerate it? Despite noticing that Li Qingshan was in the silent realm, Situ Jin had no fear. He was the peak of silence who had returned from the dimensional battlefield. Where would he be afraid of a cultivator who had achieved silence on Earth? "Let go of my daughter-in-law's hand." Situ Jin shouted angrily and immediately met Li Qingshan's aura with a punch. Bang! Situ Jin was still very strong. This punch was full of killing aura. A killing fist technique he had comprehended in the dimensional battlefield. A fist blasted out. Aura cleansing, blood-red energy rotating, wrapped around the fist, attached with the golden Tao that Situ Jin had comprehended, shaking away Li Qingshan's aura, and rushing directly at Li Qingshan. Li Qingshan heard him call out Xiaojiu's daughter-in-law. His eyes flashed with a cold aura of anger. His body's raging true chi erupted, mobilizing the comprehended fast and slow fusion sword Tao, exerting it on the Jintian sword drawing technique. Clang! Between heaven and earth, the sound of a sword being drawn rang out, and a brilliant sword aura erupted from Li Qingshan's brow. and under the refraction of the sunlight, it directly chopped down. This was Li Qingshan's divine soul sword. He had learned the Jintian sword drawing technique, but he didn't have a sword, so he used his divine soul as a sword, which was much more powerful when it went forward. As this sword went down, between heaven and earth, everyone watched. Sword chi was like a tidal wave, sword intent clanging, the divine soul longsword, descending vertically from above, easily broke through Situ Jin's killing fist, and in an instant, fast and slow fusion, directly pierced through his brow. Situ Jin's face paralyzed face to there was no change. His pupils were contracting dramatically, looking on in disbelief, and his entire body was still maintaining an upward charge. His last thought was only that the sword was incredibly beautiful. Under the refraction of the sunlight, the long sword transformed by the divine soul was transparent in beauty, containing the sword Tao comprehended by Li Qingshan, sometimes fast, sometimes slow, and between the movements, it was indistinguishable. In the next moment, a great terror descended and took away the appreciation. Situ Jin's body, with a thud, smashed into the mountains and forests. The monk, the Taoist priest, and the old man were all dumbfounded. They stared blankly at Li Qingshan and Xiaojiu who were slowly landing. Li Qingshan's face was cold, the divine soul long sword encircling his body as he looked toward the monk. The monk trembled inwardly and hastily chanted, Amit Ba, Amit Ba. Li Qingshan looked at the Taoist priest. The Taoist priest gulped and chanted, Immeasurable Heavenly Father, Immeasurable Heavenly Father. Li Qingshan looked at the old man. The old man looked left and right. What should he read? Chapter 73, Guarding for 100 Years. Chapter 73, Guarding for 100 Years. Chapter 73, Guarding for 100 Years. The old man, ABA, still didn't say it. Under Li Qingshan's watchful eye, they were under tremendous pressure, especially since Li Qingshan had chopped Situ Jin with a sword, which was a silent master like them. You want to occupy the mountain gate of the feathered sect? Li Qingshan said coldly. The monk, the Taoist priest, and the old man shook their heads in unison, looking resolute. Then what are you guys doing here? Li Qingshan sneered. After killing Situ Jin, his anger had not completely disappeared, and he was still murderous at the moment. Monks, Taoist priests, and old men, dumbfounded. You guys came back from the dimensional battlefield and instead of cultivating yourselves, you went around stirring up trouble and seizing territory. Did you suffer a lot in the dimensional battlefield and came back to Earth to make trouble? Li Qingshan asked. The poor monk just wants to build a Bodhisattva temple here, erect a golden body of the Buddha, and write the Buddhist teachings that he has realized in half his life into a sutra to pass on. The monk said carefully. So did the poor Taoist? Before entering the dimensional battlefield, I was originally a loose cultivator between heaven and earth, and after all these years of fighting and killing in the dimensional battlefield, my heart has long since grown weary, and when I returned to the earth, I wanted to set up a Taoist lineage of my own. The Taoist replied in the same way. Li Qingshan turned his gaze to the dry and thin old man. The old man, who was again somewhat dumbfounded, suddenly said with a flash of insight, So am I. Li Qingshan said in a fierce manner. Tao yes. The monk, and the old man said in unison at this moment. We don't know him well, and we were only nodding acquaintances in the dimensional battlefield, and when we return to the earth, connecting our hands at this moment is merely preventing others from staring at the feathered sect as well. But the truth is that the four of you bullied my sister together, and now he's paying the price of his life. What about you guys? Li Qingshan looked at the three and said in a bad tone. The old man and the monk doctor both gulped. What to do? Fighting is definitely out of the question. Any chance if you run? This matter is indeed our fault. Offended your sister. So how to be punished please also say. The monk was dry, knowing that he couldn't run away. Stretching his head was a knife. Shrinking his head was also a knife. So he directly asked. The three of you are all at the peak of silence. Returning to Earth? Your lifespan is quite long, so just stay here at the feathered sect and guard it for 100 years. Li Qingshan thought seriously and said. He still stayed on the CO cliff most of the time, and that million-tablet forest hadn't been fully comprehended yet, and it was relatively far away from Xiaojiu, so if something really happened, he wouldn't be able to react in the first place. These three people in front of me, returning from the dimensional battlefield, had good strength and were the top echelon on Earth. Having them guard the feathered sect, guarding the little 900 years of time, could make Li Qingshan feel a little more at ease. The Taoist priest, the monk, and the old man didn't look very good when they heard about it. 100 years. It's a little far out for them. You all have spent 3,000 years in the dimensional battlefield. You must have gotten tired of fighting and killing, and in the 100 years of guarding the feathered sect, unless you encountered something that Xiaojiu couldn't deal with, you were still very laid back and could do whatever you wanted to do. Li Qingshan said softly. Do we have a second option? The dowser, still reluctant, asked. Yes, take my sword. Li Qingshan nodded his head and said seriously, take my sword. Survive and this matter will be written off. Li Qingshan reached out and held the divine soul long sword. The Taoist priest immediately said, I think we can now go to the feathered sect and choose a mountain to create our dojo and cultivate in peace. The monk nodded decisively and said, the poor monk's Buddhist temple must be separated from yours. By the way, can I recruit disciples to start a branch? Li Qingshan nodded. No more than 10. Enough is enough. The monk was satisfied. Li Qingshan looked at the old man. What do you have in mind? The old man opened his mouth. He hated this moment beyond measure. Why was his mouth so stupid? Me too. In the end he could only stifle the words. Mr. Li looked at them and said seriously, I won't limit you to anything in these 100 years. I won't sign any contract with you either. I only ask for one thing. Make sure Xiao Jiao's safety. If something happens to Xiao Jiao, none of the three of you will survive. The Taoist looked at the fairy-like Xiao Jiao and asked, what if the enemy can't be stopped by the three of us? You're all at the peak of the silent destruction realm, coming back from the dimensional battlefield. There's still an enemy you can't stop? Li Qingshan asked. The monk mockingly laughed and said, the world knows that the dimensional battlefield is powerful, and those who return from the dimensional battlefield must be powerful? The old man took over this time and said, powerful people don't leave the dimensional battlefield, and those who return to Earth are not powerful, especially us. The first batch of people to return have been hiding at the edge of the dimensional battlefield, waiting for the moment when the teleportation array is activated, and don't dare to get close to the dimensional battlefield for fear that a single aftermath will destroy us. About the dimensional battlefield, you guys can talk to me in detail. Li Qingshan pondered. These three people in front of him happened to have returned from the dimensional battlefield. Even if their strength was low, they could still reveal something. What do you want to hear? The Taoist counted himself relieved at this, and asked with a calm demeanor, what exactly are the fights, rules, and scenes in the dimensional battlefield like? Li Qingshan asked curiously. Between the green mountains and the green water, the Taoist priest, the monk, the old man, and Li Qingshan's siblings talked. Inside the dimensional battlefield is a very large world, where experts from different earthly realms compete with each other, kill each other and earn points. You can make alliances or walk alone. As long as you end up acquiring a high enough number of points, you'll be able to go to the end. The Taoist priest said, dimensional battlefield enlightenment is a little bit simpler than earthly. So many people kill in the dimensional battlefield, breaking through between life and death, then earning points and advancing all the way up. But there are also some people who go in and are at the bottom of the food chain, progressing slowly, not being able to comprehend much of the earthly Tao, and eventually not being able to break through for a long time, and only being able to cower next to the teleportation array of their own world. The monk said helplessly. The old man sighed softly. Unfortunately we are the losers who are cowering next to the world teleportation array. Li Qingshan's face was stoic as he listened to these messages and had a sort of clear perception of the dimensional battlefield in his mind. As he said before, the dimensional battlefield was a place for raising parasites, raising some top-notch parasites from the countless earthly realms, from the countless experts, and channeling them to the immortal realm. We're just the first ones to come back. There should be some more experts coming back down the line. They should be at the realm of the human world immortals. The Taoist priest said seriously. So guard your sister, we will do our best, but there are no guarantees. Monk said seriously as well. The old man opened his mouth. So do I. Li Qingshan nodded. I know. Just do your best. There's still me behind. Brother, how far are you from being a human world immortal? Xiao Jiao asked curiously. Li Qingshan didn't answer, but instead looked up to the extreme western direction. During this period of time, the feathered sect should keep a low profile and not clash with the bystanders. I'm going to go to the western desert, and make a trip to the Great Thunder Sound Temple. There was a place where the indestructible Holy Buddha had stayed, and there was a sense in the underworld that Li Qingshan felt that there would be an opportunity for his breakthrough there. Chapter 70 for the Great Thunderbolt Temple. Chapter 70 for the Great Thunderbolt Temple. Chapter 70 for the Great Thunderbolt Temple. After subduing the monk, the Taoist priest, and the old man, leaving them to Xiao Jiao, Li Qingshan got up and headed to the western desert. As the cultivation of those returning from the dimensional battlefield increases, the silent realm is no longer safe, and the only way to stand firm in this stormy world is to step into the human world immortal. Li Qingshan clearly knew that he had to improve his strength. However, he had just broken through the silence realm, and even if he possessed a full level of enlightenment, his roots and bones were like a forest, and he had millions of tablets and flower rhythms to guide him. The human immortal realm wasn't that easy to break through. I don't know why, but I always feel that there's something that attracts me to the western desert. There's a feeling in the underworld that I have to go there. Li Qingshan pondered. Anyway, He possessed the Koan treasure technique. He could gallop through heaven and earth. The Western Desert wasn't very far away for him. After the feathered sect incident ended, he immediately headed to the Western Desert lands. Xiaojiao also brought the Taoist monk and the old man back inside the feathered mountain gate together. A storm ended there. No one else was injured except for the dead Cetogene. This caused the White Dragon King, who had been hiding in the shadows and silently observing, to feel incredulous. He's surprisingly so powerful that when he first entered the Silent Demise realm, he chopped the peak Silent Demise Cetogene with a single sword. How is that possible? The White Dragon King muttered, his face full of disbelief. He had thought that this was a good opportunity to defeat Qingshan with the help of Cetogene's 4 men, and then he would strike in the dark to give Qingshan a fatal blow. It was well planned, but it ended up nothing like he thought it would. The White Dragon King took a deep breath and suppressed the shock and vibration within his heart. I underestimated the strength of this number 1 expert on Earth. Luckily he didn't realize I was behind the scenes, so there's still a chance. The White Dragon King's gaze was deep as he looked up in the direction of the Western Desert. He hid far away, wrapping himself into the state of a dead man. His soul didn't move the entire time, and just with his keen sense of hearing, he eavesdropped on the conversation of Qingshan's several people. He knew that Qingshan was traveling to the Western Desert to find the Great Thunder Sound Temple. There was a catastrophe in the Great Thunder Sound Temple 3,000 years ago, and at that time, I was the one who helped them get through it. So the Great Thunder Sound Temple gave me the highest courtesy, and they gifted me one of the Buddha's relics, so that I could request the Great Thunder Sound Temple to go all out. The White Dragon King said softly, and a very inconspicuous stone emerged from his palm. It was this stone that represented the supreme courtesy of the Great Thunder Sound Temple, Buddha's relics. In the Great Thunder Sound Temple, only those who had truly crossed over the human immortal and arrived at the realm of the feathered immortal could be called Buddhas. When the Buddha passed away, he would leave behind the relics of his own cultivation, and if one could comprehend the techniques inside the relics as well as the Buddha's great way, one would be able to obtain the Buddha's inheritance. Such statements have been made since ancient times. In the countless Buddhist temples in the Western Desert, there would be the term spirit children. Those who are spiritual children are said by some to be the reincarnation of the Buddha, and by others to have received the legacy of the Buddha. But in any case, the Buddha's relics are incomparably precious to Western Desert Buddhism. This time, I will personally go out and invite a dozen or so experts to go to the Western Desert with me, and leave you there completely. The White Dragon King's face was icy cold as he gripped the Sherpa in his hand. Qingshan had destroyed his 3,000-year-old layout. The White Dragon King didn't want to drag it out at all. He just wanted to see Qingshan die. Once I kill you, I will patiently cultivate and recover to my peak state before breaking through the feathered immortal and reintroducing this world into my palm. The White Dragon King planned for the future. Instead of immediately heading to the Western Desert, he left the vicinity of the feathered sect and began visiting the experts who had returned from the dimensional battlefield one by one. This time he would be infallible and must leave Qingshan in the Western Desert. Western Desert. This place is very mysterious to the Middle Kingdom. Few people from the Central Plains came to the Western Desert, and few Buddhists from the Western Desert traveled to the Central Plains to preach, because the Central Plains and the Western Desert are separated by a vast and endless desert. In the past 3,000 years, as the World Aura and the Great Tao were hidden, cultivators were unable to break through to the Saint Realm, and crossing the desert became incredibly difficult. So 3,000 years ago, there was still a connection between the Central Plains and the Western Desert, but after 3,000 years, the connection between the Central Plains and the Western Desert was basically severed. With the recovery of Aura returning greatly, the cultivators on Earth broke through to the Saint Realm, but everyone was practicing hard to climb to a higher realm, so no one went to the Western Desert either. Qingshan is the first person in 3,000 years. He possessed the Koan Pang treasure art, transforming into a Koan Pang and roaming the 9 heavens, directly flying over that vast and boundless desert to the extreme west. He set foot in the Western Desert. The Western Desert is an ancient land, which has too many legends, stories about Buddha, stories about bodhisattvas, passed down from generation to generation. Buddhists everywhere, pious beliefs. The world says it is a land close to the gods. This land possesses endless mysterious luohans, bodhisattvas, and ancient Buddhas practicing in the mortal world to be with all living beings, manifesting miracles, and rescuing suffering, and for this reason, Buddhism has become more and more prosperous. 3,000 years ago Buddhism was the only sect in the Western Desert. It's just that there are different branches of sayings under the same denomination. Just like Qingshan practiced the 3 worlds Buddhist scriptures, from the Buddhist sect of the grasslands in the northern part of Sibei, although they were the same as the Buddhist sect, and they also honored the Bodhisattva Buddha, but essentially they were worlds apart from the Buddhism of the Western Desert, and they did not shy away from killing. Buddhism in the Western Desert was quite different. Everyone here salutes and honors the Buddha with unparalleled devotion, often pilgrims, bowing step by step towards the pure land of ultimate bliss in their hearts, the Great Thunderbolt Temple. It is just that the Great Thundersound Temple is not in a place known to the world. It is located on top of a dome overlooking the entire western desert. Some people cannot go to the most sacred place in their hearts throughout their lives, but it does not prevent them from making a pilgrimage. Located on top of the highest mountain in the western desert, the Great Yan Temple is very treacherous, and there is only one path from the foot of the mountain to the top, with 99,990 steps, where the devout will kowtow step by step to go to the top of the summit to worship the Buddha. Below the Great Thunderbolt Temple, there is the crystal-clear infinite golden body lake, in which it is rumored that a Buddha bathed in enlightenment, and in which lotus flowers bloom, representing the Buddha. Qingshan came to this land. Stepping on it, he felt that there was an extremely pure power between heaven and earth, although faintly unnoticeable, but truly existed. Wisps and strands, entangling the entire Great Thundersound Temple. This is the power of faith. Qingshan surveyed the surroundings. On top of this massive mountain peak, the lofty ancient Buddha cluster, with its perennial eruption of auspicious qi, attracted countless sons and daughters to make pilgrimages and worship. Qingshan felt it when he stepped foot here. At the foot of the Great Thundersound Temple, there were a lot of people who spontaneously came to worship the Buddha. They couldn't see Qingshan. Qingshan looked at them, feeling this wisp of power between heaven and earth, running the gong method in his body, trying to incorporate this mysterious power into his body, but to no avail. This is the Buddha nature that belongs to the Buddhist sect, the power of faith as the world calls it, serene and peaceful. Qingshan reached out and cupped a strand of such energy, gently and softly squeezing it, feeling the divinity in it before opening his hand and letting it flow away. In the distance, the ancient temple bells ringing, very ethereal, can purify the human soul, let the heart yearning, cannot help but want to convert to Buddhism, want to go on a pilgrimage to worship this recluse into the empty door. Qingshan walked up along the peak of the Great Thundersound Temple. He realized that there was not just one temple like the Great Thundersound Temple on this huge mountain peak. There are countless temples in the distance from the foot of the mountain to halfway up the mountain. These temples are small, with only a few people or one or two. Qingshan walked all the way to the halfway point of the mountain, where he found an ape, whose strength had unexpectedly reached the saint realm, attending Buddha and meditating in an ancient temple. A great demon of the saint realm has actually converted to Buddhism. This land of the western desert truly has its own mysterious power. Qingshan sighed. At this moment, he also understood why the western desert, 3,000 years ago, wanted to preach to the central plains, but was resisted by the central plains practitioners. Even great demons at the level of saints could convert to Buddhism, and really let Buddhism blossom all over the central plains. The consequences would be unimaginable. Qingshan eventually stepped onto the peak of this mountain. In front of him was the Great Thunderbolt Temple, the tallest temple in the entire western desert, and the one that has given birth to the greatest number of bodhisattvas and Buddhas, is the birthplace of Buddhism. Burners of incense before arriving at the Great Yan Temple are the most devout of believers. They worship earnestly, smoke curls up. The place is full of Buddha nature, permeating the sky and mountains. Qingshan did not rush into the Great Thunderbolt Temple. He watched carefully. The whole Great Thundersound Temple is not as huge as Qingshan imagined. In fact, it is only such a place above the top of the mountain. Hundreds of temples, a dozen or so Buddha halls, and the disciples are only 1,000 or so. If you compare the Great Forest Temple to the Feathered Sect, this one Great Thunderbolt Temple is far less than 1% as majestic as the Feathered Sect, and there are not as many disciples as the Feathered Sect. However, in Qingshan's eyes, this Great Forest Temple's temple was far from being comparable to the Feathered Sect. Under his observation, this ancient and rustic Great Thundersound Temple filled with traces of age was instantly filled with golden light, illuminating the entire heaven and earth with a golden Buddhist radiance spreading. What a powerful and majestic aura! I just carefully observed the Great Thundersound Temple, as if I had touched the Buddha inside. The infinite Buddha's light shone brightly, and there seemed to be a great Buddha sitting on the end of the underworld, sacred and majestic, inviolable, warning me not to offend the Great Thundersound Temple. Regular people could not see anything at all. Even if a sage realm stood here, they could not see the image that Qingshan had just seen. It was my excessive strength that caused the power of faith to manifest on the statue of Buddha in the Great Thundersound Temple that caused this image. Qingshan muttered to himself, "Dang!" The big bell rang airily, followed by the Buddha's Zen chanting, which purified the mind and made one more and more tranquil, and the whole person seemed to be sublimated. Qingshan saw that it turned out to be the disciples of the Great Thundersound Temple who had already arrived at the time of worship. He did not continue to linger at the entrance, but took a step into the Great Thundersound Temple. The whole time still no one saw him. Even if the strength of this group of ordinary disciples was at the saint realm, it was still as if there was a dimension between them and Qingshan. Qingshan was in the Great Thundersound Temple, walking slowly and watching. Finally he came to the Buddha Hall of the Great Thunderbolt Temple. Countless Buddhas, Bodhisattvas and Lohans are enshrined here. Qingshan pushed his way in. The Buddha's light shines in a flash. Under Qingshan's gaze, the power of faith on these sculptures was very strong. For millions of years, the moment Buddhism was born in the Western Desert, the faith provided by the believers here until today, these powers of faith had accumulated immensely, and the Buddhist sect had not had anyone come over to absorb them for 3,000 years, thus creating the situation that Qingshan saw. I wonder if I can absorb these Buddhist beliefs when I run the three worlds Buddhist scriptures, Qingshan thought silently. Earlier, at the foot of the mountain, he wanted to absorb the power of these beliefs, but running other Gong methods didn't work at all. This time Qingshan stood in the middle of the Buddha hall, looking at these lifelike statues of Buddha and running the three Buddhist scriptures. Buzz off! The power of faith on these statues slowly flowed into Qingshan's body, then followed the meridians and bones into his sea of consciousness and entwined itself around the three worlds Buddhist scriptures. The three Buddhas that had been condensed by that three worlds Buddhist scripture were originally imaginary shadows, but now that they were slowly filled with the power of faith, they also became real. The power of faith, the Buddha absorbs. Qingshan had found the right doorway, and he was not in a hurry to leave. In the middle of this Buddhist hall, he sat cross-legged and silently recited the Three Worlds Sutra. Qingshan had no faith or malice towards Buddha, as long as it was something that could improve his cultivation, something that could give him a little more understanding of the human world and a little more insight into the great Tao. Qingshan would seriously study it. This trip to the Western Desert, he had come to the right place. While Qingshan was silently absorbing the power of faith that had accumulated for 3,000 years. On the other side, the White Dragon King also brought the 15-peak silent destruction experts that he had recruited heavily to the Great Thundersound Temple in the Western Desert. The contemporary abbot of the Great Thundersound Temple was very shocked by the arrival of the White Dragon King and the others. At the present moment of the revival of Aura, there were practitioners of the Great Thundersound Temple who had broken through to saints and also to the limitless realm, but none of them broke through to the human and entered the silence. The whole of the Great Thundersound Temple was on standby for the arrival of the White Dragon King and the others. However, with the White Dragon King taking out the Buddha's relic, the tense atmosphere instantly ended. The abbot of the Great Thundersound Temple looked at the Buddha's relics and asked in surprise, "If this maker has come with the Buddha's relics, the Great Thundersound Temple will surely do all it can to help. I just don't know what the maker would like us to help with?" In terms of cultivation, any one of these 16 people in front of them could suppress the cultivators of this session of the Great Thundersound Temple. There is an earthly expert who has entered the Great Thundersound Temple. I hope that you can open the formation that was once set up by the indestructible sacred Buddha, and completely blockade the Great Thundersound Temple so that not a single fly can fly out, the White Dragon King said. When he knew that Qingshan was coming to the Western Desert and to the Great Thundersound Temple, he had already conceptualized everything. When he was cultivating at a young age, he had heard that the Great Thundersound Temple of that year had produced a supreme genius who could be called the Buddha of the world, named Indestructible Holy Buddha. At the back of the room, although the Indestructible Holy Buddha and the Great Thundersound Temple parted ways, he still did his best to set up a huge formation before he left. A formation that would ensure that the Great Thundersound Temple would not be threatened. Even if a human world immortal came to this place, under the opening of the formation, it would be difficult to escape. That was why the White Dragon King had recruited 15 top experts to come to the Great Thundersound Temple together. He knew that once he turned this formation on, Qingshan would definitely not be able to escape from the Great Thundersound Temple, and then the people he brought with him would be able to kill Qingshan. Here, at this place, the abbot of the Great Thundersound Temple looked at the White Dragon King, reached out and took the relics in the White Dragon King's hands, folded his hands, and said, "Scholar, since you have the Buddha's relics that I, the Great Thundersound Temple, gifted out, you can naturally receive the full support of the Great Thundersound Temple. Just wait for a few moments, and this array formation will be fully opened." The White Dragon King nodded. "After the array is opened, you guys can watch the show from the sidelines. It's really a shame to go on a killing spree in the land of the Buddhas. After that I'll come here year after year to worship the Buddha and dissolve the guilt in my heart." The abbot of the Great Forest Temple lowered his eyebrows and sighed softly without saying anything. He turned around to open the formation once left behind by the indestructible Holy Buddha. The corner of the White Dragon King's eyes narrowed as he looked at the 15 top experts he had invited, and smiled faintly. "Everyone wait for a moment, and next, please make a move together. Don't give him any chance." Chapter 75, Human Buddha, Human Immortal. Chapter 75, Human Buddha, Human Immortal. Chapter 75, Human Buddha, Human Immortal. In the Buddha Hall of the Great Thunder Sound Temple, Qingshan sat cross-legged in meditation with the Sutra of the Third Buddha recited in his mouth. Behind him, the power of faith surged into his body, followed his tendons and bones into the sea of consciousness, and finally surged into the threefold Buddha. Qingshan continuously comprehended the Three Worlds Sutra. He always felt that the Three Worlds Buddhist scripture had infinite potential to be tapped into, that it did not belong to earthly feats, and that those who practiced it in the past had only touched the skin. You recite earnestly, stimulate full enlightenment, and comprehend the mysteries of the Threefold Sutra. As expected, as Qingshan kept practicing and chanting, a line appeared before his eyes. Full gnosis kicks in again. The mysteries of the Three World Sutra surged into Qingshan's mind. In Qingshan's mind, there was a volume of scriptures. In the center of the golden text was a golden Buddha, sitting in the void, with countless suns, moons, and stars surrounding it, adding all their light to this golden Buddha. This golden Buddha possessed three faces, all of which had their eyes slightly closed, and at first glance all three faces looked the same, but if one carefully distinguished them, one would realize that the three faces were not quite the same. Subtlety reveals change. Qingshan had a feeling that this Buddha was the origin of his own 1,000 lifetimes. Could this Buddha be the mysteries of the Three Worlds Sutra? Qingshan had some slight doubts in his heart. He continued to observe the Sankhya Sutra. Previously, when they had not comprehended the Upanishads, the three sutras were combined. At that time he practiced the three Buddhas, the three great incarnations, past, present, and future. Now after comprehending the Upanishads, the Three Worlds Buddha Sutra was spread out like a scroll in the middle of his sea of consciousness, and those three great incarnations also transformed into the Three Worlds Buddha. The past, present and future merge into one, looming over the three sutras. No, there's something on the back of this Third World Buddha scripture. Qingshan suddenly realized that something was wrong. After the Three Worlds Buddhist scripture was spread out, the front side was filled with scriptures that he read orally, but on the back of the Sankhya Sutra is a picture with lifelike characters, environments, and symmetry with the scriptures on the front. When I was reading the third Buddha scripture, but there were no such images. Qingshan's spirit perked up as he seemed to perceive the mysteries of the Three Worlds Buddhist scriptures, which came from the patterns on the back of the scriptures. Qingshan flipped the Sutra of the Three Worlds over. The Buddha flipped over with it. The back of the Three Worlds Sutra is actually the Shura Hell? Qingshan looked on in shock. The scriptures on the front were magnificent, expounding the mysteries of time and space. The scripture on the reverse side surprisingly depicted the Shura Hell, dripping with terror. Qingshan looked at the first painting, which depicted a Night King. This Night Fork King was very terrifying, holding a steel fork, with a green face and fangs, carrying an endless aura of fury as he stared angrily at Qingshan. The second painting shows a Rakshasa King, holding a giant wheel, with 3 heads and 6 arms and blood-red eyes. The third painting is of the Shura King, hidden in a place of darkness and shadow, holding a spear and being immensely tall. The fourth painting is of the King of Vajra, huge, like a beast, with a fierce face, and 5 fingers like great mountains, tackling down. The fifth painting shows the Ming King, with a shaved head, 6 points on his head, and a string of rosary beads around his neck, except that it is horribly strung with human skulls. As Qingshan looked on, he suddenly felt a movement in front of his eyes. These 5 devils seemed to jump out of that painting, spreading out the sky, with a vomit-inducing fishy wind and blood rain, sweeping towards him, directly turning his sea of consciousness into a drenching sea of blood. Not good. Watching it too devotedly, it actually inspired the invasion of the heart demon. Qingshan felt bad. This was his sea of consciousness, even gave birth to such a demon. The slightest carelessness would be the end of everything. As I heard, right at this moment, the 3 worldly Buddhas, which had been flipped over by Qingshan, emitted a magnificent heavenly sound that resounded through the sea of consciousness. 10,000 feet of Buddha's light shone down. That 3 World Sutra turned over again, and the Buddha sat in the void with an infinite power to suppress it, dispersing the 5 evil demons from the hell, and also dispersing the sea of blood. Qingshan instantly felt untainted and defiled. Looking at the third Buddha again, one would find that originating from the perimeter of the sea of consciousness, wisps and strands of it, a streak of Buddhist light spread and flew towards it. The power of faith from the land of the western desert. The power of faith that had been accumulated for 3,000 years surged into Qingshan's body, transforming into an infinite light that penetrated almost his entire body. The power of faith turned into a rain of light that poured down in his Dead Sea. There was an immortal power, very sacred and holy, that was absorbed by the third Buddha. The Buddha's light emanating from the 3 worldly Buddhas, gathered from the thoughts of all living beings, shone universally on Qingshan's sea of consciousness, with a brilliance that dispelled all demons and ghosts. Qingshan gained a huge benefit in this moment. He was in the realm of silence, and he was supposed to move forward with bumpy steps and difficulty, but the three Buddhas absorbed the thoughts of all living beings and paved a smooth path for him. Qingshan ran along this path at a fast pace without having to turn back or worry about falling. Right in one of the Buddha halls of the Great Thunder Sound Temple, Qingshan finished absorbing the power of faith of the Buddha here, and instead of leaving, he expanded the scope to the entire Great Thunder Sound Temple. All the Buddha halls, all the statues, all the bodhisattvas and lohans, the power of faith on their bodies were absorbed over by him. Boom boom boom. It was also at this moment, a huge golden body of the Buddha rose above the Great Thunder Sound Temple, which was 500 feet in size, and by the golden body of the Buddha reaching out and pressing, with a loud boom, the Great Thunder Sound Temple came down upside down from above. Birds of prey don't come in, fireflies don't come out. The Great Thunder Sound Temple activated the formation once left behind by the indestructible Holy Buddha. When the White Dragon King, who had been waiting, saw this scene, the corner of his mouth curled up slightly as he said, "Everyone, the Great Thunder Sound Temple has been fully blocked off, and that person will not be able to escape with his wings, so it's now everyone's turn to make a move." Although the White Wolf King had gathered so many people and vowed to kill Qingshan, he would not make a move. He had even found 15 top experts. Just why did Qingshan still need to make his own move? It was important to realize that for these 15 top experts, the White Dragon King had paid a lot. If he hadn't accumulated deep enough 3,000 years ago, he wouldn't be able to invite a single person over now. Of these 15 people, every one of them was at the peak of silence and had returned from the dimensional battlefield. Although they were coy in the dimensional battlefield, back on Earth, they instantly stood at the pinnacle of the cultivation world. White Dragon King, just who made you make such a blood sacrifice to invite us to join you? A white-haired old man asked. You said that he's not a human world immortal, so he's in the silence realm, but is a silence worth 15 of us all striking out together? Another person asked. White Dragon King, for the sake of a silent realm, you're losing money by laying down such a huge amount of blood. There was a fat man with a big belly who laughed out loud. The White Dragon King looked at them and smiled faintly. As long as this person dies, it's not a loss. All of you are my former friends. Please go all out in this outing, and after killing him, the subsequent promises made to all of you will be honored immediately. The White Dragon King faked his death 3,000 years ago, which then started a great war. However, these people in front of them had already entered the dimensional battlefield at that time and had no idea about the White Dragon King's fake death. Their impression of the White Dragon King was still stuck in 3,000 years ago. Righteous. So this time, when faced with the White Dragon King's visit to their door, promising heavy benefits, they did not hesitate to agree. Let's go. I sensed that person in a Buddhist temple in the distance. An old man turned to leave. The other silent masters followed closely behind. Although he felt that the White Dragon King was making a big deal out of it, since he had received the gift, he had to take things seriously. At one time, 15 top silent masters surrounded the Buddhist hall where Qingshan was. The atmosphere suddenly froze at this moment. Qingshan in the Buddha hall. Even if his perception had become dulled due to his cultivation and total dedication, he was aware of the situation outside at this moment. However, his face was unchanged, and he completely ignored the 15 peak silence experts as he earnestly absorbed the power of faith synthesized from the thoughts of all beings. That brat in the Buddha hall. Come out. A silent old man stood in front of the Buddha hall and shouted with a frown. He didn't really want to destroy the building of the Great Thunder Sound Temple, so he wanted Qingshan to come out on his own. Inside the house, Qingshan was directly ignored. Kid, you can't escape again. Right now the Great Thunder Sound Temple is a fly. Don't even think about flying out. Obediently come out and bind your hands. Another peak silence shouted. We don't want to destroy the Great Thunder Sound Temple. Every brick and tile here has been handed down for a long time. We don't want to destroy it. Please come out yourself. The fat man with a big belly shouted. But there was still no movement in the house. Qingshan was still silently absorbing the power of faith synthesized by the thoughts of all beings. Kid, what's the point of hiding in there and not coming out? No need to talk nonsense with him. Go straight in and join forces to suppress him. A silent realm can't make a big wave, someone said savagely, striding forward. The other 14 silent masters also agreed to this plan and followed along, wanting to join forces to suppress Qingshan with their auras, so that he would not be able to move. This would again fulfill the White Dragon King's request, and there would be no need to damage the Great Thunderbolt Temple. But when they pushed open the door of the Buddha hall, an indifferent voice rang out. A bunch of noisy worms, chirping, get lost. Qingshan, who was still in closed-eye enlightenment, frowned and said coldly, accompanying his words. The originally calm Buddha hall suddenly boomed, and all the Buddha statues, bodhisattvas and lohans came to life, roaring in unison. Roll. Under this roar, the spirits of the 15 top silence experts shook violently, as if they had suffered a thunderous strike. Their bodies involuntarily shook and flew out, spraying blood from their mouths, their complexions pale and shocked. It just so happened that this scene was seen by the arriving White Dragon King and the senior monks of the Great Thunder Sound Temple. The White Dragon King's expression shook dramatically as he looked on incredulously. 15 peak silence experts. 15 masters who had still survived their fights in the dimensional battlefield. 15 experts that he had spent all his treasures to invite. To be defeated so easily? With a single roar, the 15 silence flew out backwards like a broken kite. The White Dragon King's heart was strangled. He panicked. He was scared. He wanted to escape. However, after the undying Holy Buddha's grand formation opened, he had nowhere to run. When the senior monks of the Great Thunder Sound Temple saw the scene, they all knelt down in unison, shouting for the Buddha's manifestation. If it wasn't a manifestation of the Buddha, how come all the bodhisattvas and statues of the Buddha have awakened? Don't kneel. That's an evil demon. This is manipulated by him, not some Buddha manifestation. Seeing this scene, the White Dragon King was very annoyed and let out an angry roar. The monks of the Great Thunder Sound Temple would be skeptical, and one by one, they looked up to the center of the Buddha Hall. There was a young man there, sitting in it with his eyes slightly closed, gently tapping the futon underneath him with his hand, gently sneering. So you have awakened long ago, White Dragon King. Maybe I should call you the man behind the curtain, right? The White Dragon King's face was cloudy as he looked at Qingshan, who had his back turned to him and was sitting in the center of the Buddha Hall, breathing heavily. He didn't answer. He was very chagrined. Why is it that a situation that clearly feels foolproof can take such a turn for the worse? This monk, you can settle your grudges yourselves, but within the Buddha Hall, the Buddha Bodhisattva is not to be defiled. The abbot of the Great Thunder Sound Temple gathered his courage and said to Qingshan, looking at the statue of the Buddha, the Bodhisattva Lohan, becoming repulsive, the heart of the presiding officer was dripping blood. Unsullied? Monk, do you think it's you who knows Buddha or me? Qingshan asked playfully with his eyes still closed. I have studied the Buddhist scriptures for thousands of years, so I don't dare to say that I know much, but at least I know some more than you, the abbot of the Great Thunder Sound Temple said firmly. The corner of Qingshan's mouth curled up and said, is that so? I think I know more about Buddhism than you do. Qingshan said softly, scholar, I can't match your high level of cultivation, but in the realm of Buddhism, there is no point at which the scholar can match the old lineage. The abbot of the Great Thunder Sound Temple said firmly, monk, do you know that the indestructible Holy Buddha once said that he wanted to become immortal on earth? Qingshan asked. The host revealed a shocked look and took 2 steps backward, as if his heart was turning over. How did this young man in front of him know what the indestructible Holy Buddha had said? The 15 top experts who had just been bombarded and spat out blood, plus the White Dragon King were all silently watching with different expressions. How does the giver know this? The host asked. Monk, listen carefully. Qingshan's tone was light, but the next second he looked serious and opened his mouth. As I heard, the voice was like thunder, booming through the Great Thunder Sound Temple. The aftermath of the sound lingered above the mountain top of the Great Thunder Sound Temple, emanating a vast infinity, like a great river flooding all the surrounding area. Dang! Right behind Qingshan, right in the middle of that Buddhist hall, a golden Buddha appeared steeply. This Buddha possesses 3 faces, with lowered eyebrows and eyes, and sits in meditation with his feet placed on top of his 2 strands, with the center of his feet facing the sky. At this moment, all the statues of the Buddha in the Great Forest Temple all made a pilgrimage. The 3rd Buddha is the earthly Buddha. Qingshan is the human world immortal. The 3rd Buddha's hand cupped a Dharma seal and gently tapped down. Upon seeing this scene, the presiding officer of the Great Thunder Sound Temple as well as a group of monks all went weak in the knees and knelt down. This palm went down, calm and silent, but the White Dragon King and the 15 top experts he invited could not withstand this kind of magnificent spiritual power. In an instant their essence was burned, and the whole person was rapidly decadent after a few breaths. All of them had white eyebrows, withered and wrinkled skin, and were pale and old. You broke through the human world immortal, and actually deprived us of our lifespan? The White Dragon King trembled in horror. Qingshan got up and walked out of the Buddha Hall, just as the midday sunlight shone on his body, imprinting a radiance that interplayed with the 3 Buddhas behind him. At this moment, Qingshan was an earthly Buddha and a human immortal. Chapter 76 Greatness in the Ordinary. Chapter 76 Greatness in the Ordinary. Chapter 76 Greatness in the Ordinary. A human Buddha is also a human immortal. In the Great Thunder Sound Temple, Qingshan raised his head to look up at the formation sealed above his head, and there was something familiar to him in the golden body of the Buddha that was 500 feet tall. The indestructible sacred Buddha ultimately left some cards for the Great Thunder Sound Temple, even if it once went so far as to be at war. It's still its own mountain gate after all. Qingshan thought silently in his heart. All eyes in the room were on him. The monks of the Great Thundersound Temple looked at Qingshan's near Buddha-like posture at the moment, and they all kneeled down in fear and recited Buddhist scriptures. Qingshan didn't care about them. He looked to the White Dragon King. This existence that he had once regarded as a great enemy in life and death was now not a single enemy of his. I don't know if it was because Qingshan had grown up too fast, or if he didn't have the grace he had 3,000 years ago when he was calculating the world. Long time no see, White Dragon King. Qingshan smiled faintly. Greeting. The White Dragon King looked at Qingshan. The trembling of his body. It was not fear, but the unconscious trembling of old age. The White Dragon King knew that he had failed completely. The 15 top experts that he had invited were unable to accept that their remaining lives had been instantly drained and they could only silently wait for death. They were old and tearful, trembling and kneeling down in front of Qingshan, asking for his forgiveness. After struggling for 3,000 years on the dimensional battlefield without dying, they returned to Earth, and had wanted to be a bully and spend the rest of their lives in a good way. Who knew that a single thought would turn out to be what it is now? Qingshan didn't pay any attention to them. From the moment they promised the White Dragon King to strike against them, their fate was sealed. I had thought that you would wait for some more time before awakening, but I didn't expect you to awaken so early. Qingshan and the White Dragon King were chatting as if they were old friends. The White Dragon King smiled miserably at this moment, accepting the reality of his defeat, knowing that he was powerless to return to heaven, and that after all his calculations, he had missed a move. Originally, I was supposed to awaken some time later, and at that time I would have returned to the realm of an earthly immortal, instead of only being at the peak of the Silence realm now, the White Dragon King said with a bit of gnashing of teeth. The point in time he had originally planned for himself was enough for him to completely restore his decapitated divine soul, thus stepping into the human immortal realm. But man's plans are not as good as God's. Who would have thought that the corpse-catching sect would come and dig his grave, waking him up from his slumber and preventing him from being complete? It seems that the person who spied on me at the old mountain gate of the feathered sect before was you, Qingshan said calmly with his hands behind his back. That was after I awoke and followed the clues to investigate and find you. The White Dragon King nodded. Unfortunately, what all counted. Just did not expect you will be so terrible. A short time from the realm of the most human, across the realm of silence, arrived at the human world immortal. All the arrangements have become a joke. View your years absolutely no 50 years. Arrived at the realm of the human world immortal. 3,000 years ago also did not have such a wonderful and stunning people appeared. Lost to you. I'm not wronged. White Dragon King sighed. Before you die, can you tell me, why did you seal off the great Tao and aura of this world 3,000 years ago? Was it simply because you wanted to reign supreme in a world where there were few cultivators? Qingshan asked curiously. The White Dragon King looked puzzled. Having been drained of his lifespan, standing for a long period of time made him very tired, so he sat down on the ground and looked at Qingshan, gasping for breath and asked, have you ever been to the dimensional battlefield? No, Qingshan replied. You haven't been there. Naturally you don't know how cruel it is in the dimensional battlefield. Just these 15 people in the dimensional battlefield are equivalent to the ants inside the earth right now. It's not worth mentioning the reason why they didn't die. That's because no one would purposely go to step on a few ants to kill them, unless this ant blocked the path of other people's advancement, and it would be stepped on smoothly by their feet. The White Dragon King pointed at the 15 top experts he had invited and said with an indifferent expression. These 15 top experts' faces were not angry, but they were powerless to argue with the White Dragon King because what he said was the truth. So what if it's an ant? You want to close off the world's avenues and auras just because of that? Qingshan asked with a frown. Of course not. I just don't want to go to the dimensional battlefield anymore. But once the immortal Tao Golden list of the dimensional battlefield descends, those who are on the list must go to the dimensional battlefield. And you know that I'm the White Dragon King, but what you don't know is that I have two other identities before the White Dragon King. The White Dragon King said calmly. I used two separate identities to enter the dimensional battlefield and stayed in there for 20 years. I benefited a lot in these 20 years, but compared to those demons in the dimensional battlefield, this bit of progress I made was nothing at all. So after I returned to the earth for the second time, I knew I couldn't go to the dimensional battlefield again. But I'm a human world immortal, and with the immortal Tao Golden list descending, I'm sure to be on the list, so I'll have to go the third time. The first two times, I was already physically and mentally exhausted. And I was in daily fear in the dimensional battlefield, with those people going around snatching up points and plundering lives like mad dogs, and I could only hide in a corner and shiver, not daring to go out. I've had enough of days like this. Dimensional battlefields shouldn't have existed. There were no dimensional battlefields long time ago. At that time, when earthly experts wanted to enter the immortal world, They needed to open the immortal mundane channel by virtue of their own power. And how great it is! As long as you have enough power, you can lift the haze and fly up. But then everything changed. I knew clearly that if I didn't make a change, I was going to be tortured to death by the dimensional battlefield. So I found the ancient formation, and I found the gap in the boiling water prison. And so a plan appeared in my mind. And then the story should be clear to you. The White Dragon King narrated the story. He knew that he was bound to die today, and it didn't matter to him if he could get these words through before he died. Then why didn't you wait for the heavenly Dao Golden List to descend to summon me in? Do you have to come out to kill me? Qingshan asked curiously. At that time, you were only at the peak of silence. How could you have been summoned into the dimensional battlefield? The White Dragon King shook his head. If the people from the dimensional battlefield don't come back, I'm the number one on Earth. Qingshan said. I don't know when the immortal Dao Golden List will descend. And since you're at the Silence Realm, I can kill you just by secretly arranging something. The reason for releasing these people back is that I want them to help me fend off the roll call after the immortal Dao Golden List descends so that I don't have to go to the dimensional battlefields as well. If you'll be on the immortal Dao Golden List when the dimensional battlefield descends, I'll be on the list as well. And that's the last thing I want to see. I didn't even know that you would ascend so quickly. This was the biggest mistake. The White Dragon King closed his eyes and spoke with a hint of regret. Thank you for clearing up my confusion. Now please be on your way. Qingshan looked at the White Dragon King and merged his fingers into a sword. You still need to use a sword to kill me? The White Dragon King snorted. Qingshan's face was calm as he said, I naturally don't need a sword to kill you, but this sword was chopped on behalf of a senior. Back then, he only chopped out half of it, and now this half is up to me. The White Dragon King struggled to open his eyes, and his old eyes blurred as he said with force, the sword god of the old calendar millennium. Back then, the old calendar millennium sword god chopped off half of his Yuanshan with a single sword, forcing him to fall into a deep sleep. This revenge White Dragon King always remembered, but he couldn't find revenge, because that was the sword that the old calendar millennium sword god burned everything he had to cut out. The White Dragon King didn't expect that he would be able to see this sword again after more than 3,000 years. Without any nonsense, Qingshan joined his fingers as a sword and executed the heavenly zenith drawing sword technique. Clank! This sword chi burst out from the bottom to the top. Brilliant and eye-catching. The sword light flying. The sword chi was like a vast and boundless downpour, spilling down. At this moment the White Dragon King, whose old eyes were dim, tried to open his eyes wide, and in this rain of swords, it was as if he saw an old friend from 3,000 years ago, walking slowly towards him, firm footing, just like that amazing young swordsman 3,000 years ago, who burned everything he had to slash that sword at him. It's time to end our 3,000-year-old grudge. The White Dragon King sighed. At this moment, it suddenly occurred to him that if that sword of the old calendar 1,000-year sword god had directly beheaded him 3,000 years ago, and let him fall at the height of his splendor, it would be better than this current death. You're really a ghost. You've been entangled with me for 3,000 years. Now I'll give you this life. All grudges will be cancelled here. The White Dragon King murmured in his heart and gently closed his eyes. The sword energy sliced through like a rainbow, bringing up a splash of blood that spilled onto the green bricks in front of the Buddha Hall. The White Dragon King slowly fell to the ground, his breath gone, and the figure of the teenager in the sword rain turned into pieces and ceased to exist at this moment, as various sword lights flew in all directions. The feud between the sword god and the White Dragon King of the old calendar of 1,000 years was completely ended under the sword of Qingshan. Qingshan looked up at the presiding officer of the Great Thunder Sound Temple. Open this formation. The matter is over. After these people die, you will transcend for him and bury him on the spot. Qingshan did not kill the remaining 15 top experts. They have only a few short days of life left. Just give it to the abbot of the Great Thunderbolt Temple. The abbot didn't dare to delay and immediately went to disarm the formation. The formation was activated quickly, and if it was lifted, it took half a day. During this half day, Qingshan meditated in the Buddha Hall. He was realizing the realm of his human immortal. This breakthrough was completely unexpected. It was the power of faith that had been accumulated by the Great Thunder Sound Temple for 3,000 years, which was absorbed by Qingshan in one go, deducing the 3 Buddhist scriptures to the next level, and then incidentally opening up the path from the silent realm to the human immortal realm. The original road of cultivation full of bumps turned into a thoroughfare, and Qingshan just ran wildly into the human world of immortality. There was a lot in it for him to take his time and savor. Qingshan now only wanted to return to the thoughtful cliff and quietly cultivate. His heartache, the White Dragon King, had already been resolved, and in the next few moments, Qingshan could still be a geek, quietly practicing and waiting for the heavenly Dao Golden ranking to descend. Half a day later, the 500 feet tall golden body of Buddha in the sky disappeared, and the Great Thunder Sound Temple was restored as before. Li Qingshan left directly without alerting anyone. Before leaving, Li Qingshan looked at the western desert land. It's a magical land. Buddhist culture descended to this land and took root. And this place possessed the power of faith. Because after absorbing the power of faith for 3,000 years, now looking at this land of the western desert, Li Qingshan felt a sacred and peaceful atmosphere. There was a sense of intimacy, a world away from when I first came here before. I'll come back to stroll around again when I have the chance in the future, Li Qingshan said softly. Finally, he performed the Koan Peng treasure technique, transformed into a huge Koan Peng, roamed the 9 heavens, and flew to the Sipun cliff. Thinking about the cliffs, as always, bamboo forests form a sea, monuments are like mountains, and bamboo houses are like the old ones, small bridges, flower gardens, 5 ghosts and foxes, everything. When he returned to the thoughtful cliff, Li Qingshan felt an overwhelming sense of cordiality. He had lived in this world for decades, but there were only a handful of places he actually went to, and the thoughtful cliff was his home. The little foxes and the 5 ghosts also became his family. When Li Qingshan returned, the 5 ghosts and the little fox were very excited. Are you guys going to work hard on your cultivation during the days I'm not here? Li Qingshan asked the little fox and the 5 ghosts. I'm practicing hard alright. You're not here. No one to play with me. I can only practice in silence. The little fox pouted and said, and in the next second, she threw herself into Li Qingshan's arms. Li Qingshan tenderly stroked the little fox and looked at the 5 ghosts. The 5 ghosts were really special lifeforms molded by Li Qingshan himself. In the beginning, he only knew how to kill without any other feelings, but later on, he practiced the 5 Emperor's Great Devil Avatar, the 5 Elements battle formation, and silently upgraded himself, evolving his ability to think. Now they are walking on earth from hell. Master, we have elevated to the supreme human realm, the 5 ghosts said in unison. Li Qingshan nodded with satisfaction. Not bad, not bad. You guys aren't being lazy. Keep practicing. You don't need to sense other avenues. You just need to figure out how to do it on the 3 avenues of the 5 elements and killing. Death. The 5 ghosts are naturally attuned to the 5 elements. Killing and death. It was simply not too easy for them to comprehend these 3 great Tao paths compared to others. The 5 ghosts were originally born out of killing. The latter practiced the 5 Emperor's Great Devil Avatar and was naturally attuned to the 5 elements. The last 5 ghosts are new beings born from death, so they have a strong bond with death. These 3 great paths were enough for them to comprehend for a lifetime. One of the 5 elements is the basic earthly path. Killing and death are mysterious earthly paths. Mastering the 5 elements with killing and death was enough for the 5 ghosts. Yes, Master. The 5 ghosts obeyed Li Qingshan's words and agreed. Clean up the hygiene once. Then go and rest. Li Qingshan waved his hand for them to continue to go about their business. 5 ghosts started to clean up with his hands and feet. After all, it had been done for decades, and even if it had been reluctant at first, it was now skillful. Li Qingshan looked down at the little fox in his arms and said, What Tao have you comprehended? The little fox comfortably lay in Li Qingshan's arms and said lazily, What I comprehend is the concealment, thunder, and destiny avenue inside the inherited memory. You also comprehended fate? Li Qingshan looked at the little fox in surprise. Fate is also one of the most mysterious in the mysterious earthly path. There is a saying that destiny is not out. Time is king and space is honored. Even Li Qingshan hadn't penetrated fate, and the little fox had actually comprehended the Tao of fate? Was Li Qingshan surprised to look at the little fox a little shy? Said softly, is comprehended a little fur only. In fact, not my comprehension, is the last generation of 9-tailed fox comprehension, and then stayed in the inheritance of memory. I have nothing to do during this time to cultivate a little bit. Enlightenment, accidentally let me give the right to the blindfold. Li Qingshan looked at the shy little fox and was a bit speechless. The avenue of fate, which was mysterious to others, had been blindsided by her being right? No one else would believe it if they said it. Since the monk is right, then continue practicing. The great Tao of fate is very powerful. Li Qingshan said to the little fox. You're not going out again, are you? The little fox asked instead of answering. I shouldn't be going out for a short period of time. Next I just need to go to the Feathered Mountain Gate once a month. Li Qingshan replied. Alright then, you will lead me to practice boxing and enlightenment every day, and I will follow you. The little fox said happily. Good, I'll instruct you in your cultivation, and the 5 ghosts will practice with me from now on. Li Qingshan said to the 5 ghosts cleaning in the distance. Yes, master. The 5 ghosts replied excitedly, their voices shaking the sky. The little fox laughed out loud. It had been a long time since she had seen the 5 ghosts so happy. In the past, she had thought that the 5 ghosts were wooden stakes that only knew how to clean and then just stood there staring at them. Li Qingshan looked at the 5 ghosts' happy appearance, and looked at the little fox laughing out loud, and also revealed a small smile. This uneventful life was exactly what he was looking for. A glimpse of greatness in the ordinary. To be certified as an immortal in the human world. Qingshan began to bring the little fox to slowly practice boxing. And when the 5 ghosts finished cleaning up, they immediately rushed over to follow behind Qingshan to practice boxing together and realize the Tao together. If there was anything they didn't understand, Qingshan pointed them over on the spot. Within a few days, Wei also joined in and followed Qingshan to practice boxing and enlightenment. As time passed, Little Fox and 5 ghosts, as well as Wei's cultivation became more and more refined under Qingshan's guidance. Chapter 77, The Golden Ranking Comes. Chapter 77, The Golden Ranking Comes. Chapter 77, The Golden Ranking Comes. After dealing with the matter of the White Dragon King, Qingshan lived in seclusion on the thoughtful cliff. The world outside was changing, and the first batch of silence experts who had returned from the dimensional battlefield had found their respective locations. Some find a piece of no man's land silent seclusion. Some return to the former homeland hut and repair. Some are overrun the former clan claimed as an ancestor. The entire power of the earth was completely reshuffled once. The best preserved is only the Feathered Gate, because of the Taoist priests, monks as well as the old man's joining. In addition, Xiaojiu announced to shorten the scope, solidly guarding the feathered sect's acreage and not expanding to the outside world. It was not good for other people to come to find trouble with the feathered sect. In this way, after the first round of shuffling, the feathered sect was preserved. For these Qingshan also heard from Xiaojiu. Now that he had broken through the human world immortal realm, he only needed to go to the feathered sect once a month to talk to Flower Rhyme and see if the formation had loosened. Other than that, he lived in seclusion at the Seacone Cliff, studying the Tablet Forest and practicing boxing to understand the way. Million Tablet Forest Qingshan has not even half of the enlightenment. How can he give up to leave the thought of the cliff to go to the earth to have a look? Every morning, he took Little Fox, 5 ghosts, and Wei to practice boxing together. Then it was off to polish the stone tablets and comprehend the feats. By the afternoon Qingshan came back to cultivate in silence, sipping tea and realizing the way. In the evening, savor the wonders in the realm of human immortality. Time passes slowly like water. 3 months had passed since he returned from the Great Thunderbolt Temple. Qingshan continued to weave in and out of that forest of millions of tablets, silently rubbing and silently comprehending. You rub it carefully to inspire full enlightenment and comprehend the dryness of the palm. On this day, after Qingshan finished practicing boxing early in the morning, he came over to wipe the stone monument and comprehend it carefully. A line appeared before his eyes, and a technique appeared in his mind. World in palm. This is a Qiankuan method that belongs to space, the combination of which is to open up a space in the palm of the hand, belonging to the secret arts. Qingshan instantly understood. The next moment he slowly shook his palm, and along the dry land in his palm, he sketched in detail, and in a short while a hazy little world appeared between his palms. There was no life in this world. It was a mustard seed space opened out of thin air that could only hold living dead things. This technique is similar to the Buddhist Palm Buddha Kingdom. The difference is that the Palm Buddha Kingdom is a powerful technique that extends spatial arts to the extreme. This Palm Qiankuan is only just dabbling in it. Qingshan was now considered to have seen a lot, and he also had some understanding of space. So practicing this secret art was very easy. After successfully practicing the secret art of Qiankuan in the palm in a short period of time, Qingshan continued to wipe the stone tablet. He walked to the next stone tablet and found that it was actually engraved with the feathered sect insignia. This made Qingshan freeze. From the first day he came to the thoughtful cliff until today, he had counted on having seen many stone tablets with all kinds of motifs, only he had never seen one that used the feathered sect's insignia. Could this one be a former ancestor of the feathered sect? Qingshan silently guessed. He cleaned all the vines, dust, and moss from the stone monument. Then on the ancient stone tablet, Qingshan confirmed that this was the ancestor of the feathered sect, because there are a few more words engraved on this tablet. Feathered Immortal. Qingshan had once flipped through the feathered sect's book pavilion, and in there he saw an introduction about the feathered sect's ancestor. The feathered sect has always said that their legacy has never been broken, and that they are one of the oldest cultures to be passed down on Earth from the beginning of time. But in detail, just how many years has the feathered sect been passed down? There isn't an accurate answer. Everyone only knows that the founding ancestor of the Fuhua sect was a Fuhua immortal, and the word Fuhua for Fuhua sect was taken from this Fuhua immortal. He had also designed the badge of the feathered sect back then, which had been used until now, and nowadays it was engraved on the disciples' clothing. So this stone tablet had a crest engraved on it and the 3 big words Feathered Immortal. Qingshan was basically sure that this was the ancestor of the feathered sect. What is this situation? The Million Tablet Forest is actually hiding its own ancestors, and the feathered sect itself doesn't even know about it? Qingshan found it interesting. He had suspected the relationship between this Million Tablet Forest and the feathered sect from early on. The feathered sect's explanation to the public was that the monumental forest was full of enemies they had punished as well as disciples who had made mistakes. However, the feathered sect had only been around for 10,000 years from the beginning of its creation until today. Counting the longest legends, millions of monuments have been accumulated over the course of 10,000 years. At least hundreds of enemies or errant disciples had to be disposed of in this year to accumulate such a huge world of monuments. Obviously that doesn't make sense. Later on, Qingshan slowly comprehended the feats in the steel forest before realizing that only a very small portion of these steel forests were erected by the feathered sect itself. Now that he had seen the feathered sect's own ancestor, Qingshan was even more certain. Cleaning this stone monument clean, Qingshan sat down on his knees and silently watched. Sinking into it, he wanted to see what kind of gong methods the ancestors of the feathered sect had left behind. You rub it carefully to inspire full enlightenment and comprehend the feathering technique. A magnificent heavenly sound resounded in Qingshan's mind, chanting a mysterious scripture. This scripture is the feathering technique. Qingshan listened silently and felt his mouth dry. The feathering technique is an immortal technique. It is a powerful immortal art that surpasses earthly feats. Once the practice is successful, when encountering an enemy in battle you can continuously inject feathering immortal chi into the enemy's body. And when the feathering immortal chi is sufficiently full, it will instantly allow the enemy to turn into a Taoist on the spot. Early ascension to the ultimate bliss, feathered into immortality. This is a very frightening feat. Without hesitation, Qingshan launched his cultivation and planted the seed of the feathering technique within his body, hanging it on one of his root bones. His root bones were like a forest full of fruits, and each fruit was a technique. Of all the techniques I've practiced, the only one that can be called an immortal technique is the Three Worlds Buddhist scripture, Qingshan muttered. In reality, the further one cultivates, the more one competes in comprehending the Tao. The Gongfu drove the great Tao, bursting forth with powerful might. So Qingshan's need for Gongfu was far less than his need for the great Tao. Feats he had. With this million-tablet forest, Qingshan did not lack feats. So after comprehending the feathering technique, Qingshan was just a little happy, but not to the level of ecstasy. After planting the seeds of the feathering technique within his body, Qingshan opened his eyes and suddenly realized that there was something else hidden in the stone tablet in front of him. There is another world inside this stone tablet, Qingshan said firmly after carefully observing it. The world in the tablet. He found another world in the tablet. Qingshan was ready to leave, but this time he did not go, and his interest was high, seriously exploring what the world in the feathered sect's ancestors' steel was really like. Qingshan watched carefully. The stone tablet shook slightly. In front of his eyes, visions overlapped, and another world surfaced like a Zhuangzhou dream butterfly. The world in the tablet. Qingshan, who had had several experiences, was not the least bit flustered and carefully observed the world in this monument. The sun was setting and the remnants of the sun were like blood. It was like the world of the endless yellow earth of the northwest earth, with many corpses resting on the ground. There was an elderly Taoist priest who carried the bodies with all seriousness. The Taoist priest, wearing a dusty coat with disheveled hair, carried these corpses and said with emotion, "What's so good about this dimensional battlefield? On Earth, you were enjoying happiness. With your cultivation, you have thousands of years to live well, but when you come to the dimensional battlefield, you are hunted by others as prey, and you want me to collect your corpses for you." The old Taoist carried these corpses to a place where Qingshan saw many corpses from the dimensional battlefield that had died in battle, all very young, compared to their lives. Even if the appearance was that of an old man, he had at least a few thousand years of remaining life, but he came to the dimensional battlefield and died in a foreign land, and now the corpse could only be collected by the old path. Qingshan also saw that in the process of collecting the old Taoist's corpse, there were people fighting desperately in the distant sky, grabbing points. The defeated were killed and their bodies fell down. The old Tao immediately went over again and had the body collected. The victor just walked away without even looking at the old man. When Qingshan saw this scene, he realized that the ancestor of the feathered sect had once been a corpse collector in the dimensional battlefield, and that there were no points on him and no one would deal with him. After a day of collecting corpses, the old Taoist sighed at night, facing the ground full of corpses. According to the regulations you should be incinerated on the spot to end it completely, but the heavens have the virtue of goodness. The old Taoist will erect a monument for you. In this way the ancestors of the feathered sect, the aged Taoist priests, the corpse collectors of the dimensional battlefield, began to earnestly erect a stone tablet for each corpse. He used a secret method that could seal the dead body among the monuments. Most of the latter images flash by. It's all about the old paths collecting the bodies, until finally an unknown number of years had passed, and thanks to the diligent work of the old way, he was able to return from the dimensional battlefield, and the long years of work allowed him to collect a reward. Feathering. The old Taoist, who had spent most of his life collecting corpses in dimensional battlefields, returned to the earth he had once been on with the feathering technique and 1,000,000 stone tablets. In his old age, the old Taoist broke through to the feathered immortal realm with his feathering technique. He then started the feathered sect. He placed 1,000,000 stone tablets on the Sivan cliff and placed a ban on it. The scene came to an abrupt halt. The world in front of Qingshan's eyes reversed, folded, became smaller, and disappeared. He saw the real earth, coming out of the world in the steel. Qingshan came to a sudden realization. I see. So it turns out that this 1,000,000 stone forest was brought back from the dimensional battlefield by the founding ancestor of the feathered sect, and the subsequent addition of some stone tablets by the feathered sect over the course of 10,000 years was insignificant. That explains a lot of things. So this 1,000,000 monument forest, the vast majority of them are people who failed in the dimensional battlefield. Then I'm going to seriously go and study their dimensional battlefield experiences. Qingshan looked up at the endless steels in front of him and instantly became interested. After discovering a few worlds in the steel, he could explore more information about the dimensional battlefield. However, it was already late today. Qingshan got up and instantly returned to the front of the bamboo house. He was lying on the rocking chair, looking at the stars in the sky as if they were the Milky Way, hanging upside down in the sky, in a very soothing mood. Figuring out the origin of the millions of monuments on the Feathered Gate Sekai cliffs also solved a piece of his mind. Qingshan began to silently practice the feathering technique under the starlight. The human world immortal realm and the silent realm were all different. Entering the human immortal is equivalent to stepping into the immortal realm from the earth. Although there was still quite a bit of difference between a human immortal and a true immortal, to Qingshan, this was already the current pinnacle of the earthly world. I need to continue to cultivate hard, or else the immortal Dao Golden ranking will descend and I'll be designated to be on the list. And when I don't have enough strength to go to the dimensional battlefield, I'll definitely end up like this group of people who have come back now, and I can only hide in the marginal corners and commiserate. Qingshan closed his eyes, emptied himself and practiced frantically. With the breakthrough to the human world, his root bone Ru Lin also entered the full maturity stage, and the speed of absorbing aura as well as the feeling of enlightenment increased drastically. The further back he cultivated, the faster Qingshan's speed became. His roots and bones were like a forest, and he was inherently stronger than others. In the time since then, Qingshan kept going to the monument forest every day to comprehend the gong methods, and then silently practiced on the Xizhao cliff. In addition to once a month down the mountain, Qingshan does not ask the world, with the breeze as a companion, with the bright moon as a friend, in the sea of clouds between the swim, in the avenue between the comprehension. Jiao comes sometimes. She brought Qingshan the latest news on Earth. For example, another group of people had returned from the dimensional battlefield, and there were several human world immortal realms within this group. Some were the first to return, wanting to set up a clan and pass down the Dao, while some human world immortals were lighthearted and began to travel the Earth. It was good that the people who came back this time didn't target the feathered sect like they did last time. However, just in case, fearing that the incident with Situ Jin last time would happen again, Qingshan wrote down the 3 words human world immortal with his pen. These 3 words contained all of Qingshan's essence at this moment, melting inside these words. 1 word, 1 attack. The 3 big words human world immortal contained the power of Qingshan's full strength 3 times. Xiaojiao returned to the feathered sect and hung these 3 words in her boudoir. A few months after this, a human world immortal set his sights on the feathered sect. His real body descended on the feathered sect, wanting to make Xiaojiao submit. Xiaojiao took out the words written by Qingshan and slowly spread them out. A brilliant light jetted out. It was a light of feathering, rushing into this human world immortal's body, hitting him and causing him to tumble and fall out of the feathering gate, half of his body gone, spewing blood, severely injured. If it hadn't been deflected by an inch, this human world immortal would have died on the spot. The human world immortal, who was missing half of his body, looked on incredulously. Then without a word, he frantically ran his gongfu to repair his body and stumbled away. A single word had beaten him senseless. This feathered sect was unfathomable. After this incident happened, there were no more experts returning from the dimensional battlefield to head to the feathered sect in the future. The 2 words behind the human immortal can only be used as a deterrent. Qingshan sensed this scene on the Xiao cliff, smiled faintly, did not put it to heart, and continued to enroll in the 1,000,000 tablet forest. His cultivation was rising every moment, and regarding the great Dao sense in the realm of the human world, Qingshan was also proceeding in an organized manner. Kendo, Buddhism, speed, thunder. This was the basic earthly path, which Qingshan had dabbled in. Time, space. This is the mysterious earthly path. Qingshan had been comprehending the spatial avenue all this time. Since the last time he had comprehended how Chen Kuan in the palm involved the spatial avenue technique, Li Qingshan had tirelessly comprehended the spatial avenue during this period of time. Just like his sword Dao, he had comprehended the fast sword Dao, the slow sword Dao, and the fast-slow fusion sword Dao. The spatial avenue comprehended this time contained two kinds of spatial confinement and spatial slashing. Imprison the space the enemy is in, and then meticulously slice through it. The enemy was killed by Li Qingshan in between moving. As the mysterious earthly path, the power of space is unimaginable to ordinary people. Li Qingshan was silently comprehending, and he intended to also merge spatial confinement with spatial slashing in the end. Of course this takes a lot of time. Coincidentally, Li Qingshan had a lot of time on his hands. Time passes and white ponies pass. Time passed and another 10 years passed. From the time Li Qingshan came to the thoughtful cliff, several decades had already passed, and he had also changed from the teenage genius at the beginning to a 50-and-a-half-hundred-year-old man nowadays. But the look never changed. The temperament remains the same. The passage of time left no trace on him. He was still the same teenager he once was. It was just that the temperament became more and more dusty. Like a fairy. 10 years down the line, even if Little Fox and 5 ghosts as well as Awei all broke through to the peak of silence. However, when they looked at Li Qingshan, they felt more and more mysterious. Sometimes it felt as if Li Qingshan was separated by the distance of the sky even though he was right in front of him. The little fox sometimes wanted to ask Li Qingshan what realm he was in. Li Qingshan smiled and replied that he was still a human immortal. To this answer Little Fox and Wei and the 5 ghosts were not convinced. It was because just last year, another group of top experts had returned from the dimensional battlefield. All of them at the human world immortal realm. A dozen of them had their eyes on the feathered sect, and some had their eyes on Xiaojiu. When Li Qingshan found out about this, he punched his fist in the air on the cliff of thoughts. Across an unknown number of thousands of miles of space, Li Qingshan punched one by one, killing a dozen or so human world immortals. This night, on the spot, the little fox Awei as well as the 5 ghosts looked silly. How else can it be? You practiced your fist on the thoughtfulness cliff and killed a dozen or so human world immortals across an unknown distance of many thousands of miles? People die without knowing how. Li Qingshan looked at their shocked gazes, smiled faintly, and said softly, what I realized is space. 10 years down the line, spatial confinement and spatial slashing were both comprehended by Li Qingshan, and he also fused them together to form a new avenue. Space storm. That night when Li Qingshan practiced his fists on the thought cliff, he was hitting the space storm. Where the storm swept, 10 or so people of the human world immortal realm fell on the spot. Although he was in the same realm as Li Qingshan, the two-side sense of the Great Tao was not on the same level at all. After this strike, no one on earth dared to spy on Xiaojiu and the feathered sect anymore. Li Qingshan was also happy to be free. On this day, the breeze was warm, the sky was clear, and the sun shone warmly on people. Li Qingshan was walking on the thoughtful cliff, looking up at the sky from time to time, his face slightly thick. What are you looking at? The little fox asked curiously. Li Qingshan said softly, something is going to fall from the sky. The little fox was confused and followed suit. Looking up at the sky, clear skies, there was nothing there. What's going to fall? The little fox asked in a sweet voice. Li Qingshan tenderly stroked her and said, something that has disappeared for thousands of years. So when does it fall? The little fox asked again. Li Qingshan pondered for a moment before saying, it's now. Boom. When the words landed, the entire earth rumbled, and everyone raised their heads in shock, looking up into the endless void, slowly landing down a golden list. Those experts who had returned from the dimensional battlefield said with trembling voices when they saw this scene, the immortal Dao golden ranking has descended. Then, unsurprisingly, it's on the shelves tomorrow, so I won't be writing any shelf talk. I guess you guys don't like to read it even if you write it. Once it's on the shelves, it's going to explode every day, and I'm trading updates for subscriptions. I'm going to roll the other authors too. Please support a first order. A few cents. Thank you all. Kowtow and give thanks. Chapter 78 Taking Stock of the Earthly Masters. Chapter 78 Taking Stock of the Earthly Masters. Chapter 78 Taking Stock of the Earthly Masters. Boom boom boom. Rumbling thunder rang out in the sky, accompanied by golden light spilling down, coloring the originally clear blue sky into a sea of gold. All the people on Earth raised their heads to look at the sky, and many of them looked confused, not knowing what the hell this was. Only those top experts who had returned from the dimensional battlefield knew what this scene meant. When an old man of the human world immortal realm saw this scene, he trembled with old tears and said miserably, I've only just returned from the dimensional battlefield, and I haven't had a few years of peace and quiet, so how come the immortal Dao golden ranking has descended again? He has reason to cry. The immortal Wei golden list descends and will screen the top experts on Earth. He was of the human world immortal realm and was already at the pinnacle of this Earth, and would inevitably be summoned into the dimensional battlefield this time. After spending 3,000 years in the dimensional battlefield enduring humiliation, he thought that he would return to the earth to enjoy his old age in peace. Who would have thought that he would encounter the immortal Tao Golden List again? The old man could not restrain himself from beginning to cry bitterly. The other human world immortal experts were all pale at this moment. A peak silence expert might be able to escape, but the human immortal realm was impossible to escape on this earth. The moment they saw the immortal Tao Gold List, some people cried in pain, some people went crazy, some people were silent, and some people raised their hands in hatred to waste their dantian. But none of these people could change the fact that the immortal Tao Golden ranking had descended. On the thought cliff, Qingshan was holding the little fox in his arms, gently stroking it and looking at the immortal Tao Golden ranking with a calm expression. A few days earlier, he had sensed a scent. Counting the time, it was about the same as what Flower Rhyme had told. The golden list of the immortal way came down, and the earth could not stop it. If he really didn't want to go, he would waste his own cultivation. But Qingshan estimated that no one would do that. It was so hard to ascend to the human immortal realm and gain a long life, and the loss of one's lifespan was not as simple as knocking oneself off the realm. Even if the dimensional battlefield was difficult, it was better for them to go in and carefully suffer through a period of time than to waste their cultivation themselves. The immortal Tao Golden List slowly landed, descending from the depths of the heavens to the earth. It brought with it a huge amount of energy that swept above the sky, spreading a sea of golden clouds. The immortal Tao Golden List was floating and sinking in the sea of clouds. As the golden list descended, everyone on Earth's eyes were attracted to it, and even the human world immortals who cried bitterly and beat their chests looked on nervously. The immortal Tao Golden List descends and will inventory the experts on Earth. In this Earth, aren't there less experts? On the thought cliff, Qingshan looked at the immortal Tao Golden ranking and silently mused. Flower Rhyme had said that the immortal Tao Golden List would inventory the earthly experts, but this Earth has had no masters for the last 3,000 years. It is only in the last 2 or 3 decades that it has been given the opportunity to develop. Even the human world immortal experts on this earth, except for Qingshan, all came back from the dimensional battlefield. What's there to dish about? Qingshan calmly watched, spitting in his heart. Under everyone's gaze, the immortal Tao Golden ranking descended to a certain level and slowly opened. Like an ink painting, after spreading it out, golden light erupted, and a line of large characters emerged on the immortal Tao Golden ranking. Immortal Way Golden List. Inventory of earthly masters. The earth is too big to count, and there are many talented people. This list is hereby created. Anyone on the list will go to the dimensional battlefield, and will not be refused. Immortal Road Golden List only counts the top 10 masters on Earth. Anyone on the list who is stunningly beautiful will be rewarded. The higher the ranking, the better the reward. Rewards will be given out after you enter the dimensional battlefield. Many people froze as they looked at the lines of large letters on it. Those cultivators who hadn't experienced the immortal Tao Golden ranking were excited, thinking what if they made the list. Only those who had experienced the immortal Tao Golden ranking shook their heads bitterly. This is a bad list to be on. Qingshan looked at the introduction of the text on the immortal Tao Gold List and was quite interested. It's surprising that there are only 10 people on the list, and they also give out rewards. What exactly is the reward? Qingshan watched silently. The immortal Tao Golden ranking changed after a quarter of an hour. Immortal Road Gold List officially opens. Soon to be announced the 10th place of the Masters of the Earth. Zhao Minghuang. In a flash, the immortal Tao Gold List was announced, and everyone was dumbstruck. This 10th place is a man named Zhao Minghuang. Who is he? The entire earthly masters looked at each other in disbelief. No one recognized it. Qingshan also frowned slightly. He had sensed all the top experts on this earth, and there was no one named Zhao Minghuang. Who is Zhao Minghuang? Whose old man is Zhao Minghuang? I've known quite a few experts on Earth, but there isn't one called Zhao Minghuang. Old Zhao, is this your ancestor? It's my ancestor. I'm laughing my ass off right now. Could it be that the immortal Tao Golden List is mistaken? Yeah. No expert on Earth has been called Zhao Minghuang since ancient times. Some of the top experts were communicating with each other and eventually came to the conclusion that there was no such person as Zhao Minghuang on Earth. Qingshan was also sure that there was no such person as Zhao Minghuang on Earth. He looked towards the immortal Tao Golden List and frowned slightly. Could it really be a mistake? Just as the crowd was speculating, the text on the immortal Tao Golden ranking changed once again. Killing his brother, killing his mother, devouring 15,000 strong men, and forging the path of invincibility for the immortals of the world of man. It was the only sentence on the list, but it thrilled the whole world. Countless people saw the whole thing and were dumbfounded. What was this? There is no such person as Zhao Minghuang on Earth. But the immortal Tao Golden List says he killed his brother and his mother? Who the hell is this? Killing your own brother and matricide. Is that something a human being can do? Yeah, and devouring 15,000 strong people. casting the invincible path of human immortality. This whole earth doesn't have 15,000 strong people, right? A group of cultivators shook their heads frantically, not believing that this was true at all. Even those who had seen the immortal Dao Gold list before frowned. What the hell is going on here? A human world immortal said suspiciously. The last time we saw the immortal Dao Golden ranking was 3,000 years ago. 3,000 years have passed. Is the immortal Dao Golden ranking still the same as before? A human world immortal raised a question. This query instantly silenced all the human world immortals. They gradually realized that something was wrong. This immortal Dao Golden list didn't seem to be an inventory of their one earthly matter. On the Sihuan cliff, Qingshan also understood. Killing his brother and his mother, devouring 15,000 strong men, and forging the path of the invincible human immortal. As soon as these words came out, Qingshan knew something was wrong. Because the earth had experienced a gap of 3,000 years, there were not as many as 15,000 masters now. So this list takes stock of the whole earth, not limited to their world. The Immortal Way Gold list inventory of the top 10 top masters is one that covers all of earth. Qingshan knew early on that there were countless earths under the immortal world, not just their world. Earlier, Flower Rhyme had told him that the immortal Dao Golden ranking inventory was still of people in their respective worlds. But Flower Rhyme has been locked up in a boiling water prison for centuries. After a few hundred years, it was only natural that the immortal Dao Gold list would undergo some changes. Having figured this out, Qingshan instantly became interested. This Zhao Minghuang must be a strong person in the countless earthly realms, and the fact that he was on the list indicated that his strength was recognized by the immortal Dao Golden list. Qingshan quite wanted to see just how strong he was, and how big was the gap between himself and him. On the other earth, a huge mountain. Standing like a sword on top of the mountain, there was a large hall, and in the center of the hall, countless formations were laid out, sealing a demonic blade. The magic sword was too strong to destroy. Zhao Minghuang suppressed it in his dojo and easily stayed away from the mountain, staying here to guard the magic sword. On this earthly plane, Zhao Minghuang was known as the Minghuang Emperor, the strongest of all, the leader of the righteous path, and the selfless. But the world doesn't know that underneath this mask lies a great demon. For suppressing the devil's sword with his own body, he easily does not come out of the mountain and does not meddle in the affairs of the world. This declaration made the world worship the great Emperor Minghuang even more. So the name of his righteous leader was not negotiated by everyone, but was added to him by all the nations. At this moment, on the bright yellow mountain, the demonic blade that the world said was ferocious and tyrannical was obediently allowed to be stroked by the bright yellow emperor, revealing an ebony luster. However, at this moment, the Minghuang Emperor was not happy. He sat on his knees, his body's aura sinking and floating, such as the sun, moon and stars, for all eternity, and the horror of the aura shrouded the entire hall, and finally gathered into an inextricable blackness that returned to the magic sword. Immortal Dao Golden List. Great Emperor Minghuang's gaze was deep as he looked at the golden list. Outside, this earth was agitated by the fact that the bright yellow emperor was on the list, and they were all looking forward to it. But as the words of killing his brother, killing his mother, and devouring 15,000 strong men appeared, this earth became silent. The leader of the righteous path in their eyes, the invincible Minghuang Emperor on earth, had done such a dehumanizing thing? Everyone was waiting for the subsequent explanation of the immortal Dao Gold list. The bright yellow emperor frowned. Is the immortal Dao Golden list really that powerful? What he was doing was extremely secretive and none of them knew about it. The magic blade, revered by the world, was fed by him step by step. In the past, the immortal Dao Golden ranking had never been like this before, and this time it even shook out what I had done before. The bright yellow emperor frowned deeply. He was furious, but there was nothing he could do. All you can do is keep looking. Every earth has a golden list of immortal paths, and the golden list is the same. Everyone knew about the 10th place finisher, Zhao Minghuang. Everyone is waiting for a follow-up. Suddenly, the heavens and earth boiled, and the great Dao rolled out, surprisingly using the sky as a curtain. Zhao Minghuang's life will be projected on heaven and earth. The list changed again, revealing this sentence. Everyone who saw the scene couldn't help but be surprised. Was this meant to manifest this Zhao Minghuang's entire life? Qingshan stood on the CO cliff and watched with interest. Interesting, the changes in the immortal Dao Golden ranking are really interesting. Huayun would never have thought that the current immortal Dao Golden ranking could still be like this. Qingshan laughed, calm and collected. It wasn't like he was manifesting his whole life anyway, and it was nice to see how other people actually got stronger. The vastness of heaven and earth is now transformed into a stage, like putting on a movie. The countless masters of the people of earth are the audience. Everyone looked up, to the sky overhead, and on the bright yellow mountain, the bright yellow emperor was shaking, his face pale, his fists clenched, and he had hatred with nowhere to send it. His whole life was actually captured by the immortal Tao Golden List. He stared dead at the sky and clenched his teeth. That plan of his to hide the truth from the world. Step by step, he breaks through the human immortal and rises to prominence. He buried the truth that no one knew with his own hands. It is about to be revealed in this sky. The sky plummeted into darkness. In the next second, a pair of brothers with similar faces appeared. The faces of the older siblings were childish. But at this moment, the younger brother was seriously injured and looked at the older brother in front of him with a face full of fear and confidence. Everyone could see the face of the younger brother, but only the back of the older brother. Many people's hearts shook. The next moment the brother's face appeared on the sky stage. Bright Yellow Emperor. On the earth where Zhao Minghuang was, countless people took off and were shocked. The most powerful man in their world. Even though the Minghuang Emperor in his infancy was still very young, everyone knew that this was the Minghuang Emperor, leader of the righteous path. The idol of countless people, the object of admiration in the hearts of thousands of young girls, at this moment is killing his own brother with his own hands. The world was silent. Even the iron fans who supported the bright yellow emperor were dumbfounded at this moment. The hard facts are there for all to see. Minghuang Mountain, the great hall above the golden dome. Zhao Minghuang looked at his brother's face, and his entire body went crazy. You've been dead for 300 years. Why have you reappeared? You were dead set against me back then, and now you want to destroy me? The bright yellow emperor was completely possessed and was in a state of madness, unable to accept this reality at all. But no amount of resentment on the part of the bright yellow emperor could stop the sky screen from continuing to play. In the other worlds, everyone watched with interest. The immortal Tao Golden List was right. This Zhao Minghuang really did kill his own brother with his own hands. In the picture, there was no amiability or brotherly friendship between the older brother and younger brother, but only words of jealousy and cold murderous intent. The bright yellow emperor, who was the older brother, gazed coldly at his younger brother. You know what? Ever since I was little you've been the genius in everyone's eyes, the hope of the family. I was obviously born earlier than you, but I'm inferior to you in every way. You are known as a rare genius of the clan for 1,000 years, a hope for the future. With outstanding talent, an immortal is expected. I am nothing. My talent is not as good as yours, my looks are not as good as yours, and even the woman I like is in love with you. Brother, do you know how jealous brother is of you? On the screen, Zhao Minghuang gritted his teeth and said these words. My brother was shocked. So you tricked me out and had someone seriously injure me, and you tried to kill me? If you die, I'll be able to devour your talent, devour your physique, and I'll be the family's only hope for me to get the woman of my choice. Zhao Minghuang coldly said. The brother smiled bitterly. Brother, do you know how these people tricked me out? I don't know. I invited them anonymously. They're done being killed by you now. As long as you die, it's a lose-lose situation. No one will know that I did it. Zhao Minghuang said smugly. They lied to me and told me that they had kidnapped you, and that if I didn't come they would tear up the ticket and leave me without my brother. His brother smiled ruefully, and he came without hesitation. Zhao Minghuang was silent. Those who watched this scene were also silent. Pust. But the next second, Zhao Minghuang still thrust his hand into his brother's chest. The younger brother looked at Zhao Minghuang's expressionless face in despair. You dying would be the biggest help to your brother. Since you care about me so much, let's become one, Zhao Minghuang said coldly. Then, the heaven-swallowing and earth-eating technique was unleashed. Everything the younger brother did made the older brother. The scene comes to a screeching halt. All the world boiled over, especially on Earth where Zhao Minghuang was. The people were furious. The bright yellow emperor is really hiding very deeply. This is the leader of the righteous path. Who can do something like killing his own brother? Bright yellow emperor, you failed me in my love for you. I want to cry. How desperate should he be when his younger brother, who was worried about his brother's safety before he was tricked into leaving, ends up being killed by his brother's own hands? The younger brother was the real genius. He had the qualifications of an immortal, but it's a pity that he was killed by his caring brother himself. The populace was righteously indignant and thoroughly enraged, especially the pitiful look of the brother after he had been pierced through the chest, which struck everyone. At this moment all the earth is vocalizing Zhao Minghuang. On the thoughtful cliff, Qingshan was also frowning when he saw this scene. What he valued most was affection, and Zhao Minghuang's behavior offended his taboos. Qingshan coldly continued to look at the sky. After a brief silence, the picture continues to change. This time it's in a mansion, and as a mother with telepathic powers over her son, she finds Zhou Minghuang when everyone thinks her brother is dying with someone else. The mother was warm and lovely looking, a typical virtuous wife and mother, and at this moment, she looked at Zhao Minghuang sadly and asked, You killed your brother, right? Mother and son. How could she not know her eldest son's heart? But how could she not imagine that Zhao Minghuang would really dare Zhao Minghuang was silent. How could you kill him? He was your brother. The one who always respected you. The mother was so angry that she reached out to hit Zhao Minghuang. Zhao Minghuang's face was expressionless and motionless. I'm going to tell the master about this. You'll be disciplined by the family. The mother looked at Zhao Minghuang with sadness and despair, turned around and left. Pust. In the next second, Zhao Minghuang directly slapped and killed his own mother. The whole time, he had no expression. No one can stop my path, Zhao Minghuang said indifferently. This time, even some of the devil sex people sucked in a breath of cold air. Zhao Minghuang is too ruthless. The general public just keeps reviling him with righteous indignation and anger. Killing of a brother and matricide. It's the earth where Zhao Minghuang was, his reputation was completely stigmatized. Sitting within the great hall, reaching out to caress the magic sword, Zhao Minghuang was not hysterical. He was not pale. He had returned to normal. Since it's all been exposed, there's no need to continue living wearing a mask of hypocrisy. I, Zhao Minghuang, have acted in my life. Why do I need to explain myself to others? Zhao Minghuang sneered, completely ignoring the voices that were vocalizing against him. In the sky, the picture keeps changing. There are images of Zhao Minghuang killing and devouring enemies along the way. There are also Zhao Minghuang who deliberately befriends others and waits until the other party relaxes their guard and secretly kills them. These images are ever-changing, showing the full range of Zhao Minghuang's powerful and shadowy presence. In the eyes of outsiders, the righteous and selfless Zhao Minghuang is secretly a murderous maniac. Until finally, Zhao Minghuang broke through the peak of silence, laying out a 10-year plan, casting a demonic blade, and using the demonic path as a guide, attracting visitors from all 8 directions. Then on that rainy night, under the pouring rain and lightning, he killed 15,000 people and devoured all of their cultivation physiques, become a human immortal. The next day, after the rain cleared, Zhao Minghuang swaggered in and suppressed the magic knife, and set an example by sealing the magic knife on Minghuang Mountain, or he himself would suppress the magic knife thereafter and would not go out easily. These images were extremely bloody, even more brutal than those of the Devil's Way, and looking at them everyone fell silent and became fearful of Zhao Minghuang. Zhao Minghuang is too terrifying. This is a complete hypocrite, a natural-born devil. The scariest thing about him is how scary it is to go all the way and have a reputation as a legitimate leader with corpses strewn behind him. The rightful leader isn't as forthright as my devil sect. I've long said that these righteous people are full of male thieves and prostitutes. Terrible, too terrible. If there wasn't an immortal Dao Golden list to publicize these things, absolutely no one would have known about it. Zhao Minghuang, you deserve to die. All sorts of comments came and went, and all the people on earth were infuriated by Zhao Minghuang's actions. On the earth where Zhao Minghuang was, the people were also filled with righteous indignation, and all the people responded. At this moment, sitting on the steps of the golden top of the underworld Emperor Mountain, Zhao Minghuang swept away the previous righteousness. His face was incomparably evil, and he lowered his head and Jia smiled. Since it's all exposed, let's expose it. I'm going to the dimensional battlefield anyway, and no one can stop me from continuing to get stronger. The cries of the earthly mole crickets are too loud. Mortals talking about immortals, looking for death? Zhao Minghuang raised his head, his eyes crimson, filled with biting killing intent. With the devil blade in his hand, the void directly exploded with a boom, and a black blade aura ran through the heavens and earth, causing the void to sink. In this world, feeling Zhao Minghuang's extremely sublimated aura, and the terrifying might of that demonic blade, those who were righteously indignant were silent. Zhao Minghuang snorted coldly, untamed. So what if it's exposed? As long as I continue to get stronger, the mole crickets can only look up. In the sky, the immortal Dao Golden list continued to change. Earthly expert Zhao Minghuang, concealing and killing, ranked 10th on the list, rewarded with 500 points and an immortal Dao technique. Zhao Minghuang laughed out loud when he saw this scene, incomparably excited. Even the immortal Dao Gold list rewards me. And you mortals dare to discuss it? Zhao Minghuang said excitedly. Many on earth, all the people were silent when they saw this scene. On the CO cliff, Qingshan saw this scene and frowned slightly. The immortal Dao Golden ranking seems to be unbiased. It just manifested his life and didn't drop any punishments. Instead, it rewarded points and immortal Dao techniques because Zhao Minghuang was ranked as the 10th expert on earth. From here, it was clear that Zhao Minghuang's strength was still very scary. There are an unknown number of earths below the immortal world, and there are cultivators on each earth, and there are high and low realms of cultivators, but there are always a group of top existences in each world. Together, these top existences constituted a huge group. The fact that Zhao Minghuang was able to stand out from this and be ranked 10th on the immortal Dao Golden ranking was enough to show the terrifying strength of his strength. The 10th place Zhao Minghuang devoured more than 15,000 people and achieved the human world immortal. It's already terrifying. Just how powerful are the previous 9? Qingshan muttered. He's always been confident in himself, but whether or not he'll make it to this list, he doesn't have any confidence. After all, how the immortal Dao Golden List ranked the earthly experts, Qingshan did not know. Don't worry, keep watching. You're so powerful. I feel sure there's a place for you. The little fox comforted Qingshan. Qingshan smiled faintly and said calmly, I'm not worried. They've all been practicing for hundreds of years. I'm only 50 years old so far. I still have a great deal of time to practice, and to be on this list would require me to announce my biography, and to be seen by all of the people on Earth. It's not in line with my low-profile character. Rumble. Between heaven and earth. The immortal Dao Golden ranking changed once again. 9th place among the masters of the earth. Xiao Wuji. When Qingshan saw this name, he instantly knew that it was not someone from their world. It's impossible when you think about it. After all, this earth has been missing for 3,000 years now. Let's treat this as a spectator and take a look at the life of the 9th place. Qingshan hugged the little fox and sat down by the bamboo forest cloud sea. The 5 ghosts immediately brought the tea set and lit the smoked incense, then sat in silence and watched the picture in the sky together with Qingshan. Wei made tea for Qingshan on the side and occasionally looked at the sky. It's a pleasure. At this moment, countless earthly beings, countless mortals and top experts were all looking at the sky. Xiao Wuji. Who is this man? Even Zhao Minghuang, who had just received a commendation from the immortal Dao Golden ranking, had lost his excitement at the moment, holding the demon blade he had personally cultivated with a frown on his face. Who is this person to be ranked above me? Zhao Minghuang's face was gloomy as he stared tightly at the sky. He thought that his strength was already extraordinary in the realm of the human immortal realm, but he didn't expect that he would only be ranked in the top 10 inside the entire earthly ranking. Zhao Minghuang was upset and coldly grunted. I'd like to see just how powerful the top 9 are. Everyone was waiting for the immortal Dao Gold List to introduce Xiao Wuji's situation. Just like the introduction of the 10th place winner, Zhao Minghuang. Just now, Xiao Wuji, born with a different body, flowing with the bloodline of an ancient fighter, born only 80 years ago, stepping into the realm of the human immortal, never defeated in his life. Another line of text surfaced on the immortal Dao Gold List. This introduction was not as shocking as Zhao Minghuang's earlier. After all, Zhao Minghuang had done something outrageous to the gods and people, and Xiao Wuji this was merely a genius self-introduction. However, the latter sentence, born 80 years ago, stepping into the realm of the human immortal and never losing in his life, was still quite shocking. It was important to know that the 10th ranked Zhao Minghuang had taken 300 years to step into the human immortal realm. The 9th place, Xiao Wuji, only took 80 years, and never lost a battle in his life. This presentation is incredible. When 10th place Zhao Minghuang saw this, his frown deepened as he gripped his demon blade tightly, shaking his head and refusing to believe it. From the time of his debut to the process of breaking through to the human world immortal, he hasn't been defeated once. I don't believe it. It's impossible for someone to do this. Even if you were invincible at the same rank, even if you could cross the ranks and kill your enemies, you couldn't challenge the supreme human realm while at the saint realm. In many worlds, many cultivators fought the same way as Zhao Minghuang, but they can't issue a challenge, because this is what the Immortal Way Golden List evaluates out. They could only wait silently as the Immortal Dao Golden ranking then played out Xiao Wuji's life briefly. Xiao Wuji's life is about to be revealed in heaven and earth. This one everyone was expecting and waiting for. Boom! In the next second, heaven and earth went dark. The sky was clear and blue just a moment ago, but now it suddenly turned into a dark and boundless world. But not a single person panicked. Everyone knew that the Immortal Dao Golden List had begun to announce the biography of the 9th master on earth. Use the sky as a curtain. Put on a real event from the past. Uncover the hidden secrets in the dust of a dusty history. On the CO cliff, Qingshan, dressed in green, sat on a chair with a cup of tea in his hand, looking at the sky with great interest. The story begins with a newborn baby growing up carefree in a smoky farmhouse. When he was 4 years old, 2 top masters suddenly flew in the sky to engage in a battle. And the battle spread down, directly destroying the village and sparing the toddler's parents and relatives. One then won and killed the other. Then with an indifferent look at the village farmland they had destroyed, he flew away without looking back. Only 4-year-old toddlers crawled out of the rubble alone. The flames of anger burned in him. It's real fire, born from the bloodline inside the infant. A war that caused the toddler to witness the loss of his closest friends and family. And in extreme anger, he awakened his ancient bloodline. He possessed an alien body. But it didn't help much in terms of cultivation, and it helped a lot in terms of combat. Those who saw this scene couldn't help but sigh as the aftermath of the battle destroyed an otherwise happy family of 2 top cultivators who were high up in the world. It also creates a formidable enemy. Xiao Wuji. The toddler left his hometown and started to go in search of his enemy. He didn't remember who the other guy was. He didn't know where he came from, but he remembered the clothes he was wearing and the illustrations on them. Such a young man had traveled across great mountains and rivers, and had endured 1,000 battles along the way. From his first fight to the time he finally discovered the enemy clan, under 1,000 battles, a peak realm of the supreme human was molded. The teenager's enemies were the top clans in their world, with so many experts that his friends shouted at him to wait and break through the silent realm before taking revenge. The young man said, "The vengeance of my parents, the vengeance of my friends, the vengeance of my loved ones, cannot wait a moment." One man against a door. He was undaunted and barged right in. Then a battle that took 10 days and 10 nights was fought. The young man was alone and single-handedly taking on a sect that possessed just 3 of the human world immortal realm. The battle was so fierce that the world thought he could not possibly succeed. But 10 days later, dragging a teenager covered in wounds, he slowly walked out of this sect, and in the shocked gazes of countless disciples, he didn't go on a killing spree, but only executed the chief evil. There were also the 3 human world immortal experts who had come to participate in the battle. At the supreme human realm, he fought 1 against 3 without losing, and surprisingly killed them all. The young man's bravery was admired by many. He then returned to his homeland, built the house he remembered, planted a few pieces of farmland, and lived the way his parents once did. Time passes, decades pass. On the day he turned 80, the teenager directly broke through the human world immortal realm without warning. He then ascended to the pinnacle in that side of the world, invincible on earth. The images playing in the sky were bland, and compared to 10th place finisher Zhao Minghuang, Xiao Wuji's story was just as bland as water. But it is this plain as water, but also see people's heart pounding. It's because what 10th place Zhou Minhuang did broke through people's bottom line, and that's what made it seem so shocking. 9th Xiao Wuji walked all the way to the hall. The people he killed. He was never soft, should not kill the people. He did not move one. After his revenge was over he returned to his homeland and went into complete seclusion, not asking questions about right and wrong. Zhao Minghuang was like an unforgivable devil when contrasted with Xiao Wuji. People applauded Xiao Wuji's story and scoffed at Zhao Minghuang's story. The world fell into a brief silence as the images played out in the sky. In an earthly place, farmland surrounded by green hills and green water. All the people in a farmhouse looked towards Xiao Wuji, whom they were very familiar with. Rough cloth and linen clothes on his body, his face waxen. A lone old man, was actually the strongest person in this world? Old man Xia, is it you on this sky? The village chief asked cautiously. Xiao Wuji's 80 years old. An old man really, smoking a large bag of cigarettes, his body thin, his back slightly arched, also looking up at the sky, said, "It's me." "Then wouldn't you be the strongest person in this world?" the village chief asked excitedly. "Just the strongest person on this earth, not considered the strongest person in this world." Xiao Wuji shook his head and barred 2 mouthfuls of dry cigarettes. "That what? You're so strong. Can you teach my little grandchildren them to practice boxing?" a village old man asked with a face full of expectations. Xiao Wuji shook his head and said, "I'll be leaving soon and won't have time to teach others." "Oh yeah, you're going to that thing called the dimensional battlefield. You've got to go for it and make a name for our world," the village chief said in a pumped-up voice. Xiao Wuji smiled faintly and said, "As long as you, the village head, give me the eye of dry tobacco that you have kept for yourself, I will definitely be able to fight for the glory of this world." The village chief immediately patted his chest and said, "Don't worry, I'll immediately go home and fetch you all the cigarettes for you to take with you and smoke inside that whatever dimensional battlefield. I have some at my house. I'll get them for you too. I grew some this year too. Just fried them. I'll get them for you now. I should have known that you, Xiao Wuji, are a big smoker. I'll go get it for you now." At one time all the men in the village went home to get dry cigarettes. Afternoon went to see the scene and exhaled a mouthful of smoke with a happy smile on his face. He liked the feel of it. Just like back to childhood. Parents are still childhood playmates. Still everyone laughing and joking. The old man in front of the house smoking a dry cigarette, looking at them with a smile on their face. Aunt and aunt they are cooking dinner, waiting for the father of the labor uncles to come back. In Xiao Wuji's memory, this was the most precious memory. Immortal Dao Golden Ranking. Dimensional world. After resting for all these years, my bones are itchy. It's not just a fight. Just directly penetrate the dimensional battlefield. Xiao Wuji's long-lost wariness returned. He's going to take a dry smoke, go to a dimensional battlefield, and fight a future. Chapter 79, Taking Stock of the Masters of the Earth 2. Chapter 79, Taking Stock of the Masters of the Earth 2. Chapter 79, Taking Stock of the Masters of the Earth 2. When Xiao Wuji's picture ended, all the earth, all the people were excitedly talking. It was really too much of what had just been shown in the picture. Everyone watched Xiao Wuji fight his way from a few years old to a young child to the supreme human realm, and their hearts surged as they watched him never lose along the way. But in the end, when they saw Xiao Wuji travel to the most powerful sect on earth of theirs at the level of the supreme human realm, everyone's heart still lifted. After all, that was a sect that possessed 3 human world immortal realms. They were extremely arrogant, sheltering the one who had caused Xiao Wuji a miserable experience back then, completely angering him, awakened the fighter bloodline. The more he fights, the more courageous he is a violent temper, coupled with the youthfulness, cannot afford to be angry, directly rushed over. At that time that scene stared everyone in the face. A supreme human realm dared to go against 3 human world immortals. This was brain dead, wasn't it? No one who saw that scene thought he could win. Even Qingshan frowned slightly. He wondered if he would be able to fight against the human world immortals when he was in the realm of the supreme human. Qingshan finally came to the conclusion that he couldn't at that time. At that time, he hadn't yet comprehended the fast and slow fusion sword Dao, hadn't yet comprehended the spatial Dao, and didn't yet have the thick and incomparable strength he had now. Although Qingshan had roots and bones like a forest, he needed to grow slowly. He did not have Xiao Wuji's natural fighter bloodline. In the clan that battle, the fight was extremely tragic. Xiao Wuji exchanged injuries for injuries. The more he fought, the more courageous he became, directly activated all the blood veins, overdrawn part of the power. The whole person incarnated a small fireman, hard to spell the death of the 3 human world immortals, avenging his parents' great revenge. In the end, the moment he dragged his body full of wounds and walked out of the sect, he won cheers from all over the world. Even Zhao Minghuang, who was indignant at first, fell silent. He wouldn't dare to face 3 human world immortals alone at the supreme human realm. On the Sihui cliff, Qingshan and his group finished reading Xiao Wuji's life and were overwhelmed with emotions. Dewei, do you think Xiao Wuji is powerful? Qingshan asked Dewei. David is also a genius. He has a spirituality that is hard to reach by ordinary people. He even lost his life because of it in his early childhood. If Qingshan had not helped him to dissolve it, I am afraid that at this moment, David would have long been gone. And with his superb spirituality, Davy, who has defused the crisis, has a very smooth path to cultivation. He wasn't that far away from the human immortal realm, but David profoundly knew how big the gap between himself and Xiao Wuji was, so big that he didn't even dare to compare himself with Xiao Wuji, and only took Mr. and Xiao Wuji. Sir, Xiao Wuji is a supreme genius. His bloodline is extremely terrifying. The more he fights the stronger he gets. As long as he isn't killed instantly, then being pestered by him will be an incomparable headache. David hit the nail on the head. Against Xiao Wuji one could only kill him in an instant. One could not fight a protracted battle with him. Qingshan was fearless of Xiao Wuji, and with his spatial avenue, he had restrained the other party to death. It's a pity that the little fox was born too short. Give her another 40 years. With the bloodline of the 9-tailed demon fox, she should be able to make the list. Qingshan stroked the little fox and said with regret. The little fox did not think, said, I just need to stay by your side, and I do not like to fight and kill, and on the list to reveal all the biography. If I go on the list, you let all the world, all the people to see how to be held in your arms for decades? Qingshan laughed out loud at his words. Indeed, if little fox was on the list, she was afraid that a large portion of her life would be spent in Qingshan's arms. Wait and see what kind of reward the Immortal Dao Golden ranking will give Xiao Wuji, Qingshan said expectantly. Little Fox Davy and 5 ghosts are looking forward to it. The 10th place, Zhao Minghuang, gave the Dimensional Battlefield 500 points and an Immortal Dao technique. 9th place Xiao Wuji's reward should be a little more than his. Not only was Qingshan expecting it, but all the people on Earth were expecting it. Only one line appeared on that Immortal Dao Golden list. The earthly expert Xiao Wuji, with his unrivaled fighting skills and battle spirit, is ranked 9th on the list, rewarded with 800 points, an Immortal Dao technique, and a half-immortal artifact. Everyone got excited when this reward came out, even if it wasn't their own. Everyone was very happy to see that a righteous person like Xiao Wuji was rewarded more than an evil person like Zhao Minghuang. I didn't expect the 9th place to be rewarded with a half-immortal artifact. So envious. Xiao Wuji has come all this way to get the highest reward and deserves it. As long as it's more than Zhao Minghuang, I'll be happy. Indeed, Zhao Minghuang doesn't deserve it at all. For Xiao Wuji to receive such a reward, I think he should be able to shine after entering the dimensional battlefield. That's for sure. These top 10 ranked by the Immortal Dao Golden ranking are the top 10 of all the experts on Earth. If they can't shine in the dimensional battlefield, is there still a need for us people to go in? It suddenly occurred to me that if Zhao Minghuang and Xiao Wuji entered the dimensional battlefield together, and the two of them bumped into each other, would Xiao Wuji just whack Zhao Minghuang to death? Ha 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 ha. I think it's very possible. I also think it's possible. After all, looking at Xiao Wuji's biography, he's a rather decent person who can't go together with Zhao Minghuang. The people were talking, sweeping away the gloom they had just experienced because of Zhao Minghuang's appearance. People were praising Xiao Wuji and belittling Zhao Minghuang in passing. Zhao Minghuang's place on earth has such a voice. Sitting like this inside the Cloud Peak Hall, Zhao Minghuang's face was green. His grip on the demon sword tightened, and his aura was cold. Especially when he saw that Xiao Wuji's reward was a few hundred points more than his and a half-immortal weapon. Zhao Minghuang was furious. Obviously it was only by a small margin. And your reward was so much more generous than mine. We've never fought. How do you know I can't beat him? Zhao Minghuang had a stomach full of anger. He felt that the Immortal Way Golden ranking evaluation was unfair. However, the Immortal Dao Golden list ignored him and continued to announce the rest. Between heaven and earth, the Immortal Dao Golden ranking changed once again. Endless golden light poured down, causing the world to notice the Immortal Dao Golden ranking, on which a line of words emerged. 8th place among the masters of the earth, North Velvet. Seeing this name, Li Qingshan knew that, again, it was not theirs on this earth. The little fox asked, guess if this 8th place is good or bad? David directly shook his head. No guess. How can people in our world guess? It's either good or bad anyway. Why is it either the good guys or the bad guys? Can't he be the part in the middle? Li Qingshan said slowly. Anyway, just don't be as bad as Zhao Minghuang. It didn't matter to the little fox. She only had this one request. She was really pissed off by Zhao Minghuang. David nodded his head, agreeing with the little fox on this one. Li Qingshan smiled gently and continued to look at the Immortal Dao Golden ranking in the sky, waiting for a follow-up. And in another world, another earth, the words Immortal Dao Gold list aroused the curiosity of countless people. The 8th place on the Immortal Dao Golden ranking is Northern Velvet. Is it the Northern Velvet Emperor of our world? The Northern Velvet Emperor, the founder of the Beizhang Empire and a pillar of the Beizhang Empire. He's even on the list? The Northern Velvet Empire is located in the northwestern land. The people's customs are tough, the wind of cultivation is strong, and the mighty name of the Northern Land Han resonates through the cultivation world. But the legend about the Northern Velvet Emperor is not conspicuous. That's right, the Northern Velvet Emperor is very low-key. If it wasn't for the Immortal Dao Gold list, I would never have thought that he would be so strong. At this moment there was a lot of talk. Many people knew about the Northern Velvet Emperor. After all, he had started a huge empire. At this moment in the Northern Velvet Empire, in the royal sanctuary, an old man raised his head, his face full of wrinkles, but his eyes were clear as he looked at the Immortal Dao Gold list in the sky and frowned. The last time the Immortal Dao Golden list descended, it was just an inventory of the experts on this earth, and at that time, I shielded my cultivation with an ancient method and wasn't brought into the dimensional battlefield. And this time, I similarly shielded my cultivation with an ancient method, and the effect unexpectedly failed? This old man's eyes were filled with skepticism. It's not good. Those who are on the list have to publicize their biographies. I can't publicize mine. The Northern Velvet Emperor's face changed drastically. He immediately contacted a person. In the south of this continent, there was a kingdom called the Great Xia Empire, and the open person of the Great Xia Empire was called the Xia Emperor, who came from the same place as the Northern Velvet Emperor. Emperor Xia, I'm on the list. The Northern Velvet Emperor transmitted his voice in a low tone. On a 9-tiered pagoda within the mansion's territory stood a middle-aged man, who was also looking at the Immortal Dao Golden list in the sky, and was just about to reply to the Northern Velvet Emperor, when he saw a line of words emerge from the Immortal Dao Golden list again. 7th place among the masters of the earth, Emperor Xia. Xia Di, who saw this line, instantly looked ugly to the extreme. His hands behind his back, his fists unconsciously clenched, his veins rippling as he was trying his best to hold back. Northern Velvet, were you the one who leaked our information? Emperor Xia couldn't help but question. Put your mother's fart. I'm tired of living. Do I want to find my own death? The Northern Velvet Emperor responded through the air. Our matter is known to heaven and earth. You know it and I know it. All these years we have been using ancient methods to cover our breath. Not once have we been detected by the Immortal Dao Golden ranking. How come this time you and I are on the list together? Xia Emperor gritted his teeth and said in annoyance. How do I know about you? Once my matter is exposed, it will be a bolt from the blue for all of us. Even if we enter the dimensional battlefield, we won't fare well. The Northern Velvet Emperor roared in a low voice. His emotions were mixed and he didn't know what to do. We have to stop the Immortal Dao Golden ranking. We can't expose our biography. Emperor Xia said anxiously. Stop it how? The Northern Velvet Emperor asked rhetorically. Emperor Xia was silent. Yeah, how do you stop that? This was the Immortal Dao Golden list, which represented power behind it and was not something they could fight against. Xia Di looked at the sky in despair, a heart constantly sagging. Just as the Xia Emperor and the Northern Velvet Emperor were arguing, countless people on Earth were shocked to see this scene. Did this 8th and 7th place come together? Yeah, Didn't they all show up one by one before? Could it be that there's a connection between the 8th and 7th place, and that's why they appear together? This is something I can get excited about. Two of the top experts on Earth appearing together. There's definitely a great secret. All the earthly experts stared intently at the immortal Tao Golden ranking. They wanted to know the follow-up. On the thinking cliff, the little fox was also surprised. Yeah, these two appeared together. Guess what their relationship is? David shook his head. I don't know. The little fox frowned, very much disliking him, then looked at Qingshan. Qingshan shook his head slightly, revealing a smile as he said, I don't know either. It's fine. Let's wait together for the immortal Tao Golden ranking to be announced. The little fox said softly. The attitude was incomparable to that of disliking Wei just now, to which Wei had long ago gotten used to. To the little fox, whatever Qingshan said was right and whatever he said was wrong. Qingshan looked at the sky and realized that the immortal Tao Gold list had been updated with new content. 8th place, 7th place, on the list together for the same thing. The reason for being on the list is smuggling and killing hundreds of thousands of pregnant women over 1,000 years. As soon as this news appeared, it immediately made all the major Earths and countless people stare in anger. Killing hundreds of thousands of pregnant women in 1,000 years? What kind of devilish operation is this? Ah. The pregnant woman and the child are one and the same, which means that the two of them trash killed the mother and child of 1,000,000 together? Wait, they're still stowaways. What's the deal? Smuggling? I don't understand. I'm greatly shocked. No wonder these two founding forefathers have been keeping a low profile. This does something that would make them hunted down and killed. No matter if it's the righteous path or the devil path or the demon race. Yes, pregnant women and children are supposed to be disadvantaged. They are top powerhouses who go to kill them. Is there a big disease in their hearts? The world is filled with righteous indignation. Whether it is the righteous or the devil, or the demon race, when they see that they have killed hundreds of thousands of people, the blood pressure of pregnant women is instantly high. Pregnant women and children are vulnerable, and as children are still the hope for the future of the world. No organization would go out of its way to indiscriminately kill children and pregnant women. What Northern Velvet and Emperor Xia did was instantly reviled by all the people. As for skepticism, this was the immortal Tao Golden ranking that had been announced, and the next step would be to show their biographies as well, and no one doubted it. Convinced of the golden list of the immortal Wei, Northern Velvet Empire. North Velvet saw first to the golden list announced text. The body of Soft sat down on the chair, face a little panicked. Xia Di, what should we do now? North Velvet contacted Emperor Xia in a panic. What they had done was published by the immortal Tao Golden list, and that would be very unfavorable for them next. As for Emperor Xia, who stood on the 9th floor of the building, his face was gloomy and his heart was cluttered with thoughts that went up and down. Wait and see the subsequent development. If it's really unavoidable, let's go. Although the Earth is very comfortable, we can't go to the dimensional battlefield and lose our lives. Xia Di replied to North Velvet. Good. North Velvet agreed in one mouthful. But then on second thought, his cheeks twitched. Very needy. He couldn't let go of the comfortable days he had now. But it couldn't be helped. The immortal Tao Golden ranking changed and directly pulled them out. Between their conversations, the immortal Tao Golden ranking was updated with another text. About to show the life of the 8th 7th place finisher. This one everyone was expecting and waiting for. They watched in anger. Boom! In the next second, heaven and earth dimmed. The sky was clear and blue just a moment ago, but now it suddenly turned into a world of boundless darkness. But everyone was already familiar with it, and staring intently at the sky, they wanted to see what these two exhausted sinners were all about. The sky began to play out the story of the Northern Velvet and the Summer Emperor. The story begins 1,000 years ago. The Earth is not the only one. There are many Earths below the immortal world. Yet there were other worlds outside of the immortal world. But because each world has a natural shield that ensures other worlds can't violate it, this shield is called the World Barrier. Seeing the World Barrier, everyone understands why it is said that Northern Velvet and Shardy were smuggled in. When Qingshan saw this scene, he was shocked. So the two of them aren't from the Earth, or they were smuggled in from the outside world. This World Barrier looks very thick. So how on earth did Northern Velvet and Emperor Xia sneak through? Qingshan inwardly wondered. This doubt of his was soon answered. In the sky, the group saw two creatures that looked just like cyprinids burrowing out of the World Barrier. Their cultivation level was very low, far from reaching the human world immortal realm, but they're gnawing at the World Barrier, like worms gnawing on green leaves. These two larvae were gnawing on the World Barrier. Very hard work gnawing out a tiny hole for them to burrow through. The World Barrier repairs itself, so after they gnaw on it, the little hole closes and they can only move forward, not backward. The two larvae struggled in succession, exhausting themselves, and it took 100 years to bite through the World Barrier and come to Earth. But the sun was setting on them and their days were numbered. After coming to Earth, they should have exhausted themselves and died, but a pregnant woman passed by, and the two larvae were attracted by the innate energy of the pregnant woman and the baby, and having exhausted their last ounce of strength, they burrowed into the pregnant woman's body, devoured the baby, and sucked up all of the pregnant woman's energy. They renewed their lives. Then, as if they had discovered the way to survive, they began to work together, constantly trapping pregnant women and getting stronger and stronger themselves over and over again, until finally, the two larvae morph into human beings, Northern Velvet and Summer Emperor. This process alone has murdered the lives of tens of thousands of pregnant women. The people watching were furious and cursed angrily, especially when they saw the sacrifices of those pregnant women and babies in exchange for the incarnation of two alien bugs. Some of the top experts shouted, "Northern Velvet, Xia Emperor, you deserve to die. The righteous path, the devil path, the demon race." All the experts were furious. All the voices converged into one sentence. Northern Velvet, shoddy, damn it. Li Qingshan looked at this scene with a cold face. If Beizhu and Xia Di appeared in front of him now, he would definitely shoot them on the spot. Unfortunately, they belonged to different Earths. The images in the sky continue to play. After the Northern Velvet and the Summer Emperor were formed into human beings, each of them separated, one going to the south and the other to the north. They coincidentally struck large tracts of land and formed nations. Then, secretly, they continue to devour pregnant women. Of course, they do it more covertly, but 1,000 years down the line, killing hundreds of thousands of pregnant women. This one sin, too many to mention. Finally, when the images in the sky came to an abrupt end, both Northern Velvet and Emperor Xia were distracted. Back then they could dig through the world barrier to come to Earth, and now they can dig through the world barrier and return to their homeland. They don't want to go to the dimensional battlefield. However, in the next second, on the Immortal Tao Gold list, a line of words emerged. North Velvet and Emperor Xia are not allowed to leave. Rewards will be issued soon. The 8th and 7th place winners are jointly rewarded with 1,000 points, 2 Immortal Tao techniques, and 2 half-immortal artifacts. After the Immortal Tao Gold list was updated with these words, Bei Velvet and Xia Di felt their bodies stiffen. They were targeted by the Immortal Tao Golden list, and there was no chance of escaping the Earth in. It has to go to Dimension Battlefield. And seeing this text updated by the Immortal Tao Golden ranking, the top experts on Earth were instantly excited. For example, Li Qingshan, he said with a cold face, "When I set foot on the dimensional battlefield, it will be your end." And Xiao Wuji, who was ranked 9th, also rubbed his fists together and said viciously, "Old man's fists haven't hit anyone else for decades, and you two little worms brutalized women and babies. When I go to the dimensional battlefield, let's see how I'll pinch you two to death." Xiao Wuji, who had cultivated his body for decades, felt that his mind was calm enough, but he was still made to be on fire by North Velvet and the Xia Emperor, and not killing was not enough to vent his anger. Just as the crowd was filled with righteous indignation, changes once again appeared on the Immortal Tao Golden ranking. 6th place of Earthly Masters, Li Xuanxian. Reason for being on the list: a kid who sought immortality, died twice, and became immortal in the human world 3 times. The world that saw the scene was stunned in place. Even the righteous indignation towards Northern Velvet and the Xia Emperor just now was shaken by this piece of news. A boy who seeks immortality, dies twice, and becomes immortal in the human world 3 times. How is that possible? Countless people talked frantically, even on the Thoughtfulness Cliff. Li Qingshan looked on in amazement and said, "There are so many hidden experts on this earth." Just by reading this passage, Li Qingshan knew that this expert of his own family had the same idea as the indestructible sacred Buddha, to become immortal in the human world. But Li Qingshan was more curious. The fact that he had died twice and then resurrected again was a great skill. "It's your old Li family, ugh." The little fox marveled. Li Qingshan lifted his chin and didn't say anything. "Sir, I used to think that I was quite powerful, achieving the silent realm at an age of less than a few dozen years. But today, once I took a look at the true masters on this earth, I felt that I used to be sitting on a well and watching the sky." Ah Wei said with emotion. "It's quite good to have this realization. Never feel that you are truly invincible. Know that a master should always carry the heart of an apprentice." Li Qingshan said. Wei nodded seriously, taking the words to heart. Li Qingshan continued to look at the Immortal Tao Golden ranking in the sky. He was curious to know the biography of this Li Xuanxian. On the other hand, on the other earth, in a huge immortal mountain, a young man's face was calmly looking at the Immortal Tao Golden ranking, without uttering a word, without joy or sorrow. "Discovered?" After a long time, Li Xuanxian said softly. He did nothing and quietly waited for the Immortal Tao Gold list to continue updating. Boom! The next second, the world went all dark. The world knew that this was going to start showing the life of Li Xuanxian. Everyone is looking forward to it. Want to read the life of the genius who died twice and became immortal on Earth 3 times, and in an immortal mountain? Li Xuanxian looked at the darkened sky and fell into memories. Can it really recreate my first 2 lives? Li Xuanxian asked softly. Instead of being impatient or angry, he accepted it all calmly. Though he didn't want to expose himself, he didn't feel he had truly achieved immortality in the human world. He didn't want to enter the dimensional battlefield. But now that it's been discovered, what's done is done, and we have to be honest about it. To be honest, Li Xuanxian was quite eager to see what had been in the past. It's not nostalgia for the past, it's just nostalgia for the people who were there. The former companions, family, friends, and loved ones that have long since dissipated from his life, as he continued his quest to become immortal in the human world. For a long time, these loved ones did not reappear in his life. Even in his midnight dreams, he doesn't dream. So now he stared at the sky, trying to see what had passed as well. He wanted to remember the people he had cared about who cared. He doesn't want to forget. Forgetting the past is tantamount to betrayal. A person without a past, no matter how much he persists in pursuing the realm of immortality, it will only be in vain. 10 seconds later, the sky becomes the stage. Use the sky as a curtain to play a past event that no one knows about. The world is watching, with different minds. There's theater, there's nervousness, there's relaxation, and there's curiosity. After experiencing the extremely disgusting Beiju and Xiadi just now, everyone was very tolerant of Li Sunxian, as long as he doesn't do evil. The scene shows a young boy herding cattle and grazing in the wilderness, but he accidentally falls into a deep valley and encounters a treasure. In this one treasure, he saw many magnificent spells, powerful cultivation methods, and the word that had accompanied him all his life. Then, the teenager gripped, immortal, and then began to rise with the other feats. In the process, the teenager demonstrates all the natural intelligence far beyond the world's knowledge. The teenager is a supreme genius. He rose rapidly, sensing the heavens and the earth, and during that time, he encountered many people and many things. This part of the story, watching Li Xuanxian in a daze, was what he looked like in his first life. The people who appear in the picture walking around are people he used to care about. Li Xuanxian struggled to remember what these people looked like, engraving them deep in his memory. The later one gave up this life and chose a new one to start a new story. As the footage played out, many people felt strange in their hearts. Wasn't this just a genius on the rise? Getting a chance, then outstanding talent, then rising against the odds. That's not the same as what the Immortal Way Gold list says, is it? But the next image showed the world something different. The young man encountered a great demon, a hawk, the human world immortal realm. The two fought, and after exhausting his strength, he fell heavily off a cliff, seriously injured and dying. The latter teenager survived, and the hawk died of serious injuries. But the teenager doesn't have much time left. His body is running out of gas. In times of danger, the teenager remembered a divine soul technique he had learned, and in an unoccupied valley, he designed the body of his first life to merge into the corpse of an eagle. Then, with the body of a demon, he rose against the heavens once again. The young man became a demon. He has been alone, cultivating in silence, sensing that he has to cultivate on a different trajectory from people, because he was now at Sonying body and was not allowed to be in the human race. He occasionally saved the demon race and was praised verbally by the demon race, but as he grew stronger and stronger, the demon race saw him as the centerpiece, while the human race's experts felt that he was a scourge. At a certain time of the year, on a large seashore, 9 human world immortal experts of the human race surrounded him, to imprison him and not allow the power of the demon race to grow again. Li Xuanxian talked to them but couldn't change the ending. A big battle kicked off. Li Xuanxian fought in blood. He fought alone against 9 human experts, killing 8 of them with his demonic body, and in the end, his dark wounds were all over the place. He ran out of gas, dragging his remnant body, and killing the last one. At the end of the day, he fell into the ocean and sank to the bottom. The demonic bodies were also devoured by the fish at the bottom of the sea. Luckily, a remnant of his soul was able to escape and possess a dying teenager. Then in this life, it only took him less than 50 years to step onto the human immortal realm again, absorbing the experience of the previous 2 times. This time Li Xuanxian chose to keep a low profile, living in seclusion on a large mountain and silently envisioning the power of the immortal. He had fused the strength of his 3 lives into one, reaching new heights, which allowed him to make the list, coming in at number 6. When the image dimmed for the last time, the world exhaled lightly, marveling at what had happened to Li Xuanxian. Twice he died, 3 times he became immortal in the human world, and finally the 3 were united with invincible power. He walks a path the world can see clearly and squarely, just like Xiao Wuji, which is admirable. Li Qingshan also finished reading the life of his fellow family member, Li Xuanxian, and let out a sigh of relief. there are still many masters, and geniuses are never lacking. Little Fox and Wei both nodded, agreeing that Li Xuanxian was a genius. Ever since the immortal Dao Golden ranking descended, both of these two no longer claim to be geniuses. It's really a blow to the body from above, regardless of whether they were from the righteous path or the evil demons. In terms of talent alone, the people on the list were truly strong and invincible. The earthly expert Li Xuanxian, who died twice and became immortal in the human world 3 times, is ranked 6th on the list and is rewarded with 15,000 points, 3 immortal Taoist techniques, and 3 half-immortal artifacts. Another update to the Fairway Gold list. The rewards were so generous that many people were drooling with envy. Take, for example, Zhao Minghuang, number 10 on the list. He was mad with jealousy. After Li Xuanxian finished, the world's spirits lifted as they looked at the immortal Dao Golden ranking with anticipation. Next up is 5th through 1st place. In the front, he had experienced 5 supreme geniuses, Zhao Minghuang, Xia Woji, Bei Zhu and Xia Di, as well as Li Xuanxian. The world has witnessed their strong, intelligent, and have seen how evil they are. Deranged, looking forward to 5th to 1st place even more. After all, Li Xuanxian, who had become an immortal in 3 lifetimes, could only be ranked 6th. The evil North Velvet and the Summer Emperor could only be ranked 7th and 8th. Xia Woji, who possessed the bloodline of a fighter, and Zhao Minghuang, who had obliterated his true heart and was killing people, could only be ranked 9th and 10th. How good are the first 5 really? Everyone was incredibly excited about it. Even Zhao Minghuang, Xia Woji, Northern Velvet and Emperor Xia, as well as Li Xuanxian were looking forward to it. They also wanted to know what the man still at the top of their head was capable of. The Immortal Way Gold list didn't delay much. After a short break to allow all the people to calm down, the Immortal Dao Golden list announced something new. 5th place among the Masters of the Earth, Taoist Duo Bo. When Li Qingshan saw this, he raised an eyebrow. Could this 5th place be a Taoist priest? This idea was not only for him. After the world saw the name Taoist Duo Bao, their first thought was the same as Li Qingshan's. They all thought that he was a Taoist. But the next update to the gold list was unexpected by all. Taoist Duo Bao's reason for being on the list. A crippled magic treasure that gave birth to its own spirituality, became a new life form, took root on Earth, and was counted as a master on Earth. This reasoning threw everyone for a loop. Everyone was guessing that Taoist Duo Bao was an expert of the Dao sect, but I didn't expect that in a flash. The Immortal Dao Gold list had been updated with these contents. Taoist Duo Bao was surprisingly a crippled magic treasure. This is incredible. Chapter 80, Taking Stock of the Masters of the Earth 3. Chapter 80, Taking Stock of the Masters of the Earth 3. Chapter 80, Taking Stock of the Masters of the Earth 3. On the Sihuan Cliff, Li Qingshan also looked at the sky in surprise. The reason given by the Immortal Dao Golden ranking exceeded everyone's imagination. The 5th ranked earthly expert was actually a magic treasure. It was too unbelievable. A lot of people were watching expectantly. It was particularly interesting to know how a magic treasure, in fact, possessed its own spirituality. Everyone was waiting for the Immortal Dao Golden list to manifest Taoist Duo Bao's life. A place on Earth. 10 miles of peach forest. Peach blossoms in full bloom. The breeze is leisurely. Under the peach blossom tree sits a teenager. Doppelganger. He was looking at the Immortal Dao Golden ranking in the sky. It's just that Taoist Duo Bao didn't expect that he would be on the list and still be in 5th place. I thought that this Li Xuanxian was already stunning enough, but I didn't expect that I would be on the list. Taoist Duo Bao let out a laugh. For being on the list to expose his biography, although he was unwilling, there was nothing he could do about it. After all, he couldn't stop the Immortal Dao Gold list. Then there's only to be honest about it. It's a good thing his biography isn't as bad as the previous 2. As well. 10 seconds later, the world went suddenly black. The sky is a curtain, revealing a picture of the past. The scene begins with an amazing battle, and the battle is not on Earth, but beyond it, in the dimension. The aftermath of the battle was so vast that even a single wisp of might seemed to be able to split an earthly being in half. Watching the world in stunned disbelief. What is this? Fighting outside the Earth, inside the dimension. This is an immortal, right? Indeed an immortal. This is definitely a terrifying immortal. Could it be that Taoist Duo Bao is a true immortal? It can't be an immortals. If it was an immortal, Taoist Duo Bao would definitely not be ranked 5th. The world is talking. And in that peach blossom 10-mile range, Taoist Duo Bao stared blankly. This is the master's last battle. The Immortal Dao Golden ranking has actually manifested even this battle. That mysterious figure in the battle is the master. Taoist Duo Bao said with a trembling voice. The aftermath of the battle was so vast that all sorts of immortal light erupted, hindering others from looking at that image. People couldn't see what the person in the picture actually looked like, but you can see a dozen or so people ganging up on one. That mysterious figure was very powerful, with a 33-layer pagoda above his head, invulnerable to all calamities and resisting all immortal techniques. The images of the battle flew by, and after 10 seconds or so, the images were frozen in that moment. That mysterious figure, while killing a dozen or so experts, had himself exhausted his essence and was powerless to return to the heavens. Before he died, he threw that 33-story pagoda to the earth. The pagoda was also heavily damaged and used up its last ounce of energy to smash through the world barrier and landed in an unnamed mountain peak. The image is fixed on this pagoda. The eyes of the world were on this 33-story pagoda. During the battle in the dimension beyond the earth, this pagoda played a huge role, and everyone knew that it was a very powerful immortal artifact. At this moment everyone gradually realized that Taoist Duo Bao was afraid that he was referring to this pagoda, so all eyeballed it. With the immortal Tao Golden List all manifested, this 33-story pagoda began its own path of metamorphosis. Down in the mountains pagodas, unattended and unmanipulated by their owners. Time passes so slowly. The 33-story pagoda was covered with age, covered with dirt, and entangled with vines. In this nameless mountain, no one knows, silently absorbing the essence of heaven and earth, the sun and the moon's aura, he opened the road to his metamorphosis. Maybe it was 10,000 years, or maybe it was 50,000, and without the master's control, the pagoda moved on its own. In the moonlight he began to metamorphose. Bright moonlight sprinkled down and shone on the pagoda. Gradually, the pagoda was born with its own spirit and became a teenager. This scene stunned the world. What is it? A magic treasure taking shape on its own? That's impossible. If you're saying that demonic beasts take shape, it's because their lives themselves, and trees take shape as well. But treasures are different. They're cold magic treasures. Immortal weapons are all refined by the great cultivators themselves, and have great power in themselves, but no life. Even if a treasure has some senses, it's just a metaphysical feeling born from years and years of bonding with its owner. A magic treasure taking shape. This is the first time in history, isn't it? There was no one who wasn't shocked. A magic treasure taking shape was something that hadn't happened in the past countless years. After all, from the beginning of cultivation to the immortal realm, it was possible to create magic treasures, and it was just a matter of strength and weakness. However, these Dharma treasures created by cultivators would not possess life. But, this picture in front of us broke everyone's imagination. Some cultivators who possessed magic treasures looked down at their magic treasures and fell into deep thought. Will their mantras become new life forms? On the thoughtful cliff, Qingshan also felt a hint of surprise, but after he was surprised, he let it go. In this one vast world of cultivation, there were immortals, and it wasn't unacceptable for magic treasures to take shape. It's a pity that I don't know how to sacrifice magic treasures. Qingshan inwardly sighed. His cultivation time was still too short, and although he had a terrifying strength that was unrivaled in the world, there were still many aspects that he hadn't dabbled in. Keep looking at the sky. The picture is still playing. The 33-layer pagoda transformed into a human being, and the moment it came out of the world it was the human world immortal realm. Yet no one knew about it. He named himself Taoist Duo Bao and then began to travel the earth, going to places, meeting people, and knowing things. Like a clueless toddler, he began to silently absorb the energy nutrients to grow. He's wary. Once he understood the ways of behavior and the logic of thought in the human world, he went out and erased some things about him. There is no more information about him in the world. Taoist Duo Bao hid himself so well that even the immortal Tao Golden ranking descended on him the first few times. But he didn't discover him, and in the ensuing years, he secluded himself in the 10-mile peach forest, constantly enlightening himself and attempting to become an immortal on earth. The scene comes to an abrupt end here. Taoist Duo Bao's life was peaceful, even bland. He wasn't as bloody as Zhao Minghuang, who had killed his whole life. He also didn't have the cruelty of Northern Velvet or Emperor Xia, who brutally murdered pregnant women. He was also not as amazing as Xia Wuji or Li Xuanxian. In his entire life, Taoist Duo Bao didn't even have the chance to strike once. But that didn't stop the world from marveling at him, and respecting him. After watching the life of Taoist Duo Bao, many people let out their emotions. My magic treasure has accompanied me for 3,000 years now, and has saved me from danger several times. If I can, I want him to have a life of his own. A human world immortal said softly. Me too. This magic treasure has accompanied me since the beginning of my cultivation, and by now it is my family. Taoist Duo Bao is so stunning only to be ranked 5th. What kind of monsters are the 4 in front of him? The appearance of Li Xuanxian and Taoist Duo Bao has made this list too stunning. The world began to talk, voicing their opinions and excitement. Many people were deeply ashamed that, being the same creature on earth, people could live such a wonderful life while they could only live a dull life. The earthly expert, Taoist Duo Bao, who has attained the Tao of Dharma, ranks 5th on the list and is rewarded with 2,000 points. 4 immortal Dao techniques, and 4 half-immortal artifacts. The immortal Dao golden ranking was updated again, rewarding Daoist duo Bao. The world looked on with envy. 2,000 points. 4 immortal Dao techniques, 4 half-immortal weapons. This reward just keeps getting better and better. From 10th to 5th place, the rewards are stacked, and people are excited to speculate how rich the rewards are for the top 3 places. On the Cliffs of Thought, Gio is here. Brother, the characters judged on this immortal Dao golden list are too powerful, but I think brother will definitely make it to the list. Little Nine was adorable and said with confidence, not necessarily. Qingshan shook his head. He's confident in himself, but it's not up to him to make the list. Looking down the current top 6, Qingshan did not find any that could threaten himself. Even if it was Xiao Woji who possessed the bloodline of a fighter, Li Xuanxin who had become immortal in 3 lifetimes, and Daoist duo Bao who had attained the Dao of Dharma treasure. Qingshan all watched calmly and calmly. Anyway, in my heart, brother is invincible, Xiaojiu said daintily, and only in front of Qingshan would this sect head of the feathered sect reveal the general posture of a young daughter. I feel the same way. The little fox agreed with Xiaojiu and clicked with him. Qingshan smiled slightly when he saw the 2 of them and said, keep watching. There are still 4 more ahead of them. I have a feeling that these 4 must be very powerful. Xiaojiu and Little Fox looked up the Immortal Way Golden ranking together. The text on the gold list changed again. Under the world's expectant gaze, the 4th place of the Immortal Dao Gold ranking was updated out. 4th place among the masters of the earth, the Buddhist devil monk. Reason for listing, Buddha old into a devil. The mutilated Buddhist scriptures led him into the devil. But to get out of the Buddha road in the devil's door, 3,000 years of years, he has been looking for. 9 over the door of the immortal and not enter. The moment this ranking came out, it directly agitated all the Buddhist monks on earth. There was a monk in the top 10 of the Immortal Way Gold list, but then the reason for being on the list appeared, silencing the Buddhists. The old Buddha became a devil. What's that supposed to mean? Qingshan also looked at the sky curiously as a Buddhist expert appeared inside the top 10 of the Immortal Dao Golden ranking. But it seems that a different change has happened to this Buddhist master. And the most shocking thing was the introduction of the Immortal Dao Golden list, which said that he had passed through the Immortal Gate 9 times without entering. It's kind of scary. Boom! While the world was talking, the sky suddenly darkened, and then began to play the life of Elder Buddha and Demon. Everyone was staring intently. Being able to watch the life of a top powerhouse was definitely an unparalleled opportunity. One side of the earth, a patchwork of fields with a temple nestled in them, not very well known. Only the people of the nearby villages believed in it and often came to worship the Buddha. There was an old monk in the temple, very old, enshrining clay bodhisattvas, no golden body, very rough looking. If you look closely, it was quite similar to the old monk. This old man is the Buddhist devil monk. He had been in seclusion and paid no attention to the Immortal Dao Golden ranking descending. He had his own way of concealing his aura so that the Immortal Dao Golden ranking couldn't discover it. Many times before, the Immortal Dao Golden ranking had descended, and he had dodged them one by one. So this time he used the same approach. Why is the world calling my name? The Buddhist demon monk awoke from his seclusion and raised his eyes in surprise. The golden list of heaven and earth hangs high over the earth. The Buddhist demon monk saw his name at a glance. He didn't realize he was on the list. The Immortal Dao Golden ranking has been reformed. The previous method of concealing the breath doesn't work now. Interesting. Monk Buddha demon laughed and got up, arching his back and squinting his eyes, wearing a patched monk's clothes, looking at the sky. Will the Immortal Dao Golden list really know what I've done all these years? The Buddha devil monk looked at it with great interest instead. I've lived for too long. I've forgotten a lot of things. What I cared about in those years that I care about. I can't remember now. This time I can make use of this list to look at my past. Monk Buddha demon sighed softly. After living for so many years, the only thing that sustained him was to complete the Buddhist scriptures he practiced, using the sky as a curtain for an old story. A barbaric era manifested in the sky, which made the world marvel. The era in which the Buddhist demon monk was from seemed to be the furthest away from them. That period of time on earth was still the tribal era. The great sects had not yet been born, and the 100,000 tribes of heaven and earth were conquering each other, and the savage atmosphere was overwhelming. The world had never seen that era, and it was instantly fascinating. But the main character of the story, at first, was not in the tribe. An old monk with a young monk, who picked up some mutilated Buddhist scriptures back and forth, built a temple in a remote area and began to rely on each other. At that time, there was no Buddhism on earth, no Buddhist culture. It was a barbaric area, and in the whole heaven and earth, there were only 2 monks, the master and the disciple. The little monk is a genius. At less than 5 years of age he was familiar with the Buddhist scriptures and had realized the practice of Buddhism in them, but he often asked the old monk, Why are the sutras incomplete? The old monk could not answer him. The young monk persisted in asking for 50 years. And 50 years later the old monk contracted an illness and told the young monk on his deathbed, "The sutras are incomplete, so you will have to make them up yourself." After saying this, the old monk passed away. At this moment, the Buddhist demon monk was already a handsome young man, and after burying the old monk, he began to want to see the outside world. Then, in 3 years, he broke through to the human world immortal realm. Intentionality. Absolute splendor. A crescent white monk's robe was worn on his body, and under the moonlight, he was like Buddha, or rather on the earth where he is the Buddha. The world saw this scene and talked about it, really feeling admiration, envy, and jealousy from the bottom of their hearts. Damn, why are all these people so perverted? It took me 3,000 years to achieve the human world immortal, and I still managed to break through by a fluke. People don't have anyone to guide them. They realized the cultivation method inside a pile of messy Buddhist scriptures by themselves, and they lived through 50 years in a haze. Then after 3 years of serious cultivation, they achieved the human world immortal. It's just too much. Achieving human immortality at such a young age. How will the backstory develop? I'm looking forward to the back more and more. In the temple in the countryside fields, the old monk, his face full of wrinkles, his beard white, and his teeth much lost, looked at the bright and handsome monk in the sky with infinite nostalgia in his eyes. So young, he remembered. He was still very innocent and weak that year, and not having a clue about the suttas. In the sky, the picture continues to change. The pretty monk traveled all over the earth, questioning many people, from human immortals to peasants, talking to them earnestly, reaping countless rewards, but without a single concrete answer. Finally pretty monk searches for a place to retreat. This retreat was 3,000 years. 3,000 years later, the pretty monk emerges and sees a whole new world. Tribes have disappeared. City-states have begun to be established. Parties have merged and become new peoples. With the beginnings of nations and the shadows of clans, the righteous way and the devil's sect were born at this time. The world watched and was overwhelmed with emotion. Mortals live for 100 years in one life. This monk is in seclusion for 3,000 years at a time. That's too long. This is the opening of the eyes. The world has changed in the sea, directly past the tribal era. Awesome. Have you guys noticed that there was no immortal Tao gold list in the era where the monk was? Yeah, he's been in seclusion for 3,000 years, and the immortal Tao golden ranking hasn't appeared even once. The immortal Tao golden ranking appeared later, and it's not like the immortal Tao golden ranking at the beginning was the same as the current immortal Tao golden ranking. There's no need to be surprised. This monk is going to enter the demonic sect next, isn't he? It was judged by the human world according to the immortal way golden list, Buddha first and then the devil, and so it is. 3,000 years in seclusion. The pretty monk found no answers. After leaving the gate, the pretty monk could not see any of the people from the past, and his heart was in a state of solidarity, and he turned bored with the Buddhist scriptures, which he thought were incomplete, and he could not make up for them in any way he wanted to. So on a rainy night, the monk, with a fire, burned up all the Buddhist scriptures, turned around and walked out of the Buddhist temple, entered the prosperous earth, entered the devil's door, and became a devil. Still, the monk hadn't learned the decisive ruthlessness of the devil's gate. He worked as a library manager in the Devil's Gate and then read books daily. The righteous, the devil's way, the demon race, all kinds of books monks read. The more he reads, the more confused he gets, the more he can't find his goal. If you can't find what you want by reading so many books, you might as well be dead. The monk cursed himself. Then Yes Man saw the monk literally dig a hole and bury himself. The scene stunned everyone, including those on the Immortal Way gold list, as well as Qingshan on the Cliff of Thoughts. The little fox said hesitantly, "This is also too capricious." Qingshan slowed down from his surprise and said, "Keep reading." In the world's speechless expression, the monk buried himself for 5,000 years. Yes, exactly 5,000 years, and the monk died here. Not a single movement. In fact, he'd known he wouldn't die, but the monk just felt as if he'd touched something, and as if he'd touched nothing. He was confused. He doesn't want to go out. The outside world couldn't help him with the answer anyway. Instead it was noisy, so he might as well be here alone with his thoughts, undisturbed. Until one day the world shook and there were people in the outside world in a fierce battle. The monk was shaken out. He climbed out before he saw an immortal path, radiantly exposed within the world. And on that immortal path, there were human world immortals at war. This scene once again shocked everyone in the world. The immortal road. That's the ancient immortal road. That's right. Before the immortal road golden ranking and the dimensional battlefield appeared, experts on Earth entered the immortal realm through the immortal road, the long-lost path to immortality. I really miss it. On the Yuhua Cliff, Qingshan directly stood up when he saw the scene. Breaking through the immortal path to become an immortal. This is the normal logic of the original earthly world. It's just that the back was raised by the people of the immortal world, Qingshan muttered. Everyone stared unblinkingly at the images in the sky, afraid of missing something. In the middle of the immortal road, all kinds of experts were fighting fiercely in the wind and clouds. From time to time, some human world immortals were killed and fell down. Everyone noticed that the monk, who had been lost for thousands of years, fell down after seeing the human world immortal killed, and the aura came to him. The so-called immortals also fall, not eternally, so death is the next step in my efforts to complete the Buddhist scriptures. The monk was thrilled, and then all the human world immortals on that line that he had his eye on. For the first time in thousands of years, a monk has made a move. Amazing. The world sees that it is only now that it remembers that monks had become human immortals thousands of years ago. It's just that he's never fought, and the world doesn't know how good he really is. For once, the world saw it. A feat easily accomplished when the monk steps onto the path to immortality. One man fought his way through the path to immortality. All of the human world immortal experts on this path were his defeated. The monk walked to the door of the fairy world. But in the next second, the crowd thought that he was going to enter the immortal realm. The fairy door is closed. The immortal world rejected the monk. The monk is not angry, but just looks deeply at the end of the immortal path, and then he returns to Earth. The next thing people saw was an extremely shocking scene. In the years to come, the immortal road appeared 8 times in succession. In all 8 instances, the monk had fought his way to the end of the immortal path, straight through the immortal gateway. In fact, the immortal realm at the end of the immortal path was opened for him the second time he hit it, but the monk refused. The latter times, it was the monk who had to verify a truth. He's got his sutras mended, right? Every once in a while the immortal path descends. The monk will go there once, to give full play to the Buddhist scriptures that he has been enlightened and replenished during this period of time. With the help of the immortal path, he identified the shortcomings within the Buddhist scriptures and remedied them. That's why the immortal Tao Golden List said that he, who had passed through the immortal gate 9 times, had not entered. The final image is framed in a small temple, transforming the handsome young monk into a sleepy old monk, composing daily scriptures and seemingly preparing for a peaceful old age. The scene came to an abrupt halt. The picture of the 4th top expert, Elder Buddha and Demon, ended completely. The world will not be able to calm down for a long time after reading it. The life of monk Buddha Devil is too magnificent. Born in the age of tribes, rising in the age of city-states, he finally conquered the path of immortality 9 times, hitting the end of the road each time, but did not set foot in the immortal realm for a single step, and continued to accumulate on earth to complete his Buddhist scriptures. It took a long time for someone to finish digesting this. Such a terrifying Buddha demon monk is ranked 4th. What kind of monsters are in the top 3? I don't know, but I can't sleep right now. I'm getting energized and I just want to see the top 3. Yes, even though I'm a loser, it doesn't stop me from waving the flag for these geniuses. Alas, I don't know if there are any experts on this earth of ours on the list. Don't think about it. There are only 3 slots left. Do you think anyone in our world can amaze the Buddha demon monk? And rightly so. The world is talking. The excitement is high. 7 words are being discussed. No one bothered to do anything else. Everyone was staring at the sky, admiring the overwhelming splendor of the top 10 experts on earth. In that small temple, the Buddhist demon monk straightened his back and said softly, I didn't go to the immortal realm before because the Buddhist scriptures hadn't been made up. But now that they've been made up almost enough to go to the dimensional battlefield to have a look at it, maybe I can walk the immortal path once more. The earthly expert, monk Buddha and Demon, who has passed through the immortal gate 9 times without entering, is ranked 4th on the list and is rewarded with 3,000 points, 5 immortal Taoist techniques, and 5 half-immortal artifacts. The Immortal Way Gold list has been updated with rewards. Points are increased by 1,000 straight away, and everything else is increased by just 1. On the Yuhua Cliff, Qingshan drank his cup of tea in one gulp and said with high spirits, it's almost time for the top 3. Let's see just how powerful the top 3 are. Xiao Jiao and Little Fox were both watching with great interest as well. Wei and 5 ghosts watched the sky closely for fear of missing something. The world is looking forward to the top 3. The Immortal Tao Gold list didn't continue to delay either, immediately updating the text 3 minutes later. The 3rd place of the Earthly Masters, the Heavenly Emperor. Reason for listing, Heavenly Emperor Burial of Flowers. There are only these 2 passages, which have led the world to speculate. Daring to call the name Heavenly Emperor is definitely a strong person. But what's with the Heavenly Emperor Burial Flower in the top list? Keep reading to find out. Which earthly figure is the Emperor of Heaven? A place on Earth. Temperatures were extremely cold. In the bitterly cold land, for years and years at more than 100 degrees below zero. freezing everything, not a single animal. The world rarely set foot here. There is no life, only nature. The world has not the slightest desire to explore this place. After all, a human world immortal once came here and left only one sentence. The north wind is uninhabited for 10,000 miles, and the ice and snow move in 1,000 feet of cold. It's just so cold here. But no one knew that in this place of extreme cold, there was a woman living. She is the Celestial Emperor. The Celestial Emperor had been looking at this immortal Dao Golden ranking, and she had seen from 10th place all the way to 3rd place, looking at it with such fascination that she couldn't give it up. After all, this was so much more exciting than her days in the bitter cold of the ice fields. She was enraged by the evil of Zhao Minghuang. She rose to kill for the cruelty of the Northern Velvet and the Summer Emperor. She clapped and applauded for Xiao Wuji and Li Xuanxian's awesomeness. She praised the Buddha demon monk for his might. So when 3rd place came up, she was ready to watch the show, too. But with the introduction of the Heavenly Dao Golden list, she fell into silence. 3rd place turned out to be herself. I made the list. Celestial Emperor was a bit happy, but I'm only in 3rd place. The Celestial Emperor wasn't very happy, but overall she was a little happy, probably having been alone for too long. The Celestial Emperor looked at the sky, silently anticipating the image of his appearance. The heavens and earth darkened under the world's expectant gaze. 10 seconds later, the biography of the Celestial Emperor began to play. The story begins with another amazing battle. A strong man descended to this earth and looked at the living beings in this world and said happily, "This is a newborn world, and the living beings in it can be sold for quite a lot of immortal crystals after they are captured. We can pack up this world and sell it together. A newborn world that hasn't been categorized under the jurisdiction of the immortal realm and is not at all conspicuous can be sold for a fortune. Then let's get moving." It's an unexpected pleasure to discover a newborn on Earth. A group of top powerhouses, high and mighty, pointing their fingers at the Earth to sell the world. This naturally provoked a lot of resistance. A shocking catastrophe, completely unfolded. All sorts of experts appeared, and people from all walks of life ran against these alien powerhouses. The great battle was so exciting that the world watched nervously, not daring to blink. The invasion of a powerhouse beyond the realm of the human world immortal to pack up and sell a fledgling world was just something no one expected. A strong person who has surpassed the realm of the human world immortal should be considered an immortal. Today's people still have a kind of fiery pilgrimage to the immortals. In their perception of the immortals are very powerful, very righteous, high above, towards the swim in the North Sea and twilight Kangwu. But the images playing in the sky at this moment reveal the immortals in all their nakedness. It turns out that the immortals beyond the earth are not as good as everyone thinks. It turns out that the strongest people outside the world will only treat the earth as a commodity. Still, this newborn earth, its own people rose up and fought back, all of them of one mind, all of their masters besieging these immortals. A very fierce battle was thoroughly fought. These strong men like bandits did not expect this newborn earth to resist so fiercely. The deaths and injuries were heavy. Blood is flowing. The people are in a mess. This newborn earth is no match for these bandits who are generally strong. The people are in great danger. All of the world watching the picture had a heart in their mouths as they waited for the Heavenly Emperor to appear. In the next second, a silhouette appeared between heaven and earth. Channel all of your energy, Genesis. I'm going to invite them to their deaths, the Heavenly Emperor said coldly. When the Heavenly Emperor appeared and spoke these words, he truly stunned a ground of eyeballs. The world marveled that the Heavenly Emperor was a woman. At this moment, the Heavenly Emperor stood in the sky above the earth. Her body is slender, icy muscles and jade bones. Her skin is like congealed grease, glistening white like jade. Is to stand there, is enough to defeat all the world's mediocre powder. At this moment, the Heavenly Emperor's brow carried a radiant glow, reflecting the stars and rivers and bursting with a ray of splendor. Its wariness. The Celestial Emperor came out of nowhere, and she had to draw on the power of all beings to take on the extraterrestrial powers. This earthly powerhouse also knew to fight to the death, so without hesitation, he channeled his entire power Genesis to the Heavenly Emperor. Having absorbed the power of all beings, the Heavenly Emperor's face was indifferent, permeated with high and cold green hair as smooth as silk, dazzlingly beautiful. Her strength spanned the human world immortal. At this moment, whether it was a foe or a friend, everyone had to admit that the Heavenly Emperor's temperament was transcendent, ethereal and transcendent, like an exiled fairy lingering in the waves, his white clothes fluttering with a cold and arrogant nobility. Then, the Heavenly Emperor struck, carrying the power of all living beings. The Heavenly Emperor directly and forcefully charged into the center of the enemy. She kills with one, without saying a word. No, it's a fairy slayer, a woman. In the midst of dozens of immortals, her green silk fluttered about and went completely berserk. The scene stunned everyone, until finally, the Heavenly Emperor beheaded the incoming powerhouse, causing countless people to cheer. but the next moment someone noticed that the Heavenly Emperor's body stood there, motionless. In the center of her brow, a gash split open and blood flowed out. Beside her, a few white flowers were scattered, and as the breeze caressed them, the flowers pressed against the Heavenly Emperor's brow, blocking the fatal wound. Heavenly Emperor buried flowers. The world watched as the Heavenly Emperor absorbed the power of all living beings and killed a dozen or so immortals at the cost of burning himself. At the end of the fight, the Celestial Emperor buries the flowers. The people of the earth wept loudly, watching the body of the Heavenly Emperor slowly descend from the sky, and some people gathered a trace of strength to catch the falling body of the Heavenly Emperor, howling as they looked at the exquisite face of the Heavenly Emperor. The battle was extremely tragic. Although the incoming enemy was destroyed, the earth itself suffered heavy losses, and the world watching this scene fell silent, and then began to talk in whispers. The Celestial Emperor should be fine? I think it will. It should get better. The Celestial Empire is so big. Truly a strange woman, worthy of the title Heavenly Emperor. Mom, I have someone to love. On the thoughtful cliff, Qingshan saw the scene and nodded his head. Heavenly Emperor, well deserved. The picture is still changing in the sky. Someone hugged the Heavenly Emperor's body and suddenly cried out in surprise. The Heavenly Emperor is still alive. She hasn't fallen. She's just tired. Send the Celestial Emperor to the far north, where the bitterly cold land of the ice plains can freeze her injuries and heal them in slow motion. The Celestial Emperor still has a glimmer of life left. We just need to put her over there. The Celestial Emperor will come back to life in the future. For a while, the earthly masters were coming up with ideas. Eventually the people sent the Heavenly Emperor to the land of the far north ice sheet. In the bitterly cold land of the far north, the Heavenly Emperor was housed. For thousands of years to come, she was quietly recuperating and resting, watching the sunrise and sunset, the extreme day and night, and all kinds of beauty alternating and reflecting in the eyes of the world. The Celestial Emperor is slowly recovering. The scene comes to an abrupt end here. Is the landscape of the bitterly cold land in the far north so beautiful? It's so beautiful that it looks like a painting, and looking at it makes me want to go to that place of extreme cold and purify my eyes. Beautiful indeed. It's a force of nature. Fortunately, the Heavenly Emperor was finally saved by the bitter cold land in the extreme north. What kind of rewards will the immortal Tao Golden ranking give to the Heavenly Emperor? The world has speculated. The Heavenly Emperor, an expert on earth, willingly dedicates himself to the Heavenly Emperor's burial of flowers, placing third on the list, rewarding him with 4,000 points, 6 immortal Tao techniques, and an immortal artifact. Soon the Fairway Gold list was updated with content. When this reward came out, it directly made the world drool with envy. I'm so envious that I was rewarded with an immortal weapon this time. I'm also envious. 6 immortal Tao techniques and an immortal artifact. I just hate that I was born so mediocre. Do you guys think 10th place finisher Zhao Minghuang will be furious when he sees this scene? Ha ha ha, I think it will. He's such an evil, careful person. He'll be furious, but there's absolutely nothing he can do with the Heavenly Emperor. That's true. With such a large ranking difference between Zhao Minghuang and the Heavenly Emperor, how could he possibly be the Heavenly Emperor's opponent? The world is right to talk about it. Zhao Minghuang was indeed envious and jealous. At first he thought that 10th place was quite good, but now he only felt that on what grounds he was ranked 10th. You guys wait for me. After entering the dimensional battlefield, I'll show you what it means to be a genius. Zhao Minghuang gritted his teeth. The Heavenly Emperor is in 3rd place. Who are the first 2? Yes, I'm now very much looking forward to the top 2. What kind of geniuses can be ranked above the Heavenly Emperor? I don't care. The Heavenly Emperor is number 1 with me. All are equally immortal in the human world. Why are you so good and I am so crotchety? Brothers, don't say it. I'm also in the human world immortal realm, but the 10 people on this list, even the 10th ranked Zhao Minghuang, would probably not need a second move to kill me. I want to see who the top 2 are now. Looking forward to looking forward. 3 chapters, 26,000 words. There's another chapter in the evening. 10,000 words. 36,000 word update today. Chapter 81, The God of Man. Chapter 81, The God of Man. Chapter 81, The God of Man. From the descent of the Immortal Ways Golden List to the present, 8 top earthly masters were inventoried. Regardless of their character, whether they were good or bad, their strength stood amongst the peak of earthly experts. Starting from the 10th place Zhao Minghuang and ending with the 3rd place Heavenly Emperor, each one left the world in awe. So everyone is very, very excited about the remaining 2. Who exactly are the top 2 on the Immortal Way Gold list? Everyone is waiting. Zhao Minghuang was in his own great hall, holding the demon blade as he quietly watched. Xiao Wuji collected all the dry cigarettes in the village, enough for him to smoke for 10 years, and then fist-pumped. Bei Velvet and Xia Di were unable to leave, so they could only take one step and watch. staring closely at the immortal Dao Golden ranking. Li Xuanxian, who had become an immortal in his third life, looked on calmly. He wasn't really satisfied with his ranking, and he also wanted to see what kind of geniuses, or demons, occupied the top 2 spots on the list. Taoist Duo Bao does not matter. He does not care about these false names. Anyway, he is a magic treasure to get the way. And Wok and earthly monks are not the same path. Buddha Devil Monk is even more indifferent. He is the immortal road gold list in the longest years on the list, through honor and disgrace, has long looked down on everything. In the far north, in the middle of the ice and snow, the heavenly emperor watched with interest. She was curious to know who it was that pushed herself to the top 2 spots. They are looking forward to it as much as the people on earth. On the thoughtful cliff, Li Qingshan's group was also looking forward to it. It's getting tense. Is there a brother in the top 2 or not? Xiaojiao said unconsciously. She was still convinced of Li Qingshan's strength and felt that Li Qingshan was bound to be on the list. The little fox thought the same thing and said firmly, he's definitely in the top 2. Mr. Strength we have all seen. It can be described with a phrase that ghosts and gods are unfathomable. Shocking a murderous world immortal across tens of thousands of miles is easy. If Mr. can't make it on the list, then there is something wrong with this immortal Dao Gold list. Ah Wei opened his mouth and said. The 5 ghosts nodded along. Li Qingshan shook his head and said, be calm in your mind. The immortal Dao Golden list evaluates the experts on earth. Whether I am on the list or not does not affect my strength. Don't make yourself suffer because of someone else's list. And don't be so heavy-hearted with fame and fortune. Li Qingshan had always treated it with a normal mind. The immortal Dao Golden ranking was ultimately evaluated by others. It wasn't up to him to decide whether to be on the list or not. The only thing Li Qingshan could decide on was his own strength. He believed that he would not lose against any of these top listers. So that was enough. If he liked fame, fortune and praise, Li Qingshan wouldn't have been living a simple life in seclusion on the thoughtful cliff. Look! The immortal Dao Gold list has been updated. The little fox suddenly shouted. She didn't have such a bland mindset as Li Qingshan. She just wanted to see Li Qingshan on the list. Everyone immediately looked at the immortal Dao Gold list and stopped chatting. After a short break, the immortal Road Gold list was updated with new content. The second place of the earthly masters, the North Star Immortal. Reason for listing, reincarnation of an immortal. The storm caused by 2 simple paragraphs is immensely powerful. The world was anticipating who the top 2 would be, and now with the update, there's a lot of talk. The second place is actually the reincarnation of an immortal. Unbelievable. Can an immortal be reincarnated on Earth? I don't know, but there hasn't been much talk of immortals reincarnating on Earth since ancient times, so I guess it should be very restrictive. It's extremely difficult for immortals to fall and want to reincarnate to the Earth. 1 in 10,000 immortals is considered lucky to succeed, an expert who knew the inside story explained. Then this immortal North Star is really quite lucky that he was able to reincarnate to Earth and make it to the second place on the immortal Dao Golden ranking. Yeah, even the reincarnation of an immortal can only be ranked second. I'm starting to look forward to first place. Let's first look at the life of immortal North Star. I hope he's not like Zhao Minghuang as well as North Velvet and Emperor Xia, someone expected. Yeah, never be like those 3 assholes. The sky plummeted into darkness, and everyone stared intently. A picture emerged from the huge sky. A celestial punishment appeared on the screen. Extremely scary. It couldn't even be described as lightning, but the whole sky was transformed into a kingdom of thunder. Thunder evolved 100,000 heavenly soldiers, the ancient immortal court, and directly slashed at a mysterious figure, North Star Immortal. He was undergoing a great calamity, a very terrible calamity of life and death. Thunder struck him, and he withstood it with the hardness of an immortal's body, even swallowing thunder with his mouth and sweeping away 100,000 thunderous heavenly soldiers and generals. Very intense. Everyone was incomparably excited as they watched immortal North Star cross the threshold. It looked as if immortal North Star was going to cross this thunder tribulation. But just in the nick of time, a starburst ran through the cosmic firmament, directly penetrating through many dimensions and descending into the North Star Immortal's thunder. Boom! The North Star Immortal was staggered. Half of his body instantly disappeared. His accumulated chi was instantly gone, and his Yuan Shen was on the verge of collapsing. In the next second, the thunderbolt smashed down. The North Star Immortal was completely submerged in the Thunder Sea and never got up again. The world was dumbfounded by this turn of events. The thunderbolt, which originally felt like a sure thing, turned out to be an unexpected situation, as a starburst smashed down out of nowhere, disrupting the North Star Immortal's arrangement. Buried in the sea of thunder, the scene comes to an abrupt halt. Countless people talked frantically. It must be the work of the enemy, just waiting for you to give you a blow at the critical moment of your transmigration. Yes, this opponent is too shady. It's true that transiting a tribulation is just a very dangerous thing that requires someone to protect the path. Immortal Northstar was careless. But why did he cross over? How would I know? I'll ask Immortal Northstar. In an earthly place, between the beautiful mountains and water, there is a watery place. A sassy teenager stood between the platforms of the building, looking at the picture in the sky. The teenager is the Northstar Immortal. His face was indifferent, not angry. Looking at the images of what he had been, the Northstar Immortal didn't know what he was thinking inside. Until the sky turns completely black, it was only then that he sighed softly. Being exposed by the Immortal Dao Golden ranking, and not being able to hide yourself going forward, it's a bit uneventful. He didn't want to be exposed by the Golden List. The few times the Immortal Dao Golden List had descended before were all covered up by his immortal techniques. I didn't expect that after this reform of the Immortal Dao's Golden ranking, all the earthly experts would be counted. He also made the list, coming in at number 2. The Northstar Immortal put this bit of worry behind him, looked at the Immortal Dao Golden List, and asked doubtfully, I carry the immortal thought, and a body of immortal techniques reincarnated. Although my strength is only in the realm of the human world immortal right now, and I can't exert my full power, but there's still a person on this earth who can press down on my head? Immortal Bachan also compared the first few people on the list one by one and came to the conclusion that none of them were as powerful as him. He had thought that he would be ranked first even if he was on the list, but he didn't expect to be second. This made the Northstar Immortal very interested. He looked at the Immortal Dao Golden ranking and silently waited for that first place to appear. After a brief period of darkness in the sky, light once again surfaced. This time the picture comes to earth. A wisp of the remnant soul of the Northstar Immortal, who was doused by thunder, descended to earth and entered the body of a pregnant woman, becoming a baby, then descend to earth. After that, the Northstar Immortal kept practicing, hiding his strength, refusing to expose it, and slowly growing up on earth. On this earthly plane, he didn't have a single strike, but that didn't stop the Immortal Dao Gold ranking from placing him in second place, because he is the reincarnation of an immortal. After his reincarnation, Immortal Northstar lived an extremely uneventful life, cultivating diligently until he was now exposed by the Immortal Dao Golden List. The final image stopped, and the world still hadn't seen the Northstar Immortal strike after his reincarnation, but everyone agrees that he came in second, and deservedly so, nothing else. It was only because at the beginning, the image of just crossing the threshold was too shocking. In particular, that thunder had manifested 100,000 heavenly soldiers and generals, the ancient immortal court, the Thunder Dragon King, and these terrifying existences. Still, they were broken one by the Northstar Immortal. If he hadn't been undermined in the end, Immortal Northstar would never have appeared on Earth. So he came in second and no one had a complaint. Even the third-ranked Heavenly Emperor nodded his head gently, recognizing the ranking. Everyone is now expecting first place. But before that, there are still rewards to be handed out for the Immortal Dao Gold List. Alas, do you guys think Immortal Northstar lacks this little reward of the Immortal Dao Golden ranking? Someone asked curiously. Let's say you're rich right now. Very rich, but someone wants to send you a fortune. For free, do you want it? Yes, it's free, don't take it for nothing. That won't do. The Northstar Immortal came down empty after his reincarnation, so he should want what the Immortal Dao Golden ranking rewards. And the Northstar Immortal is second place. The reward for second place must be very generous. Then I'm going to see how lucrative it is. The world is talking. The reward for the third Heavenly Emperor had already made many people envious before. Now the second place Immortal Northstar. How rich is his reward? Everyone is waiting for an update on the Cento Gold List. Even Immortal Northstar was waiting. As the world had discussed, he had reincarnated to Earth with nothing, and now that the Immortal Dao Golden List was going to give him a little something, Immortal Northstar would not refuse. You've exposed me, so consider this point as payment. Immortal Northstar said softly. Under the crowd's expectant gaze, the Immortal Dao Gold List was updated. The earthly expert, Immortal Bachan, who was originally a reincarnation of an immortal, is ranked second on the list and is rewarded with 5,000 points, 10 immortal Dao techniques, and 2 immortal artifacts. When this reward came out, Zhao Minghuang immediately couldn't hold back his tears. He was 10th, but he only had 500 points and only 1 immortal Dao technique. There's nothing in the other stuff. That's a big difference between 10th and second place, isn't it? Zhao Minghuang was already narrow-minded, and at this moment, he was even more angry and wanted to take a knife and chop up the Immortal Dao Golden ranking. It's too much of a downer. Immortal Bachan looked at the rewards of the Immortal Dao Gold ranking, nodded his head gently and said, not bad. I don't have any weapons to use right now. These 2 immortal weapons are barely enough. Within the 3 rewards given by the Immortal Dao Golden ranking, Immortal Northstar only looked at immortal weapons. The points in the dimensional battlefield were of little use to him. As for the 10 immortal Dao techniques, They were even more of a chicken scratch. He's the reincarnation of an immortal. Would he be lacking in immortal Dao techniques? Moreover, Immortal Northstar didn't believe that the dimensional battlefield would give any good immortal Dao techniques. It's probably just at the crappy level. What was an immortal Dao technique in the eyes of mortals was just a pile of trash in the eyes of the Northstar immortals. So within the 3 kinds of rewards, the only ones that caught his eye were the 2 immortal weapons, barely used as a makeshift weapon. It should be the first place's turn next, to be able to crush me. I'd like to see what kind of god you are. Immortal Northstar's attention was all focused on the first place in the Immortal Dao Golden ranking. It's not just him. Everyone was looking forward to the first place in the Immortal Dao Gold ranking. After the Immortal Way Gold list gives out the rewards, the only thing everyone is looking forward to is to see who the first place winner actually is. Such as Zhao Minghuang, he wanted to see who the first place finisher who had overpowered these 9 geniuses was. If you don't pass, I'll just click you with a knife. Zhao Minghuang snorted coldly. He was now filled with jealousy both physically and mentally. His mind completely twisted. Like Xiao Wuji, he wanted to know who the first place was. The strength of those ranked ahead of me are all very strong. After entering the dimensional battlefield, I'm going to go one by one to challenge them and battle them. Especially this first place. I must have a good fight with him to see how big the gap is. Xiao Wuji's battle intent was high, and his body's fighter bloodline was stirring. Like Northern Velvet and Emperor Xia, they had no idea whatsoever. After entering the dimensional battlefield, the only one of the 8 people on the list that you can interact with is Zhao Minghuang, and don't deal with the other few people. Bei Velvet knew clearly that what he and Xia Di had done would definitely make the other few people on the list hate them, so be sure to avoid them when you enter the dimensional battlefield. Xia Di nodded heavily. He wanted to escape. He didn't want to enter the dimensional battlefield. However, the Immortal Dao Golden rankings were all locked onto them, and there was nowhere to escape. Li Xuanxian, who had become an immortal in 3 lifetimes, was also paying attention to the first place in the golden ranking. His thoughts were very pure. He wanted to communicate with the first and second place of the Immortal Dao Gold list about the Immortal Dao. Especially second place. Northstar was the reincarnation of an immortal. He must know a lot. Daoist duo Bao and Buddhist demon monk were just purely concerned. These 2, one of which was a Dharma treasure and the other had seen through the world of man. For the so-called rankings, they didn't care much about it at all. They just wanted to know who the first place was in the end, and on what basis they had ascended to the first place. In the ice plains of the Northwest Land, the Heavenly Emperor had a slender figure, strolling on top of the cold ice, with a very beautiful dress made of ice and snow. The Heavenly Emperor was also expecting the first place in the Immortal Dao Golden ranking. Who on earth was able to overpower the Northstar Immortal and her to ascend to the first place? This question was expected by everyone, not just them. Countless people on every earth were looking at the Immortal Dao Golden list. This is the last one. This man represents the strongest battle force on earth. There was a lot of talk and speculation as to who it was. The earth where Qingshan is. Everyone was looking forward to it, including Jiao, Fox, Wei, 5 ghosts. They stared closely at the Immortal Dao Golden ranking for fear of missing any information. The little fox was even more nervous and stood on the coffee table, clenched her small fists, and kept chanting in her heart that the first name was Qingshan. Xiao Jiao did the same with her hands clasped together in silent prayer. David and 5 ghosts are serious and don't want to talk. Only Qingshan was the most relaxed in the entire room. It was because he had never taken the Immortal Dao Golden ranking seriously. He also didn't think that being elected number 1 on the Immortal Dao Golden ranking would be much of an honor. So for the Immortal Dao Gold list, he felt it was dispensable. After all, his life would not be affected if the Immortal Dao Golden list appeared. Or not. He was still comprehending the various Dao paths and then traveling to the dimensional battlefield. Yes, without the Immortal Dao Golden list, Qingshan would have gone to the dimensional battlefield. When the Immortal Dao Golden ranking descended, Qingshan would look at it as a novelty, without the kind of climbing heart that other people had. He was calm and collected, looking at the Immortal Dao Gold list. Suddenly Qingshan said, "It should be me." The little fox and little nine instantly looked at Qingshan. David and the 5 ghosts also looked at Qingshan together. Their eyes all blossomed with excitement, like a man seeing a stunning beauty. "Brother, are you serious?" Xiao Jiao excitedly grabbed Qingshan's arm, the corners of her mouth unconsciously rising. The little fox even rushed into Qingshan's arms and tilted her head up to look at Qingshan. Qingshan calmly said, "The probability is that it will be me, so don't get too excited. Just keep a normal mind and watch." This was the conclusion Qingshan came to when comparing the other 9 experts on the list. Because in his eyes none of these 9 supreme geniuses on the list were difficult to deal with. So the odds are that this first place will be his. As expected, Qingshan's words landed on the ground, and the Immortal Dao Gold list updated its text. The number 1 earthly master, Li Qingshan. Reason for listing, God on Earth. 2 simple words. But they instantly stirred up 10,000 hectares of huge waves. Like a thunderbolt rising from the ground, it directly exploded in everyone's heart. Being the second place of the Immortal Dao Golden List, Immortal Northstar instantly moved after seeing this reason for being on the list, grabbed the railing, and said in a complicated tone, "The reason for being on the list is, the God of the Earth?" Immortal Northstar found it incredible. This evaluation was only 4 words, but the weight crushed every cultivator on Earth. Because under these 4 words, no earthly practitioner could compare to Li Qingshan. Even the immortal reincarnated Beichen, faced with this introduction, he tightened his brows and a wave of disbelief arose in his heart. In the land of the ice plains in the extreme north, the Heavenly Emperor looked at the Immortal Dao Golden List in the sky with a very serious face. God on Earth. This reason for being on the list directly crushes everyone. It's too bossy. Are you really the God of Earth? The Heavenly Emperor's eyes were filled with a dense battle intent, and behind her 10,000 feet of ice and snow, trembled slightly, showing the unsettling nature of the owner of this earth. As for Xiao Wuji in the village, when he saw this evaluation, his body shook, and his spine, which was originally slightly hunched, straightened up, his gaze shooting straight at Nyoto and looking towards the Immortal Dao Golden ranking in the sky, and the blood in his body instantly burned and boiled. God on Earth. Xiao Wuji chewed on this comment, his smile gradually letting loose. It should be a joy to fight the God of Earth. An excited smile appeared on Xiao Wuji's face. He just loved fighting against strong people so that he could stimulate the fighter bloodline in his body even stronger. He couldn't wait to go to the dimensional battlefield to meet the 3 times to become an immortal. The Buddha and the devil and the monk. The female heavenly emperor. The reincarnation of the immortal. And the God of the Earth. And Zhao Minghuang reacted in the same way as Northern Velvet and Emperor Xia, both refusing to believe it. Especially Zhao Minghuang. He thought he was very strong. But he was only ranked 10th on the Immortal Dao Gold ranking and received very few rewards, so his mentality had long been distorted. Now seeing that this first place rating was so high, Zhao Minghuang instantly roared, "Bull asterisk 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 God of the Earth." He didn't believe in the so-called gods of Earth. If there was an earthly god, it could only be him, Zhao Minghuang, not some bull asterisk 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 Li Qingshan. A shriek rang out from the cliffs of thoughts. There were 9s, little foxes, and ways and 5 ghosts. They listened to Li Qingshan's words and would be skeptical. But then, when he saw the information announced in the Immortal Dao Gold List, he instantly jumped up and down and shouted with great joy. Xiaojiu was even hugging Li Qingshan, so excited that tears were flowing out of her eyes. Brother, you're number 1. You're number 1 on the Immortal Dao Golden ranking. You're the God on Earth. Little Nine shouted excitedly. The little fox was also excited and happy as it circled around in Li Qingshan's arms. Ah Wei and 5 ghosts, at this moment, were also letting loose and laughing. Li Qingshan was the only one in the entire room who remained calm and collected enough from start to finish. But looking at the people around him so happy, Li Qingshan also revealed a smile. Although he didn't care about the Immortal Dao Golden ranking, if Xiaojiu and the others cared, getting the first place would make them happy. And Li Qingshan wouldn't mind exposing his biography. There's nothing to see in his life anyway. Even if other people saw him rubbing the stone tablet on the thoughtfulness cliff, they would never imagine that he could comprehend the feats in the stone tablet. It would be impossible for anyone else to try. Without a full level of enlightenment, it was impossible to comprehend the feats in the stone tablet. So Li Qingshan didn't have anything to be afraid of. I told you, brother will definitely be able to make it to the list. And as expected, he is now the first place in the Immortal Dao Gold list. Xiaojiu hugged Li Qingshan's arm and smiled happily. Watch on in peace. Aoyama stroked Xiaojiu's hair, telling her to be quiet. It was too exciting for his ears. Xiaojiu and Little Fox, however, could not be quiet, excitedly looking at the Immortal Dao Gold list and staring at the sky. They wanted to see their brother's biography. Outside, the people are talking. Who is this Li Qingshan? I don't know. I've never even heard of it. Then it's not from our world. What are you thinking? Our world is so weak. How can someone be on the list and still be number 1? No. The name Li Qingshan seems to ring a bell with me. Suddenly an old man opened his mouth in shock. Where the crowd had gathered, everyone gathered around the old man, looking skeptical. What's your impression of Li Qingshan? It can't be the same name, can it? Yeah, there are a lot of people in this world. It's normal to have the same name. Questions were raised. A few decades ago, there was a supreme genius in the feathered sect, and his name was Li Qingshan. This old man recalled the past and slowly said, "Then what happened behind Li Qingshan this time?" A young man asked. The old man's expression rose in embarrassment. If I remember correctly, he later made a mistake. His cultivation was wasted, and his root bones were also wasted. and then there was no follow-up. The other young men were instantly disinterested. How can one become number one on the Immortal Tao Golden ranking when their cultivation is ruined and their root bones are ruined? It must be the same name. But it's a blessing for him to give the first place in the Immortal Tao Golden ranking the same name. I thought it was real. How nice it would be if it was from our world, someone said regretfully. Well, don't think about it, just watch quietly. In a moment the Immortal Tao Golden ranking will be announcing his biography. The human experts were staring at the sky. They wanted to see. What was it like in the life of the first place of the Immortal Tao Golden ranking? It wasn't just people from Qingshan's world who were paying attention. People from all worlds were paying attention. The top 9 of the Immortal Tao Golden ranking were also looking at the sky. Everyone wants to know what kind of wonderful and stunning life this first place winner had. So much so, that the sky darkens suddenly. Using the sky as a curtain, the life of Qingshan is shown. Everyone is looking forward to it. Hailed as the god of the earth by the Immortal Tao Golden ranking. Ranked in first place, he was the strongest existence among all earthly cultivators. What exactly will happen to his life? A glimmer of light filtered through the dark sky, and then a large hall appeared, with a bound teenager kneeling there, and above him was an old man with a helpless and angry face. Qingshan, as a great disciple of the feathered sect and a prince of the Great Yan Dynasty, you were bewitched and let the heavenly concubine of the devil sect go. Do you know the crime? I would like to give up my status as a great disciple, imprisoned in the Sitao Cliff, and wipe the tablet forest. Granted, but one must waste their cultivation, break their roots and bones, and not be allowed to go out for the rest of their lives. The sky opens with a conversation that has left countless people in disbelief. Qingshan, the number one on the Immortal Tao Gold list, was wasted in the opening scene, his cultivation shattering his roots and bones? With this kind of start, how did he become number one on the Immortal Tao Gold ranking? When Immortal North Star Immortal, who was second on the Immortal Tao Gold list, saw this scene, his brows furrowed tightly as he muttered, after having your cultivation abolished and your root bones shattered when you were a teenager, you're still able to rise again? Even if he was the reincarnation of an immortal, he still found it unbelievable. The picture continues to change. Eldest senior brother. Ahead is the thoughtful as Cliff. Please also go in. The voice sounded again on the screen. The crowd saw that Qingshan had entered the feathered sect's thoughtful cliff. A broken cliff thrust into the sky, between green mountains and white clouds, incomparably huge, isolated on all sides, with only a dozen or so chains, crossing the sky, connecting the two big mountains next door. Then everyone saw Qingshan enter the Sivan cliff and live an ordinary life. He just went to wipe down the stone monument every day and then lays around in front of it, then came back to cultivate silently. A simple life, to an outsider, is very dull and boring, but Qingshan was willing to do so, until the old man who guarded the monument at the Sijao cliff died. Qingshan buried him with the female disciple he had adored all his life. Then the scene shifted and the crowd saw Qingshan practicing. Some sharp-eyed people saw it immediately. His roots are back. Not only has his root bone recovered, it seems like his entire person has undergone a metamorphosis. His root bone is so much better. What happened? Wasn't his root bone shattered? When Immortal Bachan saw the scene, his brows tightened and he whispered, just in the thought Cliff, with his own efforts, he regained his shattered root bones? The North Star Immortal wasn't quite convinced. But the facts are in front of us. Qingshan hadn't left the thoughtful cliff at all. The footage continues to play on and on. All the people saw was that he was on the Sitao cliff, practicing his kung fu and realizing the way of Taoism in silence by himself. And then on a rainy night, he met Wu Xiaobai. The world then saw Qingshan draw his sword and raise his eyebrows, cutting out a stunning sword. That sword directly slashed at the Heavenly Tao Sect's Demon Refining Tower, completely toppling the crushing tower. Then the crowd saw Wu Xiaobai's wife, by virtue of a belief, dragging her tired body, rushed to the Sijao cliff, gave birth to her son in front of her husband's stone monument, and finally entrusted the little fox to Qingshan, and followed Wu Xiaobai herself. This love affair between a man and a woman has brought tears to the eyes of many sentimental people. It was also this paragraph that caused some of the older cultivators on the earth where Qingshan was to look at each other in dismay. They thought the images looked familiar. Wait, I seem to have seen these images before. Decades ago, on a rainy night, it was a sword chi that crossed 90,000 miles and chopped at the Heavenly Tao Sect's Demon Refining Pagoda, toppling it in its entirety. That's right, the timing is all right. It's the heavenly door of our world. Some of the older cultivators looked on in shock after communicating. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Then they burst out, one or two of them excited. Qingshan, the first place in the Immortal Tao Golden ranking, is from our world, an old man yelled excitedly. Back then, in the feathered sect, That genius who had his cultivation wasted and his root bones shattered was the #1 on the Immortal Dao Golden ranking today. Asterisk 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 is really ing up our world. The first in the Immortal Dao Golden ranking is actually ours on this earth. With honor. With honor. The whole earth instantly spread the news. Everyone was talking excitedly and looking at the sky. The footage is still playing. What happened when Qingshan was on the thoughtfulness cliff was played out by the Immortal Dao Golden list. For example, Jiao came to him. The moment Xiao Jiao was seen appearing, the entire earth completely boiled. That's the current headmaster of the feathered sect. That's right, it's her. She's actually Qingshan's sister. I told you. Why can a woman of the first rank become the sect master of the feathered sect? It turns out that there is such a powerful brother behind it. The beings were excited while looking at the sky. They saw Qingshan, step by step, from a wastrel, trying to rise until that night. Qingshan drew his sword and raised his eyebrows, chopping towards the deepest part of the sky. Boom! The formation that imprisoned the Great Dao and sealed the aura was broken by Qingshan's sword. The world's avenues and auras of 3,000 years ago blew to earth. In this instant, this world's earthly cultivators all came to a sudden realization. It turns out that we were able to break through to the sage realm because of Qingshan. Without Qingshan chopping prana that ancient formation, right now our world is still unable to break through to saints. Why doesn't he proclaim it when he's done such great things? Qingshan really is a bland hermit, strong man and good character, a model of an excellent husband. On this earth, everyone heartily rose in admiration for Qingshan. Only Qingshan remained indifferent to fame and fortune. A few short strikes were devastating to the opponent. As the beings watched, someone suddenly asked a question. I also don't feel that this Qingshan is more powerful than the others in any way? Yeah, he's been living in seclusion on the thoughtful cliff. How can his strength overpower the other 9 top powerhouses? The Immortal Dao Golden list still says he's a god on earth. Why can't I see that? These statements, widely circulated. The picture plays near the end in the sky. It appeared that Qingshan was boxing on the cliff of Sivan, with one move and one stance, with a calm and very elegant posture. The beings watched him punch, unsure. In the next second, the sky split in two and 2 screens appeared. In one screen, Qingshan was silently punching, and in the other screen, as Qingshan punched down, a human world immortal died on the spot. The world looked dumbfounded. Qingshan, who was silently punching at the thoughtfulness cliff, killed one human immortal after another across an unknown number of thousands of miles? The world only saw Qingshan's punch go down, and in the distant sky, a human world immortal was imprisoned on the spot, and then the space slit swallowed him directly. When Immortal Baichen saw the scene, his pupil shrank and he exclaimed, "Spatial Avenue. This Qingshan actually comprehended the spatial Dao at the human immortal realm? How is this possible? Time is king and space is honored. These are 2 of the most terrifying avenues within the mysterious Dao. Even immortals are unable to comprehend them, and he has actually comprehended them. And, not comprehending 1, but 2. The most crucial thing is that he took those 2 spatial avenues and fused them together. Immortal Baichen had seen a lot, but he had never seen an earthly expert as terrifying as Qingshan. With just this handful of spatial avenues, Qingshan was the well-deserved #1 on earth. Taking a deep breath, the North Star Immortal had a complicated look on his face, and after a long time, he exhaled a turbid breath and said, "The God of the Earth, his name is true." It was important to know that he was the reincarnation of an immortal, but he had never comprehended the great Dao about space. Not only the North Star Immortals, but the land of the extreme northern ice plains. The Celestial Emperor was also pleased with his heart. I thought that the ice and snow avenue I comprehended was enough to shock me, but I didn't realize that someone else had already comprehended space. The Heavenly Emperor shook his head with a bitter smile, admitting that Qingshan was stronger than himself. The 2 in front of her are well-deserved. Others, the reactions were varied, but without exception, everyone was shocked that Qingshan had actually comprehended the spatial Dao at the human immortal realm. Once the spatial avenue came out, no one questioned his status as the god of Earth anymore, especially looking at the 2 screens in the sky. Qingshan was punching as if it was unusual. Not far away from 10,000 miles away, there were human world immortals constantly dying. It was too scary. Finally Qingshan closed his fist and stopped. Someone had carefully counted that he had killed 13 human world immortals in one practice. The key question is, the 13 human world immortals didn't even know that it was Qingshan who killed them. Terror. Terrible. Thriller. The world no longer dared to say that Qingshan was not worthy of the god of the earth. Just for this performance. If he was not the god of the earth, who was? Immortal reincarnated North Star? He never made a move. The 3rd place Heavenly Emperor? He absorbed the power of all beings, decapitated a dozen immortals, and in the end, the Heavenly Emperor himself buried the flowers. After recuperating from his injuries in the land of the extreme northern ice sheet, it was only to this day that he recovered to the realm of the human immortal. The Buddhist monk in the back? Li Xuanxian, who became an immortal in 3 lifetimes. Or is it Xiao Wuji of the fighter bloodline? The world kept on reverie, realizing that these people were always a step behind compared to Li Qingshan, who had comprehended the spatial avenue. In the end they had to lament. The immortal Dao Golden ranking was the right choice, and Li Qingshan deserved this first place. He is God on earth. When the images in the sky finished playing, the world returned to blue skies and white clouds, with only the immortal Dao Golden ranking above the sky dome. On the immortal Dao Golden list, a line emerged. Li Qingshan, the earthly expert, is the god of the earth, ranked first on the list, rewarded with 8,000 points, 20 immortal Dao techniques, and 5 immortal weapons. Rewards for the Cento Gold list update. Double again. This reward has many people drooling once again. It was even more rewarding than the second place North Star Immortal, completely crushing the reward of 10th place Zhao Minghuang. This made Zhao Minghuang furious and indignant, but there was nothing he could do. On the thoughtful cliff, Xiao Jiao and Little Fox had long since cheered. Brother, you have 5 immortal weapons. Xiao Jiao hugged the Little Fox and threw her up, smiling happily. The Little Fox was also very happy. They were all proud of Li Qingshan. Li Qingshan looked at their happy appearance and smiled faintly. This reward is not available right now. You have to go to the dimensional battlefield to get it. That's fine. When we go to the dimensional battlefield, with 5 immortal weapons protecting us, brother's safety is guaranteed. Little Nine said beautifully, the immortal Dao Golden rankings will now have their rankings published. So I'm afraid that the next step is for us to enter the dimensional battlefield. Li Qingshan said calmly. Fruity, the immortal Dao Golden list, once again, changed. Those on the list are invited to travel to the dimensional battlefield within 3 days. On every Earth, the top masters must travel to the dimensional battlefield. Each earthly. The list of those traveling to the dimensional battlefield was then released. Those who don't go, die. The immortal Dao Golden list was very domineering, and after updating this text, it slowly closed up and disappeared. An orgy that belongs to every earthly tandem ends here. Jiao and Fox also calmed down. Brother, are you sure about going to the dimensional battlefield? Little Nine asked with concern. Can I come with you? The Little Fox asked. On the side, Wei and the 5 ghosts also waited for Li Qingshan's answer. They also wanted to follow Li Qingshan into the dimensional battlefield. After following Li Qingshan for all these years, they were improving every moment, so none of them wanted to leave Li Qingshan. After Li Qingshan pondered for a moment, he said, this time when I enter the dimensional battlefield, I'll go alone to help you guys explore the way first, to see what the dimensional battlefield is really like. And when after that, whether I come back or you guys go in, there will be a caretaker. After I leave, you guys cultivate hard. As long as you break through to the human world immortal realm, the next time you enter the dimensional battlefield will be you. Li Qingshan exhorted. Brother, be careful with everything, Xiao Jiao said. The Little Fox was a little upset. She had never been separated from Li Qingshan, but he also knew that this was something that could not be helped, and could only resolve to cultivate hard. And the next time the immortal Dao Golden ranking was opened would be the time for her to go to Li Qingshan. Relax. I'm number 1 on Earth. How can I still suffer in a dimensional battlefield? What's more, I still have 5 immortal weapons in the dimensional battlefield that I haven't taken. Trust brother. The dimensional battlefield is just a dimensional battlefield. I'll turn it into my own backyard. Li Qingshan said in a domineering manner. Brother, do you need to prepare anything then? I'll have the people from the feathered sect prepare it for you, Xiao Jiao asked with concern. No need. Maybe before I leave. I'm going to the feathered sect to meet a friend and have a chat with her, Li Qingshan said thoughtfully. Before leaving the earth and heading to the dimensional battlefield, it was time to meet Flower Rhyme and talk to her about the dimensional battlefield, and incidentally fortify that formation again. Li Qingshan must make sure that that formation was solid before he could leave without worry. Alright, the hustle and bustle of the immortal Dao Golden ranking is over. All go back to rest individually. I'm going to meet a friend. Li Qingshan got up, patted the dust on his body, turned around and left. The new book hits the shelves today, so vote a little more to make the numbers look good. Tomorrow, keep trying to update. Chapter 82 Li Qingshan Who Spends Money. Chapter 82 Li Qingshan Who Spends Money. Chapter 82 Li Qingshan Who Spends Money. The immortal Dao Golden ranking gave 3 days. Li Qingshan didn't want to waste a moment. He went straight from the Sivan Cliff to the new mountain gate of the feathered sect. Then he entered the formation space. The formations in here are like magma flames. Very hot. 1,000 strands entwined together. Outsiders come to take a look and feel dizzy. Li Qingshan calmly traveled through it and came to the gap in the boiling water prison. Dang it! Li Qingshan reached out and knocked on the formation texture in front of the black hole, making a crisp sound like knocking on a door. Are you still there? Li Qingshan asked to the black hole. There was no response from inside the black hole. Li Qingshan wasn't in a hurry either, standing with his arms crossed in front of the black hole, waiting quietly. A short while later, a delicate voice came from inside the black hole. Little brother, haven't seen you for a while, did you miss me? Hua Yun's soft and charming voice came out. Very nice. The voice of the imperial sister softly washed Li Qingshan's ears. To be honest, didn't miss my sister, but rather my sister's voice. Li Qingshan said truthfully. Little brother, this fetish of yours is a bit special. Hua Yun's voice was full of magnetism, teasing Li Qingshan. I really want to listen to your voice like this for the rest of my life, without having to see your face or going to see your body. Li Qingshan wasn't ashamed at all, but instead said seriously. Flower Rhyme snorted coldly. Her attitude shifted and her voice was no longer full of temptation. If you want old lady to whisper in your ear for the rest of your life, you'll open the formation. Li Qingshan shook his head and said, this time, I still can't open the formation. I'm going to leave this earth. Now that I've helped you open the gap in the boiling water prison, there will be no end to the consequences. Flower Rhyme said seriously. You're going to the dimensional battlefield? Li Qingshan nodded. Yes. 3 days later, heading to the dimensional battlefield. The Immortal Dao Golden ranking has come down? Flower Rhyme was asking. It came down. It's just that this Immortal Dao Golden ranking is completely different from what you said. Li Qingshan replied. How is it different? Flower Rhyme asked in disbelief. Li Qingshan narrated the process of the appearance of the Immortal Dao Gold list to Hua Yun. After hearing this, Hua Yun was dumbfounded for a while before saying, a few hundred years have passed, and the Immortal Dao Golden ranking has already become what it is now. As long as you don't pay attention to the outside world, it doesn't take 100 years, just 10 years, everything will be different. Li Qingshan said. Then why did you come over to find me now that you refuse to let me out? Flower Rhyme adjusted her mood and asked indifferently. Tell me about the situation in the dimensional battlefield. After all, it's my first time there. Li Qingshan said. I've been locked up for hundreds of years, and I've even given the wrong information about the Immortal Dao Golden ranking. And you still believe my words? Flower Rhyme smiled to herself. You talk your talk, I'll listen to mine. As an adult, I have my own ability to differentiate. You only need to tell me what you have seen so that I can have a bottom in my heart. Li Qingshan said. Alright, which aspect of the dimensional battlefield do you want to know about? Flower Rhyme agreed. After all, she was lonely in boiling water prison with no one to talk to. What happens after entering the dimensional battlefield? Li Qingshan calmly inquired. Here was someone who had fought in the dimensional battlefield before, so he naturally had to ask for clarification, so that he wouldn't enter the dimensional battlefield in the dark and not understand anything. When you enter the dimensional battlefield, you need to receive a jade token that represents your identity in the dimensional battlefield and the points you gain will be recorded in the jade token. If others snatch your jade token, it's the same as taking away your points, so you need to cherish the jade token. Assuming, of course, that the rule hasn't been changed. Flower Rhyme added. What about after getting the jade tablet? Li Qingshan continued to ask. After entering the dimensional battlefield, newbies will appear in the protected area. The protected area will protect you for 3 days. Within 3 days you have to learn the information in the dimensional battlefield, and then you have to go earn points, fight and kill, or find a place to hide and cultivate. Hua Yun said. Protected area? Li Qingshan mused. The protected area is the safe zone. It's directly guarded by the immortals of the immortal realm. Absolutely no hands are allowed inside. As long as whoever does it will be punished. So in the protected area, as long as you don't do it, others can't do anything about you. Of course, there is a fee for the reserve. Newcomers have 3 days free, and after the 3 days are over, they need to pay points if they want to continue to stay in the reserve. Points, the only hard currency in the dimensional battlefield. As long as you have enough points, you can go deeper into the dimensional battlefield to find the legendary path to immortality. Flower Rhyme said in an odd tone. How else can points be obtained besides robbing others? Li Qingshan asked. Selling magic treasures or going inside the realm of the dimensional battlefield to dig for medicines or going to hunt and kill the ferocious beasts and immortal beasts inside the dimensional battlefield, bringing their corpses back to the protected area, and selling these in the protected area's trading market, and then you'll be able to earn points. Flower Rhyme described in detail. There's a trading market? Li Qingshan said in surprise. Of course, the dimensional battlefield isn't just about fighting and killing. The dimensional battlefield is a real world. It has fighting and killing in it, but it's more about the world of people. As long as you have enough points, you can purchase many treasures in it, such as the Dao records and all that. Hua Yun explained to Li Qingshan. Are there many people in the dimensional battlefield? Li Qingshan asked. Of course, a lot of How many Earths below the immortal world? I'm afraid that only the people inside the immortal world know. Each Earth will give birth to the top experts. After they enter the dimensional battlefield, some of them get enough points to challenge the opportunity to become an immortal. And some live in the dimensional battlefield for their whole life and become the aboriginal inhabitants of the inside, reproducing their offspring. Do you think there are a lot of people in the dimensional battlefield? Huayun asked Li Qingshan. Li Qingshan memorized all this information in his mind, reached out and rested his chin on his hand, looking at the black hole in front of him. How many points are considered rich in the dimensional battlefield? Li Qingshan asked a crucial question. When he introduced the Immortal Dao Golden ranking just now, he didn't mention that he was the first place in the Golden ranking. How many points? Of course, more is better, but for most people, there are 2,000 or 3,000 points, and they can live well in the dimensional battlefield. Flower Rhyme thought seriously and gave an answer. 2,000 or 3,000 points to live? Li Qingshan stroked his chin and thought. When he entered the dimensional battlefield, it was possible to receive 8,000 points. These 8,000 points still made him a rich man according to Flower Rhyme. Do you think points are easy to obtain? A newcomer's entry into the dimensional battlefield. The initial points are only 5. The rest need to be earned, killed, and robbed. It's good to accumulate a few hundred points, let alone 2,000 or 3,000, Huayun said without any good humor. She felt that Li Qingshan had never been to the dimensional battlefield and looked down on these 2,000 or 3,000 points. Actually, she felt right. Li Qingshan was not looking too much at these 2,000 or 3,000 points. After all, he was a rich man who carried 8,000 points and owned 5 immortal weapons. Richie Li coughed and said to Flower Rhyme, in the dimensional battlefield, no matter what you do, will the immortals intervene? As long as you don't violate the rules of the dimensional battlefield, immortals won't intervene, Flower Rhyme said slowly. Suddenly, she seemed to remember something, and her voice once again became delicate as her words changed. Little brother, would you like to try the forbidden feeling in the dimensional battlefield? The voice was 1,000 times softer and more tender, but Li Qingshan was unmoved and calmly asked, what do you want to do? Or what do you want me to do? Li Qingshan was calm. If Huayun said this, there must be something he was asked to do. He didn't reject it at first. After all, Flower Rhyme had explained quite a bit about the dimensional battlefield to him. Little brother, after you enter the dimensional battlefield and get your footing, can you help me investigate someone? Huayun's voice was full of magnetism as she begged Li Qingshan. Investigating a single person has violated a taboo. This person seems to be very uncomplicated, Li Qingshan said calmly. Although Huayun had made her voice 1,000 times more charming and tantalizing in order to beg him, Li Fu Hao remained unmoved. He'd have to ask carefully. Flower Rhyme sighed. Back then, when we broke the rules set by the dimensional battlefield together, the immortal soldiers chased after us. She escaped, I didn't, and now that hundreds of years have passed, I don't know her whereabouts, so I'm begging you to help me investigate if you have the chance. Male or female? What's the name? Li Qingshan asked. Her name is Hua Xianrong. She's my sister. We ran apart back then. I was worried about her. Huayun sighed and said sadly. Good. I will help you find it when I have the chance. No matter if I can find it or not. You have to tell me something that only you sisters know about each other, so that if I find her, I can gain her trust. Li Qingshan nodded his head and agreed. Just looking for someone. Not much. Even if that person broke the rules in the dimensional battlefield, it would be fine if Li Qingshan inquired about it and did not contact her. The initiative was on Li Qingshan's side. He was in no hurry. Flower Rhyme thought seriously and said, if you find my sister, tell her that on her left buttock, there is a lotus flower. Li Qingshan's expression was stunned. The secret is slightly more powerful. Ha ha ha, you're not shy, are you? Huayun laughed out loud when she saw that Li Qingshan did not answer. Li Qingshan asked expressionlessly, other than this, are there any other secrets? Little brother, you're not being honest. You're latching on to my words. Huayun teased Li Qingshan. Forget it. If you don't want to talk about it, this secret is enough. Li Qingshan shook his head, refusing to discuss this topic anymore. If she still doesn't believe you, just tell her that on my right but, there is a rose. Flower Rhyme's voice quietly entered Li Qingshan's ears, tugging at the heartstrings. Li Qingshan didn't move like a mountain, slapping the hint of lust rising in his heart to death and spitting out a sentence. The person who tattooed flowers on your asses should be enjoying themselves quite a bit. Huayun laughed out loud. What are you thinking? We sisters tattoo each other and leave a mark. This is a secret that belongs between us. No third person knows. Alright, now that I know, I can assure you that no fourth person knows. Li Qingshan said firmly. I believe you. Flower Rhyme replied softly. Alright, while there's still time, continue to tell me some news inside the dimensional battlefield. No matter if it's correct. Or if it's a gossip that you've heard, tell me, and I'll be able to tell the difference myself. Li Qingshan asked seriously. 3 days he didn't want to waste. Flower Rhyme had a request for Li Qingshan, and the back was also very serious about explaining to Li Qingshan about every aspect in the dimensional battlefield. This talk was 3 days long. During the 3 days, Li Qingshan listened to Hua Yun's speech about what happened in the dimensional battlefield while carefully combing through the ceiling formation once again. Then, reinforced again. Make sure that this formation can be supported for 1,000 years under the supervision of the feathered sect. If no outsiders came to destroy it, the formation could continue for another 3,000 years. In this way, Li Qingshan was relieved. As the 3 days drew to a close, Li Qingshan bid farewell to Flower Rhyme and found Xiaojiu. He wrote 7 words to Xiaojiu in a serious manner, just like the 3 words written to Jiu before. These 7 words contained all of Li Qingshan's essence, and each of them contained his strenuous strikes. This is the bottom card left for Jiu. Li Qingshan then left another piece of writing for Little Fox, David and the others. Although writing this kind of character was very exhausting, to Li Qingshan, he was not at ease at all without it. Going to the dimensional battlefield this time, even if he came out the next time, it would take 10 years in between. 10 years of time, a snap of the fingers. Li Qingshan did not dare to guarantee what would happen. All he could do was to leave some backhanders behind as much as he could to help Xiaojiu and Little Fox and the others through the difficult times. In this way, he himself could cultivate in peace in the dimensional battlefield. Yes, Li Qingshan didn't go to the dimensional battlefield to grab any points at all. He went there for cultivation. When everything was set up, Li Qingshan bid farewell to Xiaojiu, Little Fox, Dewei and the 5 ghosts. These people were his closest relatives, and the ones Li Qingshan cared about the most on this earth were them. After bidding farewell one by one, Li Qingshan no longer lingered and turned around to the extreme north ice plain, where there was a world-class teleportation array. Can teleport people to dimensional battlefields. It is also possible to return to Earth from the dimensional battlefield. Extreme northern ice field. The wind and snow is bitterly cold. The cold wind like a knife to scrape on the human face. Cold and piercing the bones. It's a world of ice and snow. Permanent glaciers that solidify rapids. And crystalline snowy peaks that stand in the distance. Under the canopy, the silvery peak was covered in snow and glittered in the sunlight. And in the very center of the peak, there was an oval-shaped, like a sapphire embedded in the surrounding mountains, teleportation array. There was the teleportation array to the dimensional battlefield. When Li Qingshan arrived here, he saw several other people. All of them were in the human world immortal realm. 5 in total. They're waiting for someone. Wait for Li Qingshan. Upon seeing Li Qingshan, these 5 human world immortal realms were like fanboys meeting their idols, enthusiastically greeting Li Qingshan. Li Qingshan looked at them and asked, "Only the 6 of us were chosen for this immortal Dao Golden ranking?" A human world immortal said, "Because this earth has been too weak for the past 3,000 years. Seeing that the golden list only chose 6 of us human world immortals this time around, Lord Li Qingshan is going in for the first time, and a few of us have only just returned from the dimensional battlefield." The other 4 human world immortals shook their heads with bitter smiles. Where they want to go to the dimensional battlefield, but the Immortal Way Golden List names the human world immortal realm, so it's not an option not to go. Go on then. You guys lead the way. I'll follow you. Li nodded calmly and let them go first. They were old acquaintances after all. The 5 human world immortals weren't polite either. Stepping forward and outputting their true chi to activate this world-class teleportation array, Li Qingshan observed this teleportation array from the side, and found that the teleportation array was extremely complex. The array textures and lines inside were extremely huge, and the difficulty could be said to be heavenly when comparing to the one set up by the White Dragon King. Looking at it, Li Qingshan was actually mesmerized. A line floated before his eyes. You watch carefully, activate full enlightenment, and comprehend the skin of a world-class teleportation array. Li Qingshan cried and laughed when he saw this line. He was only seriously studying the operating principles of this world-class teleportation array, not thinking about comprehending it. But he didn't expect to activate a full level of enlightenment. Activating it was just fine, but why give him the chance to comprehend a world-class teleportation array skin? Could it be that this fur was enough for him to comprehend for a long time at full level of enlightenment? Li Qingshan was rambling. On the other side, the 5 human world immortals had completely activated this teleportation array. Lord Li Qingshan, the teleportation array has been activated. Let's go to the dimensional battlefield together. A human world immortal called out to Li Qingshan. Li Qingshan awoke from his full level of enlightenment, nodded and walked over, saying, "Many thanks." The 5 human world immortals were flattered and waved their hands together, saying no thanks. Although they were of the same human immortal realm, they knew that the gap between themselves and Li Qingshan was like the difference between clouds and mud. Boom, boom, boom. The world-class teleportation array began to roar. Qingshan stood at the center of the teleportation array, feeling the veins of energy rushing under his feet, then raised his head. Boom! A silver-white light pierced through the firmament and projected directly upwards, and then Qingshan felt the world in front of him flip and change. Immediately following that was the whole thing turned upside down and a fracture in space. Qingshan looked at the 5 human world immortals beside him. Each of them closed their eyes and clenched their fists. It was very difficult. It wasn't the first time they had traveled to a dimensional battlefield. It wasn't the first time they had taken this teleportation array. Still, they couldn't resist that centrifugal feeling of space and space, instantly stripped away. Qingshan felt nothing. He had comprehended the space avenue. Would he still care about this little feeling? And it was similar to this feeling when he was on the cliff of thought and entered the world in the tablet. It was good that this feeling did not last long. In less than a minute, Qingshan felt that there was real land under his feet. He opened his eyes and saw a majestic walled city. The black city walls, straight and horizontal, were majestic and dignified. There are 2 big words written on that wall. Wei Young. At this time, the 5 human world immortals behind Qingshan also slowed down. Lord Qingshan, this Weicheng is one of the protected areas in the dimensional battlefield, and newcomers have 3 days to enter the dimensional battlefield, a human world immortal said. Qingshan had actually known this information from Huayan's mouth for a long time, but he didn't move and pretended not to understand. Thanking this human world immortal who spoke, Lord Qingshan, please wait for a moment. Later on an immortal soldier will come over to take us to register our identity, and we will be issued jade tags at that time. This human world immortal carefully explained for Qingshan. As expected, after realizing that people were coming up from the teleportation array, an immortal soldier in battle armor walked inside that Wei city. This immortal soldier's country face, stout face, thick eyebrows, thick bones between his palms, and thick calluses, appeared to be an expert in body refining. The realm is not high, only human world immortals, but the status is expensive. Are the 6 of you from the same world? The country-faced immortal soldier asked. Yes, the 6 of us come from the same earth. One of the personal earthly immortals replied. In that case, come with me, and I will take you to register your identities. The country-faced immortal soldier waved his hand and turned around, about to lead them into Wei City. This official, what is his name? Qingshan asked as he walked behind. My name is Long Tao. You can call me Long Sir. A centurion inside Weicheng. The country-faced Long Tao said without looking back. Seeing this, Qingshan didn't ask too many questions and followed Long Tao to Weicheng City. At the entrance of the city, there were people from the Taoist family recording the heavenly books and distributing jade tags. Those 5 human world immortals had long since made light of the situation, logging in their information and then retiring to the side after receiving a jade token. When he waited for Qingshan, the Taoist priest asked, Tell me your name. Qingshan. Qingshan replied calmly, but the Taoist priest was not calm. He raised his head in surprise and looked at Qingshan. The country-faced Long Tao was originally roaming on the sidelines, but after hearing Qingshan declare himself, he immediately stared at him with unblinking eyes. You are Qingshan? Long Tao and the Taoist asked in unison. Seeing their surprised looks, Qingshan's heart moved slightly, knowing that something must have happened, but his face remained calm and nodded. I am Qingshan, Taoist priest. Immediately check Qingshan's appearance for me. Long Tao turned his head and ordered the Taoist priest. The Taoist priest's hands and feet were numb, and he immediately operated his magic power to turn over the recorded immortal book, found Qingshan's appearance, and gently clicked it. The Qingshan inside the immortal book transformed into a puff of green smoke and floated in the air, exactly the same as the real Qingshan. You're still really Qingshan, ah? Long Tao looked on in surprise, this time believing it. It seems like I've become a celebrity? Qingshan asked with a smile. That's for sure. Now half of the dimensional battlefield knows about you. The first time you enter the dimensional battlefield, you have 8,000 points, 5 immortal weapons, and 20 immortal Dao techniques, Long Tao said. Qingshan frowned slightly. Wealth does not reveal wealth. He had wanted to live his life in a low profile, but he did not expect that these news had already spread. The 5 of you are also familiar with the dimensional battlefield, so do your own thing and go. I'll take this Qingshan to receive the reward for the immortal Dao gold ranking. Long Tao waved his hand at the other 5 human world immortals. Those 5 human world immortals also knew that they had a casual encounter with Qingshan, so they each left after saying hello. Long Tao looked at Qingshan and reached out. Please, I will take you to receive your reward. Qingshan nodded and followed Long Tao into Weicheng. From the outside, Weicheng is very majestic and atmospheric. From the inside, it really did bear out Qingshan's assessment. Inside, the streets are straight, with very few turns, and most of them are grand and stately with black stone tiles. The people of the Weimar are very fond of the color black. This was Li Qingshan's first feeling. He's still watching the town. All of them are cultivators, but there are high and low cultivation levels. Not all of them are human worldly immortals. A sizable portion of the people in Weicheng are our family members. The rest are here to start trading or seek refuge? Long Tao realized that Li Qingshan was observing and took the initiative to explain. The aura of the dimensional battlefield is much denser than the earth. Inside Li Qingshan's body, the root bone like a forest was absorbing and felt it out. The dimensional battlefield aura is about double that of earth. The great Tao of the dimensional battlefield ground is at least 2 to 3 times better to comprehend than on earth. You'll know when the time comes, Long Tao said with a smile. He was happy to have discovered Li Qingshan. Not long after, he brought Li Qingshan to a mansion. Then they entered through the side door and did not go through the gate. This residence is the Wei City's city lord's residence. That gate can only be entered and exited by the city lord and his friends. So don't feel that I'm slowing you down. In a hall in the side room, Long Tao explained. Li Qingshan nodded and said, a place has its own rules. This I understand. This is your jade token. 8,000 points have been deposited inside. Long Tao took out a piece of land to Li Qingshan from one of the many jade tags on the side. This jade tablet was no more than the size of 2 fingers, glowing with a greenish color. 3 words were carved on it. Li Qingshan. Below those 3 big words is a small line of text. 8,000 points. If you want to buy something, or trade something, it's all deducted from here. 8,000 points is enough for you to use for a long time. Long Tao demonstrated for Li Qingshan how to use the jade token. Thanks. Li Qingshan nodded his thanks. These 20 immortal Dao techniques are here, so order them yourself. Long Tao moved another 20 immortal Dao techniques from a corner. Li Qingshan said in his heart that it was true. It's impossible to let you choose your own immortal Dao technique. Li Qingshan did not look through it and directly put away the 20 immortal Dao techniques. Aren't you going to take a look? Long Tao asked in surprise. No, I trust you, Li Qingshan replied. In fact, it was because he didn't hold any hope for these immortal Dao techniques and was too lazy to check them out. Long Tao, however, thought that Li Qingshan held a hint of trust in him and said happily, come and take a look. I'll take you to choose 5 immortal weapons. Li Qingshan followed Long Tao and arrived at a magic treasure room. Pushing open the door of the room, the treasure gas inside was dense, and all kinds of light bloomed. The ones here are all immortal weapons. Pick 5 for yourself. Long Tao pointed at the magic treasures inside and said to Li Qingshan. Li Qingshan looked at it seriously. He could care less about immortal Dao techniques, but he had to pick his immortal weapons carefully. After all, in the event of a war in a dimensional battlefield, immortal weapons could still be of some use. There were a dozen or so immortal weapons in this one magic treasure room. Swords and spears, magic embroidery balls, bottles for water, bowls for food. Li Qingshan didn't know which one was better, but he was practicing swords, so without saying a word, he directly chose 5 swords. It just so happened that the only 5 immortal swords in this magic treasure room were all taken away by Li Qingshan. So you are a sword practitioner, Long Tao said with a smile. There are too many immortal weapons to pick from, so just take 5 immortal swords. Li Qingshan said. Quite good. Your rewards are all distributed. Let me send you out, Long Tao said. Li Qingshan nodded his head and followed Long Tao out of this mansion. Walking out through the side door, Long Tao stood in the doorway and said goodbye to Li Qingshan. You are a newcomer. You just entered the dimensional battlefield. There is a 3-day buffer. During these 3 days you can rest in the stage station run by Lord City Lord, and you will not be charged for points. Long Tao finally told Li Qingshan this news. Many thanks, my lord. Li Qingshan clasped his fists to express his gratitude. Then under Long Tao's guidance, he arrived at the post station run by the city lord. After identifying himself, Li Qingshan was given a courtyard to rest in. In the yard, the leaves were shaking off the trees and the evening breeze was blowing. Li Qingshan sat on the stone bench, gently tapping his right hand and closing his eyes in contemplation. He felt dangerous. Although everything went well today when we arrived at the dimensional battlefield, he met Long Tao, and under his leadership, he got the points, received the immortal Dao technique, and chose 5 immortal weapon swords. But Li Qingshan knew he was in danger, because he showed his wealth. Long Tao said that half of the dimensional battlefield now knew his Li Qingshan's great name. They all knew that he had 8,000 points, 20 immortal Dao techniques, and 5 immortal weapons on him. It's a great asset. However, it was on Li Qingshan, a rookie who had entered the dimensional battlefield for the first time. Think differently. Li Qingshan thought of himself as a bad guy, as someone who lacked treasures and points. Would he secretly strike in the face of such an opportunity? Then he came up with an answer. Will, and without hesitation. If it wasn't for the fact that he couldn't make a move within the protected area, I'm afraid that someone would have come to rob him when he first left the city lord's residence today. Flower Rhyme said before that 2 or 3,000 points would be enough to live in the dimensional battlefield. But I'm here with 8,000. Which is enough for many people to risk their lives. Qingshan whispered to himself. He wasn't in a hurry. Now that we know about it, we need to think about how to deal with it. For the first time, although Qingshan was strong, he didn't want to live a bloody life. So he can't go out. In this protected area, Qingshan is safe. No one else dares to do it. The point now was that this stagecoach could only stay for 3 days. And in 3 days he was going out. However, on second thought, the corner of Qingshan's mouth curled up and he said, I have 8,000 points. Why would I want to leave Weicheng? If he can't stay at the station after 3 days, he can rent a house. He had all the points, a full 8,000. Qingshan didn't know who was watching him in the dark, but it doesn't matter, because as long as he spends those 8,000 points squarely, in front of everyone, then the only things others coveted from him were the immortal Dao technique and the 5 immortal weapons. There's no hurry. There's still 3 days left. I'll first sacrifice all 5 immortal swords, put them away in my body, and slowly warm them up, and then take a look at those 20 immortal Dao techniques. There's any I'm interested in that I can cultivate. So arranged. 3 days is very ample time. The corner of Qingshan's mouth revealed a smile, and in this courtyard, he began his plan. Sacrifice the immortal sword. Put it in the Dantian to warm it up. Finally flipping through those 20 immortal Dao techniques. Each book Qingshan read it carefully, regardless of whether it was appropriate or not. It was all immortal Dao Gongfu, and it still inspired him more. After reading all 20 immortal Dao techniques, Qingshan, with his full level of enlightenment, cultivated the initiation and hung the 20 immortal Dao techniques on his root bone. For others perhaps one discipline would be chosen because 20 disciplines at the same time would waste a lot of time. There was no such worry for Qingshan, and with his full level of enlightenment, he didn't worry about it in the slightest. For 3 days, Qingshan did not step out of the courtyard. He was practicing in silence. In between his cultivation sessions, Qingshan, with his massive Yuan Shan power, noticed that outside his courtyard, someone was wandering. Very stealthy. The prowlers didn't come closer, separated by 2 streets, but their eyes never left Qingshan's yard, glancing at it from time to time. Any other human world immortal realm would not be able to detect it at all, but Qingshan was different. He was very sensitive. He had suspicions himself, and now he was very sure. In the eyes of others he is a newcomer with a huge amount of money in his pocket, a meat and potatoes guy. 3 days later, stage time expires and so does the protection time for newcomers. Qingshan consciously walked out of the post early in the morning and wandered around Weicheng. The city of Wei was huge, and there was a city lord, with a group of soldiers, who managed the safe zone. Qingshan wandered around Weicheng, and keenly realized that he had a few more gazes on him. Obviously, not a group of people were onto him. Qingshan didn't move as he walked to the gates of Weicheng and seemed to be going out. Seeing Qingshan walk to the city gates, those few hidden gazes behind him agitated. As long as Qingshan left Weicheng and walked out a little, they would make their move. At the entrance of Weicheng City, there were immortal soldiers guarding the entrance, and the leader was none other than Long Tao. Are you going out? Long Tao saw Qingshan, greeted him and asked. Qingshan stood at the entrance of the city, feeling those covetous gazes behind him, smiled and said to Long Tao, I also want to go out right now, but there are too many hospitable people in the dimensional battlefield, and I always feel that it's still safer in Weicheng. Long Tao understood the meaning of Qingshan's words, looked around and whispered, you are now on meat and potatoes. Don't go out of Weicheng if you are fine. I don't want to leave Weicheng either. I don't know if big brother Long Tao can introduce me to a house. I'll rent it and just stay here in Weicheng for a while. Qingshan asked. The rent in Weicheng is not cheap. Long Tao said. It's fine. I'm just staying for a while. Qingshan didn't care. He had 8,000 points. He was going to spend them in front of these people who secretly coveted him. How long are you staying? Long Tao asked. 1 year. Qingshan thought about it and raised a finger. 1 year was enough time for him to improve himself and incidentally understand the dimensional battlefield clearly. Let's go. I'll take you to take a look at the houses. The cheapest one is estimated to cost 2,000 points. Long Tao turned around and led Qingshan away. Those who were secretly staring at Qingshan and saw that he was about to leave the city were excited and pressed on, feeling that 8,000 points, immortal Dao techniques as well as 5 immortal swords were going to arrive. But the next second Qingshan followed Long Tao back to Weishui City, dashing their hopes. Those who were secretly observing cursed angrily and could do nothing but continue to stare. Then they saw Qingshan make a generous offer. Under Long Tao's introduction, Qingshan did not hesitate to rent a courtyard with a garden, then traded 2,000 points in front of these people who were secretly watching him. Many of those who were secretly staring almost spat out blood on the spot in anger and cursed indignantly. Little cutie. Right? Leave Weichang. There is a vast world outside. You can build a house wherever you want. Do you need to spend 2,000 points to rent a yard? TMD. I can't even earn 2,000 points in 5 years. And he just spends them like this? After the transaction was completed, Qingshan clearly felt that the several gazes staring at him were fluctuating wildly in mood. With a hint of a smile on the corner of his mouth, he said to Long Tao, I wonder if inside Weichang, could there be something for sale regarding the enlightenment aspect of the Great Tao? Long Tao thought for a moment and said, there are, in 2 kinds. Qingshan immediately asked for advice with an open mind. The first one is that some top masters will expound the Tao that they have comprehended. Expound it, write it on a stone tablet, and sell it in exchange for points. Long Tao said, what about the second? The second type belongs to mutilated Tao recordings, such as discovering the inheritance left behind by an ancient expert, but a large part of it has been broken. For example, traces of 2 once supreme masters fighting were found, from which you can see the Tao they comprehended. But these require a very strong enlightenment, and perhaps a chance to comprehend it, and the price is relatively cheaper. Long Tao told Qingshan, where is the second mutilated Tao record for sale? Qingshan immediately chose the second one. He had a full level of enlightenment and wasn't worried about comprehending it. Now that he had rented a courtyard for a year, he needed to comprehend the avenues more. I'll take you there. Long Tao didn't ask Qingshan what he was doing buying this kind of mutilated Tao record. He turned around and led Qingshan over. Those who were watching Qingshan then saw that Qingshan had spent a full 5,000 points to purchase more than 100 pieces of mutilated Tao records, a total of 8,000 points. 7,000 were spent in front of them. TMD. This guy did it on purpose. This person must have realized, and we guessed what we were thinking, that he deliberately spent all his points in front of us. What's the point of him buying those crippled swords? Those Tao record dogs don't even buy them. He even spent 5,000. Is this guy pissing us off? This person is a little cutie. Right. Those Tao records are hard to comprehend, and he bought over 100 of them. Does he plan to just keep comprehending them for the next year? 8,000 points. 8,000 points he spent thousands in an instant. My heart hurts. Why does my heart hurt so much when it's obvious he spent his own? Because as long as he's out of town, those points are ours. I've got my eye on him. You've spent all your points. You still have the immortal Tao technique on you and 5 immortal artifacts. That's a huge amount of money. I'll see what you do in a year. The people who were secretly observing were trembling with anger by Qingshan, and they also sensed that Qingshan was intentionally trying to spend all his points. And it's so square that it's just pure nausea for them. If it wasn't for the fact that fighting wasn't allowed in Weicheng, and whoever struck first would be severely punished, I'm afraid that they would have been unable to hold back by now, and would have gone out to teach Qingshan a lesson. Long Tao saw Qingshan, all of a sudden bought 5,000 points of the broken Tao record. Look surprised. Want to say something, but after all, only met for the second time. Look at this Qingshan calm face. He is not good to say anything. Brotherly, quite a personality. Finally Long Tao laughed. He also sensed Qingshan's idea of spending all of his points in front of those who were secretly spying on him, making it hard for them to crawl around like ants on their bodies. Thanks to Big Brother Long Tao's help today, when I settle down feast on Big Brother Long Tao, Qingshan said gratefully. No, it's all a favor. It's late now. You go ahead and clean the house. I'm going home too. Long Tao and Qingshan waved goodbye. Qingshan watched Long Tao leave, and then returned to his rented courtyard with the more than 100 pieces of broken Tao records he had purchased. Minimum, 20,000 word update today. I'm motivated when people vote a lot. Chapter 83, Feathered Immortal. Chapter 83, Feathered Immortal. Chapter 83, Feathered Immortal. The courtyard where Qingshan lived. There was an attic inside, and outside the attic, there was a small garden, which was planted with flowers, and there were some varieties that Qingshan had never seen before. The yard isn't that big, an unusual home. A year's rent would cost 2,000 points, which was an astronomical price for an unusual person. That's why the people who live in the dimensional battlefield reserve, except for the families of the soldiers, are rich. Returning to the courtyard, Qingshan put aside all the Tao records he had bought and took out his own jade tablet. The 8,000 recorded on it had turned into 1,000 at this moment, witnessing me spending 7,000. Those who originally regarded this amount of points as their own, I'm afraid they're all over the place. Qingshan smiled faintly. Anyway, the points were rewarded by the immortal Tao golden ranking. To Qingshan, they belonged to the unearned, and he didn't feel any pain if he spent them all. And this amount of points bought him a year's worth of time. And he also purchased more than 100 pieces of Tao records, which contained all sorts of the great Tao left behind by previous generations of masters. In the avenue-rich environment of the dimensional battlefield, Qingshan had a quiet year. He was very pleased. And why not do it in a way that disgusts those who are greedy at heart? Even now, Qingshan could still keenly perceive that those people were still staring at him. They will never be willing to do that. After all, Qingshan still had 1,000 points, 20 immortal Dao techniques, and 5 immortal weapons on him. Take everything slowly. I'll first comprehend the great Dao inside the Dao record, and then I'll have some fun with you guys afterward. Qingshan didn't put those prying eyes outside in his eyes. It's not like he could do anything anyway. He put away all the Dao records, then sat on the chair in front of the garden, silently surveying the Dao records in his hand. He buys doilies in different sizes and at different prices. The larger Dao recordings would have more of the great Dao recorded in them, and it would be easier to comprehend them. Smaller dowsing books would be much cheaper, but they contain broken and obscure avenues. But in Qingshan's case, none of this was a big deal. He has a full level of enlightenment, and he has roots like a forest. He absorbed auras incomparably fast, and he comprehended the great Dao very keenly. It was in this courtyard that Qingshan began to slowly refer to the great Dao inside the Dao record he had bought. This Dao record contains the Dao of the sword, which suits me. Qingshan was holding a broken sword that had lost its sharpness and was covered in rust. Even if they were previously incredibly sharp divine weapons, after the ravages of the years, they have now turned into unloved and discarded items. In the eyes of an ordinary person, this is just an ordinary broken sword. In the eyes of a top expert, one could feel the sword Dao that the owner of this sword had left in it. That's why it's not like a regular broken sword. It allows others to comprehend the sword path in it, and although it is incredibly difficult, it has a name of its own, Taoist records. Qingshan's divine sense continuously scanned this broken sword and could feel the fierce sword intent contained within the broken sword. It was like a beast with broken claws and teeth, trapped and very mad. You can't get a glimpse of what's going on. That's the reason Dawood sells so cheaply. It is very difficult to comprehend. But Qingshan didn't feel that way. He used his divine sense to constantly scan the broken sword, to communicate with the trapped sword chi in the broken sword. Gradually, he became addicted to it. You scan carefully to stimulate full enlightenment and comprehend the sword Dao of speed killing. A line appeared in front of Qingshan's eyes. Speed killing sword Dao. This is the same as my fast and slow sword Dao. Both are branches under the great scope of sword Dao, belonging to the basic earthly Dao. Qingshan instantly understood. He didn't mind. A basic earthly path is a basic earthly path. There are comprehensions that he cultivates. A little goes a long way, and a lot goes a long way. Qingshan decisively practiced the speed-killing sword Dao. The fast and slow sword Dao that he had previously comprehended was that after striking the sword, you were unable to determine whether the sword was fast or slow, and thus had no way to respond. Especially after the fusion of the fast and slow sword paths, it was even more ghostly and unpredictable, increasing Qingshan's battle power by several times out of nowhere. The speed-killing sword Dao that he was now comprehending was also the ultimate attack method for Qingshan, a sword chopping out. Under the enhancement of speed-killing sword Dao, the power was doubled, quickly killing the enemy. If the speed-killing sword Dao was comprehended to a high depth, the power would be doubled several times, even dozens of times. For Qingshan, he had comprehended the speed-killing sword Dao, which could also be fused with the fast and slow sword Dao. When the time came for the sword to chop out, the power was multiplied, and paired with the unpredictable speed of the ghosts and gods, and the uncertainty of the speed, it was almost impossible to escape from this sword. For 7 days in a row, Qingshan was in the small courtyard silently participating in the speed-killing sword Dao. The main door is not open. With his palm as the world, he condensed various different sword chi, attacking and attacking each other, evolving their respective sword paths with each other so as to comprehend them. Each day, he had something different to offer. Each day, he gained new insights into the speed-killing sword Dao. He enjoys it. However, those who were staring at Qingshan would not be able to enjoy themselves. For 7 days in a row, they stared at Qingshan's small courtyard and realized that Qingshan really didn't come out. There is a kind of hide in a small building into a unified, regardless of winter, summer and spring and fall attitude. It was so hard for them to scratch their ears, like a million ants were crawling on their bodies. He couldn't wait to rush directly into the small courtyard, pull out Qingshan, and then throw him outside the city to start a robbery. 7 days later, everyone was staring at Qingshan's yard, bored. This guy isn't really going to come out, is he? He's still got a lot on him, and without that, who wants to be here to keep an eye on him? He knows we're onto him, that's why he's spending all his points, renting a yard, and planning to hide out until we let our guard down. Without the points, there are still 5 immortal artifacts that can be sold for quite a few points. How can we let him go? Someone snorted coldly. Now staring at him, This is more than a dozen. The dimensional battlefield is intricate and complicated. It's not something that he, a kid who just came here, can play around with. I mean, what if he doesn't come out for the rest of the year? Then wait a year. I don't believe it. After a year this kid still has points to rent an apartment. Why doesn't he think about going out and earning points and then competing for the chance to become an immortal? Probably not confident in his own strength. Isn't he the first place in the Immortal Dao Golden Ranking evaluation? Bull ***** Immortal Dao Golden Ranking. This reformed Immortal Dao Golden Ranking. Who knows if it will be judged accurately? That's also true. This is after all the first evaluation after the reform of the Immortal Dao Golden Ranking. TMD. When I catch this kid, I'm going to make him look good. Outside the courtyard, a few streets away, the people staring at Qingshan were talking amongst themselves. In the courtyard, Qingshan did not ask about spring and autumn, Zen meditation and enlightenment. 7 days down the line, the speed-killing sword Dao was under his control. His palms spread out and his true qi erupted, revealing a hidden world. In this world, there are many swordsmen. They had spent their entire lives practicing only the sword, evolving the sword techniques that Qingshan had learned from the beginning of his cultivation to today. It's a world of kendo. It was a world of swords. Qingshan condensed the speed-killing sword Dao within it, injecting everything he had comprehended about the speed-killing sword Dao into it. This person who had comprehended the speed-killing sword Dao was then seen going on a killing spree in this miniature world. Other sword paths were unbeatable in front of the speed-killing sword path. In the end of the kill, the only thing that could match it was the fast and slow sword path. Seeing this scene, Qingshan reached out and with a click, this miniature world swept away. However, the fast and slow sword Dao and the speed-killing sword Dao were comprehended in his heart. We can try fusing them next. Qingshan pondered slightly, thinking about how exactly to fuse. Needing to find an entry point to blend the two sword paths together. It's a long process. Qingshan thought so seriously that he forgot about time. A month passed in the outside world. During this month, his palm kept spreading out, and the miniature world kept coalescing, with only 3 types of sword paths inside. Fast and slow sword Dao. Speed-killing sword Dao. The fast and slow sword Dao itself had fused, and they could fight individually or fuse together. The quick kill sword path doesn't work. Qingshan kept trying to fuse them together, but was met with opposition from both sides. The fast-slow fusion sword Dao and the speed-killing sword Dao extremely rejected each other. A month down the line and still not much of a clue. Qingshan also had a bit of a headache. But the month wasn't without its rewards. He had completely comprehended the speed-killing sword Dao, and the sword Dao he had obtained from the broken sword was completely controlled by Qingshan. That's kind of the only good news in a month of failure. On this day, Qingshan opened his eyes, and between his palms, the miniature world slowly collapsed and the 3 sword chi slowly faded. Just like life and death enemies, once they are fused, they will erupt into 100% resistance. Heart tired, Qingshan sighed. He was trying and failing. It's like 3 rebellious kids who can't rub it in. Qingshan was in an annoyed mood. When it came to fusion avenues, even if he had a full level of enlightenment, he couldn't do whatever he wanted. This closure is quite long. Go out and take a look. Stroll around Weichang and relax a bit. Qingshan got up, simply bathed, changed his clothes, tied his long hair behind his head, clean and fresh, and walked the courtyard. 1 month and 7 days passed. The people who were spying on him outside Qingshan's small courtyard had changed from a dozen or so in the beginning to 2 or 3 people now. Really cannot afford to spend with Qingshan, hiding in the small courtyard every day and not come out. They are outside looking through the water. So after 7 days, they withdrew most of their men, leaving only 2 or 3 to watch. These 2 or 3 people just stared at Qingshan's yard every day, chatting in boredom, until they saw Qingshan walk out. A few people instantly became excited and immediately wanted to follow Qingshan to see if he was going out of the city. Finally willing to come out after a month of hiding. Isn't it lonely being in a small yard for a month? All alone? It's good to be out. I thought he could hide for a year. The people who were watching were on the verge of tears. It took a month of stoicism to see Qingshan once. He had never been so serious about chasing girls. Qingshan walked out of the small courtyard and instantly noticed these few people. Cultivation is only at the realm of the supreme human. It should be the family members of those immortal soldiers. The people who were staring at me on that previous day were all top-notch experts. And a month has passed to replace such a few small fishes and shrimps to stare at me? Qingshan laughed inwardly. He knew that the other party could not carry the loneliness, competing with him for time and patience. Qingshan could wear them out. After all, he was the one who had stayed at the Sea-Do Cliff for decades without wanting to go out. And if it wasn't for the Immortal Dao Golden Ranking, he would still be on the Sea-Do Cliff rubbing the stone monument. Qingshan didn't bother with these few people and leisurely wandered inside Weichang. The city of Wei is huge. the predominantly black color. The walls, streets, and houses are built in a straight, staggered pattern that is a boon to OCD. The city of Wei is divided into a rest area, a trading area, and a city lord area. The rest area was where the families of the immortal soldiers, as well as people like Qingshan who weren't poorly paid, lived. The trading area was where nearby experts came to exchange their treasures, or sell their treasures in exchange for points. The city lord's district, on the other hand, was an office area that was inaccessible to the general public, and the city lord of Wei City was over there. Qingshan loitered and came from the rest area to the trading area. The trading area was huge, with tens of thousands of stores inside, and everyone who wanted to trade here needed to pay a sum of points to buy the right to use one of the stores just to do so. There were many cultivators in the trading area, and it was crowded. Most of them came to this place from the neighborhood around Weicheng and wanted to buy something. Cultivators wandering outside enter Weicheng and are not charged as long as they don't spend the night. In the trading area Qingshan saw many things. Some are selling pills, some are selling equipment, some are selling herbs, and some are selling demonic beast fur, or bones. This is all considered normal. Some people are selling themselves as commodities. Some are selling information, selling content that no one else knows about. There are 1,000 things to see and do. Qingshan walked and strolled around, not seeing anything he was interested in, and just as he was about to go back, he spotted an acquaintance, Long Tao. Qingshan was familiar with him alone in the entire Weicheng city, and now that he met him, he naturally went up to say hello. Long Tao was surprised to see Qingshan and said, "You came out of the small courtyard? You also know that I've been in seclusion in the small courtyard for a month?" Qingshan asked. "Those forces that are staring at you are furious when they see you hiding in the small courtyard and not coming out," Long Tao said smilingly. "What are they all about?" Qingshan asked curiously. "There are soldiers and bandits." Long Tao shook his head and spoke ambiguously. Qingshan understood, and no longer pursued. His decision was right. Just stay in Weicheng for a year. After that, big brother Long Tao, I wonder if I could have the honor to buy you a drink? Qingshan invited Long Tao. He had some questions he wanted to ask Long Tao. "I just don't know if Long Tao agrees." Long Tao thought about it and said, "You have something you want to ask me, right? There's no need to eat the meal. I'll answer you whatever I can. So ask." Qingshan and Long Tao walked aside to a corner where no one was. "Where should I inquire about some news about the dimensional battlefield?" Qingshan asked. Coming to the dimensional battlefield, he didn't know anything other than the news he had gotten from asking Flower Rhyme before. The center of the dimensional battlefield is not in our area. Weicheng can only be considered as a remote place. If you want to know the accurate news within the dimensional battlefield, then you should head to the core area a year later, Long Tao said. Is Weicheng considered a remote place? Qingshan was stunned. He did not expect that Weicheng, which looked very prosperous, was still a remote place. There are many safe zones in the dimensional battlefield. Weicheng doesn't rank at all. We guard the teleportation arrays over here. The news we get is delayed. You don't think of the dimensional battlefield as a battlefield with a very small range. You think of it as a vast world. Even more vast than when you were on Earth. Weicheng is a small place, Long Tao explained. Then where should we go? Qingshan asked. Go to Chang'an. There are heroes in Chang'an. That's where the wind and clouds meet. The aura and the great Tao over there in Chang'an is thicker than our side. Go to Chang'an over there to have the chance to perhaps capture the chance to become an immortal, Long Tao said to Qingshan. Chang'an. Qingshan fell into deep thought. Chang'an is full of heroes. Since ancient times, Chang'an has been the center of the dimensional battlefield. And breakthroughs to feathered immortals and even red dust immortals abound over there. And you're the first place in the Immortal Tao Golden Ranking evaluation. So you should go to Chang'an. Long Tao encouraged Qingshan. Looks like I chose wrongly by staying in Weicheng for a year? Qingshan let out a light laugh. There's nothing wrong with the choice to stay in Weicheng. You're only at the human world immortal realm now. If you leave Weicheng, and these officials and bandits collude and intercept you halfway, even though you're very strong, you probably won't be able to survive it because the one who made the move is a feathered immortal, Long Tao said seriously. So give yourself a year to work hard to improve, and after a year, you'll go to the center of the dimensional battlefield again, and I look forward to you making a name for yourself. Long Tao patted Qingshan's shoulder and turned around after saying those words. Qingshan looked at Long Tao's back and muttered, the center of the dimensional battlefield, Chang'an. After having a conversation with Long Tao, Qingshan directly returned to the courtyard, spreading out his palms, and the world in the center of his palm reappeared. Inside, sword chi ran through the air, 3 sword chi, defying each other. Qingshan coldly grimaced and stopped spoiling them. Even the most untamed natures, he had to blend them together. If you can't do it once, do it 10 times. If 10 times doesn't work, then 100 times. Li Qingshan is not afraid of failure. He wants to comprehend the Great Tao, then leave Weicheng and go to Qingshan. Watching Li Qingshan once again enter the small courtyard for seclusion and cultivation, the few people who had been ordered to keep an eye on him suddenly lost their temper. They knew that the next time they wanted to see Li Qingshan would be at least a month later. A couple of people were thinking about whether they should go back and apply for a different thing to do. 3 months later, Li Qingshan opened his palm, and between his palms, 3 sword qi intermingled with each other. The fast and slow sword Dao and the speed-killing sword Dao had finally managed to merge together after 3 months of Li Qingshan's constant pounding. In these 3 months, Li Qingshan had been working day and night, just forcing them to merge. It's okay to fail and start over immediately. It didn't matter if he was unruly and refused to merge. Li Qingshan was like a simmering eagle, simmering away the temperament of the 3 sword paths. In the end, the 3 sword qi intermingled with each other, and Li Qingshan accomplished a feat. He had taken the 3 basic earthly paths and fused them together, and the power that erupted from this was not the effect of 1 + 1 + 1 = 3. Li Qingshan's Yuanshan also instantly skyrocketed and increased by a third due to the fusion of the 3 ordinary earthly paths. His realm came to the peak of the human world immortal, but the breakthrough was delayed. Li Qingshan was not in a hurry and waited slowly. He now possessed 2 fusion avenues. One is the basic earthly way, the way of the fast sword, the way of the slow sword, and the way of the quick-killing sword, a fusion of the 3. One is the mysterious earthly path, space confinement, space slashing, 2 kinds of fusion, space storm. The rest had comprehended the skins, such as the 4 great paths of Buddhism, speed, thunder, and time. Only 4 months have passed in a year's time. There are still 8 months for me to comprehend. Take your time. Li Qingshan was in no hurry and continued to take out the Tao record he had bought to comprehend. Some Tao records could be enlightened to the Great Tao, while others were too badly broken to be enlightened at all. It's like opening a blind box. Li Qingshan didn't give up and was fully focused on each and every Tao record he had bought and was carefully comprehending it. Time passed slowly again. Since the last time he went out, Li Qingshan had not stepped out of the small courtyard even once in the time that followed. Immerse yourself in the beauty of the practice and don't let go. He bought more than 100 Tao records, and Li Qingshan earnestly comprehended them. Some work, some don't. You are seriously enlightened and inspire full enlightenment to comprehend the thunderstrike. You are seriously enlightened and inspire full enlightenment to comprehend the golden body of Buddha. You are earnest in your enlightenment, stimulating full enlightenment and comprehending the avenue of extreme speed. Li Qingshan was tireless and diligent in his comprehension. He had comprehended the great Tao of extreme speed on the basic earthly Tao, and by adding the great Tao of extreme speed into the Kuanpeng treasure art, Li Qingshan's speed had gained a great increase. So a year has passed. The 2 or 3 scouts that were guarding the entrance to the small courtyard at the beginning, at the moment none of them were there. A year down the line, Li Qingshan didn't come out, and the others wouldn't be staring at the door all the time, as long as they guarded the exit of Weicheng. Then if Li Qingshan went out, they would naturally know. This year down the line, Li Qingshan had gained a great deal of progress, and on the path of the Great Tao, he advanced with all his might, achieving successes unimaginable to ordinary people. Although his cultivation level was still at the peak of the human world immortal, it was incomparable to the Li Qingshan of a year ago. On this day, Li Qingshan awoke from his seclusion and looked at the sky. 1 year is about to expire as well. I should also go and see the scenery of the dimensional battlefield. I can't stay in Weicheng all the time. Li Qingshan got up. His aura was calm. A mysterious aura lingered up and down his body. That was because he had comprehended enough Great Tao to set him off more and more mysteriously. Li Qingshan washed up, removed the dust from his body, changed into a white coat. His black hair was tied up with a rope and tied behind him. In his body, the 5 immortal swords had also created a weak connection with him after a year of warming up. These 5 immortal swords did not have names. Perhaps they once did, but when they arrived in Li Qingshan's hands, they had been placed in the dantian to warm up and cultivate some kind of special connection between them, and until today, Li Qingshan had not renamed them. After all, in this year, Li Qingshan hadn't made a single move. The sword is hidden in its sheath, waiting for the man who will send him to his death. Li Qingshan packed up his things and then pushed open the door of the small courtyard. For the second time in a year, stepping out of this small yard, Li Qingshan didn't notice that there were people staring nearby. He walked towards the city gates of Weicheng with a calm demeanor. He's going out. Go to Shangan. At the gate of Weicheng City, Li Qingshan's friend Long Tao was on duty, and after seeing Li Qingshan, Long Tao came to a sudden realization. 1 year is up. Li Qingshan nodded. 1 year is up. I'm going to that Chang'an you spoke of. Go on. Be careful along the way. Long Tao looked at Li Qingshan and said in a slightly heavier tone, Okay. Li Qingshan nodded his head in agreement before walking out of the city gates. After he stepped out of the city gates, he suddenly twisted his head to look at Long Tao and asked with a smile, "You guys don't care about killing people outside, right?" Long Tao froze, looking at Li Qingshan's smile. Why did he feel a little creepy? "Everything outside. It's not our turn to care." Long Tao came back to his senses and immediately replied. Li Qingshan gently nodded and turned to walk out of the city gates. His words carried over. "In that case, I am relieved." When Long Tao heard this, he blinked his eyes and looked at Li Qingshan's departing back, whispering incredulously, "You don't want to get rid of all of them, do you?" Right after Long Tao finished speaking, a dozen figures appeared at the city gates, quickly leaving the city, followed by Li Qingshan. Long Tao took a long breath and muttered, "I hope you have a smooth journey." After leaving Wei Chang, Li Qingshan didn't go far. Beyond the city of Wei, there is a great river with rough waves called Wei River. Weichun was thus named. By the Wei River, green grass, there is a strange stone. Li Qingshan sat on it, watching the Wei River rushing endlessly, in a calm mood. Not long afterward, behind him, a dozen or so men came out after him. There are old and young, without exception. They all looked at Li Qingshan with an unfavorable expression, especially the few feathered immortals at the head. "You made us wait for a year," a feathered immortal old man said, somewhat gritting his teeth and looking at Li Qingshan with cold eyes. That day he had watched Li Qingshan spend 7,000 of the 8,000 points. It was then that he got meaty, because as long as Li Qingshan left the city, all these points would be theirs. Li Qingshan is spending their points. "It's been a year and you guys are still waiting, so it's also good to be patient," Li Qingshan said calmly. "Although there are only 1,000 points, you still have 20 immortal Dao techniques and 5 immortal weapons on you." The feathered immortal elder droned. The others stared at Li Qingshan with greedy eyes. Li Qingshan opened his hand and a long sword appeared in his hand, flowing with a light golden light, mysterious and powerful, attracting everyone's attention just as soon as it appeared. "Immortal sword, give it to me." The feathered immortal old man looked greedy. "Want it? Come and get it yourself," Li Qingshan said lightly. "You're just a human world immortal. You're simply not enough to look at in front of the old man. Who gave you the strength?" The feathered immortal old man laughed coldly, scoffing at Li Qingshan's words, striding over and reaching out. Boom! A brilliant blade of light disclosed, vaporizing and disappearing all the surrounding heaven and earth aura, to directly crush Li Qingshan and snatch the immortal sword. The attack of the feathered immortal was very powerful. However, Li Qingshan still had that calm look on his face, and in the face of the feathered immortal old man's snatch, he just waved his long sword. Buzz off! The immortal sword shook, bringing up a light that was very unusual, not as imposing as the feathered immortal old man's strike. However, as the two sides met, the light driven by the immortal sword directly cut off the feathered immortal elder's attack, and then, seemingly slowly but instantly descended on the feathered immortal elder's neck. A light stroke. This sword directly took away the life of the feathered immortal old man. Tentative. The feathered immortal old man hurriedly covered his neck with his hand and kept retreating, stepping on the earth and sending out vibrations. He covered his neck with both hands with great force, but the blood was still slowly seeping out. His pupils were dilated, and he looked at Li Qingshan with a face full of horror. The others were stunned by the scene. How did the situation turn out like this in the blink of an eye? The old man was at the feathered immortal realm, a great realm higher than the human world immortal Ah. However, between fighting with Li Qingshan, he was defeated in a single move, and his neck was cut off, and his life was severed. How is that possible? What kind of sword Dao are you? The old man squeezed out a few words in his throat, his face quickly turning from a reddish state to a miserable white color. Fusion sword Dao. That's my bottom line. You should feel lucky to be the first to die under this fusion sword path. The feathered immortal old man very much wanted to fight before he died, but after Li Qingshan's sword stroke just now, not only did it take away his life, it seemed as if it also cut off his strength, and at the moment, he was limp and couldn't lift any strength. Under the astonished gazes of the crowd, this feathered immortal old man flopped down on his knees and became silent. Blood slowly flowed all over the floor. There was silence in the room. The crowd that was full of confidence just now, believing that they were assured of victory and could obtain 5 immortal artifacts and dozens of immortal Dao techniques, had fear in their hearts at this moment. They looked at Li Qingshan and sucked in a breath of cold air. They only saw Li Qingshan at this moment getting up and carrying an immortal sword towards them. There were 3 feathered immortals in the group of a dozen people, and just now they thought that they had a solid victory, and it was unlikely that there would be a ripple. But now, looking at the feathered immortal old man who had turned into a corpse on the ground, some people immediately backed away. Since you're here then don't leave, lest the world say that I treat my guests unkindly, Li Qingshan said indifferently, and in the next second, the immortal sword was raised, and the others had already disappeared. The Koanpeng treasure art coupled with the avenue of extreme speed prevented these people from capturing Li Qingshan's figure. Brush, 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 brush. Among the dozen or so people, only the sword light flashed, and in less than a second, Li Qingshan appeared in the same place, then put away his immortal sword and left without looking back. What he had just executed was a fusion of the fast and slow sword Dao and the speed-killing sword Dao. With the combination of the three great Dao, it would be easy for Li Qingshan to kill even a feathered immortal. Of course, the three feathered immortals that chased out were not powerful figures. When Li Qingshan's figure disappeared into the Weishui, Long Tao walked out with his men, looked at the dozen or so people standing in place, and reached out and pushed. Wow! A dozen or so people fell apart and shattered into hundreds of pieces without blood, all of which were solidified by the sword light. Looking at Long Tao's eyelids jumping, Li Qingshan is actually this strong? Long Tang inwardly lamented. Fortunately he chose to be friends with Li Qingshan. Otherwise, there would be him lying here now. Collect the body and bring it back. If anyone asks, give them the body. Long Tao took a few deep breaths to calm down his excitement, then instructed his men. When his men had collected all the pieces of the body and left the place, Long Tao turned his head to look at Wei Shui. Li Qingshan's figure had long since disappeared from the weir, worthy of being the first place in the Immortal Dao Golden ranking. An absolute demon. Long Tao once again sighed with emotion and then entered Weiqing City with his chest puffed out. A parting of the ways. After Li Qingshan killed all the people who chased him out, he directly left and walked along the direction of Chang'an that Long Tao had mentioned. Miscalculated. I only cared about pretending to be an expert. I haven't taken the point jade tags on them. Only after walking out of Weishui for a long distance did Li Qingshan recall that he had missed out on a fortune. He shook his head. The incident leading to a lesson. Telling himself he couldn't be so extravagant next time. Those dozen or so people were all human world immortals, and there were also 3 feathered immortals, so there must be quite a few points on them. Good thing I have 1,000 points on me. It should be enough for me to go to Chang'an. I hope there won't be any ungrateful ones staring at me on the way. Li Qingshan shook his head, feeling silent in advance for those staring at him. After traveling through the Weishui and entering the real dimensional battlefield, Li Qingshan saw the real appearance of this world, which was very different from the Earth. Throughout the dimensional battlefield, there were no large areas where people gathered, except for the safety zone. Those who operate outside the security zone are in a state of limbo. Being a roving officer, looking from afar, the dimensional battlefield, green mountains everywhere, because fewer people open up the land here. The trees grow very thick, the mountains and forests tower, the dragon veins gather, the ferocious beasts are all over the place. This is a barbaric land. Li Qingshan was alone. He didn't go very fast, maintaining an even speed, crossing mountains and rivers along the way, observing the scenery along the way. Li Qingshan's heart suddenly moved, and the feathered immortal realm that had trapped him for a long time loosened itself. Find a place and go try to break through the feathered immortal. In fact, Li Qingshan had arrived at the peak of the human world immortal a year earlier. In this year, if he wanted to break through, he could forcefully try, but Li Qingshan didn't. He believes in water to water, so he didn't deliberately try to break through, but instead continuously comprehended the basic earthly Tao to deepen his base, as he continued to comprehend and cultivate until just now. After he slashed out with his sword and killed a dozen human world immortals and 3 feathered immortals, a gap appeared in the realm that had been closed. Li Qingshan looked around and found a large mountain. There was a waterfall in the big mountain, and on the side of the waterfall there was a cave, just enough to accommodate Li Qingshan inside. Li Qingshan quickly rushed here, because he was going to break through the feathered immortal, or in the wild. Li Qingshan drew a dozen or so formations on the spot to hide his breath, not wanting to be sensed by people passing by. He was already a formation master, and could outline formations with the power of heaven and earth. Only when he had set up the formation to ensure that people from the outside world couldn't spy on him was he satisfied with entering the cave and erasing the traces. There was nothing inside from the outside. Li Qingshan was ready to break through. About the feathered immortal, I don't know much about it. In fact, the whole earth doesn't know much about it either. Except for the feathered sect's founding ancestor who reached the feathered immortal realm on earth back then. No other earthly experts have reached the feathered immortal, and even if they did, it would be in the dimensional battlefield. So for the earth, the feathered immortal realm is very mysterious. Had I known that the breakthrough was so fast, I should have investigated the information in this regard when I was in Weicheng. Li Qingshan sighed inwardly. He had thought that he would have to wait a little longer, and by then he should be in Chang'an, which was the center of the dimensional battlefield and should have more information than Weicheng. But after 1,000 calculations, Li Qingshan did not calculate that he was about to break through after killing someone. So now we can only take one step at a time. Break through the feathered immortal first. After that, you can explore the wonders in the realm of the feathered immortal. Outside, The mountain peaks were as clear and hazy as ever. The mountains were green and the water was beautiful. And the 18 peaks were cloudy and misty. The environment over here was very good. Qingshan sat on his knees and mobilized all the energy in his body to impact the feathered immortal realm. Inside his body, the true chi was like a boil, transforming into a channel of essence that rushed horizontally. The true chi in Qingshan's body rumbled. It was as if he saw the ocean infinite, the sun rising and setting, the vitality, the vigor, and the endless flow of the great Tao. Like a day in the life. Boom! The true chi in his body rushed straight to his mind to open the feathered immortal realm. Feathered immortal realm, the cultivation of the sea of consciousness, Yuan Shun, and the physical body connected into one, completely through the body of the immaculate, such as the jade body like a glaze. A blazing flame rushed out from his body. It was the essence of the innate, which was clustered by the flesh of the innate. Burning, Qingshan looked like he was reborn in a fire. His clothes were all burned, and his muscles were crystalline. It was burning the impurities in his body, and then the power would enter the sea of consciousness to rendezvous, and together they would knock on the door of the feathered immortal. Eventually the sea of consciousness and the physical body are connected, and the top and bottom are one, free of dust and dirt. At this moment, Qingshan was connected to heaven and earth with every breath he took in and out. Day 1, Day 2, Day 3, until the 18th day. All the power in his body converged into the sea of consciousness, twisted into a rope, and then violently knocked on the feathered immortal gate. Boom! Qingshan only felt a roar in his mind. A mysterious portal was opened. Infinite power was instilled down from this portal, flowing all over his limbs and bones, directly connecting his entire body into one. His power skyrocketed crazily. His true chi condensed into dew. He completed the metamorphosis. Feathered immortal realm. Qingshan stepped into it. After a period of adaptation after the breakthrough, Qingshan opened his eyes. Seeing that he was completely naked, he took out a set of clothes from his storage space and changed back into them. After breaking through the feathered immortal, in this dimensional battlefield, one can be considered to have the power to defend oneself. Qingshan was in a good mood. Just as Qingshan was about to withdraw the concealment formation, he suddenly heard the sound of fighting coming from the outside world, causing him to pause in his movements and look up. Between the green mountains and the green water, a figure was being chased by a dozen people, covered in wounds, but fighting more and more. He was an old man, barehanded and simply dressed, with angry hair that burned with fire. Qingshan's expression froze when he saw him. This man he knew. Before, when the immortal Tao Golden List descended and took stock of the experts on Earth. This one comes in at number 8. Xiao Wuji, possessing the bloodline of a fighter, became fiercer and fiercer the more he fought, and was very terrifying. He should have entered the dimensional battlefield with Qingshan. And after a year, how was he being chased? Qingshan looked towards the person chasing him. There were 15 experts in total. 7 feathered immortals were the main combatants, and the remaining 8 were human world immortals. Obviously they were well versed in the art of siege. Knowing that Xiao Wuji's fighting strength was strong, they didn't fight with him head-on, repeatedly pulling and forming an encirclement to prevent him from escaping, and from time to time, they secretly came up with a blow, tormenting Xiao Wuji. Xiao Wuji's body was bathed in blood, and he was full of battle spirit, but his heart continued to sink, and he knew that he was in trouble. The opposite side was clearly a repeat offender, a team that specialized in hunting loose soldiers like Xiao Wuji. Xiao Wuji fought and tried to break out, but he was resisted by the 3 feathered immortals joining hands. Instead, on the other side, several other feathered immortals seized the opportunity and struck out together, directly blasting the raging energies on him. Boo! Xiao Wuji was instantly struck and instantly smashed down, hitting the waterfall. The huge impact smashed the waterfall apart, shaking the mountain peaks, splashing rocks, and incidentally tearing apart the formation that Qingshan had set up along with it. Qingshan was thus exposed to the gaze of the crowd. Xiao Wuji spat out blood and barely stood up, looking at Qingshan in surprise. God of the earth. The gang of a dozen or so people looked delighted when they saw Qingshan, and the leading feathered immortal laughed loudly. This is buy one get one free. Qingshan, who was being watched by everyone, only had one thought at the moment. It's a good thing I just put my clothes back on. Otherwise, this time is really the scene of his social death. Chapter 84, Successor of the Kunlun Immortal, Request for Subscription. Chapter 84, Successor of the Kunlun Immortal, Request for Subscription. Chapter 84, Successor of the Kunlun Immortal, Request for Subscription. Xiao Wuji fought with someone else and crashed through the formation set up by Qingshan, exposing him. I didn't expect there to be unexpected joy. A feathered immortal who just broke through must have quite a lot of treasures on his body. Are you going to obediently hand it over yourself, or are we going to do it to make you hand it over? The gang of a dozen people, The leader of the feathered immortal looked at Qingshan and said with a cold smile, "Are you guys specialized in hunting others?" Qingshan had no fear and directly walked out from the cave and opened his mouth to ask, "Want to know our names and then come to take revenge after living a miserable life?" The leading feathered immortal sneered, not wanting to tell Qingshan their names. "No, I'm just afraid that if you guys don't say anything, when you go to the Yellow Springs, you won't know who the person who killed you is." Qingshan shook his head and said in a serious manner, "It's true that they're young people. They just broke through. Their hearts are exuberant, and they speak loudly." Someone in the gang of a dozen or so people laughed disdainfully. "Thinking that you can talk tough just because you've broken through to feathered immortal? Let me tell you, there are 7 feathered immortals on our side." The feathered immortal at the head of the group disdainfully said in a loud voice, "God of Earth, I'll cover you. You go. This matter has nothing to do with you. I'll burn my bloodline and activate my battle power. You take advantage of the chaos and escape." At this time, the blood-spitting Xiao Wuji transmitted his voice to Qingshan, uttering his plan. His tone was firm, not wanting to drag Qingshan down. This was his trouble and should be solved by himself. Accidentally crashing through Qingshan's formation and exposing him to these people was already his fault. Xiao Wuji didn't want Qingshan to lose his life because of himself. After he finished that, he was about to burn his bloodline. Qingshan immediately interrupted him. Seeing that he was in a hurry to burn his bloodline, he drank. "There's no need for you to burn your bloodline. Give me a look on the sidelines. I'm the god of the earth. These losers who are holding on to their bloodline are not even in my eyes." Stopping Xiao Wuji's move to burn his bloodline, Qingshan reached out and an immortal sword appeared in his palm. 7 feathered immortals. And they still have to hug each other. They've lived to a dog's age, Qingshan said nonchalantly. Then he mobilized the power he had just broken through, and the 3 great Dao paths in his body merged at a rapid pace, condensing on the immortal sword. Qingshan's face was clear and cold as he stood on the broken stone and slashed his sword towards the sky. Madaka! A sword chi rushed up into the clouds and transformed into a true dragon with a boom. This true dragon possessed 3 colors on its body, intertwining together in a hideous and terrifying manner as it directly swooped down. The gang of a dozen or so people, facing the scaly dragon rushing down, struck out in unison and resisted together. But the next second the true dragon disappeared into the sky and appeared in front of them in an instant. Boom! 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 Extremely terrifying explosions resounded through the mountains and forests, and the true dragon spat out an infinite amount of sword chi, instantly decapitating the 7 feathered immortals on the spot. As for the rest of the human world immortals, the incidental sword energy took their lives. The true dragon, feeling that it had no opponent, roared up to the sky to vent its anger. In the next second, it directly disappeared into the sky, leaving only 3 strands of sword chi that slowly flowed through. Xiao Wuji, who saw this scene, swallowed his saliva. He instantly lost the idea of burning his bloodline. No wonder the immortal Dao Golden ranking evaluated you as the god of the earth. This is too terrifying. Xiao Wuji looked at Qingshan and said from the bottom of his heart. Qingshan put away his immortal sword, not at all surprised by the situation before him. When he was still at the human world immortal realm, killing feathered immortals was very easy, not to mention the fact that he had improved his strength on all fronts after breaking through the feathered immortal realm. These feathered immortals who needed to hold on to their own, in front of Qingshan, they were like dirt chickens and dogs, unbeatable. They were also bullying Xiao Wuji for not having broken through the feathered immortal and not having enough experience in the dimensional battlefield, using their accumulated experience, as well as teamwork, to force Xiao Wuji into a dangerous situation. But even so, they still had no way to take Xiao Wuji and could only grind slowly. Of course, without Qingshan's appearance, Xiao Wuji would have definitely been worn down by them. Many thanks to the god of earth for saving my life. Xiao Wuji came over from the other side of the waterfall and thanked Qingshan in person. No need. It's just a show of hands. After all, we're all new here. And because of the immortal Dao Golden ranking, we also have a fragrant relationship. Qingshan waved his hand, not putting this matter on his mind at all. God of the earth, have you been practicing this year since you entered the dimensional battlefield? Xiao Wuji asked curiously. Can you not keep calling me the god of earth? Qingshan felt a bit ashamed. Couldn't he just call his real name? Xiao Wuji said awkwardly. I forgot what your name was. And when I was looking at the immortal Dao Golden ranking, I paid attention to the god of earth evaluation at the back of that. Speechless, Qingshan took a deep breath and said calmly, my name is Qingshan. Remember, don't call me the god of earth anymore. Alright, Qingshan, I'll remember. Xiao Wuji nodded his head and memorized the name in his heart. How did you get targeted by them? Qingshan asked curiously. Xiao Wuji sighed. I did discover a treasure, and when I came out, I bumped into them, asking me to hand over my points and treasures. I didn't agree, so they fought. Seeing this, Li Qingshan stopped asking. He immediately went over to collect the corpses of the gang of a dozen or so that had been blasted to death. Li Qingshan had grown a lesson from the previous killings near Weichang, where he had not collected the bodies and suffered heavy losses. This time, he remembered to collect the bodies. The dozen or so people were a gang, going around looking for people who had fallen off the wagon to strike, and the points they had on them must be pretty muddy. They also could not have imagined that a team with 7 feathered immortals would be destroyed with a single sword. People like them, who lived a life of the tip of a sword, naturally wouldn't put their treasure points elsewhere, and would definitely carry them with them. As expected, Li Qingshan carefully collected and scraped, and found a dozen jade tags and saw the points on them. The least amount of points is over 1,000. The most there was 6,000 points. Other treasures are too numerous to mention. Li Qingshan put all the other treasures into his storage space and then transferred all the points on the jade card to his own jade card. Instantly he had over 30,000 points. It's really true that horses don't get fat without night grass, and people don't get rich without horizontal wealth. Li Qingshan couldn't help but sigh as he looked at the over 5-digit number of points on his jade tablet. The Immortal Dao Golden ranking had descended, and he had only been rewarded 8,000 points for winning first place. Now with one sword, he had over 30,000 points. If this were to be seen by those people in Weicheng, I'm afraid that their eyes would be red again. However, Li Qingshan didn't care much about the points, and after turning around, he put away the jade card, then looked into the distance and prepared to leave. He turned around to say goodbye to Xiao Wuji, but he didn't expect Xiao Wuji to say, "Li Qingshan, you saved my life, I can't return the favor. It just so happens that I found a treasure. If you go with me, 90% of the treasures inside will be yours." Li Qingshan shook his head and refused. "You found the treasure yourself, just go and get it yourself. Saving you is just a matter of passing by. We know each other because of the Immortal Dao Golden ranking after all. Don't take it to heart." In the face of the treasure, Li Qingshan had had a touch of heart, but on second thought, since Xiao Wuji was able to discover this treasure, other people would surely be able to discover it as well. Then, this treasure would definitely cause a fight, and if there was nothing in the treasure, and there was a fight to the death over it, Li Qingshan felt that it was not worth it. He's not a man who likes to fight. He liked to silently cultivate and improve himself, then directly kill his enemies in seconds. Seeing Li Qingshan's refusal, Xiao Wuji hurriedly said, "This treasure of mine belongs to a fallen immortal. There are quite a lot of good things in it, and the news is not spreading at the moment. So let's seize the time and scour the inside, and maybe there will be information about becoming an immortal." Li Qingshan's expression was a bit hesitant. Information on becoming immortal? It was a bit tempting for him. "Where is the treasure?" Li Qingshan asked. "It's just 1,000 miles away, deep inside a big mountain. Rumor has it that a battle happened there a long time ago. A sword chi cut hundreds of mountain peaks. It was very terrifying. Some people say that immortals have been buried there, and that there might be immortals' treasures. These are all things that I have heard from some of my friends." Xiao Wuji said quickly. "How did you find out?" Li Qingshan looked at Xiao Wuji. "Just a short while ago, when I was passing by there, a mountain peak suddenly collapsed down, and a vacuum appeared, deep underground, with an immortal stone door inside. At that time, I was the only one in the vicinity, and I didn't see any other people, so I immediately used the art of mountain moving to move that collapsed mountain peak, blocking the immortal stone door, to ensure that no one would find it. Just as I was about to go in and explore, I was targeted by this gang and then fought all the way over here. And you know all about what happened after that." Xiao Wuji said sincerely. The injuries on his body looked serious, but as he spoke with Li Qingshan, the blood in his body was pulsing like boiled water, frantically stimulating his wounds. Whether it was an external injury, an internal injury or a damage to his divine consciousness, it healed quickly. This is the bloodline of a fighter, born to be extraordinary. According to you, you can explore on your own now, Li Qingshan said. "You're my savior. I'm willing to share this treasure with you. The 9 layers of things inside belong to you. I'll just come with a little bit," Xiao Wuji said sincerely, and afraid that Li Qingshan would not believe him, he even swore to heaven. Li Qingshan stopped him and said, "There's no need to engage in this. Swearing to the heavens and whatnot is useless. If you want to harm me, just be careful with your own life. Since you're willing to share this treasure, we'll split it 50-50, and I'll help you bear the dangers when we encounter them. Let's work together." Li Qingshan still had his heart set on it, not for the treasure of the immortals, but for the message of becoming an immortal. There should be a lot of books in the immortal stone door, and this information was very much needed by Li Qingshan. After entering the feathered immortal, he clearly felt that the feathered immortal was different from the human world immortal. The human world immortal was a large realm that didn't differentiate between anything else within it. It was very generalized. which was why it appeared to be very divided between the strong and the weak. That's not the case with the feathered immortal. There were still levels above the feathered immortal, and Qingshan could clearly feel that there was still room for him to improve. Therefore, this immortal's treasure that Xiao Wuji said, Qingshan seriously thought about it and decided to explore it. Xiao Wuji was very happy to see Qingshan agree and immediately led the way in front. The speed of the two was very fast, and the land of 1,000 miles passed by in the blink of an eye. Over the mountains, or one big hill after another, the pines and cypresses were green and lush. Qingshan and Xiao Wuji were very careful, collecting their qi and observing the surroundings to make sure there was no one. Only then did Xiao Wuji descend on that mountain peak. It's this mountain peak. Before it collapsed and fell down, it startled quite a few beasts in the mountain. Fortunately, only I passed by and quickly filled it up after exploring it. The others who flew over it wouldn't care at all. They wouldn't have imagined that underneath the peak there would be an immortal stone gate. Xiao Wuji pointed at the mountain peak under his feet and smiled heatedly. Qingshan's divine sense spread out, penetrating under the mountain peaks, going on and on, then encountering a barrier. This barrier was very strong. Qingshan's divine soul increased by a large amount when he perceived the great Tao, and doubled in size when he broke through the feathered immortal. But it still seemed so small in front of this barrier. Immortal Stone Gate. Qingshan could confirm that there was an immortal stone gate under the mountain peak. Xiao Wuji had not told a lie. We're going down now? Xiao Wuji asked Qingshan. There's no rush. I'll first put some concealment formations around the area to ensure that the next commotion that happens under the ground won't be transmitted to the outside world and won't attract other people. Qingshan calmly said. He was not overwhelmed by the immortal stone gate. You still know formations? Xiao Wuji looked at Qingshan in surprise. Qingshan didn't explain. He used the heaven and earth as a formation disk, using the dragon vein as a guide. Mountains and rivers could all be laid out in formations. After adding another array arrangement was completed, this mountain peak looked flat to the outside world, and even if the noise inside was earth-shattering, the outside wouldn't hear it unless one approached and descended upon this mountain peak. But there are mountains and ravines all around this area, not to mention 10,000 rolling hills, or at least a few thousand peaks. Who cares about a plain little mountain? When this was all set up, Qingshan said to Xiao Wuji, we can go down and take a look now. Xiao Wuji gave a thumbs up and said in admiration, this is called professionalism. Qingshan did not comment. This is his character. Caution is the main thing. Do not want to take big risks, and always leave himself a back way. Where is the entrance? Qingshan asked Xiao Wuji. Follow me. Xiao Wuji led Qingshan to a mountain crevice between the mountains, and followed the crevice downwards, and in a short while, he saw a stone gate, which was very ancient. I came here last time and didn't rush to push open the stone door, Xiao Wuji said to Qingshan. Qingshan silently observed the stone door. The material of the stone gate is not too different from that of this mountain peak, and it can be seen that the immortal used nearby stones to shape a stone gate as his tombstone before he died. Qingshan walked forward to make sure there was no danger and reached out to dust off the stone door. As expected, it had writing on it. It's just that it's been so long that it's collecting dust and covering up the words. There are actually words on this? Xiao Wuji approached in surprise and looked. He didn't even notice last time he panicked. Tomb of the Kunlun Immortal. The Kunlun Immortal stands. Qingshan read the largest few words first. This Kunlun Immortal, erecting a monument to himself. Xiao Wuji moved closer and looked seriously, and suddenly asked curiously, since he erected a monument to himself, one piece is enough. Why make it a door? Maybe it's a door than a monument. It looks imposing? Qingshan irresponsibly made a wild guess. He squatted down and continued to wipe away the dust when he saw another small line of writing underneath the monolith. What is written here? Xiao Wuji asked. Qingshan gently stroked it and read it out one at a time. Whoever sees this word, kneel down and kowtow 100 times and shout 3 times for master, and you will receive my inheritance. After practicing, Qingshan's face looked strange. Xiao Wuji did the same and muttered, I don't think that sentence is believable, right? Qingshan got up and looked at the stone door. Push and see if you can push it away. If you can, ignore the line. Qingshan said to Xiao Wuji. Xiao Wuji was obedient and immediately began to push the stone door. He had been injured before, but this moment he had gotten better, and after another hour, he was expected to be as good as new. The bloodline of a fighter is truly terrifying. Xiao Wuji exerted all his strength. His muscles tensed, gritted his teeth, and pushed the stone door. The stone door didn't budge. He tried 3 times, and all 3 times the result was the same. Xiao Wuji wants to try a 4th time. This time Qingshan joined him and used all of his strength. The stone door still didn't budge. Can't push it. Can't get in. Qingshan shook his head and looked at the line of text under the stone door with a strange face. He had just attempted to watch it carefully as well, trying to activate the full level of enlightenment. It wasn't clear if his strength was too low, or if the stone door itself wasn't worth attending to. No full level of enlightenment was inspired. Standing in front of the stone door, Xiao Wuji said with an odd expression on his face, "It's not really necessary to kowtow to him 100 times, is it?" Li Qingshan shook his head slightly. "He's definitely not doing it." "I'll do it." Xiao Wuji clenched his teeth and directly knelt down. Bang! 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 The sound of kowtowing echoed. Li Qingshan stepped back a bit and pulled away, not wanting to interfere with Xiao Wuji. Xiao Wuji kowtowed very quickly. 100 heads kowtowed down, each one very hard. His forehead was just a little dusty, no redness or swelling, copper skin and iron bones. After kowtowing, Xiao Wuji shouted 3 times for master. Then he stared at the stone door with Li Qingshan, wanting to see if there were any changes. 30 seconds. 1 minute. 3 minutes. Until 5 minutes passed. Xiao Wuji gritted his teeth and cursed. TMD. Fell for it. 100 heads for nothing. Li Qingshan stood on the side and didn't know how to comfort him, but he was sharp-eyed and saw that the line of words below the stone door had changed. Xiao Wuji, take a look. Li Qingshan reminded the angry Xiao Wuji. Xiao Wuji immediately came over and read it while looking at it. Ha ha ha, cute size. 1. This you can believe? This sentence directly infuriated Xiao Wuji. I'll smash your broken stone door. Xiao Wuji flew up and kicked the stone door with a thud, making a heavy sound and splattering dust. The stone door is still the same. The words have changed again. Li Qingshan reminded Xiao Wuji that he had been observing. The angry Xiao Wuji could only squat down and continue to watch. Watch and read as you go. What kind of hero is kicking the door? For the sake of your sincerity, kowtow to me 100 more times and call out 100 times master, and I'll take you under my tutelage. Xiao Wuji immediately stood up and cursed. Your grandmother's dead, ghost immortal. You fooled me once, and you want to fool me a second time? Bah! Not even the door. I shucks. Li Qingshan looked at the gradually grumpy Xiao Wuji with a hint of thought in his eyes and said, Xiao Wuji, don't you think that this stone door is alive? Xiao Wuji froze and looked at Li Qingshan, surprised. Are you saying that this stone door is alive? Li Qingshan said calmly, this is just my guess. He was thinking that the Kunlun immortals had been dead for at least 1,000 years, and no matter how powerful and knowledgeable they were, they would not be able to calculate the arrival of Li Qingshan and Xiao Wuji after 1,000 years. And the words he left behind that changed were all based on Xiao Wuji's emotions. How could the Kunlun immortals calculate that after 1,000 years, Xiao Wuji would kick in the stone door? Anyone else who came along wouldn't necessarily have kicked in the stone door. That was why Li Qingshan said that the stone door was alive. I believe you, since you said that this stone door is alive. It was that was playing tricks on me just now. Heck grandma, now it's my turn to play tricks on him. Xiao Wuji hemmed and hawed. What do you want? Li Qingshan was unsure. The stone door, you can't push it. You can't split it. How can you juggle it? Stand back for a moment. I'm afraid you'll be embarrassed by your inferiority complex. The roguish temperament in Xiao Wuji's character was exposed as he unbuckled his belt and took off his pants, then walked to the stone door and was ready to open the gate and release the water. Li Qingshan cried and laughed. He chose to back up a bit, but in the process, he kept his eyes on the paragraph on the stone tablet. He wanted to see if the writing on the stone tablet would change when Xiao Wuji went rogue. Xiao Wuji had already taken off his pants, and he hummed a little tune as he pulled out the parts that couldn't be depicted. In the next second, Li Qingshan saw that the text on the stone door changed. Alright, this stone door speaks. Li Qingshan interrupted Xiao Wuji's opening of the gate and said with a smile. Xiao Wuji immediately shoved the stuff back, pants up, and hemmed and hawed. Sure enough, you're alive with the stone door. Let me see what you're talking about. Xiao Wuji squatted down, looked at the small line of words, and read it out. Don't hold your little tadpole against me. After reading this out, Xiao Wuji's face was like black charcoal. From top to bottom, the whole thing was about to burst into flames. Without a word, he pulled down his pants, pointed them at the stone door, and simply opened the floodgates and released the water. Wow! This time the gates were open for quite a long time to release the water, and it poured directly underneath the stone gate. At that time, Li Qingshan had long since discovered that the stone door had been updated with text. But he didn't remind Xiao Wuji. He also kind of hated this juggling attitude of sure men. So let Xiao Wuji instill some nourishment into him. After opening the floodgates for a full 2 minutes, Xiao Wuji then winced and comfortably lifted his pants. Let me see. What did you say again? Xiao Wuji squatted down to look at the line of words. Disgusting. Xiao Wuji recited these words, and his entire body laughed out loud, all of his anger instantly dissipating and soothing his body. Li Qingshan came forward at this time and spoke. Sure men. I know you have a mind of your own, and without any surprises, It should be the Kunlun immortal who molded you before his death. Li Qingshan spoke. Xiao Wuji shut up and stood aside to look at the stone door. Stone Gate seemed to be listening too. The Kunlun immortal must have his purpose in molding you out. In fact, at first you were right. The Kunlun immortal was looking for a successor, but not to kowtow to 100 heads. He needs to get your approval, right? Li Qingshan calmly analyzed. Xiao Wuji gave a thumbs up on the side and looked at Li Qingshan with admiration. Stone Gate updated a paragraph. You're right. Li Qingshan was unsurprised and continued. After the death of the Kunlun immortal, are we the first people to come here? Sure, Men replied to Li Qingshan's words. Yes. Then do you have your eye on one of the two of us? Li Qingshan asked directly. Xiao Wuji covered his mouth and said in a low voice. He should have picked you. I just humiliated him so much that he couldn't wait to kill me. Li Qingshan did not reply, but looked at the stone door. Stone Gate updates a text. Why do I have to pick between you two? Xiao Wuji reacted and whispered. It's right. It doesn't have to pick ours. Li Qingshan smiled coldly. If you don't pick the two of us, do you think you'll meet a third? Stone Gate updated the text. I don't pick you guys, and there's nothing you can do about it. This thing is indestructible. It's troublesome to push it and not be able to push it. Xiao Wuji said in Li Qingshan's ear. We can't do anything with you. We can't push you, and we can't damage you. But is it possible for me to dig up all of this large area? And you'll still be you. I won't move you. And I'll dig up the entire piece of the earth vein altogether, and keep it all the time, so that you can't see a third person for the rest of your life. Li Qingshan's face was slightly cold. His words were light, but they were a deadly threat. Xiao Wuji immediately clapped his hands and said loudly, yes, that's right. You can only choose one of the two of us, or else you won't be able to see a third person in your life. Updated text from Stone Gate. It could not refute Li Qingshan's words. It was a while before it spoke. I can choose between the two of you. Xiao Wuji said excitedly. It compromised. That must be you. The inheritance of the Kunlun immortals is going to fall on you. Xiao Wuji was self-aware enough to know that it wouldn't fall on him, so he didn't lose any ground at all. After all, he had a pretty good time peeing on that one. Li Qingshan calmly asked, pick one then. Stone Gate was lost in thought, really choosing carefully, and then he updated his text with a paragraph. Xiao Wuji immediately read it out. I choose Xiao Wuji. Xiao Wuji froze and asked dully, what did you pick me for? Li Qingshan also looked at the stone door curiously. He also thought that the probability would be himself. After all, Xiao Wuji opened the floodgate on the stone door. A release or 2 minutes. Stone Gate updates the text. Because, I'm going to get back at you. Xiao Wuji was full of brain fog. Revenge on me and you chose me? But you gave me the inheritance of the Kunlun immortal? Sure, Men responded. Giving you the inheritance of the Kunlun immortals is the best way to get revenge. Xiao Wuji looked at Li Qingshan and asked in confusion. What does it mean by that? I'm a bit confused. Li Qingshan looked at the stone door and asked. The inheritance of the Kunlun ancestors, or perhaps the Kunlun immortals themselves, are huge troubles. Sure, Men replied to Li Qingshan. You're smart. Much smarter than this stupid big guy. If it wasn't to get back at him, I would have picked you. Li Qingshan shook his head. Before he did have so much of a heart for Mr. Kunlun's inheritance, but now that he knew that it was a big trouble, Li Qingshan wasn't heartbroken at all. He's afraid of trouble. Even if it was an immortal's inheritance, he was still afraid of trouble. No, since you've said it's a big trouble, can't I not have it? Xiao Wuji opened his mouth. Stone Gate updated the text. You were the ones who told me to choose just now, and now that I've chosen and you don't want it, are you a capricious villain? Xiao Wuji couldn't keep his face up and looked at Li Qingshan. He knew that Li Qingshan was smarter and more observant than himself, and wanted Li Qingshan to analyze the situation. Li Qingshan organized his thoughts for a while, then asked, just now, I said that the inheritance of the Kunlun immortal is a big trouble. How big is this trouble? At the same time, this friend of mine, how big of a reward will he get? When you tell others about the risks, you also need to tell them about the benefits, so that they won't be scared away by you. Stone Door responded. In the dimensional battlefield, if the news of the Kunlun immortal is known, it will surely attract countless immortals to kill each other. And once you become the heir of the Kunlun immortal, you'll have thousands and thousands of endless enemies in the future when you enter the immortal realm, and they'll hunt you down and kill you without stopping. So scary? Stone Door continued to respond. There are dangers and naturally opportunities. Becoming an heir to the Kunlun immortals. Becoming an immortal is nothing but a trivial matter to you. Once you digest all of the knowledge of the Kunlun immortals, it is the entire immortal realm that you can come and go as you please. Since ancient times, crisis and opportunity were originally two grasshoppers on a rope. How you choose lies in yourself. Sherman finally gave the initiative to Xiao Wuji. Xiao Wuji barred his dry cigarette. an old face full of tangled. He did not know how to choose. Give it up. Can't give it up. It feels dangerous not to give up. Xiao Wuji, who had been gathering for a while, looked at Li Qingshan. He wanted to get an answer from Li Qingshan. Li Qingshan said calmly, when you are old and have little life left, sitting on top of a rocking chair and reminiscing about the past, at that time, will you regret that you didn't choose to accept the inheritance of the Kunlun immortals today? Xiao Wuji followed Li Qingshan's words and expanded his associations. When he was old, with lowered eyebrows, and his strength had faded so much that he had so little life left that he could only sit in a rocking chair, looking at the dim lights and reminiscing about the past. Just today, he did not accept the inheritance from the Kunlun immortals and continued to live his life. When Xiao Wuji thought like this, his entire body gave a jolt and immediately opened his eyes, saying without hesitation, I accept the inheritance of the Kunlun immortal. A man dies a bird's death, not a million years. Rather than live out his life in an ordinary way, it is better to fight in waves. As the saying goes, all the green mountains in the world are the same. Where they die, they are buried. The inheritance of Kunlun's ancestors, I'm going to make sure that I want it, even if it means making an enemy of the entire world. I have no regrets. At least I know that there is still a brother out there. Xiao Wuji pointed at Li Qingshan and said with bravado. In his heart, he already considered Li Qingshan as his best brother. Li Qingshan looked at Xiao Wuji and revealed a smile, saying, congratulations, the opportunity is right in front of you, and if you don't take it because you're afraid, you're just going to be immortal for the rest of your life. Putting himself in Li Qingshan's shoes, I'm afraid that his final answer would be the same as Xiao Wuji. Stone Gate updated the text. Those words just now are still decent. There are Kunlun immortal inheritors so many meanings. In the days to come, with me assisting you, I will slowly channel the inheritance of the Kunlun immortals to you. Then won't I have to stay here all the time? Xiao Wuji asked. Stone Door responded. There is no need to be all the time. Next I will instruct you to cultivate. When you break through the feathered immortal realm you can cast a secret technique to make me smaller and carry me around. Then you can go anywhere in the sky and underground. Li Qingshan spoke. That is to say, the inheritance of Kunlun's ancestors is in your hands, and all you have here is merely a stone door with nothing behind it? Right, Stone Gate admitted. Li Qingshan smiled helplessly. This trip was for nothing. Xiao Wuji looked at Li Qingshan guiltily on the side, said that the 1/9 split, now this treasure is all his. Li Qingshan did not get anything. He felt sorry for Li Qingshan. Li Qingshan was indifferent and continued to ask, how did immortal Kunlun die in the dimensional battlefield? According to what you said, the Kunlun immortal had a large number of enemies even in the immortal world, so he should be very powerful. How did such a powerful person fall? I don't know, Stone Gate replied, seemingly afraid that Li Qingshan wouldn't believe him. He updated another paragraph. I was molded by the Kunlun immortal before his death. I don't know anything about what happened before him, and when the Kunlun immortal left his legacy behind, I peeped a little bit and realized how powerful he was, while carrying a lot of trouble. Li Qingshan believed this explanation. How far is the feathered immortal realm from being a true immortal? Li stopped asking about the things that sure men didn't know and turned to ask about things regarding his own cultivation. It was good to gain some information without obtaining any treasures on this trip. A feathered immortal is not too far from a true immortal. Within the feathered immortal realm, there are three major realms: the freewheeling, the everlasting fetus, and the curtain heavenly lord, which are like three great mountains that press down on the head of the cultivator. Cross the three great mountains, and behind them is the true immortal realm. Stone Gate answered Li Qingshan's question. Li Qingshan looked at the updated text on the stone door and fell into deep thought. Prosperity, everlasting fetus, curtain heavenly lord. There are surprisingly three mountains behind the feathered immortal realm. Sure enough, my senses were right, Li Qingshan mused. At his current realm, he could only be considered a feathered immortal, far from the realm of escapism, not to mention the eldritch fetus behind it, the lord of the curtain, as well as the immortal realm at the very end. What else do you want to ask? Sure men took the initiative to ask Li Qingshan. Li Qingshan slowly shook his head. There's nothing more I want to ask. Then leave. Next I'm going to seriously teach this asshole Xiao Wuji, so that he breaks through the feathered immortal as soon as possible and can't be disturbed. Stone Door updated text. Good. Li Qingshan also had the exact same intention. He looked toward Xiao Wuji, intending to bid farewell. Who knew that Xiao Wuji hugged Li Qingshan at once, seriously patted Li Qingshan's back and said, Brother, this time I'm really sorry for letting you make a trip for nothing. In the future I'll definitely repay you 100 times 1,000 times. Li Qingshan had never been embraced by a man like this before, and he also reached out to pat Xiao Wuji's back. You have said that we are brothers. There is no need to say these words. Cultivate well. Break through the feathered immortal as soon as possible, and then go to Qingshan. I will be waiting for you in Qingshan, and I will treat you to a drink at that time. Li Qingshan said. Good. I will definitely go to Qingshan to look for you. Wait for my breakthrough. Xiao Wuji said firmly. I'll keep the formation arranged on this for you. You can safely cultivate here without worrying about the outside. We'll say goodbye here. See you next time. Li Qingshan and Xiao Wuji waved goodbye. Stone Gate also updated a text. Bye. See you next time. Chapter 3. Over 9,000 words. Written until 2 a.m. Please support me with a vote. Chapter 85. A Fence in the Mountain. Request for subscription. Chapter 85. A Fence in the Mountain. Request for subscription. Chapter 85. A Fence in the Mountain. Request for subscription. Coming out from the Kunlun Immortal's treasure and looking at the mountains and ravines, which were lush and green, Li Qingshan set off alone, heading for Qingshan. This time when he explored the treasure and did not obtain anything, the inheritance of the Kunlun Immortal, and chose Xiao Wuji, Li Qingshan's mind was not out of balance. It's not that there's no gain. At least I know about the Prosperity Tour, the Everlasting Fetus, and the Curtain Heavenly Lord, so it's not a waste of a trip. Li Qingshan thought silently. The reason why he could still be calm on the face of the Immortal's inheritance was because Li Qingshan believed in himself that as long as he practiced hard, he would definitely be able to rival the Kunlun Immortals in the future. A person alone on the road. Li Qingshan did not lonely. Qingshan is far away in the sky. He with the breeze as a companion, with the bright moon as a friend, stepped through the mountains and rivers, after 3 days, across millions of miles, finally is to see the appearance of Qingshan City. The further he went in these days, the more Li Qingshan could feel the richness of the heaven and earth aura and the great Tao. The center area of the dimensional battlefield was at least 3 to 5 times denser than the aura and avenues of Weicheng. I really didn't come to the wrong place, just because of this heaven and earth aura and the great Tao. I have to cultivate over here as well. The difference between the remote area and the core area is still very obvious. Li Qingshan stood on a peak and looked out at Qingshan City in the distance, the extreme view of the twilight sky. Towards evening, the sun had already set, and the half-black sky, covering the top of Qingshan City, allowed this majestic ancient city to be reflected in Li Qingshan's eyes. The size of Qingshan City shook Li Qingshan. He had thought that Weicheng was big, but seeing Qingshan City, Li Qingshan realized why Weicheng was a remote area. One Qingshan City is worth 100 Weichengs. In Li Qingshan's field of vision, there was a vast plain in front of him. There were no rolling and stretching hills. There were no tall towering peaks. There was just an endless plain. The plain is bisected by a wide river. That river rushes and brings a constant flow of water to Qingshan. The city of Qingshan is built on the river, separated on 2 sides, and is as far as the eye can see on the plains. The night was already dark and the city of Qingshan was brightly lit. Li Qingshan could not see the end of Qingshan City at all, but he could feel the prosperity and flourishing of the place from a distant distance. After observing for a while, Li Qingshan moved and came to Qingshan City. Qingshan City is not like Weicheng. The city wall is tall, in the lights, showing a warm color. Not Weicheng that's solemn and dignified. In front of the gates of Qingshan City, there was a steady stream of people entering and exiting, lining up to be inspected in a very orderly manner. Those entering the city don't need points, and those exiting the city need to pay 1 point. Just take out the jade token and swipe it. Li Qingshan also followed the flow of people into Qingshan City. Entering Qingshan City, the clamor of sounds into the ears really let Li Qingshan feel once what is called downtown. The vendors shouting along the way, the 3 religions and the various masters loitering on the streets were an eye-opening experience for Li Qingshan. When he was rushing outside, Li Qingshan had never seen so many people. He thought that the people of the dimensional battlefield were scattered and rarely ran into much on a normal day. But now, on this street alone, there are thousands of people. Of these people, there were very few whose cultivation was not at the human world immortal realm. The vast majority were human world immortals, and a smaller portion were feathered immortals. It created an illusion to Li Qingshan that feathered immortals were all over the place, and human immortals were inferior to dogs. Of course, Li Qingshan knew that this was because Qingshan was the center of the dimensional battlefield, and experts would naturally come here. Li Qingshan, empty-handed, wandering in Qingshan Street Road. He saw Qingshan Street. There are a lot of restaurants, houses lined up. The least has 3-story building. The high has more than a dozen floors. That is a restaurant. The largest number of restaurants in the city of Qingshan were restaurants, and the second largest number were inns. Those who do not have a house in the city of Qingshan, where night falls and they need to leave by the early hours of the morning, and do not want to leave, need to stay at an inn. So much so that the inn was very busy with business. Li Qingshan did not want to be driven away in the early hours of the morning, and looked for several inns, all of which were full of people, and finally came across an empty room in an inn. 1 night, 50 points. That's an expensive price. because Li Qingshan's spare room was very small. There was only a bed, a small tea table for resting, and nothing else. Just like this guest room, others are grabbing for it. 50 points for 1 night, 500 points for 10 nights. This is how I can't afford to stay even if I have more than 30,000 points for a long time. If he wasn't worried about being kicked out at night when Qingshan closed the market, he wouldn't have stayed in such an expensive store. When he first rented a house in Weicheng for a year, it was still a detached courtyard with a garden, and it only cost 2,000. Tomorrow I have to go out and ask if there are any houses for rent in Qingshan, and do this here for a year and a half, silently comprehending the great Tao. I think there must be great progress. Li Qingshan pondered silently. If not for the inconvenience of living outside Qingshan City, Li Qingshan would like to be in the wilderness, living in a hut. He needed peace and no one to disturb him when he was sensing the great Tao. The biggest uncertainty in the wilderness was not knowing when someone would intrude. In case it was a critical moment for him to comprehend the great Tao, and someone else intruded and disturbed Li Qingshan, interrupting the enlightenment, then everything would need to start from the beginning, and it was not certain that he would be able to comprehend again. Then Li Qingshan could really die of anger. So he decided that tomorrow he would go and ask about the situation of renting a room in Qingshan City. Qingshan City at night, very lively, the streets are very dense. In the upper floor of the inn, Li Qingshan held the railing and looked into the distance, 10,000 lights shining brightly, making him feel as if he had returned to earth. By the early hours of the morning, the crowds dispersed one by one, and silence returned to Qingshan City. Only patrolling soldiers, clad in armor, check back and forth on the streets. Once you find someone who hasn't left and doesn't have a place to stay, you have to evict them and find them. The quiet Qingshan City was like a rested beast, silently drawing energy. Li Qingshan was in his hut, sitting on his knees, breathing and exhaling, waiting for daylight. One night passed. When the day turned slightly white, it was like a fish that had turned over, revealing its snow-white belly. At the break of dawn, Qingshan City became lively. The stores selling breakfast or tea on each street opened their doors and drew the curtain on a new day. Li Qingshan left the inn early in the morning. He asked others along the way and eventually found a toothman. In Qingshan City, the place where you buy and sell houses is called the housing dentist, and the person who connects you with them is called the dentist. Li Qingshan found the dentist, enthusiastic and patient to help him introduce. Now in Qingshan City in the rental house, are there any houses for sale in Qingshan City? Li Qingshan asked. He thought he might as well buy one of his own if he rented for a long time. The toothman smiled. He was fat and a bit naive, and he made people look very friendly, so his business was good. Do the guests want to buy a house? That's not cheap, the toothman said. How is it not cheap? Li Qingshan asked curiously. Guest, Qingshan City is a safe zone, located in the center of the dimensional battlefield. It's a few of the hottest places in the entire dimensional battlefield. The house prices here have always been high. Many people who have purchased a house absolutely refuse to sell it. They only think of renting it out, even if there is a seller. The price is an astronomical amount, the toothman carefully introduced. Li Qingshan's face was odd. He was inexplicably reminded of his previous life. The house price here, it won't be by the square foot, right? Li Qingshan asked curiously. Within Qingshan City, a square foot has a minimum of 200,000 points. A house currently for sale has a minimum of 100 square feet with a small yard attached. Does the guest wish to continue asking? The toothman said softly. Li Qingshan silently shook his head, not wanting to ask again. He had thought that he was already a rich man with over 30,000 points on him. At least it was a lot more than the 8,000 points when he first arrived. Yet he couldn't even afford the cheapest house in Qingshan City, a square foot. Li Qingshan silently wept in his heart. He couldn't afford to buy a house in his previous life. Still can't afford a house in this life. Li Qingshan thought of a topic. How can I compare the difference between Weicheng and Qingshan? In Weicheng, Li Qingshan, who possessed 8,000 points, was called Li Fuhao. In Qingshan, Li Qingshan, who had more than 30,000 points, was called Li Civilian. Knowing that he was poor, Li Qingshan no longer asked about buying a house. He rationally said, I want to rent a house for a year, at a cheaper price, even if the location is a bit remote. I thought 30,000 points was a lot. Now Li Qingshan felt the need to save his money. Guest, I have a listing here, located in Qingshan's East City. The location is a bit remote, but the price is not bad. It requires 35,000 points. The toothman thought for a while and introduced. A single door? Li Qingshan asked. Yes. In addition, if the guest wants to rent it, I can also give you a little tidbit of information, the toothman said with a raised eyebrow at Li Qingshan. A jovial-looking fat man raised his eyebrows at him, and Li Qingshan asked oddly, what kind of gossip? 2 days ago, an absolute beauty rented the one next to the guest. The guest is now living in this building. You two are neighbors, this close to the water. I and the guest guarantee that the woman, even if the beautiful moon at night to see her, will be ashamed of themselves, the toothman said reminiscently. Li Qingshan's face was calm as he said, I'm not interested in women's colors. I didn't think I was close to women before, mostly because I didn't meet any that were that pretty. The toothman hemmed and hawed. Li Qingshan was too lazy to bull ***** with him and said directly, take me to see the house. If it's suitable, rent it today. Li Qingshan had 36,000 points on him, 35,000 of it was that gang's, and 1,000 was Li Qingshan's own. The toothman sniffed and immediately led Li Qingshan around Chang'an City. The city of Chang'an is very large and is cut into two sides by a river, turning it into the east and west markets. When the toothman brought Li Qingshan to the house, Li Qingshan realized that it was an exquisite detached house, with things inside staggered in a very elegant manner. With just one look, Li Qingshan immediately decided to rent it. Although the location is a bit out of the way, the house is quite nice. The location was remote and seemed quiet, and Li Qingshan needed quiet. Communicated with the toothman and ended up renting it for a year for 35,000 points. After signing the contract in black and white, Li Qingshan and the dentist were very satisfied. Have a nice life, guest, plus pay more attention to the beauty next door, the toothman whispered with a smile before waving goodbye. Li Qingshan ignored the words. He rented a room. This was for cultivation, not for beauty. Closing the door behind him, there was a layer of fallen ash inside the house. Li Qingshan cast a purification spell. A fresh wind blew, whisking over every inch of the house, bringing out the fallen ash. Since then, Li Qingshan had been practicing in Chang'an City. Behind the feathered immortal realm, there is also prosperity, everlasting heaven, and curtain heavenly lord. If I can comprehend more of the great Tao in this year's time, it will be very helpful to me. Li Qingshan sat in his new house silently pondering. Comprehending the great Tao inside Chang'an City was a lot easier than Weicheng City, and since fighting was strictly forbidden here, Li Qingshan could realize the Tao in peace. He began to organize the Tao he had comprehended. Li Qingshan's most powerful avenues right now were the Sword Tao and Space Avenue. Kendo is the basic earthly path. The Space Avenue is the mysterious earthly path. Among the sword paths, Li Qingshan comprehended the fast sword path, the slow sword path, and the quick-killing sword path, and he had fused these three together with terrifying power. In the Spatial Avenue, Li Qingshan comprehended spatial confinement and spatial slashing. The two merged and gave birth to the Space Storm. It was just Li Qingshan's bottom card, which he had only cast once from the beginning of his comprehension until now, and it was incredibly powerful. The reason why Li Qingshan was able to top the Immortal Tao Gold ranking was because of the Spatial Storm. In addition to these two avenues, Li Qingshan had actually comprehended the four avenues of Buddhism: speed, thunder, and time. Among the Speed Avenue, he comprehended extreme speed. The great Tao of extreme speed coupled with the Kuanpeng treasure technique, crossing 1,000 miles in a flash, gave Li Qingshan a powerful bottom line whether he was chasing or escaping. The rest are only slightly involved, but do not form a concrete avenue. There are already 3 fusions of Sword Tao. In trying to fuse in one, it's very tough. Not something that can be accomplished in a year's time. Li Qingshan knew that to complete the fusion of the 4 sword paths, it would require years and years of hard work. When he was in Weicheng, the fusion of the 3 avenues was mutually exclusive and unwilling. If it wasn't for Li Qingshan's powerful strength, hard pressing the 3 sword paths and forcing them to merge, it wouldn't even be possible to succeed now. Li Qingshan could suppress 3 types of Sword Tao, but not 4. For each additional type of avenue, the complexities are multiplied at least 100, 1,000 times. Therefore, Li Qingshan did not intend to work on the sword path. He wasn't going to work on the Space Avenue either. Although there were only 2 fusions of the Spatial Tao, these 2 were even trickier than the 3 of the Sword Tao, and the last time they were able to comprehend them, it was only by chance that they stepped into a certain realm and fused them after an epiphany. It takes timing, you can't force it. The next kind of Tao. What should I comprehend? Li Qingshan pondered silently. Buddhism, speed, thunder, time. The Buddhist sect is ruled out first. I have very few Buddhist techniques on me, and I don't have many Buddhist scriptures when I see them. Only the 3 worlds Buddhist scriptures. But I can't keep using the 3 worlds Buddhist scriptures to comprehend the Buddhist sect. Li Qingshan shook his head slightly. Thunder is also excluded. It can only be a choice between speed and time. Li Qingshan sat in his chair, deep in thought, his fingers unconsciously tapping on the table, making a da-da-da-da sound. Speed is the basic earthly path. Time is the mysterious earthly path. In terms of power, natural time is stronger. In terms of difficulty, it's also the most time. Comprehending speed. I already have an extreme speed Tao. Comprehend another Tao in terms of speed. Then I can start fusing. Li Qingshan made up his mind. He no longer dwelled on it. Having determined the direction of his next cultivation step, then he should not care about anything else and just move forward. In this way, in the new house, Li Qingshan was seriously practicing, increasing his true qi, strengthening his yuan shun, going to the three worlds Buddhist scriptures from time to time, and lastly, he was seriously comprehending the great Tao regarding speed. It's hard to start everything. It was especially difficult for Li Qingshan to comprehend speed in the house. How do you feel the speed when you don't even run it yourself? In the eyes of the regulars? But Li Qingshan found a new direction after 3 days of pondering. He drew a blank. Speed, on the one hand, represents the extreme speed of the world. This Li Qingshan had already comprehended. On the other hand, drawing the ground as a prison, fixing the enemy in place. May you have 1,000 haste. You can't escape Li Qingshan's prison. It's also an interpretation of speed. Li Qingshan paced back and forth inside the house in the past few days, measuring a circle with his feet. Within this circle, there was the existence of the world's extreme speed, but outside the circle, the speed returned to normal. Li Qingshan initially felt the doorway. He meditated, sometimes scratching his head. For 7 whole days, Li Qingshan devoted himself to it before a line appeared in front of his eyes. You seriously comprehend and inspire full enlightenment, and have an epiphany of the drawing of the earth. Full gnosis activated and finally came out to help Li Qingshan. All the blockages, the confusion about drawing the ground in his mind were gone in this moment. The knowledge about drawing the earth as a dungeon surfaced in Li Qingshan's sea of consciousness, and as he was reading it silently, his entire being was instantly permeable and bright. Drawing the ground? So it is. Drawing the line is not imprisoning yourself, it's imprisoning others. Use speed to achieve a sustained slowdown of the enemy. A square inch of confinement so that he can't run out. When Li Qingshan comprehended the painted ground for firmament thoroughly, he muttered, painted ground for firmament contains speed, space, and also time within it. Drawing the line is not just about speed on the one hand. According to the concept of the intermingling of all things, each Tao can intermingle with each other. For example, drawing the earth as a firmament can add both space and time to it, creating a balance with speed. Li Qingshan had a new inspiration. The current drawing for the ground was dominated by the speed avenue, with just some space and time mixed in. Li Qingshan wondered, if he filled space and time to a state that was flush with his speed, would drawing the ground be even more powerful? Even drawing for the firmament would become Li Qingshan's first, fused 3 great Tao comprehensions. These 3 avenues are not of the kind of the way of the sword. The 3 avenues of sword Tao were fast, slow and speedy killing, all things under the sword Tao system, belonging to a family, behind closed doors, blending with each other. Drawing the line is breaking a system. It is truly 3 avenues. If the drawing of the ground is successful, then in the future, there will be no limitations when I comprehend the other Tao. Each Tao can be used to blend with each other, and I will be able to gather all the thousands of Tao in one. The more Li Qingshan thought about it, the more excited he became, clapping his hands in excitement and leaping up inside the room itself. After the leap of faith, Li Qingshan calmed down and admonished himself. It is very difficult to draw a picture. Just have an idea. Never be complacent. After 7 days of seclusion, his thoughts were straightened out and Li Qingshan's mood relaxed as he opened the door and walked out. Breathe in the fresh air outside. Relax and unwind, and combine work and rest. Just after Li Qingshan pushed open the door, he saw a lot of people standing in front of the next door, dressed in uniform, clustering around a magnificently dressed eunuch. This male's looks weren't too bad. His cultivation was barely breaking through the realm of the human world, and holding a bouquet of flowers in his hand, he shouted to the next door, "Girl, I'm sincere. I want to take you as my wife, and be the young granny of my Great River gang." Li Qingshan then remembered that when he bought the house the dentist had said that there was an absolute beauty living next door to him. The 7 days of enlightenment made Li Qingshan forget about this matter. I didn't realize someone had actually come over to propose. The young master of the Great River gang? Li Qingshan watched with interest from the side. To be able to establish a gang in a place like Qingshan City where every inch of land is gold, this young master's old man must be very powerful. Li Qingshan wanted to see if this beautiful neighbor of his answered. Unfortunately, the young master of the Great River gang shouted for 10 minutes, but there was no response from inside the house. Qingshan City was a safe zone, and the young master of the Great River gang didn't dare to break into people's houses, so he could only wait silently. Li Qingshan shook his head, no longer watching this story of a dog chasing after love, and went out for a stroll to relax his eyes. When Li Qingshan came back from shopping, it was nearing evening, and that young master of the Great River gang could only place the flowers at the door and then said with deep love, "Beauty, I'll come back tomorrow." After this was said, a voice came from the house, clear and pleasant. "Very nice. Don't come back again. I can't see you." No matter how many days you come, the result will be the same. Don't make a fool of yourself. Being cheeky will only make me hate you more. The young master of the Great River Gang clenched his teeth, his face ugly, obviously broken in defense by these words. The little brother behind him whispered, "Young master, should we get some means? Go back and talk," the young master of the Great River Gang said through clenched teeth, turning around and leaving. Before leaving, perhaps sensing his disgraceful appearance and being surrounded by Qingshan, the young master of the Great River Gang glared fiercely at Qingshan. Qingshan held back his desire to strike. What was this guy glaring at him for? It's not like he told the other guy to be a lickspittle. Qingshan opened his own door and said suspiciously, "But the voice next door sounds a bit familiar. Seems like I've heard it somewhere before?" Qingshan has not seen many women in his life, and the best sounding voice is Flower Rhyme, which is a pure imperial voice that tugs at his heartstrings. The next best thing is Cow and Fox. None of it sounds like this one. Qingshan couldn't think of who it was and shook his head, no longer thinking about it. As he was about to close the door, suddenly the sky in the distance, the evening sky of the evening, exploded directly. Boom! With an earth-shattering bang, an extremely terrifying scene appeared outside Qingshan City. Under the evening sunset, the world was split wide open. Rumble! The aura spread down between the heavens and the earth, rapidly doubling to a terrifying level after this loud bang. With this loud bang, the aura quickly doubled tenfold. Qingshan looked on in amazement and walked out of his house to find many people running towards the city gates. These guys are going out of town to check it out. Someone's mouth was shouting about the treasure coming out of the world. Some people are in an emotional state trying to get a head start. Seeing this, Qingshan also wanted to go out of the city to have a look. Just then, the door to the next house opened and a silhouette walked out. When Qingshan saw her, a surprised look appeared on his face. "You're the Heavenly Emperor?" Yes, Qingshan could not be mistaken. The absolute beauty who lived next door to him was actually the Heavenly Emperor. No wonder she felt that her voice was a bit familiar. When the Immortal Dao Golden ranking was projected in the sky, Qingshan had heard her voice and seen her appearance. The Heavenly Emperor's skin was snow white and beautiful, and some of the white dresses and long skirts that descended to the earth were no match for the fairies. At this moment, she also looked at Qingshan in surprise. Her red lips surprised the god of the earth. Qingshan was speechless. How come everyone who saw him said God on earth? Why are you here? The Heavenly Emperor asked curiously. Qingshan reached out and pointed behind him, saying, "I rented a house here." The Heavenly Emperor was even more surprised, looking at Qingshan and said with a smile, "This is really too coincidental." Qingshan looked at the state of the Heavenly Emperor at the moment and knew that the injuries she had once sustained were healed and her cultivation had become even more refined, having already crossed over into the realm of the feathered immortal. "We'll exchange later. Now go out of the city to see what happened," Qingshan quickly said. Everyone else had already left the city. He also wanted to go and take a look. "Good." The Heavenly Emperor nodded in agreement. Qingshan executed the Great Dao of extreme speed, paired with the Kuanping treasure art. His speed was so fast that he arrived in front of the city gates almost in the blink of an eye. However, the Heavenly Emperor wasn't slow either, going one step forward and one step back with Qingshan. Qingshan looked at the Heavenly Emperor behind him in surprise. She had also realized the avenue of speed. Otherwise she wouldn't have been able to catch up with him. The Heavenly Emperor sized up Qingshan with interest. This god of the earth who had suppressed her and the reincarnation of the immortals and had ascended to the first place. His appearance looked clear and handsome. His body was straight, his waist was like a pine and cypress, and his temperament was outstanding with a hint of composure, which was very extraordinary. Just by looking at the appearance alone, Qingshan could score full marks. However, the top priority was still what was happening outside the city. The Heavenly Emperor and Qingshan went out of the city one after the other, and they saw the vast Qingshan city's people quickly running towards the area where the explosion occurred. Qingshan was not in a hurry at the moment. So many people were going. There was no difference between being one step ahead and one step behind. Follow the large group to where the explosion occurred. Here, the aura is even denser. The aura within the city was an abrupt increase of more than 10 times, and here it was at least 30 times. Many people who came here let go of their peripheral acupoints and absorbed them frantically. It's at least 30 times the amount of aura that was actually increased in an instant. So many people absorbed it together and it didn't dry up. What the hell happened? This looks like the big mountain didn't blow up either. And the aura didn't come from the ground. It was more like it descended from the sky. When I looked in the city before, the world outside was split open. And now that I'm here, how come the opening is gone? What on earth has happened? There's no way a loud noise of this magnitude could have gone unnoticed. The world is talking. Everyone's talking in a jumble of voices. Qingshan didn't get involved. He just observed silently. Earlier when he was in the city, He heard a loud noise and Li Qingshan looked up to see that the sky had indeed cracked open. Now coming to this neighborhood, the opening seems to be repaired. Li Qingshan turned back to look up at Chang'an City. It was at least 5,000 li away from here. It was not a simple matter that such a long distance could be affected by a tenfold increase in aura. What do you think is happening, God of Earth? The Heavenly Emperor asked from behind Li Qingshan. She didn't know what happened, but after leaving the city, ghostly, she followed behind Li Qingshan all the way. Li Qingshan glanced at the Heavenly Emperor and said, "My name is Li Qingshan, not God of Earth." The Heavenly Emperor said with a smile, "Don't you think the God of Earth is very domineering? On Earth, it might feel overbearing, but in the dimensional battlefield, I can't afford this title," Li Qingshan said. Then, "Li Qingshan, what do you think of the matter at hand?" the Heavenly Emperor asked again, this time directly addressing his real name. Li Qingshan shook his head. "I don't know. This is all too sudden. Look at your expression. You seem to know something?" Li Qingshan found a subdued smile on the Heavenly Emperor's face. The world expresses surprise, disbelief, and puzzlement at this side of the story. Even Li Qingshan was looking around. Only the Celestial Emperor. She kept looking at the sky. The Celestial Emperor and Li Qingshan stood side by side on a mountain peak and said softly, "Before, I have seen such an image." Li Qingshan immediately washed his ears. "Do you know about mirages?" Celestial Emperor asked. Li Qingshan nodded. "A mirage will soon appear, projecting images of the immortal realm onto the dimensional battlefield. You must seize the opportunity," the Heavenly Emperor said. Seize the opportunity? Li Qingshan was just about to ask what opportunity was seized. The sky boomed, and in front of the world, that evening sky projected an illusory scene. The sky is full of pavilions, cranes soar, immortals roam, and palaces stretch. There are immortals holding swords. There are old men riding donkeys backwards. There are fairies dancing. There are immortal soldiers of might and power. The world saw these images, was amazed, and then boiled over. This is the immortal world. Yes, the supreme immortal realm. It's so beautiful. That pavilion, the 3 mountains, and the 5 mountains, that immortal gesture is desirable. If I can ascend to the immortal realm, I will die 9 deaths without regret. What we're seeing now is a mirage. The images of the immortal world projected onto the dimensional battlefield. It's truly a triple blessing. At this moment, everyone's desire to become immortal became even stronger. A mountain peak. When Li Qingshan saw this scene, he didn't feel anything at first. It was nothing more than an ordinary life in the immortal world. But in the next second, he unexpectedly felt the slightest trace of the great Tao in the image of the immortal world projected down. Li Qingshan looked at the Heavenly Emperor beside him, very surprised. In the beginning, the Celestial Emperor knew that he could see the Tao of the immortal world in the mirage. At the moment she was already silently comprehending. It looks like in the past year or so, the Heavenly Emperor has gained a lot. Li Qingshan's mind swirled with thoughts, and in the next second, he carefully watched the mirage. Essence SH Mirage, just projecting the picture of the faraway place to the near front. But this is the projection of the 2 worlds that are separated, involving the spatial avenue. Li Qingshan silently comprehended. He instantly thought of the drawing of the ground that he had only just comprehended. Wouldn't it be even stronger if this spatial avenue was added to the drawing of the earth, imprisoning you where you are? There's a mirage inside, and you can't tell where is where, running frantically in drawn circles, but only falling into ecstasy. The more Li Qingshan thought about it, the more excited he became. He seized the opportunity to stare at the projection of the immortal world and began to have an epiphany. It was his own epiphany. Looking at the mirage in the sky, Li Qingshan sank into it. Between his palms, a square inch erupted with speed, space, and a faint hint of time. This is a moment where speed and space are essentially equal, only time to survive between the two. As Li Qingshan sank in, a line of words floated before his eyes. You have a serious epiphany that will inspire full enlightenment and comprehend the wheel of time. Li Qingshan didn't even pay attention to this line as he frantically comprehended the spatial avenue. The speed was perfected before, and now Li Qingshan had finished repairing the space. Full gnosis directly helps him fill the time. Collecting speed, space and time, the trinity of drawing the earth was officially formed. Boom! The moment the drawing for the firmament took shape, Li Qingshan's aura rose steeply, directly waking up the Heavenly Emperor who was quietly comprehending on the side, looking at Li Qingshan and covering his mouth in surprise. How is this possible? There are surprisingly 3 great Tao rotations between his palms, not interfering with each other and forming an interdependent situation that is perfectly composed. The Heavenly Emperor looked incredulously at the square inch between Li Qingshan's palms. Just looking at a mirage in the immortal world and having an epiphany about something so horrible? The Celestial Emperor quickly looked to the others. There were others who had discovered that they could watch a mirage and then use it to comprehend the great Tao of the immortal world. but invariably, very tough. How could there be someone like Qingshan, who had easily comprehended 3 great Tao? The mirage in the immortal world lasted for no more than 5 minutes before slowly dissipating, and the aura, which was 30 and 40 times beyond the usual, quickly became normal. The sky darkened. The crowds out of the city saw the spectacle, talked about it, and then headed inside the city. It was also at this moment that Qingshan opened his eyes and pressed his backhand. Boom! A large mountain was sucked in between Qingshan's palms, above the square inches, drawing the line. Forever subdued the mountain. Qingshan shook his hands and revealed a smile. I didn't expect it to go so smoothly, and finished the drawing of the dungeon. The Heavenly Emperor, who was watching from the sidelines, only realized at this moment the true meaning of the immortal Tao Golden List evaluating Qingshan as the god of the earth. How many people on earth can match this understanding? Let's go back. The Celestial Emperor did not inquire about the drawing between Qingshan's palms. Everyone had their own secrets. She just spoke gently. Qingshan nodded his head. The night had already dimmed down. It was time to go back to the city. But just as they were about to leave, a cold shout came. Stop! The Celestial Emperor's eyebrows furrowed and her snow-white neck turned to see someone she was tired of. Young master of the Great River Gang. I said, why did you reject me? So it's because you have a new lover? The young master of the Great River Gang looked at the Heavenly Emperor with indignation. His eyes were still filled with love. He was in love at first sight with the Celestial Emperor, continuously pursuing, but the Heavenly Emperor never gave him a good look. The young master of the Day Gang thought that if he persisted, he would be able to move the Heavenly Emperor. As the saying goes, a good woman is afraid of a stalker. That's what he thought before. Until just now, he witnessed the Heavenly Emperor looking straight at Qingshan. The shock and surprise in his eyes was taken as love. He felt green. A nameless fire went straight to his head, and he shouted out at once. The Heavenly Emperor coldly said, I don't have any relationship with you. I can't even be considered a friend. I don't need you to point out my affairs. The young master of the Great River Gang was infuriated. He had been chasing after Tiandi for almost a month, thinking that he was Tiandi's reserve boyfriend. Who would have thought that he couldn't even be considered a friend in Tiandi's mouth? Several figures appeared behind the young lord of the Great River Gang, and one of them, a feathered immortal, said coldly, Young lord, this is a dimensional battlefield. There is no reasoning. You like this woman. Let's take her back and directly marry her. Raw rice is cooked. With the master here, she can't make a big wave. Upon hearing this, the young master of the Great River Gang nodded his head hurriedly. You all strike together and take the 2 of them down. Now that they're not in the city, I'm going to marry this woman in front of him. Qingshan's face was odd. He had suffered an undeserved disaster. The young master of the Great River Gang was a little less than cerebral, and inexplicably thought of him as a love rival. Qingshan looked at the crowd of Day Gang who were about to make a move and slowly raised his hand. The drawing of the ground he had comprehended hadn't been performed on a person yet. The Heavenly Emperor's aura grew colder and colder. She was really a bit ashamed that she had made such a big fool of herself in front of Qingshan. The Heavenly Emperor at this moment wanted to slaughter the Great River Gang all over again. Just when both Qingshan and the Heavenly Emperor wanted to make a move, a loud laugh came from between the mountains in the distance, and along with the excited voice, a flash of fiery red light, directly smashed over, like a meteorite, and boomed on the Great River Gang's crowd. In an instant, the people of the Great River Gang were heavily killed and injured. Qingshan and the Heavenly Emperor looked at each other in dismay, their lifted killing intent slowly dropping as they looked at the front where the smoke was dissipating. Brother Qingshan, these few scumbags wanted to deal with you. I stopped by to help you out. A familiar voice came, and that Qingshan's face turned odd. He heard who the voice was. The man who opened the floodgates. It's just that it's only been about 10 days since they separated, right? You've broken through the feathered immortal? Qingshan asked. In the midst of a cloud of smoke and nitrogen, Xiao Wuji stepped out, strutting around, with a few flames still on his body. He reached out and patted his hand, then grinned. I just broke through, and came straight over to Qingshan, and then I ran into these scumbags looking for trouble with you guys. After the breakthrough, Xiao Wuji was 20 years younger, no longer so pale, like someone in his 40s. His aura was even stronger, and at his waist, there was a pendant hanging like a stone gate, which Qingshan saw at a glance. Yo, isn't this the third place Heavenly Emperor? Xiao Wuji looked at the Heavenly Emperor beside Qingshan in surprise, completely not expecting to meet again here, or with Qingshan. Xiao Wuji turned his head and frantically scowled at Qingshan. Qingshan lazily ignored him and looked towards the large pit where the smoke had dissipated. Yes, Xiao Wuji smashed down from afar, directly smashing these few people from the Great River Gang to death on the spot, including several feathered immortals. It was unbeatable in front of Xiao Wuji's fighter bloodline. The Celestial Emperor also saw it. She said, The Great River Gangmaster is an everlasting fetus. Very strong. This is his only son. Now that he died here, he will definitely go crazy. Today's matter is because of me. This person is counted as my kill. It has nothing to do with you guys. I will go and settle the matter of the Great River Gang. Xiao Wuji was new and didn't understand the situation, so he didn't say anything and just looked at Qingshan. Qingshan looked at the Heavenly Emperor's subdued appearance and nodded. Good. I'm asking for ticket support, and I'll continue to code through the night and write until the wee hours of the morning, so I should have another 10,000 words. I'm at 20 or 30,000 a day. Hard liver. For everyone's support. Chapter 86, The Might of the Heavenly Emperor. Chapter 86, The Might of the Heavenly Emperor. Chapter 86, The Might of the Heavenly Emperor. I made a mistake in the last chapter about the realm of the Eldritch fetus being the nurturing lord. I wrote too much and my brain fainted. I've already corrected it. Sorry. Events began and ended because of the Celestial Emperor. Since she said she could fix it, Qingshan wouldn't try to be brave. Instead, it was Xiao Wuji who said worriedly, just now, I heard them say that the Grand River Gang's gang leader is in the everlasting fetus realm. Can you beat it? The Heavenly Emperor's face was calm and quiet. There was no worry or fear on her stunning face as she said, there's no need to worry. Now go back to Qingshan and give me a little bit of time. This matter will be resolved. Let's go. There is a lot of fate between us. We were on the Immortal Dao Golden ranking together. We entered the dimensional battlefield together. And now we meet here together. I'll treat you to a drink and get together, Xiao Wuji said. Qingshan didn't have any comments. The Celestial Emperor nodded. Good. Get together and talk. I don't have a friend in this dimensional battlefield. Let's all exchange our cultivation tips together. I still have to ask for advice from Qingshan, the god of the earth. Xiao Wuji nodded his head and said, that's for sure. My brother Qingshan is definitely super strong. Even though both of us are feathered immortals, even if I activate my fighter bloodline, I'm not a match for him. The Heavenly Emperor looked at Qingshan with a smile on his face and said, this brother of yours will soon not be a feathered immortal. Just now, when she saw that movement when Qingshan comprehended drawing the earth as a firmament, the Heavenly Emperor could infer that Qingshan would soon be able to break through the feathered immortal and enter the next realm, the freewheeling journey. Alright, go back earlier. Don't get caught by the Great River Gang's people and cause trouble outside. Seeing that Xiao Wuji still wanted to inquire, Qingshan interrupted him, turned around and walked towards Qingshan. The Celestial Emperor immediately followed, not slowing down much. Xiao Wuji looked at Qingshan's back in shock. Could it be that you're going to break through the feathered immortal? He had only entered the feathered immortal realm when Qingshan was about to break through the feathered immortal. Xiao Wuji lamented. This brother didn't recognize him for nothing. Qingshan, the three of them, Qingshan, met at his home and sat down to talk. There was wine in front of the three of them. Not any expensive wine. It was what Xiao Wuji had brought from the earth. The grain wine brewed by the farmer's family themselves. Xiao Wuji raised his wine cup and said happily, I've only seen you on the Immortal Dao Gold list before, but I didn't expect to see the real Heavenly Emperor now. I'll toast you. Xiao Wuji drank it all in one go, and the Heavenly Emperor's luxuriant jade hand picked up the wine cup and finished it elegantly. Brother, I'll toast you as well. Xiao Wuji poured another cup and raised it to Qingshan. I didn't expect you to break through the feathered immortal so quickly. I thought I would have to wait a few months, Qingshan said as he looked at Xiao Wuji. I didn't expect it myself. Sometimes cultivation is like this. An epiphany in a split second is far better than your hard work of cultivation. It's not that once I had an epiphany, I entered the feathered immortal realm, and I immediately came to find you. Xiao Wuji clapped his hands and said, both he and Qingshan very tacitly excluded the news of the Kunlun immortals from their conversation. After all, Kunlun immortals represented big trouble in the dimensional battlefield. Heavenly Emperor, you should have gained a lot from the past year in the dimensional battlefield, right? Qingshan looked at the Heavenly Emperor and inquired. The harvest is quite large, with some chances to realize some truths and know what to do on the next path. That's why I came to Qingshan and plan to live in seclusion here. The Heavenly Emperor nodded his head and said. She looked at Qingshan and Xiao Wuji curiously and asked, your harvest is also great, but after entering the dimensional battlefield, why don't you go and grab the points? Qingshan and Xiao Wuji looked at each other. Why do you want to grab the points? Xiao Wuji asked in disbelief. Don't you know that points can make you immortal? The Heavenly Emperor looked at Xiao Wuji oddly. Xiao Wuji shook his head and said, before I entered the dimensional battlefield, I was just a farmer. I didn't bother to consult any information. After the Immortal Dao Golden ranking I immediately entered the dimensional battlefield. At first I was looking for people to fight with, and kept on activating my bloodline. And then behind that some gangs set their sights on me, and the fights lasted for a year, until I met Qingshan. The Heavenly Emperor understood. When he first looked at the Immortal Dao Golden List to reveal Xiao Wuji's life, everyone knew that after avenging his parents, family, and friends, he had returned to his village in seclusion. There had been no contact with cultivators since then, so it was understandable that they didn't know about the points situation in the dimensional battlefield. Why don't you go grab the points? The Heavenly Emperor looked at Li Qingshan. Li Qingshan definitely knew the importance of dimensional battlefield points. As a matter of fact, Li Qingshan had even seriously gone to ask Flower Rhyme about the dimensional battlefield. He certainly knew the importance of points. Facing the Heavenly Emperor's inquiry, Li Qingshan said blandly, "How many points will be enough to snatch for me to become immortal? In the dimensional battlefield, as long as you have 100,000 points, you can go and break through the immortal road once, and if you break through, you can become an immortal." The Heavenly Emperor narrated. "What about breaking through?" Xiao Wuji asked. "Some escaped, some died." Celestia shrugged, playfully. "Isn't this spending 100,000 points to buy a ticket to hell?" Xiao Wuji frowned. "That's a good point. It's about spending 100,000 points to buy a ticket that can take you to hell, or take you up to the immortal realm. It's exciting, isn't it?" The Heavenly Emperor brightened up and agreed with what Xiao Wuji said. Li Qingshan, who was spinning his wine glass with his hand on the side, listening to the conversation between Xiao Wuji and the Heavenly Emperor, spoke. "When mortals cultivate to become immortals, the initiative should be held in their own hands, rather than relying on a so-called immortal path." The Heavenly Emperor looked at Li Qingshan and said, "Listening to your words, are you still thinking of becoming an immortal without passing through the immortal path?" "What? No?" Li Qingshan frowned. "No," the Heavenly Emperor replied directly, meeting Li Qingshan's eyes. Li Qingshan's eyes black, ancient wells, like a deep pool, cannot see what in the end in the thought. Emotional fluctuations in the bottom of the deep pool brewing will not show in color. The Heavenly Emperor couldn't see what Li Qingshan was thinking. She was looking at Li Qingshan. Li Qingshan was also looking at her. The eyes of the Heavenly Emperor were as beautiful as the cold ice of the deep sea, like a sapphire, and came with an aura of coldness and loneliness, breaking this face of hers, skillfully crafted and flawless. Since ancient times, cultivators have relied on themselves to become immortal, rather than relying on others, and in ancient times, when the immortal road descended to the earth, it was only to provide a passageway, and those with great abilities at that time chose more to break the void and ascend to the immortal realm, rather than entering the immortal realm through the immortal road. Not to mention this dimensional battlefield now. Li Qingshan said seriously, "The times have changed, but the price of becoming immortal is getting higher and higher. Are you dissatisfied with the dimensional battlefield?" The corner of the Heavenly Emperor's mouth curled up. "I just want to cultivate silently in the dimensional battlefield, and then try to walk the path of the ancients," Li Qingshan said in a soft tone. "Can't get through." The Heavenly Emperor answered Li Qingshan once again. "The road is right there, and you're telling me that you can't get through?" Li Qingshan reached out and pointed with an aggravated tone. "This is a path that no one dares to take in the dimensional battlefield." The Heavenly Emperor also increased his tone. The two people conversing suddenly had a pinpoint feeling. Looking aside, Xiao Wuji inwardly anxious. These two people in front of them seemed to be able to quarrel at any time. No one dares to go? What? Will those who leave be arrested? Li Qingshan knocked on the table and snorted coldly. "Right," the Heavenly Emperor suddenly said with a smile on his lips. Li Qingshan froze. Xiao Wuji also froze. The two looked at the Celestial Emperor together. Their brows furrowed and their nostrils flared, clearly already a little angry. "Are you saying that as long as someone dares to walk the path of the ancients, they will be arrested?" Li Qingshan asked with a low voice. "Which side of the force dares to do this?" Xiao Wuji also said angrily. The Celestial Emperor picked up the wine cup, elegantly drank it all in one go, and said, "It's not which party's power. It's the rules of the entire dimensional battlefield, which you guys understand to be the order stipulates that you're not allowed to walk the path of the ancients within the dimensional battlefield, and violators are breaking the rules of the dimensional battlefield, and are to be dispatched to the prison." Li Qingshan's hand holding the wineglass suddenly shook and a small mouthful of wine spilled. He ignored it and thought of someone. Flower Rhyme. Flower Rhyme had told Li Qingshan that she was the one who had broken the rules of the dimensional battlefield and had been caught in boiling water prison. But she didn't say what rule she broke. Who set this bull ***** rule? Completely anti-human. Why must we enter the immortal world through the immortal road? And that immortal road doesn't guarantee that you will be able to enter, but also spend 100,000 points. The breakthrough to immortality was originally a chance that every cultivator would get after reaching a certain realm, and everyone is equal before immortality. But now, it's the dimensional battlefield, and the points, and taking the points to open the immortal path, turning the once equal chance of becoming an immortal into a business, or rather, The opportunity to become immortal that was once available to all cultivators after they reached the peak has been controlled by certain people and turned into something to seek wealth. Qingshan was furious in his heart as he knocked his hand onto the table and said word by word. At this moment Qingshan's face was gloomy. He hadn't been so angry in a long time. It was a kind of indignation from the bottom of his heart. After the once immortal opportunity to become immortal was taken hold of, a path to immortality was first paved and sifted, then got a dimensional battlefield and started raising compulsion. Finally, the immortal path is put in the dimensional battlefield, and the compulsion raised by the dimensional battlefield is screened. The Heavenly Emperor sighed as he looked at Qingshan's angry appearance. Over millions of years, people have gradually adapted to this set of patterns. Can't you see? Newcomers to the dimensional battlefield will work hard to grab points and improve themselves, and then fight for that 50% chance. That's why I'm surprised that you two don't go to grab points. Instead you stay leisurely in the dimensional battlefield. I am not going to put my fate on others. I am going to follow the path of the ancients. Qingshan said firmly. I heard that a few hundred years ago, some people also appeared in the dimensional battlefield to follow the path of the ancients. The Heavenly Emperor said. Qingshan's expression moved. A few hundred years ago, there appeared some people who wanted to follow the path of the ancients. This matches the timing of the flower rhyme. Where did they end up? Qingshan asked. They ended up dead or captured, surrounded by the experts of the dimensional battlefield. And I heard that only a few escaped. The Heavenly Emperor said. Someone else escaped? Qingshan asked in surprise. He immediately thought of Flower Rhyme's sister. Flower thinking wrong. I also heard it from others. How would I know about something that happened hundreds of years ago? There are also people who say that until now. The group of people who wanted to follow the path of the ancients back then have not finished capturing them. The Heavenly Emperor explained. Then what path do you want to take? Qingshan looked straight into the eyes of the Heavenly Emperor. Xiao Wuji immediately looked at the Heavenly Emperor, who, like Qingshan, wanted to follow the path of the ancients. He didn't think of it on his own though. It was the stone door that told him he must follow the path of the ancients. The Celestial Emperor was gazed upon by the two men and smiled delicately, saying, I naturally follow the path of the ancients as well. You're not afraid of violating the rules of the dimensional battlefield? Xiao Wuji asked. As long as I'm strong enough, the rules of the dimensional battlefield are just a pile of broken paper, the Heavenly Emperor said in a domineering manner. It seems we have reached an agreement. Qingshan pushed down all his anger and lifted his wineglass, revealing a smile. Here's to us agreeing. Xiao Wuji and the Heavenly Emperor immediately raised their cups and drank it down. After drinking the wine, the atmosphere became lively and not as sword-like as it was a moment ago. Xiao Wuji suddenly thought of something and opened his mouth to ask, since we were able to meet here, have any of you seen anyone else on the golden list? Especially the three people, Northern Velvet and Emperor Xia as well as Zhao Minghuang? I haven't. I've been keeping to myself for the past year. Celestia shook her head. I don't have one either. I've been in seclusion and cultivation for the past year. In addition, if I really met the Northern Velvet Summer Emperor, as well as Zhao Minghuang, not a single one of them would survive. Qingshan's words carried a biting, killing intent. Both the Northern Velvet Summer Emperor and Zhao Minghuang had committed a heinous and unforgivable crime. I thought you guys had met. Even a bit of news would be good. I've always wanted to kill the three of them, Xiao Wuji said with disappointment. I also want to kill them. They should also know that we want to kill them. So they are hiding, the Celestial Emperor said softly. The dimensional battlefield is huge. If they really want to hide, they will definitely not be able to find them. So first cultivate in silence. And when they meet by chance in the future, don't let them off the hook, Qingshan said. Xiao Wuji drank a cup of wine in annoyance and cursed indignantly. Three mongrels. If you come to Chang'an, you can stay here with me. Usually we can still spar and confirm each other's cultivation gains, and the Heavenly Emperor can come over from time to time. Anyway, we are neighbors, Qingshan said. Xiao Wuji nodded his head. He was sure to live here in Qingshan. Really let him go to rent a house. The little points he had on him which was enough. Let's cut through the Great Tao, the Heavenly Emperor proposed. Qingshan and Xiao Wuji immediately agreed to verify each other's Tao and perhaps be inspired. For a while, the three men were in Qingshan's house, each expounding their own Tao. Incidentally, the great Tao they had comprehended was shown for the other party's reference. All three gained something from this exchange. With the arrival of Xiao Wuji, Qingshan and him together discussed the Tao from time to time, exchanged personalities, and made remarkable progress without leaving the front door. Outside, the Great River Gang finally sensed that something had happened to their young master. The leader of the Great River Gang was called Chuide. He was a native of the dimensional battlefield. His parents came to the dimensional battlefield from the Earth back then, and although his strength increased later on, he was never able to reach the level of the Mu Heavenly Lord. If you can't reach the strength of the Maka Heavenly Lord, don't break into the immortal path. It's an old dimension battlefield saying. Spending 100,000 points to buy tickets and not being strong enough can only send yourself to hell. So Cui Day's parents didn't go to break into the immortal road. They diligently went to hunt and kill others to earn points, and then gathered a group of men and began to do other business. And finally, with the rich accumulation, they purchased a property in Qingshan City, bought a plot of land, and rolled up more and more, becoming a force in Qingshan City. And they created a gang called the Big River Gang. Cui Day is the gang's second leader. After his parents were killed by a loose cultivator for acting too rapidly behind him, Cui Day took over the Day Gang and began to expand his business around Qingshan City. Until today, Cui Day was already in the everlasting fetus realm and had only had one child in his life, and had been trying to train him with the intention of letting him take over as the leader of the Day Gang. I didn't expect to wait for the white hair to be sent to the black hair. Cui Day couldn't accept such a blow. His son didn't even leave his body behind. He was directly smashed into a puddle of mud. Seeing that scene, Cui Day, without saying a word and trembling, asked someone to investigate. He was like a wounded beast, licking his wounds in silence while building up his strength. After 2 days of investigation, the clues all point to the Heavenly Emperor. After all, Cui Day's son had been in too much contact with the Heavenly Emperor lately, coming every day like a dog's paw. Having found the suspected murderer, Cui Day didn't do anything right away. He was dealing with his son's funeral. At the funeral, Cui Day, full of white hair, trembling for his son to cover the grave of the clothes, firmly said, "You like that woman? Dad knows. Since childhood you have never liked a woman so much. She does not know how to be good and bad, but it does not matter. You wait a little bit underneath. Dad captured her, and you with the Plutonian marriage, and then sent her down to see you. It is a blessing for this woman to be your wife, son, and you are not alone with someone to keep you company on the road to the Yellow Springs." What Cui Day says is so creepy that everyone around him thinks he's changed, that his son's death has made him crazy. The very next day after the funeral, Cui Day arrived at the Heavenly Emperor's gate. 3 days later, "My son will take you as his wife. At that time the welcoming party will come over. You dress up properly and marry my son," Cui Day said in a cold tone. He was slim, with red eyes and a head full of curls, like an aged lion. A lion that's ready to eat anyone. Inside the house, the Celestial Emperor ignored it. "You think you're completely safe in the safe zone?" Cui Day sneered. "I can buy this house of yours and directly break the contract and kick you out. At the same time, I warn all the inns in Qingshan City that they will absolutely not accept you, and by the early hours of the morning when you don't have a place to stay, you'll be kicked out. And at that time, how do you want to die?" Cui Day's tone was very domineering. In the next room, Li Qingshan heard this and frowned. Xiao Wuji's aside gestured his eyes. Li Qingshan shook his head slightly. The Heavenly Emperor hadn't even spoken. What was their hurry? "If you want me to marry your son for the underworld, you can, but you need to defeat me. 10 days later, just outside Qingshan, you and I will fight, and if I lose I'll behave myself." Inside the room, the Heavenly Emperor's voice traveled out. Cui Day shook his head. "I'm here to inform you, not to discuss with you. You're not qualified to bargain with me. Then see if I can find a place to land in this Qingshan City." The Heavenly Emperor's tone was unhurried. With her beauty and poise, it was very easy to find a cultivation not weaker than Cui Day in this Qingshan City. Cui Day obviously considered this as well, and his face grimaced and held back after several times. 10 days later, "I'm going to have an underworld wedding." Cui Day flung his sleeves and turned around. Inside the room, the Heavenly Emperor was unmoved and meditated with his eyes closed. "Are you sure after 10 days? Li Qingshan asked the Heavenly Emperor from next door. "There is," the Heavenly Emperor replied, his tone still unhurried, not taking this matter to heart. Li Qingshan was then relieved and told Xiao Wuji not to be anxious, saying, "Wait and watch the show in 10 days, and see what the Heavenly Emperor's bottom card really is." Li Qingshan continued to cultivate silently. He was really not far away from the realm of the freewheeling. The bet between Heavenly Emperor and Cui Day quickly spread throughout Qingshan City. People in Qingshan City, weekday life is very monotonous. Suddenly there is such a powerful news. Surely word of mouth. Not after half a day, the whole Qingshan City knows. The ins and outs of the story were also familiar to everyone, and after learning about it, everyone became interested in just going to see in 10 days whether the Heavenly Emperor, a stunning beauty, had won, or whether Cui Day had organized an underworld wedding for his son. The world is looking forward to it, especially since nothing much had happened recently. Cui Day's bet with the Heavenly Emperor was the most talked about thing in recent times. Time passed 1 day, 2 days, 3 days. With each passing day, people's anticipation grew a few more points, and people frantically investigated the information about the Heavenly Emperor. And some people turned to last year's reformed Immortal Dao Golden ranking, and found the Immortal Emperor's information as well as drawings on it. The Immortal Emperor's stunning beauty and powerful strength instantly spread. It directly ignited the public's anticipation. The beauty of the Immortal Emperor was appreciated by all the people. Everyone's three views followed the five senses, and immediately the vast majority of people supported the Immortal Emperor and defeated the evil Cui. So the time came to the 10th day. During the 10 days, the Heavenly Emperor didn't go out once and had been practicing. The aura of her body was bright and dark. Chang'an City. The walls are full of people, all wanting to watch. 10 miles outside of Chang'an, Cui Day, who had a slim figure, silver hair, and a cold face, stood waiting. Noon is approaching. Li Qingshan and Xiao Wuji also came to the city wall early and watched Cui Day. Is this old kid the eternal life fetus realm? Xiao Wuji muttered. Although it looks old, it's definitely not weak in a real fight. Li Qingshan said. The stone sect told me that the everlasting fetus realm requires the furnace to raise the 100 scriptures and to raise the gods. Xiao Wuji said. What does it mean to raise 100 scriptures in a furnace and raise a deity? Li Qingshan asked. Everlasting tire realm. It requires you to put all the kung fu you have practiced before. Put it in a furnace on fire. True gold is not afraid of fire. Burn all the impurities in it, and become a new self. Then raise deities in the acupoints around your body. Every time you raise a deity, your strength will be a little stronger. I don't know how many deities this old boy has raised. Xiao Wuji pointed at Cui Changha and muttered. So it is. Li Qingshan understood the everlasting fetus realm 1 point more. In the next second, he sensed the Heavenly Emperor coming out. It's about to start. Li Qingshan said to Xiao Wuji. Beyond the city gates, the hot sun burned, and Cui Day looked up at the sky at noon. He was just about to call out for the Heavenly Emperor to come out when, in the next second, the Heavenly Emperor appeared in front of him, standing in the middle of the space. She had a slender body, icy muscles and jade bones. Her skin was like congealed grease, glistening white like jade. That is, she stood here, instantly attracting the gazes of all comers. Under the sunlight, a radiant glow lingered around the Heavenly Emperor at this moment, in which the stars and rivers of the heavens were reflected, setting off the Heavenly Emperor's aura. The Heavenly Emperor's face was indifferent, permeated with high spirits, her green hair dancing behind her as she looked at Cui Day and said, Now, please die. You think you can fight me just because you've entered the prosperity realm? Cui Day's gaze was deep, seeing through the Heavenly Emperor, who had actually utilized these 10 days to break through the feathered immortal and enter the easy traveling realm. And you were forced to break through. It will leave behind after effects, but it doesn't matter. Let you defeat and then complete the underworld marriage. And it's time for you to go down and serve my son. Cui Day said coldly. He only had one thought right now, to help his son complete the underworld marriage. Listening to Cui Day's words, the world onlookers were saddened by the thought that such a beautiful Heavenly Emperor would have to marry a dead man. Although they had only met the Heavenly Emperor once, they had all turned into fans for decades. Such a stunning woman was going to marry a dead man. This caused many people to look at Cui Day with indignation and whisper curses. Boom! Cui Day's words didn't move the Heavenly Emperor. She swept her cold eyes and snapped her fingers. The 3,000 green threads were suddenly like 3,000 long swords, chopping out. Boom! 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 At this moment, the heavens and earth changed color as the Heavenly Emperor displayed his formidable strength, looking at the onlookers of the world with fear and trepidation. Sculptural tricks, unbeatable. However, Cui Day disdained it and opened his large hand, directly enveloping it down to capture the Heavenly Emperor. At this moment in Cui Day's body, terrifying energy fluctuations were coming from quite a few acupoints, and that was the gods he had bred, providing him with energy. He performs a big tackle. The goal was to not harm the body of the Celestial Emperor, which was his son's unmarried wife, and needed an intact body so that it would be preserved intact to accompany his son when he went to hell after the killing. Boom! The great tackling hand slapped down and shattered the Heavenly Emperor's 3,000 green threads, directly cutting them in half. But the next second the Heavenly Emperor's green threads automatically renewed themselves. She didn't move, calmly standing in the void, opening her hands. The energy within her body stirred, rushing out from her heavenly soul cap, then manifesting a portal in the sky, the gate of Xian Mare. This portal's silhouette, summoned by the Heavenly Empress with all of her power, was terrifying. Dang! 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 This Xian Mare's gate shadow was summoned, immediately radiating an extremely terrifying might, suppressing the entire battlefield. Cui Day wanted to make a move to fend it off, but was instantly pressed to the point where his knees went soft and he knelt on the ground, raising his head in horror as he looked at the Heavenly Emperor who had his hands open and left the world behind, as well as the extremely terrifying and mysterious portal behind the Heavenly Emperor. This is an immortal weapon, and it is still a shadow. A shadow presses me to stand up. If it is the body of the magic treasure, how powerful should it be? Chui Dai looked on in shock. The world is also like Chui Dai ha. At this moment, many of the onlookers in the prosperity, everlasting fetus realm looked at the Heavenly Emperor and the mysterious portal behind her in shock. What kind of terrifying immortal weapon is this? A single shadow pressed Chui Dai to move, knowing that Chui Dai also held an immortal weapon. Immortal artifact hidden blade sword. Chui Dai decisively sacrificed his immortal sword, wanting to fight against this shadow. But all that was heard was a click. The Celestial Emperor slowly descended with this shadowy portal. Chui Dai's immortal sword directly collapsed, and the massive pressure caused Chui Dai to spit out blood and slump to the ground. Surrender! Chui Dai yelled in fear and did his best to raise a hand with a white flag waving above it. Surrender and lose half. Lady warrior, spare your life. Chui Dai shouted hurriedly. The Heavenly Emperor's face was indifferent and ignored it, bringing the shadow of the Qingshan Gate and directly pressing down. Boom! Chui Dai was crushed into bloody foam on the spot, and like his son, died without a trace. Only then did the Heavenly Emperor disperse the gate of Qingshan and said indifferently, if you are so afraid that your son will have no one to accompany him on his way to the Yellow Springs, then you can just go and accompany him. A match that everyone thought was very close between the two sides was sure to be one-sided. The end result was, yes, lopsided. But the process blew everyone's minds as the Heavenly Emperor easily crushed Chui Dai. Right in front of everyone's eyes, a terrifying shadow of an immortal weapon was summoned, turning the tide of battle. Immediately, someone wanted to ask the Heavenly Emperor what kind of immortal weapon it was. But the Heavenly Emperor didn't give them this chance, just looked at Li Qingshan and Xiao Wuji, didn't say anything, turned around and went straight into the clouds and disappeared. Killing Chui Dai exposed her cards, and staying in Qingshan City next would be troublesome for her, so she might as well leave. Li Qingshan and Xiao Wuji also understood her, and after the Celestial Emperor disappeared, they didn't linger any longer and turned around to go back. On the way back, Li Qingshan caught a glimpse of a familiar person. I say I'm familiar with it, but I've actually only seen it once, or through the big screen in the sky. I saw Immortal North Star. Li Qingshan called out to stop Xiao Wuji. Immortal North Star has also come to Qingshan? Xiao Wuji looked left and right in surprise. He didn't notice. Li Qingshan quickly chased after him, and as he walked, he arrived at Qingshan City, the area where the official personnel lived. Li Qingshan did not step inside rashly, as his experience in Weiqing had told him that it was better to go less to the areas where these official people lived. Where is Immortal North Star? Xiao Wuji asked Li Qingshan as he followed, looking left and right. Still no sign of the North Star Immortal. Li Qingshan shook his head and said, lost him? He seemed to know that we were looking for him and deliberately didn't see us. I didn't intentionally not see you guys. Li Qingshan's words landed on the ground, and immediately a voice responded. Li Qingshan and Xiao Wuji turned around in surprise and saw Immortal North Star. Beichen Immortal was graceful and modest, and when he saw Li Qingshan Xiao Wuji, he revealed a smile. I thought who was chasing me, but I didn't think it was still a friend on Earth. I also didn't expect that you would appear in Qingshan City. Li Qingshan responded with a sentence. Immortal North Star said, I came to Qingshan for the sake of killing people. Xiao Wuji asked curiously, kill who? All chased to Qingshan. What deep hatred? Li Qingshan also looked curiously. Immortal North Star uttered two names, North Velvet and Emperor Xia. I'm begging for vote support. It's much needed. Chapter 87 News of the Holy Buddha, request for subscription. Chapter 87 News of the Holy Buddha, request for subscription. Chapter 87 News of the Holy Buddha, request for subscription. Northern Velvet and Xia Emperor, these two bugs are in this Qingshan City? Xiao Wuji's face was joyful, not realizing that the person he had been longing for was in this Qingshan City. Li Qingshan also looked at Immortal North Star in surprise. I saw them being brought into Qingshan City with my own eyes. Immortal North Star nodded. Then you came here to be? Li Qingshan asked suspiciously. This was an official area. Immortal North Star said, they're right here. The governor inside Qingshan City brought the Northern Velvet and the Xia Emperor here? Li Qingshan understood. Yes. Immortal North Star nodded. Why the Northern Velvet and the Xia Emperor don't have any value, and the people in the dimensional battlefield should know about the heinous crimes they committed on Earth. Xiao Wuji didn't understand. Is it because the Northern Velvet and the Summer Emperor are alien bugs? Li Qingshan asked in a deep voice. Immortal Beichen looked at Li Qingshan appreciatively and said, good guess. It's because they are alien bugs that they have value. As for what Xiao Wuji said, the heinous crimes committed on Earth, these officials in the dimensional battlefield wouldn't care about it. Since that's the case, what does Immortal North Star want to do? Li Qingshan looked at Immortal North Star and asked, I'm going to observe and determine who exactly is behind this? Immortal North Star said, how about having a chat at my home? Li Qingshan invited Immortal North Star. Immortal North Star thought about it and nodded in agreement. He had also only just arrived in Chang'an City and was not yet familiar with the place. Now that he had met Li Qingshan and Xiao Wuji, and knew through the Immortal Dao Golden ranking that there was no problem with the character of the two, he agreed to the invitation. Li Qingshan and Xiao Wuji took Immortal North Star and returned to the house together. After each of them took their seats, Xiao Wuji asked, Immortal Beichen, have you been chasing after Northern Velvet and Emperor Xia? Immortal Beichen shook his head. There hasn't been a constant hunt. It's just that I recently came across them. They seem to have defected to an official in Chang'an. I wanted to kill them directly and then go far away to do my own thing. But unfortunately, that official holds the two of them in very high regard, and has always sent people to protect them and bring them directly to Chang'an City. That official is hoping to know about the situation in the other world through North Velvet and Emperor Xia. Li Qingshan poured a cup of tea and handed it to Immortal Beichen. Immortal Beichen took it and nodded. That should be correct. After all, these two bugs don't have any other abilities. The only shining point is the identity of the alien monk. Xiao Wuji coldly grunted. The crimes committed by these two worms are too numerous to mention. We must kill them. The question now is whether the official who sheltered him was acting on his own, or whether it was the intention of the city lord of this Chang'an city. Immortal Beichen said seriously. Anyone who can become a city lord of a safe zone has terrifying strength, right? Li Qingshan frowned. That's right. Those who can become city lords are at least at the curtain heavenly lord realm, and the more prosperous the place, the more powerful it is. Immortal Beichen nodded his head. He was an immortal reincarnated and knew a lot of things. Chang'an City is one of the most prosperous areas in the dimensional battlefield. I'm afraid that the city lord here is going to become an immortal, right? Li Qingshan guessed. You guessed wrong. Immortal North Star shook his head. That would be an ordinary Mako heavenly lord, Xiao Wuji immediately said. But Li Qingshan shook his head and said, it can't be an ordinary curtain heavenly lord, and it's not close to the immortal realm, so it can only be a true immortal. Immortal Beichen exclaimed, you're so smart. To maintain the safety of a huge ancient city like Chang'an, a true immortal must suppress it. That's why I said to see if there's a Chang'an city lord standing behind that official. If so, we can only give up and wait for a follow-up opportunity. If not, we can still think of a way to crush those two bugs. Immortal North Star coldly said. Although he was a reincarnation of an immortal, he had grown up on Earth. He was dutiful to his parents, who had given birth to him, and assured them of glory and prosperity for a lifetime, free from disease and peace of mind. So the crimes committed by North Velvet and Xiadi, North Star Immortal extremely disgusted. There is an opportunity that must be killed. The city lord of Chang'an City is actually a true immortal. Is he here? Xiao Wuji was surprised. That's unknown, but the probability is that it's not there. Because the immortals in the dimensional battlefield, there aren't many of them either. Most of them are on the immortal roadside. Immortal North Star said, you are an immortal reincarnated. Do you remember all the memories of your previous life? Li Qingshan asked curiously, remembering part of it, and part of it, not being strong enough to recall it. Immortal North Star said truthfully, that dimensional battlefield. I wonder what Immortal North Star thinks about it. Li Qingshan humbly asked for advice. A battlefield for screening earthly experts is just that. Immortal North Star took a sip of tea and said lightly. Li Qingshan thought to himself that sure enough, it was as good as he had guessed. It was a battlefield for raising parasites. Then I wonder what advice Immortal North Star has for becoming immortal on Earth. Li Qingshan continued to ask for advice with an open mind. Immortal Beichen looked at Li Qingshan and said in surprise, don't you guys want to go earn points and enter the immortal realm through the immortal road? Although it is said that there are dangers. One thought of heaven and one thought of hell. For many people, this is already the fastest shortcut. Immortal North Star said. Such a shortcut. Will Immortal North Star take it? Li Qingshan asked softly. Immortal North Star shook his head decisively. I can't take the immortal road. I'll be discovered. If Immortal North Star doesn't leave, then I won't leave. Li Qingshan let out a light laugh. Xiao Wuji said, if both of you aren't leaving, then I won't leave either. I'll follow you. Immortal Beichen and Li Qingshan looked at Xiao Wuji and laughed. Between them, they drew a little closer. Become an immortal on Earth. If you insist, go on, but not in Chang'an City. Once your cultivation breaks through to the curtain heavenly lord, those administrators of the dimensional battlefield will force you to enter the immortal path. So you will need to hide and not be detected. It's too big of a target in Chang'an City. Immortal Beichen revealed a message to Li Qingshan. Li Qingshan's face stared, taking this message to heart. This was indeed important. Or back to the Northern Velvet and the Xia Emperor. I came here for them this time, and my heart is not in the right place if I don't kill them. Immortal Beichen changed the topic, not wanting to talk about immortals with Li Qingshan. In fact, many memories of immortals had not awakened in him, and he had to wait until he broke through the immortal level before he could remember them. How do you know if that official who took in Northern Velvet and Emperor Xia has the support of the city lord behind him? Xia Wuji asked. No need to know. Li Qingshan thought seriously and firmly said. Immortal Beichen and Xia Wuji looked at Li Qingshan together. What do you have in mind? Immortal Northstar looked at Li Qingshan curiously. Even he didn't have any good solutions. In Chang'an City, he had to abide by the rules everywhere, and he had only recovered his strength to the peak of Feathered Immortal, and was almost close to breaking through to the realm of the prosperous journey. As long as we figure out where Northern Velvet and Emperor Xia are, the exact location, I'll take care of the rest, Li Qingshan said softly and confidently. Really? That official who sheltered them is at the Everlasting Fetus Realm, Immortal Beichen said in a deep voice. Whether or not he is in the Everlasting Fetus Realm has nothing to do with me. If I don't fight him, what can be done to me? Li Qingshan asked rhetorically. Then how do you plan to do it? Xia Wuji asked curiously. Immortal Beichen also looked at Li Qingshan curiously. Do you guys still remember that when you were on Earth, the Immortal Dao Golden List broadcast my biography? Li Qingshan asked. I know. I've read it all. Xia Wuji nodded. To the side, Immortal Beichen came to a realization and looked at Li Qingshan. You're going to perform that spatial avenue? When Immortal Northstar said it, Xia Wuji immediately thought about it. At that time, Li Qingshan was only in the realm of the human world immortal. Practicing his fist on the thoughtfulness cliff, he struck a set of space avenue and directly blasted a dozen or so human world immortals far away from the sky, and directly established his own evaluation as the god of the earth. That spatial grand Tao, I only cast it once and never again. It's a blessing for them to let Northern Velvet and Emperor Xia die on it, Li Qingshan said with a calm face. It doesn't seem to be a problem. Xia Wuji thought seriously. Li Qingshan would not be known if he punched here, half a city away, and blasted Northern Velvet and Emperor Xia, in case it's detected. Killing someone in a safe zone is definitely against the rules of the dimensional battlefield, and one would have to be arrested and thrown to the boiling water prison. Immortal Northstar worried. That's why we need to investigate clearly, and specialize in picking the time when Beizheng and Xia Di are alone and there's no one around. Then there'll be no problem, Li Qingshan said. Good. Xia Wuji and I will investigate this in the next 2 days. So I'll trouble you then. Immortal Northstar nodded his head in agreement. Not worrying. Well, the house next door is the Heavenly Emperor's. She's already gone, so you can stay there, Li Qingshan said to Immortal Northstar. Heavenly Emperor? I saw her fight when I came, Immortal Northstar said. She's so powerful, breaking through into the prosperity realm and shocking a longevity tire realm. Xia Wuji smacked his lips in envy. She is using the aid of an immortal weapon, and that immortal weapon is terrifying, Immortal Beichen said seriously, realizing that he didn't even recognize that immortal weapon. The grade of an immortal weapon. What exactly is it like? I have 5 immortal swords in my hand, but it feels like the power is just that. Li Qingshan took out an immortal sword and asked in a depressed manner. He had been sacrificing this immortal sword for over a year, and he had taken it out to kill the enemy once. The power was there, but not as much as he thought. Immortal Beichen took a look and said, this is a gift from the Immortal Dao Golden List. Right, just use it. I also have it. Not much use, and compared to a real immortal artifact, it's far worse. What is this for? Li Qingshan asked in confusion. Aren't these all immortal weapons? In the entire dimensional battlefield, there aren't a few real immortal weapons. These can be called pseudo-immortal weapons. They're not worth mentioning. They're the ones that the immortals in the dimensional battlefield refined themselves, although they're stronger than earthly magical treasures, but against real immortal weapons, they'll be shattered at the slightest touch, and they'll only be able to fool the mortal cultivators. Immortal Beichen spat. So that's how it is. Li Qingshan suddenly realized. True immortal artifacts, those are all of great power and terrifying. Some immortal artifacts are like Taoist Duobao, born with the spirit of a magic treasure. Although not like Taoist Duobao who became a new life form, they are still alternative life forms. For example, that portal of the Heavenly Emperor is a true immortal artifact. Even if it projects a shadow, it still has a terrifying power, Immortal Northstar explained to Li Qingshan. Li Qingshan was grateful after hearing this. Alright, I've said enough for today, and my mouth is dry. So next night Xia Wuji and I will go out to explore together, figure out the exact location of Northern Velvet and Xia Emperor, and tell you when we come back. In these few days, just don't go out and don't show your face. When something happens, it's none of your business, Immortal Northstar admonished Li Qingshan. Li Qingshan nodded his head. He was planning to do the same. Then I'll go next door with Immortal Northstar and won't bother you. Xia Wuji also got up and left. Li Qingshan didn't stop him. Anyway, the next door was vacant and he needed some quiet time to think. Spatial storm, ever since it was sensed, had been cast that one time, and the power of that one time had shaken the earth. Now he would cast a second time to avenge the millions of mothers and children who had been killed. Northern Velvet, Xia Emperor, you deserve to die. Qingshan opened his eyes. A cold aura flickered inside. Very cold. These two people, they must die. For the next few days, Qingshan was in the house and didn't go anywhere. He was adjusting himself to be at his peak. This adjustment made Qingshan feel that he was really not far away from the realm of the freewheeling. After killing people, come back to cultivate and break through. Qingshan whispered softly to himself. For a few days, Immortal North Star and Xiao Wuji carefully investigated the vicinity of that official's residence without missing any information. Both of them were feathered immortals, and acting carefully, they wouldn't be discovered at all. 3 days down the line, Immortal Beichen and Xiao Wuji brought their harvest and came to see Qingshan in the evening. It has been investigated clearly. Bei Velvet and Xia Di are in the side yard of that official's residence. They seem to be imprisoned, and have not been allowed to come out in the past few days. Even if Bei Velvet and Xia Di want to go out for a stroll, they will be stopped. Xiao Wuji said to Qingshan, picking up his teacup, chewing peony and drinking it in one go. Under house arrest. Qingshan said, yes, that official should have acted on his own, without the support of the city lord behind him. Immortal North Star speculated, regardless of whether or not, tonight, these two bugs, will definitely die. Qingshan coldly said, well, remember, it's in the east and west side courtyards of that official's residence. Xiao Wuji nodded. That official went out for an appointment this night. There are only some soldiers guarding the mansion. Immortal North Star said. Good chance. Qingshan stood up, moved his muscles and bones, and then began to slowly punch. Immortal Beichen and Xiao Wuji watched from afar, alerting their surroundings to ensure that no one came to disturb Qingshan. At this moment, Qingshan felt as if he had returned to the earth, to the CO cliff, and at that time, this was how he was, hitting the space storm. Chang'an, where the officials live. Those who could be officials in Chang'an were top-notch experts, managing Chang'an for the city lord, maintaining order, and judging offenders. Previously, in the Weimar city, it was divided into 3 areas: rest area, trading area, officials area. There are not 3 zones in Chang'an city, there are only 2. The rest area is combined with the trading area, and there is also an officers area. Inside the officials area, a large, gilded courtyard with 8 entrances and 8 exits is very grand, and the plaque at the entrance reads, Chou Fu, Zhou Inzu, one of the vice city lords of Chang'an city, was the city lord's right-hand man, powerful and at the peak of the longevity fetus. Tonight he went out to meet a friend. His house was heavily guarded, and he wasn't worried in the least. In Chang'an city, no one would dare to touch him. Zhou Inzu's mansion, the east and west side courtyards, where Bei Zhang and Emperor Xiao were under house arrest. They were depressed, and had known that they had lost their freedom. They would not have come to this Chang'an city with Zhou Inzu's men. Unfortunately now, it's too late to repent. How nice it would be if we were still hiding. Why are we thinking of coming to Chang'an city? Northern Velvet and Emperor Xia transmitted their voices. Yes, it's really larded up and fainted. The past year in hiding has been a suffocating but quite freeing time. Xia Di also sighed. Find a chance. Let's run, then sneak back to Earth, bite through the world barrier, and return to our world. North Velvet proposed. Good. Emperor Xia agreed in one gulp. This dimensional battlefield. He didn't want to stay for even a single day. Inside the house, Qingshan was fully focused on practicing qi. His essence was highly attentive. The spatial avenue had appeared, and he heard the conversation between Bei Velvet and Xia Di. You guys want to escape? Qingshan sneered inwardly. Did you ask me about my fist? Qingshan punched out. Inside the hut, a flat punch, without too much momentum, just a slight ripple in space. The average person cannot see with the naked eye. It was also the North Star Immortal and Xiao Wuji who saw it. Space swings, from one point to another. In Qingshan's eyes, his fist, crossing the limitations of space, directly opened up a new world. Northern Velvet appeared in front of him. In the next second, Qingshan's fist met his head and directly smashed down. This was followed by a backhand and another strike, drawing Shady closer to space, as well as the same, a deadly punch. Put. The sound of 2 watermelons opening up took the lives of 2 bugs. Qingshan's face was ancient, slowly closing his hand, the drawing space in front of him, quickly returning to normal. He looked toward Immortal North Star and Xiao Wuji, and under their concerned gazes, let out a light smile. Live up to your mission. Xiao Wuji and Immortal North Star laughed happily. Zhou Mansion, East and West Side Courtyard, originally still discussing how to escape. Bei Velvet and Xia Di, now turned into 2 corpses, quietly lying on the ground. Their heads exploded. Blood and brain matter flowed all over the place. The soldiers didn't notice it at first, but when the smell of blood traveled out, they immediately noticed it. Their faces changed drastically, and they pushed the door to see the scene. Immediately go and call the Lord to come back. The soldier's face changed and he hurriedly shouted, killing people in front of their eyes? That's egregious. Seal off the Zhou mansion. Not a single fly is to be let out. A soldier shouted sternly. For a time, the Zhou mansion was heavily guarded, causing people to be on edge. Zhou Yinzu, who was partying with his friends, heard the news and his face sank as he quickly came back and saw the two corpses. Has the murderer been found? Zhou Yinzu's face was as black as the bottom of a pot as he gritted his teeth and asked. No, not to mention the murderer. Not a single clue. The Zhou mansion's head butler whispered. Zhou Yinzu frowned, annoyed in his heart. Nothing? Yes. Tonight, no one came to the mansion. The security is tight. Even if you are in the prosperity realm, you can't be silent. And these two people don't have any enemies in Chang'an City. The time of death of the two of them is the same. The murderer doesn't have the means to kill two people in a single time. Unless it's two murderers. The Zhou mansion's grand steward was also frowning deeply. This matter was permeated with irrationality. Investigate, while blocking the news. Not letting outsiders know that a person died in my mansion and I still can't find the murderer. It's a big blow to my majesty, Zhou Yinzu commanded in a low voice. Yes, sir. The grand steward nodded in agreement. Taking another look at the corpses of Beizhu and Xiadi, Zhou Yinzu said in disgust, destroy the corpses. Don't leave a single trace behind. Don't pollute my mansion. He didn't care about the deaths of Northern Velvet and Emperor Xia. What he cares about is that someone is killing people in his own mansion. It's not giving him face. Punch him in the face. That's what made him angry. As for the Northern Velvet and the Summer Emperor, the two worms, dead as dead can be. Qingshan's house. The three men raised their glasses and drank happily. This time, they were very satisfied with killing Beizhu and Xiadi without alerting anyone. To be honest, when the immortal Dao Golden Ranking evaluated you as the god of the earth, I was still unconvinced and felt that it was nothing more than that. But now, I am heartily convinced that even if I am a reincarnation of an immortal, I am not as good as you in terms of talent alone. Immortal Beichen said to Qingshan with a smile. Xiao Wuji also said, I recognize Qingshan as my brother. To be honest, before I wanted to fight you guys, but now, there is no such idea. Qingshan smiled, holding his wine glass with a calm and dignified manner, saying, it doesn't matter who is better than who. We are all friends and we all have a bright future. Not friends, brothers. Xiao Wuji raised his wine glass and shouted. Immortal North Star also nodded his head and said, good, we are brothers. A trip to Earth and getting to know you guys is not a wasted trip. After tonight, we will all have the chance to get together again. Qingshan curiously said, where are you going to leave Chang'an City? Immortal North Star said, I'm going to cultivate, and incidentally look for the doorway to become an immortal on Earth. And when I find it, I'll tell you all. Okay, I'll wait for you. Qingshan nodded. There are several ways to become an immortal on Earth. One is the simplest and crudest, directly tearing through space and flying into the immortal realm. Xiao Wuji said, this method requires you to be very, very strong, and it's going to be even more difficult in the dimensional battlefield than on Earth. Immortal Beichen shook his head. Tearing through space in the dimensional battlefield and ascending to the immortal realm was the same as making an enemy of the entire dimensional battlefield. The other thing is, opening the heavenly gate. Xiao Wuji continued. The old story goes that there is only one door separating the earth from the immortal world, and when a cultivator crosses this door, he or she enters the immortal world. Immortal Beichen still shook his head. The heavenly gate exists, but unfortunately, it's been almost 30,000 years since the immortal gate was summoned out. By the way, how do you know so much? Again, tearing through space, ascending to the immortal realm, and opening the heavenly gate? Immortal North Star asked curiously. All of this information, Qingshan doesn't even know about it. Immortal Beichen looked at Xiao Wuji suspiciously. Xiao Wuji stuttered for a moment, holding his wine glass, not knowing what to say. Qingshan looked on with a smile. The reason why Xiao Wuji knew so much was because he was holding a wine glass in one hand and the stone door in the other. The stone door was shrunk by him and hung on his body, turning it into a decoration, and now it was held in his hand. And those messages just now must have been the stone door updating the text, which was reproduced by Xiao Wuji. Seeing Xiao Wuji's embarrassment, Qingshan enlightened. People are also learning. They learned with the Heavenly Emperor before, right? Xiao Wuji immediately nodded and said, I also heard it from the Heavenly Emperor. She knows quite a bit. Immortal Beichen didn't doubt it and said, the Heavenly Emperor probably obtained the inheritance of a certain immortal realm powerhouse to know so much. And there's also that terrifying immortal artifact. By the way, I'm also leaving tomorrow, Xiao Wuji suddenly said. Qingshan looked at Xiao Wuji in surprise and asked, where are you going? During this period of time with Xiao Wuji, Li Qingshan had already gotten used to it, and he did not expect the North Star Immortal to leave. Xiao Wuji hemmed and hawed and said, I'm going to look for a place to make a breakthrough and, incidentally, go exploring. Li Qingshan knew that the probability was that sure men said that Xiao Wuji stayed in Chang'an City and his cultivation progress had slowed down. There's no way around it. Xiao Wuji was of the fighter bloodline, and he naturally needed stimulation, fighting, and blood rupture to enhance his strength. He's not like Li Qingshan. It was possible for Li Qingshan to steadily grow his cultivation by quietly diving in a place. I wish you a safe journey. Li Qingshan raised his glass. We have a safe journey. Xiao Wuji and Immortal North Star also raised their glasses. That night, they drank until midnight and then parted ways. Xiao Wuji and Immortal North Star left early the next morning, leaving Li Qingshan alone in the originally lively environment. Li Qingshan didn't lose heart either. He could accept the splendor and also bear the despondency. Plus he's not lonely if he's alone. The aura of heaven and earth, the world's great Tao, were all waiting for Li Qingshan to be blessed. It was also the day they left that Li Qingshan, on a whim, after a night of cultivation, broke through the feathered immortal and entered the realm of prosperity. It represents the human world at large. In this realm, the whole person is at ease, as if he or she has broken free from the shackles on the body, escaped from the bondage of the world, and realized the self. Break the shackles. Today I know I am me, Li Qingshan muttered. After he had broken through to the promised land, he continued as usual, practicing daily, comprehending the great Tao, and then going out. Yes, after Xiao Wuji and Immortal North Star left, Li Qingshan had one more place to go. Chang'an City Book Depository. In the entire city of Chang'an, the tallest building is the restaurant, with 13 floors. The second tallest building is the library. In the library, there were countless collections of books, 11 floors, with all kinds of books for reference. Need points to come in. One floor is more expensive than the other. For the first level, only 1 point is needed. For the second level, 10 points are required. For the third level, 100 points are required. For the fourth level, 200 points are required. And so on. The higher up you go, the more points you get. And of course, the books stored are precious. Li Qingshan still had 1,000 points on him, and he had been looking at them all this time. If the points were not enough, Li Qingshan would go out for a trip to cover his breath, pretend to be a pig and eat a tiger, or perhaps fish for law enforcement. As long as someone had their eyes on him and came to snatch it, they were asking for death. So Li Qingshan didn't lack points. Every night he would come over, peruse it, and go back in the wee hours of the morning. Time passed and half a year passed. In these 6 months, everything was quiet in Chang'an City. Li Qingshan didn't meet any unenlightened ones, and he didn't see the Zhou Inzu making a big search. Since he couldn't find the murderer, he certainly wouldn't make a sound. And North Velvet and Xiadi died in vain. Half a year down the line, Li Qingshan is in the past, modest gentleman, white boy, clear wind and bright moon in general. That night, he came back to the cache. Mr. Li, you're here again? The sister collecting points from the book collection building blushed when she saw Li Qingshan and greeted him cordially. Li Qingshan is handsome, but also elegant, loved to read books, modest gentleman. The girl will naturally be pregnant. Li Qingshan said, I'll go to the 11th floor today. 11 floors is 900 points. The girl was surprised. Very few people spend 900 points and go to the 11th floor to read a book. Moreover, Li Qingshan came every day. Points like running water to spend out. The sister looked more like. It proved that Li Qingshan's family was strong and didn't care about this. Then deduct my points. Li Qingshan took out his jade tablet and handed it over. The girl reached out and took it, making contact with Li Qingshan's fingers, her heart bursting with excitement. Then after deducting 900 points, she returned the jade token to Li Qingshan. Why don't I take you to the 11th floor? The girl suggested. Li Qingshan smiled and shook his head in rejection. It's a sin to let a great beauty accompany me on 11 flights of stairs. Li Qingshan collected the jade tablet, turned around and left, quickly going up the stairs and disappearing. The girl looked at Li Qingshan's back with peach blossom eyes. Sister, what do you think are the chances of me confessing now? The girl asked her sister who was sitting beside her. 0.5. Tops, sister replied indifferently. That low? The girl was not satisfied. These 6 months, he comes every day. Every time he looks at you in a very, very cold kind of way. Don't think about it. People don't have you in their hearts. Sister coldly strikes. The girl sighed. Unhappy. Book depository. 11th floor. The place was empty. Not a single person. After all, it cost 900 points to come up here. The collection of books on the 11th floor is not a lot. Only a few hundred. Li Qingshan casually picked up a book and sat on a chair, quietly flipping through it. It was a biography of a great man, written about aspects of cultivation, from the human world immortal to the Shakugan heavenly lord, all of which were detailed. Qingshan carefully viewed it once, memorized the contents, and then changed the book. Read a lot of books to learn more about the world. Moreover, this collection of books, sometimes reading some feats, can also stimulate a full level of enlightenment, although not as good as the Sivan Cliff, where every stone tablet can be comprehended. But it was not bad for Qingshan. He watched attentively, and before long, the time was approaching the early hours of the morning, going away. However, as he was leaving, Qingshan suddenly saw a familiar name, Indestructible Holy Buddha. The name is recorded in a Buddhist biography. Qingshan stopped his steps, picked up this Buddhist biography and opened it carefully. The Indestructible Holy Buddha, while on earth, told him to become immortal on earth. 5,000 years ago, in the dimensional battlefield, a monk appeared, intruding alone, with an indestructible golden body, sweeping the path of immortality, suppressing all enemies, invincible by all laws, and some people say that he has already become an immortal. Unfortunately, in the end, the indestructible Holy Buddha fell in the center battlefield, which is saddening, and the indestructible golden body was eventually broken. In the book, only these two sentences are recorded, and the whisperers are so few that no more is written. Qingshan frowned. The indestructible sacred Buddha is suspected to have become an immortal, invincible in the dimensional battlefield and invincible on the road to becoming an immortal, but he ended up falling in the center battlefield? This was the first time Qingshan had learned of the news of the indestructible sacred Buddha after entering the dimensional battlefield for almost 2 years. Chapter 88, 6436. Chapter 88, 6436. Chapter 88, 6436. The news of the indestructible Holy Buddha made it difficult for Qingshan to calm down. This is a senior that he is very concerned about, although separated by thousands of years, but because of the full level of enlightenment, God has been a long time. To the news of the indestructible Holy Buddha, Qingshan naturally attaches great importance. The book says he died in the center of the battlefield. The center battlefield. I know quite a bit about it from reading books in the past half a year. That's the last place before entering the road to immortality. Step through the center battlefield and enter the path to immortality. There are not many records of the indestructible Holy Buddha. Is it that there are no records to be found? Or is it that they dare not record them? In the 11 floors of the book depository, there's only this sentence, and I can't find anything else, so it seems that if I want to know the real answer, I'll have to go to the center battlefield. Qingshan watched the night fall, the early hours of the morning to arrive. He put down his books and went downstairs to think as he walked. Chang'an is not very far from the center of the battlefield. Qingshan silently thought, after resting for half a year, it's time to go out and move around. Downstairs, ignoring the sister's gaze, Qingshan walked back to the hut, looked around the things, simply cleaned up and empty, put his usual tea set, all put away to take away. As soon as the sky dawned and the city gates opened, Qingshan went out at the first opportunity. After paying the points, Qingshan, dressed in white, executed the Kuanpeng treasure art, together with the avenue of extreme speed, very swiftly, directly crossing the mountains and seas, heading to the center battlefield. After living in the dimensional battlefield for close to 2 years, he wasn't a beginner who knew nothing, especially in the last 6 months of reading. He reads a lot and has a lot of mixed knowledge, but understands it all through. Just as he knew the geography of the dimensional battlefield, he knew it well. In the dimensional battlefield, the core area was definitely the immortal road. That was the road from the dimensional battlefield to the immortal realm, and there were many immortals guarding it, and there was immortal chi falling from that side near the immortal realm, so immortals could cultivate very well over there. The dimensional battlefield is one level above Earth though, but essentially, still absorbing the aura as on Earth. It is very difficult for the immortals to absorb the aura on Earth, which is very turbid for them. That's why immortals don't enter dimensional battlefields when they're fine, meddling in other things, not wanting to tarnish themselves. Even the city lord of Chang'an City, he was not in Chang'an City, but chose several deputy city lords to control Chang'an City for him, one person in charge of a region. In front of the immortal road was the central battlefield. It was a vast battlefield with canyons, grasslands, swamps and abysses. There were many dangers hidden there, and in order to enter the dimensional battlefield, you had to cross the center battlefield. In the center battlefield, an unknown number of experts were buried. To this day, there are quite a few people who, in a desperate attempt, scavenge various treasures in the center battlefield, wanting to take them in exchange for points. It's a way for them to get rich. It's just dangerous. This way, the death rate is too high, but this is for those with low cultivation. For example, The human immortal realm. The human world immortals who were among the top experts on Earth were at the bottom of the food chain in the dimensional battlefield. Qingshan rushed quickly, and in less than a quarter of an hour, he crossed the great mountains and rivers and saw the center battlefield. After going over a large mountain, the sky opened up in front of him, and an ancient battlefield was exposed in front of Qingshan's eyes. The austere, ancient, cold, and fury of the world came to the surface. The ancient battlefield was large, and the land was brown, glowing red in places and black in others, stretching all the way to where heaven and earth met. Qingshan saw that in the ancient battlefield, there were broken weapons stuck in the ground, rotting away, and there were also white bones strewn about, uncapped. There are still people over here looking for treasures. Go over and inquire. With a thought, Qingshan's body instantly disappeared and arrived at the edge of the center battlefield. Qingshan's sudden appearance startled the 6 people in the group. Who are you? The boss at the head of the group protected the people behind him, looking at Qingshan with horror and gulping frantically. You are scavengers? Qingshan asked. He knew that those who cleaned up the center battlefield and scavenged for treasures were collectively known as scavengers. Yes, Elder. We are a small gang that barely maintains subsistence. Seeing Qingshan's calm demeanor and gentle tone, the boss relaxed slightly and replied, Don't worry, I'm not going to rob you guys. I just want to ask you guys, how much do you know about the center battlefield? Qingshan asked. This statement was met with a sigh of relief from this gang. Senior Highlander, you ask. As long as we know, we will tell you everything. The boss stood constrainedly. How long have you been scavenging in the center battlefield? Qingshan asked. It's been 10 years or so, and we've scavenged pretty much all of this outlying area. The boss replied as he reached out and pointed to the large area in front of him. In the past 10 years, you all know about this center battlefield? Qingshan asked. Senior, it's not that I'm bragging. I'm nicknamed Bao Bao, and as a person, I like to gossip and make small talk with people, so I know a lot. Boss smiled modestly, but the words were not modest. Since that's the case, then do you know this person? Indestructible Holy Buddha? Seeing how confident he was, Qingshan opened the door and asked, Indestructible Holy Buddha? The boss frowned, thinking carefully. The minions behind him, all anxious, complained that the boss had just bragged. Without slowing down, the boss clapped his hands and said, I said, whose name is it? So familiar. Isn't this the Buddhist scum who opened up the center battlefield? Buddhist scum? Qingshan frowned. This was not a good reputation. Also, the indestructible Holy Buddha opened up the center battlefield? Where did that come from? When the boss saw Qingshan frowning, he immediately explained, I didn't say this. It was spread by the dimensional battlefield in the beginning. Everyone else said so. Tell me all the information you know. Don't hide anything. I won't harm you, Qingshan said indifferently with his hands behind his back. Senior, then listen. At that time, I, who was curious, inquired quite a bit about the undying Saint Buddha. It should be quite complete, boss said with a compensatory smile. Qingshan signaled him to hurry up. This dimensional battlefield, 5,000 years ago, but there was no center battlefield. The first sentence made Qingshan's heart thump. Sure enough, the center battlefield was what the indestructible sacred Buddha and the others had fought out. Speaking from the beginning, 5,000 years ago, what exactly happened? Qingshan frowned. Senior, 5,000 years ago, this area of the dimensional battlefield wasn't a battlefield at all. It was only later that the indestructible sacred Buddha brought a group of experts to fight against the immortals in a big battle here, causing the city to be filled with storms. The dimensional battlefield shook, making a big mess, and finally forcing all of the dimensional battlefield immortals to descend. Where did the indestructible Holy Buddha get his men? Qingshan listened to this matter as a story. He wouldn't believe it, and what really happened required him to investigate directly, not believe a story that had been passed down for 5,000 years. But, it's still okay to take this story and back it up. I don't know about that. Everyone is just interested in one of the women. She is very beautiful looking, holding a giant broadsword, very fierce, fairy face, hellish means, killing in the dimensional battlefield. Everyone says that she is the woman of the indestructible sacred Buddha, and it was because of her seducing the indestructible sacred Buddha that she fell into the devil's path and started a war with the immortals. Boss said quickly. What about the follow-up? Qingshan calmly listened, but in his mind, he didn't believe the story anymore. The indestructible Holy Buddha is seduced by a woman with a giant sword against a group of immortals. In response, Qingshan could only say that the indestructible Holy Buddha, who thought of becoming immortal on Earth when he was on Earth, would not be so unsettled. If they do get together, it must be because of affection, not cheesy tactics like seduction. But he did not interrupt the big brother and continued to listen. The follow-up was a great battle. I just listened to others talk about it and my blood boiled. The indestructible Holy Buddha was so powerful that he managed to succeed in immortal regicide, tearing apart the immortals and spilling blood all over this land, forming the current center of the battlefield. Indestructible sacred Buddha struck down an immortal? Qingshan raised his eyebrows. Does this not mean that in this version of the Crowd's legend, the indestructible Holy Buddha succeeded in becoming an immortal on Earth? How else could he have torn apart the immortals? Of course, the immortals from the dimensional battlefield in that battle fell several times, and their corpses are said to be buried underneath the center battlefield. Boss nodded decisively. What about the indestructible Holy Buddha and the others? Qingshan asked. Then of course all of them are dead. Immortals have died several times in battle. They were naturally killed as well. Although there is still the indestructible Saint Buddha, but there is only one indestructible Saint Buddha. There is no way to return to the heavens. The boss shook his head. The woman you just said was holding a giant sword. What about her? Qingshan asked. She also died. That huge sword of hers is now stuck in the core area of the center battlefield. You just need to go deeper. You can see it from afar. It's very shocking. Boss reached out and pointed, saying. Qingshan took this to heart. Some people also say that underneath the giant sword is the woman's corpse, shaken by the giant sword for eternity, a punishment given to her by the immortals, to be born without reincarnation. The boss whispered. Qingshan asked, You've seen that giant sword? Only one glance, from a long way away, the one that was looked at, or a feathered immortal leading the way. We hardened our hearts and saw the giant sword. Boss said. The giant sword is under pressure? Qingshan asked with a gaze. That's for sure. It's not just the giant sword, the entire core of the center battlefield. A human world immortal stepping into it would be instantly stunned, and if they don't drag it out, within a minute, they would absolutely die painlessly, the boss said in hindsight. He is a human immortal. He went through it and was rescued in time to get his life back. So that's how it is. Qingshan finished listening to the story and waved his hand. You guys go. Thanks for the story. This group of scavengers was very happy, and after the boss's heart was set, he firmly said, Senior, what I said just now was all inquired from the mouths of very reliable people, and it has a little credibility. Qingshan smiled and nodded without saying anything, watching them leave. Trustworthiness is something that is not said by mouth. It is something that needs to be investigated by Qingshan himself. Only when this group of scavengers left did Qingshan take a step, walking into the center battlefield. He was going to see if this center battlefield had been beaten by the indestructible Holy Buddha and the others as that boss had just said. Walking into this central battlefield, Qingshan immediately felt that a peculiar wariness was coming from him. Roar! It was as if uncountable people were roaring in his ears. Angry, resentful, manic, desperate. All sorts of emotions that directly made Qingshan empathize with him. It was very difficult. Just like a person drowning. Difficult to save. Struggling as hard as he could to survive. So, there is only the swinging of fists. Only the roaring of anger. This feeling only lasted for 3 seconds, allowing Qingshan to immerse himself in it, and his entire body sucked in a breath of cold air. If this is true, too many people died in that big battle. Qingshan swallowed his saliva. He looked into the distance, and there was a scavenger, who didn't feel anything at all, concentrating on finding treasures. Qingshan still had afterglow now as he began to go deeper, through the fringes of the central battlefield. This fringe area, picked up by scavengers, is very quiet. Qingshan is not able to see anything at all. He is skeptical. This place is not dug up and thoroughly searched. Continuing to go deeper and deeper, the pressure was increasing. That boss wasn't lying. Qingshan really felt the pressure. It was as if the air was being squeezed, the space was being shrunk, and the huge pressure, squeezing at you from all sides, made it hard to breathe, and your heart was in despair, unable to resist. Of course, the pressure was not worth it to him. However, this is not yet the core area. Qingshan along the battlefield continued to go deeper and deeper, not stopping for a moment, and finally, under the pressure of the human world, immortal could not hold on to the world. He saw the heaven and earth, a huge, heavenly boulder, inserted in the heart of the center of the battlefield. If you distinguish it carefully, you can see that this huge, gigantic boulder sticking straight up into the sky is in the shape of a sword. Qingshan was far away, because the giant sword is too big. He can only see, in the clouds and mist, the giant sword straight down. Rumor has it, there is a woman was suppressed under the sword. Eternity. No back to reincarnation. Qingshan didn't rush over. He steadily advanced against the pressure that could make a human world immortal instantly faint. Here, Qingshan saw many broken weapons, and in some places, there were stone tablets. Yes, Qingshan saw the stone tablet. He was very sensitive to this thing. After all, He had been dealing with stone monuments for the past few decades, waiting for Qingshan to get closer, but realized that there was no text on this stone tablet. It did look quite similar from afar, but when he got closer, it was just a piece of stone. Qingshan shook his head, picked up the broken long knife on the side, flexed his finger and flicked it. With a click, the long knife directly shattered into slag. The power of time. Qingshan sighed with emotion. He moved on. The pressure is mounting. Even the feathered immortal couldn't resist and couldn't advance. This pressure? Qingshan just frowned, looking at the huge sword that was still far away, experiencing the feeling of looking at the mountain. With so much pressure, it seems like no one can get close to that giant sword. Qingshan muttered. The giant sword, it seemed, was deliberately attracting people over, and in the end, they realized that they couldn't get close. I'm at the prosperity realm now. I can still keep going. Qingshan continued on. He was going to investigate the matter of the undying sacred Buddha. Pressure continues to mount. Gradually, it reached a level that even the prosperity realm could not resist. Qingshan just frowned, but walked forward with a firm gait. He's not your average prowler. He could still hold on, but looking at the distant giant sword, Qingshan shook his head helplessly. It seems, difficult to approach. Just as Qingshan's heart was in despair, he saw a stone tablet in front of him. Qingshan thought that he had misread it. After all, he had misread it once just now. He watched carefully. In the next second, his mouth opened wide in surprise and delight. Stone tablet. This time it wasn't a fake. And, not one piece, but many, hidden in a depression. Here, why are there so many stone monuments? Qingshan, against the pressure, approached the mountain pass, and only after walking in, he saw, at the corner, open to the sky, a few thousand stone monuments. There was no text on these stone tablets. They were very concise, but there was one after another, stuck in the ground, and at a glance, it looked as if there were thousands of people buried underneath this piece of ground. Qingshan approached the first piece and saw that it was covered in dust. He couldn't help but laugh, mocking himself. I really can't get away from the monolith. Qingshan took out the cleaning tools from the storage space and wiped it carefully. It could be an occupational hazard. Or maybe you want to try it out and see if you can activate a full level of gnosis. Or maybe, just want to give the men who died in the war a sense of decency. Qingshan didn't know which one was his true thoughts. Maybe both. He wiped it carefully, wiping the monolith. All clean, stones without names, wiped clean of dust. At this moment, Qingshan felt in a trance that he had just seemed to have washed his face for a senior. Once, he let out a chuckle and looked at the full level of gnosis that wasn't activated and just shrugged, intending to go wipe the second one. Just as he turned around, a line floated before his eyes. You rub it carefully, inspire full enlightenment, and receive the inheritance of the indestructible Holy Buddha. Qingshan stared blankly, then turned around, looked at the clean and reflective stone tablet, and took a deep breath. This was actually the stone tablet of the indestructible Holy Buddha. Qingshan couldn't help but think, did the erection of this stone monument mean that the indestructible sacred Buddha was dead? Check the inheritance first. Qingshan immediately closed his eyes, and a large section of memory appeared in his mind. This memory was incomparably huge, directly pulling Qingshan into a dream world. In the dream world, killing cries and clanging sounds came into his ears, and Qingshan heard the voices of countless people. He opened his eyes and saw a battlefield. Countless people are fighting, but their faces, a bit blurry. Qingshan couldn't see them clearly. He could see it most clearly, or a large golden Buddha. This golden Buddha, at the moment, was fighting one against three. Those three, with terrifying energies emanating from their bodies, were so vast that they isolated themselves from the outside world, forming a separate world. That world is flowing with immortality. Qingshan understood that this was the indestructible Holy Buddha fighting one against three. These three are immortals, but that indestructible Holy Buddha of theirs couldn't do anything at all. The power of the golden body was beyond everyone's expectations, and the indestructible Saint Buddha was strong, and with absolutely terrifying power. He recited Amitabha Buddha, and with a loud boom, he slapped away an immortal. The beating caused that immortal's chi and blood to churn. His face reddened, and a large mouthful of golden blood sprayed out. His face pale. Damn it, those who become immortals on this earth are all perverts. The immortal cursed. Call for rescue. Come together and put down this war. If it really gets big, it won't end well. We'll be punished. The other immortals instantly called for support. Why did you do such a thing when you could have left on your own? An immortal questioned. The indestructible Holy Buddha replied, there are some things that someone has to do. There's no way you'll succeed in doing this, and you'll lose your own life. An immortal roared, if I don't succeed, there will be a later one who will. The indestructible Saint Buddha said calmly. Crazy, crazy, a bunch of crazy people. All go to hell. The immortals went completely berserk and surrounded the indestructible sacred Buddha. The indestructible sacred Buddha was high in the 9 heavens, battling with the immortals, and he used his own strength to hold them back. And he who had become an immortal on earth was doing a great thing at this moment. He opened the way for his descendants and drew all the immortals over to him, and those who followed him fought madly, trying to break out and kill their way out of the dimensional battlefield and into the immortal realm, without passing through the immortal path, without being screened, and just like the ancients, breaking into the immortal world. The indestructible sacred Buddha was someone with great ideals, but unfortunately, those with ideals had no helpers. Qingshan saw with his own eyes that the immortals that came afterward, together with the previous ones, were 12 in number. The 12 immortals, the entirety of the dimensional battlefield, fought against the indestructible holy Buddha, causing the 9 heavens to quake, the sun and moon to lose their light, the immortals to vomit blood, their origins collapsing, the worlds to slice apart, and the battlefield to fall. The beaten Buddha bled and his golden body was broken. The indestructible sacred Buddha opened the way for those who came after him, and he chose to be the herald. And in the end, he seriously injured 6 immortals and killed 3 of them before falling from the clouds with a loud bang. The dream came to an abrupt end. Qingshan opened his eyes and realized that he had woken up from his dream. He had left in his mind all the experiences of the indestructible holy Buddha, as well as the process of becoming an immortal on earth, and his indestructible golden body Mahamudra. Qingshan let out a long breath in shock. Holy Buddha deserves to be holy Buddha. With the strength of his indestructible golden body, he could have broken out of the dimensional battlefield on his own, but he was willing to open a path for his descendants. Qingshan said with admiration, "If the holy Buddha didn't succeed, I'm his successor." Qingshan firmly said. He had accepted the inheritance of the indestructible holy Buddha. Then naturally he had to fulfill the legacy of the indestructible holy Buddha. The indestructible sacred Buddha became immortal on earth by cultivating the indestructible golden body to its peak. And then, he created a new path that became the indestructible golden body Mahayana. With the indestructible golden body, the holy Buddha alone fought against 12 immortals, seriously injuring 6 and killing 3 before he fell. It's already terrifying. Qingshan took a deep breath. He must take the indestructible golden body Mahayana method and cultivate it successfully. With the full experience of the indestructible holy Buddha, Qingshan would be able to cultivate with half the effort. These thousands of stone tablets are the people who followed the sacred Buddha in the beginning, right? Qingshan looked at the neatly arranged stone tablets and said silently. He received the inheritance of the indestructible sacred Buddha and was considered an heir. Qingshan began to rub these stone monuments in earnest. Everyone have a good journey, Qingshan said heavily. The result of that battle, Qingshan already knew. These people had failed, but it doesn't matter. They left a fire behind. Qingshan carefully wiped thousands of stone tablets. It was troublesome to wipe, but Qingshan had experience and he still had time. After rubbing a stone tablet, Qingshan bowed to one as a sign of respect, and then he was ready to switch to the next one. You rub it carefully, inspire full enlightenment, and get Zhao Wuji's legacy. Qingshan froze. Another inheritance? Qingshan checked this inheritance and found that this Zhao Wuji was the peak of the curtain heavenly lord, with terrifying strength, and in the midst of battles, he fought bravely to kill his enemies. I don't want my own children and grandchildren to continue to be raised by parasites, kept in the dark and ignorant. I must succeed in blazing a trail, even at the expense of sacrifice. It is very difficult to break the old chains, and blood must be shed. Since ancient times, no one has opened a new path without bloodshed and sacrifice. And today I, Echo Wuji, begin. A cry, full of power and with a firm conviction that it was time to overthrow the dimensional battlefield and open up a new path. In the end, Zhao Wuji's strength was exhausted and he was nailed to death on the battlefield. Before he died, he grabbed his son's scarf and moved it with the wind. A bright red, and I don't know if it was blood-soaked or the original color. After Qingshan read it, all the memories of a curtain heavenly lord were added to his mind. His eyes reddened a bit and he could only bow again before going to polish the next tablet. He wiped it carefully, and when he was done, he bowed and thanked him. You rub it carefully, activate full enlightenment, and get the legacy of Hikai. You rub it carefully, activate full enlightenment, and get the legacy of Yang Shangwen. You rub it carefully, activate full enlightenment, and get Lin Shan's legacy. You rub it carefully, activate the full level of enlightenment, and get the legacy of the King of the North Sea. Qingshan wouldn't be shocked anymore. He would receive an inheritance after every stone tablet he wiped and bowed earnestly. The weakest here was also in the Maka Heavenly Lord realm. Qingshan went from being shocked at the beginning to being calm at the back as he realized a truth. It's not that he's so lucky to inspire full enlightenment 100% of the time. Rather, those who died in battle meditatively placed their hopes on him, leaving Qingshan a legacy that was the only support. Thousands of stone tablets. Qingshan wiped for a full month. With each monolith, he was careful. After wiping it off, Qingshan straightened his back and exhaled, saying, 6,435. It looked like a few thousand before, but the exact few thousand, Qingshan did not know. Now, this number was rubbed and counted by Qingshan himself. The lowest realm, the Makugan Lord. 5,000 years ago, the Holy Buddha took 6,434 shadow heavenly hosts and together they tried to open up a new path. What a shock! But unfortunately, they failed. But seniors, the sun, moon, mountains and rivers are still here, and so is your legacy, and I, Qingshan, will always be here. Give me time, no need to worry. I will open a new path out for the world. Qingshan stood in front of the 6,435 stone tablets and bowed deeply. 6,435 inheritances. Qingshan needed some time to digest them. He didn't leave this place. This pressure is so great. If it's not the everlasting fetus or the curtain heavenly lord, it definitely can't enter. It's the perfect retreat place. Qingshan intended to digest all the memories and cultivate hard to make a breakthrough soon. He suddenly turned his gaze onto the huge sword. No, it's 6,436. And there's a woman that was suppressed under that giant sword. Qingshan said. In the legacy of the others, Qingshan knew that this woman was real. Please vote. Really need it. Please please please. Chapter 89 I beheaded him. Requesting subscription. Chapter 89 I beheaded him. Requesting subscription. Chapter 89 I beheaded him. Requesting subscription. The sun was setting and the remnants of the sun were like blood. Qingshan looked at the center battlefield, his heart surging, feeling pity for the sacred Buddha and those experts who had gone before him back then. They are one step away from success. The Holy Buddha used his own strength to hold back the 12 immortals, and fought an astonishing battle. The dreadfulness of the indestructible golden body shook the ancient world and made the immortals red in the eyes. The ending would probably be rewritten if there was one more person to help Saint Buddha share some of the load. Qingshan sighed. 5,000 years. The sea has changed. Everything has faded with the wind. Now the people of the dimensional battlefield don't know about all that happened back then, and the name of the Holy Buddha has become the scum of the Buddhist sect. At this moment, Qingshan thought of many things. For example, the dimensional battlefield now explicitly states that earthly immortality is not allowed. This should be the reason why after that battle, the immortals were afraid that another indestructible Holy Buddha would appear in the dimensional battlefield, so they directly stipulated that they would not be allowed to become immortals on Earth, and that violators would be punished and imprisoned in the boiling water prison. Hundreds of years ago, the odds are that Flower Rhyme also wanted to become immortal on Earth and gathered a group of like-minded people. Unfortunately, it was eventually suppressed. Flower Rhyme also dispersed with her sister and never got together again for hundreds of years. If I want to become immortal on Earth, I must be even stronger than the Holy Buddha. Qingshan's eyes were firm. He wanted to inherit the legacy of the indestructible sacred Buddha. That would require him to continuously become stronger. Begin my seclusion and absorb these 6,435 inheritances. I will definitely become powerful. Qingshan didn't leave. He stopped his cultivation at the mountain pass where these stone monuments were located. These stone tablets were erected here, and there must be people who knew about them, but they didn't have Qingshan's full level of enlightenment. And seeing the stone tablets, they had nothing to gain. Moreover, it's been 5,000 years, and the stone tablet is still there, which means those immortals didn't care and let the stone tablet fall here. Qingshan checked the inheritance and knew a secret. The experts who followed the indestructible sacred Buddha back then already knew that this trip was going to be very unfortunate, and they all set up stone monuments for themselves, so that even if they died, they would still have a thought to think about. In here, only the young girl with the huge sword didn't stand. Her face was handsome. Her bangs were tilted. She smiled coldly and proudly, extremely confident. I won't die. In the mountain pass, Qingshan used his fists to make a cave for his enlightenment and cultivation. He no longer went out and ignored all the things in the outside world, practicing wholeheartedly and looking over all the legacies he had obtained carefully. Each legacy, a short image, represents someone's life. There was the young man who had just been married, majestic and proud, who wanted to try his luck with the heavenly duke, and said to his wife, when I come back, watch me open up a new path for you to the immortal realm. There will be no danger or oppression on that path, and I will take you into the immortal realm, and together we will look at the sights of the 9 heavens and the 10 earths. The wife sent all the way, tearful eyes, and finally was hugging, could not let go, choking. I'll wait for you to come back. The young man eventually went back on his word. he killed to the end. After the undying Saint Buddha fell, the young man exploded with great strength. Extremely sublimated, fighting with the injured Xian without losing. He was radiant and dazzling, a lone hero, and ultimately stood firm on his ideals, becoming the last person to die in battle. The moment he died in battle, the young man looked in the direction of his wife with eyes of infinite nostalgia. Guilt. His soul lies here. All the storms and frosts, and that's the end of it. The fight in the center battlefield ended completely, and the immortal of the dimensional battlefield declared victory, saying outright that the dimensional battlefield would never be defeated. Far away in the sky, a woman looks on, waiting for her husband's return, with no news delayed. Her husband's name is Timothy, already touching the realm of immortality, just one step away from becoming immortal on Earth. He was also the one who fought until the end. Qingshan checked the inheritance of Tokiwa, and when he saw the end, he heard a faint "I'm sorry." Qingshan knew that this was addressed to Timothy's wife. Qingshan sighed. 5,000 years had passed. Shicheng's wife was not gifted at that time, just because she and Shicheng knew each other since childhood, took care of Shicheng when he was young, protected Shicheng, and took care of Shicheng's mother when he was cultivating and breaking into the world. Timothy swore that he would marry her. Later on, Timothy did it. He was gifted and had immortal qualifications, and countless women favored him, but Timothy ended up marrying his sister from his childhood, and he looked for all kinds of elixirs to help his sister enhance her realm and prolong her life. But you can't live to be 5,000 years old if you extend your life any longer. That was the reason why Qingshan sighed. There was no way for him to relay this cry of sorry. Every time he receives a piece of inheritance, Qingshan sees a man of flesh and blood, struggle, ideals and blood, not a cold gongfu, not a rational avenue, but a firm inheritance, an undying hope. Qingshan became more and more determined that he would renew the ideals of these people. He watched attentively, practiced silently, and realized the great Tao so that he could continuously improve. Time, minute by minute, passed. Qingshan was in the core area of the central battlefield, wearing rough linen clothes, keeping company with the breeze and making friends with the bright moon. In just half a year, Qingshan's strength directly broke through the prosperity and entered the everlasting fetus. That's the power of legacy. The everlasting fetus is to warm up the gods, and in each acupuncture point, raise a god to provide battle power. The average person will raise dozens, a few can raise more than 100, and the true masters will raise 365, darkening the number of the circumference of the heavens. Afterward, he began to hearth and nourish the 100 meridians, melding all the feats together to build up his strength and break through the curtain heavenly lord realm. Qingshan was in the mountain pass, and he was roughly dressed in linen, but he could not hide the youthful heroism, the youthful vigor. He warmed his deity in the acupoint and opened it with the help of the dimensional battlefield's thick aura. He practiced the Three Worlds Sutra. He practiced the indestructible golden body Mahayana. He enlisted in the great Tao, and he comprehended the way of the earth. For Qingshan, this kind of unattended day is a kind of sharpening, polishing him to be more rounded and very full. The young man's sword, pointing away, was poised to strike. The winds and clouds in the outside world were changing, but the central battlefield was unchanged, especially the core area, where the pressure was so great that no one came. Time is like water. A white horse passes by. The world is white. Qingshan is 10 years like a day. 10 years disappeared in a flash. During these 10 years, Qingshan had comprehended all 6,435 legacies. Each inheritance, he looked at it carefully. Some are playful, some are young and smart, some are ambitious. Without exception, they are all very young. They are like the rising sun, full of strength and full of ideals. Just that one power, buried in that one afternoon 5,000 years ago. 10 years down the line, Qingshan's strength was unfathomable. He doesn't know how powerful he is, because as early as 5 years ago, Qingshan had the sudden idea of opening up the acupoints in his body that warmed up the deities into a small thousand world for the deities to reside in and become the lord of the world. How much power would it provide him with? As soon as this idea came out, Qingshan was so excited that he just happened to have comprehended the spatial avenue again and started straight away. He opened up 365 small thousand worlds for the gods to dwell in. Since then, Qingshan began the path of becoming insanely strong. In just 3 months, Qingshan had broken through the curtain heavenly lord, directly skimming over the passage of the furnace nurturing 100 scriptures, and continued to become stronger every day. Now that 5 years had passed, Qingshan really didn't know how powerful he was. All he knows is that he is strong. Very strong. Very strong. Not enough, though. I haven't become immortal on Earth yet. If I can't become immortal on Earth, don't go out and strut around. The dimensional battlefield. There are many immortals. If I want to open up a new path, I have to keep getting stronger. Qingshan admonished himself that he must not get carried away. He must endure loneliness and become immortal on Earth before he could take the next step. For an entire decade, not a single person came to the core area of the central battlefield. Only when he had finished reading all the inherited memories did he leave the mountain pass and wander around the core area of the central battlefield. The pressure that had previously made him feel uncomfortable was now gone, and within Qingshan's body, the energy stirred, which could directly dissipate these pressures. All this pressure, it's coming from that giant sword. It was only after 10 years that Qingshan clearly perceived that the pressure in the core area of the central battlefield was coming from that giant sword. It also only shrouded this piece of the core area. An ordinary curtain heavenly lord realms that wanted to cross the central battlefield to find the immortal path could completely detour around it. It was also unknown if it was due to the pressure of the central battlefield. Qingshan's breakthrough to the curtain heavenly lord realm did not have the kind of thing that immortal Bachan had said, that there would be people from the dimensional battlefield who would come to urge for an early entry into the immortal path. Here he is, pleasantly. It's been 10 years since I came to the dimensional battlefield, and I haven't been over to the giant sword side yet. So let's go over and take a look now. Qingshan took a step and walked towards the distance, walking calmly, strolling through the core area of the central battlefield. Qingshan arrived underneath the giant sword. The area where the giant sword was located was flat and endless all around. Only this giant sword, which was inserted into the depths of the earth and then plunged into the clouds, was extremely huge. Qingshan used his divine sense to peer into this giant sword, wanting to see if it was a real immortal sword inside or not. But as soon as it made contact, the immortal sword rebounded a terrifying energy, transforming into a sword chi that chopped down from the top, and with a loud boom, split Qingshan's divine sense. Qingshan stifled a grunt, and behind him, a huge golden body flashed, bursting out a terrifying energy, stabilizing Qingshan's divine soul. In the next second, the 10,000 laws within Qingshan's body activated, directly repairing his shattered divine soul. The damage to the divine soul was repaired in an instant, and Qingshan took a step back, his face serious. If it wasn't for the furnace nurturing 100 scriptures, this divine soul injury would have given me a headache for a while. Qingshan muttered. Other people's furnace raising hundreds of scriptures started at the everlasting fetus realm, raising the scriptures well and breaking through to the curtain heavenly lord. However, Qingshan only started the furnace nurturing 100 scriptures when he entered the shouting heavenly lord. Other people's furnace raising 100 scriptures is really 100 scriptures, but when it comes to Qingshan, millions of scriptures, converging together, began furnace raising 100 scriptures. In Qingshan's early years at the Thoughtfulness Cliff, he had comprehended more than 100,000 scriptures. There are quite a few experiences and scriptures learned along the way back there. For example, in the Chang'an city's library, half a year down the line, Qingshan had also learned tens of thousands of feats. By the time they reached the center battlefield, 6,435 legacies, each of which was a curtain heavenly lord, had passed on their entire lives to Qingshan without reservation. How many feats does Qingshan know? This one is known only to that forest-like root bone. Each root bone, now growing into a heavenly tree, was incomparably huge, supporting Qingshan. On the road of cultivation, rampaging, these root bones were so full of fruit, so fruitful, so to speak, that they bent the root bones over. As Qingshan began to furnace nourish the 100 meridians, it was only when the root bone ruling got rid of these feats that it grew rapidly, crazily absorbing aura and providing it to Qingshan. Qingshan's progress over the past 10 years, root bone rulin also had a huge credit. Furnace raising 100 jing, raised for several years, has not been the result, but the only benefit is that Qingshan is injured and will get well very quickly, such as the divine soul injury just now. If it were usual, Qingshan would need to recuperate for at least 3 months. Now, in an instant, it was fixed. Qingshan didn't know what kind of things the furnace raising 100 scriptures would raise, but he knew that everything was fine for now. Throwing away his stray thoughts, Qingshan carefully examined the huge sword. The exterior of the giant sword, surrounded by solid stone, contained a terrifying energy that suppressed it so that no one else could get close. Qingshan wanted to try to see if he could dig down a bit and dig out the woman holding the giant sword. Do it if you want to. Qingshan began to dig down. It went well. This time the giant sword did not cleave Qingshan. Qingshan was very fast, and a large area of land was dug out by him, all the way down the giant sword, downwards. It was only after digging an unfathomably large hole that was several hundred feet deep that Qingshan saw a coffin. There's really a person being suppressed under the giant sword. I don't know if it's the owner of the giant sword. If it is, it's quite tragic. Qingshan shook his head inside as he began to separate the giant sword from the coffin. The giant sword suppressed the coffins, but there was no array. It was simply suppression. No one has been able to resist the pressure to come here even in these 5,000 years. Immortals can come, but there's no way they can dig up the coffin. So when Qingshan moved the coffin out, the giant sword boomed and slammed downward a section, causing the earth to tremble a few times. Qingshan carried the coffin and flew up to the ground before carefully opening it. The coffin opened, and an exquisite, lifelike corpse of a woman was reflected in Qingshan's eyes. The woman was dressed in a battle dress and lay quietly, as if asleep. 5,000 years and the body is still so well preserved. It's not easy. Qingshan sighed with emotion. None of them need to be suppressed in the future. I'll take you to your former companions and stay with them. Qingshan shouldered the coffin and walked back, the giant sword behind him. Qingshan did not go to explore. That is, the giant sword is very fierce. The initial meeting cut off Qingshan's divine soul. Qingshan did not want to provoke, carrying the coffin all the way back to the mountain pass. Qingshan put the coffin down and said to the 6,435 stone monuments, "Your companion. I've found her. A person's death is a big deal, and they shouldn't be subjected to torture." Qingshan dug a pit on the side and then buried the coffin together. However, before burying her, Qingshan carefully checked the woman's breathing and heartbeat, her vital breath, to ensure that she was not alive. In the end, Qingshan was certain that the person was dead. He buried the coffin and then set up a stone monument, wanting to write on the monument, but seeing that the others were empty, Qingshan gave up the idea. Green mountains bury the bones of the faithful, horse leather wrapped in corpses. In the world, there are too many painful things. Qingshan sighed. After finishing all this, Qingshan began his cultivation. He mainly practiced the indestructible golden body Mahayana Dharma, as well as the three worlds Buddhist scriptures, various great Tao comprehensions, and the hearth-raising 100 scriptures. Qingshan had been comprehending the avenue of time for the past 10 years and had accumulated a lot, but unfortunately, he was always short of an opportunity to comprehend the avenue of time. He wasn't discouraged. He continued to accumulate. Water grinding. Sooner or later, one day, he would comprehend the great Tao of time. Under the moon and stars, Qingshan was practicing his fist and sensing the Tao of time. When it ended, Qingshan let out a long breath and muttered, "It has been 12 years since I entered the dimensional battlefield. I don't know how little fox, Wei, and the 5 ghosts on Earth are doing." Qingshan had originally planned to go back after 10 years, but he hadn't expected so many things to happen in the meantime, and he couldn't leave the dimensional battlefield now. When I make a breakthrough and become immortal in the human world, then I will be able to return to the Earth by opening up a new path. This time, it's not very far away, Qingshan firmly said. He could sense that moment wasn't far off. Perhaps, it could be tomorrow. Somewhere on the dimensional battlefield, a group of people advanced in a group. 5 large, ferocious, strong men like stern ghosts, protecting 2 women, with a teenager in front of them to open the way. They headed towards the center of the dimensional battlefield. This line of people were 5 ghosts, Xiaojiu, Little Fox, and Ah Wei. 10 years had passed, and all of their strength had entered the human world immortal realm. We're already at the top of the earth. There's no room for advancement. I'm going to find my brother, Xiaojiu firmly said. When the little fox heard this, he was decisively in favor of it. 5 ghosts and Wei both nodded after careful consideration. Just like that, the moment the dimensional battlefield opened, several people took care of everything and all arrived at the dimensional battlefield. Then they hugged each other and never separated. And after more than a year of hanging out in the dimensional battlefield, their strength had increased quite a bit and they had gained a lot of points. In the past year or so, the killing nature of the 5 ghosts had completely exploded, and anyone who set their sights on them was torn apart by the 5 ghosts. Even a feathered immortal, when encountering the 5 ghosts, was suppressed. Don't look at the fact that the 5 ghosts were only at the human world immortal realm, but when they joined forces, with the 5 elemental formations suppressing them, they could definitely tear apart a feathered immortal. This year or so down, except for that official soldier called Long Tao in Wei Cheng's mouth who has no news of his brother, there is no other news at all. Xiaojiu looked at the mountains and ravines and sighed. Don't worry, Mr. is very powerful. According to his character, he might be somewhere quietly practicing and shutting down at this moment, ignoring the outside world. Ah Wei comforted. Yes, brother is like that. Xiaojiu nodded. They had a good grasp of Qingshan's character. Let's go to Chanyan now. There are more opportunities over there. It will be helpful for our cultivation, and it will be much easier to find news of Mr. Ah Wei looked into the distance and said firmly, I've heard that the center area of the dimensional battlefield has been very unsettled lately. The little fox plopped down in Xiaojiu's arms and said, It's unsettled. It's all a mess over there. Do you guys still remember the old man called Xiao Wuji when the immortal Dao Golden ranking descended to select the earthly masters more than 10 years ago? Ah Wei asked. Remember, he's very powerful and has a fighter bloodline. Xiao Jiao nodded. I inquired. Xiao Wuji seems to have obtained an immortal's inheritance, which was discovered by the dimensional battlefield. That immortal is a taboo in the dimensional battlefield. So Xiao Wuji has become the object of everyone's pursuit. And all the experts of the entire dimensional battlefield have gone to intercept and kill him. Ah Wei said in a deep voice. By himself, he can make the entire dimensional battlefield's higher people intercept him? Xiao Jiao was surprised. The current Xiao Wuji is definitely not simple. His strength is so strong that it's beyond compare. Just a few days ago, he was outside of Chang'an City, and killed several longevity fetus realms, and was finally surprised away by the rushing Shouten Lord, and fled to the deeper depths, and hid. So now the experts of the dimensional battlegrounds have converged on the center area. Let's go and take a look at the action as well, Ah Wei said. He personally went to investigate. Then let's hurry up. Maybe we can inquire about our brother, Xiao Jiao immediately said. Good. Wei immediately hurried on, and several people hurriedly followed. Dimensional battlefield. Center battlefield. Xiao Wuji stood at the edge of the center battlefield, took out his dry cigarette and barred it. His face cold. His body was covered in wounds. And for the past half a month, he had taken turns fighting without stopping, starting from the everlasting fetus realm to the curtain heavenly lord realm. Xiao Wuji had killed quite a few of him and had been seriously injured by quite a few others, and each time, he had relied on the stone door's shifting shape to escape. However, the stone door had no more energy left, and Xiao Wuji couldn't count on the stone door anymore. Damn, that group of immortals, how did they know that I had the inheritance of a Kunlun immortal? Xiao Wuji was puzzled. He was well hidden. For 10 years, no one had ever found out. Stone Door updated the text. It was the immortals who found out. You are getting stronger and stronger. The deeper the aura of the Kunlun immortal dharma you are practicing is, an immortal found out. You can't hide. What virtue can an old man, a peasant, have to make an immortal personally give orders to come after me? Xiao Wuji smiled bitterly. Now that you've been exposed, the entire dimensional battlefield's experts are after you, and I've lost my energy. It's a dead end now. Stone Door updated the text. Looking desperate, Xiao Wuji laughed. Knowing that it was a dead end, he was rather not afraid. Sitting quietly like this, Xiao Wuji suddenly asked, Sure men, do you regret choosing me now? Stonegate was silent for a moment before updating the text. Why do you say that? Back then, Qingshan and I were in front of you, letting you choose between the two. You said that in order to get back at me, you chose me. 10 years down the line, my progress is very slow. Until now, only broke through the everlasting fetus, and the distance from the Maka Heavenly Lord is still far away. If this were to be replaced by my brother, Qingshan, who, under your guidance, would definitely be able to break through the Maku Heavenly Lord, Xiao Wuji let out a bitter smile and said. Stone Sek said, even if he breaks through the curtain Heavenly Lord realm, there's nothing he can do in the face of a worldwide pursuit. That's not necessarily true. My brother is a god on earth, Xiao Wuji retorted. You know what? I didn't choose you for revenge back then, but I chose you after deep thought. Sure men revealed a past event. Xiao Wuji scoffed. Then you definitely wouldn't have imagined the sorry state I'm in right now. It's something that can't be resisted. Don't think it's your own fault. You've done well to kill your enemies along the way. And to this day, there are a lot of things I can tell you. Stonegate quickly updated the text. You and Qingshan, I will definitely choose you. Qingshan is too smart. He just observed silently from the sidelines that time and pierced through everything. Sure men said, isn't it good to be smart? I admire my brother for being smart. Xiao Wuji said, being smart is good. After spending some time with him back there, I know that his talent is very terrifying. Even if it's the immortal reincarnated Beichen in front of him, it's still not enough to look at. Sure men said. Xiao Wuji proudly said, my brother is more powerful than the reincarnation of an immortal, and I have a light on my face. Such a person has an unlimited future. Even if he obtains the inheritance of the Kunlun immortal, he won't follow the path I've arranged. He's not the kind of person that others can sway. Sure men said. So, you chose me because I'm easy to control? Xiao Wuji asked. It's because you need my guidance. You need the inheritance of the Kunlun immortals. Qingshan doesn't need it. He can reach that realm on his own. Sure men replied. Xiao Wuji thought this way and shook his head with a bitter smile. Indeed. Hearing you say that makes me feel much better in my heart. Xiao Wuji took a deep breath, stood up, and walked towards the center battlefield. I'm not dead yet. It's not just the whole dimensional battlefield chasing me. I'm going to make a final struggle. Back then, my old man said, a man dies a bird's death. but not a million years. Whether it's wrapped in horse leather or dead without a body, I, Xiao Wuji, will drag many people with me even if I die, Xiao Wuji said with firm eyes. What are you going to do? Stone Gate asked. In the center battlefield, there is a giant sword. If I push down the giant sword, I will definitely be able to smash those who are chasing me, Xiao Wuji said indignantly. Stone Gate was silent. Don't worry, before I die, I will hide you, and when the time comes for you to find a new heir, consider our encounter a mistake, Xiao Wuji said to sure men. Things are far from that, Stone Gate said. Boom! But in the next second, a huge sonic boom came from the distant sky, and a dozen brilliant rays of light pierced through the sky and landed directly in the center battlefield, surrounding Xiao Wuji. Knock! 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 The terrifying aura smashed down, raising boundless dust and shocking the people. Stone Gate updates the text. It's over. These people revealed their appearance, causing Xiao Wuji to suck in a breath of cold air. 13 curtain heavenly lords, coming together to hunt me down. I, Xiao Wuji, am truly honored. Xiao Wuji mockingly smiled. He didn't recognize the 12, but only one. This person was the Vice Lord of Chang'an City, Zhou Yinzu. 10 years ago, he was still at the peak of the everlasting fetus, and 10 years later, he broke through to the Maka Heavenly Lord realm. Xiao Wuji, the Kunlun Immortal's crimes are great, and you're even his heir. You won't be able to escape today. Xiao Wuji, hand over the Kunlun Immortal's inheritance and we'll leave you with a whole body. Why bother leaving a whole body? Anything related to the Kunlun Immortals must be destroyed, and all of Xiao Wuji's friends and family must be destroyed. Xiao Wuji, you've escaped for half a month. This time, we'll go out together. You definitely won't be able to escape. To have the 13 curtain heavenly lords come together to hunt you down. This is your honor and your misfortune. The 13 curtain heavenly lords, one by one, berated Xiao Wuji, towering over them. In their eyes, Xiao Wuji was already a dead man. Xiao Wuji, what else do you have to say? Zhou Yinzu chortled coldly. Xiao Wuji was surrounded by the group. He looked untamed and said, I want to say, grass mud horse, we're going to die anyway, so it's a waste of time not to curse. Instantly, the 13 curtain heavenly lords' faces darkened with violent anger in unison, and one curtain heavenly lord even revealed a sardonic smile. I'm going to pull your tendons and skin off, light up the heavenly lanterns, and torture you for 1,000 years. Xiao Wuji was fearless at this moment. The bloodline in his body burned crazily, and his entire body was on fire. Boom! Xiao Wuji himself took the initiative to fight this curtain heavenly lord who was going to torture him for 1,000 years. Xiao Wuji executed the Kunlun Immortal technique of the Kunlun Immortals. His eyes were intimidating, and he advanced in large strides, forcing his way over, condescending and showing his killing intent. But this curtain heavenly lord was pleasantly unafraid. Instead, he laughed coldly and said, unconscionable, a heavily injured body dares to take a shot at me? In the next second, he directly met him, piercing the sky with one hand and colliding with the Kunlun Immortal technique. Snap! The Kunlun Immortal technique directly ignited Xiao Wuji's bloodline, sending out a strike that resounded loudly and struck the arm of the Shuguang Heavenly Lord. And in an instant, golden blood splattered, and the arm of the Shuguang Heavenly Lord was broken in pieces and shattered all over the place. Good guts! How dare you burn your bloodline to shade me? This curtain heavenly lord was furious. He sensed that Xiao Wuji was strong on the outside and dry on the inside. He was already out of battle power. And just now, he still burned his bloodline before delivering a supreme strike, which shattered his arm with a touch of defense. This curtain heavenly lord let out a long whistle, and in an instant, the severed limb was reborn and transformed into a golden light, slashing at Xiao Wuji's chest with a palm. Click! Xiao Wuji spewed blood from his mouth. His body was like a fluttering piece of flotsam, directly smashing and flying out hundreds of meters away, falling heavily on the ground, his consciousness blurred and his 7 orifices bleeding. The other curtain heavenly lords looked on indifferently. Unworthy, the Kunlun Immortals were blind to choose you as their heir. The shouting heavenly lord who struck out coldly laughed. Xiao Wuji barely managed to climb up, and out of the corner of his eyes blurred, he saw many people appearing on the distant mountains, all looking at him. Xiao Wuji thought it was his illusion and shook his head. It really wasn't an illusion. At this moment, many people came to watch. 13 curtain heavenly lords striking out together would have been an unparalleled image. For a time, the large mountain near the center battlefield was crowded with people, and it was unknown how many people were watching. Among them was Xiao Jiao and his group. Where is the Kunlun Immortal's inheritance? Zhou Yinzu walked over and coldly questioned Xiao Wuji. Xiao Wuji laughed and spat out the blood in his mouth. He wasn't stupid. Just a moment ago during the battle, he had already thrown out the stone door. No one noticed. Everyone was focused on the fight. Do you want to know who killed the 2 bugs that died in your mansion back then? Xiao Wuji hemmed and hawed and stood up weakly, looking at Zhou Yinzu, his face full of blood, as if he had crawled out of hell. Zhou Yinzu's pupils shrunk. This was something he had almost forgotten about, and after Xiao Wuji's reminder, he remembered it again and said in a deep voice, "Did you kill them?" "Yes, it was your grandpa Xiao Wuji who killed your family and slapped you in the face. Sorry for making you not find the murderer for so many years." Xiao Wuji laughed nervously. "Then I will have to kill you to avenge my face." Zhou Yinzu raised his hand, and between his palms, there was the true fire of the sun, so terrifying that it could burn Xiao Wuji clean. Xiao Wuji closed his eyes and quietly waited for death. He was tired and didn't want to struggle anymore. "Go to hell." Zhou Yinzu's palm slowly fell. With the world watching, Zhou Yinzu was about to kill Xiao Wuji in the next second. However, right at this moment, a change occurred, and in the sky, a huge portal shadow appeared, suddenly descending and then suppressing down. Boom! At this moment, the silhouette of this huge portal burst out with infinite light, which blazed so fiercely that those whose strength had not arrived at the curtain Heavenly Lord closed their eyes and were unable to look at it squarely, such as 100,000 stars converging together, eternally illuminating the sun and moon of the Qianquan. Put! In the next second, a bloody light flew up. Zhou Yinzu let out a loud scream. His chest was pierced through on the spot. There was simply no way to avoid it. There was no way to avoid it. His body was shaken out by the shadowy portal. The terrifying energy. It seemed like it was going to strike him dead. Luckily, a dozen or so curtain Heavenly Lords stepped in together and parried the blow before saving him. Who's hiding in the shadows? Come out! Zhou Yinzu yelled, looking horrified. He almost died just now. Today, you cannot kill him. A cold heavenly voice sounded, and in that shadowy portal, a silhouette walked out, magnificent and beautiful, like a fairy in the dust. Celestial Emperor. She brought the gate of Xianmer and descended to this place, saving Xiao Wuji in the nick of time. Him, I'll bail. The Heavenly Emperor threw his voice. The world watched in amazement as a woman, in front of the 13 curtain Heavenly Lords, made a domineering appearance, instantly causing countless people to look on in surprise. She's the Heavenly Emperor, and back then, she was outside Chang'an City, killing an everlasting fetus expert. 10 years have passed and the Heavenly Emperor is even stronger. What kind of magic treasure is that of hers? It's just a shadow and it's so powerful? Are the Heavenly Emperor and Xiao Wuji so close? That's what you don't understand. When they were on Earth, they were once on the immortal Dao Gold list together. The world was talking. The situation that was bound to kill. Now there was a change. Everyone was happy to see it. It's a hoot to see what's going on. On a small hill, Xiao Jiao and his group were also watching. This sister is so powerful and domineering. Xiao Jiao envied. The third-ranked Heavenly Emperor on the immortal Dao Golden ranking. That's terrifying. But why is the Heavenly Emperor so close to Xiao Wuji? Fighting the world for him? I don't know. But now that it looks good, will the Heavenly Emperor be able to take Xiao Wuji away? Everyone was looking forward to it, not blinking an eye for fear of missing any of the excitement. In the center of the battlefield, Xiao Wuji thought he was bound to die, but he didn't expect to be saved. Heavenly Emperor, you shouldn't have come. Xiao Wuji smiled warmly. He wasn't exactly alone. In a situation where he had enemies all over the world, there was still someone willing to come to his rescue. The Heavenly Emperor looked at Xiao Wuji's miserable appearance and said in a soft tone, "With me here, it's not that easy to kill you." Seeing this scene, the 13 curtain Heavenly Lords laughed in anger. "You're just one person, albeit a Shoutin Lord, but you can fight against the 13 of us?" Xiao Wuji was ordered to be hunted down by the Immortals. "If you make an enemy of us, you are making an enemy of the Immortals. You think you can run amok by relying on a magic treasure shadow?" Several curtain Heavenly Lords shouted angrily and stared at the Heavenly Emperor, scornful of the Xianmer's gate void behind her, and moved the Immortals out. The Celestial Emperor watched coldly, his expression grave but not retreating. "I only have a few friends that I cherish, so it's not okay for you to kill him," the Heavenly Emperor firmly said. "Aren't you afraid that the Immortals will send down punishment?" Zhou Yinzu questioned loudly. "Immortals, are they scary?" The one who answered him was not the Heavenly Emperor, not Xiao Wuji, but a white-clothed young man walking from afar. The white-clothed teenager shrunk into the ground, stepping out with one step. The earth shortened under his feet, and in a few steps, he came to Xiao Wuji's side, sneering. The arrival of the white-clothed boy directly caused a storm of public opinion, and the world had thought that the arrival of a Heavenly Emperor was incredible enough. After all, the current Xiao Wuji was being hunted down by the entire dimensional battlefield hierarchy and was an enemy of the world. It was unbelievable to even come forward now and support Xiao Wuji, not to mention standing across from the 13 curtain Heavenly Lords. A Heavenly Emperor made everyone's hearts tremble. Now here comes another one to wow the world. Who is this person, speaking so arrogantly and ignoring the immortals? He is the reincarnation of an immortal from the immortal realm who descended to Earth and is called Immortal North Star. Immortals reincarnated. Ah, that's alright then. He does have the backbone to defy the immortals. But he hasn't regained his immortal strength even now. And he still dares to come out. Unbelievable. Indeed, this Xiao Wuji is quite well connected. And the friends he has made are all so terrifying. This is hilarious. I love to watch. One is a heavenly emperor who descended with a mysterious immortal weapon. And the other is the reincarnation of an immortal. Both firmly supporting Xiao Wuji. Ha ha ha. This scene is too interesting. The world couldn't stop talking. This was too wonderful. The Maka heavenly lords that were usually rare to see. This time there were 15 of them. The back may come again. In the true sense of the word. The top fighting force on Earth. Because immortals are of the immortal realm. Lord Makutian is the strongest expert on Earth. Now, in the center battlefield, stood 15. More critically, 13 curtain heavenly lords. Against 2 curtain heavenly lords. Unexpectedly didn't dare to make a move. One was holding a supreme immortal weapon. And the other was the reincarnation of an immortal. There was no bottom in his heart when he fought. Immortal North Star, why do you need to get into this mess? Zhou Yinzu was very puzzled. The North Star immortal stood with his hands behind his back, standing lightly and smiling, because they are one of the few friends I have. And like the heavenly emperor, I cherish my friends, even if it's for the sake of a friend. Offending an immortal is not a problem? Zhou Yinzu roared with color. Immortal Baichen said indifferently, you guys open your mouths immortal and shut your mouths immortal. Didn't immortal still not come out? Zhou Yinzu was dumbfounded. The North Star immortal sneered and was about to speak, but suddenly his face changed and he stared at the sky above with a grave expression. There, a voice fell. Who says I'm not coming out? Vast heavenly sounds, like thunder sweeping through the cave, directly dispersed all demons and monsters. Brilliant atmosphere, descending down. At this moment, the world all looked on in amazement, shocked once again. Immortals descend on the dimensional battlefield. That's something that hasn't happened in centuries. Immortal North Star, you are not that powerful existence in the immortal realm now, and you still dare to speak so boldly. You don't even look. Whose territory is this? Between heaven and earth, a figure suddenly appeared. It was an old man with a head full of silver hair, an imposing aura, and a cold face. Staring at Immortal North Star, his eyes shot out 2 sharp divine auras. Do you think that if I strip you of your immortal origin now, it will allow me to go to the next level? This immortal said in a morose tone. With a loud boom, he landed and stood in front of the 13 curtain heavenly lords, ignoring everything in heaven and earth, his gaze resting on Immortal North Star and the heavenly emperor. The 13 curtain heavenly lords looked overjoyed and cried out respectfully, welcome Immortal Wood's descent, a terrifying immortal weapon void, an immortal reincarnated. No wonder this matter is so troublesome to deal with. Just in time, deprive Immortal North Star of his origin, snatch your immortal weapon, and enhance my strength. Immortal Wood said coldly. Immortal North Star said solemnly, you won't get away with it. He had thought that the immortals would not descend, as it was no longer a secret that the immortals of the dimensional battlefield disliked the turbidity of the aura on Earth. If I make a move to capture you now, who dares to block this side of heaven and earth? Immortal Wood dominated. His large hand opened, emitting a piercing dense haze of light. Boom! At this moment, the large hand covered down, like an ancient universe had been dissected, with endless rivers of stars raging everywhere, obscuring the front in white. The North Star immortal tried to retreat, but was confined to his spot. You haven't regained your immortal strength. The gap between you and me is just like the gap between me and you at your peak. Immortal Wood snorted coldly and tackled with his large hands with great confidence. The North Star immortal couldn't move. The heavenly emperor tried to rescue him, but he was pressed down by the wood immortal's other hand, and the vault of heaven was bent over. So the heavenly emperor could only grit his teeth and hold on. The situation, instantly rotten. The 2 great masters could shock the 13 curtain heavenly lords, but they had no power to fight back in front of the immortals. The world could not help but sigh when they saw the scene. The gap between human and immortal is too wide. A human can never defeat an immortal. Everyone watched silently as the heavenly emperor and the North Star immortal were about to fall. Knock, knock, knock. There was a special sound of footsteps in heaven and earth. The world heard it, not so loudly, but stepped on everyone's heart. The footsteps were crisp, each one making everyone's souls jump with them, and the world looked horrified and wide-eyed, even though it was miles away, even though the strength was not there. Everyone saw it. In the core area of that central battlefield, a man walked out, roughly clothed in linen, very simple, but with a face like jade and radiant eyes. His footsteps smashed into the heart of the wood immortals. as heavy as a mountain. Each step was pressing down on the wood immortal's heart, making his palms unable to fall. Seizing this opportunity, Immortal Northstar and the Heavenly Emperor broke free from their bonds and immediately looked back. Li Qingshan, Xiao Wuji suddenly laughed out loud, tears coming out of his eyes. In front of life and death, his best brother had also come. When the Heavenly Emperor saw Li Qingshan, he breathed a sigh of relief and his face lightened up. The North Star Immortal, on the other hand, looked on with complexity. He watched as Li Qingshan did nothing but walk over and press down on the wood immortal, allowing him to escape. At this moment, Immortal Northstar knew that the gap between himself and Li Qingshan was too large. And who are you? The Wood Taoist was unconcerned about the escape of the Northstar Immortal and the Heavenly Emperor. He looked towards Li Qingshan. His gaze was like a torch. That strange feeling just now made him wary. Li Qingshan said softly, in the dimensional battlefield. At this moment, the clouds rose. The Ru'ei was brilliant, and 5 colored clouds filled the air. Li Qingshan walked out from the colorful cloud rise, like an exiled immortal descending to the world, bringing hope. Li Qingshan, he is an immortal, very powerful. Be careful, Immortal Baichen said seriously. He knew how big the gap was between a Maku Heavenly Lord and an immortal. At this moment, Li Qingshan was the Maka Heavenly Lord. The Heavenly Emperor also said from the side, the two of us are no match even if we join forces. Brother, if it doesn't work, slip away and run with us, Xiao Wuji hurriedly said. Li Qingshan smiled faintly, looking at Xiao Wuji's miserable appearance, and calmly said, what's the point of running? So what if he's an immortal? Watch carefully, I'll behead him. This is a deafening statement that goes straight to the heart. I beheaded him. These 4 words were like 4 heavenly swords against the hearts of the world, causing everyone who heard them to be jolted and tremble. This power of confidence, the aura of going forward, made everyone look forward to it. A mortal body shakes an immortal.